Chapter 1, The National Luck is Matched, My Information Updates Daily. Information 1, Today's marriage match is with Ba Gong, a member of the Demon Clan. She has a huge body, but if you're really hungry and don't care about looks, she will definitely give you a strong sense of security. Information 2, Behind Room 3 is a bronze treasure chest. After opening it, you can obtain a blue pill that will energize you. It will help you conquer any bride of any race after the wedding night. Information 3, Behind Room 2 and 4 are strange monsters and traps, filled with jealousy and danger. Do not try them easily. Information 4, The nights in the marriage world are particularly cold. Please return to the wooden house before dark. A vast and desolate land stretched out, covered in dark clouds. Lin Fan stood between a huge black fortress. In front of him were 4 doors. Among them, there was a pink marriage door symbolizing a marriage partner. Staring blankly for a moment, Lin Fan finally realized. He had crossed over. Although it was a parallel world, in this world, a challenge called the marriage game had suddenly arrived. The world's material and technological levels had fallen infinitely. Only selected challengers from each country could raise their national luck by interacting with other marriage partners. Wedding nights, pregnancies, and childbirth all brought great rewards to the nation. And participants in the marriage game could also receive massive rewards to enhance their personal strength. Of course, the marriage game wasn't just about rewards. More than that, it was definitely filled with deadly dangers. The space of the marriage game was a separate world. Not far behind him was a shabby wooden house that acted as his shelter. As he recalled these details, a smile gradually appeared on Lin Fan's face. Good. Luckily, he had been selected as a challenger. After all, Lin Fan didn't just cross over. He had also brought with him an information system. Originally, what was behind these doors was completely unknown. No one knew whether opening a door meant life or death. But with the information system, he could completely avoid all dangers. His gaze moved to the door in front of him, the marriage door. Ba Gong. Thinking of her terrifying size, Lin Fan couldn't help but shudder. Damn it. They said the marriage partners came from all the worlds, but it really seemed like anything could show up. This kind of luck, he could never enjoy. Anyway, the marriage door would refresh the partner if left unopened here. Why rush to go die? As for the remaining 3 doors, 2 were certain death traps. At this point, it seemed better to first take the safe bronze treasure chest. Although his body was quite strong, in order to be absolutely safe, he wasn't going to miss out on this perfect opportunity to gain help in perfectly handling his marriage partner. Lin Fan decisively reached out and grabbed the handle of room 3. Every move of the marriage game challengers was projected onto major channels in the real world by mysterious forces. And when people saw the new challenger from the Dragon Nation, a marriage door appeared right at the beginning. Countless people's expressions changed dramatically, and they couldn't remain calm. Baka Yoru. You Dragon Nation pigs, why do you have a marriage door at the beginning? Cheating. This is definitely cheating. Oh, damn it, even our world's #1 ugly country didn't have such good luck. These yellow-skinned pigs must have found a cheating method. I strongly suggest kicking them out of the marriage game challenge. Marriage door? Dragon Nation, this marriage door actually belongs to our great thief nation. Now, we demand you return it. That's right, after all, we are a great nation. We should show virtue and give the opportunity of the marriage door to them. They will only respect us then. Yeah, the principle of Kong Rome giving up the pair. Do we want other countries to say that we, the Dragon Nation, are petty? At the beginning, some people were angry and spoke out in frustration. That would definitely just be a bunch of 500,000 in foreign trash. Anyone who's a normal person would be stunned when they first saw these comments. It's hard to imagine that these bullet comments could come from humans. You really can't stand even the slightest bit of good for us. Lin Fan is lucky, this marriage matching benefit is ours for the taking. You're so jealous it's killing you. I just want to ask you, how do you cheat in this marriage matching game, tell me? Who knows what kind of evil schemes you despicable Dragon Nation people are up to? It made me laugh in anger. Really, I laughed in anger. Back in earlier years, these foreigners had already been vaguely challenging the Dragon Nation. After the marriage matching game appeared, this situation became even more common. You're just jealous and hateful. Watching Lin Fan and his partner perfect their wedding night, Dragon Nation will officially rise. In the picture, Lin Fan was seen pausing in front of the marriage matching door for a moment. Then, the crowd was shocked to see that Lin Fan's face actually showed a look of disgust. The next second, he decisively turned around and walked away, heading towards the door symbolizing the unknown. This scene made countless citizens explode with rage, filled with question marks. No. What's going on here? Lin Fan, the marriage matching door is right in front of you. You're supposed to go in with your partner for the wedding night. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Why would you choose to challenge a more difficult one? Oh my god, don't tell me he's a gay and doesn't like women? Oh no, this is a disaster. This is totally ruined now. No, hurry up and open the marriage matching door. Why are you going to die? Does this person have an antisocial personality? After the marriage matching game started, Dragon Nation had never triggered the marriage matching door's probability before. On the other hand, other countries didn't have many marriage matching doors, but they at least had them. Now we finally saw hope, and you tell me this person doesn't want the marriage matching door. Ha ha ha. Turns out you're just a bunch of yellow-skinned pigs. You don't even want the marriage matching door that's handed to you. The heavens must be ready to destroy your Dragon Nation. Big thanks, this young man did great. Don't let the Dragon Nation succeed. If you really give up on the marriage matching door, our ugly country will give you the greatest benefits. Our great thief nation also welcomes you. Ha 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 ha. In the livestream's bullet comments, various clowns were gloating, jumping around, and mocking wildly. In contrast, the people of Dragon Nation were speechless. They couldn't figure it out, no matter how hard they tried. Why would Lin Fan leave the marriage matching door right in front of him and go towards the door symbolizing unknown danger? Could it really be that fate has decided? At this moment, the hearts of the people of Dragon Nation had completely sunk to the bottom. Chapter 2, The Blue Pill. Everyone knows that in this marriage matching game, only when you successfully get together with your partner, you can get rewards. And choosing other doors is basically a life or death situation. Such a simple rule, everyone should understand it. But Lin Fan didn't choose the correct path. Instead, he chose a more dangerous outcome. How can this not make everyone feel angry? Our Dragon Nation has barely encountered a few marriage matching doors, and finally such a good opportunity is right in front of us, but he chooses to give it up. I really can't imagine what kind of person would do such a thing. Let's not even talk about the national fortune, just the rewards he could personally get after a successful marriage. It's so generous, why would he give it up? Can someone else go up instead? Let me enjoy a beautiful partner. If it were me, I'd definitely be with my match right away. Quickly investigate, is this Lin Fan really a traitor? In the central department of the Dragon Nation. In a small room guarded by countless soldiers. Around a long table, more than a dozen elderly military officers in uniform sat. From the 5-star badges on their chests, it was clear that each of them held the highest military rank, a group of great heroes. Bang! Suddenly, someone slammed their hand on the table, and the elderly man with white hair trembled in anger. How could there be such a young person in our mighty Dragon Nation? I don't ask for much from you, I just hope that in these critical moments, you can hold the nation in your heart. But instead, you wasted the opportunity to elevate our nation's fortune. Are we destined to fall behind others? Although the old man was over 70, his anger surged from his heart, and his voice was still strong and full of energy. Indeed. Lin Fan's actions were not understood by everyone. At this moment, a secretary girl walked in from outside the door. She walked straight toward the chief position. Great Elder, here is all the information on Lin Fan. Please review it. Sitting above the chief was a middle-aged man. His aura was commanding, his face stern, always bringing an innate sense of security to others. Without saying a word, he reached out to take the information, carefully reading through all the details, discovering that Lin Fan had always performed excellently from childhood to adulthood, and that people around him held him in high regard. Someone like this wouldn't do something foolish. The Great Elder pondered for a moment and calmly said, Great Elder. The elderly man with white hair still wanted to argue passionately but was stopped by the Great Elder's hand. The future belongs to the youth, and now, it is also theirs. I believe Lin Fan is not the problem. He simply has his own ideas. As long as Lin Fan is alive, Dragon Nation still has a chance. Until there is a clear result, we must trust our people of the Dragon Nation. Yes. Now, Lin Fan is the one carrying all the opportunities for Dragon Nation. Foreign scum may not want Dragon Nation to prosper, that's one thing. But why is it that even the people of Dragon Nation look down on him? No matter what, the people of Dragon Nation must trust Lin Fan, it must be that way. After the speech, the emotions of everyone in the room calmed down. Indeed. At this time, singing a song of doom would do no good. The only thing to do now is to deeply believe in Lin Fan's character, it is, the only thing, it is. On the internet. Lin Fan's bizarre actions. Of course, this caused a huge stir among all the people of Dragon Nation. Countless news outlets flooded the media. Is the mental state of college students healthy? Why did Lin Fan abandon marriage matchmaking? Are contemporary young people really poisoned by foreign culture, with no sense of their great nation? 10,000 people spit on him. The eternal sinner of Dragon Nation. What about the humanity of modern college students? Sucking up to foreign countries? Under the mockery of foreign scum, the people of Dragon Nation only felt that their backs were becoming weaker and weaker, unable to straighten up. But soon, a notice from the authorities made everyone who was about to lash out close their mouths. The situation is still uncertain, trust your fellow citizens. With the announcement of the notice, many people on the internet began to speak up for Lin Fan. Without exception, they were friends and relatives who had interacted with Lin Fan. I am Lin Fan's classmate. We were together as classmates for 3 years. Although I didn't have a deep relationship with him, I can tell that Lin Fan is not someone with a mental problem, not a banana person, and definitely not someone who would sell out the country for glory. Lin Fan must have his reasons for doing this. Although not choosing the marriage door is a life and death matter, if you think about it carefully, the marriage door is not without risk either. Didn't those foreign scum die several times before? Perhaps Lin Fan just found the pattern. Let's stabilize for now. Sigh, indeed, we were a bit too emotional. Before we really see any results, we absolutely can't let those bastards look down on us. Yeah, we need to unite. Believe in the young people of today. And then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, Lin Fan had already pushed open a small crack in the door in front of him. As the scene inside gradually became clear, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Please don't let him die. On Lin Fan's side. After opening the door, it was exactly as described in the intelligence system. The room was very small, just a few steps to cross, and in front of him was a bronze-colored treasure chest. The lock was open, and Lin Fan could easily open it with a gentle push. A dried salted fish was pinched between Lin Fan's fingers. The intelligence system really didn't lie to me. Lin Fan was overjoyed. For everyone, this was an unknown and deadly matchmaking game, but with the help of the intelligence system, he was completely safe. If it were someone else, they might have been thrilled by the appearance of the matchmaking door. But the result was definitely very clear, this thing was just a bogan. Eat 100 salted fish and then floor the gas pedal, only to realize it was just a fold in bogan's cloth. Could that be considered a successful match? Lin Fan found it hard to say. The reward for matchmaking was also judged based on the process with the matchmaking partner, with the highest level being S rank. So far, it had only appeared once. But even that had caused the ugly country to soar immediately. Now, Lin Fan had obtained the most powerful artifact, the salted fish, and all he needed to do was quietly wait for the right match to appear. At the same time, the people of the Dragon Kingdom watching the livestream let out a sigh of relief. As long as he's not dead. As long as he's not dead. Indeed, Lin Fan has a plan. We were too impulsive. However, the foreign bastards couldn't hold back and immediately began mocking. A once-a-day opportunity, and this idiot just opened a salted fish? How stupid, ha ha ha. What's the use of this? Boosting national fortune? Ha, Dragon Kingdom pigs are just trash, Simida. Shit, why isn't he dead yet? It's too easy for this person, Baka. Dragon Kingdom fat pigs, TSK, look at how the challengers from 3 countries perform, and then look at your trash from Dragon Kingdom, the difference is too huge. Others see the matchmaking door and go straight in, but you Dragon Kingdom fools waste time. When 3 countries open another matchmaking door tomorrow, you'll have nowhere to envy, ha. Chapter 3, Matchmaking Partner, Female Lizard. 3 countries? A matchmaking door? They also opened a matchmaking door? Upon hearing this news, everyone didn't even have time to mouth off to the bastards. They hurriedly ran to the live stream of 3 countries. Sure enough. There, they saw with their own eyes the existence of the matchmaking door. And the challenger in the video was already preparing to open it. We 3 countries are soaring. Haha, matchmaking house, national fortune reward ah. Abu, as long as you can get us all rewards, I will stop slapping you, you low-caste person. In the video, the person named Abu from 3 countries wore a worn-out, faded shirt, his skin dark, with a mouthful of yellow teeth from chewing beetle nuts, now grinning uncontrollably. You must know. In 3 countries, there was deep-rooted caste discrimination. A low-caste person like him was doomed to spend his life as a servant for others. No one would care when he died or where. But now, he knew that he carried the future of 3 countries on his shoulders. And with his immense luck, he could find a matchmaking partner who truly belonged to him through this matchmaking house. This kind of life almost made Abu so excited that his vision went black. Wife, I'm here. Under everyone's gaze, Abu pushed open the door to the matchmaking room. You are my matchmaking partner? A pleasant voice came from inside, and Abu felt his bones go weak and numb. Even the people in the live stream started to feel jealous and envious. An exotic beauty, incredibly tempting. In Abu's mind, he had already imagined the stunning beauty of this matchmaking partner. After all, a girl with such a beautiful voice, if Abu hadn't participated in the matchmaking game, he could never have had her in 10 lifetimes. At this moment, Abu's heart only had one thought. Thank you, matchmaking game. I became a hero again, and now I have a beautiful woman. It's me. I am your matchmaking partner, darling, let me see what you look like. Abu eagerly walked into the dark room, groping along the wall for a long while, finally finding the light switch. But when the light fully lit up the room, the live stream instantly fell silent. After a long pause, a message floated by. Bro, you're not kidding me, right? This is the matchmaking partner that came out of the matchmaking room? To be honest, I can't do it. You're not alone, how brave do you have to be to do this? What would you have to be starving for? It turned out that the matchmaking partner from the Sansan Kingdom. To be precise, she could be considered a beauty. But only in the eyes of a Komodo dragon. A huge Komodo dragon, its eyes as big as lanterns, stared fixedly at Abu in front of it. Faintly, there was even a hint of human-like affection. Hiss. From time to time, it spat out its tongue, and with it came that incredibly pleasant voice. Oh my god, you're so handsome, I want to be with you. If you hadn't seen the livestream, you might actually think this was a very beautiful girl. But in reality, the people from the Sansan Kingdom instantly choked, but after a long while, they still gritted their teeth and sent messages. Abu. Even though you can't see us, I warn you, for the Sansan Kingdom. You must try hard. Exactly, this is the role of you low-caste people. If you dare not consummate with this Komodo dragon, we'll kill you. Everyone thought Abu would definitely shrink back. No matter how ugly she is, it doesn't matter, after all, she's the same species, but this is a damn female lizard. Who can stomach it? Abu said, I can. Baby, you're so beautiful, I can't hold back anymore, let's consummate quickly. On Abu's face, there wasn't a trace of disdain. On the contrary, there was immense excitement and anticipation. As Abu took step by step toward the female lizard, his hand reaching out like a magic claw, the livestream image gradually darkened. Livestream audience. Wait, bros, I think I'm starting to understand Lin Fan's state of mind. This matchmaking room is not 100% full of beautiful girls, even this female lizard came, could there be some other oddball like a sea monster or something? Bro, Lin Fan really thought more than we did, take it slow and steady, after all, this thing, most people really can't handle it. True, I can understand. Hearing the discussion, the people from the Sansan Kingdom felt a little strange. But for a moment, they couldn't say anything. There was a feeling that having gotten the matchmaking door, they had become even more embarrassed. Sansan Kingdom's matchmaking successful, received D-level reward. Reward, national physical strength doubled. Beauty decreased. Now it's good. Not embarrassing anymore. Foolish pig dragon country people. Do you have matchmaking rewards? Ha ha, clearly just jealous of our reward. This is much better than Lin Fan from your country wasting an opportunity for a pill, right? Yeah, even with a strange-looking matchmaking partner, for the country, shouldn't we make some sacrifices? Here, I truly respect Abu. The messages in the live stream were full of excitement. But no one responded. It was obvious. The people of the three kingdoms had really embarrassed themselves on the international stage. From now on, whenever anyone sees someone from the three kingdoms, they will know they are a group of people who like mother lizards. At the same time, the other challengers weren't so lucky. They started with only 4 unknown rooms. After opening them, they either got killed by traps, or they encountered monsters and got swallowed whole. Even the small country and the Great Thief Nation, who had been the most aggressive, encountered these kinds of situations. Seeing this, the crowd couldn't help but start to worry again. The matchmaking game really is full of danger. Is Lin Fan's approach really safe? What if he opens a monster room? I feel like going for a matchmaking room is more reliable. Yellow-skinned pigs, sick men. You're even afraid of your matchmaking partners, what can you even do? If this matchmaking door was given to our Great Thief Nation, we certainly wouldn't be so scared, Simaida. Shut your damn mouths. Watching your contestants die, you feel jealous, right? Baka. Baka. Baka Yoru. Say that again. Inside the matchmaking game, Lin Fan returned to his shabby little wooden house. He started a fire in the stove and lay down on the stone bed. Now that it was getting dark, he couldn't go out at night, this was what the rules had stated. Thinking about what he had done today, it was certain that countless live viewers would not understand him, and some might even curse him. But Lin Fan didn't care about any of it. The opportunity to win was just a matter of time, so why rush for a moment? Chapter 4, Has the three kingdoms been drained? The next day, Lin Fan woke up early, and the first thing he did was check the information system. Information 1, the bogan behind the matchmaking door hasn't left. Information 2, inside door number 2, there is a building blueprint that can upgrade your shabby little wooden house into a nicer brick house. Information 3, inside door number 3 and number 4, there are a cannibal ogre and a magical beast, respectively. With the host's current physical condition, entering them would be a dead end. As expected. The information system updates every day. Counting the days, today was the second day. After tomorrow, the matchmaking partners behind the matchmaking door would refresh directly. As for what they would refresh into, Lin Fan naturally still had no idea, and could only rely on luck. But no matter what, it should be no more bizarre than Bogan, right? Shaking his head, Lin Fan washed up, then went back to the 4 doors. In the live broadcast room, everyone had also been watching Lin Fan's actions early in the morning. After all, Lin Fan was currently the person carrying the national fortune. Every move he made was being monitored 24/7. When Lin Fan walked out of his wooden house, many people started to pay attention. It's the second day. I wonder what Lin Fan will choose. Will he decide to wait until today to open the matchmaking door? It's possible, but looking at the matchmaking door, opening it isn't always a good thing. But even if the matchmaking door is dangerous, if Lin Fan doesn't open it, we won't be able to get this national fortune reward. The crowd argued for a moment, then quieted down. Because at this moment, Lin Fan already had made up his mind to open a door. At this point, he already had the answer in his heart. So, after confirming the specific door number, he decisively decided to open the door. The smiles that had just appeared on everyone's faces instantly faded. No, he's not choosing the matchmaking door again, but choosing another unknown door? Crazy. Doesn't he know that opening another door is a death trap? I really can't imagine what is going through Lin Fan's mind. Wait, maybe not opening the matchmaking door is actually the right choice. What does that mean? You'll know when you go watch the live stream of the Three Kingdoms. The crowd quickly rushed to check it out. To their shock, they found that the person who was of yesterday had been replaced by someone else today. What's going on? I heard that the Komodo dragon was too energetic and actually drained up to death. Upon hearing this, everyone was speechless for a moment, unsure of what to say. To win the marriage reward, does it really mean they have to let their country's contestant die? I have nothing more to say. I can only respect Lin Fan's decision. I hope he truly has his own judgment and doesn't end up dead in those rooms. Everyone sincerely hoped this. If the only necessary channel to get the marriage reward was for Lin Fan to follow Ab's path, then they really couldn't bear it. But thankfully, today, Lin Fan seemed to still have some luck on his side. Even under the intense gaze of everyone, he walked out from the unknown room unscathed, and in his hand, he even held a blueprint as a trophy. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. He didn't die. As long as he's alive, there's hope. Maybe Lin Fan really has his own way. If we in Dragon Nation can master it, we'll definitely get ahead in the marriage game. The people were, of course, very happy to see the lively Lin Fan. But the foreign competitors didn't think so. Most of their contestants mysteriously died as soon as they opened the door. Already feeling uncomfortable, how could they feel balanced when they saw Lin Fan still hopping around alive? Moreover, there was one who had watched helplessly as more contestants from Three Kingdoms were drained to death for the marriage reward. They were even more furious and ashamed. Still laughing? Baka. The general has already found out that this Lin Fan is actually one of our citizens. He's purposely dragging time to stop you Dragon Nation from getting the reward. Exactly, he won't open the marriage door even when it's right in front of him. What else do I need to say? If I'd known, I would have gone with General to the small nation at the start of the game. Dragon Nation is hopeless, rotten to the core. Useless work. In the marriage game. Lin Fan looked at the architectural blueprint in his hand, and following the instructions on the blueprint, he softly murmured an upgrade command to his small wooden house. Whoosh! Instantly, a blindingly bright white light appeared, making Lin Fan shield his eyes. After waiting for a while, the white light gradually faded. When he looked again, he couldn't help but stare in surprise. Wow! What was once a small 10-square-meter thatched mud hut had now evolved into a 2-story house with white walls and red bricks. It felt just like seeing a new village house in the countryside. The quality had made a huge leap. Outside the small house, there was also a circle of concrete walls surrounding it. The yard was big enough to park 10 small cars. And when he entered the house, all kinds of paintings and nostalgic furniture instantly brightened Lin Fan's eyes. Familiar. Too familiar. This was exactly like his home in the countryside. Now, his quality of life had greatly improved. Not bad. This would be great for bringing a marriage partner here, it's enough to keep them busy. Lie flat. Since there was nothing else to do, Lin Fan directly went back to his bedroom and slept soundly. Time flew by. 2 days passed quietly. During this time, the people of Dragon Nation noticed that the other challengers in the marriage game were still living in their shabby little wooden houses. With the bone-chilling cold getting worse, they shivered even when sitting by the fire, and their food was just simple old dough, offering no warmth. After all, even the blankets were only thin, ragged cloths. How can one stop the cold? But Lin Fan is already comfortably lying down, wrapped in a thick quilt, sleeping soundly. Whenever he feels hungry, he fills his stomach with the large amount of food he obtained when he opened the door on the third day. Roast chicken, grilled fish, steamed crabs. He completely turned this matchmaking game into a food broadcast. The difference, the difference. Could it be that Lin Fan predicted all of this? He prepared everything in advance. Damn it, watching Lin Fan eat makes me crave it. I've never had such delicious food, woo woo woo. And the aliens, instead of waiting for the moment when Lin Fan would die, watched as he grew more and more prosperous, driving them mad with anger. Dragon Country Pig. Simply a pig. It's been 3 days, still not opening the matchmaking door. Lin Fan is definitely not going to make it. That's right, you Dragon Country people always say others are drained, but others have already received the matchmaking rewards. Look at Lin Fan, he doesn't even have the courage to meet his matchmaking partner, maybe he just doesn't have the ability. Chapter 5, The Cat Girl Appears. Finally made it to the 4th day. Lin Fan is incredibly excited. According to the rules, today should be the day when the matchmaking partner in the matchmaking room gets replaced. The past 2 days of waiting, Lin Fan felt like grass was growing on him. He really wants to know what kind of person his new matchmaking partner is. Information system, start. Information 1, monsters may appear on recent nights, please be careful, host. Information 2, this time, aside from the matchmaking room, all other rooms are deadly dangerous. Information 3, behind the matchmaking room, there's a pure and innocent cat-eared beast girl with an explosive beauty. She has no ill will toward humans, and is very curious about what her matchmaking partner is like. If possible, she hopes he could be handsome, so she would fall head over heels for him. Note, the area behind the cat ears and the root of her tail are the most sensitive spots. If you make a move based on the current favorability, it could make this cat-eared girl fall for you uncontrollably. After receiving this information, Lin Fan's mouth curled up in a way that couldn't be stopped. Okay. A cat-eared girl, huh? Lin Fan used to always hug his cat and command it to quickly turn into a long-haired black girl with a JK uniform and cat ears. Unexpectedly, now he's getting his wish fulfilled in the matchmaking game. Filled with excitement, Lin Fan arrived at the matchmaking room's door. This scene immediately made the live stream audience erupt in excitement. Lin Fan is finally about to open the matchmaking room? Oh my god, I feel even more excited than Lin Fan. I hope Lin Fan doesn't encounter the bizarre matchmaking partners others have faced. If he does, all we can do is wish him good luck. What are you saying? Lin Fan will be fine for sure. Everyone knew the rules of the matchmaking game. As long as the matchmaking room is not opened for 3 days, the original partner can be replaced. But even though everyone knows the rules, it's usually not helpful. After all, no one knows what the next matchmaking partner will be like. No one knows if it will be worse next time. Everyone silently prayed. Until Lin Fan completely opened the matchmaking room door. He stood frozen in place. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. It's over. Before the truth could be revealed, countless alien scum immediately jumped out. Lin Fan, you finally fell for it. Ha ha ha. Go ahead, open the matchmaking door. Baka. Idiot, a pig. A man like you, opening the matchmaking door, probably hasn't even received the matchmaking reward before your partner kills you. Yeah, even if this pig's matchmaking partner is beautiful like a flower. I won't even feel jealous, after all, he is already a dying man. He must have thought he was doomed, that's why he opened the marriage room, right? Ha ha. Everyone knows, the reward for marriage partners increases based on the level of satisfaction, but Lin Fan not only doesn't work, he has no function in that area at all. This is hilarious. As soon as these words were spoken, the people of Longwood couldn't hold back. Wherever you go, there's always a bunch of you scoundrels? I just hope you can shut up and quietly wait for us to slap your faces, is that too much to ask? Alright, everyone stop fighting. Actually, what the foreign friend said isn't without reason, Lin Fan really is lacking in that area. Knowing this, yet opening the marriage room, isn't that just asking for death? It's simply wasting an opportunity. My god, another 500,000? Ha 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 ha. Alright, even if Lin Fan from Longway is fine, what if it's a lizard when the room opens? Or a pig? I really want to see if Lin Fan from Longway is still fine then? The foreign scum eagerly waited for the next show. Who would have thought? When the camera focused on Lin Fan's face, everyone was stunned. It wasn't shock. It was ecstatic joy. Because in front of Lin Fan stood a slim cat-eared girl. Her fluffy ears were a soft pink color, nervously twitching every now and then. She was basically a human, except for those ears. But clearly, it was those ears that excited everyone the most. Her skin was fair, whiter than snow, and her elastic skin looked like it might shatter with the lightest touch. Her delicate features on her face, paired with the current look of innocence, made her seem incredibly precious. She wore a fitted JK uniform, with a beautiful pleated skirt, under which were her smooth, rounded thighs. What was even more thrilling was that above the cat-eared girl's thighs, there was a leg strap. The strap gently dug into her flesh, providing an undeniable visual impact to everyone. She carefully looked at Lin Fan, who had just entered the room, her beautiful eyes filled with mist, but also with curiosity. Are you my marriage partner? The live stream room erupted into chaos. Shout. You scoundrels, there's still 500,000. Everyone, shout. This marriage partner, oh my goodness, she's absolutely gorgeous. I've never seen such a beautiful marriage partner before. I remember now, in the little countries and the ugly nations, their marriage partners, although some were beast girls, were either wolf-headed or pig-headed on the upper half, or had beast bodies on the lower half. They were still so happy playing with them. No wonder they're shouting so happily now with Lin Fan, turns out they are just jealous. Can those scum still talk? The people of Longhua mocked them. This instantly turned the scum who had been jumping up and down just a moment ago, their faces turning ashen, swollen to the color of pig liver. But I must say, these were the facts. The beast girls they encountered, combined, were nothing compared to the cat-eared girl Lin Fan met. But even so, their challengers still excitedly gave it a go. When compared, their faces were practically worthless. Their marriages were torture, and they had to endure heavy tastes while working. And Lin Fan? This was truly every man's dream partner. Shut up. Baka. Baka Yoru. Shut up and get to work. Who says this cat-eared girl looks good and has no threat? What if Lin Fan gets torn apart before he even makes a move? Beast girls are hot-tempered, they have a strong hostility towards humans. Moreover, their needs are very high. What can your Lin Fan pig do? Just wait to die. It was almost as if to counter their thoughts. The cat-eared girl blushed, taking one step after another towards Lin Fan's position. Gently, she carefully held onto Lin Fan, her small head rubbing against his chest, her expression completely intoxicated. I like you. I want to, can we? Chapter 6, The Shyness of the Cat Girl, Envy, Jealousy, and Hate. Facing the cat-eared girl's incredibly direct confession, Lin Fan almost couldn't adjust in time. After all, in the country where he lives, everyone is very reserved. Never before has such a beautiful girl expressed her needs so directly to a boy. Soon, Lin Fan snapped back to reality. He gently stroked the cat girl's fair, soft skin and said in a soft voice, "Don't rush, I don't even know your name yet. My name is Lin Fan, just call me by my name from now on. My mom always calls me Xiao Miao, because I'm the youngest in the family, just turned 18 this year." Xiao Miao's face turned red, and while speaking, her gaze was anything but innocent, scanning Lin Fan's body. This gaze came purely from the instinct of living creatures. Alright, I'll call you Xiao Miao too. Lin Fan smiled slightly. Behind this marriage room, it looked as though it had been specially prepared for the purpose of marriage. The interior of the room presented a pinkish hue, with very cute decorations. The furniture was complete, and of course, the most striking was the large bed with a cat print. He took Xiao Miao's hand and led her to the edge of the bed. It was as if Xiao Miao knew what would happen next, her watery eyes rippling like spring water, gently biting her lip, silent. Are you hungry? Lin Fan asked, a smile on his face, neither here nor there. Xiao Miao quickly shook her head. I'm not hungry, I'm not hungry. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound seemed to be quite loud. Xiao Miao's face turned so red it seemed like it might bleed, her expression panicked as she hurried to explain, but words got stuck in her throat. For her, although she was very hungry, she didn't want to embarrass herself in front of the handsome man she had fallen for at first sight. Xiao Miao, this is a gift for you, though it's a bit simple, I hope you don't mind. To Xiao Miao's surprise, Lin Fan didn't impatiently invite her to start right away. Instead, he was very gentlemanly, showing concern like this. This action deeply touched Xiao Miao, who was already feeling uneasy in this unfamiliar place, hitting her soft spot hard. She raised her head, staring tightly at Lin Fan's eyes, then suddenly threw herself into his chest and began to sob. Lin Fan, thank you, no male has ever been this good to me. When I first saw you, my instinct told me you were a male worth trusting, but I never imagined you'd be this good to me. Xiao Miao clung tightly to Lin Fan, her proud identity almost wanting to be crushed and completely buried in his heart. With me around, whatever you need, just tell me, I'll satisfy all of it. Lin Fan gently patted Xiao Miao's back, silently marveling at how powerful the information system was. If it hadn't been for the prompt, he might have forgotten that this pickled fish could fully conquer Xiao Miao. Such a pure, wholehearted little sister. Who could refuse her? He gave Xiao Miao the pickled fish, and before long, she had eaten half of it. Suddenly, she stopped, and then looked at Lin Fan with a burning gaze, making a decision. After carefully removing all the fish bones, she lovingly placed it near Lin Fan's mouth. Xiao Miao eagerly said, "Mom says we need to be good to our husbands. You've worked hard, I'll feed you too." Hiss. Outside, the people suddenly realized that the live broadcast had turned into a black screen. Of course, the process of the marriage game could not be broadcasted. When people saw this, the people of Dragon Country couldn't stop laughing. Ha, so Lin Fan was waiting here. Wow, is this the online guide to pursuing a girl? I learned it. Bro, this method still relies too much on modeling. I just confessed to the goddess like this, and she told me to get lost, even kicked me twice. Whoa, little Meow is so beautiful, Lin Fan, be gentle. To have such a virtuous wife and loving mother, what more could a man want? Anyone with eyes can see. Lin Fan's series of confusing actions before were all for this moment of complete explosion. The cat-eared girl is beautiful. And she is completely devoted to Lin Fan. This kind of marriage reward definitely won't be low level. We can't deny that the risk of doing this is enormous, but conversely, the rewards are terrifyingly great. The first step to the rise of the Dragon Kingdom starts from Lin Fan. The name of Lin Fan quickly spread throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. This is my classmate. I was his deskmate. I knew it. Lin Fan would definitely make it. Yeah, when I taught this kid, I could tell that his understanding was much higher than others, so this marriage game must have already revealed some of its patterns to him. Sigh, I really shouldn't have been impulsive and scolded Lin Fan. I can't take it anymore, I'm such a fool. To make up for it, I'm going to send warmth to Lin Fan's family. In the central departments of the Dragon Kingdom. Seeing that the marriage matchmaking officially started. All the big shots had smiles of satisfaction on their faces. It's starting, it's really starting. Our Dragon Kingdom can also have marriage rewards. Good kid, it seems like this world really belongs to the younger generation now. We old fossils couldn't even keep up with their way of thinking. Indeed, it's a new way of thinking, very active. This kid has the potential to be a great commander. Old Zhang, do you still doubt this young man? Suddenly, a big shot looked at the elderly man who had previously angrily criticized Lin Fan. Clearly, it was a joke. The old man raised his eyebrows, doubt what? Old Zhang, say what I mean. I just made my conclusion too early, I did something wrong. As for this young man, I truly spoke rudely. If I get the chance, I will apologize to him in person. But right now, it's time for rewards and recognition. I propose we promote this young man to the rank of captain. Perhaps some might question, after doing such a big thing for the country, why only a captain? But don't forget, Lin Fan's identity is just an ordinary college student. Being promoted to captain right away is already a huge reward. Moreover, in addition to this, the old man also expressed that Lin Fan's family would receive large rewards. Everyone had no objections to this. On the internet, Lin Fan's name was known by everyone. In the live streaming room, the number of viewers reached tens of millions. And 2 hours had passed since Lin Fan's live broadcast started. The black screen still had not been revealed. The people of Dragon Kingdom couldn't help but be curious. It's been 2 hours, and Lin Fan still hasn't finished? I didn't expect Lin Fan to look so thin, but his stamina is so good? College students really have a lot of energy, pure, non-stop like a piling machine. Just then, a series of discordant voices finally appeared. Chapter 7, Marriage Rewards Distributed, The Power of the Beastmen. A group of Dragon Kingdom pigs, have you all forgotten? Our great ugly nation, when it encountered the marriage matchmaking gate once, it matched for 3 whole hours, but in the end? That poor guy actually died. Coincidentally, that poor guy's marriage partner was also from the Beastmen tribe. The Beastmen are brutal and savage. No matter how gentle and kind they may seem, in the end, they're definitely going to kill your Lin Fan pig. Yeah, and you're still here celebrating, really don't know what there is to celebrate. A bunch of idiots, wait until you find out that your Lin Fan pig is dead, then you'll be happy. But by the way, that cat-eared girl's smile really looks so good, huh? What's the use of looking good? She'll still die. The rise of the Dragon Kingdom, the group of foreign scum, is the last thing they want to see. After all, you see, the Dragon Kingdom, whether it's in terms of cultural depth, humanistic qualities, or many other aspects, it crushes all the countries in this world. If the Dragon Kingdom rises, and they experience the kind of despair their ancestors felt again, how would they be willing to accept that? So no matter what, suppressing the Dragon Kingdom is their only goal. When the people of the Dragon Kingdom saw these comments, tens of millions of them immediately couldn't sit still. How jealous can you be? I dare say, our Dragon Kingdom's marriage rewards are definitely the best of the best. Just wait to envy us. A bunch of useless people who only know how to press keys. If you were really in the marriage game, you'd probably die in an instant, wouldn't you? What a joke, we haven't even spoken yet, and you scum have already called us out? We're not replying to you because the people of the Dragon Kingdom have high cultural quality, but we're replying now because you're just plain idiots. Support. Forgot to mention. When it comes to keyboard warriors, the people of the Dragon Kingdom have the power to curse your 80-year-old mother and your ancestors for 18 generations. Their attack power is not to be underestimated. Compared to the foreign scum who only know how to say things like kick your butt or f********. Any random person from the Dragon Kingdom can curse them until they're completely drenched in blood. Seeing these comments, the foreign scum instantly turned red with anger. Is this how the people of the Dragon Kingdom behave? And you still claim to be a 5,000-year-old cultural powerhouse? I think you're just like this. What's the use of cursing online? If you have the guts, come find me in real life. f*******. Actually, what these foreign friends are saying isn't wrong. After all, we need to win people over with virtue. There are still 50,000? In this life or death moment in the Dragon Kingdom, there are still people in the country who worship the West, with soft knees by nature, and bones that just can't stiffen. This is even more infuriating. The curse battle lasted for another 3 hours. A total of 5 hours passed. A magnificent voice echoed across the sky. Dragon Kingdom marriage game participant Lin Fan. Successful marriage, awarded Dragon Kingdom S-level marriage reward, Beast Clan power. Strength plus 20. Constitution plus 20. Agility plus 20. Lifespan plus 20. Reward for livestock industry output increased by 100%. Reward, Beast Jungle environment arrives in reality. In an instant. This voice sounded in everyone's ears. The entire Dragon Kingdom immediately underwent a tremendous change. In the Shanbei region, with yellow earth all around and sandstorms in the sky, a crystal clear divine light fell. Everyone who saw the scene suddenly saw a world of white. The next moment, a lush, green jungle with flowing streams appeared before everyone. Along with the geological environment of Shanbei, it instantly turned into fertile land. And a message also entered everyone's minds. Beast jungle, otherworldly environment. Infinite beasts will be generated for breeding or hunting for food. Infinite generation? This message stunned the people of the Dragon Kingdom. In this era, while food is not lacking, it's also not abundant. The marriage game limited many developments on Blue Star, only allowing the rise of national fortune through the marriage game, and gaining a lot of resources. Undoubtedly. This beast jungle is the resource that all the countries in the world envy and are jealous of. Even the people not in Shanbei are not left out. The livestock industry output has increased by 100%. How shocking is this number? Even in a family that raises pigs, this is a huge increase. Let alone the benefits for the entire country. How did my little piglet suddenly become 2? Wait, it's still giving birth? 5, 10, 20, 30? Am I dreaming? No more meat shortage. We really don't lack meat anymore. At this moment, in the center of Dragon Country, soldiers below continuously came forward with joyful faces to report the news. Great Elder. The national livestock industry capacity, which was more than 30 million tons, has now fully recovered to its peak period, 75.3 million tons. Great Elder. The enhancement of the Beastman's power has strengthened every soldier's physical fitness by more than double. Personnel who couldn't perfectly complete military drills before, now can all do it. Actually, this doesn't even need a report, it's obvious. All the veteran generals present have already happily noticed their limbs becoming much more agile. Even the once shriveled muscles have filled up again. I feel like I've returned to my 40s or 50s. Great, great. Now, who dares to offend Dragon Country? I'll be the first to oppose. The elder who previously said Lin Fan was unreliable was the most excited one. Lin Fan. Good kid. Good kid. I never expected that this S-class marriage reward could bring Dragon Country to prosperity like this. Who cares about being a captain? With what Lin Fan has done, I strongly suggest giving this kid a senior colonel's rank. This time, no one doubted the truth of these words. A regular college student, in the blink of an eye, became a senior colonel. No one would say a word against it. Now, Dragon Country has risen. All thanks to this young man from Dragon Country. The Great Elder was also extremely excited. Quick, let the news department handle this. I want everyone in Dragon Country to know who made Dragon Country what it is today. Also, get two hosts to manage the scene for Lin Fan's actions afterward. The secret technique immediately understood and quickly left. Lin Fan's future actions would likely still not be understood by most people. But Dragon Country's momentum is at its peak, and no doubts can be allowed. Our young generation in Dragon Country is indeed powerful. The great elder praised sincerely. Hearing these words, everyone nodded repeatedly. Being the first to receive the S-Class marriage reward, and after this, there will only be more to come. Chapter 8, Dragon Country Strength, National Fortune Upgraded. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the major military district hospitals of Dragon Country, the ones lying here were all soldiers who had once fought for the country. After enduring the ravages of war, these once heroes and martyrs were all severely injured. They were suffering from various illnesses to one extent or another. In one hospital room, an elderly man with white hair was lying on the hospital bed, breathing with difficulty, his eyes cloudy, seemingly on the verge of death. And in the bed next to him, there was a middle-aged man whose lower body had been amputated. He continuously spoke encouraging words to the elderly man. "Old How, hang on. Don't sleep. Please don't sleep. Keep your eyes wide open. Your son is coming to the hospital soon. At least say something to him." The elderly man's face, full of wounds and wrinkles, barely managed to form a smile. "Little Lin. Thank you for talking to this old man during this time." Cough, cough, cough. Seeing this, little Lin immediately became anxious. "Old How, don't speak. Hold on." Before he could finish, the door of the hospital room was suddenly pushed open. A family of 7 rushed into the room. When their gazes fixed on Old How, their eyes immediately turned red. "Old How. Dad." With sad expressions, they tightly grasped the old man's hand, as if afraid that letting go would cause the old man to leave them forever. Old How slowly smiled and said, "You've all come. Good, good, good." The young man, tears streaming down his face, said, "Grandfather, don't speak anymore. I've already called the doctor." Saying this, the young man looked at the attending doctor with hopeful eyes. "Unfortunately." The attending doctor shook his head and sighed. The old man fought in countless battles when he was young. Countless hidden wounds have accumulated, and now, with old age and frailty, it seems. "I'm afraid. I'm sorry." "What? Impossible. Impossible. How could my grandfather, who was so heroic on the battlefield, be killed by this small thing called uremia?" The young man immediately broke down and shouted in anguish. But the only response to the young man's outburst was the attending doctor's lowered head in silence. He had intended to say something, but at that moment, the elderly man gently patted his head. "Little one, Grandpa is old. Aging, sickness, and death are all very normal things." "Grandpa." The young man choked up, unable to say a word, and after a long pause, he finally asked seriously, "Grandpa, do you have any last wishes?" "Last wish?" The elderly man answered without hesitation, I want to kill all those foreign bastards who bullied me for the country." For a moment, everyone fell silent. Even at this time, this respected old soldier still thought of serving the country. Even Shaolin, who was standing by, couldn't bear to watch anymore. He turned his head away, and tears had already soaked the pillow. However, at that moment, a voice rang in everyone's ears. National Luck Rewards Distribution. Just as everyone was still trying to figure out what had happened, the elderly man, who had already 1 foot in the grave, suddenly seemed to regain his energy. He sat up straight in bed, feeling incredibly amazed at the sudden change in his body. "Grandpa." The young man was immediately startled. "I'm fine, in fact, this feeling is better than anything I've ever experienced." The old man said with complete certainty, even his voice regained strength and vitality. "What's going on? Could it be?" Everyone thought of a very cruel possibility. But the attending doctor, full of excitement, said firmly, "This is not a dying flash of light. Absolutely not. It's Lin Fan. It's Lin Fan, who participated in the National Luck matchmaking game, who secured these National Luck rewards for us common people. Not only has our physical condition been significantly improved, but everyone's lifespan has been extended by 20 years. At this moment, the long-forgotten memories deep in everyone's minds began to resurface. Because Dragon Country had never received National Luck rewards from this matchmaking game before, many people had subconsciously ignored its importance. But now, you're telling me the reason that saved this old soldier was because of a contestant from this matchmaking game? My God. On the side, Shaolin on the sickbed screamed in shock. Everyone turned their heads, and their faces were filled with an indelible shock. They saw, those 2 thighs, which had been amputated and looked so bare, were now growing back. This soldier, who could only lie on the hospital bed, was now able to walk around the room as if nothing had ever happened. Could this also be because of the National Luck reward from the matchmaking game? Shaolin's overwhelming joy could no longer be hidden. At that moment, the entire hospital erupted in thunderous cheers. Clearly, thanks to the national luck rewards, they were all freed from the torment of their ailments. And such miracles were happening all over the country. Some families were holding funerals, and their ancestors, who had already gone cold, suddenly jumped out of their coffins. At first, everyone was in disbelief and terror. But when they found out that all of this was the result of a university student named Lin Fan, everyone's gratitude for him could no longer be put into words. With this physical boost, my diabetes is gone. Damn, I can run 100 meters in under 9 seconds? Good guy, my grandfather just died 3 days ago, and suddenly he's full of life. Is he back from the dead? Should I quickly invite a Taoist priest to guide my grandfather? The family burst into laughter. Clearly, this wave of S-class national fortune rewards. No matter which country it was placed in, it was a huge reward. Let alone, it was placed on this long silent dragon country. The benefits brought far exceeded expectations. Seeing the joyful scene of dragon country, the foreign scum almost bit their teeth in hatred. Isn't it? Why do you dragon country pigs deserve such rewards? Dragon country pigs should all die for the best outcome. Aside from the countless sour and jealous remarks, there were also various statements of 50,000 within the country. Isn't it? Why am I not getting a reward? I'm also a dragon country person. Is there discrimination? I seriously suspect this matchmaking game is also creating discord. I strongly recommend that the whole dragon country oppose continued participation in the matchmaking game. Heh, why not give you a reward? Isn't it normal? You know your own status, you're a worthless dragon country person. So what? If you have guts, come and fight me. Stupid dog. Chapter 9, Investigating 50,000, The Ugly Nation Meets the Black-Skinned Goblin. At this moment, in a university dormitory, a man wearing a short-sleeved shirt printed with the flag of a small country was sitting in front of the computer, frantically pounding the keyboard. His face was full of grease, and his skin was covered in acne marks. His potbelly was almost hanging to the ground. Using the ID David's block, he was wildly insulting patriotic individuals online. What's the deal? Just because you say something, you're patriotic? How long has it been for Dragon Country finally getting S-Class matchmaking rewards? So what? I see, this S-Class reward is just this one time, and there won't be another. This is Dragon Country's luck. Besides, even if this is a precious S-Class reward, haven't you seen how many times our little empire has received B-Class national fortune rewards? Altogether, it's not less impressive than your tiny S-Class national fortune reward. To be honest, you Dragon Country people are just too stubborn. As he wildly typed insults against the people of Dragon Country, he suddenly felt a chill down his back. David's block? A strong roommate watched him coldly. Was it you who just said in the livestream comments that they were coming to find you? The fatty was dumbfounded on the spot. No way. There are so many Dragon Country people? Could something so coincidental happen? Did he actually run into his patriotic roommate who saw his comments? How embarrassing. So what? This is university, I warn you, don't lay hands on me. The fatty gathered his courage and retorted with a stiff neck. These words made his roommates reveal a strange smile. What can we do to you, right? You mean that, am I wrong? The roommates cracked their knuckles and slowly approached. The fatty's face immediately changed dramatically. Don't. You are university students, you are Dragon Country people, and Dragon Country people won't hit Dragon Country people. I have an early class. A portion of the 50,000 can be judged through whether the national fortune rewards are distributed or not. The negative comments online finally decreased significantly. The viewing experience of those watching the live stream improved tremendously. And the two hosts assigned to stabilize the situation had already taken their positions. Hello everyone, I am your good friend, Wang Bingbing, here to be the commentary host for this national fortune matchmaking game. A sweet woman greeted the camera. The man beside her was a well-known top student host. Hello everyone. I'm Xiao Sa. It's been a while since we last met. I didn't expect to take on such an important role upon our reunion. If I do anything wrong, I hope everyone can be tolerant, and if not, I can't do anything about it, right? Xiao Sa, indeed, is a seasoned host. In just a few sentences, the atmosphere of the live broadcast room immediately became lively. A barrage of comments caught everyone's attention. The ugly country has found its matchmaking door. Let's go and take a look. As soon as this was said, the two hosts seemed to receive a command and turned the screen content. In the live broadcast room, everyone saw a black man wearing jersey number 24. I have seen this person, he seems to be a very famous legendary star from the ugly country. Pfft, legendary star? This guy has a terrible reputation, he has done all kinds of bad things, he doesn't deserve to be called a person. That's not wrong. Doesn't deserve to be a person? Oh, you foolish and damned idiots, do you know how strong this guy's basketball skills are? Exactly, despicable people from the dragon country, unwilling to admit that he can beat you in basketball. Ah, people from the dragon country are really laughable, may you all die. The foreign riffraff couldn't hold back anymore and jumped out again. After all, in front of this guy was a matchmaking door. In the eyes of the foreign riffraff, this matchmaking door was yet another S-grade matchmaking reward for them. And when he pushed open the matchmaking door, the information about the Beast Girl tribe that was revealed made all the foreign riffraff even more convinced of their views. Ha ha ha. So what if it's an S-grade national fortune reward? Our ugly country can do it too. Baka baka, now that S-grade national fortune rewards have started to be handed out in bulk, the dragon country pigs are still here feeling smug, truly clueless about where their confidence comes from. Just watch. Our ugly country's S-grade matchmaking rewards will definitely be countless times better than your dragon country's rewards. At this moment, in the matchmaking game, he wiped the cold sweat from his face and grinned widely, feeling very happy. Man! Is it really a Beast Girl tribe? I've never tried this kind before, thank you matchmaking game for giving me such a good benefit. After fully pushing open the door, the beautifully decorated room, with pink furniture. All these things expressed that the owner of this room had a very tender and adorable soft girl's heart. Even after entering the room, he could smell a refreshing and pleasant fragrance. Such a display excited him even more. Oh! Baby! My little sweetie! Where are you? Though he said this, his gaze was already firmly locked on the high mound of the blanket. He must be another very sweet and cute beast girl. She's actually so shy. Oh my god, it's amazing. He took out his most gentlemanly side, his gaze lewd, staring tightly at the blanket. Sweetie, my name is Lauda, what about you? After a long time, a pleasant voice finally came from beneath the blanket. My name is Xiao Hua. Are you my matchmaking partner? I'm a little scared. Lao Da's bones nearly softened upon hearing this voice. He immediately comforted her, don't be scared, don't be scared. I am a good person. Can you come out and meet me? Really, but I'm not very pretty, you won't dislike me, right? What a joke. With a voice so pleasant, how ugly could she possibly be? Lauda was already itching with excitement, urging her impatiently, no way, little sweetie, come out quickly. Well, okay. Then, a corner of the blanket was slowly lifted. This tense moment made everyone watching this scene, including Lauda, hold their breath in anxiety. Then, the scene that followed made Lauda's heart skip a beat. What appeared before him was not the sweet girl he imagined, but a gigantic, dark-skinned, ugly goblin. Fangs exposed outside of its mouth, and drool continuously dripping onto the floor from the tips. The stench was enough to make one feel nauseous. The big cell suddenly felt a storm raging in his stomach. Especially when he was closely stared at by those thin, evil eyes of the goblin, bursting with desire, the walls of his mental defense were completely shattered on the spot. Chapter 10, Where did this wretched junior come from? My god! What kind of monster is this? The big cell was so scared that his legs went weak, and he fell to the ground. But it was better this way because from his current perspective, he looked up and could smell the foul odor coming from the goblin's large feet, which were stained a dark black with dirt. It was incredibly stinky. The big cell completely lost control. His throat reacted violently, and he immediately lay on the ground, violently vomiting. It didn't matter if he was throwing up, as he retched, he backed away and began cursing loudly, you idiot! You filthy creature! Bitch! Get the hell away from me! How can you be so ugly and still join this matchmaking game? Upon hearing this, the tall, dark-skinned goblin's expression instantly turned gloomy. What did you just say? I said, get the hell out of here. Get far away. Fuck. With a whoosh, the dark-skinned goblin suddenly kicked out. It directly crushed the upper body of the big cell to pieces. The action was too quick. Even the citizens of the ugly nation didn't have time to react. The viewers watching the live broadcast. Ah ha ha ha. You're killing me. Where are the losers from the ugly nation? Come out and shout again, huh? Weren't you just great at talking? Oh, come on, since we're both beast races, your rewards must be higher than ours, right? Oh man, I didn't expect a match with a goblin, ahaha, the ugly nation is doomed. Baka baka baka. I won't allow you to insult my ugly father anymore. The commentators, Wang Bingbing and Xiao Sa, exchanged glances, clearly struggling not to burst into laughter. It seems that foreign friends are quite humorous. Yeah, our ancestors say it well, heads can be cut and blood can flow, but the bottom line must not be broken. This basketball star named Lauda fully embodies this point, we should respect him. Anyone with eyes could hear this was a concealed mockery. Fuck. Fuck. Dragon Nation pigs. Shut up all of you. Don't underestimate our ugly nation. Dragon Nation pigs. Your Lin Fan won't be so proud for long either. Jealous, huh? You're just jealous that our ugly nation's matchmaking participants have goblin partners. Okay, how about your wife? However, the mixed race groups had no way to retaliate, grinding their teeth in anger. What could they blame? They could only blame why the big cell didn't match with this dark-skinned goblin. After teasing the matchmaking contestants from the ugly nation, Lin Fan's live broadcast finally opened. He walked out of the matchmaking room. The matchmaking door immediately switched to a lockdown state. It seems that this matchmaking game doesn't want people to take advantage. Lin Fan understood in his heart. After all, in today's information, he also saw the news that monsters would gradually start appearing at night. If he could hide in this matchmaking house, it would surely save him the trouble of the manor. Thinking of this, he held Little Meow's hand. Let's go, we're going home. Little Meow looked much better. Seeing her like this, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. Did that salted fish fill you up? I'm full. Little Meow nodded repeatedly. I can't eat too much. I could go half a month without food. Don't worry about me. Lin Fan was taken aback. Was food very scarce where you were? Upon hearing this, Little Meow hesitated whether to answer. If she said she could eat a lot, would Lin Fan not want her? Lin Fan then asked seriously, Little Meow, now that you're with me, I will never let you go hungry. Lin Fan. Little Meow, touched, fluttered her cat ears, looking at Lin Fan with eyes sparkling with stars. Just as you said, when I lived with my mother before, food was hard to find, many brothers and sisters starved to death. If it weren't for the fact that I was the smallest kitten, getting the most food, I might have. Lin Fan's heart stirred. From this perspective, it seems that the world where Little Meow once lived was not a happy place at all. He tightly held Little Meow's hands and with a sincere expression, said, Little Meow, you can rest assured, I have lots of food, you don't need to worry, just eat happily. After upgrading the brick house, he received a lot of food as a reward. For a short time, the two of them didn't need to fear a lack of food. When he brought Little Meow to the front of the brick house, she stopped in her tracks, frozen in place, staring blankly at the house. Lin Fan thought she didn't like it and was just about to ask. But he saw Little Meow ask in a daze, Is this our home? Am I not dreaming? It's so beautiful. The words Lin Fan wanted to say suddenly got stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say a single word. Such a house might be an ordinary building in the human world. But for Little Meow, was it actually this precious? Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, everyone also felt very heartbroken for Little Meow. Oh, such a sensible Little Meow, it makes my heart ache. Can't even fill her stomach, can't keep warm, and even the place to live is bad? Fortunately, she met Lin Fan. Otherwise, I can't even imagine what would happen if that group of foreign monsters took her away. Lin Fan, you must treat Little Meow well. I've been watching in the live room. Oh, this sweet romance makes even my lifeless body feel warm. Little Sa and Wang Bingbing nodded repeatedly. Yeah, actually compared to others, Little Meow really found a good husband. Look at those foreign friends, either they're too eager or thinking of various dirty ideas, with no respect for their partners. How can they make these girls feel secure enough to follow them? When the youth is strong, the country is strong. From Lin Fan, we can see that the character often joked about regarding the post-00s university students has already fully embraced our dragon country's good values. Online, praises for Lin Fan continued non-stop. At the same time, many people watched the interaction between Lin Fan and Little Meow as the sweetest reality show, directly enjoying it. In the matchmaking game, Little Meow sat obediently at the dinner table, awkwardly practicing how to use chopsticks, occasionally stealing glances at Lin Fan's actions. In her heart, she secretly vowed not to embarrass her husband. She must learn how to use chopsticks before the real dinner. But, until Lin Fan brought the delicious dishes to the table, Little Meow still hadn't learned. I'm sorry. I'm too stupid. Little Meow said dejectedly, her fluffy cat ears and the cat tail behind her drooping down. Silly girl. Lin Fan always found this little one amusing. He gently rubbed her small nose, then picked up a fried fish, blowing on it to cool it down, and placed it in Little Meow's palm. Eat quickly, fill your stomach first, we can talk about these things later, there's a big battle tonight. Oh. Little Meow's cute face turned rosy as she nibbled on the fried fish. The audience in the live broadcast room erupted in howls again. Whoa. Is Lin Fan this energetic? Is university life this good? Oh gosh, I also want to find a few university boyfriend. Mom, pick me. Where did this cousin come from? Chapter 11, Doubting Again, Little Meow's Battle Power. Little did they know. Lin Fan's words had no other meaning. It was just to be taken literally. At night, monsters would come out. But it seems that before this, such a situation has never occurred in the matchmaking game? Lin Fan would not doubt that his golden finger would give him false information. A meal was quickly finished, and Xiao Miao ate 10 fried fish and 3 bowls of rice before she stopped. After the meal, Xiao Miao mysteriously grabbed Lin Fan's hand and touched her little belly. What's wrong? Lin Fan looked at Xiao Miao's proud expression, feeling a bit confused. Wait, could it be that you're pregnant? Xiao Miao immediately turned so shy that she wanted to find a hole to hide in, hurriedly and flusteredly explaining, No, I mean, thank you my husband for giving me so much food. You filled my belly. Oh, I see. I thought I was a sharpshooter, huh? After the misunderstanding, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh and cry a little. As they walked around this wilderness and returned to the brick house, the sky had gradually darkened. At the same time, a voice rang in the ears of every matchmaking game contestant. The novice period is over. Phase 1 of the matchmaking game has been unlocked. Every night, monsters of different degrees and numbers will attack. Please protect your home. If the home is destroyed, the contestant will die automatically. A new feature has been unlocked. This news left every participant in the matchmaking game stunned. Clearly, they never expected this situation to happen. The matchmaking game would actually increase in difficulty? And now there would be monsters? The houses were already drafty, and now such a rule popped up? Isn't this just wishing for them to die? In various live streaming rooms, the atmosphere was also extremely heated. Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing's expressions became serious as they received this news. With the night bringing cold winds and monsters, all contestants must ensure their survival while better protecting their home. This is undoubtedly a greater difficulty. Now, we can only hope that Lin Fan won't get into trouble. Everyone started to discuss. Monsters? What kind of monsters? If they're like titans, nobody can fight them, right? But speaking of which, Lin Fan's situation will definitely be very dangerous. A fragile college student and a little cute girl, neither of them has much combat power. Can someone let me be Lin Fan's bodyguard? I'm a professional fitness coach, with me around, at least I can help Lin Fan hold out for a while. This news is just too sudden. Lin Fan is good at using his brain, but as for physical abilities, he might not be that strong. How can he protect Xiao Miao and their home? Amit ba. May Lin Fan not run into any trouble. At this moment, in the matchmaking game, night had completely fallen. Lin Fan suddenly discovered that he had a system panel to check. Name, Lin Fan. Level, E. Combat power, 3. Physique, 20. Agility, 10. Spirit, 10. Normal person's three-dimensional attributes are 10. Combat evaluation, a fragile college student not even worth a 5-star fight. Skill, Eye of True Sight. Lin Fan was too lazy to look at this heartbreaking panel and threw out an Eye of True Sight around him. Common Goblin. Combat power, 10. Evaluation, a common alien, capable of fighting a healthy adult man one-on-one. Are there really monsters? At the same time, Xiao Miao seemed to sense something, her eyes no longer weak, but sharp as she looked into the dark surroundings. Faintly, there were red lights flickering, and roars rising. Lin Fan, you should go hide inside the house. Xiao Miao blocked Lin Fan, her small figure swaying in the reflection of the light, yet incredibly firm. Outside, there are many monsters. Lin Fan paused and obediently returned to the door, while throwing an Eye of True Sight at Xiao Miao. Not looking was fine, but upon looking, he was really shocked. Xiao Miao. Level, D level. Combat power, 500. Physique, 50. Agility, 80. Spirit, 11. Combat evaluation, a combat genius from the Cat Demon clan. Good heavens. From the looks of it, Xiao Miao's attributes could simply smash all the monsters in front of her. Lin Fan finally let out a sigh of relief. Okay, little Miao, be careful. When you come back, I will reward you well. After saying that, Lin Fan went straight back to his room and lay down to relax. Seeing this scene, the live stream room exploded. Didn't you say you would protect little Miao? Why is this defenseless little girl facing monsters outside? Little Miao, you really? I'm crying. Could it be that little Miao plans to sacrifice herself? When the alien scum saw this scene, they immediately found an opening. They began to spew insults crazily. Look at your dragon country's soft eggs. Is this what your young people are like? So weak? Not even daring to face monsters head-on, planning to send a little girl to her death? If it were our people, they would have beaten those monsters to a pulp. Baka Yaru. Lin Fan is a Baka Yaru. This makes me laugh to death, letting little Meow die while he hides and survives, thinking he can have other national fortunes after losing little Meow? The whole country is made up of fools. Fuck. When it comes to bravery, you really can't compare to us Westerners. Cowards. No, can you all just stop yelling? Do you think you can guess Lin Fan's thoughts? Everyone calm down first. Receiving the command, Little Saw reacted quickly, immediately using his strongest control technique. Just now, everyone might have overlooked a point. The participants in the matchmaking have a special function, which is to see others' attribute panels. Those monsters' combat power levels are 10 points, dozens of points. But little Meow, she is a D level, with a combat power of as much as 500 points. As soon as this was said, everyone was stunned. 500 combat power? Little Meow? No way? Is this right? Seeing that everyone still didn't believe it, Wang Bingbing quickly explained. Did everyone forget? Don't look at how weak little Meow seems, she is also a member of the alien race, it's normal for her to be strong, right? Oh. At this point, everyone remembered. In the previous livestream, little Meow's attribute panel had indeed been shown. They were just too focused on little Meow facing monsters alone while Lin Fan lay down at ease. Lin Fan didn't have combat power, little Meow can protect him, it's also normal for her not to be present and get in the way, right? Chapter 12, Little Meow rampages, bursting with gear. No matter how you quibble, sending a girl to face these monsters is utterly despicable. Exactly. If it were our country's matchmaking contestants, they would absolutely rather die themselves than let their women die. Baka baka. The thing I hate most in my life is those who hide behind women. Sigh, as a person from Dragon Country, it really breaks my heart to see Lin Fan making such a move. Haha, then come to our San San country. We San San country loves talents like you. Just shout San San Daddy. San San Daddy. Since the newbie phase had just passed, everyone's understanding of combat power was just superficial understanding. They had no concept of what combat power really meant. Moreover, little Meow indeed looked like that gentle and cute type, generally, she wouldn't be that strong, right? This was what everyone believed. It's just that compared to the alien scum, the people of Dragon Country lean more towards trusting Lin Fan's decisions. And soon, the scene in the livestream gave them the answer. They saw that around their home, more and more monsters were gathering. There were more than 30 green-skinned goblins surrounding them with evil eyes. That disgusting smile made people shiver at a glance. Especially when it is noted that the goblins can fight a healthy adult man one-on-one. And little Meow? She was just a cute cat girl. Little Meow's expression was very serious, her sharp eyes looking at the surrounding goblin army. Compared to her soft and cute demeanor in front of Lin Fan, it was like two completely different personalities. I will never allow any monster to harm my husband. Little Meow's face darkened, murderous intent soaring. From somewhere, she pulled out a meteor hammer that was even taller than her entire body. Holding it in her hand, the sense of incongruity was completely off the charts. Just as everyone was still immersed in the shock of her appearance, little Meow charged in like lightning toward the goblin army ahead. Whoosh! 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 Blood and flesh flew everywhere. But it wasn't little Meow. It was the goblins. One by one, the green-skinned goblins were treated like easily cut vegetables in front of little Meow. That huge meteor hammer in little Meow's delicate hands wielded with unexpected strength, creating a fierce whirlwind. It moved as if it were an extension of her will. After witnessing little Meow's power, the lowly goblin creature showed no awareness of the oncoming death. Instead, they became furious and launched a thunderous assault on little Meow. However, little Meow's combat power was not to be underestimated. That giant spiked iron ball was spun rapidly by little Meow, actually forming an impenetrable wall. Any goblin that dared to approach little Meow was instantly slain on the spot. The ground was littered with corpses. A goblin capable of fighting an adult man was completely inexperienced in facing little Meow. They were shattered to pieces. In just a few minutes, more than 30 goblins fell dead. Little Meow still wasn't satisfied and checked the bodies again, thoroughly inspecting the area around her home 3 times before gently pushing the door open. Discovering Lin Fan was anxiously waiting for her, then she felt relieved. At the same time, a sweet smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. I knew it, my husband must care for me. Little Meow felt sweet inside, but when she saw her blood-soaked appearance, she paused and frowned. If she went to see her husband like this, it definitely wouldn't do. She should clean up first. And this scene stunned everyone in the livestream, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground. No way, is this really little Meow? She is simply overly powerful. Those monsters are utterly meaningless in front of little Meow. I don't know why, but after watching little Meow's power, I suddenly feel like I can do it too. Don't joke around, that's a goblin that can fight a healthy adult man. Most of the people today are in subhealth, it's unlikely that they could even kill a single goblin, let alone this many. At this moment, Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing finally came to their senses. Looking at the massive amount of comments, they couldn't help but click their tongues, their eyes filled with admiration. No wonder Lin Fan felt at ease letting little Meow deal with these goblins. He truly believes in his partner. Indeed, it's quite rare. From what we can see, the importance of combat power is a very official and objective opinion. Alas, I have to mention the love story between Little Meow and Lin Fan. It's really enviable to watch. Xiao Sa teased Wang Bingbing, saying, "What's wrong? Our new national goddess has this kind of thought too?" Wang Bingbing shyly smiled without saying anything more. The comments were now void of any words from the foreign trash. They were not scared, but unwilling to believe. Why? Why? Why is the marriage partner of the Dragon Kingdom so powerful? Why not directly die in this matchmaking game? In the matchmaking game, Little Meow, having cleaned herself up, found herself without a change of clothes. So she put on a set of men's clothes. But the difference in size between her and Lin Fan was just too big. This made Xiaomiao look like a child who had stolen an adult's clothes. Just right. At this moment, the door was opened. Lin Fan was still a bit uneasy and planned to come out to check the situation, just in time to see the freshly washed Xiaomiao. A beauty just out of the bath, red lips and white teeth, skin as pure as snow. Just by looking at her like this, one couldn't help but want to take a bite. Lin Fan. Xiaomiao came to Lin Fan's arms, acting cute as if seeking praise. "Xiaomiao, are you hurt?" Lin Fan's first words were genuine concern for Xiaomiao's condition. This made Xiaomiao's heart bloom with joy. She was over the moon. After ensuring that Xiaomiao was fine, Lin Fan went outside to check and couldn't help but feel shocked inside. What a surprise, what a surprise. There were actually so many monsters outside this home. Lin Fan looked at Xiaomiao in amazement. "Xiaomiao, did you take care of all these?" Xiaomiao's gaze flinched slightly, afraid Lin Fan would think she was too brutal. In the end, Lin Fan excitedly picked her up and spun around several times. "Xiaomiao, you are amazing. You took down so many monsters without getting hurt." Xiaomiao froze. Am I being praised? So happy. Lin Fan indulged with Xiaomiao for a while longer, making the viewers in the live broadcast room envious. Suddenly, Lin Fan noticed something seemed to be trapped under the goblin's body. Chapter 13, Why does the Dragon Country's pig look so comfortable? Is there loot? Curious, Lin Fan approached and took it out. It looked like a blueprint. The system's prompt appeared in his mind. Hardwood fence, level 1. Durability, 100 out of 100. Can simply defend against monster attacks. Since the wood comes from another world, it can at least ensure the safety of the home. Good stuff. When Lin Fan was in the room, he wasn't really lying flat. Instead, he was researching all kinds of new things that appeared in this stage. That is, the home itself, which concerns the survival of the participants in the matchmaking game. And the home itself also has durability. But repairing the durability of the hardwood fence is simple. One only needs to enter the door to the forest world to obtain wood for repairs. But the home is different. It requires strange materials. Finding materials is extremely difficult. So, no matter what, the durability of the home must not decrease. Right now, with the fence, he could feel a bit more at ease. What kind of good thing is this? Xiaomiao couldn't understand the yellow blueprint, which was filled with strange patterns. But since Lin Fan liked to look at it, she could learn too. Yes, thanks to you, Xiaomiao, with this, our home is secured. Lin Fan laughed heartily. Then, he decisively activated the generation of the hardwood fence. In an instant, a flash of white light passed. The entire circle surrounding the home was filled with white hardwood fences. About 1 meter high. Seamlessly fitting together, it was not a shoddy project. This kind of method was something Xiaomiao had never seen before. Her mouth opened wide in surprise. So amazing. Hee, Xiaomiao, this also took some effort from you. Come on, let's go back inside. I'll check again to see if you have any injuries. The viewers in the live broadcast room. Not bro. We are still enjoying this sweetness. You just jumped straight to the advertisement time? What about watching the trade fair? Wow, can't sleep. Lin Fan's matchmaking partner is just too cute. My dream goddess. I can't take it anymore. I'll find a girlfriend based on this standard in the future. You might as well stick to dreaming, no offense, just wanted to say that. Ha. Wow, shocking. I'm going to sleep. Wait, don't sleep yet. Go watch other countries' live broadcasts, they really make me laugh to death. After a barrage of comments ended, the people of Dragon Country flocked to the live broadcasts of other countries. First, they went to the little country that had shouted the loudest before. At this moment, their contestant, Nikuchuan, was curled up in a small wooden house, trembling. Not only was he shivering from the cold, but the roar of monsters outside and the loud banging on the wooden door left him with no thoughts of anything else. Bang! 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 The old, rickety wooden door seemed like it would be completely smashed by the monsters at any moment. Nikuchuan's heart raced with fear like a drum. Unknowingly, without realizing how much time had passed, the noise outside gradually lessened. The monsters, have they all left? Nikuchuan carefully pressed his ear against the wall of the wooden house, and indeed, there was no sound at all. The monsters were really gone. Daylight had come. How wonderful, ha ha ha. I hope I can encounter a matching door too, ha ha ha. Nikuchuan was overjoyed. The ecstasy of surviving made him almost go mad. He suddenly pushed open the door, but the endless dark plain revealed no sign of any monsters. Just as he was confused and turned to look back, he froze in shock. He saw that the durability of the wooden house had already dropped to 0. According to the rules, when the home is breached, it means. In the next moment, Nikuchuan's eyes went black, and he immediately fell to the ground. Small country marriage participant, dead. The blood-red words appeared on the live stream screen. All the people from the little country went pale. Damn it, damn it. It's like we lost our country's face. Baka 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 baka. Weren't you little country folks the loudest before? Why is there no sound now? Can you still talk? Foolish dragon country pigs. We, the citizens of the little country, would rather stand and die than rely on women. Still trying to be tough, still trying to be tough. Even if what you said was true, can your country have such good women as Xiao Miao? In an instant, no one from the little country spoke again. They were broken. This was truly a breaking point. Garen said lightly, true breaking was nothing more than this. And at this moment, on the other side, in High Chicken Country, a burly black man, along with his matching partner, a giant black spider, was facing the same dire situation. Watching the durability of the wooden house drop little by little, his heart was bleeding. But facing the goblins head-on, he truly did not have the guts for it. Thinking of this, he suddenly looked at the black spider beside him. Baby, can you go out and fight those goblins? Promise me, please save me this time? He knew that if the wooden house was gone, he would die. At this rate, it would probably be light out before the wooden house was completely breached. He absolutely did not want to see that scene happen. After all, he was really going to die. So, when he found that the giant black spider had no reaction at all, he became anxious. Immediately, an evil plan formed in his mind. The black man grabbed the spider's furry leg and kicked open the door, hurling it outside. Hurry! Hurry and hold them off for me. Don't let my wooden house durability drop to 0. Fuck! This scene left everyone in the live stream speechless. Wait, didn't you High Chicken Country just say that Lin Fan was too cowardly? Didn't you say to be a gentleman? How come the one running the fastest is your black brother? Can someone explain to me, who dares to confront their partner but not goblins, what kind of coward is this? A bunch of foolish dragon country pigs, you don't understand at all. Stop pointing fingers. Using your dragon country's old saying, this is called sacrificing the car to protect the commander. A wise choice. Their marriage partners from Long Country are impressive, and we from Gaoji Country are certainly not inferior. Confronted with this mix of flattery and sarcasm, the people of Long Country merely smiled. Who is the clown? The difference is clear. In the scene, that giant black spider was obviously frozen on the spot. But the surrounding goblins didn't care, and all rushed forward. Just when everyone from Gaoji Country thought the black spider would start to fight back. Chapter 14, Treasure Behind the Random Door, 1 battle's worth. Creak creak. The faces of all the people from Gaoji Country were filled with astonishment. They looked in disbelief at the scene where the giant black spider was directly torn apart by many goblins. What's going on? What's happening? Why isn't our marriage partner from Gaoji Country fighting back? Could it be that her combat power is very low? Is she even worse than goblins? Impossible. Why does the trash from Long Country have a combat power of 500 while our partner gets killed instantly? Cheating. It has to be cheating. Soon, after the giant black spider was torn apart, the goblins started attacking the wooden house again, and the durability was dropping rapidly. Not long after, the advanced player was also declared dead. Not just these countries, it could be said that almost all participants in the matchmaking game lost their lives in this version update. However, when they angrily turned to look at the live broadcast room of Long Country, What they saw was Lin Fan enjoying his comfortable life. Instantly, they were enraged. Long country must be cheating. The next day, Lin Fan leaned against the wall to go to the bathroom and wash up. After getting out of bed, he found that little Meow had already left the bed early. Just right, he could check what new information had refreshed in today's system. Information 1, the treasure chest behind door number 1 contains deadly poison, but upon opening it, you can gain a pill of unknown use. Information 2, behind door number 2 hides a magic wand, but there are many slime monsters present. Information 3, opening doors number 3 and number 4 will result in national disaster. Information 4, perhaps changing the approach could greatly increase little Meow's chances of getting pregnant. After reading all the information, Lin Fan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. The others were okay, but what's up with the last one? This is a place only serious people can come. No dirty jokes allowed. Back to the point, information 1 seems like a joke to Lin Fan, opening it gives deadly poison but also a cure, right? Without a doubt, this ridiculous matchmaking game must be designed like that. Information 3, the addition of national disaster, is certainly not something to choose. Discard. The only option left is information 2. A magic wand? Could it be that after getting it, he could actually be a powerful magic user? As of now, that is unknown. At least he is very interested. Lin Fan planned to look for little Meow and discuss information 4 with her. Finally, he found little Meow in the kitchen. At this moment, little Meow was wearing a cute cat apron, hurriedly moving around in front of the stove. In a moment of distraction, little Meow was startled by the steam rising from the pot, causing the lid to fly off. It landed right at Lin Fan's feet, and he picked it up. "You're awake." Little Meow felt a bit shy. It was her first time trying to cook, and she was embarrassed to be seen like this by her dear husband. "Aha! Little Meow, you're such a big fool." Lin Fan smiled and gently rubbed little Meow's cheek. "I knew it, after last night you were looking at recipes, turns out you wanted to make breakfast for me." "Little Meow, you are such a good wife." The words good wife made little Meow's entire face turn utterly red. Waving her hands repeatedly, "No, no, no, no. I'm too stupid, still not very good at it. Let me see, what have you made?" Suddenly, little Meow realized, "Oh no. The porridge I made. It must be burned now." As expected, in the pot, the porridge was already floating with a few black spots. "Whoa whoa." Little Meow looked so pitiful, about to cry, which melted Lin Fan's heart. Don't cry, it's still edible." "You're lying." Little Meow immediately stopped crying and started to smile. The two hosts who got up early and all the viewers in the live broadcast room. "Wait, I just got up and you're already feeding me such a big wave of dog food? Jealous of Lin Fan's second day. So envious." Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing also commented with smiles. Lin Fan and Little Meow, although not of the same kind, met because of this matchmaking game, and displayed such pure and kind-hearted love. It's really not easy. Yeah, after watching this, the young people nowadays must all want to fall in love. After finishing their sweet breakfast, the two walked on the plain. Since coming to this matchmaking game, he hadn't had the chance to explore the surroundings yet. As they walked, they noticed something was off. This plain looks like it's covered with film? They were only 10 meters away from the house. In front of them, a transparent white barrier appeared out of nowhere. Little Meow was very confused. Lin Fan reached out to touch it, and a system prompt sounded. "The area ahead, come back to explore later." Lin Fan. It seemed this was the second stage, or something that came after. Right now, he couldn't pass through this barrier. Realizing this, he didn't bother with it anymore. Instead, he walked straight to the number 2 door. This action made everyone suddenly tense. The death rate of opening a non-matchmaking door is as high as 99%. And the cause of this death is neither being killed by monsters nor any other reasons. Most of the time, it's absolute death. It was as if opening this door would cause one's name to be struck off the King of Hell's list. This was an irreversible death result. So even if they believed in Lin Fan, they couldn't help but hold their breath. Then, everyone just stared wide-eyed as Lin Fan pushed open the random door. Behind the door, it seemed there was no immediate danger. And then, the scene shifted. They unexpectedly appeared in an environment resembling a tropical rainforest. Everything felt incredibly real. Unidentified insect chirps constantly rang out. The damp ground made squelching noises under their shoes. Upon seeing this, everyone's expressions in the live broadcast room changed. Environmental door? Wow, how come we ended up in such a place? You know, this kind of door that changes into a specific environment is the same nature as those in-game dungeons. If you can solve it, then you can leave safely. But if you can't solve it all, there's no chance to leave. Even the door is gone. There have been similar situations in the live broadcast rooms of other countries, indeed, just as this brother said. Xiao Sa's expression grew serious. It appears Lin Fan's situation might not be too good. Wang Bingbing chimed in. It mainly depends on how powerful all the monsters here are. Little Meow has 500 points of combat power, which is the strongest standard for measuring one's strength in the matchmaking game. There's no mistake. Xiao Sa nodded in agreement, deep in thought. But speaking of which, based on research, all environmental dungeons that have appeared in the live broadcast room seem not to be very powerful. Perhaps this environmental dungeon might not be too challenging for Lin Fan and Little Meow. It's not exactly a dangerous place, it can be safely passed through. Trust in Lin Fan and Xiao Miao. Ha! The wheel of fortune turns, huh? Always happy to see this fool Lin Fan fail and die. Great! As a Dragon Country citizen, I've long been unable to tolerate this poser. Doesn't respect women's rights at all. Fool Lin Fan, dying sooner would be best. Wait, isn't Lin Fan fighting for our welfare? Can't you people just be honest with the 500,000? Why insult him? Welfare? Nonsense. I haven't even enjoyed the national reward, how can he fight for welfare? Exactly. Why didn't they give us the national reward? We just dislike your Dragon Country, it's not that big of a deal. We're more generous than you ugly people's father. Yes. Our ugly country totally welcomes all of you Dragon Country citizens. Really? Ugly father, I'm coming right now. Seeing a group of foreign culture worshippers still shouting, the real Dragon Country citizens clenched their teeth in hatred, yet felt helpless against them. One can only say, the foreign cultural invasion over these years has been too severe. It has almost deeply affected the bones of those 500,000. Did they forget how good the welfare from Dragon Country is for its citizens? At this moment, in the matchmaking game, Xiao Miao smelled a strange odor. Her eyes were fixed tightly on a large tree ahead, covered in moss. Suddenly, the tree, thick enough for one person to wrap their arms around, fell with a loud crash. From the broken part, sticky juice kept oozing out. From here, the two of them finally saw the true face of the monster. Slime. Level, E. Combat power, 80. Evaluation, among E-level monsters, it is one of the strongest. Its splashing juice has a very strong corrosive effect. Lin Fan and Xiao Miao's expressions became serious. Husband, you step back first. This kind of monster is tricky, especially after killing them, they will spray highly corrosive acid. I'll handle this. Lin Fan obediently stepped back, while his mind quickly raced, thinking about where the treasure could be. At this moment, the intel finally kicked in. It vaguely gave Lin Fan a guiding thought. Good job, Bruce. Lin Fan was overjoyed. In just these few seconds, the slime, whose body was as soft and bouncy as gel with each sliding step, had already surrounded the two of them. It seemed like there were more than 10 of them. Also, slimes were still dropping down from the trees around them. Xiao Miao hesitated, holding a meteor hammer, but dared not make a move. If they really fought, she feared Lin Fan would get hit by the slime. Lin Fan quickly told Xiao Miao, go to the direction I'm pointing, I have a plan. Without hesitation, Xiao Miao immediately followed Lin Fan's words. The meteor hammer slammed down. With a series of splattering sounds, the crystal-clear slime was immediately smashed into pieces. But in its death moment, its body exploded, releasing acid water that fell from the sky. Xiao Miao moved quickly, leading Lin Fan to dodge. The acid water didn't harm them. But it quickly released a burst of white smoke on the ground. This scene made everyone in the live broadcast room feel a bit anxious. Thank goodness Xiao Miao is here. This slime is really scary. If this kind of monster attacked a home, it's hard to imagine. Even falling to the ground, it has this much power. What if it fell on a person? Look, it seems like Lin Fan has an idea. The foreign trash immediately tried to crush the hopes of the Dragon Country citizens. What idea, Smita? There are so many slimes here. How could Lin Fan and Xiao Miao, two pigs, possibly make it out unscathed? Fuck. What a bunch of pigs. Don't you see that these slimes are coming at us non-stop? How much strength can this beast have? When she struggles to the last moment, that will be real despair. Fortunately, our High Rooster Country contestants are the smartest. No marriage gate? Then let's just not enter. A bunch of cowards still shouting. Get lost. Don't think about bringing us, the Dragon Kingdom people, down. In the matchmaking game, the slimes around are increasing. Some are sliding down from the trees. Others are crawling out from the ground, unexpected. Little Meow is fully focused, afraid that Lin Fan might suffer even a little harm. As Little Meow protects him, Lin Fan quickly follows the guidance in his mind, arriving at a specific spot. Right here underground. Lin Fan has no hesitation, immediately starts digging frantically with his hands. The soil is soft, so it isn't slow, in fact, it's quite fast. Little Meow, hold on. Little Meow nods heavily, attacking the surrounding slimes wildly. Fortunately, the acidic liquid from these dying slimes also attacks their own kind. Little Meow seems to have found a way, initiating a chain reaction with the slimes. The situation oddly balances out. But at this moment, the group of slimes suddenly comes to a halt. From afar, a huge noise comes. Little Meow is stunned, focused to see, and instantly startled. That is... What? Lin Fan turns back to look, also shocked. In the jungle, a giant purple slime, almost the size of a villa, bounces over slowly. Slime King, purple. Level, E+. Combat power, 400. Ability, powerful corrosion. Evaluation: this level of corrosion can even defeat D-level beings, and the power of powerful corrosion is extremely strong. Without agility under 100, there's no escape. Chapter 16, Acquire the Wand. Follow the wind dog of the cold country. Little Meow's face turns terrified immediately. Lin Fan, hide quickly. This guy is very hard for me to deal with. This isn't just a bit difficult? It can be said that even if they defeat it, it's impossible to leave unscathed. Watching Little Meow get hurt, Lin Fan cannot just stand by. But then, his eyes brighten. No need. I found it. At this moment in the live broadcast room, because of the appearance of this Slime King, a huge uproar is stirred. Everyone panics. No way, the Slime King. Although its combat power isn't as high as Little Meow's, just relying on this Slime King's disgusting ability is enough for Little Meow to face some hardship. It might even be injured. Little Meow definitely won't be able to split her attention with this Slime King. What will Lin Fan do then? Or does Little Meow think she can manage both facing so many monsters for Lin Fan? Seeing everyone's emotions get a bit off, Little Saw hurriedly speaks to stabilize the situation. Everyone, don't panic. Although the current situation is very severe, it seems that since Lin Fan entered this instance, he has his own objective. We don't know what he plans to do, but we know that Lin Fan isn't someone who would risk his life. He's doing this for a reason. Everyone, we must believe that Lin Fan can turn the situation around. Little Saw's words considered many aspects. Certainly, in an instant, stabilized everyone's emotions. But thinking about it, even if Lin Fan is extraordinary, at this moment, he is just an inexperienced college student. Who can guarantee that this college student won't have his own special thoughts leading to our complete demise? Even many historical prodigies, famous figures may fail due to their own confidence. How could we completely believe in such a college student? This is basically the voice of most people. However, they didn't speak it out loud. After all, at this moment, there are many mixed-race creatures staring closely at the Dragon Nation, hoping to see when they would make a mistake. Sure enough, after discovering that Lin Fan was in great danger, countless alien creatures immediately jumped out. Ah, this is great. Slime King, you did well. We of the Ugly Nation recognize you. Kill Lin Fan, that fool. I've hated this guy who hides behind women for a long time. Dragon Nation pigs, what are you still holding on for? Actually, I have news to tell everyone. This Lin Fan is a citizen of our great Han Nation. He's been deceiving you all along, playing with you. Oh my god, I really don't know what Lin Fan is doing. Why does he have to go through that door? I'm so tired of the stupidity of your Dragon Nation men. If I had known, I would have bought a plane ticket to the great Han Nation sooner. Every move Lin Fan makes affects the future fate of the Dragon Nation. If everything goes smoothly, it would be fine, but this is the world of a matchmaking game. No one can guarantee they won't make a mistake. And if they take a wrong step, how much pressure would the Dragon Nation bear? Almost everyone was in front of the live stream, sincerely praying, hoping that Lin Fan doesn't get into trouble. Whether they cared about Lin Fan's safety or the future reputation of the Dragon Nation, they all didn't want Lin Fan and Xiao Miao, this model couple, to die in the matchmaking game. Lin Fan, come on, hold on. Don't die. Stay alive. Lin Fan, if you die, who will fill my sweetest dating show? In the matchmaking game. Xiao Miao did not heed Lin Fan's words. Instead, with a serious expression, she continued advising, hide. Otherwise, Xiao Miao can't deal with this guy. He's tough. He might hurt you. Xiao Miao. Lin Fan was very touched, but what about you? You could get hurt, or even end up in a worse situation. Xiao Miao only shook her head. Meeting you has already made me very happy. This is Xiao Miao's happiest day. No matter what happens next, please don't look back at Xiao Miao. Xiao Miao just wants to do everything she can for you. At that moment, Xiao Miao was still the one who stood by herself unwaveringly. Even her own life and safety were disregarded. In her heart, she always thought of him. This made a warm current flow through Lin Fan's heart. Such a good girl. Lin Fan suddenly smiled. He hugged Xiao Miao behind him. Xiao Miao, thank you, I will love you forever. Lin Fan, Xiao Miao immediately panicked. But then, she looked at the thing in Lin Fan's hand. Holding a wooden staff, and at the tip of the staff, there was a dazzling green gem. From this magic wand, Xiao Miao could feel a rich and strong magical power. This is... Xiao Miao stared blankly. She saw Lin Fan slowly raise the magic wand. With the power of his mind, a huge fireball suddenly condensed above the emerald gem. Fire Magic Wand. Level, E+. Combat Power, 400. Description, can conjure a giant flame, dealing double damage to both creatures and monsters. It only takes 2 points of mental power to unleash a huge fireball. In midair, the fireball grew larger and larger, reaching a diameter of 3 meters. And even the air suddenly became dry and scorching. Go! Lin Fan swung the staff fiercely, the fireball moved freely, smashing toward the Slime King's body. In an instant, a loud sound echoed as a water ball was shattered. The Slime King's originally crystal-clear body exploded from the burning flames, its acidic liquid instantly evaporating. Bang bang bang. The Slime King instinctively sensed the incoming danger and hurriedly tried to escape. Lin Fan did not give him any opportunity at all, fireballs smashed down one after another. Only when his mental power was completely exhausted did he finally stop. And the Slime King had long been burned to a mere skin in such an assault. The other slime houses could not escape the fate of death either. The environment instance was completely cleared. Instance cleared. Exit revealed. With a whoosh, the exit door reappeared where they had originally entered. Little Meow, shall we go? Lin Fan looked back, Little Meow's eyes were filled with unabashed admiration. She looked at Lin Fan with a glow full of love. Lin Fan, you are amazing, truly worthy of being my dearest husband. Chapter 17, What It Means to Lose More Than You Gain. At this moment in the Dragon Kingdom live stream, everyone was in an uproar. Lin Fan once again created a miracle. Who could have guessed that Lin Fan, while fighting, suddenly pulled out a magic wand? With just a few moves, he cleared the instance completely. Lin Fan is incredible. Who could have thought of such operations? Really, when did this magic wand come? Wait, when we first entered this instance, it seemed like Lin Fan was searching for something. Indeed, could it be that he knew there was a magic wand buried underground the moment he entered here? Although it sounds a bit ridiculous, it seems like this possibility is the greatest. Could it be that Lin Fan really understood the hidden treasure rules of this matchmaking game? Maybe it really exists. No matter what, Lin Fan is incredible. Wang Bingbing, full of admiration, patted her chest. She said to Xiao Sa, wow, I was really scared just now. I thought Lin Fan and Little Meow were in real danger. Xiao Sa laughed, yeah, everyone thought so, but every time we think that, Lin Fan always surprises us. I really hope that an excellent young man like Lin Fan can become a role model for all the youth in our Dragon Kingdom. Absolutely. How can Lin Fan not be my idol? No, what if I can't learn it even if I try? Ah ha 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 ha. The truth is out. The entire live stream room was filled with a warm atmosphere. Those alien scum were hopping mad. F***CK. F***CK. F***CK squid. Are you guys kidding me? Where did this magic wand come from? The Dragon Kingdom cheats. Exactly, this is cheating. How could he have a magic wand? No, have you guys stopped using logic when you troll? It must be that Lin Fan the Great found it. Could it be that you gave it to him? Alright, let it be our Dahan Kingdom's gift. I now demand you Dragon Kingdom give it back to us. You really made me see how low a person's limit can go. To be so shameless to such an extent, then you truly are invincible, kid. Alright, aren't you guys still the same? Our Dahan Kingdom will fully ban all your Dragon Kingdom's cultural entries. This sentence made the people of the Dragon Kingdom laugh out loud. Not even joking, a full ban? Isn't all of Dahan Kingdom's culture stolen from our Dragon Kingdom? Looking at which of our Dragon Kingdom cultures you like, you just steal that. And here you are shamelessly boasting? You stole everything, but in the end, you all learned to make a mess of it and feel proud? It's really hilarious. On the other side of Dahan Kingdom, since the matchmaking contestants were dead, they chose a new contestant to enter the matchmaking game. But before that, their Dahan Kingdom boss specifically summoned the chosen contestant. Jean Zitian, you must remember, after entering the matchmaking game, if there is a matchmaking door, do not rush to open it. Wait 3 days before you can open it. Then, without the matchmaking door, you can just randomly open a door, preferably an environmental instance door. Then start digging in there, looking for the ultimate treasure, got it? The boss seriously instructed. Jean Zitian had a rather odd expression. Since he was young, he heard that the Great Han country only steals the culture of the Dragon country. At first, he didn't believe it. But now, what he heard was entirely what Lin Fan had done in the matchmaking game, right? Doesn't this clearly mean that the Great Han country loves to steal things from other countries? However, the current situation was a bit special. Jean Zitian was too lazy to think too much about it. He just kept nodding, yes. Soon, the teleportation for the matchmaking game began. He arrived on a plane, and in front of him stood 4 doors. Seeing that there was no matchmaking door, he recalled what the boss had told him. Without a matchmaking door, open the environmental instance door. Alright, then let's open it. Jean Zitian confidently pushed open door number 2. Sure enough, he entered an orc instance. Fortunately, he was not discovered by them. So, he secretly started digging on the ground. Started digging? This scene immediately left everyone in the live stream stunned. Wait, what is this guy doing? Is he imitating our Lin Fan? Oh my god, this is ridiculously stupid. Indeed, it's not just stupid but also bad, thinking that everyone's situation is the same is meaningless. Just because you Dragon country can do this, our Great Han people cannot, right? Why are you Dragon country people so small-minded? Are you unable to stand our Great Han people rising? Rising? Sigh, forget it, how can I have a conversation with people like you who can manage life but have issues with intelligence? Copy away, you can keep copying. Inside the environmental instance. Jean Zitian dug for half a day and didn't even find a hair. Suddenly he thought. When Lin Fan was in this instance, it seemed he ran around for quite a while. Could that be the best way to get the magic wand? Thinking of this, Jean Zitian immediately started to act. He hurriedly ran off, but the noise immediately attracted a group of orcs' attention. Wow wow wow. Many orcs followed right behind Jean Zitian, swinging their wolf's toothsticks, chasing fast. This scene immediately scared Jean Zitian out of his wits, and he didn't dare to stop for a moment. Calculating the distance in his mind, he quickly lay on the ground to start digging. Hurry! Magic wand, hurry up and come out! Jean Zitian almost shouted out loud. However, in just the next moment, dozens of wolf's toothsticks suddenly struck his back of the head. In the live stream, the people of the Dragon country were completely stunned by what they saw. Wait, what kind of operation is this? Is he trying to replicate Lin Fan's actions 1-to-1? Ha! Is he human? Anyone with a slightly normal level of intelligence would know this kind of replication is pure suicide. I was wondering why he started digging as soon as he entered. Lin Fan had a purpose and a little meow, and this kid started digging the moment he went in. Is he joking with me? A god among men. The comments from the Dragon country crowd pierced deep into the hearts of those from the Great Han country like sharp knives. Indeed. Even they felt that such an operation was too inhumane. But they could never think that this was actually the order given by the king of the Great Han country. Chapter 18, The Power of Flowers, also exploding equipment? On the other side, Lin Fan, who had safely exited the instance, did not rush to leave, but wandered in the forest led by the little meow. Look, this is the crystal fruit. It's really good for the body. Little Meow proudly picked several fruits as white as jade, which looked like apples, but they indeed had corresponding attribute panels. Crystal fruit. After consumption, 3-dimensional attributes +1. Can enjoy up to 10 times of attribute gain. Wow, Lin Fan wouldn't be polite. He stuffed all of them into his pockets. Right now, his home was exactly missing these fruits, and also, it was the first time he saw something that could enhance attributes. Besides that, Little Meow was also very familiar with other things. For example, the slime's corpse could be eaten raw or made into a cold dish. There were also some special flower seeds. It seemed that after growing up, they would also have edible value. Little Meow, you're so amazing. Lin Fan couldn't help but praise her. Hee hee. Little Meow's cat ears perked up happily, and her tail swayed left and right, indicating that she was in a good mood. After they swept through everything, the two left this environmental instance. Back at home, Lin Fan tried to make a cold dish with the slime, and it actually tasted pretty good. Crisp and flavorful. The two planted a row of flower seeds near the fence, ground the remaining slime into powder, and mixed it in. Those flower seeds unexpectedly grew at a visibly fast speed. The final growth form. It was a flower resembling a human head with a big blood-stained mouth. Little Meow explained, this is called the chomp flower. They will remember their owner's taste but will not refuse to eat outsiders, allowing us to rest easy. Chomp flower. Level, E. Combat power, 100. Evaluation, possesses extremely strong biting power, even E+ creatures can be torn apart by it accidentally, and its strong acidic saliva will corrode the remains. As food level increases, the flower itself will continually grow stronger. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. This is really good. Using it specifically for guarding the home is quite excellent. Looking at the sky, it was about to get dark. Soon, he could take a good look at the specific abilities of this chomp flower. The two cuddled for a while. Night fell completely. The surroundings were once again enveloped in darkness, and the sounds of monster roars gradually began. Little Meow sniffed the air. The monsters this time are ferocious lions. They are very fast and particularly fierce. The chomp flowers should be able to take care of them. Outside the fence, one by one, huge ferocious lions drooled as they approached their home. Ferocious lion. Level, E. Combat power, 90. Evaluation, extremely fast and vicious. Ordinary humans cannot defeat them with physical strength alone. But all around this fence, there were chomp flowers planted. They descended with great authority. As they approached the chomp flowers, they were bitten by those huge blood-stained mouths. Blood splattered. The ferocious lions struggled desperately, but it was of no use. In the end, they were completely digested by the chomp flowers. So impressive. Lin Fan couldn't help but brighten up. Looking at it this way, combining these flowers would completely withstand the attacks of this group of monsters. In terms of home safety, perhaps no one is more comfortable than he is right now? Having witnessed the power of the chomp flower, Lin Fan completely set his mind at ease. He and Little Meow lay in the yard, chatting peacefully. The sounds outside quickly disappeared. This scene made the citizens of Dragon Country, who had just entered the live broadcast room, rub their eyes in wonder. Wait, I just came in, what happened? Why are there no monster attacks at Lin Fan's place? It's not that there are no monster attacks, but Lin Fan planted a row of things called chomp flowers, and then relied entirely on the chomp flowers to deal with all the monsters. Goodness, I'm really curious whether Lin Fan and others are really in the same matchmaking game world? How can one person live so comfortably while everyone else is suffering? This is hilarious, there's really nothing wrong with this. Suddenly, Lin Fan sat up straight, and Xiao Miao instantly became nervous. What's wrong? Lin Fan didn't answer. He went outside the home and saw a ball of light. He picked it up, and the light faded, turning into a bottle of potion. Physique Enhancement Potion. Physique plus 10. Can be enhanced up to 10 times. After reading it, Lin Fan had no hesitation at all. He tilted his head back and drank it down. Now, Lin Fan's attributes are as follows. Name, Lin Fan. Level, E. Combat power, 200. Physique, 40. Agility, 20. Spirit, 20. Normal person's 3 dimensions are 10. Combat power evaluation, just entering the other world, fairly standard strength. Skill, Eye of True Sight. After this trip, his attributes had certainly increased more than just a point or two. It just feels a little warm all over. After drinking the physique enhancement potion, Lin Fan always felt a bit uncomfortable everywhere. His gaze fell on the innocent-faced Xiao Miao. He thought of the information from Information 4. Elbow, Xiao Miao, I have something to teach you, make sure to learn it well. The screen went black again at this point. The live stream audience. Alright, starting another round, right? In stark contrast to Lin Fan, other participants from different countries were preparing for an all-night battle against these monsters. In the White Bear Nation, a robust man stood beside a bull-headed man. From her outfit, it looked like she might be a sorceress. At this moment, over 20 starving wolves were closely watching them, forming a surrounding posture. It seemed that if they showed even a hint of weakness, the wolves would pounce in an instant. Damn it! Damn it! Why are there so many monsters in our White Bear Nation? Unfair. Absolutely unfair. Why can Lin Fan from Dragon Nation quickly deal with all the monsters while we take so long? It's over, these monsters will definitely hurt Afu. Dragon Nation, come help us. In Gaoqi Nation. In Xiaoben Nation. In Dakin Nation. In Choran Nation, etc. All were struggling hard. The next day, Lin Fan woke up. The information system refreshed as usual. Information 1, the marriage door has appeared, and the matchmaking partner is an arrogant elf. The way to conquer her is to show your magic wand. Information 2, the second door has a curse from demons, which will increase the number of participants from other countries to 10, while the Dragon Nation's quota remains unchanged, and multiple doors can be opened at the same time. Information 3, the third door holds a scroll with full charm. Information 4: The fourth door can maximize your magical talent. Chapter 19: Has bad luck come to Lin Fan? The punishment is here. Wait a minute? Lin Fan even felt like he hadn't woken up. After rubbing his eyes repeatedly, he realized he wasn't dreaming. No, what kind of crazy good start is this? 4 doors, and not one of them holds anything bad for him. Today is just incredibly lucky. Lin Fan happily crawled out of bed. He planned to hurry and open the doors. Xiao Miao will make breakfast soon. Xiao Miao groggily crawled up with difficulty. Lin Fan pressed her down. Never mind, you're tired, I'll do it. Since his attributes had increased so much yesterday, Xiao Miao had a bit of a hard time in the evening. Lin Fan simply let Xiao Miao take a good rest. After finishing breakfast, Xiao Miao came downstairs in her pajamas. Lin Fan, you're in a great mood today? Xiao Miao smiled happily, standing on her tiptoes to kiss Lin Fan's nose. Of course. Lin Fan's joy was impossible to hide, but suddenly he thought of something and looked at Xiao Miao. Xiao Miao, later when I go exploring, I might bring back a partner, will you mind? To Lin Fan's surprise, little Miao, instead of feeling sad, was a bit surprised and said, is it really just me? Lin Fan, huh? Something's not right. It's 9 parts out of 10 not right. What does this mean? Little Miao blinked her eyes and naturally said, in my clan, powerful males should have many females, right? But when I found out that Little Miao is the first partner, it made me a bit happy, hee hee. Little Miao strategized for herself again. She became happy again. Seeing Little Miao so open-minded, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. Just kidding. This is a matchmaking game. If they were really that picky, there wouldn't be a matchmaking game at all, right? After thinking of this, Lin Fan felt relieved. Alright, let's eat. In the live stream, everyone was feeling sour again. Oh my god, if I could have such a good girlfriend as Little Miao, I would be willing to live in a mansion and drive a luxury car. You get both eating and taking. So this is the legendary monogamy? 1 husband and 1 wife? You're really something. Wait, how does Lin Fan know there's a matchmaking door outside? Are you stupid? If there's a matchmaking door, it will remind you. Haha, this is hilarious. It seems our dragon country will have national fortune rewards again. At this moment, discordant comments quickly appeared. The citizens of the small country were both sour and jealous. Laughing, 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 a group of dragon country pigs will have you laughing soon. Hee hee, don't you know? These matchmaking partners, though they won't say anything on the surface, will actually stab you in the back. Participants of the matchmaking game from our small country have encountered such situations. So, letting the first matchmaking partner know about others is not a good thing. Get lost, I see you small country is just a bunch of useless trash, unable to handle these matters and yet slandering our Lin Fan? Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing couldn't help but laugh at the comments from the small country. Xiao Sa subtly said, Bingbing, I don't know if you've seen the cultural works from that small country? Don't you feel there's a sense of frustration inside? Wang Bingbing immediately understood and nodded with a smile. Yeah, what's with Chang'o and those harem genres, they all make it feel like the male lead has an IQ problem. What do you think about that, Sa-go? Oh, I heard that the IQ of the characters is linked to the IQ of the creators, so in this case. The two paused, then said in unison, this is no exception. Ha ha ha. Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing's banter made the originally fierce citizens of the small country extremely annoyed. In the matchmaking game, after Lin Fan finished eating, Little Miao carefully organized his outfit. Lin Fan, when you go to meet the new matchmaking partner, if you're not satisfied, don't be with her. Little Miao will support you from behind, don't be afraid of her. And make sure you dress up nicely for the first meeting, leave a good impression. Little Miao babbled like a mother for a long time. Lin Fan chuckled, Little Miao, you're so thoughtful, even about this? Don't worry, Little Miao, no matter how many matchmaking partners I have in the future, I will always put you first. Little Miao's cheeks flushed. Her smile was hard to suppress. But she still sincerely said, no, Little Miao's ability is limited. The only time I can help you is now. After a long time, Little Miao will definitely be unable to keep up with your pace, so as long as you remember there's someone like Little Miao, I will already be very satisfied. Lin Fan couldn't hold it any longer. He directly kissed her deeply. How could anyone not love such a cute and heart-wrenching Little Miao? After a long while, Lin Fan waved his hand casually, Little Miao, I'm leaving. Among those 4 doors, the matchmaking door had a noticeable and eye-catching sign. Elves, huh? Sounds interesting. However, Lin Fan doesn't plan to be the first to open the marriage door. After all, only 1 door can be opened each day. But if he could open door 2 first, then things would be different. Who knows, he might still encounter a situation full of benefits in the future, but there would be no way to do anything but watch it refresh before his eyes. After opening door 2, although there were no other participants from the Dragon Kingdom joining the marriage game, he gained the ability to open doors infinitely. In this way, it would actually be better for both Lin Fan and the Dragon Kingdom. With this thought in mind, Lin Fan no longer hesitated and directly pushed open door 2. Key. Lin Fan, you will replace the Dragon Kingdom and forever bear my curse. Punishment has arrived. Number of participants from the Dragon Kingdom in the marriage game, 1. Other countries can have 10 participants at the same time. Participants from the Dragon Kingdom will no longer be restricted by the door opening rules and can open doors infinitely each day. At this moment, the audience in the livestream was still enjoying this new era of love variety shows. Then they saw Lin Fan go to open the door next to the marriage door. The people of the Dragon Kingdom hadn't had a chance to speak yet. Only the foreign trash couldn't hold back anymore. Is this waste asleep? He's not even opening the marriage door, ha 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 ha. Die. Hurry and die. Even if he doesn't die, he must be punished for Lin Fan. In this, the people of the Dragon Kingdom were very speechless. No, Lin Fan has done this kind of operation more than once or twice, how could anything happen? You can relax, okay? I absolutely believe in Lin Fan. But it can't be said that way, after all, this is also a random door, who knows what it really is, maybe it really is a punishment? Before the words fell, blood-red big characters suddenly appeared on the live stream screen. Chapter 20 of Foreigners Overjoyed, Dragon Kingdom urgently saves the day. National fortune punishment has arrived. Number of participants from the Dragon Kingdom in the marriage game, 1. Other countries can have 10 participants at the same time. And participants from the Dragon Kingdom will no longer be restricted by the door opening rules and can open doors infinitely each day. The originally cheerful live stream room suddenly fell silent at this moment. The two hosts, including all the people of the Dragon Kingdom, turned pale when they saw the national fortune punishment arrive. Who would have thought that this Lin Fan, trusted by everyone, would actually open a door to national fortune punishment at this moment? Before this, the national fortune punishment had never appeared. Lin Fan could be considered the first in the marriage game. But this first was not particularly glorious. National fortune punishment? What is national fortune punishment? Could it be completely opposite to the national fortune reward? Is it something that punishes our Dragon Kingdom as a whole? I don't know, but it really doesn't look like anything good. Soon, the specific content of the national fortune punishment appeared on the screen. Everyone's faces changed dramatically. What kind of joke is this? The marriage game directly allowed other countries' participants to increase to 10? And the Dragon Kingdom's participant quota remained the same, just Lin Fan alone. It only gave the ability to open doors infinitely. What use is this? Everyone knew the original marriage game was already dangerous enough. Here and there were deaths occurring. Now, there was actually a national fortune punishment added to the marriage game. What the heck is this even for? The infinite number of door openings is to let the Dragon Kingdom accept more national fortune punishments? No, what's going on with Lin Fan? There's a marriage door he doesn't open, but instead wants to open other doors? Now look what's happening. Are you satisfied? The national fortune punishment has come, let's all go crazy with Lin Fan together. I said long ago that Lin Fan is unreliable. You never believe, and now you are being honest, right? Ah, the Dragon Kingdom is finished. It's over. Our ugly nation is going to start a matchmaking game. 10 participants, exactly 10 participants. Even if each person can only get the worst reward, combined, can't we completely crush your Dragon Kingdom? Where are those Dragon Kingdom people who just spoke? Weren't they very happy? Not saying a word now, huh? Oh, speaking of which, that Lin Fan from your stupid country is really lucky, isn't he? Surviving after the national fortune punishment has begun. Countless 500,000 in mixed-breed outsiders immediately began to kick them while they were down, mocking and ridiculing. They were so afraid to see anything good from the Dragon Kingdom that they almost wanted to tie the Dragon Kingdom's people to a pillar and roast them. But that's true. The national fortune punishment is a situation that no one has ever seen. And the specific content is something that everyone is unwilling to see. Each country has 10 participants, and as long as 1, 2, or even 3 of them can gamble to win a reward, they can far surpass Lin Fan. This means the disadvantage for the Dragon Kingdom is huge. But even at this moment, the people of the Dragon Kingdom are still crazily arguing with the mixed-breed outsiders, without a single word of complaint against Lin Fan. After all, everyone knows that to blame Lin Fan now is to slap their own faces. Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing immediately began to comfort the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone, don't worry, don't be so pessimistic. If you think about it carefully, this so-called national fortune punishment isn't really a punishment at all. Even if other countries have 10 participants, when they get involved, the probability hasn't changed at all. After all, everyone is in their own space and cannot help each other. If the original death rate and reward chance are both 50%, it's still the same now. Yes, and look at Lin Fan's expression. It hasn't changed at all. This means everything is within Lin Fan's expectations. What are you still being tough for? The most disgusting thing about your Dragon Kingdom is right here, always acting tough. What a bunch of pigs who can't communicate. Hee, I will give you Dragon Kingdom people another chance. If you can join our Great Han people right now, I can reluctantly offer a servant's identity. Really? I'm coming. Countless outsiders were suddenly filled with joy at this moment. The nightmare Lin Fan that had lingered in their hearts had finally taken a wrong step. And just one step, the most critical step. One misstep leads to another, and now Lin Fan will definitely meet an untimely end. Completely taking away all hope for the Dragon Kingdom to rise again. In the matchmaking game scene. Upon hearing the arrival of the national fortune punishment, Lin Fan's expression did not change at all. What's so special about this? Rather, this national fortune punishment allows me to open a bigger door. Regarding the resources behind the door, I can claim more all by myself. And if the Dragon Kingdom also has 10 participants, who knows how many would have to die to reach my starting point? What I'm doing is for the good of the Dragon Kingdom. So that the Dragon Kingdom won't be mocked by outsiders. And so that we won't have to sacrifice so many people for no reason. Lin Fan's every move is under the watchful eyes of the nearly breathless people of the Dragon Kingdom. And when they saw Lin Fan walk out of door 2 and immediately open door 3, they almost went blind right there. Some emotionally stirred Dragon Kingdom citizens even screamed in despair. Lin Fan, what are you doing? That will get you killed. Don't open those doors again. But clearly, Lin Fan couldn't hear their words. He twisted the doorknob, and the door swung open. As expected, in front of Lin Fan, there was a special beastskin scroll. Special scroll, maximum looks. Your temperament is extraordinary, your face prevents evil thoughts from arising, your smile is like a warm spring breeze, this is the power of top-tier looks. Note, for the elven race, top-tier looks may have fatal effects when choosing a partner. Is this part of the strategy? Interesting. Lin Fan directly picked up the scroll and tore it apart on the spot. In an instant, a warm current flowed through his limbs. Lin Fan could clearly feel a mysterious ripple change within himself. Unfortunately, he couldn't see his handsome face here. So he decided to stop looking. But the audience in the livestream could see clearly. Wow, Lin Fan didn't die, and he got even more handsome? Could it be that this was Lin Fan's plan all along? Chapter 21, Feeling Good? Still feeling good? Lin Fan's actions suddenly reminded them of when he first opened the matchmaking door. He also went around checking other doors before. Then he opened the matchmaking door and caught the favor of a great partner, Little Meow. Now it seems, did Lin Fan have his own plans? Let's not mention anything else, Lin Fan is alive and even more handsome, so the success rate after opening the matchmaking door should increase a lot. Lin Fan was already quite handsome, now with this scroll, he's so good looking I can't look away. Indeed, even I, a straight man, am dumbfounded. Not a straight man. I'm from the Great Han ethnicity, I really think Lin Fan is very handsome, Simi de. Fuck, I can't take it anymore, oh, Lin Fan baby, so handsome. After using the top-tier look scroll, Lin Fan could be said to be a true humanoid succubus. Every move he made maximally radiated his masculine charm. Even those who hated him couldn't feel even a little bit angry after seeing this face. But the interest of alien women toward Lin Fan was like a hard slap to the faces of their alien men. Damn it! How is it that we are not as good as this fool Lin Fan? Yeah, a fool like Lin Fan is the ugliest. Besides, he just triggered the national luck punishment, have you already forgotten? This is simply absurd. Just wait. Lin Fan will definitely open door number 4 and send himself to death. At this point, Lin Fan really went to door number 4, preparing to open it. Before everyone could express any doubt or suspicion, Lin Fan had already opened the door. As soon as he stepped inside, countless green vines immediately bound his limbs tightly, hanging in the air. And those green vines seemed to be alive, continuously infusing something into Lin Fan's body. It could be said, Lin Fan's series of operations gave everyone watching the live stream a true rollercoaster experience. Up for a while. Then a sudden drop. Who can handle this? Just when the alien men were about to explode with anger, they saw Lin Fan receiving a prompt about gaining max-level magical talent. In an instant, all the words they wanted to say got stuck in their throats. What is going on with Lin Fan? Why after opening 3 doors in a row can anything deal even a little harm to him? What the hell is this matchmaking game about? Feeling good? Still feeling good? Weren't you all just talking about Lin Fan? Now that you see he's fine, doesn't that hurt inside? Get lost, a bunch of fools. Dragon country pigs, don't get too smug. Don't forget, Lin Fan just brought a national luck punishment to your dragon country. Exactly. You all just come and watch our 10 matchmaking participants crazily earn rewards. Before they could laugh for a moment, they saw the crazy death messages of matchmaking participants from various countries. At this moment, they finally realized a fact. Even if there are more matchmaking participants, it seems like it doesn't help at all. When luck is good, you can say that your matchmaking participants maximize the rewards. But what if luck is bad? Isn't that just continuously sending people to their deaths in the matchmaking game? The more people die, the greater the impact on the citizens. It would be better to do like Dragon Country and just choose one person to fight. It can only be said that, at present, the disadvantages are very substantial. The foreign folks all flushed red in their faces and couldn't utter a word. The people of Dragon Country finally reacted. Looking at this, the national luck penalty for us, for Lin Fan, really isn't a punishment at all. As Lin Fan's strength grows stronger, he will naturally have ways to deal with those crises and difficulties, even if the doors open infinitely, so what? The danger is greatly reduced, and the moments of unexpected treasures will increase. Yes, we focus on quality, not on filling the ranks with sheer numbers. Just look at it, every half hour, as 10 people die, how many people does that small country have in total? They'll all be gone in no time. Baka. This statement directly broke the defenses of the small country's people. You must know. The situation in the small country is completely opposite to that of Dragon Country. The small country itself is an island. And in the rural areas that have been segregated, almost all the populations are facing severe aging. Even more seriously, there's an entire place where there's only one young person in the entire population. This means that the population of the small country is decreasing year by year. This fact is almost unshakable. But the small country has always been stubborn and unwilling to admit it. This point nearly made them grit their teeth in frustration. With their young people already sparse, if they keep dying like this, won't they be sending the elderly to the front in the end? What would others say about the small country? It's a small issue to lose face, but the bigger issue is losing the country. For a moment, they couldn't tell whether this national luck penalty was aimed at Dragon Country or at them. At this moment, someone noticed that the live broadcast room of Cold Country had started to plagiarize again. This time, among their 10 matchmaking participants, one of them encountered the matchmaking doors. Of course. That participant didn't rush to open it but thought of his Cold Country's fine tradition. Plagiarize. Whatever Lin Fan did, he would do the same. So, he directly reached out and pushed open the second door. With that unstoppable confidence, he stunned everyone on the spot. They thought there really was some trick. But as soon as he opened the door and walked in, a head fell on him out of nowhere, clinging to his body like glue, unable to shake it off, and instead it wildly bit at him. In no time, that person was completely devoured by the head. Bright red letters appeared on the screen of Cold Country's live broadcast. The curse of the evil Goo Master's national luck penalty has appeared. All citizens of Cold Country have their physical condition reduced by 10. Lifespan reduced by 10 years. Increase of 1,000 types of diseases. Shrink by 10 centimeters. National luck penalty, another national luck penalty? This scene almost made all citizens of Cold Country explode in rage. Why is our Cold Country's national luck penalty so terrifying? Lifespan reduced, and increasing types of diseases would be acceptable. But 10 centimeters, what the heck is that? Chapter 22, all 4 doors are good things? Are you kidding me? After seeing the last line, almost all the citizens of the Great Han Country instinctively looked down. And after rubbing their eyes and seeing the truth, without exception, they all cried out in collapse. Damn it, damn it. What is going on? Why must I suffer such a vicious punishment? I'm just 1 centimeter away. I really can't take it anymore. What's this? Brother, I'm already deep in. At this moment in the Great Han Country. In just half an hour. Due to the decrease in lifespan limits, the number of dead citizens has reached 6 figures. Infected with various flus, the unknown viruses have also reached 5 figures. In an instant, the entire country fell into a state of panic. There was no way. They thought of the nearby Eastern Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Nation. As long as they had the help of the Dragon Nation, the Great Han Country could be safe. After thinking of this, they directly sent a plea for help to the Dragon Nation. But rather than a plea for help, it was more like an order and threat. If you Dragon Nation do not come help us, don't blame us for cutting off all your cultural sources. Faced with such a tone, the Dragon Nation didn't even bother to respond. After all, who would want to argue with a child? Wait, never mind, I cannot cut you off, please come help us. I'll pay you. I'll give you 100 million Han coins. Hold on, we know we were wrong. Please, Dragon Nation, come save us. To this, the Dragon Nation remained indifferent. There's a saying that goes well. You don't really understand the consequences, you just simply know you are about to die. This kind of begging for mercy was as plentiful as it could be. Why should they come to save you, the great Han country? After countless false pleas, they found the Dragon Nation remained unmoved. The great Han country was completely furious. Dragon Nation, how can you be so selfish? Do you think we can't survive without your people? If you really think that way, then let me clearly tell you, you are wrong. Our great Han country will never bow down. No matter how much the great Han country continued to stomp their feet, the Dragon Nation still didn't bother to respond. This made them incredibly furious. At this moment in the live broadcast room, everyone once again relieved their worries about Lin Fan. Alright, it's still the great Han country. When it comes to shamelessness, no one can compare. I really can't imagine, is this something humans can do? It's a bit like a fake person. This is indeed unavoidable, it's a big theft. Hey, brothers, by the way, Lin Fan's luck is really good, there are only 4 doors, 1 marriage door, 1 not quite a punishment, and the other 2 have good things. That's true, if I didn't mention it, I would think he was cheating, haha. Look! Lin Fan is about to enter the marriage door. In the matchmaking game. After receiving the knowledge transfer from the Green Vine, Lin Fan's magical talent has reached a top level. Attractiveness, magic wand, magical talent? Adding these 3 together, wouldn't he directly mesmerize that elf? Thinking this, Lin Fan arrived at the marriage door. After confirming that the information was indeed correct, he resolutely chose to push open the door. In that moment, he felt the scene before him change completely. When he came to his senses again, he found himself in a sparkling, glowing forest. Here, not only the surrounding air, but also the types of vegetation and everything he saw and heard were unlike anything he remembered seeing. Elves, is this the place where the elves are? Lin Fan was just about to step forward to explore when ice arrows suddenly gathered around him without warning. Just a half step forward, and those incredibly sharp ice arrows would slice through Lin Fan's skin like blades, killing him instantly. And right in front of Lin Fan, between 2 large trees, several strong green vines wove together to create a giant net-like hammock. On top of it, a girl looked down at Lin Fan with arrogance. She had golden hair styled into 2 braided pigtails resting on her shoulders. Her features were exquisite, and her delicate face was covered with a layer of frost that couldn't melt. The corners of her eyes slightly lifted, and her narrowed gaze gave off an air of nobility and superiority. She was wearing a pure white feathered dress. Beneath the hem, her smooth legs were bare, crossed and intertwined in the air. At that moment, she was curiously observing Lin Fan. And for Lin Fan, he was also examining her in return. Name, Hoshino. Race, Princess of the Elf Clan. Combat Power, 2000. Level, D+. Evaluation, possesses strong magical talent, high-spirited, proud, the elves have a high favorability towards beautiful species. At that moment in the live broadcast room. Wow! An elf? She's so beautiful? Sister, step on me. I can't take it anymore. Why does Lin Fan's partner always have to be so beautiful? I'm so jealous. Lin Fan is enjoying another feast for the eyes, so envious. Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing also showed smiles on their faces. It seems that Lin Fan's matchmaking will succeed again this time. But just when everyone was happy, the ugly foreigner jumped out again. Ha ha ha, isn't she the elf princess? We from the ugly people's country matched her before too. At that time, our matchmaking game participant was very handsome, and she didn't even blink before killing him. How could your Dragon Country stupid pig Lin Fan possibly succeed? You guys really don't know what confidence you Dragon Country ugly people have, Lin Fan, just die already. Hurry up. Unless it's regarding looks, she absolutely doesn't like humans, and she admires strong people. Just look at Lin Fan's skinny arms and legs, how could he catch the elf's interest? I don't believe it. There's a video, look. The ugly people's country sent a video, which made many people from the Dragon Country curious to click on. But when they saw it, they were instantly speechless. No way. How can you say that this dark-skinned person is handsome? At the first sight of the black man, the elf immediately flew into a rage. She burned him to ashes instantly. Even then, she didn't feel satisfied. She stomped fiercely on the charred body until it shattered into pieces. To this, the people of the Dragon Country felt it was well-deserved. Truly, ugly people cause trouble. Don't you know how ugly this person is in your hearts? Don't say it's elves, I'm a woman, and I look down on this kind of ugly ghost. This is truly against nature, how dare you post something that ugly? Chapter 23, Elf Princess? Lin Fan is finished. The people of the ugly country couldn't hold back anymore. Alright, since you guys think your dragon country's Lin Fan pig is good looking, let's see if he gets killed by the elf. I dare to bet 10,000 ugly gold. Lin Fan will die in 3 seconds. I'll bet 1 million. The people of the dragon country were left speechless. They felt that the ugly foreigners not only had an intelligence problem but also a problem with their appreciation standards. Lin Fan could already be considered a sunshine handsome guy. After using the top-notch beauty scroll, he reached an unmatched level of handsomeness. What qualifications do they have to say that Lin Fan wouldn't be favored by the elf? All they could say was, let's wait and see. In the matchmaking game, Lin Fan looked at Hoshino, and he already had a strategy in mind. He raised both hands in a gesture of surrender. Calm down, I'm not empty-handed this time. I know what you like, so I've brought you a gift. Hoshino frowned slightly and shifted her reluctant gaze away. I don't need it. These things of yours, humans, are nothing in my eyes. Just a glance makes me feel sick, but since I am in a good mood today, you can go. Proud and arrogant. Truly pure pride. Saying all sorts of disdainful words, but in reality, she quietly dispels the ice arrow. Lin Fan seizes the chance to step forward, and Hoshino sternly shouts, stop. Don't come near me. Lowly human. Lin Fan still does not stop, instead slowly takes out his wand. A wand? Deep in Hoshino's eyes, a hint of shock flickers. In this strange place, she has not seen anything from her own race for a very long time. Today, suddenly seeing the existence of a wand makes her heart tremble. This is a gift for you. Lin Fan smiles gently, that smile like a soft spring breeze stirring up waves in Hoshino's heart. But coming back to her senses, Hoshino realizes what she was just thinking, and her cheeks turn red. Get lost. I don't need such a thing. In my former clan, this is the lowest ranked wand. This princess does not need it at all. Then what does Princess Hoshino need? In this world of selecting a partner, with my top-tier magical talent, can I match the princess? Lin Fan says slowly. Hoshino snorts coldly, magical talent? Do you humans even have talent? I proclaim here. Today, I will not judge how great your magical talent is. Even if you have just a tiny bit of magical talent, I am willing to become your partner. Is that true? True. Lin Fan reveals a triumphant smile, then says, Princess, feel free to teach me a magical incantation. Hoshino is taken aback, still pridefully glares at Lin Fan. After a moment, she reluctantly blurts out. The Wind Whisper, though this magic is quite simple, for you humans, it cannot be learned in less than a month. Hoshino crosses her arms and arrogantly says, I now give you a choice, either leave immediately, and I won't kill you, or cast the magic within 3 seconds, or die. 3 seconds? That's too easy. Lin Fan just smiles lightly. In the next moment, a strong wind suddenly blows around. This. Hoshino's eyes widen in shock. This, how is that possible? Lin Fan chuckles lightly. How about that? If it were someone else, they might not understand. But Hoshino knows better than anyone. The commotion just now was precisely the process of the Wind Whisper magic. Even though it's not a very useful magic, nor is it a difficult magic. But learning such an elementary magic in an instant is a sign of talent among the elf clan. Let alone for a human covered in impurities. Could it be that this human really has top-tier magical talent? As Hoshino is still immersed in the shock, Lin Fan presses on. Princess, what about it? Do your words still count? Hoshino's face instantly turns red, her eyes glaring fiercely at Lin Fan. Noisy! Get lost! Otherwise I will kill you now. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan knows things have changed. Hee, that's good. After saying that, Lin Fan strides forward. Hoshino panics instantly. What are you doing? Despicable human. What are you trying to do to me? Hoshino herself has a strength of D+, her combat power is 2000. She doesn't know how many times that is Lin Fan's power. If she truly did not want to, she could have smacked Lin Fan to death long ago. Why waste so much breath here? This also means that it would be possible for Lin Fan to act at any moment. Lin Fan lifts Hoshino and begins walking slowly into the depths of the forest. Let go. Let go of this princess. Hey! Do you want to die? This princess is going to kill you, she will absolutely kill you. Xingye, who was being carried on the shoulder, shouted fiercely, even scratching Lin Fan's back with both hands. But she never used magic. Then, the live broadcast slowly turned off. Everyone in the live room was dumbfounded. Is this it? I thought a big battle was about to begin. Theoretically, it should be a fierce battle, but Princess Xingye is definitely the one who will lose. No, I'm a bit confused. How exactly did Lin Fan conquer Xingye? Silly kid, if you have this modeling and this strength, you can do it too. Not envious of the lovebirds or immortals, just envious of Lin Fan every day. Catgirls and elf princesses, is this what university students do? By the way, those ugly people were just yelling, why are they silent now? Fuck. Fuck. Everyone shut up. The elf princess's power is too strong. How could Lin Fan possibly withstand it? You have to know, marriage rewards are based on mutual satisfaction. Faced with the stubborn resistance of the ugly country, everyone merely treated it as a joke and moved on. At this point, all they needed to do was simply wait for the marriage rewards to arrive. Brothers, look. The Three Kingdoms is truly invincible. Everyone hurriedly opened the live room of the Three Kingdoms, planning to enjoy some entertainment. As a result, they found that the Three Kingdoms really hit a lucky streak. Of the 10 marriage participants, 3 encountered the marriage door. 2 from the Three Kingdoms successfully conquered their marriage targets in 1 minute. Then, they received D-level rewards. Before anyone in the live room could start mocking, the citizens of the Three Kingdoms couldn't hold back themselves. What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at? At least we have marriage rewards. Even if you guys have S-level marriage rewards, that's only 1. We can have several D-level rewards, and it's the same. Chapter 24, Love the Male Elf, What has changed? In the live broadcast, 2 marriage participants from the Three Kingdoms held their marriage targets. Although one was a cockroach girl with a beast head and a human body, and the other was a motorcycle belonging to the bike tribe, they showed no disgust whatsoever. They beamed with proud smiles. For low castes like them, it was impossible to find a wife in real life. But now, they actually had a marriage target who sweetly called him husband. How could they not be happy? Cockroach girl? It doesn't matter, she's alive. Talking motorcycle? Since it's here, that's good enough. At this moment, not to mention people from other countries, even the people of the Three Kingdoms felt incredibly embarrassed. But to avoid shame, they had no choice but to cheer up. Ah, great. You low-caste people have finally shown the abilities you should have. Well done, Bruce, don't care what others say, just keep marrying. 1 minute is pretty good, even the people of Long Country can't reach this time. The citizens of Long Country, who were quietly watching the show, couldn't help it anymore. Are you sick? If you can't do it yourself, you go frame others? So disgusting, I have an aversion to stupidity, I can't stand fools. No wonder the Three Kingdoms can do anything. Jealous, jealous, jealous. Damn Long Country people only know how to envy us for getting D-level marriage rewards? D-level marriage rewards? What does that even count as? Lin Fan has now conquered an elf princess, isn't that reward much better than your D-level marriage rewards? What is there to envy? The citizens of Long Country shook their heads, thinking these people were truly mad. On the other side, the ugly country also opened a marriage door, and their marriage target was also an elf. Dachi almost laughed himself crazy on the spot. The elf tribe, isn't it amazing? The movements here also attracted many people's attention. Seeing that their matchmaking participant had actually found an elf, the ugly nation was instantly in an uproar. Ah, Daki, well done. Let's conquer this elf, and we can claim that S-rank matchmaking reward. It would be best to crush that Lin Fan pig from the Dragon Nation in the matchmaking rewards. You can't say that. Haven't you noticed? Lin Fan's pig is not even liked by that elf princess. It might even fail in the matchmaking. Don't say that. If it does, won't all the people from the Dragon Nation go crazy? The ugly nation was like half a party popping champagne, already starting to sarcastically mock before the outcome was known. In the scene, Daki slowly opened the matchmaking door, and the scene that emerged was almost identical to when Lin Fan met Xingye. But the only difference was, at that time, Lin Fan's life was in Xingye's hands. And now, Daki. It heard a melodious voice guiding it. Come here. Come here. Just based on this attitude, countless people from the ugly nation were stirred up again. Okay. Our handsome guy from the ugly nation is really something. Much better than that Lin Fan pig. There's no comparison. I have to say, the difference in attitude is just too much, damn. The ugly nation is about to take off again. Let's keep our throne as #1 in the world, ha ha. Then, they saw that white man named Daki slowly walking in front of a delicate and pretty little figure. The elf tribe. Truly beautiful. Just the beauty of her skin and features nearly made Daki unable to contain himself. As if sensing Daki's thoughts, the elf actually smiled beautifully. Baby, I'm very satisfied with you. If you're sure you want to marry me, then come over. Yes. Yes. Of course I'm willing. Daki immediately became so excited he could hardly contain himself. Following the elf, he arrived at an open space. Dear, we can be here, do you mind? The elf even asked for Daki's opinion, fully raising her favorability. Daki was afraid of missing the chance and replied repeatedly, of course not. Baby, how could I mind? Then, the live broadcast screen slowly turned black. Only Daki's voice slowly came through. Baby, baby, your hand is so soft. Baby, baby, you smell so good. Wait, baby, it seems something is poking me. What? What is this? Baby. Towards the end, Daki's voice gradually became filled with terror. Just by listening to the emotion in his voice, everyone could hardly imagine what kind of situation he was encountering. Daki. Daki, what happened to you? What did Daki's last words mean? Why do I feel something is off? It's okay, Daki can definitely bring glory to the ugly nation. After a long while. Only then did Daki's figure finally appear in the live broadcast screen. However, at this moment, Daki clearly looked dazed, sitting there with blank eyes. And that elf was slowly pulling up her pants, casually saying, alright, don't look like that, dear. I will take responsibility for you. Daki shuddered even more upon hearing this. Who could have guessed that such a beautiful elf could be so ambiguous in gender, actually a male? Boo hoo hoo hoo. Daki, this big bearded man, had his mental defenses completely shattered at that moment, crying out in despair. C-grade matchmaking rewards have been issued. All conditions of the Ugly Nation plus 10, female characteristics plus 10. The Ugly Nation collectively. It felt like they benefited, but also like they were deeply insulted. Besides, there was an even deeper issue emerging. After the female characteristics appeared, the men of the Ugly Nation were all completely mad. Fuck. Damn it. Why has my chest become so big? Bro, why do you suddenly look so pretty? I just happen to be single. Life is short, why not give it a try? Bring me the medicine, ah. On the Dragon Nation's live stream side, Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing both changed their expressions dramatically upon seeing the latest news. They originally wanted to make some harsh comments, but considering that their every word and action represented the entire Dragon Nation, they decided to hold back a little. Well, the Ugly Nation acting like this is actually within my expectations. After all, their country has hundreds of genders, so what's the big deal with this little bit? Yes, they say the Ugly Nation is free, they should have no objections to this, right? Chapter 25, Perfect Match, National Fortune Reward. Faced with Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing's obvious sarcastic remarks, no one from the Ugly Nation dared to speak, and they could only silently swallow this bitter loss. Even if it meant pretending to be strong. That's right, our Ugly Nation has already received its National Fortune Reward. Now, what about your Lin Fan? He must be dead by now, right? That elf princess is level D+, and with Lin Fan's small frame, can he really withstand it? I don't believe it. Don't let it turn out in the end that only our Ugly Nation can conquer the elf race. Conquer? Didn't your Ugly Nation's citizens get conquered by the elf race? Fuck you. What are you talking about? We've broken down. It's been 3 hours since Lin Fan's livestream screen turned completely dark. After waiting another half an hour, the livestream screen slowly opened. So all the viewers focused intently, each hoping to see what they wanted. Die. 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 Lin Fan, hurry up and die. The citizens of the Ugly Nation eagerly awaited such an ending, but unfortunately, not only was Lin Fan not dead. Instead, a prompt slowly appeared on the livestream screen. Matchmaking successful. S-level matchmaking rewards officially starting to be issued. National charm value of Dragon Nation plus 20. Physique plus 20. Strength plus 10. Agility plus 10. Spirit plus 20. Lifespan plus 20. The livestream room was silent for a moment. Then, there was a burst of wild joy from the crowd. Good, good, good. I feel strength filling my body. This is great, 10 times a day is not a problem. 10 times a day? Are you taking care of your health? Learn from Lin Fan, okay? Can you even think of that in 3 hours? Ha 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 ha. Due to the issuance of this S-level matchmaking national fortune reward, the entire livestream room became filled with laughter and joy at that moment. Xiao Sa also showed a smile. As expected, Lin Fan did not disappoint everyone's expectations, he still performed normally and got the highest level of national fortune reward. By the way, our physical conditions have been continuously improving, and over time, won't this make everyone in the Dragon Nation become cultivators? At first, Xiaosa just said this casually, but Wang Bingbing's eyes lit up, and she immediately followed up, saying, Teacher Sa, don't say that. There really is such a possibility. You see, our lifespan has already increased by 40 years. For the longest living citizens, that lifespan limit is almost reaching 200 years. Not to mention, under the circumstances where our attributes have all been enhanced once. Who knows, we might really reach over 200, or even 300 years of age. With this kind of lifespan, if you're not a cultivator, I'm afraid no one would believe it. As she spoke, Wang Bingbing even pretended, Old man, I am 150 years old, with a bit of knowledge in martial arts. Just thinking about that scene makes people chuckle. The audience of the Dragon Nation was also amused by the playful imagination of Wang Bingbing. Bingbing is really interesting. Yes, but it really isn't impossible for such a situation to occur. Everyone's body has improved so much now. I was in a sub-healthy state, but now I'm bursting with energy, not weak at all. Thanks to Lin Fan, we really don't know what we would do without him. Yeah, with Lin Fan, our dragon country can truly say it's rising. Hey, look! Lin Fan has appeared. In the live stream, Lin Fan left the matching room, full of joy. And the usually tough Xingyi followed him out, her face completely red. Without saying a word, she obediently walked behind him. This scene made everyone laugh. Good, good, good. The Tsundere girl should be taught a lesson, right? I envy Lin Fan every day. He gets to eat with a beautiful elven princess. No wonder it's Lin Fan. The strength of human men is just the best. I'm a guy, and I can't help but like Lin Fan. Hey, this isn't Rung City. Watching the messages that were almost X-rated fly by, Wang Bingbing couldn't bear to look. On Lin Fan's side, after the matching ended, he also received a corresponding boost. All attributes plus 10. This reward only appeared after the beginner stage. This means that the attributes of participants in the matching game could gradually increase with the number of matching partners. No longer afraid of being weak and not finding ways to strengthen oneself. Besides this, he also received a notification. That is, the Elven Forest has materialized. It no longer just existed in the matching room. It appeared near the home. Let's go, Xingyi, we're going home. Lin Fan casually wrapped his arm around Xingyi's slim waist and swaggered back home. Soon, Xiao Mao ran out to greet them. Upon seeing Xingyi, she indeed felt no jealousy and instead excitedly ran in front of Xingyi, taking her hand. Are you Lin Fan's new matching partner? So pretty. I'm Xiao Miao, what's your name? Xingyi, initially calm, felt a bit unsettled upon hearing the term matching partner, and her face turned even redder. I am Princess Xingyi. I graciously accepted Lin Fan as my master. I'm not a matching partner. Xiao Miao was taken aback, looking at Lin Fan with a puzzled expression. Lin Fan raised his eyebrows, indicating that this was Xingyi's personality. Xiao Miao nodded in understanding. Then she pulled Xingyi towards the room. The two alien girls from different worlds quickly found common topics. Leaving Lin Fan, the husband, aside, they ignored him. Until dinner time, Xingyi and Xiao Mao reluctantly came down from upstairs. What are we eating tonight? Xingyi was still a bit uncomfortable with suddenly having a husband, ordering with an air of authority, I want to eat what you humans eat. Lin Fan didn't let Xingyi have her way and went up to pinch her little face. Talking so loudly? You really take me as your servant, don't you? Woo, don't mess with my face. Xingyi resisted in every way, but in the end, she couldn't withstand Lin Fan's dominance and had to concede. Alright, dear, I'm begging you, please cook something for me, I'm really hungry. Satisfied with this answer, Lin Fan finally let her be. Just you wait. Can't I handle this tsundere? I don't know who kept. Ahem. Lin Fan hummed a little tune and quickly cooked 3 bowls of instant noodles to serve on the table. This was something he had never taken out to eat. After all, with so much good food, who would eat instant noodles? However, now that food was running low, he had to find a new source of food. So, he had to let Xingyi and the others eat instant noodles. To his surprise, Xingyi seemed to have no resistance to the taste of the instant noodles at all. Curiously, like a little cat, she looked at the bowl of instant noodles in front of her. It smells so good. The little cat sincerely exclaimed. Hoshino didn't speak, but clearly, a tiny bit of sparkle at the corner of her mouth revealed her thoughts. Fairies are indeed fairies. But they can get hungry and crave food too. Lin Fan chuckled softly, then let's eat. This instant noodle is food for us humans, but it's not high-end ingredients, rather it's a kind of convenient food. Convenient food? It's very cheap and low-priced food. After Lin Fan finished speaking, the 2 girls showed no hint of disgust, instead, they were greatly shocked. Something that smells this good, is it really not high-end food? The little cat said in astonishment. Meanwhile, Hoshino could no longer hold back and forcefully slurped up a mouthful. In an instant, her beautiful eyes widened. Is it really this delicious? Hoshino couldn't help but admire it. This instant noodle was way more delicious than the fruits and stew she had eaten before. But Lin Fan said this was normal food for humans? That's too scary. Hoshino suddenly looked at Lin Fan with a suspicious expression. She seriously questioned whether Lin Fan was just trying to scare her with that remark. Ahem. Well, this princess is quite satisfied with this delicious treat, make sure to cook it for me more in the future. Looking at Hoshino with oil stains at the corner of her mouth, displaying such a proud posture, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Likewise, the audience in the livestream was also enjoying it greatly. Alright, you silly proud princess. I have a feeling that this Princess Hoshino might end up conquering herself. She probably really thinks this is a delicious food. And Lin Fan is deliberately saying this to make her not feel guilty. Ha! Bro, you're thinking more than Princess Hoshino, you might as well be her. Not impossible, hee hee. You're really something. After finishing the meal, Hoshino kept pacing around the house. While Lin Fan observed the darkening sky outside and shouted, Hoshino, monsters will come to attack our home soon, you must stop them. Just lowly monsters, I can defeat them with a snap of my fingers. Lin Fan chuckled. It seemed Hoshino was not just proud. Even her speech was somewhat dramatic. Time slowly passed, and the movements of monsters outside began to appear. They kept emerging from the fairy forest. Seeing this scene, Lin Fan began to form a thought. Perhaps the so-called exploration restricted area was merely a trick set up by the matchmaking game to deceive players near the home. During the day, it could protect everything in the home. But at night, such a trick would be removed. Allowing players in the matchmaking game to adapt to the rhythm here, in the future, they would likely face monster attacks at any time. They're coming, the little cat reminded. Looking up, a large group of monsters gathered outside the home. There were even more than before. This time, there were at least 100 or more. Demonic Spirit. Level, D. Combat Strength, 1000. Evaluation, once servants of the fairy tribe, now they are tainted by demonic energy, their eyes filled only with slaughter. One by one, the spirits flickered with a faint light in the darkness, their bodies appearing and disappearing. The little cat couldn't stay still, rushing out to kill. But strangely, the little cat's attacks had no effect on these spirits. Her sharp claws passed right through their bodies. What? Just as the little cat was puzzled and in a daze, those spirits had already launched an attack on her. Seeing there was no way to avoid it, large fireballs shot out. They directly slashed down that group of spirits one by one on the spot. Little cat, come back. Lin Fan raised his magic wand and shouted loudly. Little Meow finally woke up from a dream and gratefully returned to Lin Fan's side, but when looking at so many monsters, Little Meow couldn't help but feel a wave of confusion. What should we do? I can't fight these monsters, I'm sorry, I'm so useless. Little Meow kept apologizing. But Lin Fan remained completely calm. Perhaps in the past, he would have felt a headache. But now? With Hoshino here? What's there to be afraid of? If you want to bully Little Meow and my prince, home, you seek death. At some point, Hoshino had appeared outside the home. She was barefoot, lightly tapping the ground, and her whole aura changed dramatically. Like a sacred maiden. Hoshino formed hand seals and recited spells. Countless light dots swirled around her. One magical pattern after another appeared in front of her. Boom boom boom. Countless vines began to emerge from the forest. They killed those spirit monsters one by one. But it wasn't over yet. Huge, blazing fireballs, carrying waves of heat, exploded among the spirit monsters, creating ripples. Seeing this scene, Lin Fan knew that Hoshino's battle power of 2000 was truly not to be underestimated. A true D+ battle power. And Little Meow's eyes sparkled with admiration. Wow, Hoshino is so cool. Yes, that's right. Lin Fan echoed a couple of words. Originally, Hoshino had no reaction, but after hearing that compliment, her mouth couldn't help but lift up. Doesn't my princess's strength need any more explanation? At that moment, Hoshino suddenly frowned. She looked into the dark depths. A huge tree demon, with a terrifying human face, slowly making its way toward the home. That terrifying aura made Lin Fan and the others change their expressions. Demonized tree demon. Level, D+. Battle power, 1900. Evaluation, after being invaded by demonic energy, its power has become extremely strong. Be careful when fighting, and try to avoid confrontation. As a rookie boss-level monster, it is definitely a nightmare for beginners. Seeing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but furrow his brow. No way. Could such a boss-level monster appear with this monster attack? If that's the case, then why didn't the information system warn me in advance? Lin Fan suddenly sensed a slight gap in understanding. Looking at Hoshino's serious face, he shouted, "Hoshino, attack it. Try a probing attack. I have an idea, only after your attack can we confirm." After hearing this, Hoshino did not hesitate at all and launched an attack. Chapter 27, Directly Killing, Teaching Magic. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, when everyone thought this was just an ordinary monster attack, they were stunned by the sight of countless monsters everywhere. This isn't right, what's going on? I see other countries' matchmaking participants facing only a dozen monsters. This looks like at least 100. How could there be so many? Is this matchmaking game targeting Lin Fan? It's hard to say, we currently don't know what mechanism causes the monsters attacking the homes in this matchmaking game. Other countries' matchmaking participants face 10 or so monsters, it's a guaranteed dead end. Let alone Lin Fan here, he has an enormous group of monsters. And looking at the strength of those monsters, they all reached a battle power of 1,000. This made Lin Fan's danger level higher than any other matchmaking participant. This scene made everyone's hearts leap into their throats. At that moment, Wang Bingbing gasped. Teacher Sa, look, that is. Little Sa felt something was wrong and focused on looking, only then did she clearly see. Wow! This wasn't just a simple large number of monsters anymore. Now, even boss-level monsters had appeared. Why is Lin Fan facing such a terrifying crisis? Ha ha ha! Yoshi! This group of monsters in the matchmaking game, oh so good. Simply outstanding citizens. Kill Lin Fan. I don't want to see such trash alive in this world for another day. Get rid of him. Damn. Eliminate Lin Fan. Let him not give his matchmaking partners to our great Han country. Wait, are you guys crazy? Can a matchmaking partner be given away? What about if your wife sends me? Why are you Dragon Nation people so stingy? You won't even agree to this small request and still talk about righteousness. Nonsense. It's such a shame for Lin Fan's two matchmaking partners, they're so powerful and so beautiful, yet they're going to die with Lin Fan here. I now command the matchmaking game to send these two girls to my home. I can say some good words about you to the Grand Duke. At this moment, Lin Fan was facing deadly danger. And the foreign trash were all rushing over to kick him while he was down, instantly igniting the anger of the Dragon Nation citizens. Just as they were about to curse loudly, Wang Bingbing suddenly brightened her eyes. Look at that. Wow. Princess Xingye, so amazing? At this moment in the matchmaking game, Xingye had no suspicion of Lin Fan's words. Instead, she immediately gathered her strongest magic power. With a single attack, she struck the tree demon. With a bang, the once formidable tree demon was directly cut in half by Xingye's attack. What? Xingye was stunned. Little Meow was also stunned. Neither of them expected that this aggressive boss monster was actually so weak. Not weak, but because it was already injured. Lin Fan's words directly awakened the dreamers. At this point, the monster was already dead. They went to check the tree demon's corpse, and unsurprisingly, besides the attack caused by Xingye, there was also another place where a massive fatal wound existed. Who did this? Xingye mumbled, then glanced at Lin Fan suspiciously. It's not surprising that she would think this. How did Lin Fan know this? Little Meow looked at Lin Fan with great anticipation. Lin Fan didn't intend to show off, he honestly stated, I just guessed, lost the bet, and I can't help it. From the fact that the information system didn't provide this piece of intel, it was clear. This tree demon definitely couldn't pose a life threat to him. But the tree demon was strong enough, making it uncertain whether he would be fine or not. The information system couldn't overlook this, so there had to be another reason. Based on this, Lin Fan casually thought of a possibility. Unexpectedly, he actually guessed correctly. Even if it wasn't Lin Fan's doing, at least his words made him seem incredibly impressive in the hearts of the two girls. This scene, seen by the viewers in the live broadcast, finally let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Lin Fan is favored by the heavens. He won't die so easily. But speaking of it, how is Lin Fan so sure that that tree demon could be killed instantly by Princess Xingye? I don't know, I couldn't figure out what the reason was. Just a guess? I don't believe it. Seeing Lin Fan was out of danger and it was resolved in such a way. Everyone's curiosity about Lin Fan increased a few notches. The citizens of the Dragon Nation felt relieved, but for the foreign trash, this was worse than killing them. Tree demon, what on earth is wrong with you? Can you do it or not? Kill this pig, Lin Fan. Damn. How is this possible? I strongly demand to report that the Dragon Nation is cheating in the matchmaking game. Yes. It must be cheating. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental every time? You Dragon Nation people are really despicable. Cheating and still unwilling to admit it. The foreign trash were all furious. But this still couldn't affect the matchmaking game, and the ending of Lin Fan. After killing all the monsters, Lin Fan began to scavenge the battlefield. This time, it was truly a harvest full of treasures. Strengthening potion? Breadfruit seeds? Chicken and duck breeding farm? +5 initial poultry? Rice field breeding farm? Lin Fan's eyes immediately brightened. This was indeed a great find. What he needed most right now was food. And this breeding farm was clearly a sure source of food. After reading the description, Lin Fan also learned that the breeding farm could quickly mature poultry using the bodies of monsters for reproduction. Good, good, good. So intelligent, huh? With this, it seemed that food would not be a problem at all. At least on the basic path of sustaining life, Lin Fan was walking further and further. Then, looking at the other matchmaking participants? No need to think much. After the food from their home garden ran out, most of them would only be left staring. And there would be nothing they could do about it. Thinking of this, Lin Fan's mood lifted considerably. After setting up the breeding farm near the home, he used all the monster bodies to accelerate growth. Soon, the breadfruit trees grew tall and grand. The 2 breeding farms were also in excellent condition. Then, he turned to Xingyi, not hesitating to praise her. Xingyi, tonight's home defense battle relied entirely on you, you deserve to be praised. For Xingyi, a bit of straightforward praise was enough to make her happy for a long time. Of course. Have you seen who this princess is? Xingyi said with pride, hands on her hips. Lin Fan softened his tone a bit and took the opportunity to ask, then dear Princess Xingyi, could you teach me some magic? Xingyi wasn't actually a bad person. She was just a bit tsundere. A few compliments, and her tail would be wagging in the air. Under Lin Fan's sweet words, Xingyi readily agreed, since you asked sincerely, I will generously teach you. I will teach you my 3 strongest and most powerful spells. Saying this, Xingyi began to demonstrate. 2 of the spells were the huge flame spell and magical binding that had just appeared after killing monsters. Besides that, there was the move that finished off that tree monster. The magic sword technique. The first 2 spells were incredibly powerful and easy to practice. Lin Fan quickly mastered them in a second and perfectly replicated them, which truly surprised Xingyi. I really didn't expect it, you, a human, actually have such a strong magical talent. Xingyi murmured. This was even incomparable to her. She meant that Lin Fan's magical talent could easily surpass her. Of course, Xingyi wouldn't easily admit to this. So, when Lin Fan smiled and asked about his magical talent, Xingyi still proudly huffed, average, really not as good as the princess, the next move requires 3 years of learning, if you can learn it in 3 months, then I'll admit your talent. Oh? Since my talent is not as good as yours, why give me such a short time? Lin Fan said with a smirk, could it be that you think my magical talent is better than yours? Shut up. Xingyi's expression changed, stubbornly said. After giving Xingyi the magic incantations and techniques, she huffed and turned to go back inside. Indeed. Lin Fan's magical talent was astonishing, even more powerful than herself, a princess of the elf clan. But this ultimate move was indeed very hard to learn. 3 months was already the fastest time Xingyi estimated. For a while, she saw no point in looking further. Just as she was about to turn and leave, suddenly, a fierce breath of magic spells erupted from behind. What? Xingyi turned around in shock, and right before Lin Fan, she was taken aback. In a huge magic circle, a dazzling giant sword suddenly fell. You learned it? Xingyi almost felt like she was hallucinating, wiping her eyes repeatedly, but the scene before her was still painfully real. Lin Fan casually waved his hand, scattering it, and nonchalantly nodded, yes, it feels a bit harder, but it's not too difficult. I learned it just by looking a little more. Xingyi. What a blow. What a big blow. Her proud magical talent seemed so insignificant in front of Lin Fan. The gap was too large. So uncomfortable. At that moment, Xingyi's mood fell to an incredible low. Lin Fan hugged her, smiling, don't be like this, I learned it, and it's thanks to your good teaching, right, teacher Xingyi? Xingyi immediately perked up. That's more like it. Thanks to me. Yes, thanks to you. Lin Fan smiled, not saying much more. This little Xingyi was just like coaxing a child, no different. Anyway, it was just a matter of moving the lips. Lin Fan didn't care about this. He opened his attribute panel. Name, Lin Fan. Level, D level. Combat power, 2000. Physique, 70. Agility, 30. Spirit, 40. Normal 3-dimensional attributes, 10. Battle power evaluation, just entering an alien world, possessing magical power, enough to protect oneself. Skills, top-tier magical talent passive. True sight. Magic sword techniques. Giant flame techniques. Magic entanglement. His current attributes were completely different from before. The enhancement was not just a minor increase. This made Lin Fan very satisfied. Then, he walked towards his home. So good. So good. Sigh, this dating show by Lin Fan is just so comfortable to watch. Huh? Wait, why did the live broadcast go black again? The screen is black? Why not double-click it to see? Clearly, Master Lin, who had been busy all day, was starting to get busy again. Little Sa and Wang Bingbing finished their speeches and left work. The live stream room grew dull again. At that moment, a comment floated by. Oh no, the matchmaking participants from the neighboring Dehan country actually banded together. This news was incredibly fresh. Matchmaking participants had never banded together before. The people of Long Country hurried to the matchmaking livestream of Dehan country to take a look. Sure enough, in the broadcast, they saw 3 matchmaking participants. Under the same sky. Facing dozens of monsters, the 3 participants struggled but managed to take care of them. This scene had never been seen before. Thinking of this, the people of Long Country couldn't help but ask questions. Those who had seen the background began to explain. It turned out that in this matchmaking game, there was a chance to encounter other matchmaking participants. Not just participants from the same country, but they could also meet people from other countries. Such a setting must give foreign matchmaking participants a considerable numerical advantage of 10. For people like them, at least self-defense ability could be greatly improved. Moreover, as the numbers increased, the number of rooms would also increase accordingly. For example, if there are 3 people in Dehan country, there would be 12 rooms for them to choose from. Unfortunately, there weren't any matchmaking rooms opened on the side of Dehan country, but Ugly country got incredibly lucky, directly opening 2 matchmaking rooms and receiving 2 A-level matchmaking rewards. Damn! 2 A-level matchmaking rewards? Must have stepped on dog poop for luck. It's no wonder they could open them. After all, Ugly country also lost quite a few matchmaking participants, using lives to pave the way. Alright then, thinking this way, I feel a bit better. I have to say, just looking at the results, the numerical advantage of these foreign mixed breeds quickly has shown itself. From a humanitarian perspective, they can open the matchmaking house, entirely relying on countless lives pushed out swiftly. It is immoral, it is a bad thing. However, from the results, they indeed have gained some advantage in this aspect. Fortunately, Lin Fan has never faced a setback here, but has consistently grasped the rewards of S-level matchmaking targets. Chapter 29, Upgrading the New Home, Strengthening Facilities. The next day. After a night of exhaustion, Lin Fan still covered his waist, trudging his way to the bathroom to wash up. Was it really like this? A sleepless night, battling 2 exceptional opponents, indeed felt a bit overwhelming. Information system, come out. Information 1, in today's matchmaking world, the god of bad luck has given a divine order, increasing the deadly probability of all doors by 99.99%. Information 2, today heavy snow is falling, with the temperature at -30 degrees, but every hour, a random auxiliary resource may refresh outside. Information 3, 3 days later, the Beast Tide Challenge will begin, refreshing 10 waves of Beast Tides in succession. If you can endure, and rank the least in time among all matchmaking participants, you can obtain the ultimate huge reward. Information 4, inside door number 4, there hides a D+ level magic shadow giant. Defeating it grants a C-level magical item and a contract certificate. The information provided by the system today made Lin Fan more serious. It was completely different from the usual information. Today's matchmaking world has undergone a significant change. Lin Fan looked out the window and saw that a layer of frost had already condensed on the glass. After puffing a breath to clear it, the harsh cold wind and the visible flurry of goosefeather snowflakes outside were evident. All this told Lin Fan that it all was real. Auxiliary resources. Thinking of this, Lin Fan quickly put on thick clothes, planning to go out and take a look. As soon as he opened the door, Lin Fan realized just how strong the cold wind outside truly was. The moment he stepped out the door, countless snowflakes seemed to turn into sharp little knives, scratching Lin Fan's face, causing immense pain. Moreover, the wind made his heels slip, and walking into the snow, the visibility within a 2-meter range was just a blanket of white. Although the area near his home was not large, it was enough to trap an ordinary person tightly in this extreme environment. Lin Fan used the power of magic to light a torch, then dared to explore outside. He cautiously ventured outside, remembering his steps in his heart. Fortunately, he quickly found a randomly refreshed treasure. Home renovation blueprint. After use, the home can be transformed into a luxurious villa with 3 floors and 600 square meters, complete with an independent swimming pool, esports room, game room, cinema, and more. Evaluation. In this matchmaking world, a luxurious villa counts as a building that others cannot wish for. Wow! A 600 square meter 3-story villa? And independent facilities for each room? This is a dream so wonderful that even in my dreams, I could never reach such a beautiful vision. And now, it actually became reality? Great, great, great! Lin Fan showed a satisfied smile, and looking at his ordinary, plain brick house, he immediately felt thoroughly defeated. Returning to the room, he directly woke up the 2 exhausted girls. Little Meow and Xingye rubbed their sleepy eyes and let out adorable hums. Get up quickly, we have a new home. Upon hearing this, the 2 girls immediately straightened their bodies. New home? Is it a better home than now? From Lin Fan's expression, it must be so. Yay! Little Meow excitedly climbed out of bed. As soon as I woke up, I was frozen to the bone, quickly curling into my blanket. So cold, so cold. Lin Fan almost forgot. Cats are the most afraid of cold. Of all the seasons, only the hottest days of summer are a little warm. In real life, for the rest of the time, cats rest on the scorching air conditioning units. Silly, I'll help you get dressed. Lin Fan had no choice but to do it himself, and the little cat smiled foolishly. After putting on the clothes on this side, he looked to the other side. Xingye was wrapped in a comforter, her head turned to the other side, silent. Why aren't you getting dressed? Hurry up, there's no new home to stay in. Lin Fan deliberately teased her. As a result, Xingye really took it seriously. She trembled and struggled to move, looking at Lin Fan with a mixture of resentment and grievance, quietly putting on her clothes. That little mouth was still buzzing, not knowing what it was saying. I'm going first. The little cat bounced down the stairs. Lin Fan intended to follow closely but suddenly was hugged from behind by Xingye. She wrapped her arms around his neck, her little tiger teeth showing as she said playfully, Lin Fan, next time, you have to dress me too. Otherwise, I will hate you for a lifetime. Lin Fan was speechless with laughter. No problem. Okay. When did the home have a jealous little one? By the time everyone came outside, the snow had already completely buried the shoes. Lin Fan tore the scroll, and a huge bright light enveloped their home, and in an instant, the sound of a successful upgrade notification rang out. A luxurious villa appeared before their eyes. The extravagant decorations and cutting-edge designs made it clear at a glance how lavish the house was. The 2 girls were indeed delighted, excitedly running inside. In the vast living room on the first floor, expensive furniture was almost everywhere, with high-value record players. Golden Nanmu tables and chairs. There was even a fireplace that created a cozy atmosphere. In front of this fireplace, an intelligent robot stood, shining, bowing respectfully to the 3. Hello, masters. My name is Xiao AI, and I am the steward of this villa. If you have any questions, just let me know anytime. After saying this, with elegant movements, he placed the steaming teacup on the coffee table in front of the fireplace. Then, his body suddenly transformed, becoming a sweeping robot, sweeping back and forth in the villa. Wow! The little cat and Xingye were completely stunned. They had never seen such a thing. Neither a living being nor having any presence, it was surprisingly no different from human beings. Actually, not just them, even Lin Fan had never seen such high-tech stuff in real life. One could only say that the life of the rich was unimaginable. It must be said, this villa truly deserved to be called luxurious. The previous brick house might let in cold air. But this villa was like a peaceful oasis. A warm atmosphere filled the house, and meals didn't require any effort, just calling Xiao AI over was enough, and he would ask for meal preferences and prepare breakfast himself. This is really comfortable. Lin Fan sat comfortably sipping red tea, gazing at the snowy scenery outside, suddenly feeling that he was not searching for a way to survive in a marriage game, but rather like a rich second generation going on vacation. On the other side in the live broadcast room, everyone was observing the live broadcast's every move. Today's marriage game is so strange, such heavy snow, many participants couldn't withstand it and directly froze to death. Yeah, it's too strange. I feel like it's at least minus 20 degrees. Those participants from other countries, no matter how strong they are, most haven't upgraded their residences, and encountering such extreme weather. I really want to see how they manage to hold on. Don't say that, our small country has already lost several participants. Good riddance. The foreign riffraff immediately turned angry. They jumped right out. What are you arrogant about, Dragon Country? Are you so proud just because Lin Fan has a shabby house to block the wind and rain? This is unfair. That's right, the Dragon Country pig is disgusting to the extreme. Since it's a competition, why not choose to compete fairly? If everyone's home is bad, you should also come out and face the heavy snow. Wait. Ha ha ha. Baga baga. Our small country's participant is actually so clever? Found a campfire blueprint in the snow? This way, one more participant from our small country can survive. Dragon country pigs, just envy. A campfire is way warmer than that shabby blanket. If I could talk to Lin Fan, I would really ask him if he is envious, ha 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 baga. Aren't you saying it's fair? If you have it, why need a campfire? Fair? Baga. The rules of our small country are the rules. Then, in the live broadcast, they saw Lin Chen wearing a coat, walking out into the snow. This scene originally puzzled many viewers, because many participants of the matchmaking game had not come back after stepping into the heavy snow. After all, the cold wind is biting, the temperature is below zero. Visibility will definitely be limited. Those who can come out may not be able to come back. But soon, everyone understood the meaning of Lin Fan's actions. A luxurious villa? 600 square meters? 3 stories? Esports room? No way, what is this? Can we even play online games in this matchmaking game? Damn, I have worked my whole life and haven't even seen a glimpse of this house, and Lin Fan just went out for a stroll and found it? Jealous. Shouldn't the ones most jealous be the people from the small country? At this moment, they are still smug, thinking they found a campfire. How will they react when they see Lin Fan discovering a luxurious villa as a new home? Next. Home upgrades. As the live camera delved deeper, a brand new world was directly presented to everyone. What the hell is this? Although I am poor, I can tell at a glance that this furniture and facilities are simply standard for the rich. Oh my god, is this safe to the extreme? They even have smart robots? Damn, why do I feel like Lin Fan is enjoying life in this matchmaking game? He has 2 beautiful wives and such a big house, a definite winner in life. Come on, the one from the small country who just spoke, can you still talk now? The people from the small country could say nothing more. Looking at their country's matchmaking game participants, they were either shivering in a small cabin, frozen to the point of losing consciousness, or pathetically huddled around a campfire. Then looking at Lin Fan's side. Is there really any need for comparison? The difference is clear. The heavy snow kept falling. After Lin Fan got up, it continued for 3 full hours before it finally slowed down. During this time, Lin Fan continued to explore his surroundings and took the 2 women to experience various modern facilities. Time passed quickly. Birth fruit tree. Users can increase the probability of giving birth by 20%. Magic fence. Made from giant trees in the magical forest, it has the ability to withstand a lot of physical and magical attacks. Durability, 1000. Automated arrow tower. Can automatically seek out and attack all monsters within a radius of 150 meters. Durability, 200. Attack power, 500. The resources obtained were quite good. At least Lin Fan was satisfied, but let's not forget, a large-scale beast tide will appear in 3 days. Now I can strengthen all the facilities around my home, making it much easier later. After adding the fences and arrow towers, Lin Fan began to patiently plant the fruit-bearing trees. Xingyi curiously came up behind him, observing Lin Fan's careful movements, and couldn't help but ask, "What is this? Why do you seem so concerned about this seedling?" It's a fruit-bearing tree. Once it matures, you can eat it, and it can increase the chance of having children. Lin Fan casually replied. Just this one sentence made Xingyi's ears turn red. I don't want to have a baby for you. Lin Fan, He turned around and tightly pulled Xingyi into his embrace, pretending to be angry. He said, "You don't want to have a baby for me? Then who do you want to have it for? Don't mind it. Fine, then you can leave. I don't want you anymore." Lin Fan had an idea and chuckled coldly. Xingyi immediately panicked, abandoning her proud nature. She nervously tightened her grip on Lin Fan's arm. No, I just said the wrong thing. I will have a baby for you. Please don't hate me, okay? Xingyi carefully looked up, only to see Lin Fan holding back his laughter. You are bullying me again. Xingyi completely couldn't hold it in anymore and threw herself into Lin Fan's arms, crying loudly. Little Meow heard the commotion and saw this scene, immediately knowing what had happened. She sighed and looked at the 2 helplessly. Lin Fan, you shouldn't keep bullying Xingyi, she is a good girl. And Xingyi, you too, always trying to make Lin Fan angry. Damn. Lin Fan, you really deserve it. Princess Xingyi finally got Lin Fan to make her cry. How satisfying. What a pair of happy foes, this CP is the best to ship. In the scene, Lin Fan continued to chat leisurely with the 2 girls. Little Sa and Wang Bingbing interacted with the audience for a moment, then suddenly seemed to receive an instruction, and switched the screen to another country. Various audience friends, today's marriage game world is indeed somewhat unusual. There have already been 10 participants from other countries who, after opening the door, were instantly killed. What? What on earth is going on? Such a high death rate? Everyone looked at the screen. Great Han country. Ugly country. Little Ben country. Countless marriage participants from various countries randomly opened their doors one after another. But waiting for them was a bizarre death. This strange scene cast a shadow over everyone's hearts. Even though the marriage participants from other countries had no connection with them, they did share a certain relation with Lin Fan. Chapter 31, Fierce Battle Against the Shadow Giant, Very Difficult. For example, the marriage world might have undergone some kind of mutation. The door problem occurred. This is what caused their deaths after opening the doors. If this is true, then if Lin Fan opens the door, will he not encounter the same fate? After all, they currently have a god's perspective. Lin Fan, who is in the marriage game, cannot see the live broadcast screen. He naturally instinctively thinks that those doors can be opened. But if they really do open, the consequences would be unimaginable. As if to verify everyone's thoughts, the live screen switched to several other countries. Marriage participants undoubtedly opened the doors and were instantly killed. Some even faced national penalties. Seeing this, the citizens of Dragon Country almost confirmed their inner thoughts. Oh no, what on earth is going on with today's marriage game? First this bizarre extreme weather, then the strange doors? What to do? If that's true, then Lin Fan will be in trouble too, right? Damn. I don't want this. If only we could tell Lin Fan about this. But unfortunately, this is impossible. And because of this, they could only helplessly watch Lin Fan's every move. Just hope Lin Fan absolutely avoids before. Don't open those doors again. However, the development of reality seems to always go against wishes. After playing around with the two girls, Lin Fan suddenly walked towards the 4 doors. Lin Fan is going to open the door. Don't open it. If you open it, it will be death. Lin Fan. We're doomed, what should we do? How can we make Lin Fan understand this is wrong? What is this matchmaking game about? Does it not want the participants to survive? And at that moment, the suppressed mixed blood from the other clan immediately jumped out. You fools! What are you still struggling for? Lin Fan's death is absolutely certain. I've said it long ago, Lin Fan is just a short-lived ghost. Baka! This is the outcome of unfair treatment. The retribution has come. While everyone else is suffering, Lin Fan enjoys comfort. Even I, a Dragon Kingdom citizen, can barely stand it. Lin Fan is human, are people from other countries not human? This good citizen is simply great. No, your logic is simply invincible. Was Lin Fan's home his to begin with? By what right do you say it's unfair? If you have the ability, go get such luxurious facilities. Baka Yoru. Shut up. What's the use of saying so much? In short, you all just watch your country's Lin Fan pig die. At this time, Lin Fan had already arrived at the front of door number 4. He slowly twisted the handle. Every tiny movement tugged at the hearts and minds of all the people in the Dragon Kingdom. Even Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing, 2 experienced hosts, at this moment, closed their mouths and prayed earnestly. Bang! Fortunately, after opening the door, Lin Fan did not mysteriously die. After realizing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief on the spot. But soon, they couldn't smile anymore. They saw that the environment inside this room was a huge arena. And standing in front of Lin Fan was a giant over 10 meters tall. Shadow Giant. Level, D+. Combat Power, 3000. Evaluation, a member of the giant race, but after being eroded by demonic energy, his reason has completely disappeared, exchanged instead for extreme rage and combat instincts that can be fully unleashed, very tricky. Shadow Giant? And its D+ strength? Seeing the scene, almost all the hearts of the Dragon Kingdom people sank, and they felt a mad thud in their chests. Clearly, in terms of combat power alone, he was far stronger than even the Princess Xingye. How about Lin Fan? Although he was also D-level. But his combat power was only 2000. Even with this combat power at the D level, it was already considered a good level. But the gap between him and the Shadow Giant was also very obvious, the two were worlds apart. Such a matchup could almost directly be called a death sentence. The Dragon Kingdom people had just managed to relax, and their emotions tightened again. Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing were also focused, seriously analyzing the situation. At this moment, Lin Fan's disadvantage is very great. There is a full 1000 combat power difference between the two, which can almost be said to be an insurmountable chasm. Honestly, at present, I really can't think of any way for Lin Fan to win. The live broadcast room suddenly fell into a deep silence. Everyone's expressions changed into something that did not look good. Ha ha ha. Die 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 die. Hurry up and die. I hope the next matchmaker from the Dragon Kingdom is just like this fool Lin Fan. Thinking they're clever, insisting on opening the door to die. Giant, hurry up and take down this waste. Lower class man Lin Fan, hurry up and die. Not respecting women at all. Wait. Teacher Sa, did you forget an issue? Suddenly, Wang Bingbing exclaimed in doubt. Haven't we studied a lot about the combat power system in the matchmaking game? Actually, from the back, didn't we come to a conclusion? That is, combat power accounts for the majority of strength. And the aspect of attribute restraint is also a huge reason for victory. Xiao Sa momentarily did not react. What do you mean? What I mean is, if the opponent is a water-type spirit and Lin Fan uses fire magic to surpass the opponent, then even if his combat power is lower than the opponent's, it does not mean Lin Fan will lose, instead, he will win greatly. The current situation is the same. We only know the opponent's combat ability is very strong. But what about their resistance to magic? If it's not strong, can Lin Fan perfectly restrain him? After all, Lin Fan has top-notch magical talent and has learned several spells from Princess Xingye. As the saying goes, a word can awaken a dreamer. Wang Bingbing's words instantly reignited hope in everyone's hearts. That's right. There is still a glimmer of hope. Lin Fan, go for it. You must use magic to take down this dead giant. Sometimes I really admire you people from the Dragon Country. Comforting yourselves and deceiving yourselves is truly amusing. At this moment, in the matchmaking game, on the huge arena, Lin Fan showed no signs of fear. Even if the opponent's combat power is 10,000. So what? The intelligence system did not tell Lin Fan that this shadow giant could confuse him. Sure enough, looking at the heart area of the shadow giant, there was actually a huge bloody tumor sticking out. It seems that there is the most important point where the shadow giant can be defeated. Roar! The shadow giant launched the attack first. Don't be fooled by its gigantic body, its movement speed was incredibly bizarre. In a frenzied run, it immediately dashed in front of Lin Fan. The 3-meter-wide shadow fist brushed past his hair, and the stone wall of the arena instantly vaporized. Lin Fan rolled in the rain of rubble, his nostrils filled with the stench of sulfur and rotting flesh. The live broadcast screen shook violently with his perspective, and the 73 billion viewers worldwide saw the shadow giant towering at 15 meters high, a war machine woven from countless struggling souls. This scene made the hearts of the Dragon Country's people rise to their throats. Regardless of whether Lin Fan could hear them or not. They shouted at the screen, hoping it could inspire Lin Fan a little. The shadow giant let out a sonic roar, and the entire building crumbled under the sound waves. Lin Fan was blown away by the shockwave, crashing through 7 load-bearing walls, and the blood foaming from his mouth froze into crystals in the air. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, his expression serious. This was the first time he was injured by a monster in the matchmaking game. This shows that surpassing 1000 combat power is no joke. But now, he was about to start fighting back. Magic bind. Countless green chains erupted from the ground, and in an instant, the bare ground crazily sprouted thick vines. They precisely wrapped around the giant's joints, making him unable to move at all. If Xingye saw the scene, she would definitely shout cheating. After all, even Xingye herself couldn't achieve this level of magical binding. Giant flame spell. Lin Fan bit his tongue and conjured a magic circle out of thin air. He didn't hesitate, using his blood to write wedge-shaped characters in the air. In that moment, the magic circle seemed to be instantly stained red. It became incredibly bright, a sea of crimson. In the next second, a crimson fire pillar pierced through the building's dome, illuminating the entire arena as bright as day. In the flames appeared a vague, towering figure, representing the original source power of magic. If it weren't for the overwhelming difference in combat power, with just one strike, the shadow giant could be killed on the spot. This is the ability of top-tier magical talent. It's like having cheats. Fortunately, Hoshino did not witness this scene. Otherwise, she would be unhappy, saying I hid it from her. Lin Fan chuckled. The fire snake fiercely lashed out at the massive tumor on the shadow giant's chest, the wildly burning flames engulfing even the vine-like tendrils. In an instant, the flames surged once again. The life core on the shadow giant's chest began to crack, and the imprisoned resentful spirits let out piercing cries of release. Roar! The shadow giant's body was already engulfed in flames, who knows how much pain he was enduring. At this moment, in the live stream, suddenly fell into an eerie silence. The comments of East Asian sick man, civilization remnants, that had been flooding in 3 seconds ago all disappeared. All the alien onlookers could hardly believe their eyes at this scene. Is this really the guy who just entered the matchmaking game a few days ago? How could he be this powerful? Why? By what right? Lin Fan is amazing, Lin Fan is amazing. Damn, really, I've never admired anyone in my life, but today I truly respect him. This flame, can it really be produced by D-level power? No joke, Lin Fan's attributes really counter this shadow giant. Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing also showed surprised expressions. Bingbing, you're really a lucky charm. It really is like you said. Lin Fan's attributes completely countered this guy. Actually, this has nothing to do with me, the theory was proposed by experts, and it was Lin Fan himself who found this flaw. If you want to give me credit, we should just learn from Lin Fan's observational skills. Wang Bingbing replied very honestly. Demon sword technique. Lin Fan's pupils turned molten gold, a 40-meter-long sword of light extending from his spine. This is the strongest form of the demon sword book. As the sword swept through, even the space was cut, producing quantum ripples. With Lin Fan's will, the giant sword pierced the shadow giant's chest fiercely. It was a clean thrust. At that moment, all the shadow giant's movements were forcibly halted. As that massive tumor burst open, its life had reached the end. Torrential dark blood rained down. And at the moment the light sword pierced the shadow core, blood rain erupted on all live broadcasts worldwide. The shadow giant crumbled into ash, and those ashes fell to the ground, turning into emerald healing spores. They healed all the wounds on Lin Fan's body, replenishing all the magic he had consumed. Well, although I have top-notch magical talent and great power, the consumption of magic and mental energy after casting the spell has become enormous. Lin Fan sighed. If it weren't for his top-tier magical talent that could temporarily overdraw magic, he wouldn't even be able to use the strongest form just from the magical energy entanglement. Without the strongest form, he couldn't defeat this monster. It's like having all the cheats. Lin Fan laughed. And at this moment, in the center of the room, the shadow giant's body directly transformed into the shape of a treasure chest. Upon opening it, Lin Fan saw a contract. Contract certificate. Can forcibly bind the other party as one's matchmaking partner and control their current actions. Evaluation. While the contract is useful, it is still important to capture the other party's feelings. This is a good thing. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Earlier, he had considered the possibility of matchmaking failure and killing the partner to protect himself. Even though he hasn't encountered that yet, he wouldn't think that this situation won't arise. What if he encounters a female emperor or someone like that in the future? He looked down on himself. Then he was about to start. As for feelings and such, over time, love will develop. Love at first sight is nonsense. With the contract certificate in hand, Lin Fan decisively chose to go home and lie flat. At this moment, the live streaming room was not so calm as Lin Fan. Countless messages like golden bullets turned into a golden torrent. Fan Shen. He has carved open the path of life for the whole nation. Damn, who still dares to question my brother Lin? Fighting beyond levels, who can do it? It must be cheating. How could humans master 3 magical systems? Baka. 8. I suggest the United Nations investigate the genes of the participants from Dragon Country. I now suspect that your Dragon Country's Lin Fan has stolen our old ugly country's talent. Return it immediately. Chapter 33, Encounter with participants from other countries. Lin Fan pushed the door and returned home, only to bump into Xingye. Ha! Xingye, why are you here? Xingye rubbed her forehead but refused to leave Lin Fan's embrace, mumbling, I wasn't waiting for you because I was worried. Oh, so that's it. Lin Fan patted Xingye's head, smelling the faint floral fragrance on the elf, feeling very good. Returning to the big villa, he found Xiaomio seriously watching the butler kneading dough in the kitchen. Oh, so that's it. Take notes, take notes. Xiaomia pulled out a small notebook and quickly wrote down every action of the butler. Seeing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle. What are you doing? Xiaomia jumped in fright. After noticing Lin Fan's return, she immediately bounced in front of him, excitedly saying, I'm learning to cook. One day, I'll make delicious food. Ah, good, but before that, you should eat this. Lin Fan pulled out 2 plum fruits and handed them to the 2 girls. What is this? Xiaomia asked innocently. Meanwhile, Xingye's face was so red it almost dripped blood. How could she not know what this was? She had asked about it just last night. Lin Fan smiled mysteriously, eat it, after you're full, then you'll have to endure. Oh. Xiaomia grinned foolishly, gobbling it down, then quietly went back to her room to change into a brand new maid outfit. Xingye said nothing, carefully finishing off the fruit. Lin Fan couldn't help but tease her. I didn't expect you to be so proactive, huh? Xingye. Don't talk. Lin Fan laughed heartily and lifted Xingye up the stairs. The next day, the intelligence system refreshed announcements. Intelligence 1, 2 participants from a small nation will break into door number 1, one has a bad temperament and will pretend to be kind, but eventually will stab you. The other plans to pretend to surrender and then steal your matchmaking partner. Intelligence 2, door number 2 is an environmental copy with low difficulty, containing blueprints for technological means in the magical world, a magical cannon. Intelligence 3, perhaps after 2 more days of hard work, the rewards of the life-giving nation will appear. Intelligence 4, door number 3 and door number 4 are both punishment rooms. Door number 3 allows you to sacrifice 500,000 citizens to obtain one random matchmaking partner. Door number 4 can unlock a treasure box the first time to receive a random task scroll, and upon completion, you will get generous rewards. Reopening will result in national fortune penalties. And strip the opener of participation in the matchmaking game. Small nation? Just in time. Lin Fan sneered. I believe that every dragon country person's heart carries an irremovable hatred for the small nation. And now, to really encounter a participant from the small nation? That's great. If he didn't play with them thoroughly, he would be letting down his identity as a dragon country person. Thinking of this, Lin Fan couldn't help but hum. Messages flew across the live streaming room. Damn, I now have a disease. Every time I see Lin Fan smile, I know something bad is coming. I wonder who will suffer at Lin Fan's hands again. Hee hee. By the way, do you guys have relations with matchmaking partners from other countries? It seems like lately, matchmaking partners have been visiting each other more and more. Yeah, you say, could there be matchmaking partners from other countries here with Lin Fan? That's hard to say. Wait, look. In the scene, Lin Fan slowly approached the 4 doors. Suddenly, one of the doors actually opened slowly. This bizarre scene instantly put everyone on alert. So it's true, foreign scum. Only when foreign scum appear does the door open by itself. Now this is going to be a good show. If they meet Lin Shan, won't they die completely? On the other side, over in the small country, the emperor watched the comments from everyone, but he only smiled faintly. A bunch of fools. You didn't expect it, right? I had already summoned these 2 citizens in advance. Who would have thought that just in case, they would be so lucky to see Lin Fan directly? When they start causing trouble later, you'll realize the seriousness of the situation. Anyway, someone like Lin Fan, a college student, won't have any deep hatred towards our small country. Right? The surrounding ministers burst into laughter. After our cultural invasion, the young people in Dragon Country even admire our small country. When the time is ripe, Dragon Country will be ours for the taking. Ha 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 ha. Laughter echoed in the office. At this moment, in the matchmaking game, Lin Fan stood in front of the door, silently waiting for the other person to arrive. Sure enough, 2 humans jumped out from within. When they saw that the person in front of them was Lin Fan, their faces instantly lit up with surprise. Speaking fluent Dragon Country's language, hello. My name is Zhang San. The other person from the small country said, my name is Li Si. We are Chinese descendants from the small country, didn't expect to meet our idol here, Lin Fan, hello. Seeing their performance, Lin Fan found it particularly interesting. What's the difference from watching a monkey show? Since they're putting on a show, he might as well join in and bring the program effect in the live stream to the extreme. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream, unaware of Lin Fan's thoughts, were all dumbfounded. No. Lin Fan, these 2 are citizens of the small country. They are trying every way to harm you. Don't pay attention to them. Kill them. Kill them. The citizens of the small country instantly became unhappy. What do you mean we want to harm Lin Fan? We call this international friendship. Are you like those pigs in Dragon Country? Not a bit polite? Even though we did insult you before, can't we just smile and forget? You shouldn't hold our past against us. That's right. Our citizens of the small country are much better than your citizens of Dragon Country. At this moment, even Wang Bingbing frowned at those comments. Certain citizens from the small country, please mind your tone. We know very well the calculations in your hearts. Don't pretend here anymore, otherwise, don't blame our Dragon Country's people for giving you a verbal warning. In response, the citizens of the small country didn't pretend anymore. Alright, what if I say that a small portion of our citizens from the small country have actually been specially trained by the emperor long ago? How would you explain that? Who would have thought the day to defeat Lin Fan would come so quickly? This time, this Dragon Country pig will not only die, but his matchmaking partner will also be snatched away by our small country. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 34, Sudden Betrayal? Already anticipated. Such words were also those from the 2 citizens of the small country, who stood before Lin Fan with a friendly expression deep in their smiling eyes. A trace of darkness quietly passed. Especially when they saw Lin Fan smiling back at them, they felt that the Emperor's words were absolutely correct. College students from Dragon Country. The biggest fool is right here. Lin Fan smiled and said, "Hello, since we are all humans, let's set aside everything else and work together to survive, okay?" Zhang San and Li Si nodded repeatedly, pretending to be very grateful. Thank you, thank you. Hearing sounds from outside. Xing Yi and Little Miao walked out together. Two stunning figures instantly made both of their eyes go wide. Lin Fan, this is. Xing Yi frowned, as elves can sense the malice of humans very clearly. She immediately felt a sense of malice, finding these two people extremely annoying. Lin Fan said nothing, just moved his eyes slightly. Being the ones close to Lin Fan, both women immediately realized he had his own plan. Xing Yi snorted coldly and turned to leave. Little Miao reacted a bit slowly but also imitated a cold expression, glaring at them with murderous intent. Hiss. This reaction startled Zhang San and Li Si, making them jump. As ordinary people, they couldn't even handle Little Miao's aura. They are like this, don't mind them. Lin Fan was eagerly waiting to see the fun. Forget about that, come with me and let's go explore, okay? We just entered this matchmaking game, we might just slow you down, how about we stay in the home instead? That won't do, how can a person grow without exercise? Lin Fan patted one person's shoulder, and with a crack, the person screamed in terror. My shoulder is broken. I was too forceful, you won't mind, right? Lin Fan said lightly. A threat. This is an outright threat. This is quite different from the image of a typical university student from Dragon Country. The two had to compromise. Although they looked longingly at the big villa with envy in their eyes, they still nodded earnestly to avoid exposing themselves. Mr. Lin, we have limited abilities, so we might not be able to help you much. It's okay, just join in. Lin Fan kindly invited the two to come to his side. If there's any problem, I will protect you. Soon, they arrived at the front of door number 2. Lin Fan was the first to push the door open, and a stench of decay hit him. Environment instance, Snake Valley. Swish, swish, swish. As soon as they entered, the environment changed dramatically. In the dark, damp canyon, rainwater crashed down from the cliffs. It drenched the two of them completely. At this moment, Lin Fan had safely walked to the front. He shook off the dew on his clothes and looked back. What are you dawdling for? Come on. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A huge python suddenly rushed out from the side. Damn, you scared me to death. Lin Fan kicked the giant python at his feet, and by coincidence, it landed right behind Zhang San. The python, already angry, saw a living person right in front of it, and opened its mouth to tear into Zhang San's arm, the foul blood immediately spreading on the ground. Help me! Help me! Lin Fan finally snapped out of it, smiling as he casually killed the python. Look at you, how can you be so careless? Zhang San was almost driven mad. Wasn't it you, Mr. Lin, who kicked the snake over here? You? Zhang San dared not speak anymore. Only because a cold killing intent had already flickered in Lin Fan's eyes. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, I got too excited, it was my fault. Acknowledge your mistake and correct it. Lin Fan replied indifferently. This scene made the audience in the live stream from Dragon Country burst into laughter. Wow, there's even this trick? Senior Lin's move is too ruthless. I'm laughing to death, I seriously suspect Lin Fan already knows they are causing trouble. Of course. Who is Lin Fan? With such an obvious accent, how could there be a good person? I can see it now, Lin Fan just wants to play these two to death to be happy. Good death. Such a good death. It's really too funny. So entertaining. Isn't this better than the live stream of the host? The citizens of the little country immediately couldn't sit still. Originally, they wanted to stay in this Dragon Country's livestream room to watch Lin Fan's jokes. As a result, they didn't see Lin Fan's jokes. What they could see was only their own foolish citizens who tried to steal chickens and ended up losing rice. They were so angry that they almost spat blood on the spot. Taro. Daro. What are you doing? You Dragon Country people are so cold-blooded. Why don't you help us little citizens well? We just want Lin Fan's marriage partner, not his life. Look at what Lin Fan is doing, you bunch of Dragon Country pigs. I want to sue Lin Fan, take him to court. Cough cough. Little Sa suddenly coughed twice. Citizens of the little country in the live stream room, please speak carefully, or I will mute you. Baka. I am a minister of the little country, do you dare to mute me? Do you want to start a war? The next second, the mute came. The citizens of Dragon Country burst into laughter again. In the environmental dungeon. Ahead is the lair of mutated snake clusters. Lin Fan tore open the hanging poisonous vines with his bare hands, healed himself with magic, and looked back at the two weak people behind him. Stay close. He deliberately stepped on a dry branch. Suddenly, among the treetops, a dozen green-scaled snakes suddenly sprang up. Zhang San and Li Si were shocked, screaming, hurriedly picking up branches to wave, "Help me! Help me! Please, save us!" Lin Fan intentionally delayed his reaction by 2 beats, and only after the two were torn apart did he take action to eliminate them. Looking at the two trembling, pale-faced individuals, Lin Fan shook his head and sighed, "Are all you citizens of the little country so weak? You're at least of Chinese descent, yet you don't even know how to defend yourselves. How can I train you? I'm doing this for your own good, and you don't even say thank you?" By the end, Lin Fan's tone became noticeably harsher. The faces of the two instantly turned beet red. Not only were they tricked by Lin Fan, but they were also being threatened? How frustrating. It was simply too suffocating. They almost wanted to bang their heads against the wall and die on the spot. "Thank you." The two squeezed out those 2 words from between their teeth. The child can be taught. Couldn't take it anymore. Really couldn't take it anymore. Zhang San could no longer hold back. He slowly took out a dagger. With a fierce look at Lin Fan. "No matter how powerful you are, so what? If you get stabbed in the vital point by a dagger, will you die or not?" He really couldn't endure being tormented by Lin Fan any longer. If this continued, he would seriously doubt that Lin Fan could torture him to death. Better to kill Lin Fan first before dying. Unbeknownst to him, all these actions were already within Lin Fan's expectations. Chapter 35, Lured into the Punishment Room. Continuing to walk on this slippery mountain path, as the group passed through the waterfall, Lin Fan suddenly pressed down on Zhang San's shoulder. "Be careful of the moss, don't fall." His fingertips suddenly exerted force. Don't be fooled by Lin Fan being primarily a magic-based warrior now. But his physical attributes are several times that of an ordinary person. With force, even piercing an ordinary person's skull with a finger is not a problem. Ka. After indulging in a big thrill, Lin Fan no longer made things difficult for the two, but directly cleared the dungeon quickly, looking at the magic cannon blueprint in his hands, satisfied as he left. Is it really that easy? The attention of the two was once again focused on the blueprint. Greed was clearly written on their faces. "What's wrong? You want it too?" Lin Fan smiled, "But unfortunately, you can't use it." A surge of anger built up in their hearts. "Not giving? What do you mean by not giving? However, besides this thing, I can give you other things." Lin Fan led the two out of the environmental dungeon and came to the front of door number 3. "Do you know why I can always avoid harm and obtain the treasures?" Boom. 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 At that moment, Zhang San and Li Si's hearts skipped a beat. Right now, this was the most crucial piece of information. At the same time, countless citizens of Dragon Country and various outsiders around the world all perked up, eager to learn Lin Fan's secret. After all, if they knew this point, they could avoid countless disasters in this matchmaking game. Although they didn't know if it would lead to absolute invincibility, from Lin Fan's current performance, it indeed seemed capable of filtering out wrong answers. In the scene, Lin Chen pretended to say, "But this is how I make my living. I'm telling you this because it's not easy for you Chinese too, but you can't tell anyone else." Zhang San and Li Si's attention was completely absorbed by Lin Chen. They didn't even dare to make any other moves. Not even daring to blink their eyes. They nodded repeatedly, indicating they would be honest. Seeing this scene, the emperor couldn't help but laugh heartily. His expression transformed from gloomy to joyous. "Ministers, come here. Everyone, record everything Lin Fan says and does. This fool really doesn't have any ill intentions toward our small country's citizens. It seems that his previous actions were just a young person wanting to assert their presence. After all, he didn't actually harm our citizens. My guess was correct. Our small country is going to rise." Then, they watched Lin Fan seriously put his ear against the door. Zhang San and Li Si didn't know what this meant. But they tried their best to hold their breath, not daring to interrupt Lin Fan's actions. After a long time, Lin Fan straightened up and said with a smile, "That's it, you need to listen with your ears to the sounds of all the doors. You can hear everything. If there isn't a single sound inside the room, it is safe, but if there is sound, even the slightest, it means danger." This statement startled the two of them. They couldn't tell if it was true or false. But when they saw Lin Fan's sincere eyes, they chose to believe. University pig is definitely foolish. This, they firmly believed. What kind of cunning could a young kid have? "Now, let me test you." Lin Fan directly called Zhang San over. "You come, listen if there's any sound inside." Zhang San gritted his teeth through the pain, approached the door, and mimicked Lin Fan's actions, listening for a long time. Finally, he shook his head, nothing. No sound, right? Lin Fan smiled, then there's no danger, there are treasures inside. The two made no move at all. You don't believe it? Lin Fan nodded, alright, then I'll prove it to you. Saying this, Lin Fan pushed the door open. The result was very obvious. Lin Fan didn't take any damage at all. Instead, in the room, they indeed saw a treasure chest. It turned out to be true. This pig didn't lie. Zhang San and Li Si were on the verge of going crazy with joy, tears of excitement almost spilling down. They knew that after suffering so many losses, they had been waiting for this moment. And at this time in the live broadcast room, the citizens of Dragon Country were all dumbfounded. No way, did Lin Fan really reveal the technique? How is that possible? This is really bad, Lin Fan's technique is seen by everyone. So it turns out Lin Fan didn't know they were bad people from a small country, but simply wanted to show off. That's unreasonable, too unreasonable. Ha ha ha. Dragon Country pigs, they truly are Dragon Country pigs. I didn't say anything wrong. Dragon Country is just a bunch of pigs. Alright, now our great cold country is going to start collecting rewards. Thank you for your selfless contribution, Lin Fan of Dragon Country. Ha ha ha. Countless strange people, after getting their satisfying answers, directly went back to start their research. They prepared to use it in the next matchmaking game. They had been quite worried watching Dragon Country continuously rise. But now it seems Dragon Country truly is stupid to death. At this moment, Lin Fan generously said, Zhang San, you took a lot of hits in the instance just now, so why don't you open this treasure chest? Zhang San was flattered, unable to believe it. Me? Really me? Of course. I've always said I only want the best for you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I will be grateful to you for a lifetime. Zhang San acted as if he were crying bitterly, even kneeling in gratitude. He looked as if he wanted to repay Lin Fan with his life. But as he passed Lin Fan to open the treasure chest, his expression suddenly changed. Chapter 36, Believe the Truth, Punishment for the Small Country. So great. So great. This is just so great. Lin Fan. You have tortured me for so long. Now, once I gain powerful strength, I will definitely kill you. Zhang San stared at the golden treasure chest floating in the center of the room, his throat letting out beast-like gasps. His blood-red gaze seemed almost capable of piercing through the chest's surface, deeply seeing inside, illuminating the enchanting Halhuan patterns on the lid. At this moment, everyone held their breath. They were watching every move of the live broadcast. Zhang San's fate was not just about whether the small country scheme could succeed. Moreover, it also concerned whether what Lin Fan said was truly real. At this very moment, the live broadcast room was instantly flooded with the comments from the small country's citizens. Dragon Country stupid pigs. They actually gave us the perfectly good treasure chest. How foolish. Taro, quickly open the chest. Use the power of Amaterasu to crush Dragon Country pigs. Our small empire will definitely crush these Dragon Country pigs. Wait. That pattern looks like the sacrificial box from the Edo period. What sacrificial box? I've never heard of it. The citizens of Dragon Country, all of them, rose up in layers of worries. What is Fan Ge thinking? Is this box really a treasure chest? Why give it away so easily? It's over, small Japan is going to take the opportunity for free. Everyone calm down. I absolutely trust Fan Shen. His pitfall trick is just like when I tricked my ex-boyfriend into drinking foot wash. Question mark. Zhang San's pupils turned red, and from the crack of the treasure chest, faint purple mist began to seep, eroding his reason. He remembered the secret order from the ministers before he left. If he gained enough strength, he could kill Lin Fan on the spot. No holds barred. Click. At the moment the golden lock snapped open, the global live broadcast signal suddenly showed snow-like noise. When the picture restored, within the chest floated not the artifacts everyone expected, nor any rewards. Instead, it was a wedding document dripping with fresh blood, hanging in the middle of the room. Bright red blood continuously dripped down, splashing Zhang San's entire face. The next second, Zhang San suddenly let out a pain scream, violently coughing up a mouthful of blood. AP. Match successful. You have married the fully formed Yamada no Orochi. Please sacrifice 500,000 citizens as a dowry within 24 hours. As the voice reached its end, it abruptly turned into a sharp shriek, ringing only in the ears of the small nation's people. The barrage in the small nation's livestream abruptly stopped, and 3 seconds later, a tsunami of blood-red warnings erupted. Baka! Cancel it now! Tarokuan, look at the citizens' vote. Refuse. Refuse immediately. No. Absolutely not. I don't want to die, really, I don't want to die. Please don't click it. Don't pick me. Meanwhile, the people of Long Kingdom breathed a sigh of relief. See? I told you. When it comes to scamming expressions, I'm an expert. Wow, you can say this isn't a reward, right? Not really, even though citizens will be sacrificed, he will also gain the power of Yamada no Orochi. So what? Right now, your small nation's marriage participants are in front of Lin Fan. What does getting it mean? A couple of slaps and they're dead. Damn it, you're really smart. It's true. Lin Fan can just slap this guy to death, and then nothing matters, right? The people of the small nation are dead, and so is the marriage partner? This cracks me up. Just thinking about it feels so great. Baka. Baka baka baka. You Dragon Kingdom pigs can't do this. Of course. The one who decided all this fate had nothing to do with the viewers in the livestream. It was Zhang San himself. At this moment. Ha 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 ha. I held it in for 40 seconds, and now I can finally laugh out loud. Ha 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 ha. Zhang San laughed madly, the curse mark spreading up to his neck. He laughed so crazily that tears flowed from his eyes. Lin Fan, to tell you the truth actually, I am a thorough citizen of the small nation. I've been lurking by your side just to let you die in this marriage game. But I didn't expect you, Baka, would make such a move. It seems your Dragon Kingdom's luck has run out. Lin Fan dramatically feigned shock, then laughed. What? No. Why is this happening, woo woo woo? Please don't attack me, woo woo woo. I'm so scared. Zhang San had completely immersed himself in his own world. With a mad grin. Scared now? Too late. When I was injured and my arm broke, didn't you know it was wrong? What does 500,000 people mean? Once I merge with the power of Yamada. His entire body cracked with popping sounds, with crimson snake-like horns protruding from his forehead, and his tactical suit was torn to shreds by bulging muscles. Lin Fan finally stopped pretending. The national fortune punishment has begun, right? Well then, I won't play along anymore. Just as Zhang San was reaching a crucial point of merging with Yamada no Orochi mentally, Lin Fan got up and slapped him hard. Wait. Lin Fan. What are you doing? You can't attack at this moment. Zhang San didn't expect Lin Fan to actually strike him, terrified and wanting to escape. But he could not escape Lin Fan's thunderous palm. Just 2 slaps. Zhang San's head was crushed into a mist of blood. Are you an idiot? Thinking you are in a drama with invincible transformation time? Lin Fan was speechless. He kicked a line of Dragon Kingdom characters beneath the treasure chest. I warned you to be sincere. The viewers in the livestream then noticed there was an extremely small line of text beneath the treasure chest. The greedy offer flesh and blood, while the sincere promise a united heart. Damn. This is incredible. Wait, is my Lin like a microscope? He can see such small text clearly? Alright, now we're the clowns. Lin Fan has had his plan all along. Brother Fan is out of this world. I said, why was my Fan Ji's operation so strange today? Seeing this scene, the citizens of the small nation were both angry and relieved. After all, this was a sacrifice of 500,000 people. They can't withstand such torment in their small country. Humph. A gentleman takes revenge, 10 years is not too late. Dragon Kingdom's Pillar Master, just wait for our small country's retaliation. The Emperor's expression was extremely gloomy, never expecting that his perfect plan would be so easily unraveled by Lin Fan. Bang! The Emperor slammed the table, furious beyond measure. At that moment, the Emperor felt the world spin around him, and the building began to shake violently. What's happening? The citizens of the small country instantly fell into chaos. Chapter 37, Nuclear Waste Punishment. They suddenly discovered. The ground of the entire Mount Fuji base began to collapse violently, and 500,000 curse marks inexplicably appeared on the citizens of the small country. At that moment, red lights lit up simultaneously. The crowd celebrating on the streets of Tokyo suddenly froze, as a strange and bright red countdown popped up before their eyes. You have been chosen as a wedding gift for the 8-headed serpent. Automatic death in 3 seconds. When the citizens of the small country saw this message, they barely had time to react, not even enough time to feel fear, panic, anger, or confusion. In the next second, they exploded into a mist of blood before everyone's eyes. The burst of 500,000 blood-colored fireworks undoubtedly added a huge shadow in the hearts of the other citizens of the small country. Why? That idiot is already dead. Why is there still a national punishment? Dad, Mom. Didn't you hate the Dragon Kingdom people the most? Get up and see. We must watch the Dragon Kingdom get destroyed. Oh my god, why is this happening? Dragon Kingdom, yes, it's all the fault of the Dragon Kingdom pigs. If they hadn't tricked us simple citizens of the small country, we wouldn't be like this. We are all humans, why do you have to be so ruthless? Faced with the hysteria of the small country's citizens, the Dragon Kingdom's people had no desire to argue back. Wang Bingbing directly said bluntly, let it be, they are already so miserable, what more can we say? Ha ha ha, is Bingbing's mouth filled with blades? How can she be so harsh, ha ha ha. I can't take it anymore, I'm dying of laughter. By the way, there is still one person from the small country alive, I wonder how Lin Fan will make him die. At this moment, Zhang San's death made Li Si feel an icy chill throughout his body in an instant. Especially when he looked at Lin Fan, he was so scared his body trembled uncontrollably. That person, what he did has nothing to do with me. Lin Fan, I will only submit to you. Li Si directly prostrated himself, frantically knocking his head in an attempt to avoid death. Lin Fan smiled. Why are you so nervous? Actually, I've said it before, I've always been for your good, but I didn't expect that the treasure chest would have this kind of result. Li Si was so scared he was almost crying. If Zhang San knew, he would definitely thank you. He didn't dare to say a word of defiance. If he really spoke out, who knew if Lin Fan would suddenly go mad and kill him too? Thinking this, Lin Fan had once again brought him to another door. Without saying a word, he went in first. Just as Li Si was frightened, he saw Lin Fan standing there without a care in the world. And at this moment, there were 2 treasure chests placed in the room. Come on, this time I definitely didn't make a mistake, just pick one, okay? Lin Fan said, standing in front of one of the treasure chests. 2 treasure chests? Any choice? Under the condition of zero knowledge, their probability of death was exactly the same. But who knows? If Lin Fan had any other means to know the contents of the treasure chests. Thus, line end. Li Si silently calculated. The eyes were tightly fixed on Lin Fan's movements. When he discovered that Lin Fan was about to open the treasure chest, he suddenly stepped out, a flattering expression on his face, and said, Mr. Lin, can I open this treasure chest, okay? Why? Lin Fan frowned. But then, he still let out a sigh. Fine, as long as we trade, don't blame me if there's nothing good. Of course I won't. Li Si was going crazy with joy. Especially after seeing Lin Fan's unwilling expression, he was even more certain of his inner thoughts. There must be something good in this treasure chest. Luckily, he was clever and traded the treasure chest first. If this one is good. Li Si gradually became excited, but still suppressed his impulse with reason, continuing to observe Lin Fan's actions. Lin Fan suddenly stopped moving and looked at him. Aren't you going to try your luck? Never mind. It's safer to stick with Mr. Lin, you go ahead. Li Si dug his nails deep into his palm, watching his teammate turn to bones under Lin Fan's control. The matching treasure chest was consuming the vitality of 500,000 citizens, while that man from Longhua, called Lin Fan, smiled as he turned to himself. Hate. 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 It was just too ruthless. As a small person, I naturally want Mr. Lin to benefit first. If I get something good, I will hand it directly to you. He intentionally trembled his voice, appearing submissive. However, at this moment, there was not a single person in the live broadcast room supporting them. Everyone was afraid to gamble again. If Lin Fan tricked the small country and lost the names of 500,000 citizens, who would take responsibility? The citizens of the small country were frantically hitting the keyboard. Lord, hurry and escape. This Longhua person is definitely digging a pit. There's something wrong. Too wrong. Not a single Longhua pig is good. Don't believe anything said by Longhua pigs. Look at this guy, still smiling. Ha! I haven't watched for a while, why is Brother Fan still with the little devil? I have a bad feeling, something big is coming. Aren't there 2 treasure chests here? I suspect, the good show is about to start. As expected. At this moment. On Lin Fan's side, after opening the treasure chest, he unexpectedly got a random task scroll. The next second, a stream of information flowed before the 2 of them. Random task, hug your teammate for 10 seconds. Reward, Dragon Kingdom Sea Area, and fishing ground resources doubled. When Li Si saw this, his eyes burst with greed. This could be a reward that benefits the nation. If he could get it, he would surely be remembered for thousands of years. It seems. These 2 boxes must both be rewards. So simple? Lin Fan, appearing to be straightforward, directly looked at Li Si. Come on, let's cooperate. As Lin Fan opened his arms, all of Li Si's muscles tensed, always on alert, but he couldn't detect any killing intent from Lin Fan. He stiffly completed the hug, watching the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room explode with celebratory effects, coldly laughing in his heart. He was indeed a foolish man with a woman's kindness. Then, he looked at the treasure chest in front of him. Just a moment ago. Lin Fan's reaction after opening the chest also changed the attitude of the small country's viewers. Everyone believed it must also be a reward chest. The citizens of the small country were crazily spamming in the live broadcast room. Hurry and open it. This must be a nuclear energy artifact. Oh my god. The chest's logo looks like the Fukushima treatment tank. The revival of the Yamato nation is now. Big brother, you are our small country's hero. Open it. Hopefully, we can revive our citizens. Then. Everyone watched as Li Si's hand got closer and closer. With a click. The moment the lid was lifted, the underground waterway map of the entire Japanese archipelago appeared in the global live broadcast room. Detected country of the opener, small country. Executing matchmaking system punishment mechanism. Nuclear polluted water replaced with direct drinking pure water. Nuclear wastewater can only exist within the waters of the small country, but cannot leave the borders of our small nation. And, cancel the eligibility of Tara Ichiro to participate in the marriage. Begin the transmission now. What? At the moment the national fortune punishment was revealed, the once calm emperor could no longer sit still. He suddenly stood up. He quickly glanced outside the window. The nuclear waste storage tank under Mount Fuji suddenly began to boil, shooting a 10-meter-high column of pure water into the sky. The emperor stared blankly at the cherry blossoms falling inside the box, each petal engraved with the words "You reap what you sow." It felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained away. His eyes were filled with helplessness as he fell to his knees. Did I really make a mistake? In the next moment, Li Si appeared directly in the office. He clearly still hadn't grasped what was happening. After a while, he finally realized. He had been kicked out of the marriage game. And received a national fortune punishment. No. This script shouldn't be like this. Li Si panicked. Shouldn't he be the hero? Even if he truly did something wrong, why did they transport him back? At that moment, Li Si noticed the gazes of the people around him were filled with murderous intent. Was it you who let the nuclear waste replace pure water? Fine, then you drink the nuclear waste until you're full. No. In the live broadcast room. It was lively and chaotic. Oh my god, who can come and save us? How can we drink nuclear waste? Requesting support from the Dragon Nation. We were wrong, we were really wrong. We begged the Dragon Nation for clean water. You didn't just realize your mistakes, you realized you were scared. Why didn't I think of this? Lin Fan actually had this trick. Good, now it's their own doing, this group of scoundrels from that small country. Didn't they want to discharge nuclear waste back then? Now that it's happening to them, why are they still unhappy? I can only say, it's really satisfying. At this moment, it was not just the Dragon Nation that felt this satisfaction. Even many other countries unusually agreed. After all, the act of dumping nuclear waste was indeed one of the most hated and wicked things possible. At the same time, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Oh my god. I was fishing while watching the live stream, and I didn't expect to catch so many fish in one net. Oh wow, the appearance is so good. Now I'm doubting if these are fake fish. I don't have an air force, The fishermen are going crazy. In the rivers, streams, fish ponds, and seas of the Dragon Nation, the fish resources were growing wildly. The territory of the Dragon Nation was already large, and this reward made production numbers reach a terrifying level. Thank you, Lin Fan. Indeed, the life we have now is all because of Lin Fan. Lin Fan, I want to marry you. Wait a minute, isn't your profile picture of a muscular man? Is it that a man is not good enough? After finishing everything, Lin Fan leisurely returned home, taking out the blueprints. Magic cannon, upgradable. Durability, 20/20. Combat power, 3000. Evaluation, slow firing rate but immense power, with a wide area of effect and the ability to protect allies and buildings from damage. Good. Lin Fan couldn't help but praise. This thing is indeed useful. And it can be upgraded? Seeing this, Lin Fan became a bit curious. After all, his other buildings had never shown an upgrade option. He opened the upgrade panel to see. It displayed several materials he had never seen before. Lin Fan. Okay, this isn't something he can do at the moment. Given the current situation, everything seems just fine. No major problems. Before the beast tide arrives, his means have increased once again. Lin Fan was quite satisfied as he pushed open the door to his home. Lin. The live broadcast screen went black. Everyone. Wang Bingbing and Xiao Sa. Cough, cough. Lin Fan, for the reward of our Dragon Nation's national fortune. You're really going all out. 5 hours later. The live stream finally opened slowly. At this moment, the matchmaking game world had already turned into a night scene. The monster attack is coming again. Lin Fan went directly to the arrow tower, gazing into the deep distance. Mutated White Wolf. Level, D. Combat power, 1500. Evaluation, extremely poor in single combat, but what makes up for it is that once they appear, the number of monsters will increase dramatically. They swarm in groups. And where they appear, there must be a White Wolf King. The White Wolf King, huh? Lin Fan frowned and directly looked at Xiao Miao. Xiao Miao, don't participate in this monster attack, it's too dangerous. Xiao Miao's cattail drooped down. She wanted to say something, but still chose to compromise. Alright. Ever since Lin Fan became stronger and stronger, she gradually felt unable to help Lin Fan anymore. This made Xiao Miao extremely frustrated. She began to doubt herself, wondering if she was just a burden to Lin Fan. A sense of confusion surged in her heart. It's okay, later I will teach you magic. Xingyi hugged Xiao Miao and softly comforted her. If he dares to dislike you, I'll kill him. Don't kill him, but you can teach me magic. Xiao Miao's words made all the viewers in the livestream feel an instant pang of jealousy. Good little Miao. Although her combat power is lacking, she has always been my white moonlight. Oh, it hurts. Besides the pain, there's nothing but pain. Stop feeling pity, quickly look, the wolf pack is coming. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The automated arrow tower started rapid fire. This meant that the White Wolf Pack had already attacked. Although the arrow tower's attack power was not strong, at least it was able to shoot, and paired with the fast shooting speed, the leading group of white wolves fell dead on the spot. It was as if their bloodlust was ignited. Suddenly, the white wolves' offense became even more ferocious. Chapter 39, Magic Cannon activated. All blown up. At this moment, everyone could finally see how many white wolves there were. Not just 100. But it reached several hundred. No matter how quickly those two automated arrow towers shot, causing many white wolves to fall, they still couldn't significantly hinder the entire wolf pack. Each wolf seemed to be fueled with determination, insisting on breaking through the human dwelling in front of them. And at this time, behind the wolf pack, 3 noticeably larger and mightier white wolves slowly walked out. White Wolf King. Level, D+. Combat power, 2000. Evaluation, the individual combat power of the white wolf tribe is not strong, but they excel in numbers. Indeed, it was like this. Lin Fan's expression grew serious. If we're talking about combat power, Xingyi could easily kill dozens of them. But once the numbers reached a certain point, it would inevitably cause damage. Moreover, now the gap in combat power between both sides wasn't that large. Xingyi yelled, her magical energy swirling around her, and she dashed out of their home, directly confronting the pack of white wolves with large-scale magic. This move indeed proved effective. But there were too many of them. After some died, more white wolves surged forward one after another, leaving Xingyi no time to catch her breath. Her magic power simply couldn't recover. She couldn't keep up with their attack rhythm. Run! I will handle it! Lin Fan shouted. Upon hearing this, Xingyi no longer lingered, planning to turn and leave when a large and powerful white wolf king suddenly leaped from behind. It charged straight at Xingyi. Its gaping mouth opened wide, a smell so foul hit Xingyi, making her vision go dark. It was this brief moment of delay that caused Xingyi to be a step behind. The White Wolf King landed right in the path Xingyi had to take, and behind it, countless white wolves attacked. Damn it! My magic power is used up. Although Xingyi was in peril, she remained calm. Xingye. Little Miao anxiously rushed towards Xingye without any hesitation. I'm coming to save you. The White Wolf King realized a creature was approaching from behind. Coldly, he turned around. He found that the other side was merely an E+ level existence. He looked down on Little Miao, as if she was nothing, and swung his tail like an iron whip. With a loud bang, Little Miao was directly sent flying by the White Wolf King's strike. Blood gushed out, and she fell silent. Little Miao. This scene instantly filled Xingye, Lin Fan, and even the viewers in the livestream with anger. You son of a b********* White Wolf King. How dare you hit Little Miao? Damn it, I can't even bring myself to curse at Little Miao, how dare you treat her this way? Someone. I can't stand it anymore. Where's my submachine gun? I'm going to start some firepower now. Lin Chan's eyes turned red on the spot. Especially when he saw little Meow get hit and Xingye trapped in danger. When the other white wolves actually tried to rush into the yard to harm little Meow, Lin Fan couldn't hold back anymore. The magic cannon, activate. Fire for me. Boom. The magic cannon instantly released immense light, and a gigantic colorful bomb smashed out from the barrel. It landed among the pack of white wolves, and in the next moment, a deafening sound echoed, as white wolf limbs and severed arms flew everywhere. With just this one shot, it killed at least 50 white wolves. The white wolf pack finally stopped in their tracks. Realizing the terror of this object before them, they instinctively wanted to retreat to save their lives. But Lin Fan would not give them that chance. He activated the cannon again. This time, the target was around Xingye. Boom! The White Wolf King was instantly blown to pieces. The colorful bomb erupted. The abundant magical energy was a devastating blow to the White Wolf Pack, while for the allies, it provided a massive replenishment of magical energy. Xingye finally had a means to vent his fury, releasing the pent-up anger from Little Meow's severe injury. He conjured 2 magic arrows. They shot straight towards the 2 hesitating White Wolf Kings. Awah! The 2 White Wolf Kings finally realized the danger approaching. They howled to the sky and immediately ran towards the dark rear. You can't escape. Stay here and heal Little Meow's wounds. Xingye roared furiously, and 2 magical swords flew out. There was a sound of poochie. The 2 massive magical swords sliced the White Wolf Kings in half. Following that was Lin Fan's continuous commands. In the defensive battle led by the magic cannon, the White Wolf Pack was quickly wiped out. Fortunately, we have the magic cannon, it can replenish our mana. With this magic cannon's wide range, it can prevent Little Meow from suffering a second injury. Why didn't Lin Fan fire the cannon at the beginning? The magic cannon is precious, he was observing the situation to determine the best way to strike. Oh, my Little Meow, I hope the injury isn't too serious. I don't want to see Little Meow go offline. Once all the white wolves were dealt with, Lin Fan rushed to Little Meow's side. He found that Little Meow had a bloody wound carved deep into her chest, so severe that even the bone was visible. The White Wolf King is full of treasures. Let Little Meow eat the White Wolf King's heart. Hurry! If we wait any longer, Little Meow will be in grave danger, and no one will be able to save her. Xingye's words made Lin Fan spring into action immediately. Soon, Lin Chen returned holding 3 enormous hearts, crushed them, gathered the heart's essence into a bowl, and carefully fed it to Little Meow. He nervously watched Little Meow. A 500 battle power had taken a blow from a 2000 battle power monster. Not being instantly killed was already a testament to her strong will. Lin Fan truly hadn't expected there to be so many white wolves. Little Meow frowned, still showing no signs of waking up. Seeing this, Lin Fan's face lit up as he turned the heart flesh into a paste. Apply to the little cat's wound. At the same time, open the system panel to check. Little cat, activated ancient bloodline. Level? Combat power? Evaluation, on the brink of death, the White Wolf King allowed her bloodline to successfully return to the 9-lived cat. Lin Fan was stunned. 9-lived cat? Isn't this the legendary great monster? The little cat is actually a descendant of that kind of great monster? This, indeed, counts as an unexpected fortune from misfortune. For the little cat, this is actually the greatest opportunity. Although Xingye did not know what exactly happened, she also keenly felt that once the little cat woke up, she would become very strong. It seems that the little cat doesn't even need me to teach her magic anymore. The 2 finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 40, Little Cat Evolves, 9 Lives Revived. The little cat truly has gained from her misfortune. You scared me, oh my, I almost thought the little cat was going to die. Don't say that. I was just getting the tissues ready to cry. To be honest, your empathy ability is really impressive. Seeing that the little cat not only did not die but actually gained enormous benefits, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Sangwa party was not so lucky. Although they also met in the matchmaking game world and even fortunately opened a matchmaking door. But when they opened this matchmaking door, they were all stunned. The other party was actually a full-fledged octopus girl. Not even a hint of human shadow could be seen. It was completely an enlarged version of an octopus. Slimy mucus spread to the feet of the 2, and the eerie giant tentacles slowly rested on their shoulders. The octopus girl emitted a buzzing voice. Incredible, are there 2 of them? I'm very satisfied. The faces of the 2 matchmaking participants from Sangwa turned black. The next process was very obvious. They just needed to start the matchmaking process. But they were not low-caste people. For this kind of monster that looks hardly human, they had no interest at all. How could they even think about marriage? But in their minds, they suddenly recalled that if they refused the matchmaking, they would be killed by the matchmaking partner. They froze and stopped their actions. Their eyes stiffly looked at the giant octopus. At this moment, it seemed her mood was quite good. The 8 tentacles twisted eerily. Black ink and mucus erupted, splattering on every part of their bodies. Foul smell. A terrible stench. It almost made the two from Sangwa want to vomit immediately. No. No. They couldn't be killed. Sangwa needed to obtain the National Fortune Reward. And at this moment, in the Sangwa live broadcast room, many people were also sweating for them. Hurry up. What are you waiting for? We need the matchmaking reward for Sangwa. It's just an octopus, right? Just close your eyes and go for it. Yeah, don't you men like long legs? This has 8 long legs, why aren't you happy now? The octopus girl also asked soul-searching questions. You do not want it? Of course not. The two were startled and quickly denied it. Then, they exchanged a glance and saw the determination in each other's eyes. That's right. Close your eyes. Imagine just a little. It's not impossible. I'm in. I'm coming too. The matchmaking scene closed for 10 minutes. Then, the National Fortune Reward appeared. Sangwa Matchmakers 3-dimensional attributes +2. Sangwa National Fortune Reward for 3-dimensional attributes +1. Although even a mosquito is neat. But looking at their country's matchmakers always encountering such oddities. Looking back at Lin Fan's side. It's either elves or cute cat girls. The contrast immediately popped out. There was absolutely no comparison at all. The gap is just too far. The difference. So embarrassing. On the other side. Inside the luxurious villa. Little Meow, feeling hot all over, finally managed to cool down her body temperature. And in Lin Fan's eyes, Little Meow's attribute panel had undergone huge changes. Little Meow. Level, C. Combat power, 7000. Evaluation, possessing the initial bloodline of a 9-lived cat, the opportunity for 9 perfect revivals boosts her combat power dramatically, and each revival significantly increases her attributes. Goodness. When Lin Fan saw this attribute, his eyelids couldn't help but jump wildly. This attribute is not just a little improvement, right? From 500 combat power, it jumped directly to 7000 combat power now. The multiplier between the two is over a dozen times. And this is just the gap in combat power numbers. Not to mention the overwhelming strength displayed in reality. In terms of combat power, if it's not through favorable conditions or attribute restraint, a gap of just 1000 in combat power is already a terrifying difference. Not to mention, there is a huge gap of 6500 combat power. This instantly turned Little Meow from the weakest fighter into the strongest support in the home. Little Meow. Xingye exclaimed in surprise, tightly holding Little Meow's small hand. After finding her temperature back to normal, she sighed heavily in relief. Little Meow, lying on the bed, slowly opened her eyes. Her pale yellow vertical pupils made both Lin Fan and Xingye feel a strange sensation in an instant. However, right after that, Little Meow sat up, holding her head. Lin Fan, Xingye, it seems like I have been holding you back. That's great. Little Meow is still that Little Meow. Lin Fan suddenly hugged Little Meow tightly. Little Meow, no, we have never felt that you were holding us back, and now, you have completely surpassed us. Ah. Only then did Little Meow realize. She had awakened the bloodline of the 9-lived cat. Her strength has indeed advanced by leaps and bounds. Xingye also just became aware of this, her expression full of surprise. Such a powerful aura. Little Meow, I really doubt now that you could slap me to death. Even someone as proud as Xingye had to express her true feelings at this moment. Before Little Meow could speak, Lin Fan smiled and said, no need to doubt, you would indeed be slapped to death. You and your big mouth. The two started playfully hitting each other, and Little Meow looked at this harmonious scene, unable to help but chuckle. So great. Little Meow has always felt useless, unable to help everyone, but now it seems, Little Meow is also a big shot. Of course. Lin Fan playfully teased Little Meow's nose, just like in the past. After chatting for a while, it was already the second day. Little Meow had just awakened and still felt a bit weak, choosing to continue sleeping for a while. And Xingye, due to not sleeping all night, was really tired and quickly went to rest. Lin Fan couldn't sleep. Because the information system had refreshed. Information 1, at 12 o'clock tomorrow morning, the beast tide will come. During that time, the monster drop rate is extremely high. If there is a chance, be sure to go out and pick up treasures. Information 2. The first door is the marriage door. The succubus tribe as marriage candidates has never taken from the opposite sex and has a personality aversion towards the opposite sex, especially deeply hates humans. Information 3. Doors 2 and 3 are both deadly traps based on rules. Information 4. Today's monster merchant will come to your home. He has many treasures, often looking for people to trade with, but he also has ulterior motives. Succubus? Pure-hearted succubus? Lin Fan was stunned. Can these two words even go together? Chapter 41, Opening the Succubus Marriage Door. Forget it. Lin Fan shook his head, not wanting to deal with so many things. A succubus is a succubus. He indeed wanted to see what a pure-hearted succubus was really like. At that moment, a strange noise came from outside the door. Is anyone there? Could it be the monster merchant? Thinking of this, Lin Fan directly went downstairs to open the door. Outside the door stood a dwarf with tattered clothes. When he saw Lin Fan, a bright smile suddenly appeared on his face. A mouth full of big yellow teeth. Young adventurer, I have all kinds of treasures here. Do you want them? Then let's trade. Lin Fan pondered for a moment and pointed at the magic cannon, saying, This one, can you supply ammunition for it? Of course. The dwarf laughed proudly. Just a little thing like this, I can easily make the right ammunition. Good, then go die. Ha! Lin Fan's tone changed too quickly. The dwarf didn't even have time to react. Lin Fan unleashed his strongest move. Magic sword technique. A bright red magic sword filled with pure magical power appeared out of thin air, and Lin Fan grabbed it at will, stabbing through the dwarf's chest. Blood gushed out wildly. The dwarf's face was filled with disbelief. How could he have imagined that the treasures he earned through robbery would one day lead to his own death by a young human? Why? The dwarf barely managed to utter his last 3 words before Lin Fan used the magic sword to crazily stir in his heart, directly shattering it. With a bang, the dwarf merchant fell to the ground. Lin Fan pried open his hand and saw that he was tightly holding a strange potion in his palm. Deathly fragrance. Causes dizziness and fainting in all sea level and below creatures, lasting 3 hours. Just as I thought. Lin Fan sneered. He put it away. Who knows when it might actually come in handy in the future. Then, he began to check his spoils. In the huge cloth bag the dwarf was carrying, there were only a few dozen items. Could it be that he killed too quickly, resulting in a low drop rate? Forget it, this is fine too. Lin Fan looked closely. Among the treasures, there really was a batch of materials that could synthesize magic cannonballs. Carefully calculated, there were enough to synthesize more than 60. The other materials could improve building durability. The only noteworthy item was a magic book. Magic shield. After learning, it can generate a shield that can withstand 10 attacks of the current level, and 1 fatal attack from a creature 1 level above. Cooldown time, 10 minutes. This is a good item. Lin Fan's current level is D, with 2000 combat power. If he uses this magic, he could directly withstand a full attack from a sea-level strong opponent. Remember, Little Meow has 7000 combat power. If she wanted to kill him, it would be completely easy. But if he used the magic shield, Lin Fan, although it would still require more hits. But since he has Little Meow, if he encounters a monster as powerful as Little Meow and she can't protect him in time, this magic shield could play a big role. Lin Fan immediately completed his studies. Soon, as he channeled his magic, a faint golden shield mark appeared on his arm. Time rewinds to before. In the live broadcast room, everyone was intrigued by the arrival of the monster merchant, filled with curiosity. How did this guy appear in the home territory? Could he be an evil monster? If he is, that would be a bit scary. Wait, look at how much stuff that guy has on his back. What's in there? With a heart full of questions, everyone listened to the dwarf merchant's self-introduction. They then realized this was a mechanism in the matchmaking game world. This was good, providing players with more materials and items. This would increase their chances of survival. But soon, everyone thought of another question. What could the participants of the matchmaking game offer to make this monster merchant interested? Just as everyone was thinking, they suddenly saw Lin Fan make his move. At this scene, everyone was stunned. What the hell is this? Lin Fan suddenly made a move? So decisive? No problem, a sudden appearance of a monster, who wouldn't be nervous? Anyway, it's just a dwarf, so it doesn't matter. The citizens of Long Kingdom didn't think it was a big deal. After all, it's just a dwarf who was going to die. After killing it, they could also gain a lot of materials and treasures. Why not? But soon, they realized their vision was too narrow. In the scene, Lin Fan slowly opened the monster's palm, revealing a terrifying potion. All the hairs on everyone's bodies stood up. There's actually such a trick? When did he discover it? Oh my, Lin Fan is really impressive. If he hadn't acted first, he might have really been tricked by this guy. This is definitely no problem. His observation skill is incredibly detailed. Lin Fan must have studied psychology. And he can observe the opponent's subtle movements. Terrifying indeed. Are our university students this impressive now? Stop cursing, bro, we university students aren't as freaky as Lin Fan, we're just homebuddies. After gathering the materials and props, Lin Fan walked straight to the location of door 1. With the help of the intelligence system, his action of opening the door showed no hesitation, he directly pushed the door open. The environment changed rapidly. It transformed into the depths of a dark cave. The flickering candlelight illuminated, and in the hazy light, he saw a graceful figure with its back to him deep in the cave. Even so, that weak candlelight still showcased the figure's beauty to the fullest. Ire. Level, D+. Combat power, 4000. Evaluation, as a disgrace of the succubus clan, she is the only pure-hearted succubus who detests the opposite sex greatly, but her weakness is very obvious. The succubus clan's innate nature makes her utterly defenseless against matchmaking. Oh, is that so? After seeing this, Lin Fan immediately had an idea. Isn't it just about having a strong attitude? This is easy. Lin Fan walked straight up, not worried at all about his safety. Stop right there, human. Ire's voice was as sweet as candy, and even though she deliberately lowered her voice, it still didn't scare anyone. She coldly said, considering your strength isn't weak, retreat now, and I will spare your life. Lin Fan remained silent, only continuing to move forward. Did you not hear what I said? Ire was a bit angry. She felt very uncomfortable. Clearly, she detested the opposite sex the most, yet she was constantly battling her body's instincts. Especially as this man got closer and closer, the psychological and physical contradiction was driving Ire almost insane. I said step back. One more step, and I will kill. Die. Ire's figure exploded, shooting toward Lin Fan like a cannonball. She suddenly lunged and clawed at Lin Fan's throat, but was blocked by a strange shield. At the same time, Lin Fan had completely seen the full appearance of the person before him. This was a girl whose beauty could be called stunning. Her eyes displayed a strange crimson color. 2 black horn-like protrusions grew beside her forehead. 2 slightly protruding sharp tiger teeth were faintly revealed due to her angry expression. Don't be fooled by her appearance as a lowly, her figure was one where she couldn't see her toes when looking down. She wore a soft red long dress that tightly hugged Ire's graceful body curves. Lin Fan's eyes brightened. Die. Al was furious. However, in the next moment, Lin Fan smiled and took out a scroll. Miss Al, the succubus, from now on, you must listen to me. W.H. Al's eyes widened in shock. The scroll turned into dots of light and entered Al's body. After a fierce struggle, Al gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Fan with hatred, but she no longer moved an inch. Seeing this, Lin Fan was very satisfied. Then, let's go, Miss Al. Controlled by the scroll, Al had no choice but to follow Lin Fan, her eyes burning with the desire to kill him. Bringing Al back home, Xingye and Xiao Miao were both surprised. So beautiful. Xiao Miao wanted to reach out and touch Al's perfect cheek but was pushed away by Al. Don't touch me. Al said fiercely, you don't deserve to touch me. If it weren't for this man controlling me with strange methods, I would have killed all of you by now. Hearing this, even Xingye chose to stand with Lin Fan. Inside, Xingye might say a couple of words to Lin Fan. But if anyone else dared to speak against Lin Fan, Xingye certainly knew who to support. You are also Lin Fan's bride, right? Why are you speaking so aggressively? Xingye showed no mercy. What do you have to be proud of? Your status in this house is the lowest. Understand? Lowly demon. A mere little elf dares to shout. When Al was about to get angry, her expression suddenly froze. Because next to her, a faint aura from Xiao Miao actually made her feel a sense of death. You. Al suddenly became obedient, even her eyes grew clearer. Looking at Xiao Miao, her gaze was full of infatuation and fervor. Xiao Miao said calmly, in this house, you better behave and show some respect to my husband, Lin Fan, got it? Demon. I understand. Unexpectedly, Al bowed her head and breathed rapidly, her cheeks flushed with a strange rosy hue, even showing a hint of excitement. Lin Fan felt a jolt in his heart. This innocent succubus, could it be that she was attracted to Xiao Miao? Now, you two spend some time alone together, and don't let me see you being hostile again. As soon as Xiao Miao finished speaking, Al eagerly grabbed her hand. Lady Xiao Miao, I want you to be with me. If you do, I'll behave. Xiao Miao? Xingye? Lin Fan? It was obvious to anyone. This innocent succubus seemed very off. Xiao Miao was silent for a moment and finally agreed to her request. The three of them walked together. The live broadcast dimmed. The screen returned to a previous time. The audience in the live room noticed that Lin Fan had once again opened the marriage door and were thrilled. So looking forward to this. I wonder what challenges Lin Fan will face this time. Challenges? Are you talking about challenges involving his kidneys? Huh? Look, the screen went black. Is there a change in environment? Wow, why is this marriage partner talking harshly to Lin Fan? Is this normal? I don't know, don't look at me. Then, everyone watched, eyes wide, as this marriage partner had a fundamentally different essence from Xingye. She almost killed Lin Fan. If it weren't for that scroll, Lin Fan might have been dead long ago. They were originally quite angry, but by the end of the story, they saw Al's strange expression. In an instant, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom guessed why. Why is everyone silent? Among all the officials, not a single person speaks. After all this time, this is all part of the interaction between Lin Fan and AI Air? In the matchmaking game, they had worked through the day, dragging it out until 11 o'clock at night. The live broadcast screen finally slowly opened. Successful matchmaking. National Fortune matching reward successfully granted, Constitution, 9. Strength, 6. Lin Fan received the reward, three-dimensional attributes increased by 10 points. Combat power increased by 1,500 points, level raised to D+. When the live broadcast screen appeared again, AI Air had become as obedient as a little kitten. Her face was flushed as she followed closely behind Lin Fan. She even reached out to tug at Lin Fan's sleeve. Darling. We'll talk about it later. This scene left the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom in shock. Goodness. To know, after using the scroll, this pure-hearted demoness still seemed to look down on Lin Fan. This meant that for AI Air, the scroll was merely a suppression to prevent her from acting recklessly. To truly make her submit, it still depended on Lin Fan's own power. For example, persuasion. Alright, it seems Lin Fan is very eloquent, he persuaded her directly. Tell us more about the persuasion. Yeah, elaborate on it. Lin Fan is impressive. I really suspect Lin Fan is actually a beta tester. If it were any other country's garbage, they would have been torn apart by now, right? Hey! Stop speaking the truth so recklessly. Chapter 43, Beast Tide begins, first wave. Everyone originally thought that after all this time, Lin Fan would surely go back to rest. But unexpectedly, Lin Fan had no such thoughts. Instead, he stood ready outside the luxurious villa with 3 matchmaking partners. Haven't the monster attacks already ended? Why is everyone still so tense? Most citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were somewhat confused, but soon, they slowly began to understand. As the clock struck midnight, a magnificent voice suddenly descended in the matchmaking game. Beast Tide Challenge begins, a total of 9 waves. Only those who survive this Beast Tide Challenge and last the shortest time will win the ultimate prize. If you fail to do so, then die. As soon as the voice faded away, the whole world seemed to be shrouded in a shadowy stillness. Suddenly, the heavy scent of blood mixed with the smell of burnt flesh drifted in the night wind. Lin Fan couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. Thinking of how much he had prepared, facing the unknown Beast Tide, to be honest, he still felt a bit uneasy. His fingers gripping the railing turned slightly pale, and the holographic projection screen floated above the villa terrace, showing hundreds of red dots rapidly approaching from hundreds of meters away. Those were the vanguard of the first wave of the Beast Tide. The Beast Tide had completely begun. First wave of the Beast Tide. Flame Tiger Clan, number 500. Current defense level, E+. 500? Goodness, Lin Fan's eyelids twitched. To be honest, he couldn't even imagine what would happen if the other matchmaking participants didn't have his configuration. 500 in number, just stepping on someone could directly crush them. Let alone, every flame tiger in this Beast Tide was at E+ level, with a combat power of 1000. To them, it might seem insignificant, just a random creature on the roadside. But one must remember, there were still many matchmaking participants who were ordinary people. As the electronic voice sounded in his ears, the arrow towers at the 4 corners of the villa suddenly unfolded their magical wings. Boom 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 boom. After being modified with materials by the dwarves, the automated arrow towers had now undergone a complete upgrade. They had become a type of modern magical weapon similar to magical cannons. The ghostly blue energy flowed along the patterns on the tower, as the 2 automated arrow towers completed their charging, producing a buzzing sound that reminded Lin Fan of the cicadas chirping in the summer nights back home. Roar! The moment the first flame tiger broke through the woods, he saw the flickering crimson flames dancing in the eyes of every flame tiger. These beasts, towering over 2 meters, left charred claw marks on the ground with each push of their powerful legs, and hundreds of fiery lines wove a flowing net of fire beneath the night sky. At a distance of 300 meters, they opened their massive mouths, and fireballs flew across the sky. The arrow tower's sensing device suddenly lit up with a red light. Whoosh! 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 Magic arrows shot out one after another. The sound of arrows piercing the air was a sharp scream, and the specially made cold iron arrows reflected an icy blue glow under the moonlight. The tiger beast at the forefront was pierced through the head by 3 arrows at once, and the exploding ice crystals instantly froze the lingering flames from its fiery breath. Lin Fan looked at the holographic map where patches of red dots were extinguished, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The attack frequency of the arrow tower was very high. This was something the Fire Tiger clan simply could not break through. A dense rain of arrows swiftly killed the monsters, leaving no room for even the slightest chance of survival. When the last tiger beast crashed against the energy shield, the system notification suddenly erupted in golden light before his eyes. First wave of beast tide annihilation completed. Survival points gained, 500. Survival points can be used to exchange for items from the monster merchant or freely allocate stat points at a 100-to-1 ratio. Arrow tower durability decreased to 87%. Sitting in the wicker lounge chair on the terrace, he realized his back was already soaked. In the distance, the unextinguished beast fires flickered on the scorched earth, like countless dying lives still wanting to continue their attack. "Boss, have some water." The intelligent butler timely offered ice-cold lemonade. The water droplets on the glass reminded him of the frozen beast blood. The audience in the live stream also immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Damn! I thought so. It's a beast tide. This came too suddenly." Luckily, Lin Fan's home was already prepared with the necessary measures. This arrow tower is truly impressive. We should say that dwarf is simply a money-making prodigy. Ha, good one, shrimp wants pig's heart, right? Why did the beast tide stop now? Is it break time? It can't keep coming non-stop, or no one could withstand it. The alarm went off precisely at the 20th minute. This tremor from the ground was accompanied by a strange rhythm. When Lin Fan rushed back to the observation deck, he saw rows of 30-meter-high ancient trees toppled. Under the silver-white moonlight, nearly 100 giant apes stood on 2 legs, pounding their rock-armored chests, their third eyes on their foreheads glowing with murky yellow light. Wild ape childbirth element mutation. Quantity, 300. Level, E+. Combat power, 1500. Boom! They used both hands and feet, their eyes blood red, charging recklessly towards the home. The arrow tower continued to perform its function, shooting arrows like mad. The brilliant magic light burst open the moment it touched their flesh. Not good. Lin Fan furrowed his brows, realizing that this rain of arrows was not effective against these monsters. The arrow tower's rapid-fire attacks had considerable lethality, but against these tough-skinned, thick-fleshed beasts, it still seemed somewhat challenging. Then let's use the magic cannon. Lin Fan decisively made the decision. Only by quickly exterminating these monsters could he feel truly at ease. The magic cannon sprang to life. The roar rising from the villa's foundation was incredibly loud. Activate! 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 The dark purple crystal rotated and gathered at the cannon's mouth, and the air was filled with the charred smell of colliding magical energy. When the first elemental cannonball arced through the air, he suddenly noticed an unusually towering figure in the middle of the ape swarm. The moment the cannonball hit the ground, the entire battlefield fell into a strange silence. Then came the enormous roar. Following that, the expanding lightning ball pulled all the gorillas within a 20-meter range into the air, and arcs of electricity danced between their rocky armor seams. Lin Fan could even see their black fur curling and carbonizing in the plasma. Blood was roasted dry. The body became stiff and straight. Boom! The second shell was a burning meteorite. The moment the fiery stone with a tail of flame smashed into the leader of the gorillas, Lin Fan could hear the crisp sound of their flesh shattering even from this far away. The 5-meter-tall giant ape let out a howl, which was quickly frozen in its vocal cords by the successive ice explosion shells. Chapter 44, The Beast Tide begins. 3 waves in a row. So powerful. This magic cannon is incredible. Guagua, just this one is already so strong. I can't even imagine what it will be like when there are magic cannons everywhere near our home. How will those monsters get close to Lin Fan? This beast tide will definitely be held off. Warning. Core temperature overloaded. Magic cannon forced cooling in progress. As the white mist was blown away by the night wind, only crystal-clear ice sculptures remained on the battlefield. Those gorillas frozen in their charging poses reflected colorful halos under the moonlight as Lin Fan kicked one. With a snap, it shattered into many pieces. Quick, come out and clean up the battlefield. After calling the three women, Lin Fan directly looked for the leader of the gorillas. In its shattered chest, the half-melted heart of rock was shining with a dim light. Heart of rock. An item that can be used to upgrade magic tools. Second wave of beast-tide extermination complete. Rare material obtained, incomplete rock core X1. Magic cannon durability, 61%. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound came from the outer wall of the villa. Lin Fan rushed to the west terrace and saw spiderweb-like cracks crawling all over the surface of the magic barrier. He noticed that a shattered ice spike was stuck on the shield, corroding the barrier at a visible speed. Is this the last counterattack from that leader? When he crouched down to take a closer look. Only then did he discover that the ice spike contained strands of scarlet blood. Those thread-like substances were slowly wriggling in the energy layer of the shield. Detected invasion of abnormal substances. Defense system integrity reduced to 45%. Immediate repair recommended. Just right. Since the magic barriers are different entities, each barrier has its own durability. However, if repaired, they can all be restored. Lin Fan immediately incorporated the rock heart into it. The durability of the magic barrier directly became 100%. And on the surface, it still sparkled with a brownish glow. This also means that the hardness of the magic barrier has become stronger. Aside from these useful rock hearts, he also harvested many tiger flame cores and other fragments of rock hearts. These are all considered magical items. They can continuously nourish and repair his building system, keeping the condition forever at its best. At that moment, the moonlight was suddenly swallowed by surging dark clouds, and as Lin Fan just pressed the core into the repair slot of the magic barrier, a dense flapping sound came from the sky. Thousands of cyan feathers fell into the courtyard, and each feather exploded into small arcs upon touching the ground. Warning! Spatial distortion detected. Third wave of beast tide arriving early. By the time everyone reacted, they discovered that the entire sky was instantly filled with gray-blue light spots. Those ferocious birds circling 500 meters high spread their 10-meter-long wings, and the rain of wind blades struck down on their home. Al suddenly acted, summoning dark magic, as the pitch-black magical power formed an impenetrable shield, firmly protecting the several people in the home. Well done. Wow, why is there no rest time this time? Heavens, is it really true that there are 3 waves of such exaggerated beast tides? This is simply treating Lin Fan like a target. Even the flying creatures have appeared. In this situation, only the arrow towers can auto-target, the magic cannons won't even work. Lin Fan looked up and saw that the giant eagle leading the pack had an emerald crystal embedded in its forehead, and the airflow it generated while diving uprooted the scorched battlefield corpses. Blown into ashes. Storm Eagle King. Level, E+ Elite. Combat power, 2000. Lin Fan. This guy is strange. At this moment, on the surface of the magic shield formed by AI Air, a dazzling bloodlight suddenly shone. AI Air let out a startled cry. It turned out that among the attacks of the Storm Eagles, there was also a strong corrosive ability. On the magic shield, the corroded area began to ooze a thick liquid. Lin Fan watched helplessly as 3 wind blades pierced through the gap in the magic shield. The arrow tower on the east side of the villa still stood tall with a clang of metal collision. However, the durability, on the other hand, was crazily decreasing. Damn it! Is it this hard to deal with? Lin Fan deeply realized what true attribute restraint meant. What to do about this flying creature that he couldn't even touch? The gear in his home had completely become useless. No! Lin Fan's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought of something. Activate ground-to-air mode. Lin Fan slapped the emergency button on the control panel, and the 2 arrow towers simultaneously turned their direction. Buzz buzz buzz. The arrow towers continued to emit a buzzing sound. The arrow shot out, but upon closer inspection, it was clear that these were not arrows, but enhanced modern shotguns, unleashing a storm of steel on the diving eagle swarm. However, the Eagle King suddenly revealed a mysterious glow on its chest. All the shotgun pellets suddenly hovered in midair. Then, as if powerless, they fell to the ground. When this 3-meter diameter metal ball was thrown by the Eagle King towards the villa, it whistled with a piercing sound. It struck the magic shield formed by AI Air without causing any harm. But when it fell on the magic fence, things didn't go so well. Durability decreasing. Durability decreasing. Warning. Defense completeness 12%. Immediate repair suggested. Lin Fan couldn't care about anything else, frantically stuffing materials into it. Durability value shot up once again like a roller coaster. It's fine, just fight him in a war of attrition. Lin Fan roared furiously. In the following battle, basically all the credit went to the arrow towers. After entangling with this group of monsters for a long time, they barely managed to deal with them. Third wave of beast tide extermination completed. Game talent skill, Phoenix language power. Currently rated, perfect. Completion rate 100%. When everyone saw the words of conclusion, they couldn't help but breathe a heavy sigh of relief at that moment. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Finally held out. Wow, that was way too dangerous. Yeah, who the hell can handle this? God, look at that little country over there, they barely held out against half of the first beast tide and got trampled to death. Exactly, no one is mistaken, there was even a participant from that little country who was so scared he hid in a small cabin. 1 second later, both the cabin and the person were crushed. What a talent. Looks like Lin Fan can really be considered the top among the participants. Who can be as tough as Lin Fan? Yeah, but it's only the third wave of beast tide, and it's already so terrifying, I can't even imagine how bad it will get next. Spit spit spit. Don't say such things. Wait, look. The Great Cold Kingdom has actually held on too. Meanwhile, on the other side. In the live stream of the Great Cold Kingdom, it was also bustling with excitement. Great. Mr. Gene is so amazing. With such a powerful marriage partner, Mr. Gene can simply lay back. In the scene, Mr. Gene was seen peacefully sleeping. And outside the cabin, there was a tall woman dressed in white, standing 8 feet tall. She opened her wide mouth, revealing a weird and terrifying face, as she devoured all the monsters attacking the beast tide without hesitation. Awesome! We've resolved the first wave of beast tide so quickly, without a doubt, this must be the speed of number 1 in the world. Of course. What other country could be faster than us? Are you trying to say that Dragon Country is a worthless place? Let them all die, damn it. Mr. Gene, go for it. You must get the final reward, and take down that Lin Fan pig. I've disliked him for a long time. Ah ha 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 ha. No one saw this coming, did they? Our great Han country had a secret plan up its sleeve at this moment. The people of Dragon Country smiled and remained silent. It felt so real. They thought they were having a breakthrough. After all that noise, they only broke through the first wave of the beast tide? What does that even count as? Lin Fan was about to hit the fourth wave. Seeing the Great Han country still gloating, the people of Dragon Country felt sad. Appa Jean Xian, ah. So handsome. Appa, Saranghio. Our Appa is the most handsome. The best. A promise made 10 years ago, today it is fulfilled. Can I buy tickets for Appa's wedding ceremony? Sisters, my priceless youth only happens once, I must make sure I have no regrets. Slap that group of dragon pigs. Then, an unexpected event happened. The next wave of beasts turned out to be a group of Taoist zombies. Embodiments of evil, yet enforcing righteous punishment. For an existence like the 8-foot lady, it was simply a natural restraint. Hundreds of Taoist zombies surrounded the 8-foot lady. Soon, they quickly killed her. Then, their gaze shifted to the sleeping Jean Xian. More than 8 people died in the beast tide. Great Han Country's national fortune punishment is here. Great Han Country's national fortune punishment is complete, a cold wave of -100 degrees Celsius sweeping the entire country for 10 days. The second wave of national fortune punishment is, seamlessly following the first disaster, and for 10 days the temperature reaches 100 degrees Celsius, a scorching heat covering the entire nation. The people of Great Han Country instantly felt darkness before their eyes. Just hearing the description of the disaster made them feel like they no longer wanted to live. You must know, the coldest place in the world is Antarctica. There, the lowest temperature can reach -90 degrees Celsius. And there, it is a land eternally sealed in ice and snow. Every year, countless researchers preparing to go there end up dying for no reason. -90 degrees is a temperature that can be called a death zone for humans. But, now you're telling me that the entire country of Great Han will be covered in an absolute ice domain of -100 degrees? Then I can only say, too cool. Even those fully prepared professionals could die, let alone the ordinary people who make up 99% of the entire Great Han Country. Ha ha ha. Great Han Country, didn't you just copy our Lin Shan's little skill for breaking through the levels? What do you have to say now? Still stealing? Steal? Oh dear, you've stolen 2 national fortune punishments. I really envy Great Han Country. In such hot weather, my palms are sweating, yet you can have an air conditioner at 100 degrees. Killing and also heart-wrenching. Shadow Mado, I don't know if you've heard the saying, better frozen to death at -100 than boiled to death at +100. What does that mean? Think about it, at -100 degrees, there can still be creatures like penguins surviving. With human scientific levels today, it's not impossible to endure, but if it's +100 degrees, humans can barely survive a fever of 42 degrees, and at 100 degrees? Wouldn't they just get sterilized? Wow, so scary. Great Han Country really is a disaster upon disaster, ah. The term heat sterilization is well used. Great Han country is just a bunch of parasitic bacteria, killing them is the best. In contrast to the laughter of the people from Dragon country and the sorrow of the other countries. In Great Han country, the people's hearts were completely shattered. Countless people cried and rushed for transportation, trying to escape to the airport, hoping to leave Great Han country by plane. However, at this moment, they suddenly realized that the plane simply wouldn't start. In the sky, those planes still flying normally, passengers had not even had the chance to breathe a sigh of relief when a sudden feeling of weightlessness and a strong sense of falling completely swept over everyone. It turned out that this was exactly the same as the disaster that appeared in the Curry country. Once disaster strikes, the borders will be sealed off by a mysterious force. This setting is also to prevent the residents of any country from leaving early due to national misfortune. To prevent anyone from taking advantage of the situation. Realizing this, countless people suddenly collapsed to the ground, holding their heads and crying in despair. She is still a girl, you absolutely cannot dislike our great cold country girls. I am still young, damn it. I don't want to die so soon. Even though I am from the great cold country, and I have cursed Dragon country online. But I believe that with the inclusiveness of Dragon country, I can definitely be saved. Dragon country daddy, I was wrong, I confess. From yesterday to today, I have opened over 100 small accounts to insult you. But I have changed now, I am better. Can you take me in? I really don't want to die. I have really changed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I should not have treated Dragon country as a place to let loose. I should not have looked down on Dragon country. Damn. I am from the great cold country, but I am in Dragon country. Why was I teleported to the great cold country? Is it because I often harassed the Dragon country boy who lives next to me? I am so scared. Appa Kim Si-hyun, come and save me. They say a person is kind when facing death. This group of great cold country people has now reached the edge of death, even if they are still spouting nonsense, their words reveal the various evil deeds they have committed normally. Seeing their ramblings, the people of Dragon country instantly understood. Wow. I said where all the 500,000 came from when the country was in trouble, it turned out this group of thieves used small accounts to curse us? Awesome. This is so satisfying. Now the great cold country people hiding in Dragon country cannot escape. I love you, national misfortune punishment. Damn. My roommate was teleported away. How great. He used to rely on being from the great cold country and abused the welfare his country gave him, doing all sorts of evil. He even took pleasure in stealing others' girlfriends, now he has finally faced sanctions, how satisfying is that? Chapter 46, The Ugly Country's Army is Annihilated, Lin Fan lies flat. National misfortune punishment descends. While the people of the great cold country were still crying at the edge of the borders, little did they know, layers of white mist were slowly creeping toward them. If someone attentive were present, they would see that wherever the white mist passed, grass and wood, the ground. Everything rapidly became terrifying. The earth cracked. Grass and wood shrank. Life was extinguished. Damn it, why do I suddenly feel a bit cold? Could it be the national misfortune punishment? No. It shouldn't be. I am clearly from Dragon country. I am just temporarily living in the great cold country, Blue Star Will, do you see? I am not lying. Bullshit. I am your best friend, and you usually curse Dragon country the hardest. You actually betrayed me. In the face of disaster. Even the best friends who have always been together will instantly turn on each other at this moment. But obviously. Before they could start fighting, the swift white mist had already enveloped everyone. Crack, crack, crack. Human lives were as insignificant as grass. This group of foreign pigs in great cold country people became the first batch of victims. Including their homes. The entire great cold country suffered the agony of national misfortune punishment. Even hiding indoors and wrapping themselves tightly in quilts was difficult to resist. I believe in the days to come, they will be even. After all. As of now, they are standing on the same front as the great cold nation. The only enemy is the Dragon nation. Yet it is thriving. On the other side, the ugly nation is not doing well either. Because they refused to yield to the will of the robots during the first wave of beast tides. They were instantly wiped out. And thus, the death toll reached as high as 8. Participants of the ugly nation matchmaking game failed. National fortune punishment is being prepared. The ugly nation will face absolute hostility from the motorcycle clan, arriving a month later in Old Ugly Nation. Helicopter disasters will appear in various major cities of the ugly nation. Preparation time, immediately. Duration, 3 minutes. Disaster description, all flying objects will self-start and destroy everything around them. The tragic state of affairs and the reward of national fortune punishment. made those previously fawning over the shepherd dogs and black-skinned pigs shut their mouths. The shepherd dogs who once boasted about enjoying luxuries abroad and the self-righteous foreign pigs were now in a chaotic mess, feeling as miserable as if they had eaten shit. This damned black-skinned pig. It's harmed us all. Isn't it just robots? It's the same when the lights are out. Why doesn't this fool understand that? Nigger is harming us. No, the national fortune punishment must not affect me. I just immigrated to Old Ugly Nation, I am still a Dragon Nation person, I want to apply to return. No. I am still young, I just returned to my country, I don't want to die. Ha ha. Luckily I am in the countryside, this disaster won't hit me. What are you all panicking about? Isn't it just a 3-minute national fortune punishment? I think it won't pose any threat to our strong Old Ugly Nation at all. Within Old Ugly Nation, countless people were discussing the impending punishment. And because of this national fortune punishment, Old Ugly Nation had completely fallen into chaos. Some were glad to be in the countryside, fearing no repercussions. Some thought the disaster wouldn't last long, surely it would be ineffective. Some felt fear, some sought help. A vivid picture of all living beings. Especially those wealthy people. Due to this disaster, it precisely appeared in all key cities of Old Ugly Nation. One after another rushed to hire bodyguards at high salaries and arrange private planes. Even if it means smuggling, they must leave Old Ugly Nation quickly. Life is the most important. Time waits for no one. 1 minute of preparation time quickly slipped away. Some were still on the phone in tall buildings contacting private planes when suddenly a helicopter crashed through the window. I just wanted to throw away my cigarette butt, and it attacked me. Ah, my hand is broken. Damn it, fuck. It's really a nightmare. A flying piece of paper just cut my girlfriend in half. Who just said it would only last 3 minutes? There's no reason to panic. Even if it's just 10 seconds, our Old Ugly Nation would lose tens of thousands of people. Help! Dragon Nation daddies, save us. Within Old Ugly Nation. At this moment, it had already plunged into extreme chaos and disaster. Kites, falling iron sheets, fighter jets, patrolling drones, everything airborne seemed to receive some command in an instant. Charging towards the surrounding buildings and humans. These things looked harmless, but in reality, under the control of the National Fortune Punishment and the Motorcycle Clan, their power increased 100-fold. Boom boom boom. One building after another instantly turned to ruins. People screamed and fled in all directions. Even the 5-foot building and the goddess statue were not spared. Damn. Damn. I said we can't trust black people. Old, you are really harming others. If you die, that's one thing, but you want to drag us all down with you. I beg you, don't let this disaster reach me. I just changed my nationality to Old Ugly Nation 2 years ago. Actually, I am still a true Dragon Country person. It's over, I'm right at the center of the disaster. It's not even been a minute, and my foot has already been crushed. Who can save me? I'll give you $2 million. Please. This disaster came quickly and left just as quickly. But the situation at the beginning was a punishment for the national fortune, causing the strength and morale of the Old Ugly Country to suffer an indelible heavy blow. The local people of Old Ugly Country, and those early sheepdogs who left for Dragon Country, thinking they were brilliant for predicting the future. They were almost scared to wet their pants. In their hearts, they must have cursed the government countless times. Comrade Old Pooh urgently held a national live broadcast, hoping it would calm the people's faith. However, in each emergency call, everyone shouted at Comrade Old Pooh with all their might, and he finally couldn't take it any longer and had to close the broadcast with a purple face. After this incident, the people of Old Ugly Country became a bit quieter. At this time, in the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the atmosphere was warm and cheerful, joyous and jubilant. Ha ha ha. What a delight. Although I can't watch the live broadcast. But the punishment for national fortune is absolutely extraordinary. Look, there are hardly any black-skinned pigs sending comments. Have they all died? The more that die, the better. You know these black-skinned pigs have strong coloring abilities, and I don't want them to invade our dragon country and force us out. Who says black dragons aren't dragons? Chapter 47, The Fifth Wave. Exposing rewards. Brothers, just received news that in 1 minute, 80,000 white-skinned pigs and that also died in Old Ugly Country. Even the goddess statue and the 5-legged building have been smashed to bits. Is that true? That's so awesome. Let's see how many people in Old Ugly Country can die. Brothers, my grandfather who was about to pass away jumped up with a rifle and practiced stabbing when he heard this news. 666,666. All traitors, foreign pigs, anyone who is harmful to Dragon Country should just die. The most righteous episode. Those traders and banana people who were jumping around the most online are now all silent. Before, they wanted to prove they were from old ugly country to gain rewards. Now, they are terrified of that identity and want to avoid it completely. Other foreign pigs, who were ready to watch the fun, are also dumbfounded. They did not expect their country to be that bad, but they absolutely couldn't watch Dragon Country soar. Yet they never thought that old ugly country would become the first unfortunate victim just like that. Suddenly, they all rushed into the Dragon Country live broadcast room and started spouting insults. They saw Lin Fan lying on a recliner, swaying, with a double coconut latte in hand. It hardly seemed like he was there to face a beast-tide attack. It looked more like he was on vacation playing a matchmaking game. Our foreign guests have already suffered serious losses, why are you still lying there? Does Dragon Country have no compassion at all? Don't you know to let Lin Fan from Dragon Country come help us? Fuck. Damn Dragon Country, it's all your fault. Wasn't it said that virtue would conquer all? I will sue you. No, are you really old fools? How you treated us before, you still want us to help you. How the hell can we help you? Just because we can't help doesn't mean we won't help. We just want an attitude from your Dragon Country. Is that so hard, Semida? Good. Now everyone was completely speechless. Since the other side can say such foolish words, what else can be said? Forget it, let's just choose to obey. At this moment, the beast-tide outside was once again completely cleared. Little Meow returned with a pile of magical materials, while Ire took out 2 blueprints and came in front of Lin Fan. Dear, what do you think this is? Lin Fan took a glance. Hey! He instantly became spirited. Good, this thing is out. Technology Ion Cannon. A product from a super modern technological world, can convert any substance into power energy, with the strength to even kill C+ level powerhouses. Source of magic. Can store a large amount of magic power, which will automatically leak out when needed. A high-damage city defense device. A device that doesn't need to worry about mana. This is simply a must-have for home facilities. Al, you did well. Lin Fan happily hugged Al tightly and gave him a big kiss. This was his way of expressing excitement. As a result, seeing this scene, Sheng Yi and Xiao Miao couldn't sit still. Both ran directly to Lin Fan's front. Without saying a word. One stared at Lin Fan with a proud look. The other swayed its cat tail non-stop. Lin Fan understood immediately, reaching out to rub their heads, and only then did they calm down. The 5th wave of beast tides has been successfully repelled. Reward, 3-dimensional attributes +3. Congratulations, you have repelled 5 waves of beast tides. Keep up the good work, the final grand prize is a true divine pairing partner. Is this the ultimate grand prize? God? Deity? Lin Fan was instantly intrigued. Good. Playing this big, huh? He set the technology ion cannon in place and installed the source of magic properly. An apparatus resembling a sacred altar was emitting a faint blue magical glow. Current magical storage index, 90%. Currently, it's unclear how much magic power this magical device can actually store. Let's try it out later. Soon. The 6th wave of beast tides arrived as scheduled. But this time, there came not just D+ level monsters, but real D level ones. And 2 D+ level boss. Goblin Army, number 1000, D level, combat power 2000. Boss, Goblin Priest, D+ level, combat power 3500. In terms of combat, Lin Fan's side was not weak compared to the Goblin Army at all. The only concern was that monster numbers were too many. Would they take the opportunity to steal home was a problem. If not for this, perhaps it would be faster to clear the beast tide completely. At this moment in the livestream room, their pairing participants had either died or were injured. There was almost no reason left to continue watching. So they all gathered around Lin Fan, hoping he would die sooner. 1,000 goblins? Steal Lin Fan's pairing partner. Fuck. This is how it should be. Otherwise, this guy won't settle down. Where's Sodies? Goblin Priest, take down the ungrateful dog of Long Country. No, wait, you all clarify, what do you mean by ungrateful? What did Lin Fan do to disappoint you? Him living without offering to our ugly nation is already disappointing us. Even if we did not treat him kindly, what about the future? Who can say what will happen next? But this guy simply does not understand human interactions. Quiet. Little Saw couldn't hold back anymore, he slammed the table and glared at them. Citizens of the ugly nation, please have some self-respect. Now you must clarify one thing, our pairing participant from Long Country is the most qualified to get the final divine pairing object, while you are not even in the competitors category. Let's discuss things later. Little Saw's firm stance earned applause from the Long Country citizens. While those foreign riffraff still wanted to continue mocking, the screen showed that the beast tide was already attacking. Clearly, the goblins were much smarter than the previous monsters. They actually formed very organized formations throughout their movement. The goblins are actually in the process of advancing. So orderly? Goodness, if you didn't know, you would think this was really a legion. Look. They actually know that breaking the home is the goal. Some are luring Lin Fan to attack, and some have already sneaked away to steal the home. Good stealing. Crush the Dragon Kingdom people. Chapter 48, Ion Cannon? The Dragon Kingdom is cheating, right? And those little tricks of the goblins. Actually, they have all been seen by Lin Fan. Hoshino, you take control of this, keep an eye on those goblins that want to attack our home. Lin Fan moved aside, placing Hoshino in position at the magic cannon, and stuffed the extra shells into the magic cannon. In a short time, even if Hoshino fired chaotically, she wouldn't need to worry about running out of ammo. At this moment, the goblin army had secretly split into two groups, while AI Air outside was crazily slaughtering the goblins at the front. From the demon race, she only needed to keep slashing monsters to grow stronger. This was an extremely simple way to level up. And the goblins coming in from the side were already close to the magic barrier. Only upon nearing did they realize that this wave of attacking goblins was not just singular goblins. And behind them, there were many goblins holding bows, shields, and axes. Just as that group of goblins was feeling smug. Die. Hoshino was extremely excited, activating the magic cannon. A shell filled with brutal magical energy directly blasted into the goblin army. In an instant, a small mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Just this one shot directly caused heavy damage to the goblin army. Boom, boom, boom. The magic barrier suddenly came under attack, its durability starting to drop. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed as he saw the back half of the goblin army. 100 stone-throwing machines were frantically hurling huge stones towards the home. Although every hit on the magic barrier was defended by a visible halo, the durability of the magic barrier was indeed continuously decreasing. This cannot continue. Lin Fan clearly realized that his materials were still not complete. Little Meow, being the current highest combat power, could not be easily moved. If a crisis occurred and the home was stolen, even Little Meow would not be able to stop everything in time. And right now, it seems he could only activate his strongest equipment. Super Technology Ion Cannon, activate. With Lin Fan's thought, the previously silent ion cannon suddenly fired up a huge platform and began to rise. The dark blue color in the darkness became the only glimmer of hope. The slender cannon barrel emitted a cold magical energy, and once opened gently, this ion cannon could unleash destructive power. The next second, a powerful energy blast directly shot out from the cannon barrel. Azure energy transformed into a force of destruction. The roaring of the ion cannon sounded like thunder, the dark energy beam pierced through the goblin army, the front line of goblins instantly vaporizing, and the stone throwers behind turned into dust in the shockwave. Amidst the thick smoke, severed limbs fell like rain, the ground was scorched into bottomless ravines, and the acrid smell of burning mixed with blood permeated the air. So powerful. Even the elven princess Hoshino was momentarily astounded by this scene. She never expected that such an exaggeratedly powerful ion cannon was actually in Lin Fan's hands. Ari Lulu. The goblin priest was filled with anger, finally unable to hold back, the bone crown on its head glowed with an eerie green light. Its wrinkled hands quickly formed seals, chanting words. In an instant, dark clouds rapidly gathered in the sky, purple-black lightning tore through the heavens, and a massive magic light beam with a diameter of over 10 meters smashed down toward the home. The magical barrier trembled violently, the aura flickered erratically, emitting a heavy humming sound. We can't let it keep casting spells. Lin Fan's eyes sharpened, the power of wind and rain swirling around him, transforming into azure wings that lifted him into the sky. This was the reward he obtained from the previous wave of beasts. Suspended 100 meters in the air, Lin Fan gathered his magical energy, his hands quickly forming seals, shouting, "Great flame technique!" A magic circle instantly formed. Blazing flames erupted from his palms like a volcanic explosion, forming a massive fire pillar that smashed to the ground. Wherever it landed, the goblins screamed in agony, instantly consumed by the flames. Quack, quack, quack. Before the flames could extinguish, Lin Fan waved his hands and softly shouted, "Magical bind!" Countless vines burst from the ground, entwining the goblins' bodies like snakes, binding them tightly. Those goblins that managed to break free had no time to steady themselves before the vines sprouted sharp spikes, like swords, glimmering with silver light on the green vines. Puff, puff. All the goblins were directly pierced as if they were skewered on a barbecue spit by this magical attack. The remaining goblins, though furious, simply couldn't inflict any damage to Lin Fan. Lin Fan soared into the sky, even the goblin shaman could only widen its eyes in shock. Wow! Flying is the biggest advantage. Lin Fan was incredibly excited. Magic sword technique. He once again condensed a magical spell. This time the magic sword he summoned was not an enormous sword with extreme lethality. Instead, it was countless small flying swords. Several sharp sword energies shot towards the ground like lightning, accurately piercing through the goblins' bodies. Seeing this, the goblin shaman was filled with anger, abandoning the attack on their home, and instead casting spells to summon several black magic arrows aimed at Lin Fan. Lin Fan nimbly dodged in the air, and if he couldn't avoid it, he directly used a magic shield to block the arrows. His gaze was sharp, locking onto the goblin shaman, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. But the speed on Xingye's side was even faster. The ion cannon was controlled by her. A terrifying beam shot out. The goblin shaman, who was fully focused on battling Lin Fan, had no idea, and in the next second, was directly pierced through the body. The entire upper body exploded. Only a cloud of black smoke rose up. Even the boss was instantly killed. What more could the other goblins say? The fifth wave of beasts has been repelled. Reward, holy power. Lin Fan looked at his attributes. Name, Lin Fan. Level, D+ rank. Combat power, 4000. Physique, 83. Agility, 43. Spirit, 53. Normal person's three-dimensional attributes are 10. Combat evaluation, just entering the other world, possessing magical power, considered a top expert among novices. Skills, top-tier magical talent, passive. True sight. Magic sword technique. Great flame technique. Magical bind. Talent, holy power, increases damage to evil-type monsters by 50%. Looking at it this way, after successfully defending the homeland against each wave of beasts, as the number of beast waves increased, the rewards would also become richer. Chapter 49, The Ganges Water Punishment of the Three Kingdoms. At this moment, in the live streaming room, everyone was wildly cheering for Lin Fan's stunning performance. Awesome! Lin Fan is amazing. This magic can even fly. Wow, flying in the sky and having a shield, who can stop this? Little Sa showed an expectant expression. Everyone sees that Lin Fan has repelled 6 waves of beasts. It seems that completely repelling the beast wave and getting the final reward isn't too difficult. But just then, disharmonious voices always arise. Completely repelling the beast wave? Baka! You dragon country pigs? Don't you see who has been supporting your dragon country pigs? If we didn't care about your dragon country pigs' well-being, how could you possibly stay in your Lin Fan's livestream room all the time? To be honest, if you can give us the Three Kingdoms National Fortune Reward, we might consider treating your dragon country well. We won't report your dragon country for cheating then. Are you kidding? The cheating in dragon country must be reported. This bastard Lin Fan isn't even focused on fighting monsters, he's using high-tech instead? What the heck is this? There's even an ion cannon involved, isn't this cheating? The curses from the Three Kingdoms haven't stopped yet. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their outcry. The outcome was clear. Curry Kingdom participants have all died. Extracting disaster rewards. The national fortune punishment is, the Ganges water mutates. The punishment effect from the mutated Ganges water, anyone who drinks it will be possessed and controlled by the demon-cursed Ganges water. What? No, my Ganges water. Without the Ganges water, national fortune matchmaking games, are you trying to destroy our Three Kingdoms? The first reaction of the Three Kingdoms people wasn't anger over the death of the matchmaking participants, but anger from the mutation of the Ganges water. It is well known that the Ganges water is the most famous river in the Three Kingdoms. To foreigners, the Ganges water is synonymous with filth. A place so murky that it's worse than toilet water. Whether for bathing, defecating, or drinking, they all use this Ganges water. It can be said that it is the dirtiest thing in the world, even worse than nuclear waste. However, in the eyes of the Three Kingdoms people, this vast Ganges is their Curry Kingdom's unique treasure. In fact, some merchants, when they run out of water while in the food business, will jump to the riverbank, scoop a large spoonful of Ganges water in front of customers, and pour it directly into the prepared dishes. In their eyes, this is a perfectly normal thing. Little do they know, for foreign travelers, eating such food is an absurd challenge. And because of this, it can be seen how much Ganges water means to the people of the Three Kingdoms. They treat it with almost divine respect. When this punishment appeared, they didn't cry about why their matchmaking participants died or feel relieved that it wasn't a direct death penalty. Instead, they felt that using Ganges water as a channel for the national fortune punishment is a huge disrespect to the Three Kingdoms. What does the mastermind behind this national fortune matchmaking game mean by this? Are we not human in the three kingdoms? Don't we in the Curry kingdom rely on this Ganges water to survive since our ancestors? His actions are no different from killing us. Do you three kingdoms people really treat Ganges water as a treasure? I used to not understand why you did this, but I didn't expect you to be such a bunch of intellectually challenged folks. What do you mean? The Ganges water gives us life. What's wrong with loving the Ganges water? If you were from the three kingdoms, you would understand that rejecting the Ganges water is like rejecting your own mother. The foolish dragon country people will never understand the love between us three kingdoms people and the Ganges. Oh yes, if you love it so much, then go drink it and see. A bunch of baka. Remember, I'm a dragon country person. If you want to curse us dragon country people. This message only made everyone feel that two words were most appropriate: embarrassing. You can say whatever you want, but you throw in a local dialect and expose yourself. This is something everyone knows is a joke. The key is, with just a slight movement of your fingers, you can see his IP address is from a small country. Typically, most people wouldn't fall for such a low-level trick. The Curry people succeeded. Everyone, watch carefully. There were indeed some who couldn't withstand such provocation. To prove their connection with the Ganges water, they really ran to the riverbank and buried their heads to take a big gulp. Moreover, some were bathing while guzzling Ganges water. Seeing such brave souls, the other 3 or so people eagerly followed suit and drank wildly. It was all to show that the Ganges water was clean. The result was to be expected. Either they convulsed and turned into zombies, or they exploded on the spot. Just moments before, the people of the 3-3 country had called the Ganges mother, but they were so scared that they lost control and more than 80 people quickly jumped into a van to flee. All that was left on the riverbank was a pile of smart ones, moaning in pain. No. No. My stomach hurts so much. This damn matchmaking game, why should it bring national disaster upon us? Wait, I just noticed that what was shown above was not a national reward punishment, but a national reward. It's true. This is too ridiculous. Ha 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 ha. Turning disaster into a reward, grossing out this bunch of 3-3 pigs. Aha. It's not fair. Why do only we, the 3-3 people, have national disaster? We must be targeted. Why does Dragon Country have no punishment? Serves you right. I've never liked you Curry people, fuck. Yoshi, great citizens of the matchmaking game. The other foreign netizens who had also faced national punishment began to attack the 3-3 people. After all, they had been holding in a breath, and now seeing others suffer just like them, they suddenly felt glee in their misery. As for Dragon Country's people? They didn't dare. Their own country's participants had died. They could only wait until tomorrow to select new participants. So, the most they could do was silently murmur, "Dragon people, just wait." On the other side. Inside the National Fortune matchmaking game scene. The screams of the 3-3 country matchmaking participants surprisingly spread throughout the matchmaking map, reaching the ears of all the participants. That miserable wailing made anyone who heard it shiver, fearing they would be the next to die. Of course, except for Lin Fan's side. He was reminded that the beast tide wouldn't appear until the later part of the night. With nothing to do, Lin Fan went to exercise. He fought for 3 hours straight. Chapter 50, The Punishment of Gakiji Country, Chaos Among the Black People. The live broadcast finally resumed. Lin Fan walked out of the room, his face full of joy, opened the refrigerator, and found it stocked with all kinds of meats, eggs, fish, chicken, and vegetables. It was enough for the 4 of them to eat for 3 days. Of course, this didn't even include the food from the fields outside. Although the time to eat wouldn't be long, how did it compare to participants from other countries? Either they lost all rationality, saw hallucinations, and tortured themselves to death. Or they were bitten by monsters. The luckier ones might just suffer from the cold and hunger, but at least for now, there was no fear for their lives. But looking back at Lin Fan's side, he had a table full of delicious food, making the audience drool. Did I enter the wrong live stream? Is this a food channel? Just woke up, let me see what Lin God is doing now. Oh my gosh. This is so awesome. I found out Lin God is cooking. And it's a table full of great dishes. Oh my goodness. I feel like I can even smell the aroma through the screen. Is this the man who can entertain guests and cook? I'm in love. Lin Fan, my husband. Lin Fan, my husband, I love you. I'm a male fan, but I just like you. Don't just say girls like him, even I, a guy, like him. People from other countries saw Lin Fan living so luxuriously, their hearts felt like they were being cut with a knife. It was painful. This was truly painful. Seeing Lin Fan do so well hurt them even more than killing them. And what about their gall chickens live stream? A black man was tied up on a tree trunk by a bunch of beastmen. Mad whipping. It hurt so much that he screamed out loud. I have to say, it's truly a testament to the guy. He has been getting beaten for half an hour and still has the strength to scream. No! No! Save me! In the matchmaking game, no one could save him. But the viewers watching the live stream all burst into laughter. Wow! It's like a trip back to the plantation. Someone! Where's the sheriff? Hurry! There's a black dog here. Oh! I'm coming, dear buddy, let me see where this damn guy is. So it's here, oh. I swear, I will use my little pistol to shoot through his butt. Justice Sheriff. Even the people from the Gallus country didn't want to speak up for him, secretly cheering for the Beastmen. It's all Lincoln's fault. Why did he allow such a lowly race to exist? He harmed our entire nation. Oh. Long Nation people, I am from Gallus country, now I want to come to your country, is that okay? I want to go too. We apologize for the bad things we said about you before. To this, the Long Nation internet users just smiled lightly. All the pig-like foreign countries that kicked us when we were down, get lost. The matchmakers from Gallus country have all died, national fortune punishment begins. Punishment, black era, all Gallus countries with black skin, double power within an hour, cannot leave the borders. Everyone seeing this was filled with confusion. Double power for 1 hour? What use is that? But only the citizens of Long Nation saw the true meaning of this national fortune punishment. Wow, now this is really killing the heart. The Gallus country already stained by blackness, now will really be completely overtaken by blacks. Wait, I don't quite understand, what exactly is the punishment for Gallus country? Don't you get it? The current leader of Gallus country is white. If these blacks can overthrow their country's system, turning it into a world ruled by blacks, then how is that different from extermination? The more tragic part, the status reverses instantly. Just thinking about it is terrifying, yet also hilarious. So there's this layer of reason? Ha ha ha, I'm dying from laughter. Even if they can't be completely overthrown, at least this way, they can make each other kill each other. At this moment, on the other side. In the Gallus country. Upon hearing this news, the blacks all felt their strength suddenly increase immensely. Some tried it out, and they could actually lift a small car. With the power gained, the violent nature in the black bloodline couldn't be contained anymore. First came the $0 shopping. As the power surged, the streets of Gallus country instantly fell into chaos. The black thugs hidden in the dark corners rushed out, their eyes gleaming with greed and fury, like beasts smelling blood. F***CK. Give me money. Kneel down. Countless blacks stormed into banks and jewelry stores, brandishing guns and shouting. Anyone daring to resist would be met with their newfound strength. One punch sent their opponent bleeding from mouth and ears. Supermarket glass was easily smashed, and items on the shelves were frantically snatched. Some even carried out entire boxes of high-end liquor with swagger. Nice. Nice. Yeah. Luxury stores on the street were not spared either. Priceless bags and jewelry were ransacked, while employees cowered in corners, not daring to stop these immensely powerful thugs. Some blacks even started large fires in the streets, thick smoke filling the air, enveloping the city in a terrifying atmosphere. They rampaged and destroyed public facilities, streetlights uprooted, trash bins overturned, the streets in ruins. In the chaotic crowd, several burly, fierce-looking blacks gathered together. They whispered in low voices. Brothers, now that we have such powerful strength, why should we still endure the insults of those white people? The leader of the group roared, we need to make them know who the true masters of this country are. Exactly. Fuck. Let them see the power of us black people. Others echoed, let's attack the capital and trample those high and mighty people underfoot. Soon, this crazy plan spread among the black people, and more joined. They surged towards the capital like a tide, constantly gathering more allies, and their numbers grew larger and larger. The citizens of the Gallic Roosters' homeland fell into extreme panic, and the government urgently mobilized the military in an attempt to stop the black people's advance. Stop. Stop your steps. Fuck. If not, we will open fire. Whoosh. 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 Before the words were even finished, spears flew out quickly, their attention even lower than that of firearms. Before they could react, countless soldiers were pierced through. With their wild nature, the black people immediately began hand-to-hand combat. Facing the black people's doubled strength, the military's resistance seemed powerless. The two sides fought fiercely on the edge of the city, with gunshots and cries of killing echoing back and forth. Help! Save me! Fuck! Shut up! With their immense strength, the black people kept breaking through the lines, while the Gallic Roosters' army struggled to hold on. Chapter 51, Pregnancy Reward, The Elf's Arrival. The capital's defenses were repeatedly attacked, and many soldiers were injured or even sacrificed during the battle. The city's residents hid in their homes, praying that this disaster would end soon, but the black people's attack became more and more fierce. Years of experience had long filled the black people's hearts with hatred and ambition. This change made them vow to seize control of the entire capital. Awesome! This isn't a punishment from national luck. It's clearly a reward. We black people should be kings. Ha ha ha, thank you, Lin Fan. This internal turmoil caused by the national luck punishment plunged the Gallic Rooster's country into an unprecedented crisis, and the country's future became bleak. And this scene became the laughingstock of the world. Sigh, black people are really foolish. What's the use of rebelling now? Yeah, they're just damaging their own country's fortune. Doing such meaningless things, I can't stand it. Fuck. What are you idiots talking about? Do you look down on our noble black people? A bunch of white pigs, sooner or later I will make you pay for the suffering our ancestors endured. On the other side, Lin Fan. After opening the live broadcast, he suddenly received a prompt. Xingye successfully pregnant. Attributes raised, 10 points. National luck reward, all attributes raised by 5 points. Lifespan increased by 5 points. Magic talent increased. Lin Fan was stunned. Excited, he rushed to the bed, looking at the exhausted Xingye. He excitedly held her hand. Xingye, you're going to be a mother. Lin Fan's voice was loud, waking both AI Air and Xiao Miao. Xingye's gaze instantly cleared up, propping herself up to sit straight, staring at Lin Fan in disbelief. What did you just? I said, you're going to be a mother. Lin Fan repeated. This time, all three of them were completely stunned. Their brains couldn't process what was going on. But soon, they all looked at Xingye's belly. Clearly, Lin Fan's words meant that Xingye was pregnant, right? Is it true? Lin Fan, if you're lying to me, if you're playing with me, I will really kill you. Xingye trembled all over, slowly placing her hand on her abdomen. She used magic to probe her body. When it reached her lower abdomen, she was suddenly stunned. Ugh. Starry-eyed with tears, Hoshino bit her lip, delicate beyond measure, her gaze towards Lin Fan no longer sharp and strong, but filled with a sense of pity and tenderness. She suddenly hugged Lin Fan tightly, refusing to let go. Lin Fan wanted to speak, but cried out in pain. It turned out that Hoshino had bitten hard on Lin Fan's shoulder, mumbling, Lin Fan, you have to be responsible for me, you must be responsible for me. We elves, though we are of the long life kind, will only commit to one person in this life. Even if you die, I won't choose anyone else. Lin Fan, I only ask you, love me for a lifetime, okay? Lin Fan paused, quickly responding with even more passionate love for Hoshino. Hoshino, I will. Hoshino finally stopped being proud and arrogant. Upon realizing she was having a child, she shed all pretenses, completely showing her girlish side. Congratulations, congratulations. Sister Hoshino is actually the first to have Lin Fan's child. AI Air pouted, sincerely congratulating while secretly thinking in her heart. Their demon tribe had a secret technique. That is to absorb the male's young energy into their bodies and refine it. This way, one could quickly become pregnant. But the prerequisite is that Lin Fan must constantly cooperate with her. After all, cultivating with a succubus brings mutual benefits. This method also wouldn't harm Lin Fan. AI Air began to think about whether she should try cultivating with Lin Fan for 3 days and nights next time. At that moment, little Mia was also very moved. Carefully touching Hoshino's belly, she innocently asked, pregnancy is such a strange thing. Clearly, I spend more time and moments with Lin Fan, why is it Hoshino who got pregnant first? Hoshino's face turned red. A secret? You want to ask for the secret, right? There is indeed a secret. But she was too shy to say it. She could not just say that whenever she was alone with Lin Fan, she would use revenge as an excuse to harshly punish him, right? If that were to come out, where would the dignity of a princess of the elves go? Lin Fan chuckled. It's okay, Hoshino, you just focus on nurturing the baby now. Later, I will do my best to find things to nourish your body to protect you. Children are a small matter, as long as you are fine and don't have any accidents, I will be at ease. After that, you should stay in the home during battles, so you won't get hurt. Your sudden concern really makes me unaccustomed. Hoshino mumbled softly. Lin Fan wanted to say something else when he noticed the matchmaking game prompt sound appears again. Due to the death of all matchmaking participants from every country. Currently, only the matchmaking participants from the Dragon Country are still holding on. The rewards for successfully repelling the beast tide are doubled. An additional reward is Fountain of Life. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, Everyone was still immersed in the joy of Hoshino's pregnancy and the distribution of national fortune rewards. So awesome. It feels like I've become even stronger. Now it really fits the saying, we people of the dragon country, everyone knows martial arts. Huh? I don't know. Idiot, our attributes have already been strengthened so many times, even if you don't know martial arts, just using a pose deals not low damage. Aha, you're right. By the way, what is magical talent? Can we learn magic now? Even if we can learn, there's no way to do it, no channels to learn. Maybe in the future we can. Thinking about the future, after successfully giving birth, they could receive another national fortune reward. Everyone's hearts reignited with hope. That's right. Waiting for the final matchmaking rewards to come down, they might even be able to successfully learn magic. At that moment, due to only the Dragon Country matchmaking participants left from the Beast Tide, the betting system is activated. Winners of the bet can receive national fortune rewards, all people's attributes plus 1. 1. Dragon Country matchmaking participants 7th wave of Beast Tide death. Dragon Kingdom's matchmaking participants 8th wave of Beast Tide casualties. Dragon Kingdom's matchmaking participants 9th wave of Beast Tide casualties. Dragon Kingdom's matchmaking participants successfully repel the Beast Tide. Looking at the betting page in front of them, everyone became restless. Chapter 52, Betting begins. The 7th wave of Beast Tide starts. When everyone saw that the betting results would affect their respective contestants' matchmaking game outcomes, they all grew uneasy. The Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room erupted into chaos, with countless comments scrolling wildly. We must choose 4. Lin Fan is invincible, he will definitely be able to repel the Beast Tide. Lin Fan has cut through everything, this mere Beast Tide is nothing to him, a decisive bet on a successful repulsion. Our Dragon Kingdom relies solely on Lin Fan, trust that he can create miracles and succeed. Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing were also emotionally stirred, waving their microphones vigorously. Dear audience, today, Lin Fan is the pride of our Dragon Kingdom. Out there, how many aliens wish to see the decline of our Dragon Kingdom? Lin Fan is all our hope. Everyone, let's vote together. Support Lin Fan in successfully passing the Beast Tide. We can't let them think our Dragon Kingdom is easy to bully. Meanwhile, in other countries' live broadcast rooms, various sarcastic voices were also incessantly heard. Fuck. Damn Dragon Kingdom pigs, still trying to fool everyone? So stupid. I won't choose. That guy from Dragon Kingdom is just lucky, he will definitely die in this 7th wave of Beast Tide, I choose 1. Exactly, the previous waves were enough for him, how could he withstand this stronger Beast Tide? I choose 2, he will die in the 8th wave. Don't dream, that participant from Dragon Kingdom cannot last till the end, I bet he will fall before the 9th wave, I choose 3. Dragon Kingdom pigs, don't be silly, your Lin Fan should just die earlier for the world's good. What are you still waiting for? In the small country's live broadcast room, while the netizens were mocking, TCH, Lin Fan from Dragon Kingdom is just a so-so, he can't handle this Beast Tide. Baka, does Lin Fan still want to rise? It's laughable. But secretly, many quietly chose option 4, fearing Lin Fan's abilities, thinking he might indeed create another miracle. But due to face, they would definitely not show it on the surface. At the same time, in the matchmaking game world, the 7th wave of Beast Tide officially struck. In an instant, the sky and earth changed color, a piercing cold wind howled past, and the temperature dropped sharply, as if the whole world was dragged into an ice cellar. Giant snowflakes fell like goose feathers, quickly covering the ground with a thick layer of icy power. The temperature dropped rapidly. Suddenly, even Lin Fan found it hard to withstand. The view in front of him turned blurry. Snow White. All Snow White. Creak, creak. Outside the homeland, the sound of footsteps crunching in the snow continued to emerge. Accompanied by the extreme cold weather, groups of ice monsters surged out from all directions. Whoosh! Lin Fan decisively threw out several flames formed by magical condensation near his homeland. In the gusts of cold wind, the flames flickered, revealing distorted shadows. These monsters varied in shape, some resembled gigantic ice bears, covered in sharp ice spikes, leaving deep ice craters with each step. Some looked like long ice snakes, slithering across the snow, freezing the snow into sharp ice blades wherever they went. Others resembled humanoid ice demons, wielding ice weapons and exuding a chilling aura. Ice Realm Monsters. Level, D+. Combat Power, 3000. Evaluation, born in the ice fields, under the influence of the Ice Queen's skills, their battle power skyrockets. Lin Fan's expression was grave as he looked towards the distance. As expected. At the forefront of the monster horde was the boss of this Beast Tide, the Ice Queen. She was unlike any other monster. Tall and graceful. Her skin is as crystalline and translucent as ice, emanating a deep blue glow. Wearing a magnificent ice crown, her long white hair dances in the wind, as if merging with the swirling snowflakes. Her eyes sparkle with a cold-killing intent. Gripping a staff that exudes a chilling aura, she takes steps closer to her homeland. Her data appears in Lin Fan's eyes. Ice Snow Queen. Level, C. Combat Power, 4500. Evaluation, in the icy plains, she can infinitely summon monster minions. And she can cast ice and snow magic indefinitely. Well. No wonder this is the latter part of the beast tide. The strength of the monsters arriving has instantly jumped to a huge level. At this moment, in the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room. This is just too terrifying. Upon seeing this scene, Wang Bingbing's pretty face turned pale, her voice slightly trembling. So many monsters, and such a powerful boss, how are we supposed to fight this? Xiaosa forced a calm look, frowning tightly, but his eyes revealed determination. No matter what, stay calm. This monster's attributes are indeed a bit perverse. Infinite monster summoning? And can cast magic infinitely? She just needs to hide behind the monsters and kite continuously. Lin Fan will be completely drained to death. Too perverse, too scummy. How can it be like this? Ha. I told you long ago, you Dragon Kingdom pigs are born to die. Is there anything else to say now? Ha. Well done. Very well done. Lin Fan the pig has been arrogant for so long, it's time for him to die. Holy power. Looking at the three people frowning, racking their brains for a solution, he suddenly thought of a feasible method. Lin Fan took a deep breath and said with determination, "Everyone, don't panic, let's first activate the magic cannon and ion cannon to see if we can deal effective damage. Xingye, you control the magic cannon." Okay. The two quickly took their positions. Prepare to launch. After saying this, Lin Fan quickly operated the control panel. The ion cannon aimed at the forefront of the monsters. That is the Ice Snow Queen. The difficulty of this beast tide is clearly very high. The biggest point is on this Ice Snow Queen. Whether it is her troublesome abilities or this extremely cold environment that is not suitable for long stays. It's the same. At present, he just wants to know, can the ion cannon deal damage to this Ice Snow Queen? That is the most important thing. In the next moment, the magic cannon and ion cannon shot out dazzling brilliance, rushing towards the Icy Plains monster group with powerful energy. The Icy Plains monsters were caught off guard by this sudden attack. Some of the frontline monsters were instantly hit and turned into ice shards. The magic cannon is useful. And on the ion cannon side, the moment it roared towards the Ice Snow Queen, it unleashed a shower of blood rain. The Ice Snow Queen let out a miserable scream, activating magic in an instant, teleporting to the rear of the formation. Effective. Lin Fan's eyes lit up. It seems that his holy power can indeed act on all objects. As long as it is an attack he makes, everything can be imbued with holy power. Chapter 53, Reward, Giant Stone Wall? For this type of monster's damage, it can almost be seen as double the attack. Unfortunately, here it has become the home field of this Ice Snow Queen, which probably increased her corresponding attributes, so it can't be killed in one blow. But it doesn't matter. Xingye, let's continue. The second round begins. Lin Fan increased the energy output. The power of the ion cannon was even greater than before. The brilliance became more dazzling. The magic cannon is specifically used to kill Icy Plains beasts. The ion cannon, while penetrating through the Icy Plains beast's body, once again hit the healing Ice Snow Queen. Ah! The Ice Snow Queen suffered another severe blow. Her eyes filled with rage, she grabbed an Icy Plains beast beside her and directly swallowed it whole. The injuries quickly healed. At the same time, countless ice field beasts surged forth at her summoning. This round of attack blasted open bloody paths in the monster horde, with a large number of monsters falling, yet the others continued to swarm in endlessly. Elle excitedly looked at Lin Fan. "Master, can I join the battle now?" "Go ahead." Lin Fan felt confident and naturally allowed his partner to leave the home. Otherwise, it would be painful if she died. After all, Elle could grow stronger by continuously defeating creatures. Letting her go out more was definitely a good thing. And next came the third round of attack. Lin Fan concentrated all his thoughts. This time, he had to ensure the death of the Ice Queen. The longer time dragged on, the worse Lin Fan's situation looked. In the third round, Lin Fan focused all his energy, and the magic cannon and ion cannon emitted an unprecedented powerful force, illuminating the entire battlefield. The light shot from the ion cannon made Lin Fan put all his existing magical materials into it. In theory, as long as he stayed within the ion cannon's range, he could infinitely increase its power. Thus, this cannon shot nearly lit up the entire sky. Like the breath of a giant dragon. Boom, boom, boom. The power of this blow stunned everyone. Not only Elle, Xingye, and Xiaomiao stared wide-eyed in disbelief, but the audience in the Dragon Country's livestream also gasped in amazement. Oh my! This power is too terrifying. Lin God is amazing. What did this ion cannon consume? How come each round is stronger than the last? Lin God truly lives up to his name. This technique is simply invincible. Wow, is this ion cannon really this strong? It's too exaggerated. Who can withstand this shot? Other countries' audiences looked on in disbelief, flooding the livestream with skepticism. What the heck? What the heck? My God, how is this possible? How can the ion cannon have such immense power? It must be cheating. Yes, this is completely illogical. The Dragon Country must be using some underhanded means. Dragon Country pigs are just Dragon Country pigs. Knowing they can't combat the beast tide, they are resorting to cheating again. Heavens, why doesn't the matchmaking game hurry up and ban Lin Fan? Are we just going to watch this stupid pig continue cheating? Giving such incredible items to matchmaking participants, how can other countries' participants survive? Matchmaking game, you win. Since Lin Fan is so amazing, why doesn't he help our ugly country's father? As a Dragon Country person, I really think he is too selfish. They didn't know that this was the blessing of the divine power within Lin Fan. A full 50% boost, and added to this final blow, was delivered with the intention to kill. Even Lin Fan himself was extremely shocked. Originally, he was just trying it out, but he didn't expect the divine power to geometrically increase the power of the magic cannon and ion cannon, and this divine power seemed capable of enhancing all of his attacks. This caused the resulting power to be extraordinarily terrifying. Under such a powerful attack, the ice field monsters were no match at all. Almost upon touching that beam of light, they all died, instantly leaving no trace. But what Lin Fan did not expect was that beam struck the Ice Queen fiercely. Yet she still did not die on the spot. Lin Fan's expression suddenly changed. What on earth is happening? How could the Ice Queen be so terrifying? After being hit by such immense power, she actually didn't die? If that's the case. Originally, Lin Fan planned to let Xiaomio step in to deal with her. But at this moment, on the entire battlefield, the only one left was the Ice Queen. At this moment, the Ice Queen, covered in blood, the surrounding white snowflakes were dyed a bright red. There were no more ice and snow monsters around. Seeing this scene, Lin Fan wanted to pursue the victory. But he heard a weak voice gently call out. Please, please. I am willing. I am willing to submit to you, my lord. The Ice Snow Queen's once proud gaze was now filled with fear, her body trembled slightly, having lost any thought of resistance. Suddenly, she actually knelt before Lin Fan and pleaded, please spare me, I am willing to surrender, I am willing to do anything for you, please let me go. This scene left the national audience, Xiao Miao, AI Air, Xing Yi, and people from other countries dumbfounded. No way? Could she really understand the situation so well? She knew she was going to die, so she hurriedly knelt to plead for mercy. No one expected that the mighty Ice Queen would kneel and beg for mercy before Lin Fan. At that moment, the livestream chat was once again flooded with comments. What is happening? The Ice Queen is actually begging for mercy? God, Lin is amazing, he has made the boss submit. Ha, those who said Lin Fan was useless must be feeling ashamed now. Can those alien trash still speak? Even Lin Fan was left shocked. Goodness. These monsters actually have their own intelligence. Maybe stronger monsters are not much different from humans. If in the future he encounters monsters that have established a social system like humans. Thinking of this, Lin Fan felt even more chills. His gaze became increasingly icy. Lin Fan. The three women looked at Lin Fan, wanting to seek his opinion. But unexpectedly, Lin Fan waved his hand, signaling them to follow him out. Could it be that Lin Fan really wants to take this guy in? At that moment, this thought was the voice of everyone's heart. And the previously frustrated alien trash finally found a reason to vent. Look! Look! Your Dragon Kingdom's useless Lin Fan is indeed a pig who can't stand to see a woman. The monster just begged softly, and look how enchanted he is now. This is really funny, ha ha ha. Ice Queen, kill Lin Fan. Use everything you have to kill Lin Fan. Chapter 54, The Eighth Beast Tide, Invasion of the Pseudo-Humans. Then, Lin Fan led the three directly in front of the Ice Snow Queen. At this moment, the Ice Snow Queen, as the boss of her clan. However, she was terribly miserable and humbly pleaded, I beg you, please spare me. I am willing to give my life for you. AI Air frowned and quietly said in Lin Fan's ear, Master, be careful, she might be deceiving you. I know. Lin Fan silently nodded. And then, he asked, do you still have power? Can you summon monsters now? Upon hearing that Lin Fan did not immediately take her life, the Ice Snow Queen was excited. She immediately became excited, nodding vigorously, yes. Yes. I have value. Well, then you start continuously summoning monsters until you absolutely cannot summon anymore. You cannot stop until I say so. The Ice Snow Queen was taken aback, clearly not understanding what Lin Fan meant by that. Did you not hear what I said? Are you deaf? The Ice Snow Queen trembled in fear and hurriedly followed Lin Fan's words to summon the monsters. But she did not dare to let the monsters attack Lin Fan at all. Instead, she made them all stand still and do nothing. AI Air, go ahead. Lin Fan gave a look. AI Air was confused for a moment, but as Lin Fan's partner, she quickly understood his meaning. Her expression turned ecstatic. I understand. Then, AI Air directly began to slaughter wildly among the group of monsters. She kept killing, and the Ice Snow Queen kept summoning monsters. This scene left the livestream viewers stunned. What is this operation? Damn, I understand now. Isn't this just a bug that allows AI Air to level up? Right. Damn, it just hit me. Is Lin Shan's brain really that useful? Wait, I don't get it. Can any great god explain this to me? In simple terms, it's like playing an online game, encountering a mother creature that can continuously spawn babies, and by defeating its babies, you can keep gaining experience points. If you keep getting experience points, you can grind forever. Does that make sense to you? Damn. Awesome. Can this theory be applied to matchmaking games? Lin Shan's IQ, truly top-notch. And Lin Fan indeed thought so. After half an hour had passed, the Ice Queen's pale face became even more ashen. Her breath was weak, as if she would die at any moment. But AI Air had already broken through to D level. Reached C level. Her combat power soared to 5,000. Lin Fan nodded in satisfaction. Didn't I tell you to keep summoning? Why did you stop? Did I tell you to stop? At this moment, the Ice Queen, no matter how dull, knew what Lin Fan's true purpose was. He never even considered letting her survive. Thinking of this, the Ice Queen almost couldn't catch her breath, nearly fainting, glaring resentfully at Lin Fan, her lips moving as if she wanted to say something but choked and ultimately died of anger. AI Air. Little Meow. Xing Yi. All looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of monsters. I really didn't expect you to have so many tricks up your sleeve. Lin Fan chuckled. The 7th wave of Beast Tide has been successfully repelled. Reward, Stone Wall. Stone Wall. Durability, 10,000/10,000. Evaluation, as a necessary basic defense facility for a strong fortress, it provides you with the utmost protection. Great. As a cautious person, Lin Fan wouldn't take to the battlefield himself or send out a matchmaking partner before understanding the enemy's strength. Even if he saw the opponent's attributes through the system panel. What if there were some special circumstances? So it was best to act cautiously. And wasn't this essential building for cautious individuals exactly what he needed? He quickly installed the stone wall. Soon, towering black stone walls reaching 10 meters high were built, firmly protecting the entire home. The change in construction also moved the ion cannon, magic cannon, snack flower, and arrow tower to the most suitable positions. From the outside, their home had completely transformed into a solid fortress. Lin Fan was very satisfied with this. Soon, the system's next prompt appeared. The 8th wave of Beast Tide is coming soon. Beast Tide type, pseudo-human invasion. Please note, be careful of their mental attacks, they may transform into the people you least want to see or the ones you most want to see. Once you make eye contact, you will fall into a state of mental confusion. The new type of Beast Tide made Lin Shan's brows furrow and worry. This time, it wasn't just pure monsters attacking, but rather a kind of mental attack. If it were really like that, it could feel like a constraint for people like them. Looks like we'll have to use the magic cannon and ion cannon to deal with this. Lin Fan pondered for a moment. In the upcoming Beast Tide, Xing Yi should mainly use magic, and absolutely avoid direct confrontation with them. Seeing Lin Fan's serious expression, the 3 girls all nodded in agreement. Soon, the extreme cold weather disappeared. Accompanying it was the booming sound of footsteps outside. It sounded like an army of thousands marching in. Current total number of Beast Tide, 3,000. In the live broadcast room, the people of Dragon Country could no longer stay calm. 3,000? Are you kidding? No way, such an extraordinary ability, and there are still so many? As long as a fake person breaks into the homeland, no one can withstand it. Isn't this talking about a Beast Tide? How can these things come? Everyone's expression was not good. Who would have thought? This Beast Tide attack. A fake person actually came? The key point is, the ability is incredibly abnormal. Absolutely not allowed for our side to confront it head-on. This is just too exaggerated. I hope Lin Fan can hold on. To be honest, Lin Fan has held on for our dragon country. For those of us who can only watch, we really need to bow to Lin Fan. Yeah, if it were me in this situation, I would probably be too scared to move. This is really true, 3,000 fake people, and we can't confront them head-on. This is definitely a war of attrition. I don't know if Lin Fan's magic cannon and ion cannon can hold on. This victory depends entirely on these two weapons and the arrow tower. At this moment, in the matchmaking game, the attributes of the fake people were also revealed. Chapter 55, 3,000 Horses, Human Sea Tactics. Fake Person Leader. Level, E. Combat Power, 50. Evaluation, combat ability is no different from ordinary humans, but its mental strength is extremely formidable, even capable of defeating C+ level strong opponents. Fake Person. Level, None. Combat Power, 1. Evaluation, weaker than ordinary humans, but its mental power is enough to defeat all creatures below sea level instantly. Suddenly, the ground began to shake violently, as if countless giant beasts were rushing underground. From afar came a rustling sound, like countless venomous snakes crawling on dry leaves, sending chills down the spine. At the same time, accompanied by eerie and terrifying sounds. Lin Fan and the others stood ready, their palms sweaty, their eyes filled with vigilance and unease. In the distance, the first wave of fake people finally emerged. More than a dozen hunched black figures slowly walked out of the thick mist, draped in tattered black robes, their faces obscured, leaving black slime on the ground with every step, emitting a nauseating stench of decay. Fire! Lin Fan commanded, his voice firm and powerful, yet it couldn't hide the tension within. The magic cannon and ion cannon roared, brilliant light split the sky like golden lightning cutting through the darkness. These fake people couldn't react at all before being blasted into dust, dissipating into black smoke in the air. In the live broadcast room, cheers erupted instantly, hoping to encourage Lin Fan and give themselves a sense of reassurance. Haha, is this it? This isn't enough to fill a gap. Lin God is mighty. If it can continue like this, they won't be able to touch Lin Fan. Go for it. The citizens of the Dragon Country excitedly flooded the screen with messages, their faces filled with proud smiles. However, soon everyone couldn't laugh anymore. The second wave of fake people also only had a few, but they were exceptionally agile. They spread out, using the terrain for cover, constantly maneuvering and dodging, as if they had studied the attack trajectories of the weapons in advance. Even more eerie, every time the magic cannon or ion cannon fired, a chilling and terrifying laugh would echo from afar, sounding like it came from the depths of hell, cold and filled with mockery, as if mocking the futility of humanity. Something's wrong, these guys are deliberately consuming our ammunition. Xingye's face was serious, her brows tightly furrowed, her eyes full of worry. She gripped the cannon platform tightly, her body slightly leaning forward, ready to respond to sudden situations. Lin Fan nodded coldly, he knew this logic all too well. But if these fake people were allowed to approach, once the mental attack took effect, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even knowing it's a trap, he could only grit his teeth and dive in. If they don't fire, they won't consume their ammunition. What else can we do? Sure enough, each wave of fake people that followed came in extremely small numbers, surging like the tide one after another. They were like a group of well-trained soldiers, attacking rhythmically, each time accurately drawing the firepower of the weapons. It was entirely a sea battle tactic, constantly paving the way for the newcomers by sacrificing the predecessors. The magic cannons and ion cannons roared endlessly, and thick black debris had already piled up around the defensive fortifications of the homeland, filling the air with a pungent burnt smell. But the number in the ammo slot visibly decreased, gradually dropping from full to one-third, and everyone's heart sank as the numbers fell. No good, if this continues, we won't have any magic materials for supplies. Little Meow said slowly. Lin Fan remained silent, his gaze deep as he quickly thought of a way to break the situation. At present, the beast tide of 3,000 had definitely not been diminished much. His own ammo was already running low. The atmosphere in the live broadcast room gradually grew heavier along with Lin Fan's emotions. The people of Dragon Country anxiously spammed the screen, wishing they could jump in to help Lin Fan. This can't go on. The ammo is running out. Lin Fan, hurry and think of a solution. We believe in you. You must hold on. Can there still be a miracle this time? They stared at the screen, their eyes filled with hope and worry. Meanwhile, the live broadcast rooms of other countries were filled with mocking derision. Haha, Lin Fan the pig is finally going to meet his end. I said he can't withstand this wave, Dragon Country is going to be embarrassed. I wonder what the reward would be if our ugly country wins the bet. Hee hee. Various sharp words rang out, stabbing like blades into the hearts of the people of Dragon Country. When the number of fake people was still 1,900, the tragedy everyone dreaded finally occurred. The magic cannons and ion cannons issued a simultaneous energy depletion alarm, the roaring suddenly stopped, and wisps of smoke rose from the weapon barrels. In an instant, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence, with only the whistling cold wind sounding as if it played the prelude to the impending disaster. Not good. AI Air's knuckles turned white from gripping the wall too tightly, her delicate body trembled slightly. Xingyi quickly prepared to cast magic again, nerves taut, his gaze filled with determination. Little Meow also nervously perked up, for standing on end, ready to pounce on the enemy at any moment. Now with no way out, they were completely cornered. As if sensing their predicament, the fake people suddenly accelerated, rushing to the bottom of the city wall, starting to stack up a human ladder, using their companions' bodies as steps, climbing towards the 10-meter-high stone wall. Their movements were synchronized, as if practiced countless times, while they emitted unsettling screeches and spine-chilling screams. Quick! Use the arrow tower! Lin Fan shouted, and the arrow tower automatically activated, shooting a dense volley of arrows at the crowd of fake people. But these fake people were incredibly cunning, they used various means to block the arrows, and some even deliberately used their bodies to shield their companions, creating opportunities. Blood splattered, but it did nothing to halt their advance, instead making them even more frenzied. In the live broadcast room, the hearts of the Dragon Country viewers were in their throats. Everyone's expressions turned utterly grim. It's over, the wall can't hold. This really is hopeless, Lin Fan definitely has no way out. Now we are completely forced into a dead end. How can this beast tide be so difficult? This difficulty is simply on a different level than before. Whoever comes, who can get through this? Many people clenched their fists, cold sweat beading on their foreheads. And the foreign netizens were almost pressing their excited faces tightly against the screen. Spitting and shouting, his eyes gleaming with madness. Tear him apart. Tear him apart. Finally, we get to see a good show. The Dragon Kingdom is going to take a big fall this time. Baka. Baka. This is what happens when you don't submit to our small nation. Chapter 56, The Ninth Wave of Beast Tide, Hellish Demons. Their faces were full of pride and mockery. At this critical moment, Lin Fan suddenly remembered something. No. There's still a way. Lin Fan suddenly came to a realization. The source of magic. That was the mysterious treasure he had obtained earlier, containing endless magic power, but the source of magic couldn't store too much magical energy at once. It could only be said that, theoretically, the stored energy was limitless. But this also required time. I can't care about that anymore. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, fully understanding that if he couldn't get through this level, he would definitely die. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, and he had already made a decision. He formed seals with his hands and chanted words, forcibly connecting to the source of magic. In an instant, a dazzling blue light erupted from his body, illuminating the entire battlefield like a blue sun. A faint magical chain connected to the inside of Lin Fan's body, then branched out into the magic cannon and ion cannon. During this time, Lin Fan would endure unprecedented pain. Little Meow. AI Air. Fire the cannons. Yes. The energy blue light was injected into the magic cannon and ion cannon in a special way. The weapons finally restarted, and the ammunition storage began to increase. But Lin Fan's face instantly turned as pale as paper, large beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. He could feel the energy from the source of magic wildly depleting, as if countless hands were tearing at his soul. His body felt as if it were being pricked by thousands of needles, unbearable pain overwhelming him. Hold on. AI Air shouted in pain, her eyes filled with worry and urgency. She wished she could rush over and bear all this for Lin Fan. Xingyi quickly cast support magic, a gentle light enveloping Lin Fan, trying to patch up the damage to his body, but it was merely a drop in the bucket. Little Meow's tears fell, but she clenched her teeth hard, venting all her anger through the ion cannon. Boom! 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 The battlefield, which had fallen silent for a moment, was once again filled with noise. This time, all the fake beings gathered together. They never expected that these humans still had some strength left. He. The fake beings were clearly shocked by this sudden powerful firepower, but they did not retreat, instead becoming even more frenzied in their attack. On the battlefield, the roaring of energy intertwined with the fake beings' eerie laughter, the massive stone walls of their homeland trembled slightly under the intense energy fluctuations, as if they could collapse at any moment. This was a race against time. One side was the continuously depleting source of magic. The other side was the vast number of fake beings. A battle of endurance. Whoever breaks first suffers. Lin Fan's consciousness began to blur, he felt his body growing heavier, his vision becoming unclear, but he still fixed his gaze on the battlefield, with only one thought in his mind: he cannot lose, absolutely cannot lose. In the live broadcast room, the audience from the Dragon Kingdom held their breath anxiously, tears welling in their eyes. They had never wanted one person to hold on so badly, never felt so worried for someone. Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Almost all the people from the Dragon Kingdom cheered for Lin Fan with hoarse voices in front of the livestream. In the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room, host Wang Bingbing's hand holding the microphone trembled slightly, her eyes were red. She fought back tears, her voice still tinged with sobs. "Dear viewers, we see Lin Fan he is almost at his limit, but he is still holding on." The camera panned over the studio, the expert sitting below also had red eyes, several elderly professors removed their glasses, wiping the corners of his eyes secretly. Clenching his fists, filled with guilt, let such a young child bear all this. In an ordinary middle school classroom, the students had already gathered in front of the multimedia screen. The class leader, Wang Hao, tightened his fists, his nails almost digging into his palms. "Brother Lin Fan will definitely make it. He is our hero of Dragon Nation." The girl in the back row, Li Xiaoyu, was already in tears, her tears continually dripping onto the desk. "It's so hard for him, he is still fighting despite all his pain." The whole classroom was filled with heartbreaking sadness, even the naughtiest students usually were staring at the screen, tears rolling down their cheeks. In an old residential building, Grandpa Zhang's family was huddled in front of the TV. Grandpa Zhang, over 60, gripped the remote control tightly, his veins bulging, his hoarse voice shouting, "Lin Fan, hold on. None of us in Dragon Nation are cowards. This is the example of our Dragon Nation." His old companion wiped her tears, continuously muttering, "Child, please don't give up." Their son, Xiao Zhang, with red eyes, almost shouted his throat raw, "Lin Fan, we are all watching you, go for it." The entire building seemed to echo with the family's cries. In a hospital in another city, cancer patient Aunt Chen lay weakly in bed but insisted on having the nurse turn on the Dragon Nation live broadcast. Tears glistened on her pale face as she softly said, "Lin Fan, you must hold on. You have worked so hard, you can't fall here. Lin Fan." Her words made the nearby nurse and other patients break into tears as well. At that moment in the matchmaking game world, the battlefield was already a scene of devastation. The massive stone walls were stained with blood, and the cannons' mouths were emitting acrid smoke. Lin Fan knelt on the ground, blood spilling from the corners of his mouth, his face as pale as paper, his body trembling incessantly. His consciousness was already blurred, and the images before his eyes were fragmented, yet he still stubbornly maintained the connection to the source of magic. Senya's lips had turned purple, her continuous spellcasting had nearly drained her magic, but she still gritted her teeth, relentlessly unleashing magical attacks. Little Meow's eyes were red, her tears and sweat mingling together as she crazily operated the ion cannon, exhausting every ounce of strength with each shot. The attacks from the false beings grew fiercer, they emitted piercing laughter, as if they already saw the dawn of victory. "He, humans, you're about to be done for. Just give up and become our offerings, he. Their voices were filled with ridicule and triumph. Lin Fan felt his body growing heavier, as if a giant mountain was pressing down on him, and breathing became difficult. His vision gradually darkened, and his consciousness was slowly fading away. He did not know the passage of time and had no idea how long it had been. Just as he was about to collapse, suddenly, the last false being turned to ashes under the bombardment of the ion cannon. The entire battlefield fell into a dead silence. "We did it! We succeeded!" AI Air shouted excitedly, her voice trembling with tears. Senyu also showed a relieved smile, but her body could no longer hold up and collapsed to the ground. Little Meow dropped the control stick and rushed to Lin Fan, tears constantly falling on him, hugging him tightly. "Lin Fan, wake up! You did it!" Boom, boom, boom. The Dragon Nation live broadcast room instantly erupted, cheer, shouts, and cries blending together. "Lin Fan! You are our hero! It has been so hard, I'm about to cry to death. Lin God is amazing!" The screen was filled with scrolling comments, countless people from Dragon Nation embraced and wept with excitement. The foreign live rooms were in complete silence, followed by an overwhelming wave of curses. "Impossible! This is absolutely impossible! Damn Dragon Kingdom pigs, why won't they die? Cheating! It must be cheating! What are these fake people even doing? Baka! That source of magic is the culprit! Don't let us from the great cold country find the person who invented this device." Foreign netizens were furious, unable to accept that Lin Fan had once again created a miracle. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Kingdom, Lin Fan's deeds spread throughout the Dragon Kingdom like a storm. News headlines were all about him. Legendary university student Lin Fan. The backbone of the Dragon Kingdom. Miracle creator Lin Fan. At the age of 20, he became a true hero. Salute to the young hero Lin Fan. He became a role model for countless young people, with his story being talked about in every street and alley. He gained the heartfelt respect of countless people in the Dragon Kingdom. However, before the Dragon Kingdom could recover from their joy, the system's notification sound rang out again. The 9th wave of Beast Tide is about to arrive. Beast Tide Boss, Hell Demon. Level, C, Combat Power, 8000. The live room instantly fell silent, everyone gasped in shock, their eyes slowly filling with fear. God, how do we fight with 8,000 combat power? Lin Fan is still unconscious, what are we going to do? It's over, it's really over this time. Why doesn't Lin Fan get even a little break? Didn't he already get some before? Marriage game, do you really want Lin Fan to die? In the marriage game world, the hell demon slowly appeared. It was huge, taller than 3 stories, emanating black flames, with huge curved horns on its head, holding a giant axe burning with hellfire. Its eyes were cold and cruel, scanning the home before it, a sinister smile creeping on its lips. Lowly humans, interesting. I haven't tasted fresh blood and flesh in a long time. Ale, Hoshino, and Xiao Miao's expressions changed in unison, their eyes fixed on the still unconscious Lin Fan, their gazes firm. Xiao Miao took a deep breath, and in the next moment, 9 Tails stood upright behind her. The true form of the 9 Lives cat was revealed. Although her combat power reached 7,500, facing the hell demon with 8,000 combat power, she still had no chance of victory. But she showed no sign of retreat. At this moment, her mood became extremely calm. Looking at Hoshino and Ale, you protect Lin Fan, I'll hold off this monster. You two hide with Lin Fan, I can revive 9 times, but each revival requires a long time to sleep, don't worry about me. Xiao Miao. No, we won't give up on you. Lin Fan wouldn't want to see this scene. Ale clenched her fists, and Hoshino raised her staff again. Xiao Miao was stunned. You forget it, that's true, where can we hide anyway? Then let us use our lives to buy time, once Lin Fan wakes up, he will definitely have a way. The 3 girls' eyes were firm. They knew this battle was a near-death experience, but to protect Lin Fan, they were willing to give everything. In the live room, the foreign scatter tribe's comments began to jump again. Haha, are these 3 women seeking death? What a shame, if they followed the participants from our ugly nation they wouldn't face such a situation. Our great cold country welcomes you the same. So does our country. I'm really moved, even at this moment, they still refuse to give up Lin Fan. But given the current situation, how can we win? In terms of strength, besides Xiao Miao being able to delay for a bit, everyone else is just seeking death. Hurry and run away, you can live a little longer. However, the 3 girls showed no sign of retreat. Even when they heard the voices of the Dragon Kingdom's people, there was still no second thought. Their eyes were filled with determination and resolution. Prepare to face this final battle of life and death. Xingya, you are pregnant, so hide at the back and cast some magic to draw his attention now and then. According to their plan, Little Miao takes the lead. Ire assists. Xingya stays behind, constantly casting magic or firing ion cannons to damage the demon. Female, seeking death? The hell demon looks disdainfully at the 3 women, its wide mouth full of crimson fangs opens, letting out a thunderous roar, while its giant axe swirls with black flames as it strikes down, distorting the air instantly. Ire takes the brunt of it, shouting as she swings her claws to counter. The moment her claws collide with the axe, brilliant sparks fly. Her feet plow 2 deep grooves into the ground, blood sprays from her mouth instantly, but she still holds firm against the onslaught. You will not cross here. Poof. The hell demon does not even regard Ire as a threat, just exerting a little more strength, and Ire flies out like a broken sack. Just with this one clash, Ire feels like her whole body is about to be shattered, her internal organs screaming in pain. Everything in her sight turns blurry. She can't withstand even one attack. Ire is already on the edge of death. And, the hell demon sneers. Ha! Xingye at the back casts magic with all her might, sending blue ice crystals and blazing fireballs toward the demon one after another. When the magic hits the demon's body, it only puffs out wisps of black smoke, unable to inflict any substantial damage. The demon impatiently swings its giant axe, and a wave of black fire sweeps out. Xingye hurriedly dodges, but cannot block the hell demon's violent attack at all. Her strength means that one hit is certain death. At this moment, Little Miao moves quickly, bravely taking a hit. But she herself does not fare any better. Her delicate body crashes hard against the city wall, spitting out a mouthful of blood, her breath momentarily halted. Get lost! Little Miao roars, her 9 tails dancing like spirit snakes, her figure transforming into shadowy afterimages that circle behind the demon, her claws shimmering with cold light. She seizes the opportunity to leap up, fiercely clawing at the demon's neck. However, the hell demon reacts swiftly, suddenly turning around, the axe blade grazes Little Miao's fur, causing blood to spatter. Though Little Miao narrowly avoids a deadly blow, she is still knocked back by the shockwave, crashing heavily to the ground. Is this all you've got? The demon lets out a sneering laugh and attacks again. Little Miao doesn't dare to slack off, gritting her teeth to withstand it. Each block shatters her paw and her arms tremble, almost unable to muster any strength. Finally, the demon seizes the flaw in her defense, kicking her in the chest. Little Miao flies out like a kite with a broken SCR. The Little Miao was slammed hard onto the ground. The Little Miao struggled to get up, but was stomped on the tail by the demon. The intense pain made her let out a heart-wrenching cry. Ah! Hoshino watched her trapped companion in despair, tears blurred her vision. She forced herself to stand up, gathering all her magical power, ready to launch a final attack. No matter what, I must buy time for Lin Fan. Her voice was firm and resolute, her eyes shining with determination. Magical elements surged wildly around her. Forbidden magic of the elf clan. At that moment, a rapid beam of light shot towards the huge body of the hell demon, striking directly through its chest, leaving a gaping hole. Gah! The hell demon clearly didn't react in time, or rather, he didn't expect anyone to actually harm his body here. As a demon, his body should be able to heal completely. But this... The women suddenly realized something, their eyes wide with surprise. They saw Lin Fan appear. At this moment, Lin Fan held a holy staff in his hand, and upon seeing the chaos caused by the demon, his eyes were filled with a fierce killing intent. You will definitely die today. What? This is... The expression of the hell demon finally changed, losing its calm demeanor. That's right. After fainting, Lin Fan forcibly awakened himself. And upon waking, he had also received the rewards from the 8th wave of Beast Tide. That was the complete version of the holy power. The damage multiplier against this kind of evil monster reached a terrifying 100%. And a holy magic wand. The damage multiplier against undead monsters was increased by another 100%. This led to Lin Fan's attributes to the hell demon were overwhelmingly destructive. This is impossible, how do you have this thing? Lin Fan had no intention of responding to the hell demon's astonishment, instead, he unleashed his magic wildly at the demon. Boom 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 boom. No, no, no. Magic bombarded the hell demon like it was worthless. The sounds of explosions echoed, foul blood splattered everywhere. The hell demon had no means of resistance, completely being smashed down to the ground by Lin Fan with no chance to fight back. In just a few minutes, the originally powerful hell demon, who had been boasting everywhere, directly turned into a weak form, like a candle flickering in the wind. Spare me, let me live. The hell demon finally understood fear, desperately begging for mercy. The moment you hit my woman, you must die. Lin Fan knew the hell demon no longer had any combat strength left. He thrust the holy staff down sharply and pierced the demon's head directly. At this point, everything finally came to an end. The 9th wave of Beast Tide has been successfully repelled. Rewards will be distributed the next day. Marriage Game Stage 3 has begun. Now starting to restore all members of the home to their peak state, and everyone will be promoted one small level. Swish swish swish. A dazzling white light suddenly appeared around Lin Fan, the heavily injured little Meow, the weak Hoshino, and the near-death AI Air. It was incredibly warm, and healed all their wounds. Lin Fan. The three women were extremely excited, tears streaming down their faces as they tightly embraced Lin Fan and refused to let go. Lin Fan, thanks to you, you saved us. Lin Fan, however, looked seriously at the three of them and said earnestly, no, it should be said that you saved me. If you hadn't fought to buy time, I would have already been killed by this demon. Little Meow, Hoshino, AI Air, I will love you forever. The three women replied, and no longer spoke, but quietly enjoyed the warm moments spent with Lin Fan. The peaceful time after the disaster. Let them start to cherish every minute and every second with Lin Fan. After receiving the reward enhancement. Xingya's current level is C-, with a fighting power of 4,000. AI Air's level is C, with a fighting power of 5,500. Little Meow's level has reached C+, with a staggering fighting power of 8,800. And on Lin Fan's side he has jumped from a fighting power of 4,000 to an impressive 6,000. His level is C. Of course, when it comes to fighting hell demons, those who he specifically restrains. Then he might unleash combat power that exceeds his current level limit. At this moment, in the live broadcast room, there is a wave of excited cheers. We did it. We succeeded, 1 inch. Yes, we didn't see wrongly. Lin Fan really succeeded. In the marriage game, the first participant to successfully overcome the 9 waves of Beast Tide. What does this mean? The number 1 in the world. In this situation, who can influence the rise of our dragon country? Chapter 59, Marrying the Willow Goddess. Conquering the Divine Maiden. Host Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing are very emotional. Did everyone see? Lin Fan's victory represents not just the rise of the young generation of Dragon Country. It also signifies that Dragon Country has shown a trend of continuous rise. Countless people recognized Lin Fan's ability, including the most mysterious official ultimate organization. The Grand Elder personally appeared, announcing in front of the nationwide audience. He stated that with Lin Fan's ability, if he can successfully return to the real world from the marriage game, he will cultivate Lin Fan to be his next successor. This major public announcement directly ignited a wave throughout Dragon Country. Lin Fan's name is no longer just known in Dragon Country, even the whole world is no longer unfamiliar with this existence. At this moment, the quiz results appeared. Quiz results are out. The winning countries are Dragon Country, Little Ben Country. Reward: the luck of the marriage game participants from the country will receive a huge boost. Countries receiving a small portion of the benefits include Great Cold Country, Brown Bear Country, Ugly People Country, 3-3 Country, Gallus Country. Luck increased? This is definitely the best reward. In this world of marriage games that relies entirely on luck, if your luck is good, you can open marriage rooms every day. Wait. Our Dragon Country getting the quiz reward is one thing, but why does Little Ben Country receive the same treatment? Not only that, but there's also the Great Cold Country? What is going on? Could it be that they usually insult us in Dragon Country and also use our resources to gain benefits? No way, how can there be such despicable people in this world? So what? Baka Yaru. Our Ben Country joining the quiz is a sign of respect for your Dragon Country. Still being ungrateful here. Yes. Dragon Country pigs, all of you shut your mouths. It's not like we took your luck, why are you so worried? What a bunch of petty ghosts. Disgusting. Faced with the shamelessness of the foreign rabble, the people of Dragon Country were truly both angry and amused. Put down the bowl and curse their mothers? This group of foreign rabble truly does it perfectly. Since Lin Fan is a citizen of Dragon Country, other countries will suffer a certain reduction penalty. Little Ben Country's terrain decreases by 3 centimeters. Great Cold Country's food types are reduced by 50%. Brown Bear Country's temperature decreases by 20 degrees. Ugly People Country's strength -8. Vitality -8. Marriage game. Do you want to die? Why are we subjected to a reduction penalty? F*******. Why doesn't Dragon Country receive the same punishment? Is this discrimination? This feels great. Anyway, they can't even figure out the marriage doors, what else is there to say? Strength and vitality attributes both -8? Doesn't that mean their citizens are weaker than ordinary people? Alright, I can accept this change. After all, even if they go through countless hardships to get their marriage rewards, it's only to reach a normal person's level. It can be understood, ha 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 ha. Baka. You are not allowed to laugh anymore. Immediately, a system notification caught everyone's attention. Stage 3 activated. The marriage system has changed, countries have activated the inheritance system. All rewards obtained by the marriage participants, including personal enhancement, will be randomly inherited by the next marriage participant after death. However, this does not include the marriage partner. What? Inheritance system? Ha 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 ha. That's great. We've been wanting feedback on starting over for a long time. It actually came out now. Good. This is really amazing. Dragon Country pigs, all of you shut up. However, to choose inheritance, you must randomly sacrifice some offerings to successfully inherit. This new point made the people of the Dragon Country silent. Sacrifice? They suddenly thought of the previous event where the country of Benzi sacrificed 500,000 people. If that's the case, it's really not something to envy, huh? This has no impact on us at all. I will always believe in Lin Fan. Yeah, Lin Fan can create so many miracles. I don't want him to die. Exactly. Let those foreign pigs and banana people entertain themselves. TCH, I see you Dragon Country pigs are just envious, ha ha ha. At this moment, in the marriage world, the relaxation time after the battle lasted for a day and a night. Lin Fan still walked out of the room, full of spirit. Very smooth. Little Meow cheerfully followed the butler to prepare a hearty breakfast for everyone. Fried eggs with ham, beef ramen accompanied by 2 big chicken legs. How is it? Little Meow giggled. Everyone nodded in unison, delicious. Very delicious. Lin Fan was even more astonished and said, Little Meow, how come you are getting better and better at cooking? Hee, that's right. Little Meow proudly placed her hands on her hips. After lunchtime, the system notification finally rang out. Beast Tide clearance reward issued. Marriage partner, Goddess Lu. Now appears in the marriage gate. Intelligence system has refreshed. Intelligence 1, in Gate 1, it is the marriage gate belonging to Goddess Lu. By marrying her, you will gain huge benefits and the blessing of divine powers. Intelligence 2, inside the treasure chest, there is a scroll that can be used to deprive someone else of their marriage partner. Intelligence 3, this is a demon village dungeon, where food resources are abundant. Intelligence 4, in 3 days, the home barrier will be lifted, and the big map will appear. The intelligence system continued to function stably. Each piece of information provided Lin Fan with a massive amount of data. Moreover, it was all very useful. Speaking of Goddess Lu? Is it the Goddess Lu from his memory? Even the immortal emperor, can he bully her too? Wow! I must say, I am a bit excited. The second piece of intelligence is indeed promising. The fact of depriving others' marriage partners. We represent the image of child thief. The third piece of intelligence is just what is needed. Food is indeed scarce. As their strength increases, they will eat increasingly more at each meal. Currently, these ingredients are simply not enough. They still have to find some way to solve the food problem. As for the fourth piece of intelligence, it inevitably made Lin Fan ponder. Long ago, he had thought about this point. Unexpectedly, today's home has truly been sealed. What exactly is this marriage game world? He does not know. Chapter 60, An Encounter with the Fairy in the Ugly Nation? Turning Fortune. Meanwhile, on the other side, after the beast tide passed, a new batch of marriage participants also appeared in the marriage game world. The focus shifts to the side of the ugly nation. With golden hair and tattoos all over his face, John cursed at Fack while observing his surroundings. Fack! Where is this place? Clearly, he had no idea what a matchmaking game was. Before the matchmaking game appeared, he had been shut up in his small hut, living like a dark rat, consuming white powder. He used to sleep after using, and after sleeping, he would use again. Days passed in a blur of gloom. How could he know something like a matchmaking game? Now, he was still pondering whether he had been kidnapped. John looked at the wooden house behind him and then at the black fortress representing 4 doors. Fack, where exactly is this place? In the live broadcast room of the Ugly Nation, the atmosphere was unbearably heavy. In the picture, everyone watched as this John, with messy golden hair and a face full of tattoos twisted into a grimace, cursed at his surroundings. Not to mention people from other countries. Even the citizens of the Ugly Nation could not help but feel defensive when they saw the scene. The barrage of comments poured down like dense bullets on the screen. Fack squid. Fack squid. Is this the contestant sent by our Ugly Nation? It's simply embarrassing. Look at that junky appearance, he probably can't even walk straight, let alone do something in the matchmaking game? It's over, we're going to be the laughingstock of Long Country again. Our Ugly Nation cannot lose face in front of others. The citizens of the Ugly Nation all looked pale, watching the live broadcast with John still yelling and cursing, wishing they could rush in and slap him into a meat paste. Previously, the Ugly Nation had been continuously humiliated in the matchmaking game. They thought it would finally turn around. But now, you tell me a clueless contestant like John, who was already flustered before the game started, was coming? What is there to watch? The game is dead before it begins. Matchmaking game, are you trying to destroy our Ugly Nation? Why target our Ugly Nation's contestants like this? Why does Long Country get all the good luck while we get no such treatment? In the midst of despair, John suddenly kicked one of the black doors next to him. Everyone held their breath, expecting this impulsive move to only result in awkward silence. Unexpectedly, that door slowly opened, and a mysterious light poured out from the crack. The environment began to change, replaced by pink symbols where the door's color used to be. Dead silence. Peace. Soundless. After a brief silence, the live room exploded with excitement. Oh. My God. He actually opened the matchmaking door by accident. There's a way out. Hurry inside, there might be a stunning beauty hiding in there. Ha 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 ha. Our Ugly Nation's chance has come, this time, we must outdo Long Country. Hurry, hurry. Our Ugly Nation must be the first to open the matchmaking door after the beast tide. We must make a stand. John was startled by the suddenly opened door, his shaky steps weak as he stumbled into the room. When he lifted his head, the surrounding environment bathed in a soft halo, as if in a fairyland. And amidst the light, a woman in flowing silk stepped forward. Her skirt flowed like a river of stars, and every step seemed to weave a dream. With crystal-like diamonds in her hair, she resembled the twinkling stars in the night sky. A delicate fragrance wafted around her, reminiscent of lilies of the valley, intoxicating everyone. What captivated even more was her face, which could only be described as flawless. At this moment, she wore a puzzled expression, slightly furrowed brows. Who are you? The fairy's voice was crisp and ethereal, like the clear spring water in the mountains, yet shrouded in morning mist. John's eyes went wide with disbelief. He wiped the drool unconsciously trickling from the corner of his mouth, forcing himself to stand up, pretending to be cool as he flipped his hair. Baby, I am the hero here to save you. Oh. God damn it, you are so fucking beautiful. At this moment, in the live broadcast room of the ugly country, the cheers were deafening. This fairy is too beautiful. Ha 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 ha. She's on a totally different level from those strange monsters before. Hurry, match her with someone. As long as the binding is successful, won't the country's fortune rewards be easily within reach? Ha, this time the dragon country must be anxious. So beautiful, who would not envy her? Right? Pig-headed people from dragon country. However, the fairy frowned deeper, a glint of vigilance flashing in her eyes. She gently waved her hand, and a soft light enveloped John. Your gaze is as dirty as a muddy pit, surrounded by the aura of corruption. Do not come near. Oh come, baby, don't be so cold. John wanted to step forward, but found an invisible barrier blocking his way. Don't come over. The fairy said so still. John's smile froze on his face instantly, and in a fit of anger and shame, he utterly tore off his disguise. Damn woman, don't take for granted. Fuck, I will definitely kill you. You better beg for mercy, right? Before he could finish speaking, a cold glint flashed in the fairy's eyes, and she waved her hand lightly, a silver streak shot toward John like a sharp sword. He didn't even have time to let out a scream before his whole being turned to stardust, dissipating into the air. The live broadcast room fell into eerie silence, and 3 seconds later, curses and wails erupted like a flood breaking through a dam. Fuck. What did this fool do? I told you to charm her, not to seek death. It's over, completely over. This really is a damn fool. Such a good opportunity just slipped through his hands? How nice it would be if it was me. Damn. Damn all. At the same time, suddenly, the sky over the ugly country became dark with thick clouds, and the wind howled. Egg-sized hailstones fell with a crack, turning the streets into chaos in an instant. The farmland was battered and torn apart, with the just-ripened crops shattered. Glass on roofs shattered into fine webs, and car windshields were also cracked into a dense pattern. The masses screamed as they covered their heads and fled, and the entire country fell into chaos. That part of the city, already broken, transformed in that moment into an apocalyptic scene. Cold, written words appeared on the live broadcast screen. Participants in the ugly country's matchmaking have been cursed by the fairy, triggering national punishment, level 10 hailstorm, lasting 1 day and night. In contrast, the live broadcast room of the dragon country was already a sea of laughter. Ha ha ha, the ugly country has failed in their attempt and lost everything. They still think they can compare with Lin Fan? They can't even reach the hem of the fairy's gown. I suggest that the ugly country send a sober dog to participate next time. It might be better than this person. Chapter 61, This is also a fairy? Lin Fan must die. In the ugly country's live broadcast room, every electronic screen mirrored distorted red faces. They were really furious. This was truly infuriating. If the matchmaking had failed from the beginning, why not just do it straight away? Did it have to waste some time? Making everyone hopeful, only to crush that hope? Matchmaking game, are you playing with us in the ugly country, right? Very well, you have successfully angered us. Bang! Someone smashed a beer can hard against the screen, the sound of glass shattering mixed with roars. Why can the useless dragon country have such luck? We in the ugly country are being punished. Especially when seeing the hailstones, as hard as gold and iron, continually falling outside, crashing on the roof and making a huge rumbling sound. They were even more furious. A young man wearing a skull necklace kicked over a chair, the metal scraping against the floor made a piercing sound, frantically banging the table. Fuck. Fuck. Go to the dragon country live broadcast room. Shut them up with curses. Tens of thousands of netizens from the ugly country surged into the dragon country's live broadcast room. Filthy words splashed like black ink across the screen of comments. Dragon Kingdom cowards only pick up scraps. Lin Fan will soon be squeezed dry. Brothers, let them know the consequences of angering the ugly nation. A bunch of dragon country pigs, still shouting? Shut the hell up. Look, are you getting anxious again? What has become of the red warmth? Ha ha ha. At this moment, the live stream switched to Lin Fan's side. It perfectly captured the scene of Lin Fan and the 3 girls happily dining together. Look how joyful this side is? Now take a look at the ugly nation on the other side. Is this even a matchmaking game? What is this, if not cheating? Dragon country, you can't compete fairly, so you resort to these tricks, right? No, can we even control the matchmaking game? You lowly dragon country pigs are the most despicable, who knows what you've really done? This is really broken logic, words don't even make sense anymore. On Lin Fan's side, AI Air carefully wiped his mouth for him, and Lin Fan slapped his thigh and stood up. Are we going to explore again? Xingyi gently tidied Lin Fan's clothing, saying, be careful. MHM. Lin Fan looked at the villa and whispered, "In 3 days, the outside world is just beyond the barriers to a larger world. You never know if any evil creatures will invade here. I'll have little meow keep you company, you and the baby inside you must be safe, that's the most important thing." MHM. Xingyi nodded with a flushed face. She had completely lost the earlier naive pride. Instead, she was gradually moving towards the role of the wife she dreamed of. After saying goodbye to the 3 girls, Lin Fan went straight to the door he needed to enter. Opening the matchmaking door was the highest priority. As his long fingers touched the pink-patterned matchmaking door, the Dragon Country livestream suddenly fell silent. The sound of a mouse click could be heard. The netizens from the ugly nation held their beer bottles in the air, their eyes wide with anticipation. Even they couldn't help but chant, "Die die hurry up and die ah." They were eager to see Lin Fan's miserable state. Lin Fan had completely become the core figure of the rising Dragon Country. If this continued, their ugly nation might even lose its position as the world's #1. Squeak. The wooden door slowly opened, golden light pouring out like a waterfall. As the environment changed, he appeared on a lush green hillside. The Dragon Country audience first held their breath, then erupted in a tsunami of cheers. Lin Fan is mighty. This light looks extraordinary. But when the smoke cleared, everyone's smiles froze on their faces. A giant ancient willow tree, nearly 30 stories high, rooted on the misty platform, its bark flowing with a jade-like glow, thousands of willow branches hanging down like green curtains. Suddenly, the trunk split open, forming a huge and bizarre human face, the features fuzzy but the voice booming like a bell, shaking the screen. "You are my matchmaking object?" The Dragon Country livestream instantly fell into an eerie silence. Someone rubbed their eyes and asked, "Is this a tree?" "No, I'm not mistaken, right?" Oh no, what is going on? Why is there even a tree here? No amount of rewards can compare to a tree. Lin Fan, run. You already have several matchmaking objects. As long as the Green Mountains last, don't worry about firewood. This tree looks like bad news. The comments section was instantly flooded with "Lin God, run. Don't match. Run." In stark contrast, the ugly nation's livestream burst into uncontrollable laughter, flipping the entire stream. The youth with the nose ring laughed until he cried, "Oh my god, this really made me laugh. Is this your Dragon Country pig's matchmaking object?" The girl with rainbow-colored hair laughed so hard she leaned forward, clutching her stomach. Bang the table. Before, they laughed at our ugly country's contestants for searching for a goblin, and now they slapped themselves in the face. Ha ha ha. So satisfying. I suggest when Lin Fan marries the tree, remember to sprinkle some fertilizer. The official account of the ugly country seized the opportunity to retweet a video, captioned, "Dragon Kingdom Myths? Just a joke. Marrying a tree. No place to check?" The number of likes suddenly exceeded 1 million. The comment section flooded with edited memes, cartoons of Lin Fan entangled in willow branches, expression packs of the willow tree wearing a wedding ring, and even someone made a ridiculous video of tree hits. Among them, even the official account of the ugly country joined in. To let the people of the ugly country realize, Lin Fan is not a real myth. He can also face setbacks. The people of the Dragon Kingdom were anxious with red eyes. They didn't care about the marriage reward now. It was Lin Fan's safety. Don't forget, if the marriage process is unsatisfactory, the partner can strike and kill the marrying party. They aren't even the same species. What kind of marriage is that? A retired soldier yelled in the livestream, "Lin Fan, don't be impulsive. Forget the reward." A female student typed with tears, "Willow God looks dangerous, please Lin Fan brother, don't gamble your life." Countless voices spoke out at the same time. All urging Lin Fan to stay calm, absolutely don't harm himself. However, at this moment, Lin Fan looked calm, gazing up at the treetop. Others did not know. But did he not know? This is the legendary, world-shattering Empress. Willow God. Although the true form is this way, in human form. That is truly unparalleled beauty. Since you are my marriage partner, I will not dislike anything about you. Chapter 62, Directly Soar? Top National Luck Reward. Saying this, Lin Fan pulled at the corner of his mouth. However, please understand, I am also a human male. If you want to test me, it would be better to shed this true form first. If you maintain it like this, how can we marry well? Lin Fan's words were too straightforward. This made Willow God's heart tremble slightly. Viewing the handsome man before her with a more respectful mindset. He has no strong aura. But he can see through all this directly? In the next moment, the ancient willow trembled slightly, and thousands of willow leaves rustled as if shyly whispering. On the trunk, shimmering inscriptions appeared, and the treetop suddenly swirled into a vortex, divine power surging, colliding back and forth in this world, turning into blooming celestial lotuses out of thin air. In the dazzling light, a graceful figure slowly descended. The white palace dress spread out like clouds, with a jade hairpin in her hair flowing with starlight. Delicate features, beautifully drawn eyebrows, eyes filled with indifference, a slight glance was like the heavenly goddess descending who governs the universe. But when looking at Lin Fan, that seemingly unapproachable aura became reduced a little. Lin Fan. Willow God's thin lips parted slightly, a gentle smile on her face. Not to mention beauty. Willow God's human form appeared. Right in front of everyone's eyes. The Dragon Kingdom's livestream instantly erupted, and soon, the white comments flooded the screen. Oh my, oh my, oh my, oh my. What is this? What is this? Damn, this is a real celestial maiden. No, 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 not just a celestial maiden. Ah, it's the Empress. This looks crushes all celestial maidens. Does the ugly country feel pain? Come on, tell your dad, do you dare to keep mocking? Willow God's appearance directly shattered the gloomy atmosphere of the Dragon Kingdom completely. Even a poet jumped out, improvising a poem. Willow leaves transform into a celestial posture, stunning the world's infatuation. Lin Fan's discerning eyes watch, smiling at the slow clouds and winds. And this scene. The people of the ugly country could no longer hold it together. What nonsense! What the hell? It's not a willow tree. Cheating. Isn't this cheating? You Dragon Kingdom didn't even put on a show. Clearly a tree, why is it such a beautiful woman? Oh my, when compared like this. Even the Eastern goddess that John encountered pales in comparison. Why, At this moment, the people of the ugly nation went completely mad. Some crazily refreshed the page, thinking it was a system failure. Some smashed their phones on the sofa, cursing and going wild. The previously popular and well-received parody video had now turned into a storm of insults. What willow tree? Wasn't this supposed to be a suitable marriage partner? Is the ugly nation even deceiving its own citizens? The official channel urgently closed the comments section, but it only stopped the mouths of the ugly nation citizens, unable to stop the global ridicule from netizens. Comparison videos made by Dragon Country netizens spread wildly across platforms, 1 second featuring ugly nation's mockery, the next second revealing the Willow Goddess stunningly debuting, accompanied by a catchy, face-slapping BGM. Like a loud slap. Slapped hard on the faces of everyone in the ugly nation. Slap, slap, slap. Even they were too embarrassed to lift their heads. In the marriage space, the Willow Goddess's fingertip brushed against Lin Fan's cheek, her voice carrying a hint of hidden playfulness. Little one, you actually have some courage. As my marriage partner, you qualify, but, you must know, my fate is extraordinary, marrying me will bring you certain karmic ties? No problem. Lin Fan said fearlessly, just being here is a result of overcoming numerous hardships to meet you, I no longer care about how great the karmic ties may be. Willow Goddess. Level, B. Combat Power, 20,000. Evaluation, originally a top powerhouse in another world, she was surrounded and killed after a failed breakthrough. Now, the Willow Goddess is merely a remnant soul that can be restored to her peak state with abundant resources. Lin Fan smiled and raised an eyebrow. It is an honor for Lin Fan to marry the Willow Goddess. The Willow Goddess spoke no more, her lovely face, like white jade, slowly blushing with a tempting hue. She gently leaned against Lin Fan's chest, maintaining a modest distance, but her alluring gaze already consented to what was to come. Congratulations! Dragon Country marriage participants successfully married the Empress Willow Goddess. National Fortune Reward is now being distributed. All citizens, 3-dimensional attributes increased by 10. Reward, Cultivation Talent. At the same time, rewarded with an otherworldly wonder, the Great Spirit Gathering Array descends. What the heck? 100 years of lifespan? I'm terrifyingly strong now. Lin God 66666. Lin God is our Dragon Country's greatest hero. Oh my god, wait, what is that? At this moment, as the national fortune rewards fell, before anyone could react. In the sky at the center of Dragon Country, the clouds were torn apart. A huge and vast circular light ring slowly descended. Upon closer inspection, it was not just a light ring, but a gigantic array filled with obscure symbols. It slowly descended, merging into the ground, disappearing without a trace. But just at that moment, some people felt an inexplicable strange substance emerging between heaven and earth. They tried to absorb it into their bodies, feeling rejuvenated and alive again. It was as if they had been reborn. This important event quickly prompted the official departments to hold an emergency meeting. Here, all the bigwigs of Dragon Country, the leaders, gathered together. Everyone's eyes sparkled with excitement. That young guy Lin Fan is truly the pillar of Dragon Country. The old man didn't expect that one day he would return to the physical fitness of a young man. This series of national fortune rewards is simply giving us Dragon Country a leap forward. This national fortune reward is even more exaggerated. It seems cultivation talent really exists. I can't feel it. But I can feel it, as if it is the credit of the spirit gathering array. After everyone finally calms down, the elder finally speaks, saying, "We absolutely cannot let down the results that Lin Fan has brought us. From the current perspective, the spirit gathering array and the cultivation talent both point to mystical explanations. Regarding the specific functions of this national fortune reward, does anyone have their own thoughts?" Chapter 63, Introducing Qi into the Body, Just Lacking the Technique? The elder's words are like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up 1,000 waves in everyone's hearts. In the conference room, voices of discussion immediately rose and fell. I think this might very well be the arrival of the cultivation era in metaphysics. At least for now, some people can indeed feel the spiritual energy. But how do we prove this intangible spiritual energy? At that moment, a practitioner burst into the conference room, excitement written all over their face. "Elder, everyone! The specific function of the spirit gathering array has been researched. It's the so-called talent for cultivation that plays a major role. If someone has talent, they can immediately absorb and perceive the spiritual energy. It also enhances their abilities. Furthermore, the spiritual energy has no drawbacks for humans." Spiritual energy? This kind of substance that can only appear in novels actually benefits humans? This is simply unbelievable. An elderly man with white hair leaned forward, hands on the table, eyes filled with disbelief. A young researcher nodded vigorously, presenting the testing report to everyone. "Yes. Look at this data. The spiritual energy that could only be seen in ancient texts now truly exists in our air, and its concentration is continuing to rise." Benefits for the human body? What specific aspects? Another middle-aged man in military uniform asked seriously, his gaze sharp. The researcher quickly explained, "We observed volunteers for 3 hours. At first, they just felt better mentally and clearer in thought, but then, after half an hour, one volunteer claimed to feel an indescribable substance appearing. Then, during physical tests, we found that their endurance and explosive power had significantly improved. 3 hours later, the volunteers all showed varying degrees of results. Of course, some had no reaction, but those who did all had different changes at their own stages." Good. Wonderful. The elder's face flushed with excitement as he thumped the table. "This is the blessing for our Dragon Country. We must seize this opportunity. No one expected that the spirit gathering array would bring such tremendous benefits to Dragon Country. But how can we use spiritual energy to enhance the strength of all citizens? This cannot be accomplished overnight," someone raised a concern. "Start with the military." A general stood up, his gaze firm. "The military is the steel fortress of the country. We should first pilot in the military, explore effective training methods, and then promote it nationwide." Amidst the enthusiastic discussions, Dragon Country embarked on the journey of spiritual energy research and strength enhancement. Before long, shocking news came from the military. At a special forces training ground, a group of soldiers surrounded a soldier, their faces filled with astonishment. "Old Joe, what you just did is simply beyond human capability," one soldier shouted at the top of his lungs. The soldier known as Old Joe scratched his head sheepishly. "I don't even know what happened, I just feel a force inside me," and with a little push, the car was flipped over. "This strength is simply not something a human can achieve." "I think you are now the true king of soldiers," another soldier gave a thumbs up. The news quickly reached the ears of the senior military officials. "Go to the scene, I want to see it with my own eyes." The elder hurried with a group of officials to the training ground. At this moment, a strength demonstration was taking place at the training ground. A soldier took a deep breath, his whole body radiating energy, and everyone around felt a strange wave in the air. He let out a low roar and, with both hands, actually lifted a 2-ton military truck. "My God! Is this something a human can do?" An official widened his eyes, mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. This simply exceeded human understanding. The elder gazed at the soldier on the field, his eyes filled with pride and excitement. Good. Good. With such soldiers, our Dragon Nation has no fear of enemies. How many talents like this are there in the army? Report. Currently, there is only him. Recalling the elusive concept of innate talent, the elder nodded and said no more. Something like talent, which can't be grasped, can only be understood through observation. Send the order down, gather all capable people across the nation who can absorb spiritual energy. As for this soldier, grant him the richest rewards in treatment in the army, absolutely cannot slight him. The appearance of the spirit gathering array caused spiritual energy to gradually spread across the Dragon Nation. Everyone, more or less, had some reaction. With a large population base, even with a 1 in 100 chance, many people able to absorb spiritual energy would appear. Meanwhile, on the other side, The warriors from the Ugly Nation were also coming to the Dragon Nation with great momentum at this time. At the border outpost, a soldier on duty looked at the mighty convoy in the distance and immediately reported, "Report. A large number of soldiers from the Ugly Nation have appeared at the border, demanding to enter our country. They come with ill intentions, keep a close watch." The military department quickly responded. And over at the Elder's place, it was no surprise that firm news came directly. "We want to come to the capital of the Dragon Nation to test our skills with you." Just such a simple sentence. It displayed the pride of the country that always ranked first in the world before and after the matchmaking game. But now, who is strong and who is weak, it is still unknown, right? The elder chuckled lightly. "Let them in, it's just right to clear away the gloom in the hearts of our Dragon Nation people. Let everyone know that this ugly nation is not absolutely the first. The countries that once bullied us are now not as good as us." 3 days quietly passed. During this time, everyone's understanding of spiritual energy became clearer. Although this supernatural phenomenon left everyone somewhat at a loss at first. But upon careful thinking, even the matchmaking game had appeared. Now, even if you tell me that spiritual energy has revived, as long as it happens in the Dragon Nation, it is acceptable. And all of this. When the warriors from the Ugly Nation stepped into the Dragon Nation, they were completely stunned by the sights before them. "My God, what is this?" On the street, a young man, in a hurry to catch a missed bus, erupted with spiritual energy from his feet, moving faster than a speeding e-bike. At the intersection, a weak-looking middle-aged man single-handedly flipped over a car to save a pet dog trapped underneath. In the park, a group of energetic elderly men was leisurely practicing sword dancing, but every move and posture was completely different from before. Although slow, it contained some powerful unknown force. Chapter 64, Massive Rewards, Strategy Copy. Shit. I can't be seeing this right. Why do these old men give me an extremely dangerous feeling? How is this possible? A warrior from the Ugly Nation rubbed his eyes, his face full of disbelief. It must be an illusion. They must have used some underhanded means. Another warrior gritted his teeth and said, but the panic in his eyes betrayed his fear. The warriors from the Ugly Nation forced themselves to calm down and quickly arrived at the Dragon Nation's military department. The elder and several other elders stepped forward to greet them. The leading commander, however, went straight to the point. With arms crossed and a face full of arrogance, "I heard that you have become somewhat capable thanks to national luck rewards. Let's have a friendly match and see if you truly have strength or just a hollow reputation." The clown from the land of ugly people was always so straightforward. He paid no attention to what others thought at all. Not to mention, they believed themselves to be the best in the world, thinking they could bully other countries at will. High-ranking officials in the Dragon Country exchanged glances, and the elder smiled slightly. "Since your country is so eager, we naturally will oblige. However, we also don't want to casually mobilize our hard-working soldiers for your sparring. How about adding a little wager? Let's bet 1,000 gene of rice. What do you think?" In this day and age, if you dare to waste food like that, I'll gladly accept." The wise king of the ugly people laughed heartily. They called it a friendly match. In reality, it was just because the ugly people had suffered losses repeatedly during this time. According to their usual behavior, they would take advantage of their strength to bully the weak and exploit them. This time, they probably thought the same way. But at the moment, Dragon Country wasn't going to let them have their way. The first event in the friendly match was a strength test. The elite soldiers from the land of ugly people took the stage first. One easily lifted a 300-kilogram barbell, proudly scanning the crowd. "With this level, who dares to call themselves powerful? The marriage rewards we have received in our great land of ugly people are no joke." A soldier from Dragon Country scoffed and stepped onto the testing platform. One thin and small soldier came forward. "Then let me join in the fun. Although I am the weakest here, I don't even need my squad leader to handle you." He took a deep breath, gathered energy in his arms, and shouted, lifting a 500-kilogram barbell steadily, pausing midair for several seconds. With a loud bang, he slammed it onto the ground. Thunderous applause erupted from the crowd, while the elite soldiers from the land of ugly people stared wide-eyed, their expressions instantly changing to one of horror. This is impossible," the soldiers from the land of ugly people murmured, disbelief etched on their faces. Although they hadn't sent their top combatants this time, they believed that their group was enough to defeat Dragon Country. But who would have thought, this first move was so formidable? No. Damn it. "Everyone, don't be fooled by those despicable Dragon Country people," the wise king quickly reassured everyone. "Perhaps they are just good at this one thing." The subsequent speed test further embarrassed the elite soldiers from the land of ugly people. The Dragon Country soldiers flew like arrows, their speed far surpassing electric scooters, racing across the finish line in a flash. 100 meters in 3 seconds and 95 hundredths? Even receiving national fortune rewards wouldn't lead to such exaggerated results. The elite soldiers from the land of ugly people looked at the timer's numbers, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads, their bodies trembling slightly. Impossible. This cannot be. This timer must be broken. Thinking of this, one guy skilled in running from the land of ugly people immediately put it to the test. The electronic stopwatch showed a result, 5 seconds and 69 hundredths. This was indeed his best result. Suddenly, he couldn't utter a single word. A wave of unknown confusion and panic spread among them. What is happening? What on earth is going on? What exactly do the people from Dragon Country want to do? Are they trying to destroy our land of ugly people? In tests of endurance, agility, and other events, Dragon Country soldiers similarly displayed crushing strength. The elite soldiers from the land of ugly people were red-faced with embarrassment. They lost in every single event. They could no longer save face. The leading soldier from the land of ugly people, Jocelyn, turned red in the face and suddenly shouted, "These all don't count for anything. Real combat is the only true test of strength. If you dare, come on and battle it out. You cowardly Dragon Country people. Why not?" This demand corresponded perfectly to what the Dragon Country soldiers had in mind. Immediately, they happily accepted the challenge. To fight this damned group of white and black people has always been their target. Why join the army? To put it plainly, isn't it just to beat these scoundrels? Now with such a good opportunity, the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom were even scrambling to sign up. This scene left the people of the ugly kingdom dumbfounded. The Dragon Kingdom's people looked at them, filled with aggression. Like a hunter spotting its prey? Very soon, the match officially began. On the playground, two people faced each other, and at the sound of start, both sides directly launched into a close-quarters fight, punches landing hard. It must be said, both were elite soldiers, and once they engaged, they displayed superb combat skills, fighting to a standstill. But just at that moment, that Dragon Kingdom soldier suddenly uttered a phrase. Not bad, then I won't hold back. Hold back? The people of the ugly kingdom were shocked, and then they witnessed an unbelievable scene. He suddenly increased his speed, moving with a strange gait, his figure flashed, appearing behind the ugly kingdom's king of soldiers, and with one palm strike, the force seemed like it had been infused with 1,000 pounds of lead and iron, incredibly heavy, powerful and forceful, surging like a roaring tide. The king of the ugly kingdom hurriedly defended, but was shaken back repeatedly by the overwhelming force, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The Dragon Kingdom soldier pressed the advantage, directly knocking him to the ground. Impossible. We received so many national luck rewards. How could we lose to you? These are the strongest combatants of our batch, the kings of the ugly kingdom roared, their eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. But facts are more compelling than words, this is the reality. Unwilling. Truly unwilling. It seems today, we are a bit better than you. Stay a while, I'll treat you to a good time, you distant guests. The words of the elder made them feel utterly embarrassed. If the elder mocked them, they wouldn't feel this way. Yet the elder didn't mock them at all. He actually treated them politely. It made them feel as if they had lost the face they had worn for decades. In that moment, it was completely lost without a trace. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin Fan walked out of the marriage room. Reward, 3-dimensional attributes increased by 30. Automatically transforms top-level magic talent into cultivation talent. Magic sword technique transforms into heavenly sword rain. Magic binding transforms into spiritual energy strangulation. Great flame technique transforms into palm thunder. Raise corresponding levels, synchronized with his cultivation level. Chapter 65, Save the Villagers, Gardener Profession. Feeling the flow of spiritual energy within him, he opened the attribute panel to take a look. Name, Lin Fan. Level, C level. Combat power, 8,000. Physique, 103. Agility, 73. Spirit, 83. Ordinary person's 3-dimensional attributes, 10. Combat power evaluation, just entering another world, possessing the power of spiritual energy, already having battle strength in an unknown world. Skills, top-level magic talent, passive. True sight. Heavenly sword rain. Palm thunder. Spiritual energy strangulation. Talent, holy power, damage to evil-type monsters increases by 50%. Not realizing it first. Upon looking, Lin Fan was truly startled. You must know. Before, Lin Fan was just a little guy with a combat power of 4,000. After finishing the marriage with Goddess Lu like this, he unexpectedly doubled his combat power? Good heavens! No wonder it's the ultimate reward of the beast tide. Looking at Lin Fan's fiery hot gaze, Goddess Lu couldn't help but feel a bit flustered and said, I can't take it anymore, let me rest for a bit. What do you mean you can't take it anymore? Lin Fan asked, confused. Ah. Ah. But soon, Lin Fan understood Goddess Lu's meaning. A little greedy cat, huh? Your mind is full of those thoughts? Goddess Lu blushed, unwilling to reply. It was obvious. As a once mighty empress, she truly never thought that such things would intoxicate her. First come back home with me. Bringing Goddess Lu back to their home, Ai Air, Xingyi, and Xiaomiao looked at the newly arrived Goddess Lu. Everyone curiously looked around. So beautiful. Even the self-proclaimed pure and flawless elf princess, Xingye, couldn't help but exclaim upon seeing the transcendent Lu Xin. It was a genuine admiration from the bottom of her heart. Hello, everyone. Lu Xin greeted warmly. Seeing that they quickly got along, Lin Fan felt relieved and went back to explore. The other two doors had things he couldn't refuse. One was snatching away someone else's marriage partner. The other was obtaining a large amount of food resources. Both of these made Lin Fan's heart flutter. He first opened a door and directly took out a Chao Clan scroll. Chao Clan scroll can display the marriage status of all participants, and can forcibly snatch once. On the scroll, several pieces of information appeared. From the Three Kingdoms was a half-beast girl with fangs. From the Great Cold Country, one was a rude dwarf girl. The other was a non-humanoid cockroach girl. They were basically hard to look at. Lin Fan directly put it away. After all, if a good girl appeared, this scroll would notify him in time. It wasn't a big deal. We always have the trait of a Chao thief. Next, it was time to head to the Demon's Dungeon. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, everyone looked at the rewards Lin Fan had just obtained and couldn't help but chuckle. Good, the Chao thief has come, right? This reward is pretty good. If those scraps encounter good marriage partners, they'll definitely start showing off. Right now, it's very good, at least I can't stand their faces and can really slap them back. Aha, indeed, it's hard to hold back. Just as he was about to open the door, Lu Xin appeared beside Lin Fan. She said seriously, I have a feeling that this trip might be a bit dangerous for you. Your body has just transformed, you can't fight for a long time. It's better if I accompany you. This statement wasn't without reason. Lin Fan's ability for long-term combat was indeed not very strong. As for Lu Xin, she was a powerful ally with 20,000 battle power. With the beast tide just passed, Lin Fan wasn't clear about what the 3 stages would be like. If he could have a strong protector by his side, why not take that chance? Right? Lin Fan wouldn't think like some people, believing that relying on a woman for protection was wrong. After all, we are all family, why talk about separate families? He opened the door, and the environment began to change. As he stepped into the demon's dungeon, a wave of foul-smelling, sulfuric heat rushed towards him. The once bright light around was swallowed by thick, inky black fog, with dark red patterns winding on the ground like flowing veins, eerie and unsettling. They were in a dark forest. In front of them was a dirt path that had been carved out, and in the distance, thatch-roofed houses stood tall, resembling a village. The ground beneath their feet trembled slightly, and from afar came the echoing roars, like countless wronged souls wailing. Be careful! Lu Xin suddenly pulled Lin Fan back, exclaiming. Whoosh! 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 3 dark shadows shot out from the black mist, their sharp claws glimmering with a ghostly blue light. Standing in the middle of the road, with ugly faces, saliva dripped continuously onto the ground. Their eyes held a nearly insane look. These were 3 hunched, 4-legged demon creatures, their skin a gray-purple color, their deep-set eyes filled with bloodshot madness, with drool dripping foully from the corners of their mouths. They have completely lost their minds. Lu Xin said cautiously. Lin Fan's pupils shrank, the true sight spell activated instantly, revealing the attributes of the attackers. Monkey Demon. Level, D+. Battle power, 4500. What the heck? Why are the monster levels in this dungeon so high? Is this for real? Has it already become this terrifying at stage 3? Damn. I hope our ugly people nation doesn't encounter such a scenario. In the live broadcast room, everyone began to discuss. For Lin Fan, this was still manageable. But for those alien scum, this was undoubtedly a disaster of epic proportions. At this moment, the importance of early accumulated advantages became evident. The later stages won't wait for anyone. Forget about those alien scum wanting to target Lin Fan, even having the ability to protect themselves would likely cost a huge number of lives. Fortunately, he had gained a lot of power from Lady Lu. Otherwise, right now Lin Fan would probably have to tangle quite a bit with these monsters. Palm Thunder. Lin Fan pushed forward with his right hand, and the palm thunder burst into a dazzling light. 3 bolts of lightning the size of bulls shot out like dragons breaking through the sea, charging straight at the demons. Boom, 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 boom. Amid the intense roar, two demons failed to dodge and were instantly struck by the palm thunder, turning into two piles of charred remains, lying on the ground and releasing white smoke. But the third demon was extremely agile, dodging to the side. Even witnessing his companions being instantly killed couldn't stop his evil intentions. Then, he lunged toward Lin Fan once again. Humph. Chapter 66, Planting Food. We lack nothing. Lady Lu waved her jade hand, and countless willow leaves shot out like green daggers, entangling the demon, instantly crushing it, completely vanishing from this world. This demon seems even more agile and cunning than the other two. A second mutation is probably about to occur, Lady Lu said with a frown, her expression solemn. Lin Fan nodded, gripping the weapon tightly, and carefully continued to explore ahead. Not long after, they saw a village ahead shrouded in darkness, houses collapsed, and the bodies of villagers littered among the ruins. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood, and several demons were gnawing on human corpses, making nauseating chewing sounds. The bloody scene was terrifying for anyone who saw it. Anyone with even a bit of fear would probably lose sleep over this at night. This was not the kind of horror you see in movies. Only by witnessing it firsthand could one understand how shocking such a scene truly was. Brutes! Lin Fan's eyes flashed with rage as he dashed forward like an arrow released from its bow. He unleashed his spiritual energy to kill, and the surrounding spiritual energy instantly condensed into countless transparent threads, tightly wrapping around the demons. The demons struggled wildly, but the tighter they struggled, the more the threads constricted, blood seeping out from their bodies. At that moment, inside a small house, two cries caught the attention of Lin Fan and Lu, as well as those demons. Wah! Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the demons charged toward that house fiercely. Die! Lin Fan seized the opportunity, unleashing heavenly sword rain, and countless shimmering swords appeared in the sky, pouring down like a violent rain. Before the demons entered the broken house, they let out piercing screams under the onslaught of the swords, and in a moment, they were completely annihilated. Are there still humans inside? The two cautiously approached to check. To their surprise, they saw a pair of young girls, wide-eyed with horror, filled with fear and fright, holding each other tightly, huddled in the corner, tears streaming down their faces. Lin Fan decisively chose to activate his true sight eye. Little green, little T. Level, none. Ability talent, farming. Evaluation, in farming, both Little Green and Little T are well-known skilled hands in the village, possessing their unique techniques. No problem. Lin Fan nodded. Then, he softly said, Don't be afraid, I'm here to save you. Right now, you two should be the only ones left in this village. Whether you live or die depends on you. I won't stay here forever. The trembling bodies of Xiaolu and Xiaocha finally stopped. They looked at Lin Fan with doubt, then fearfully glanced at the dead demon. Xiaolu spoke softly, tentatively nodding, You saved our lives, we will repay you. Lin Fan replied with an Stay behind us and walk by yourselves. Rescuing them was simply thinking of. In the matter of farming, there really wasn't anyone in their family who was good at it. Ire, when farming, would even get so angry that she jumped up and cursed madly. As the saying goes, giving someone fish is not as good as teaching them to fish. If there could be a way to produce food steadily, that would be the best. And in this village, there should also be some things that could be taken back to plant. Xiaolu and Xiaocha were dressed in simple cloth, holding hands tightly, their little faces dirty like a flower cat, but their eyes were exceptionally clear, holding a pure and kind beauty. As they moved forward, Lin Fan kept searching for that so-called source of food. He did see quite a lot of food, but couldn't carry it away now. He could only wait until later. Roar, roar, roar. At a corner, more than a dozen demons suddenly sprang out, with blood, flesh, and tattered clothing scraps hanging from their fangs. Without thinking, they surely also just split meals with humans. Sister, sister. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Xiaolu and Xiaocha were scared like little chicks, tucking their heads back, wanting to retreat, but remembering Lin Fan's strength, they could only tremble and wait for Lin Fan to act. However, just as Lin Fan was about to deal with these demons, a earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the center of the village. A giant demon slowly stood up. It was at least 3 stories high, its body covered in protruding meat lumps, and it had a pair of deformed flesh wings on its back. This demon was clearly different from the others. Its aura was more violent and powerful, emanating black demonic energy, and the small bumps on its lumps dripped toxic liquid, corroding the ground into deep pits wherever it went. Xiaolu and Xiaocha were so scared that their legs almost went soft. It's over, it's over. Our benefactor won't be eaten by this big monster, will he? That was also the thought of everyone in the livestream. Damn, what kind of dungeon is this? Even a C-grade monster has appeared? No way, this has nearly 8,000 combat power. Oh my, Lin Fan, you must be okay. Everyone, don't worry, because this is Lin Fan Pig's fate, ha ha. Yeah, the matchmaking game, have you finally realized? It has to be like this, always targeting Lin Fan Pig. It would be best if you could give us his matchmaking partner too. Ha 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 ha. Mutated Demon General. Level, C. Combat Power, 7900. This is the Mutated Demon General. Lu God, be careful. Lin Fan hurriedly reminded. The Demon General swung its giant arm, covered in small bumps, which were already all over its body. With a sudden swing of its arm, countless bumps exploded, forming a wave of black toxic liquid that rushed toward Lin Fan. Lin Fan quickly used his agility to dodge. The toxic wave brushed past the edge of his clothes, corroding a nearby house into an empty shell. Keek keek keek. The Demon General let out a triumphant laugh and then flapped its flesh wings, flying into the sky. It chanted incantations, and the sky was suddenly darkened, with countless black lightning bolts striking down. Lin Fan and Lu God worked together to resist. Lu God controlled willow leaves to form a defensive shield against the lightning's attacks, while Lin Fan continuously cast spells to counterattack the Demon General. However, the Demon General was too powerful. They gradually felt overwhelmed. At that moment, Lin Fan heard a faint cry for help. He turned his head and saw in a corner of the ruins. A few villagers were curled up together, their eyes filled with fear and despair. Lin Fan's heart tightened. He knew he had to deal with the Demon General quickly and save these innocent villagers. Lin Fan, I'll kill the Demon General, you go save the villagers, suddenly said the goddess Lu. No, it's too dangerous. Lin Fan instinctively replied. As soon as he finished speaking, he was stunned. That's not right. The goddess Lu was a powerhouse with 20,000 combat strength. Why should he be worried? Chapter 67, The Cold Country Wedding with a Zombie Bride? Just now, the goddess Lu was holding back to let Lin Fan practice a little. Thinking of this, Lin Fan couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Go ahead, the goddess Lu smiled. Lin Fan no longer hesitated, nodding immediately and rushing toward the villagers. Lin Fan took a deep breath, mobilizing all the spiritual energy within him, and his aura began to rise. He unleashed the rain of swords, shouting loudly, and a giant sword of light appeared in the sky, stretching 100 meters long, radiating a destructive aura. After slashing down all the remaining demon people, he immediately landed beside the villagers and led them towards Xiao Lu and Xiao Cha. Looking back at the goddess Lu, she had already unleashed her full power. Divine light surrounded her, her hair floating in the air without wind, suspended like a goddess. The Demon General felt a huge threat, its eyes flashing with fear. But it quickly regained its madness, charging towards the goddess Lu. The goddess Lu stood firm, her hands forming seals, and countless lights burst forth from thin air. Divine magic collided with the Demon General's arm, exploding into dazzling light and strong shockwaves. Boom! 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 The entire village shook violently, as if this force would totally destroy it. The goddess Lu didn't want to delay any longer. With her hands together, she opened them again and gathered an endless divine light. In the next moment, it stabbed fiercely into the Demon General's heart. Put! A sky full of venom splattered out, but upon encountering the divine light, it was completely dissolved. Aya! The Demon General let out an earth-shattering scream, its body collapsing with a thunderous crash, turning into a cloud of black smoke that dispersed into the air. The goddess Lu successfully saved the villagers, who looked at Lin Fan with eyes full of gratitude and admiration. Thank you, hero, for saving our lives. An elderly man with white hair trembled as he spoke. Lin Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled, shaking his head. No need to be polite, this is what I should do. However, it is no longer safe here, you should leave as soon as possible. The villagers all nodded, but glancing at the now ruined village, their eyes became confused again. After hesitating for a moment, they looked tentatively at Lin Fan. Benefactor, can we follow you? After this devastation, we no longer know where to go. Follow me? Lin Fan thought for a moment. As long as you can improve the output of food resources in agriculture, then feel free to follow me. Upon hearing this, the villagers all expressed that there would be absolutely no problem. They were already good at farming. These were all small problems. After dealing with the Demon General, Lin Fan and the goddess Lu continued to explore the demon people's dungeon. There were not many remaining mutated demon people, and with their strong powers, they eliminated them one by one. Besides these demon people, there were a large number of food resources stored in the warehouse at the center of the village. Now our harvest is not small, Lin Fan said excitedly. The goddess Lu smiled gently, her eyes filled with warmth. Yes, but the most important thing is that we saved those villagers. Lin Fan nodded, feeling a warm current rise in his heart. Then he had Xiao Lu and Xiao Cha lead the way to bring all the food back to their home. With the villagers' help, everyone soon settled down, carrying large and small bags of food toward their homestead. When they saw such tall city walls and luxurious villas, in an instant, he was frozen in place. It's like heaven and earth compared to their village. Their master is actually this powerful? 5, 6, 7. Little Meow counted the number of people, then calculated the number of rooms. There are only 4 empty rooms in total, but they are quite big, so squeezing a bit should be fine, right? Next to him, AI Air suddenly chuckled mischievously, not knowing what he thought of. He thought to himself, it's not just big, even 5 people sharing one blanket wouldn't feel cramped. No, we just need to stay outside. Little Green and the other villagers waved their hands in refusal. Their gazes towards the interior of the villa were filled with awe. After all, they didn't know what this strange structure called a villa was. But they understood, where their benefactor lived, was definitely not a place they could touch. We are tough and sturdy, staying outside is fine. Yeah, we are used to this kind of life, benefactors don't need to worry about us. Besides, we can build our own houses. It's just that we can't do it right now. Hearing that the villagers didn't intend to live in the villa, Lin Fan didn't insist. If that's the case, in 3 days, the barrier outside will open. You can check if there are any materials suitable for building your houses. But while you're staying here, you must take good care of growing food, and also the livestock over there. Of course. The villagers nodded vigorously. In the live broadcast room. Lin God is so great. He even saved so many villagers. By the way, what level of powerhouse is Lu God? I thought it would lead to a fierce battle, but unexpectedly, it turned out Lu God was just holding back. This is not holding back, it's probably holding back the sea. That's true. Good, Lin God equals a small territory. Being a lord in the matchmaking game? Quite interesting. Little Sa said with a smile, these villagers are quite simple and kind, they understand their place. Yeah, it seems these villagers are holding onto a good big leg. At this moment, Lin Fan felt a warmth rising in his chest. When he opened it, he realized. It turned out the scroll was activated. The scroll began to hum for some unknown reason. When he opened it, he found out. It turned out, the scroll started reminding Lin Fan. The participants of the Great Cold Kingdom matchmaking are about to encounter excellent matchmaking partners, please intercept in time. The current scroll can create a spatial door for bidirectional travel, directly arriving at the matchmaking door of the Great Cold Kingdom participants. Excellent matchmaking partners? Is it that comfortable? But it's okay. Soon, I will be able to intercept. Meanwhile, on the other side. Park Chang-fan. As a kindergarten teacher. He was involved in the matchmaking quota of the Great Cold Kingdom, becoming one of the participants. This made Park Chang-fan collapse on the spot. And Shiba. Damn it. Why did you bring me to such a place? I don't want to sacrifice my life for this damned country. All his comments appeared on the live broadcast screen. When the citizens saw such evaluations of the Great Cold Kingdom, those officials and tycoons instantly lost their calm. Their faces turned ashen. It was obvious. They were indeed right. Chapter 68, what's yours? What I see is mine. Park Chang-fan, what exactly is going on? Have you forgotten which country gave birth to and raised you? That's right, thankless. Shiba. How can someone like this participate in the matchmaking game? It's completely ruining our Great Cold Kingdom. Even a lot of Great Cold Kingdom citizens couldn't stand it anymore. They flooded the public screen with countless angry comments. Unfortunately, Park Chang-fan couldn't see any of these comments. After releasing his frustration, he realized that finding a way to survive was the most important thing. In the matchmaking game, crises abound. It's not that those doors full of danger can't be opened, but there are definitely no problems. Even if the door is not opened, a pile of problems will still appear before him. So, rather than sit and wait for death, it's better to fight with all his might. In front of several doors, he walked back and forth several times. In the end, he still decided to trust his instinct and stopped in front of one door. Click. 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 Park Chang-fan's fingers trembled 3 times on the doorknob before he finally gathered the courage to push open that door, which exuded an unknown aura. The creaking sound of the door hinge made his heart pound endlessly. The mixed smell of rotting wood and sandalwood rushed at him, stinging his nostrils and making him feel suddenly uncomfortable. And when he saw the pitch-black coffin in the center of the room, carved with patterns of gluttony, his heart nearly leaped out of his throat. What the hell? What is this? At that moment, a prompt sounded, and Park Chang-fan's expression suddenly changed. Matchmaking room unlocked. What? Park Chang-fan was initially stunned, then he could not control his wild joy. A matchmaking room? It really is a matchmaking room? I opened a matchmaking room. Yes. God is smiling upon me. Before his eyes, thin strands of black mist seeped out from the gap of the coffin lid, faintly revealing a figure dressed in a bright red bridal gown inside. It's a matchmaking object, it really is a matchmaking object. Park Chang-fan staggered forward, the scarlet wedding dress moving on its own inside the coffin, the woman's pale face flickering in the black mist, her bloodless delicate features exuding a chilling beauty. Her flowing black hair was adorned with shiny silver ornaments, and beneath her tightly closed eyelids, there was a hint of gray. Her nails were as black as ink, her hands crossed over her chest, clearly a sleeping zombie bride. What the hell? What is this? Park Chung-fan's face instantly turned bright red, his nails digging deep into his palms. The live broadcast room had long exploded, and the comments from Great Han Country poured in like a tsunami. Ugh! Is this called a matchmaking object? Park Chung-fan deserves it. A zombie for a traitor, a perfect match. But, even though the matchmaking object is disgusting, you must match well, Park Chung-fan. Park Chung-fan suppressed the turmoil in his stomach, clenched his teeth, and tightened his fists. To become stronger, a corpse is still a corpse. He took a deep breath and was about to reach out to touch the coffin when a familiar voice suddenly came from behind. Oh? This zombie bride, huh? A bit interesting, quite pretty, huh? It seems like you really don't like it? What a pity, it looks like you mixed blood types only deserve to match with those ugly freaks. Lin Fan appeared at the door, the flames from the burning scroll reflected an array of flickering lights in his pupils. He glanced over the coldly beautiful zombie bride, a meaningful smile appearing on his lips. How are you here? Park Chung-fan seemed struck by lightning and staggered back a step. How could he not recognize Lin Fan? This guy is now famous all over the world. He tightly guarded the coffin, his nails scraping against the wood with a harsh sound. This is my matchmaking object. You can't take her away. At the same time, the live broadcast room was also in an uproar. I can't believe it. 666666666. Lin God's move really amazed me. This scroll is really unbelievable, directly crossing over, planning to snatch the zombie bride? But speaking of which, Great Han Country really has a problem with aesthetics. This zombie bride is so beautiful, yet they still dislike her? Seems like their IQ is suspect. What the hell? Do you Dragon Country pigs understand the rules? Why are you trying to take away our matchmaking object from Great Han Country? What about humanitarianism? What about winning people over with virtue? You Dragon Country pigs are nothing but a bunch of robbers. Shut up, you guys, stop shouting. Lin Fan looked at the tense and hostile Park Chung-fan and waved his hands repeatedly. Hey, I really don't like to hear you say that. What do you mean I took away your marriage partner? First of all, you need to understand this, I have no intention of taking away your marriage partner. Upon hearing this, Park Chung-fan's hostile expression softened a bit. As long as he wasn't taking away his marriage partner, everything was negotiable. However, Lin Fan's next sentence made him blush immediately. I'm just taking my wife home. When did it become stealing someone else's wife? I may like to be a rogue, but I won't do that. Damn. Park Chung-fan's face turned completely red. This is my marriage partner. She's my marriage object. Shut your mouth. What do you mean your marriage partner? Anything in my eyes is mine. Zombie girl? What I see is mine. You bandit, you're really a damn bandit. Lin Fan was too lazy to argue with him further. Crackling sparks erupted from his hand. Fine, I admit it, I just like the Chancellor's will. I understand, I am openly stealing your marriage partner, how about that? Do you have any objections? A spark of electricity burst forth, scorching the shop and instantly creating a small hole. Park Chung-fan's complexion changed drastically, he hurriedly smiled and said, Bro, you're right, there really isn't a problem. I'm wrong, so can I just get lost now? That's more like it. Seeing Park Chung-fan's slow movements, Lin Fan impatiently kicked him in the backside. Park Chung-fan was sent flying, crashing to the ground like a dog in disgrace. Once the marriage door closed, he finally dared to curse furiously. Witnessing this scene, the people of Dahan were truly unable to hold back. When did our Dahan nation have such a coward? What the hell is up with Park Chung-fan? Why is he so timid? What happened to our national fortune rewards? Why do we just watch Lin Fan take away our country's marriage partner? Park Chung-fan, you are a sinner for all ages. Unlike their outrage, the people of Longwo were laughing hysterically. This is killing me, I can't take it anymore. Lin God's moves are just too slick. Who can think as quickly as Lin God? Ha ha ha. Good one. What I see is mine, so does that mean those who are slow will miss out? What a brilliant slow means miss out, it reminds me of. Damn in-laws. What's wrong with you Longwa pigs? Why treat our Dahan country this way? What does it all mean? I seriously suspect you Longwa people are just shills for the marriage game. We are all humans, why target us? No morals, no limits. Longwa pigs truly disgust me. Steal? Target? We didn't do any of that. As the host, Xiaosa looked bewildered at the furious comments from Dahan, wondering, when did we target you, and when did we steal your Dahan marriage partner? Are you angry? I only saw a powerful man showing up in the marriage house to take away his marriage paw. Could it be that if they say a few words here, the marriage participants from the Great Cold Nation can regain their partners? This is definitely impossible. At this moment, in the matchmaking game, seeing Lin Fan return, surprisingly holding a large coffin in his arms, everyone was stunned. Lin Fan, what is this? God Lu curiously stepped forward to examine. Lin Fan opened the coffin, revealing the true form of an incredibly beautiful woman with skin as white as snow. Seeing such an extremely stunning woman lying in the coffin, everyone couldn't help but be astonished. I can actually feel a strange life wave from her. Little Chang. Level C. Combat power 5000. Evaluation will awaken in 3 days. Yes, she will awaken in 3 days. She's a zombie girl, so she sleeps for a long time. Lin Fan explained this and arranged for little Ching to slowly sleep in a room. The construction of the home was in full swing. The villagers were orderly taking care of the fields, cow pens, and chicken coops. After the home barrier completely disappears, Lin Fan planned to use materials to slightly expand the position of the Blackstone City wall. The next day, the information system refreshed. Information 1, Room 1 contains a scene treasure. After collecting it, you can directly move it inside your home, but within, there exists a group of sea-level force alligator people. Information 2, Room 2 is a matchmaking door, but the matchmaking partner inside is a pig demon. If you want to change your taste, turning off the lights isn't impossible. Information 3, Room 3 contains a national fortune punishment treasure chest, but it is not aimed at oneself, rather it can target other countries. Information 4, the matchmaker from the ugly nation will come to your home, and they despise the Dragon Nation people the most. Seeing the last line, Lin Fan knew. The clown is coming. He. Once, in the real world, this group from the ugly nation took advantage of their country's strength, temporarily ranking first in the world. They bullied the Dragon Nation wantonly. It can be said that, throughout the ugly nation, no one is innocent. At first, the Dragon Nation people were always friendly towards them. But for them, it was not the same. Before, they might have hesitated a bit, but now, Lin Fan would not tolerate them. Ugly people? Die. Waking up early, he found that the villagers had also woken up early, carefully tending to the rice fields. He greeted the villagers, had breakfast, and then took little Meow and Al to the environment door. At the moment of passing through the environment door, damp mist wrapped around him, bringing the fragrance of grass and trees. Lin Fan looked up, and before him was a lake surrounded by forests. The lake's surface resembled a smooth, unpolished jade, with incredibly clear water where schools of silvery fish swam around. Meow. Little Meow's pupils instantly shrunk into thin lines, and her 9 tails burst out in excitement. Little Meow was originally a cat girl. Eating human food is certainly fine. But if she could eat the seafood that cat girls love the most, that is her true nature. Is it okay? Little Meow blinked her big eyes, looking at Lin Fan with excitement. Go ahead. Lin Fan directly nodded in agreement, be careful. Before Lin Fan finished his words, Little Meow couldn't wait to turn into a shadow and dashed out. Al followed closely behind, stepping on the soft moss, and without paying attention, slipped and fell hard onto his bottom. Wow! Al rubbed his sore bottom, so painful. Be careful, really. However, Al remained silent. Instead, he looked at Lin Fan with a peculiar expression. As if he were hinting at something. Rub it? Rub it. Al said earnestly, that way it won't hurt. I seriously suspect you came here just to act this out. Lin Fan was satisfied. Ale was also satisfied. After a while, when Lin Fan approached, Little Meow had already been squatting at the shore for a long time, observing. As a member of the Hakimi clan, Little Meow was very experienced in catching fish. The phantom-like front paws hung above the water, eager to try. The lake water was clear, with the rhythm of the fish's gills moving visible. Go! Lin Fan's words had not yet fallen. Little Meow, fully prepared, shot into the water like an arrow released from a bow, her 9 tails creating waves on the surface. The fish that were originally scattering in all directions were instead attracted by this unusual sight, curiously swimming closer. Little Meow moved agilely, undeterred by the water, like a spirit in the water, cleverly using her tails to create swirling eddies, trapping the fish. In the next second, seizing the opportunity. In the blink of an eye, a plump silver fish was hooked on Little Meow's paw, bursting out of the water, droplets dripping down, sparkling in the sunlight. Chapter 70, Fish Resources? Bring them all back. Ale leaned closer, her pink nose sniffing hard. Is this the smell of fish? Haven't you ever eaten this? Lin Fan asked curiously. Ale shook her head in denial. In hell, we demons only eat souls and flesh, but following you, the food we eat is truly good, surprising me. As Ale spoke, she looked over with curiosity, cautiously poking the still wriggling fish. Lin Fan thought his question was rather silly. Don't mention demons. Ale is still a succubus. Though innocent to a terrifying degree. Okay. It's fine if you haven't eaten before, I'll make it for you. Little Meow shook off the water on her body, picked up a few dry branches, and quickly rubbed her claws together, sparking to ignite a campfire. She skillfully skewered the fish on the branches, her flipping motions like flowing clouds, and soon the alluring aroma of grilling drifted through the air. Here you go. Little Meow handed Ale the golden grilled fish. Oh right, be careful of the bones. Bones, okay. Ale took a small bite, her eyes instantly shining like stars, her heart-shaped tail wagging happily, but she suddenly cried out and jumped away, coughing for a long time. It turned out that a fish bone was stuck between her sharp teeth. For Ale, who had never eaten fish before, this was a tough problem. Luckily, Ale was a tough demon. She immediately chose to break her tooth, the fish bone fell off as expected, and immediately afterward, the broken tooth grew back. Doesn't it hurt? Lin Fan stared in astonishment. It doesn't hurt. Ale shook her head, we demons have no sense of pain. Little Meow seemed to come to her senses, patting her forehead. Oh right. I also need to remove the fish bones, so Lin Fan can eat safely. Lin Fan. It wasn't like he was as foolish as Ale, getting a bone stuck while eating fish. But over on Little Meow's side, she had already slowly started her actions. She extended her paw and gently pressed down on the fish's body, her fingertips glowing faintly, and the fish bones hidden in the flesh seemed to be drawn by an invisible thread, slowly floating out and neatly arranging beside her. Goodness! Little Meow, you can do this? Lin Fan took the fish flesh with the bones removed, the taste exploded on his tongue, the fresh and tender flavor bursting forth, mixed with the sweet clarity of lake water and the aroma of charcoal fire. Hee. Little Meow nuzzled Lin Fan's chest like a spoiled child. She proudly lifted her head, her tail curling around Ale's succubus tail and saying, next time you want to eat fish, leave it to me. Okay. At that moment, deep in the lake, a pair of eerie green eyes were staring intently in their direction. The crocodile man leader licked his sharp teeth, over 20 dark shadows slowly swimming in the water behind him, while it seemed, the three people on the shore were still immersed in the joy of grilled fish, completely unaware. Everyone couldn't help but start reminding each other. Lin Shen. Quickly look behind you. So many shadows. What is that? A monster with a human body and a crocodile head? Sea level. It's actually a sea level monster. Actually, this level of monster is not much to speak of, but for Lin Shen, we're just afraid they might suddenly launch a surprise attack. If they ambush, who can withstand it? You're right. We must not let anything happen. Hiss. A sharp hiss suddenly pierced through the tranquility by the lake. More than 20 black shadows burst from the water, splashing waves several meters high. The crocodile men were covered in gray-green scales, sharp fangs gleaming with a strange cold light, and a fishy wind rushed towards them. The crocodile man leader stood 3 meters tall, wielding a battle axe made from enormous beast bones, roaring fiercely, humans, how dare you trespass into our territory, die. Lin Fan wore a calm expression, gently putting down the roasted fish in his hand and brushing off the debris from his body. He had long anticipated such a situation. He thought they would launch a surprise attack. Instead, it turned out to be a frontal battle? Crocodile Man. Level, C. Combat Power, 4000. Crocodile Man Leader. Level, C. Combat Power, 4500. If this was really a frontal battle, weren't these guys easy to defeat? Lin Fan didn't even feel interested enough to look again, glancing briefly before focusing back on the roasted fish in his hand. Humans. The Crocodile Man Leader didn't expect this weak human to actually ignore him like this. He must be tired of living. Don't disturb him while he's eating. I'll clean you up. Little Meow excitedly licked her paws, her 9 tails swaying wildly behind her. Finally, some fun. Little Meow, leave me a few later. I still need to fight to increase my strength, Elle said, shaking his newly grown teeth, his eyes sparkling with the thirst for battle. Okay, I'll let you have the biggest dumb oaf. Rohar. Damn it. The crocodile men launched the first attack, rushing towards Lin Fan and the others like arrows released from a bow. Get lost. Little Meow shouted, her figure becoming a blur as she weaved through the crocodile men with ease. Whenever a crocodile man tried to attack her, she quickly dodged as if she had foreseen their moves. At the same time, she used her sharp claws to slash at their bellies, gutting them open, blood spraying everywhere. The crocodile men cried out in pain, but they couldn't even touch the corner of Little Meow's clothing, only swinging their weapons angrily in vain. As time passed and the blood flowed too quickly, their movements gradually slowed down. Is this all you've got? Little Meow teased the crocodile men while evading, not even as chewy as the fisheye roast. Lin Fan watched this scene and suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. When he was a child, he watched his family's hockey playing with mice and cockroaches endlessly. Clearly, it could kill them with one stroke, but it just wanted to see if it could toy with them to death. Unfortunately, the monsters in front of him were too low in intelligence to realize that if Little Meow got serious, even just one encounter could finish them off directly. Damn it! Unforgivable. The Crocodile Man leader was enraged, shouting as he swung his battle axe at Little Meow. Little Meow, however, remained unfazed, dodging to the leader's back and tearing a huge gash in its tail. In an instant, blood sprayed out like a fountain. Arg! The leader howled in pain, turning to attack Little Meow, but found her jumping far away, sticking out her tongue and making faces at him. Everyone attack! The Crocodile Man leader trembled with anger, his eyes filled with murderous intent. He furiously waved his hand, signaling all the other crocodile men to concentrate their attacks on Little Meow. Even L didn't care anymore. He was just left hanging on the side. L was left dumbfounded. Chapter 71, The Appearance of the Crocodile Men. Crisis? Fight. Can it really be fought like this? Is there something wrong with their intelligence? Forget it, let's quickly solve this, I don't want to waste more time. Seeing this, Lin Fan's mouth slightly curved up. A golden light radiated around him, and with one step forward, a powerful aura instantly enveloped the entire area. C+ peak. The crocodile men, who originally charged at Little Meow, suddenly slowed their movements under this pressure, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at Lin Fan. No, it's impossible. How can a mere human be this strong? Lin Fan said nothing, raising his hand as golden sword energy broke through the air, accurately piercing the vital points of the crocodile men. The crocodile men let out cries of anguish, blood staining the lake. Ah! Seeing the situation turn dire, the leader gave up attacking Little Meow, turned around, and charged at Lin Fan with a battle axe. The battle axe whistled through the air, as if it wanted to split Lin Fan in half. Lin Fan did not dodge or evade, his right hand clenched into a fist, golden light gathering around it. As the battle axe was about to drop, Lin Fan swung his fist fiercely, colliding with the axe. A loud boom. The battle axe instantly shattered, and the leader was sent flying by the powerful force, crashing heavily to the ground. Struggling to rise, it found its limbs tightly bound by Lin Fan's golden spirit energy. You, who on earth are you? You can't be human. The crocodile man leader looked at Lin Fan in terror, eyes filled with despair. At this moment, it no longer had any desire to fight. Lin Fan coldly glanced at it. You monsters can feel fear too? After saying that, Lin Fan waved his hand lightly, and golden energy transformed into a light blade, directly severing the leader's head. The other crocodile men, seeing their leader dead, showed expressions of fear and wanted to flee. Want to run? It's not that easy. Little Meow shouted, 9 tails simultaneously exerting force, transforming into 9 shallow purple light chains that pulled the fleeing crocodile men back. Leave some for me. Al also quickly took action. In just a few moves, he eliminated all the crocodile men. Wow! Lin Shan is indeed strong. Invincible. Strong? What are you talking about? You Dragon Kingdom people only bully these weak monsters. Weak monsters? Are you crazy? This is a sea-level monster, go experience it for yourself, see if these crocodile men can tear you to pieces. Heh, if I were there, I could definitely kill them all in 1 second. Baka. Dragon Kingdom people. Fine. That said, what more can I say? Obeying the brothers. Lin Fan stroked his chin, suddenly pondering, Little Meow, why don't you go underwater and see if you can find the lair of these crocodile men, maybe there are good things. Really? Okay. Little Meow nodded, leaping into the water, moving gracefully like a fish. Before long, she poked her head out of the water, excitedly shouting, Lin Fan. I found it. There's a cave below with lots of shiny things. Is there really? Al looked at Lin Fan in surprise. Lin Fan, how did you know? I guessed. After all, these crocodile men are not weak, although compared to them they're not much, but don't forget. They are also a group of sea-level creatures. At least in terms of intelligence, they have some awareness. They might store many good things in their gathering place. It was just a guess, anyway, it would be a waste not to explore the instance. Unexpectedly, my guess was correct. Lin Fan and Al exchanged glances, eyes filled with expectation. The two jumped into the water, and under Little Meow's guidance, they indeed found a cave beside a giant rock at the bottom of the water. Let's go in and take a look. The three communicated with their eyes and stepped into the cave. The further they went inside, the less water there was. One must say, these crocodile men really know how to play. Knows that it is a to-live lifestyle, so I set up such a habitat that can satisfy our needs anytime and anywhere. Delving into it, relying on the flame in Lin Fan's hand for illumination, he quickly arrived at the depths of the crocodile man's lair. What stunned the three was that the cave was terrifyingly large. And the cave was filled with all kinds of sparkling crystals. Healing crystal. Mental crystal. Reproductive crystal. Emotional crystal. Various effects appeared on the attribute panels of these crystals. Lin Fan was dazzled by the sight. He quickly gathered them up. Many of the crystals could permanently enhance one's attribute points. Such good things, of course, he would not let them slip away. The most eye-catching was the central crystal that emitted a gentle glow, the magical crystal. Magical crystal. After use, it can unconditionally elevate the level by one small realm. Seeing this, Lin Fan could no longer suppress the ecstasy on his face. Lin Fan, what's wrong? What is that thing? Both AI Air and Xiao Miao curiously followed Lin Fan's gaze. To them, the magical crystal just looked much prettier than the other crystals. As for everything else, they naturally could not see it. This is the magical crystal. Lin Fan said excitedly, it can directly elevate the current level by one small rank unconditionally. I didn't expect such a big gain this time. Wow. Really? So powerful? AI Air and Xiao Miao were also thrilled. Lin Fan picked up the magical crystal, feeling the powerful energy within. This crystal will help us a lot, who wants it? Upon hearing this, the two girls steadied themselves, exchanged glances, and shook their heads. We don't want it. Don't want it? Yeah, I think either you should use it, or give it to God Lu. Xiao Mao rationally analyzed. AI Air also agreed. Giving it to Lin Fan to enhance his strength was exactly what they hoped to see. And giving it to God Lu, without a doubt, was because God Lu's strength was too powerful. If it could further improve, then the effect would surely be even stronger. You guys are really. Lin Fan smiled and rubbed their heads. He had already made up his mind. Then let's give it to God Lu. Once he stepped outside, a notification sound immediately rang out. Congratulations on obtaining the home wonder, pure lake water. In this lake, aquatic resources can regenerate infinitely. Moreover, there is a very small chance of encountering fish with special effects. Lin Fan arranged it within his home. A lake appeared out of nowhere. The villagers were so shocked by this magical scene that their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. This move. Is there any difference from the Legends of Immortals? Chapter 72, Take Them All, Happy Fishing. The appearance of the pure lake naturally attracted the attention of others. Xingyi and God Lu came out, astonished to see the lake that had appeared out of thin air, knowing in their hearts that it must be Lin Fan's doing again. Speaking of lakes, under such circumstances, they really do have a strange kind of magic. Looking at the lake, everyone's mood inevitably brightened significantly. Woo! After returning to the home, Xiao Miao started causing a stir again. Lin Fan had originally planned to leave quietly and wait for the ugly man from the country to arrive. However, when he noticed Lin Fan was about to leave again, Xingyi couldn't help but call out to Lin Fan. Wait a minute. As soon as he spoke, Xingyi quickly shook his head. Forget it, Lin Fan, you go ahead. Lin Fan didn't leave, but instead approached Xingyi and gently asked, what's the matter? Is there something? It's all small issues, you should focus on your own matters first. Xingyi cleverly shook his head. Lin Fan was taken aback, looking over at God Lu. A spirit transmission appeared in his mind. This little guy Xingyi? After getting pregnant, she always wanted you to stay by her side more, but she also knew that your exploration was important, so she wouldn't disturb you easily. But just now, I think she couldn't hold back anymore. Hearing this, even Lin Fan's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. All right. He did indeed neglect these marriage partners a bit. Inevitably, there would be a little thought in his heart. Of course, there was no bad thought towards him, it only made Lin Fan feel happy. All right, then I'll keep you company for a while. How about fishing together? Lin Fan's words immediately made Xingyi nod in excitement. Little Meow and the others also cheered. Yay! Fishing! Let's see who catches the most fish. The one with the least will face a punishment. The girls quickly began to take action, treating Lin Fan as the judge, while they eagerly prepared themselves. Soon, with Lin Fan's shout to start, all the girls began to show their extraordinary skills. I'm about to start. Little Meow wanted to act, but suddenly a bluish-green light shot straight into the sky. God Lu raised her hand to lightly touch the flower ring on her finger, her lips curving into a gentle smile. She stood by the lake, her wide sleeves fluttering in the wind, and a faint blue spiritual power thread slowly dropped into the water from her fingertips. In an instant, the fish that were scattering began to line up and joyfully swam around the thread, as if welcoming the true spirit of nature. Everything has a spirit, and fishing is also a way to converse with nature. God Lu said softly, her voice like a gentle spring breeze, carrying a calming power. Cheating. This is cheating. Little Meow immediately panicked. She originally thought this fishing was in her strongest area, but unexpectedly, God Lu's move completely shattered her fantasy. AI Air squatted by the shore, her heart-shaped tail anxiously curling around the fishing line, her eyes filled with unease. Can we really catch fish? Last time I got stabbed by a bone. Before she finished speaking, a shadow suddenly swept over her head, bringing a gust of wind. Little Meow's 9 tails flared up high, fiercely causing her homemade bamboo fishing rod to straighten, and the fishing hook precisely dropped into the lake center, not forgetting to turn back and make a face at everyone. I won't lose either. I have my own insights on bait research. Ah, so comfortable. Lin Fan was setting up the sunshade and soft mats by the side, occasionally glancing at Xingye, his eyes full of concern. On Xingye's side, she also had a catch. Excitedly pointing at the lake surface, there's movement. The fishing rod in her hand instantly bent into a crescent shape, the fishing line taut and the lake water churned violently. Under everyone's tense gaze, a fish, completely azure and shimmering with star-like light, broke the water's surface, drawing a magnificent arc under the sunlight. What a beautiful fish! Xingye gasped in surprise, her eyes shimmering with excitement. Starry fish. Special fish, after eating, it can increase happiness. Lin Fan was momentarily stunned. He exclaimed, wow. How did this fishing trip lead straight to such a big catch? Such a rare probability, yet Xingye managed to hook it. Good job, Xingye. Lin Fan generously praised her. Xingye's face turned red from the compliment. Seeing this, Little Meow elegantly waved her tail in the air, with a gentle flick of her wrist, 3 plump perch leaped out of the water and happily landed in the bamboo basket. She proudly shook her tail. Now this is called fishing. Hey! AI Air, inspired, tried to mimic Little Meow but accidentally tangled the fishing line around her tail. She was so anxious her little face turned red, her heart-shaped tail tip emitting a few tiny flames. Lin Fan, help me. Lin Fan smiled indulgently and helplessly, stepping forward to carefully untangle the fishing line for her. His fingertips unintentionally brushed against AI Air's warm earlobe, and she froze instantly, the flames on her tail surging high, making her earlobes redden beautifully, looking extremely cute. Beside him, the willow god quietly fished. Even though she had a special method to catch all the fish, she chose not to. Instead, she played with the creatures of nature, as this brought her a peaceful state of mind. Little Meow and Aier fished while bickering, occasionally helping each other. Hoshino stayed by Lin Fan's side, feeling the tranquility, her face beaming with a happy smile. After a few hours, Lin Fan estimated the time was about right, stood up, and said loudly, all right. The competition is over. Let's see who comes in last. Not me. Not me either. He. Hoshino proudly showed Lin Fan her catch. Lin Fan nodded, then looked at the willow god, who hadn't even caught a single fish yet. The willow god's expression was clearly one of surprise. When she noticed Lin Fan looking over, she couldn't help but shyly smile. I usually like to play with the creatures of nature and forgot the time. Then you have to accept the bet. Lin Fan thought for a moment. What kind of punishment shall I give you? The willow god stood tall, displaying a fierce attitude of submission for whatever might come. Lin Fan's mind immediately came up with a mischievous thought. He leaned in and whispered something into the willow god's ear. The willow god's demeanor instantly collapsed. Her face flushed red as she looked at Lin Fan. How is this possible? This cannot be done. Why not? Just do what I say, Lin Fan said without a hint of embarrassment. The way the willow god looked at Lin Fan had changed. It was a mix of shyness, anger, and a hint of excitement. Then, I'll go along with your request. Lin Fan chuckled. It seemed that today a fierce battle was about to begin. Chapter 73, Cozy Times, a contrast with foreign scum. Looking at the warm live broadcast here with Lin Fan, everyone couldn't help but feel deep emotions. Brothers, look at this contrast. How is Lin God's experience in this matchmaking game any different from that of a rich second generation? Now compare it to other countries' matchmakers. It's simply painful to watch. After the new stage appeared, that group of foreign scum basically came here just to hand over their heads. However, because of the inheritance mechanism, many of their matchmakers have passed various punishment mechanisms to gain all the accumulated resources of the previous matchmaker. So what? Look at our little country, a volcanic eruption. In the great cold country, zombies are roaming. In the ugly people country, there's an earthquake. And there are many more punishments appearing. All these only bring a little bit of rewards. Indeed. If this goes on for too long, I see them eventually leading their country to destruction. At that point, you can forget about any matchmaking participants. Look at the broadcast of Little Ben's country. At this time. In the broadcast of Little Ben's country. In the damp and dark depths of the rainforest, the small wooden house of Little Ben's country looked like a garbage dump swept by a hurricane. On the ground covered with decaying leaves and moss, the tilting wooden house was about to be torn to splinters, barely holding on. His clothes had been torn into strips, fluttering weakly in the stifling air, leaving him exposed. The matchmaking game participant, Suzuki, was covered in dark brown mud, and the rusty sickle in his hand had been chipped countless times. Yet, he still swung it wildly. If he didn't act, he would certainly face certain death. Ugh, ah. Suzuki screamed madly, trying to drive away a group of giant rats gnawing at the camp fence. These creatures, half a person tall, had blood-red eyes, and sharp teeth dripped with stinky saliva, every bite accompanied by a sharp squeaky sound. The way they looked at Suzuki was as if they were gazing at a fresh piece of meat. Baka! Get away from me! Suzuki yelled hoarsely. The veins on his neck bulged. The scythe fell each time but only struck empty air, instead stumbling into the tree trunk due to too much force. The mouse monsters did not recklessly approach, instead, they kept scaring him. If they discovered that his strength was about to run out, probably, this group of monsters would rush at him directly. Seeing this, the hearts of the citizens of the small country were simply icy cold. Isn't this just an E-level monster? Why can't this guy deal with it? Look at Lin Fan from the Dragon Country, he can handle sea-level monsters as if they were chopped vegetables. Suzuki, why can't you do it? Our small country absolutely cannot lose to the Dragon Country. No. Lin Fan from the Dragon Country must be cheating. The monsters he faces may look like sea level, but their strength definitely isn't sea level. Suzuki suddenly let out a wail. It turned out that a sharp piece of wood he had wildly waved had deeply pierced his arm, and blood instantly gushed out. His teammate was curled up in a corner of the field, trembling with blood-soaked legs bitten by the mice, the pants soaked in blood, mumbling, "Mom, I want to go home. I don't want to participate in this matchmaking game anymore." Tears mixed with rain flowed freely down his face. Of course. It also included the saliva from that group of mouse monsters. Hee, keep going. On the side, a tree-person girl tightly wrapped in vines was watching all of this unfold. With her bark-like rough face, two glowing tree-hole eyes coldly watched this farce, her branches swaying gently with the breeze, occasionally emitting a cackling laugh. If one did not know, they would definitely think this group of mice was the work of this tree-person girl. But Suzuki was enraged. What the hell is going on with you? Your matchmaking partner is being attacked by monsters right now. He's about to die. You bastard, you are actually watching all this happen. So what? The tree-person girl sneered coldly, "You, as my matchmaking partner, are very unsatisfactory to me, I have the right to not care about you." Baka! Suzuki was almost driven crazy with anger. Just as he wanted to take action against this woman. At that moment, a mouse monster couldn't resist the temptation of flesh anymore and quickly darted past her feet. Ah! Suzuki panicked instantly and shouted in fear. Whoosh! Bang! The tree-person girl suddenly stretched out her tree-growth-covered arm and instantly crushed the mouse monster's head into a bloody mass. Juice splattered onto Suzuki's face, causing him to recoil in shock. At that moment, he finally calmed down a bit and realized. The woman before him was a D+ level powerhouse. Not. He burst into tears on the spot. And the citizens of the little country watching this scene felt even worse than if they had eaten poop. Baka Yaru. What on earth is going on? Why can't our little country rise up just once? On the other side at the same time. Unlike the chaos in the little country, the homeland of the ugly country was filled with a nauseating smell of blood. Several white people were fiercely fighting against the monsters. And in the live broadcast, there was almost a chorus of cheers. Good. Go, Johnson. I knew you could do it. That's right. Awesome. You actually got this whole set of equipment, killing that Lin Fan should be a piece of cake? If I really get to see that day, I swear I'll dance with joy on the spot. Chapter 74, Everyone is Suffering? That's amazing. The reason why the citizens of the ugly country were so excited. There was no other reason. It was simply because this white man named Johnson had obtained the attributes from a previous partner through sacrifice and successfully opened a treasure chest, gaining a set of super technology equipment. At this moment, in the live broadcast footage of the matchmaking game, everyone could see. The matchmaking participant Johnson was wearing shining mech armor, the badge on his chest glowed brightly in the sunlight, and he held an energy pulse gun. Many people were dumbfounded. They originally thought there were basically no such technological weapons in this matchmaking game. But Johnson not only made one, he made an entire set. This instantly elevated his status in everyone's eyes by more than just one level. At this moment, Johnson was arrogantly commanding the other match participants who came in with him. These lowly creatures are just stepping stones for our promotion. He cackled as he pulled the trigger, and the technological gun in his hands shot out beams of blue and white energy, instantly blowing a mutated spider that tried to approach the camp into pieces. Its viscous green blood splattered on the mech, sizzling with a corrosive sound, but in an instant, it turned into a puff of white mist and vanished. Johnson, you are amazing. Yeah, with you here, Lin Fan the pig will easily be stepped under our ugly country's feet. Conquering the world is just around the corner. Woohoo! His teammates cheered in agreement, as if they had already become the masters of the game. And logically, this set of equipment shouldn't give Johnson such a strong boost. The main reason was still because his matchmaking partner was a mechanical cyborg. Her silver metal body was covered with intricate circuits, and her red electronic eyes flickered with a chilling light. At this moment, she spread her arms, forming a semi-transparent energy shield, silently guarding the homeland, but her gaze couldn't hide her disdain for Johnson. Every time Johnson made arrogant remarks, she would gently shake her head, the metal joints making faint clicking sounds, seemingly mocking this foolish arrogance without a word. What a foolish human! I really want to see how long such a weak and arrogant human can live. Soon, Johnson's arrogance would pay the corresponding price. A giant centipede that had been lurking underground for a long time suddenly launched an attack. It was 3 stories high, with a shell-like black armor, hundreds of long legs moving rapidly on the ground, making a grinding noise that made teeth ache. What? There's still one? Don't be afraid, the big brother is here. That's right. As long as I'm here, it's fine. Johnson laughed as he shot. In his mind, no matter what kind of monster it was, it shouldn't last a few seconds in front of him. However, the following scene left Johnson dumbfounded. He saw the attack from the energy pulse gun only left shallow dents on its body. Instead, it enraged the giant beast. The centipede opened its massive jaws and sprayed corrosive poison, instantly devouring a same-sex partner, the screams echoing in the camp. Ah! Quick! Give me fire support! Johnson shouted in panic, his voice sharp and piercing through the mech's loudspeaker. But his subordinates had already been scared into fleeing, some even dropping their weapons and begging for mercy on their knees. Seeing this scene, Johnson was frantic and charged up again with another roar. But the huge centipede suddenly twitched its body and sent him flying backward. With a whoosh, the technological mech he wore was instantly destroyed. He had lost even his trump card. How could Johnson remain calm now? His gaze towards the centipede was filled with fear. No, no, no. Save me. Darling. Incompetent human, you truly disappoint me. The cyborg coldly glanced at Johnson, drew 2 energy blades from behind, and actively approached the giant centipede. In the fierce battle, the home was teetering amidst violent explosions, the alarms of the mechs ringing continuously, and Johnson was awkwardly hiding behind the damaged fortifications, constantly shouting, "Darling, don't accidentally harm my home. This could endanger my life." At this moment, his mech was damaged in many places, revealing the injured skin beneath, and his earlier arrogance had completely vanished. In the live stream, even people from other countries couldn't bear to watch. It's really disgusting that they let a woman go forward? Only caring about himself, doesn't he have any concern for his partner? Such a man is truly disgusting. Did you not say you could easily wipe out sea-level monsters? Isn't this monster only D-level? Can't you fight it? I'm dying of laughter, what a boomerang. Look at this group of alien scum, each one in danger. And look at the side of Lin Fan. They're soaring with joy. On the other side, in the live stream from the Great Cold Nation, one of the participants' homes was located in a desolate desert, and although there was a home shield, it was impossible to see what the environment outside was like, but scorching sand grains ravaged in the wild winds, as if they wanted to swallow everything. The blazing sun hung high, the thermometer showing a suffocating 60 degrees Celsius heat. Participant Jean Jisho had chapped lips, her skin sunburnt red, she could only pout and hide in a small wooden house, angrily cursing, "Damn it! What kind of garbage game is this? Where's the water source? Without a water source, how am I supposed to survive? Unchio. Think of a way." The other 3 participants also sat together, downcast. Each of them had cracked lips bleeding slightly, their throats emitting hoarse groans. They had been in this hellish place for a day and night, not even able to drink a single drop of water. Their skin was sunburnt red, sweat evaporating before it could even flow, and even their urine was pitifully scarce. At this moment, they were collectively cursing one person's partner. Their partner was an elf who wielded the power of water elements. She curled up in the corner, too afraid to speak. From the beginning, Jean Jisho had been domineering towards her, pouring all her anger onto the water elf. "Hey! Quickly conjure up some water for me! Damn it! You useless thing, you can't even produce a spit of water! What good are you? Damn it, damn it!" In the face of Jean Jisho's insults, the elf patiently explained countless times. If she wanted to use her powers, there were specific conditions, like needing to draw from the water elements in nature. She couldn't create things out of thin air. However, no matter how she explained, all she received in return were slaps from Jean Jisho and even more vulgar insults. Damn it! Damn it! Bitch! Whore! Chapter 75, The Country of Ugly People. Just a pure clown. And everything that Kim Jisoo did has already far exceeded the water spirit's tolerance limit. It wasn't satisfied with this person from the Great Han Nation from the very first meeting. And it was even more dissatisfied during the later matchmaking. Originally thinking that since they had already become matchmaking partners, they should somewhat yield. But, unexpectedly, this guy instead became more and more arrogant. Now, it has even started to humiliate itself. Why is this happening? A weak useless chicken that knows nothing, how dare it point fingers at itself? At this very moment, deep in the water spirit's heart, a strong flame of anger had already emerged. It coldly looked at Kim Jisoo. You want me to bring out the water, right? I have a way, but I need to ask you again, are you really sure? Damn it! I knew you had a way. Hurry! Quickly! Are you really going to just watch me die of thirst? Kim Jisoo heard this and did not sense anything wrong at all. Instead, she slapped again directly. Give it to me. Give me water. Bitch. Even the companions from the Great Han Nation beside her started hitting and kicking her. This completely ignited the water spirit's fury. The water spirit let out a cold laugh. In the next second, everyone felt the air around them gradually becoming humid. Their expressions suddenly became ecstatic, but soon after, before the happy feelings could last long, they were horrified to find that the wet feeling was not the water spirit creating pure water, but it was the explosion of all their blood vessels. The air was completely filled with a mist of blood and water. Of course, it felt humid. Seeing this scene, several matchmaking participants from the Great Han Nation were immediately stunned. I want water, I want water. What are you doing? Damn it! Did I give you face? What do you want to do? Tell me what you want to do. Are you crazy? Faced with everyone's terrified shouts of anger, the water spirit remained silent. It continued to unleash all of its power. Then came a series of popping sounds, one after another. The blood vessels of everyone exploded in an instant. Everyone's face still bore traces of terror. It was horrifying. When the citizens of the Great Han Nation saw this scene, they were completely numb. Why? Why is it? Why don't our matchmaking partners from the Great Han Nation obediently listen to us? A traitor. It must be a traitor sent by Lin Fan. That's right, there is absolutely no other possibility. This is truly something that despicable people from the Dragon Nation can do. Damn it! Damn it! Meanwhile, on the other side, a white man named Di Chiao was slowly walking out from a door. The people of the Dragon Nation were in disbelief upon seeing this. Wait, how could this guy appear in our Dragon Nation's livestream? Could it be that he came to visit again? Goodness, just look at this guy's sneaky eyes, it's clear he's not a good person. Who knows what bad things he's plotting in his heart right now? That's right. Lin God, you must pay attention to this. In contrast to the voices of the Dragon Nation's people, on the side of the Ugly Nation, the audience was almost all calling for Di Chiao to quickly launch a sneak attack and snatch Lin Fan's resources. Let the damn pigs from the Dragon Nation get no resources at all. Take it all. Take it all. Fuck, this Lin Fan pig doesn't deserve so many resources, why not share a little with us from the Ugly Nation? It's simply selfish. Did you notice? Fuck. My god. There's actually an unopened matchmaking door here for Lin Fan pig. Really? Big Chiao, hurry. Take away Lin Fan's marriage house. Take away his marriage rewards. Seeing this scene, everyone in the Ugly Nation got excited. F*******. F******. Who would have thought such good luck would come? The marriage door is not opening, what the hell is Lin Fan doing? Aren't you the one who loves stealing other people's partners? So what now? We in the Ugly Nation are also going to steal your partner now. Every time they thought of this, the citizens of the Ugly Nation couldn't help but get excited. So satisfying. This is an unprecedented satisfaction. Just imagining, after Big Chow's success, what a disgusting face the Dragon Country people would make is already hilarious. The Ugly Nation has endured for so long, it was time to give you Dragon Country folks a good lesson. The scene returns to the marriage screen. Although Big Chow couldn't hear the comments and didn't know what advice was given in the livestream, the white pigs of the Ugly Nation, in a sense, were indeed connected in spirit. The moment he saw the marriage door beside him, he immediately knew what he should do next. F*******. How lucky is this Lin Fan pig to have such a big fortress? Big Xiao looked enviously at the tall walls near Lin Fan's home. Thinking of Lin Fan's villa, farmland, a cow shed. Then thinking of his own small broken wooden house. This sense of disparity instantly turned into intense jealousy. No way. He cannot let the Dragon Country pig have such a good time. He must seize the opportunity to disgust Lin Fan pig properly. Take away the partner here. Big Xiao looked maliciously at the nearby marriage house, and he even started to fantasize in his heart, thinking about how Lin Chen would react when he planned to happily open the marriage door but found it had already been visited by him. What kind of expression would that reveal? I am really looking forward to it. Big Xiao rubbed his hands and stepped closer to the marriage door. Marriage partner, here I come. And seeing this scene in the Dragon Country livestream, everyone suddenly panicked. Stop. What the hell are you doing? This is our Lin God's marriage door. Disgusting. Too disgusting. Not only do we need to guard against monsters, but we also have to prevent these scum who might ambush at any time in our home. Ha 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 ha. So satisfying. This is the fate you Dragon Country pigs deserve. You are only about to grab the rewards of the marriage door. Why are you Dragon Country people in such a hurry? Isn't Dragon Country too stingy? It's just a marriage partner, right? Chapter 76, Marrying a Pig Demon? He still has to thank us. In the marriage game. Under everyone's gaze, Big Xiao's hand was about to fall on the doorknob. At that moment, a voice broke Big Xiao's fantasy. What are you doing? Big Xiao's hand froze half an inch from the doorknob, and in an instant, an overwhelming fear surged from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. Like a waterfall, cold sweat dripped from his pale face into his collar. The voice behind him was like ice, but it contained 3 parts nonchalance, 3 parts threat, and 3 parts murderous intent. Just those 4 words instantly made his neck hair stand on end. Oh friend, hello there. He slowly turned around, meeting Lin Fan's half-smiling eyes, which were like 2 deep pools, reflecting his terrified and twisted face, amplifying every subtle expression of fear. Big Xiao, what the hell are you up to? How could our noble citizens of the ugly nation show such an expression to Dragon Country pigs? First deceive Lin Fan pig. Get the marriage house and then turn against him. Mr. Lin Fan, greetings. I just happened to arrive at your territory. It's just a simple pass-by. Please don't mind, I'm an advocate of friendship between countries, not your enemy, okay? De Qiao forced himself to appear calm, revealing a pale smile, and slowly took a step back, but his back hit the cold metal doorframe, making a crisp sound of impact. He tried to squeeze out a friendlier, more harmless smile, but his lips twitched uncontrollably. I heard there are new building materials here, so I wanted to come visit. His words were illogical, the tone trembling, and without a doubt, these details exposed his inner turmoil. Lin Fan approached slowly with one hand in his pocket. Each footstep sounded like a thump on De Qiao's heart. Boom boom. Though De Qiao was arrogant, he knew. With Lin Fan's current strength, killing him would be as easy as eating and drinking. Strips of sunlight passed through the city wall behind him, casting a long, narrow shadow of Lin Fan on the ground, making him appear enormous, like a beast toying with its prey. Directly enveloping De Qiao in it. De Qiao trembled, completely becoming a lamb to be slaughtered in Lin Fan's hands. Visit? He suddenly placed a hand on De Qiao's shoulder, the touch light as a joke between friends, but it made De Qiao stiffen, as if wrapped by a poisonous snake. It's fine, I don't mind what you said. Don't you just want to enter this marriage door? De Qiao swallowed hard, his throat rolling violently, his cracked lips buzzing for a long time before he squeezed out a sentence. No, I didn't mean to imply I want to enter the marriage door. De Qiao didn't dare admit his actions at all. If he made Lin Fan unhappy, he could be smashed to pieces on the spot. I'm not stopping you from entering, but before that. Lin Fan sneered, I have a condition. As long as you confess all the dirty things you've done, every detail shared with everyone in the livestream, I will let you in this marriage house. For example, how you blocked Dragon Kingdom students in alleys and broke their legs? Or how you took people to smash Dragon Kingdom shops? He suddenly straightened up, the smile on his face growing wider, but the true meaning in Lin Fan's eyes remained hidden. After you say these, not only will I let you go, but I'll also ensure you can safely enter the marriage door. I definitely won't lay a hand on you, otherwise, wouldn't that be an embarrassment for us Dragon Kingdom people? Upon hearing this, De Qiao's expression was one of shock. How did he know about those things he did? But by the second half of Lin Fan's words, the feeling of joy again rushed into De Qiao's mind. What? He is actually willing to let him go, willing to let him enter this marriage house? Is he crazy? Just for that little bit of pride of you Dragon Kingdom people? Ridiculous. It's just too ridiculous. If it weren't for Lin Fan standing right in front of him, Deqiao would have almost laughed out loud. And at this moment, the live stream room was instantly in an uproar. What? This white-skinned pig actually did these things? Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Thank goodness for Lin Shan exposing it. I really want to see what underhanded deeds this group of ugly nation scum has done. The people of Dragon Kingdom were quietly waiting for Lin Fan's judgment. On the other side, the ugly nation side erupted. The official live stream server lagged due to the surge of angry comments in a short time. Slander. Our ugly nation's people could never do such things. Lin Fan is completely slandering. Forget it, fuck. We confessed. If I encountered a Dragon Kingdom person on the street, I'd do the same. Ha 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 ha. Dragon Kingdom scum must die. They got to vent their frustrations. But Deqiao. Finally, with a gloomy face, he condensed a long sort of spiritual energy and whispered, I want you to speak. This sentence directly broke through the last line of defense deep within Deqiao's heart. I am just following orders from above. Our ugly nation has always conveyed this idea. It's not my fault. Really not my fault. Deqiao screamed in despair, emotions completely out of control, veins thumping on his temples. Besides, we have long disliked those Dragon Country people showing off in school. Those studying abroad deserve it. Who told them not to give up their resources? And that shop owner dared to call ugly nation a bunch of robbers. Of course, I have to teach him a lesson. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, saliva flying everywhere, and by the end, he was almost hoarse, nails digging deep into his palm, blood dripping down between his fingers. The Dragon Country live broadcast room completely exploded. In front of the screen, an elderly man with gray hair trembled in anger, knocking over his teacup. Young esports enthusiasts angrily smashed their keyboards, the report button in the live room getting so hot it might explode. Even the usually calm old spectators had red eyes, the bullet comments starting to flood in demanding an apology from the ugly nation. But the viewers from Ugly Nation all laughed scornfully. What's the problem? Shouldn't you Dragon Country pigs be treated like this? Yes, you call us pigs, yet you want our noble ugly nation to treat you well? Exactly. You are truly a bunch of trash. How could this incident not have been exposed? What exactly did you all do to those victims? Lin God. Kill him. Chapter 77, National Vote, Punishment Descends. Enough, I am already satisfied that you can say these things. Lin Fan raised his hand to stop Deqiao's shouting. After getting the answer he wanted, he didn't say anything more and directly waved his hand. Since you were so honest, then go in. He stepped aside to give a safe distance, signaling for Deqiao to leave directly. However, in a place where no one could see, a trace of cold light flashed in Lin Fan's eyes. Since Deqiao indeed did these things, then his death is only natural. Thank you. Thank you. From now on, I will change. I will absolutely not bully the Dragon Country people anymore. Deqiao was stunned for a moment, then immediately filled with joy. He stumbled towards the matchmaking door using all four limbs, and just as his fingers touched the doorknob, he suddenly turned around with a grim smile. Lin Fan pig. You are truly too foolish, daring to let me go? The country built by Dragon Country pigs is truly a bunch of stupid pigs. Our ugly nation will forever be the strongest. He gripped the metal doorknob with all his strength, and after that, he pushed the door open forcefully. The live broadcast room exploded again. Ha ha ha. Your Dragon Country Lin Fan pig is really hopelessly stupid. He actually let Deqiao go? Stupid. 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 So stupid. Truly deserving of being a Dragon Country pig. Just wait. The matchmaking room given up by Lin Fan pig will definitely bring disaster to your Dragon Country. I'm dying of laughter. Dragon Country pigs really crack me up, ha ha ha. The people of Dragon Country were all dumbfounded. Why? 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 Why did Lin God let that trash go? Since he knows what that trash has done, why still let him go? Letting a tiger return to the mountain, this is letting a tiger return to the mountain. Everyone could not understand Lin Fan's intentions in doing this. And from Deqiao's perspective. After he suddenly pushed open the matchmaking room door, he immediately locked it behind him, his heart finally settling down. Shit. What bad luck. I can't believe I lost face in front of this group of Dragon Country pigs. But next, I will start to rise. Deqiao was extremely excited. But when he looked up, he was completely stunned in place. The scene behind the door made his pupils contract suddenly. The dim room was filled with a nauseating rotten smell. The sharp fangs and the filthy blood-covered pig monster were napping on a pile of rotten flesh, slowly turning its head upon hearing a noise. The crimson pig eyes glimmered in the shadows, thick saliva dripped from the corners of its mouth, eroding the ground into sizzling little holes. Marriage partner has been unlocked, please start the matchmaking. Marriage partner? Is this my marriage partner? Fuck. 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 No. This can't be happening. Dechao's expression twisted into a deep distortion, instinctively wanting to retreat, one hand reaching back but realizing that the door behind him had vanished without a trace. In the next second, accompanied by the pig monster's shrill scream, blood-red runes suddenly appeared on the cold wall, transforming into hundreds of chains, tightly binding him in place. No, no, no. Ah! Dechao's screams filled with despair and fear mixed with the dull sound of flesh tearing pierced through the door. In the live broadcast room, the audience in the ugly country saw glaring blood-red letters pop up on their screens. Participant Dechao has died. This crimson text stunned all the people of the ugly country at that moment. A pig monster? Why is it such a disgusting pig monster? Fuck. How could such a disgusting creature appear in the matchmaking door for Lin Fan's side? Why didn't Lin Fan enter this matchmaking door? Why did he let our ugly country people go in? Lin Fan, you are simply damnable. Meanwhile, the people of Long Country had completely let go. Great, great, so there's such a scene waiting for us? The trash from the ugly country is simply getting what they deserve. They deserved to die, they really did. They died perfectly. I can't believe it, these ugly country losers were just happy, now they are cursing again? Weren't their matchmaking participants begging Lin God to enter the matchmaking door just now? Weren't they grateful? How come they flipped so quickly? I don't get it, I can only say that the ugly country people have their own way of managing expressions. What are they talking about? They should be thanking us. Ha 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 ha. I really couldn't hold it back. Seeing this scene, Lin Fan revealed a sincere smile of satisfaction. Safe travels. If it were truly those who opposed discrimination against Long Country, Lin Fan might have given them some benefits. But for worthless trash like Dechao in front of him, sending him into the pig monster's matchmaking room should be the best plan. After all, if this matchmaking room wasn't dealt with, it would take 3 whole days to refresh into the next room. That would be a huge loss for Lin Fan. However, next up was the main event. Lin Fan smiled, pushing the door into another room. Immediately, a grand voice erupted. Unlocking national punishment. Current matchmaking participant can designate any country to randomly inflict a national punishment. Upon seeing this scene, the people of the ugly country, who had not yet recovered from their anger at Dechao being trapped in the pig monster's matchmaking room, instantly realized the severity. What is this? Why can Lin Fan Pig manipulate this national punishment? Cheating. 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 This must be cheating. Oh my. I don't even need to think this through, this Lin Fan Pig will definitely inflict this national punishment upon our ugly country. I can't take it anymore, I really can't take it anymore. I want to leave the ugly country. Please don't target us anymore. Can we kneel and apologize to Lin Fan? Don't let us face punishment again. Just like the ugly country, many other nations were panicking too. What little country, what great Han country, and so on. They all had thoroughly humiliated and bullied Long Country before. For their past actions, they certainly understood them all too well. At this moment, the most panicked ones are definitely this group of people. Baka. Baka. Lin Fan, this lord warns you to think carefully about what you are doing. Don't punish us, big cold country, please. We will really get angry. Chapter 78, Start Voting. On the screen of the Dragon Country live broadcast room, everyone stared in shock as a picture-in-picture project appeared. Please, citizens of Dragon Country, vote to decide which country will bear the national punishment of natural disasters. The mechanical voice of the system resonated like metal vibrations in every Dragon Country home stereo. After a moment of silence, the live broadcast room was instantly ignited by surging data. 70 billion ballots poured down like a torrential rain, smashing against the star-striped flag representing the ugly country. In just 10 seconds, that blue and white star flag was stained blood red, and the number of votes surpassed 100 billion, still skyrocketing at a rate of millions per second. Woohoo! Finally, we have waited for this day. Vote for the ugly country. We must repay the troubles caused by Dechao tenfold. Big cold country, don't think you can escape. The debt for stealing our Dragon Country's festivals and traditions has not been settled yet. Didn't the little country's devils always say our Dragon Country's resources were stolen? Let them taste the bitterness of resource depletion. Finally, we can deal with these damn things. The screen was filled with bullet comments mixed with the long-hidden grievances of everyone. The fingers of the Dragon Country audience frantically hammered the voting button. The real-time data in the upper right corner of the live broadcast room was jumping wildly. Aside from the ugly country, the votes for the 3-3 country also surpassed 1 million within 3 seconds. Big cold country and little country followed closely, and even the distant bear country, which once mocked the dragon country for only being able to farm, made the list. The countries that escaped the wrath of the dragon country people rejoiced. Fortunately, they had not provoked the dragon country people before. Otherwise, what would they do if they encountered something like this? Meanwhile, the global live broadcast room fell into unprecedented. Everything stolen from Dragon Country. Please, Dragon Country fathers, spare us. And on the side of the small country, things were even more exaggerated. At the famous Cherry Blossom Festival site, chaos erupted directly, with the people holding signs to resist the insult of Dragon Country and admit historical mistakes, shaking the live broadcast footage to the extreme. In the underground bunker of the ugly nation's White House, the wise king and his foolish subordinates stared at the real-time broadcast, and a coffee cup fell from his trembling hand, spilling the expensive coffee everywhere. But at this moment, they could no longer care about such things. Watching their votes increase, more and more. At this moment, no citizen of the ugly nation could sit still like a mountain anymore. We must stop them. The wise king screamed, his nails leaving deep scratches on the conference table. Activate all the online trolls. Hack into Dragon Country's voting system. However, the next second, all screens popped up with mocking windows. Dragon Country's quantum defense system has been upgraded, and your IP address has been exposed. Friends of the ugly nation, please don't do such bad things, listen to the people's arrangements. On the streets of Seoul, South Korea, in cooperation with the ugly nation's actions, many people held signs to resist Dragon Country's violence and rushed towards the Blue House. But upon seeing the live broadcast, they all fell silent. In the screen, the Grand Elders half-smiling, half-mean look swept over the Great Han Country's flag, and the live vote count was bouncing at an eerie frequency. With each jump, countless Great Han Country citizens felt their stomachs turn. A young person wearing a mask suddenly kneeled and cried, "I participated in beating Dragon Country's students in Busan last year." His voice was drowned out by the rising sounds of vomiting, and someone in the crowd shouted, "Ah, I see. I understand. This is retribution, it's retribution, ha 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 ha." In an instant, panic spread like a plague. In front of the Yasukuni shrine in the small country, right-wing extremists were performing traditional rituals, praying that their ancestors could protect the small country from this crisis. However, the next moment, they suddenly twitched collectively, because their phones were filled with countdown images sent by Dragon Country's netizens. Finally, the results of this vote reached the final chapter. The first-ranked country, about to face punishment. Without a doubt, it was the small country. 1,000 years of hatred cannot be forgotten. Upon seeing this, countless citizens of the small country fainted on the spot, their eyes going black, unconscious on the ground. But fainting could not escape the coming of disaster. Disaster strikes the small country. Monsters appear. Before the death toll of small country's citizens reaches 500,000, the disaster cannot be stopped. No. On the streets of Tokyo, a stray cat suddenly stood up, its body growing dozens of times taller, its pupils glowing with a ghostly blue light, indiscriminately biting pedestrians. The elites in Kyoto looked in horror as the milk in their coffee cups solidified into blood-red clumps. A bloodied hand suddenly shot out from the coffee cup. The most terrifying thing was that countless pigeons gathered in the parks, their feathers falling off and growing into scales, blocking the sky and pouncing on the crowd. Screams. Wails. A scene of hell unfolded in the small country. Chapter 79, An Excessive Day. Upon seeing this, many people from other countries felt fear. They no longer dared to stick their necks out. At least, they were now absolutely much more subdued. They no longer dared to recklessly jump in front of Dragon Country's citizens. Meanwhile, in Dragon Country's livestream, the cheers were deafening. Lin Fan is awesome. So satisfying, so satisfying. Watching the small country suffer, this is more satisfying than anything. What do you mean small country people? All the small country people are animals. Yes, exactly. Ha ha ha. And at this moment, in the matchmaking game, Lin Fan, although unaware of what was happening outside. But seeing the prompt end, he knew that the disaster should have already passed. As for who it affected, it didn't matter. The people of the Dragon Kingdom all had sharp eyes. They certainly knew what to do. This was not something Lin Fan should worry about. What needed worrying now? At the entrance of their home, several marriage candidates had already exchanged ambiguous glances, silently stating an obvious fact. The sky was getting dark. What should we do now? The live broadcast went dark. The next day, Lin Fan woke up early, and the information system refreshed. Information 1, the barrier will disappear tomorrow, and the hunter will appear. Attention, the hunter is very powerful, please be cautious. Information 2, today's doors all have deadly crises, except for room number 3, which contains a prize room. Information 3, Little Meow is about to get pregnant, please put in more effort, host. Information 4, please pay attention to the happiness value of the marriage candidates. When the happiness value is high, the chance of pregnancy will greatly increase. Tomorrow is the day the barrier will disappear. Lin Fan took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. Besides him, others probably didn't know about this, right? When the barrier is lifted, the first problem is the threat of death. What exactly is that, Hunter? Shaking his head, Lin Fan decided it was better not to think too much. Since he was already here, he would make peace with it. Thinking too much is not necessarily a good thing. After all, there were no exploration opportunities today, so it was better to stay at home and accompany everyone well. In the days leading up to the barrier breaking, there probably wouldn't be any monster attacks. Waking up early, Lin Fan found that they were still sound asleep, so he went to the kitchen. It seemed that he hadn't had such a peaceful and calm day in a long time. Every time he thought about it, Lin Fan sighed. He went into the chicken coop and skillfully took about 10 eggs. Turning around, he just happened to see Xiao Lu and Xiao Chao waking up. They had tiptoed over, thinking someone was stealing something. When they found it was Song Jian, their expressions were surprised. "Benefactor, why are you up so early?" "Ah, I'm free today, just thought I'd cook for you too." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lu and Xiao Cha quickly shook their heads, refusing Song Jian's kindness. No, we need to know our roles." Yes, we are already used to this kind of life. If we keep up with the benefactor's pace, we might not adapt." "That's fine too, you just need to pay attention to eating. If you're not full, not warm, or can't sleep well, you need to tell me immediately." Lin Fan said seriously, giving a greeting before returning to the kitchen. Xiao Lu and Xiao Cha, in the luxurious villa, stared blankly at Lin Fan's figure. Sigh. This was the first time a big figure cared about the lives of people like them. After returning to the kitchen, Lin Fan discovered a figure that had arrived in the kitchen even faster than himself. That person realized someone was behind and turned around cautiously. The two looked at each other. Both showed surprised expressions. Lucian? Lin Fan? Who could this person be? The ethereal fairy, only Lucian, had such an aura. "What are you doing in the kitchen? Hurry out, this place isn't suitable for you," Lin Fan said with a smile. Who would have thought that Lucian would actually come to the kitchen? But Lucian did not agree with this statement. She shook her head. "Since I am already your wife, I should learn many things that a wife should know, such as cooking." "Do you all have some obsession with cooking?" Lin Fan couldn't help but secretly complain. After all, so many marriage candidates. Basically, every single one wants to learn how to cook. Lin Fan didn't say it out loud, but he readily agreed. "Alright, if you want to learn, then learn. I can teach you. Today let's make fried egg noodles first, how about that?" Soon enough, Lin Fan skillfully cracked the egg into a bowl and whisked it, starting with a pot of seaweed egg drop soup. Then, his egg frying skills had Lucian gasping in admiration. "It looks so easy, let me give it a try," Lucian said eagerly. Lin Fan chuckled lightly and then handed the main position to Lucian. Once she took her turn, Lucian realized that frying the egg wasn't as simple as it seemed. Watching Lin Fan do it appeared effortless, but when it was her turn, she found it hard to even move. Lucian felt a bit embarrassed. But thinking of how Lin Fan was right behind her watching, she couldn't embarrass herself. Lucian braced herself and tried to imitate Lin Fan, cracking the egg against the side of the pan. With a loud crack. Oh no! Instead of cracking it gently, Lucian had squeezed too hard and crushed the egg instead. Egg liquid was all over her hands and the table. It's okay, everyone struggles with cooking at first. The journey of learning is long, as long as you have the heart, I'm already satisfied. Lin Fan spoke to comfort Lucian and took over the task from her hands. All right. Lucian looked very disappointed. She could only watch from the side. This made Lucian feel as if she was completely useless. Lucian, since it's like this, why don't you help me out? How can I help? Lin Fan's words quickly brightened Lucian's eyes. But then, her cheeks flushed red again. Help! So that's what he meant? Lucian said nothing, just tied her hair up. When they finally walked out of the kitchen, the other ladies had also woken up gradually. When they saw that breakfast was made by Lin Fan, everyone looked extremely surprised. Lin Fan, you're not going exploring today? Little Meow asked curiously. Lin Fan shook his head. Not today, I'll spend more time with you all. After we finish eating, I'll take you to play with some fun things. Really? Hearing this, all the ladies woke up completely, unable to contain their joyous cheers. Chapter 80, What? You can still get rewards like this? After finishing breakfast, everyone was incredibly excited. Lin Fan, Lin Fan. Let's set off. Go, let's go. Hoshino and Little Meow each linked arms with Lin Fan, while Elle was putting immense pressure on Lin Fan's brain with her mental waves. Alright, let's go. At that moment, Lin Fan really felt like he wasn't with marriage candidates, but like he was leading children around. Arriving at the position of gate 3, Lin Fan didn't hesitate and directly pushed the door open. In an instant, the scene changed. The scene that unfolded next made everyone's eyes light up. The originally dark corridor suddenly opened up into a dazzling arcade full of neon lights. Colorful lights dazzled the eyes, the electronic sounds from arcade machines, the mechanical sounds of claw machines, and the score prompts from basketball machines all mixed together, creating an extraordinary atmosphere. What is this place? Hoshino's eyes widened. Little Meow's 9 tails exploded with excitement, fluffy like fireworks, so many shiny things. She instantly fixed her gaze on the claw machine at the entrance, filled with plush cats in kimonos, glowing star-shaped pillows, and cool shark toys wearing sunglasses. Before Lin Fan could say anything, she was already on tiptoes, ready to smash the glass. Hey, no. Little Meow, don't do that. Lin Fan hurriedly called out to stop Little Meow's actions. After all, this wasn't a real arcade, but a level in the matchmaking game. They couldn't mess things up. Lin Fan quickly found a long set of side quest rules. Brought the game machines for the girls to see. After a while, they finally understood. If we go to different game machines, we can learn the rules of those games. Playing these machines can actually win rewards? Yay! I'm going to start now. Little Meow's tail waved the game coin back and forth, still aiming for the claw machine. AL was attracted by the fighting game in the arcade area. After reading the rules once, she shook the joystick left and right. This looks like a hellish gladiator arena. The controls don't seem too hard. Her fingertips gently touched the button, and the character on the screen immediately threw a punch, the sound effect making her ears ring. Lucian stood nearby, her cloud-like skirt shimmering with the colors of the game machine. She frowned slightly, seriously observing the changes in the health bar on the screen as if studying a new technique. You don't have to be so serious, just play casually, Lin Fan said. If you don't know how to play, I actually know a thing or two about these games. You know everything, Lucian said curiously. The looks in their eyes when they glanced at Lin Fan sparkled with curiosity. At this moment, Lin Fan noticed a golden sign at the entrance, with flashing letters that read, "Challenge the high score to unlock surprise rewards." Each time a record is broken, a random treasure chest can be obtained. Wow, isn't that just giving out rewards for free? Just looking at this rule, it's only these 2 sentences. There must be a lot of loopholes. If he starts playing the basketball machine and only scores 1 point, then he can get 2 rewards. On the second attempt, 2 points. He can still get rewards. And so on, isn't it just free rewards? Lin Fan was about to suggest it but saw everyone having so much fun and thought better of it. Come on, Lucian, I'll teach you how to play. At this moment, in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, everyone was completely dumbfounded by this scene. Dude, is this still a matchmaking game? What are we doing here? Wow, you really took the matchmaking game to the arcade, didn't you? Playing games can relax you, and you can directly get rewards. Isn't this clearly just giving resources to Linshin? Ha. Are we really getting rewards like this? Can we get more, please? As everyone saw how easily they could get abundant rewards from the dungeon, each of their mouths couldn't help but curl into a smile. It was genuinely thrilling. While other countries were toiling hard, their matchmaking participant, Linshin, had already started earning rewards this way. This is the difference. On the claw machine side, Little Meow chose the stuffed cat machine, her tail skillfully depositing the game coin into the slot. At the moment her claws came down, all 9 of her tails exerted force simultaneously, leaving 9 afterimages in the air, as if she was performing some mysterious technique. Woohoo! Ding! When the first stuffed cat dropped into the collection slot, a prompt for a reward also appeared. Reward, Enhanced Chicken Coop Blueprint. The enhanced version of the chicken coop can produce poultry with bonuses to their existence, including but not limited to spirit limit, lifespan limit, attribute limit, etc. I was the first to get a reward. She proudly shook her loot, looking at everyone with a smug expression. Awesome, Little Meow. Lin Fan cheered from afar. I will keep doing my best. Little Meow was extremely happy. She planned to grab a few more dolls and reward Lin Fan well. However, on her 3rd attempt, her claws suddenly froze in midair. Why isn't it moving? Little Meow stared blankly for a long time, noticing still no reaction, and angrily tapped the glass. What is this quality of the arcade? So low quality. I could have earned more rewards. Exactly, this should be made in our Dragon Kingdom. Little Meow, seeing no progress, disappointedly went over to Ael's side. At this moment, Ael, thinking that he had mastered this fighting game completely. When he saw Xiaomia coming over, he immediately invited her, "Dare to challenge me. I am now the strongest player in the world." When these two joyful enemies met, there was no chance for peace. Xiaomia jumped up, "I'm coming." Who would have thought? What Ayer said was indeed true. Her demonic instincts erupted in the fighting game, surprisingly showing effects beyond imagination. Watch my move. The character she controlled dodged all of Xiaomiao's attacks with strange movements, her fingertips tapping the buttons leaving afterimages. How is that possible? How did you dodge so cleanly? Long dodges, quick catches, you know that. I'm not convinced. This move is called trap counter, she exclaimed, and the character on the screen burst into pink light, instantly defeating the opponent. Oh no! Xiaomiao was defeated by Ayer for the first time, feeling wronged and looking for Lin Fan to comfort her. Meanwhile, Lucian was excitedly watching from the side, even using her spiritual power to simulate virtual buttons in the air, and with a light tap of her fingers, the character she controlled executed combos just like hers, leaving the livestream audience dumbfounded. Soon, when Ayer refreshed the scoreboard with a perfect victory record, the reward notification sound appeared. Reward: Succubus Battle Skirt, Permanent. An outfit that couldn't be displayed appeared before everyone. The faces of all the girls instantly turned red. Chapter 81, did the alien mixed breed also get a reward? She looked at the shimmering pink light on the screen, tugging at Lin Fan's sleeve with flushed ears. Do I really have to wear this kind of clothes? Why can't you wear it? Lin Fan said sternly, this outfit gives you a furious attack speed effect, it's good for you. This innocent succubus felt extremely shy after hearing this. Following Lin Fan's instructions, she tried it on in a secluded place for a while. It's really good. Really? Ayer felt like she had eaten honey, full of happiness upon hearing the compliment. The heart-shaped tip of her tail wrapped around Lin Fan's wrist, feeling very proud inside. Actually, what Lin Fan said was not without reason. After all, this battle outfit indeed has the attribute effect of increasing pregnancy chances. On the other side, Hoshino chose a kid-sized basketball machine since she was carrying a small life in her belly, and her movements couldn't be too intense. She held a small basketball in both hands, carefully tiptoeing to aim, and during her first shot, it went straight to the other end of the arcade copy, making Xiaomia laugh so hard she fell to the ground, gasping for breath. But she didn't get discouraged, slowly adjusting her posture while holding her waist, and with just the fifth ball, she scored a perfect swish. Wow! Xiaomiao's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Hoshino. That's amazing. Humph. Hoshino raised her chin proudly, very pleased with herself. Unbeknownst to her, it was actually Lucian quietly using her breeze technique beside her, helping the basketball trace a perfect arc in the air, taking most of the credit. And in the end, Hoshino scored 208 points, winning the first prize. Reward distribution. The next second, what appeared in Hoshino's hands was actually a box of Spirit Spring snacks that could possibly enhance a small level. In the corner, the vintage dance machine suddenly emitted a blue light, and a line of text appeared on the screen, 2-person co-op mode. Successfully challenge it to unlock hidden rewards. Upon seeing this, the ladies couldn't stay calm, all expressing their desire to team up with Lin Fan. First was Ayer. Lin Fan always stepped on her feet. Next was Xiaomia. This time it was her who often stepped on Lin Fan's feet. Then it was Hoshino. An even more awkward situation arose. Hoshino was completely the height of a child. When she reached out her hand, she could barely hold Lin Fan's hand, let alone coordinate while dancing. There was no way. Lin Fan could only raise an eyebrow at Lucian, who nodded with a gentle smile. Guoxiu gently brushed past the sensor, and the music instantly became ethereal and distant. The footsteps of the two began to move in sync, Lin Fan's modern dance steps and Lucian's mysterious movements blended together in a magical way. As the music reached its climax, Lucian's fingertips burst with energy, drawing an array of 8 trigrams on the ground. Their figures turned into illusions, stepping through the starry sky. The audience in the live broadcast room watched the harmonious scene of celestial beings dancing with mortals, unable to contain their admiration. Lucian is truly amazing, sigh. This is definitely a suitable partner for marriage. Upstairs, are you dreaming mad? Whether it's Xiaomiao, Xingyi, or Lucian, you won't get any of them, okay? Damn. I'm losing it. In the image. As the last beat dropped, the dance machine spewed out a shower of confetti, and in the center, a gold-trimmed treasure chest slowly rose. Just as he was about to step forward to open it. To his surprise, the treasure chest opened by itself. Immediately, a stream of light shot into his forehead. Reward received. Skill, Star Trek Step, can stack movement speed in battles, increasing up to 300%. Lucian received a shiny silver long sword, perfect for her current realm. Actually, this wasn't a treasure that Lucian would particularly like, but it was a treasure obtained together with Lin Fan. That was why she cherished it, unwilling to let go for a long while. As the points continued to accumulate, all the game machines began to vibrate frequently. Various rewards were being spat out. To the eyes of the foreign creatures, every single reward was an extremely precious treasure. But to Lin Fan, it felt like they were as cheap as bulk goods. Jealousy drove people mad. As for Lin Fan's final reward, it was a badge engraved with Game Master. Game Master, unique badge. Increases all dimensional attributes by 50 points. Damage to mechanical monsters increased by 50%, and the drop rate of technological products increased to 150%. The consumption reward for using technological products is reduced by 50%, with a chance of no consumption. What a good thing! Lin Fan's eyes lit up. The moment he put it on, all the movements of the game machines suddenly stopped eerily. Then, 3 seconds later, they suddenly resonated, creating mysterious melodies. A beam of light descended from above, condensing a small teleportation portal in the center of the arcade. Inside, rotating gears and glowing circuit boards could be faintly seen. Special channel opened, leading directly to the mechanical maze dungeon, time-limited access. You can enter within 24 hours for it to take effect. Upon seeing this, Lin Fan did not plan to enter immediately. Rather, he thought for a moment, planning to take the rewards obtained in this dungeon back to improve himself first. There was no rush to enter the dungeon. In fact, it wouldn't disappear within a day and night. At this moment in the live broadcast room, Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing were in high spirits. In this matchmaking game, Lin Fan's advantages are rolling like a snowball, constantly expanding. Just this round of gains is already equal to how much effort other countries have put in, right? Wang Bingbing laughed. Yes, Lin Fan's contribution to Long Country is something everyone can truly see. Lucian is awesome. Lucian is mighty. Wow, this wave of rewards really is substantial. The richest wave ever. Those garbage countries next door might still be suffering, haha. Baka. Who says our tiny country is still suffering? Our tiny country is really happy now. Understand? Seeing people from the tiny country jumping up again. According to these creatures' habits, they must have encountered some kind of lucky event, which is why they are so excited. Everyone hurried to the tiny country's live stream room, planning to see the situation clearly before saying. Bloodstains from giant rats still lingered in his fingernails, and the difficult murmurs of his teammate Tanaka echoed in his ears. Suzuki-san, can we really go home? Can we really survive? Suzuki remained silent, feeling hopeless after barely escaping from the monster's grasp. But what he didn't know was, the wheel of fate suddenly turned at that moment. When Suzuki cut through the blocking vines with his sickle for the third time, he discovered that among the 8 hidden doors, one door appeared particularly special. Discovery of Special Reward Door. Chapter 82, So That's How It Is. As the system notification sounded in a live broadcast of Little Ben Country, the audience was almost so excited they wanted to smash their screens to vent their joy. Ha ha ha. Special reward. Special reward. Dragon Country pigs, come over and look properly. Our Little Ben Country has received a special reward door. You Dragon Country pigs can just stay over there and envy us. Little Ben Empire is invincible. Baka. Hurry up and open it, Suzuki-kun. You are the most hopeful among the 10 marriage participants. Ha? Is it really coming out? In the live broadcast, Suzuki tried to suppress his excitement, trembling as he touched the cherry blossom patterns on the door, suddenly recalling the legend of Amaterasu's trials that his grandfather used to tell. It's this pattern. Could it be that this special reward door is specially prepared for our Little Ben Country? Without our Little Ben Country, this special reward door wouldn't appear, right? Ha 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 ha. At the end, Suzuki couldn't hold back the corners of his mouth anymore. He burst into laughter on the spot. Tanaka, also a marriage participant, showed not an ounce of interest. For him, living on had already lost all hope. But over on Suzuki's side, the spirit of struggle was reignited. He pushed the special reward door open. Inside, golden light rushed out, and 4 floating light cocoons were arranged in the center, each labeled with different gifts. Sea-level strength infusion. Hero's sword, Naramesa, can absolutely kill monsters below its own level. 3 volumes of basic magic books, Fireball, Healing, Earth Wall. Orc race favorability plus 100 points, for females only. Rewards. It really was a reward. And it was for extremely precious rewards. This is Amaterasu's grace. Suzuki knelt down, his forehead smashing against the stone slab, leaving a bloodstain, almost laughing maniacally with excitement. His teammate Tanaka, not knowing when he had awakened, met Suzuki's gaze, both their eyes igniting with crazy greed. Suzuki-kun. You are going to be the hero of our little Ben country. Get it, get it. Ah. When Suzuki grasped the hero's sword, everyone in the live broadcast saw it. His skin tightened at a visible speed, his originally skinny body surprisingly bulking up muscle second by second. His hunchback straightened, and his murky eyes shone with a sharp golden light. His eyes reignited with spirit. This was the intuitive change brought by the level up. At this moment, Suzuki felt as if he held the power to destroy the world. Awesome! K-Mao chicken. Now, Suzuki's power was strong. It caused the citizens of Little Ben country in the broadcast room to cheer once again. Ha 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 ha. Well done. Great job, Suzuki. Sea-level strength, with a bit more effort, you won't fall short of your Dragon Country pig Lin Fan. Using your Dragon Country's words, isn't this called fate turns? No, no. This is called the heavenly way has a good cycle. Dragon Country pigs will have their day of being killed by us sooner or later. That's right. As long as your Lin Fan pig takes one wrong step, your Dragon Country will be done for. After all, your Dragon Country has no ability to inherit the last marriage participant's abilities. Countless citizens of the small country had already started to feel hopeless. But after seeing Suzuki like this, their silent hearts were once again ignited with the blazing light of hope. And in the live broadcast, Suzuki and Tanaka rallied and focused their attention on the last opportunity to open the door that Tanaka still had. Boom! The door opened, and the environment changed. It was a dangerous environmental dungeon door. But so what? If it were the Suzuki from before, they might have been scared. But now, Suzuki's level had reached a terrifying sea level, and he had received many ability rewards. What's there to fear from an environmental dungeon door now? Holding Muramasa, Suzuki stepped into the environmental room, where monkey monsters in the rainforest were still playing on the trees. Upon spotting Suzuki, they immediately pounced. Suzuki-kun, it's up to you. Tanaka frowned and retreated behind Suzuki. Leave it to me. Ignore. Suzuki's momentum erupted instantly. The sword swung, and golden sword energy tore through 3 layers of tree canopy. The 2-meter diameter monkey leader didn't even have time to scream before being split in two. This scene once again made the citizens of the small country watching this erupt in excitement, cheering non-stop. And the monsters didn't expect that Suzuki's strength had reached such a terrifying level. Driven by survival instincts, they desperately wanted to flee from this guy. However, with the abilities Suzuki now possessed, how could he choose to let go of venting his long-held anger? Die, 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 all of you die. Baka! Suzuki raised the magic book, chanting a spell, and fireballs shot out from his fingertips, accurately setting the monster nest on fire. The cries of the young beasts in the smoke were drowned out by his maniacal laughter. Look! This is the power of the Chosen One. Suzuki stepped on the monkey leader's head, and the Muramasa sword tip lifted the Beastman tribe's totem hanging from the treetop. Suzuki-kun is so powerful. When they ventured deeper into the rainforest, they discovered a Beastman girl by the river washing clothes. She had reddish-brown beast ears and a fluffy tail, with a bone ornament around her neck symbolizing the daughter of the tribe leader. Suzuki's eyes flashed with a lecherous light, and the tip of the hero's sword lifted her chin. According to the game rules, everything of the defeated belongs to the victor. You, from now on, will be mine. However, when the camera focused on the face of this Beastman tribe's chief's daughter, the citizens of the small country were shocked. They saw that while the girl's skin was fair and her figure slender, her face was a complete monkey face. Thick, coarse hair. Forget about her being a marriage partner, just looking at her would make you feel disgusted. So what, if you turn off the lights, you can't see it anyway. This is the spoils. It should be taken. Right. Beast women are still women. It's all the same. Suzuki-kun, you're doing great. In the live broadcast, you are you. The girl struggled to chant a beast language spell but was sealed by Tanaka's earthwall technique on the rock, her limbs restrained, unable to move. Then, Suzuki and Tanaka exchanged a glance. They covered the beast girl's head and then, in the live broadcast, the system prompt sounded again. Captured special NPC. Beastman tribe leader's daughter, Leah, can be turned into a marriage partner. Chapter 83, Barrier removed, initial start extracted. 3 minutes later, the live broadcast resumed. Suzuki and Tanaka both looked satisfied as they kicked their pants. The filter in the live broadcast made Suzuki's face look bronzed, with a bonfire rising behind him. On the wooden frame, monkey meat was roasting, seemingly preparing for a hearty feast. On the other side, Tanaka was braiding the Beastman girl's hair into a rope, saying in an extremely perverse manner, "With this, you'll be our woman for life, Suzuki-kun and mine." Leah's tail was brutally tied to a tree trunk, and the bloodstains on her beast ears thrilled the small country's audience. Let her bear 10 warriors. That's right. All women are just tools of our little country. To be favored by the heroes of our little country is your luck. Dragon country pigs. Look how fast our country's mates are developing. Your Lin Fan pig is nothing compared to this. Hee, just wait and see. Why don't you first take a look at how Lin Shan gets his rewards? Next, the citizens of the Dragon Country showed the live replay of Lin Fan constantly gaining rewards in the arcade dungeon to the citizens of the little country. The more they watched, the uglier their expressions became. Dragon country pigs. You bunch of cheating dogs. Do you really need to cheat for this? When did the matchmaking game even have an arcade? And so many rewards? Baka. Baka. I must report you. I want to report you, Dragon Country. You are just a bunch of cheating dogs. Dragon Country pigs, you tell me, do you find it funny to get rewards like this? What's funny about it? Isn't this what we should receive? If you can point out where we cheated, then you're something. Dragon Country bribed the organizers of the matchmaking game. Not only in the little country. Regardless of any country. Upon seeing how in the Dragon Country you can play games and receive rewards while lying down in the matchmaking game, nearly no one could hold their emotions. You must understand. To get a small reward, they might need the lives of several matchmaking participants to exchange for it. Even the luckiest side of the little country wasn't that great. Even if the rewards were obtained without damage, they could never compare to how comfortably the Dragon Country received their rewards. When compared like this, their emotions instantly fell to rock bottom. The main reason being that seeing how well the Dragon Country was doing, it was so much worse than killing them. Meanwhile, on the live broadcast side of the little country, Leah finally awakened. Upon seeing the two using their fellow tribe's bodies for food, Leah's inner defenses completely collapsed. While the two had not noticed her recognition. She bit her tongue, drawing blood, and cursed the invaders in beast language, with her tail tip dripping blood onto the ground, which surprisingly bloomed into a bizarre black mandrake flower. In an extremely distant place, the orc chief suddenly clutched his chest. The crystal ball on the altar reflected the scene of his daughter being humiliated, and his expression instantly became extremely fierce, as he tightly grasped the crystal ball, as if he wanted to pass through the crystal ball to save his daughter. But he was helpless. Old tears fell. He dug out his heart, using his last ounce of strength to cast a curse. Ancient war drums began to thunder in the depths of the rainforest. Meanwhile, those in celebration, like Suzuki and others, completely didn't notice that the surrounding vines were quietly retracting, and from the rustling of leaves, the faint sound of metal clashing was heard. The first day of the little country ruling the matchmaking game. Wait. Did you all notice that there seems to be some strange noises behind Suzuki and the others? I didn't notice. Wait, why is Leah dead? They discovered. Leah's mouth was gushing blood, which couldn't be stopped. And that blood seemed to be guided, converging towards the mandrake flower blooming on the ground. The blood fell on the petals, and was completely absorbed clean. And the petals became even more vibrant. On the other side of the matchmaking game, Lin Fan returned to his homeland with a large harvest. After a simple count, this time's harvest was over a dozen usable items. Just in terms of homeland facilities, there were 5 blueprints. They were the B+ level breeding trap. Once set up, it would not harm friendly members, but could directly annihilate all sea-level creatures when facing invaders. And traps can have invisibility functions. The initial trap's only number 10. But if one can continuously kill creatures, it can produce an effect of endless reproduction. The second item is the Fire Rain Magic Circle. When arranged around the home, if enemies are detected, meteor fire rain can fall. The third item is a broken version of the Immortal Spirit Array. Although it's just a broken version, its durability reaches a terrifying 100,000 points. Its function is to firmly protect the home. Even if a B-grade powerhouse attacks with full force, it would still take half an hour to completely shatter it. This way, the safety of the home is protected extremely well. And the fourth item, the Divine Bookhouse. After being set up, this bookhouse can produce all books below B+ level. From spiritual laws, magic spells, to breeding techniques for sows, and postpartum care for sows. In this bookhouse, one can find the original books. The fifth item is the real highlight. Immortal Puppet. When a large amount of spiritual energy is infused, one can randomly summon a deity to command. The amount of spiritual energy infused relates to the power and duration of the deity. As it stands, adding the abilities of myself and God Lu only allows us to maintain it for 10 seconds. But this is still incredibly amazing. After all, it is a deity. This way, the safety factor of the home has increased many times over. If fierce monsters attack the city, they will have it much easier and feel a lot less pressure. Other rewards mostly affect their marriage partners. They have no effect on Lin Fan. However, there are some blueprints, like magical chicken coops, wonderful rice fields, and so on. After enhancement, food can become something with certain bonus effects. The rest are treasures that can directly increase one's attributes. Lin Fan, you should use these. Everyone advised Lin Fan this way. In their eyes, Lin Fan is the backbone. Only when Lin Fan's strength continues to grow can this home continue to exist. Even if God Lu is very strong, he cannot always be with Lin Fan. What if something happens? If Lin Fan encounters a problem, they won't even have a place to cry. Chapter 84, ready, and start exploring. Alright. Then I will take care of it. Right now, there are plenty of treasures that can directly increase personal attributes and battle power. I am currently at C level. If I take these, at least I will rise to C+ level. Without further ado, Lin Fan immediately devoured everything. In an instant, the corresponding reactions occurred. Boom, 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 boom. It felt like a stream of heat was constantly surging through his body, like a giant dragon of vital energy, leaving a wave of warm sensations wherever it passed, nourishing every part of Lin Fan's body. At this moment, the attribute panel underwent earth-shaking changes. Name, Lin Fan. Level, C+ level. Combat power, 16,000. Physique, 129. Agility, 150. Spirit, 230. Normal 3-dimensional attributes are 10. Combat rating, just entering another world, possessing the power of spiritual energy, and already a little expert in an unknown world. Skills, top-level cultivating talent, passive. True sight. Celestial sword rain. Palm thunder. Spiritual energy strangulation. Starry track steps. Profound method guardian body. Wind language power. Talent, holy power, increases damage by 50% against evil-type monsters. Unique item, Game Master Badge, increases damage to mechanical-type monsters by 50%, and increases the acquisition rate of technological products to 150%. When using technological products, consumption rewards are 50%, with a chance of no consumption. Strength has truly made a significant leap. With this kind of strength, Lin Fan's confidence has increased many times again. Now, I just need to quietly wait for the arrival of the next day. When the hour hand reached the corresponding position at 12 o'clock, the system's prompt sounded. Phase 3 begins. Everyone can draw random abilities. The random ability available for you to draw is Infinite Energy. Infinite Energy, possessing endless spiritual power, and casting spells with no delay, no cooldown, and no side effects. But Lin Fan couldn't hold back the corners of his mouth any longer. He really couldn't hold it back. Goodness. What kind of hand does he have? How dare he give himself such an ability? Isn't that setting himself up to be invincible? Just think about it, an infinite skill artillery mage. Who could withstand that? He hurried to the study room to learn a few more mystical skills. Learning all the skills he could would raise his strength to another level. By the way, he almost forgot to check the intelligence system. Information 1, B-rank hunter will arrive at midnight. Killing it can unlock a lucky encounter. Information 2, the mechanical maze dungeon contains many home materials, which are rare. Information 3, the zombie lady is about to wake up, but she needs a certain amount of blood energy to fully restore her strength. Information 4, the third door contains one of the 9 live spirit orbs, which can rapidly increase Cat Meow's power. Blood energy, huh? Thinking of this, Lin Fan spent 2 hours learning some mystical methods and then rushed directly to the zombie lady's room. In that coffin, zombie lady Xiaoqing was still quietly lying there. However, the chill in the air might be because Xiaoqing was about to wake up. It had actually diminished a lot. Lin Fan picked up Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing, can you hear what I'm saying? Xiaoqing had no expression, her eyes tightly closed. I'll assume you can hear me. To restore your strength, I will give you a certain amount of blood energy, you won't mind, right? Xiaoqing still didn't speak. Lin Fan didn't bother to say more. At this moment in the livestream room, the people of Dragon Country were all excited. Lin Fan is simply the chosen one. To draw a bug-level ability like Infinite Energy, from now on, casting skills will be as simple as breathing. Who can withstand that? 1 apocalyptic move per second? Just thinking about it feels so good. Lin God is awesome. Damn. Lin God, I love you so much. Little Saw was also pounding the table, excitedly watching the livestream. No cooldown, no consumption. This means Lin Fan can blast his ultimate move constantly, definitely a walking cannon. His combat power is more than just doubled? If Lin Fan encounters evil monsters or technological monsters, the damage will double. This ability is truly like adding wings to a tiger. Wang Bingbing nodded along, her beautiful eyes sparkling. Moreover, his current mental power has broken through 230. Just one mystical method's power is incredibly impressive. When the number increases, it's even more unimaginable. Having Lin Fan enter the matchmaking game is simply the lifetime luck of every person in Dragon Country. Because of Lin Fan, the status of Dragon Country could rise. Because of Lin Fan, the people of Dragon Country could live without worry about food sources anymore. They no longer had to worry about everyone's physical condition. However, at that moment, a live stream from a minor country suddenly popped up to stir things up. Baka! I thought it was something good, but it turns out to be this trash work. You bunch of Dragon Country pigs have really never eaten good grain. Hee. Wait, what exactly are you minor country folks doing here? Hurry up and roll out, what are you still waiting for? Baka! How dare you speak to the great master like that? Dragon Country pigs, don't be arrogant. Why not see what abilities our Suzuki-kun has obtained? Alright. The people of Dragon Country just wouldn't believe in evil. They clicked into the minor country's livestream room to see what that Suzuki had actually obtained. They actually started jumping and shouting here again. In the scene, the guy named Suzuki has a head of pale white hair, holding a beast girl with blank eyes, her chest covered in strange black patterns. This is obviously the curse given to him by the beast tribe leader. Logically speaking, Suzuki shouldn't have lived this long. But unfortunately, his ability miraculously allowed him to live again. Suzuki still felt a bit scared, cursing and saying, Baka. Luckily, the random ability I drew was Divine Punishment Seal. All supernatural powers are ineffective before me. If it weren't for this ability, Suzuki would have been dead and gone somewhere long ago. But after the fear, pride rose in his heart. Lin Fan's existence is always a thorn in his heart. And now, his ability, without a doubt, can completely restrain Lin Fan. Once the Divine Punishment Seal is cast, what use does Lin Fan still have? Ugh hi. Chapter 85, Mechanical Maze Dungeon. Lin Fan. Come out and see me. If you dare, come before me. Lin Fan. Dare to touch me with a finger? I will turn you into waste in minutes. I will take all your women. These words instantly ignited the blood of the strange races. Yes. Exactly. It's all about targeting the Dragon Country's Lin Fan pig. A Lin Fan pig, how can he have so many beautiful partners? Does that pig Lin Fan deserve them? Ha. The Dragon Country's Lin Fan only relies on spiritual energy to survive, and now he's completely restrained. I heard he's a mage? Without skills, he's just a soft shell. 2 quick strikes from Suzuki will send him to hell. I can't wait to see Lin Fan get beaten up. The Dragon Country has boasted for so long, I'm really looking forward to it. After the myth of the Dragon Country is cut down by Suzuki, can they still say a word? After seeing Suzuki's abilities, it must be said. The people of the Dragon Country were panicking. It's over. Lin Fan's skills are all driven by spiritual energy. If this ability fails, how can he fight? Our small country has surely cheated. How did we draw such a targeted ability? Don't panic. Lin Fan will definitely have a way to deal with it. How to deal with it? If supernatural powers are banned, but he doesn't change, what kind of bug ability is that? Can't it be controlled? In the live broadcast, Lin Fan had no idea about the changes outside. At this moment, he stood at the entrance of the mechanical maze dungeon, spiritual energy swirling around him, ready to enter. At some point, Little Meow had come over too. Lin Fan, let me accompany you this time. Of course. Lin Fan smiled softly. Then, he looked at the dungeon in front of him. Let's go. As he finished speaking, he stepped into the teleportation portal. The next second, the scene inside the mechanical maze shocked everyone. A cyberpunk city appeared before their eyes. Neon lights illuminated the streets. Countless gears spun rapidly in the air, metallic luster flashing, and in the distance came the roaring sound of steam explosions. Lin Fan's eyes brightened, raising his hand for a palm lightning. Boom! The lightning wrapped around shattered gears exploded, revealing a chilling metallic aura. With a clang, it fell to the ground. Material, reinforced titanium alloy. This is... Wang Bingbing's eyes widened. Hey? Can we actually obtain materials from this mechanical dungeon? Little Saw was first stunned, then suddenly slapped his thigh. Wonderful. Lin Fan is going to make a dungeon come alive. If we can use these materials to build more defensive facilities, then who cares about rules and loopholes? I'll just switch to a new energy system to play with you. Saying this last part, seeing Lin Fan fighting against Suzuki gave Little Saw a surge of hope, and he even let out a curse. Meanwhile, within the small country's camp, Suzuki's expression became increasingly grim. The black patterns on his chest suddenly started to wriggle. In just a moment, it had already spread to his neck. Each breath felt like it was tearing at his bones, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. Baka! Why? Haven't I already suppressed the curse with my ability? Suzuki roared in confusion and anger. Cough, 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 cough. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly started coughing violently, blood trickling down from the corner of his mouth, his eyes instantly filled with terror. It turned out that on his attribute panel, a line of blood-red countdown was flashing. Remaining lifespan, 2400 hours 02 and 15 seconds. And the orc girl, Livia, in his arms, her gaze gradually becoming clearer, the corner of her mouth curling up in a mocking smile. You will die, I swear it on my soul. She whispered softly, her beast ears twitching lightly. After you die, I will turn your bones into a totem, so that all humans will know how ugly it is to offend the laws of nature. In the live broadcast room, the citizens of Long Nation finally reacted. Damn! Is that little country's ability traded for lifespan? Suzuki is already running on fumes and still acting tough. I'm dying of laughter. Lin Fan doesn't need to be afraid of him, he can drag him to death. Yeah, but let's not forget, how could he be so lucky to find Lin Fan, the Great One? Ha, this Suzuki is quite a character. Can the people from that little country still scream now? Sure enough. The expressions of all the citizens from that little country, at this moment, looked as bad as if they had eaten shit. In the matchmaking game. At this moment, deep in the mechanical labyrinth, Lin Fan was holding a gear glowing with blue light. Heart of machinery, can merge spiritual energy with technological energy, enhancing skill destructiveness. Note, unique item, can only be obtained by those possessing the Game Master badge. There's actually such a thing? He smirked, casually crushing the gear, immense energy instantly surging into his limbs and bones. Upon checking his attribute panel, his combat power had already broken through the 20,000 barrier. Great, great, great! Lin Fan was very satisfied. In this mechanical labyrinth, treasures were truly everywhere. Lin Fan's fingertips brushed against the luminous heart of machinery, the cool metal and swirling energy intersecting in his palm, trembling as if it were alive. So refreshing. At that moment, Lin Fan felt the ground suddenly resonate with an inexplicable tremor. Just as he was preparing to delve deeper into the secrets of the mechanical labyrinth, a piercing alarm shattered the air, sharp enough to pierce eardrums. In an instant, all the neon tubes in the labyrinth exploded. Countless tiny glass shards and sparking flames erupted, setting the entire dark and deep city ablaze with light. The alley where Lin Fan found himself was instantly shrouded in blinding red light. From the walls came the mad clattering of gears, and countless mechanical monster entities poured out from vents and cracks in the tiles. Like a tide, they rolled in. Those monsters resembling giant spiders, with 8 mechanical legs shooting steam from their joints, their claws glinting coldly, leaving charred marks on the ground. On both sides of the alley, humanoid mech monsters raised energy weapons, their cold electronic eyes locking onto Lin Fan as the air began to fill with a pungent smell of machine oil. Mechanical monster. Level, C. Combat power, 4000. Evaluation, a multifunctional war machine, its power must not be underestimated. If it were before, these monsters might have caused Lin Fan some trouble. But now, what was this to him? He would just clear them all out. This group of seemingly terrifying monsters appeared in Lin Fan's eyes like fragile little babies with high experience, nothing more. Just in time. Lin Fan shouted, his surrounding spiritual energy erupted like boiling lava, intertwining wildly with the technological energy he had just merged, forming a layer of dazzling shield around his body that flowed with radiant light. Chapter 86, All Clean Through. The citizens of the small country came knocking on the door. He moved as fast as lightning, leaving a deep footprint on the ground, rushing toward the nearest mechanical spider. The palm thunder gathered in his palm as he raised his hand, this time mixed with fine technological currents, like a web wrapping around the palm thunder. Boom! The explosive shockwave blew away the surrounding debris, shattering the outer shell of the mechanical spider, while the silver power core tumbled to the ground, its surface still flickering with unstable electric currents. Amidst the shattered limbs and debris, Little Meow joyfully discovered that every mechanical monster destroyed would burst forth a piece of mechanical core. This could provide immense continuous power for the defense facilities in their home. Good job, Little Meow. You go pick up more of these things. Lin Fan was greatly encouraged. As the battle continued, Lin Fan grew bolder, instantly demolishing large groups of mechanical monsters with each attack. Buzzing. Suddenly, a strange soundwave signal echoed throughout the city. Lin Fan keenly sensed that something was not quite right with this soundwave. In an instant, the monsters suddenly changed their action mode, as if they had received some higher command, starting to organize an attack against him. A group of humanoid mech monsters quickly formed a diamond formation, with the front mech raising an energy shield, while the ones behind continuously fired energy beams. The beams intertwined in the air, forming an impenetrable web of light, blocking all of Lin Fan's escape routes. Organized and disciplined, it was clear that a puppet master was controlling the current situation. But no matter how much he struggled, it was of no use. For Lin Fan's power had completely crushed this group of monsters. Could an elephant possibly be killed by a group of tiny ants? Break apart. He quickly formed seals with both hands, chanting words, with aura spinning wildly beneath his feet, forming a huge vortex. The powerful airflow swept the technological energy, like a raging dragon, lifting all the monsters around, and the energy beams were torn apart. Countless monsters were sent flying into the sky, exploding into brilliant sparks. Countless mechanical cores descended slowly from the sky, with Little Meow cheering and picking them into its little pockets one by one. Lin Fan smiled and said, "Little Meow, do you know what you look like right now?" What do I look like? Little Meow raised its head, confused. Like a garbage picker. Lin Fan. Just as Lin Fan finished clearing the monsters in front of him and adjusted himself with a light breath, the ground shook violently again. This tremor was stronger than the previous one. The buildings around him began to sway visibly. Cracks spread from all directions, and in the distance, a harsh metallic scraping noise echoed. As various anomalies occurred, a gigantic figure slowly stepped out of the shadows. This mechanical city lord stood 3 stories high, fully covered in thick alloy armor, with complex patterns and protruding spikes all over, and its red laser eyes scanned Lin Fan continuously, while a huge energy battle axe in its hand kept accumulating purple energy, warping the air due to this energy. Mechanical Lord. Level, C+. Combat power, 9000. It coldly surveyed Lin Fan. "Human, you dared to trespass into my territory, your life will end here." "Just a measly 9000 combat power, I thought you would be tougher." Lin Fan sighed and shook his head. This guy looked quite formidable, yet its combat power was so weak? Then it seemed it wasn't that great after all. It must be just a big chunk of mechanical core to be used for home facilities. Shaking his head, Lin Fan trembled in his hand. A longsword formed instantly from the fusion of aura and technological energy. Leaping into the air, the longsword shone brilliantly, drawing a gorgeous arc as it stabbed toward the mechanical lord's head. But the mechanical lord reacted extremely quickly. Immediately, the huge battle axe swept out, bringing a wave of strong wind. Lin Fan's longsword collided with the battle axe, erupting dazzling light and an ear-splitting roar, powerful shockwaves radiating outward from the point of impact, causing surrounding buildings to collapse and dust to billow up high. However, under Lin Fan's terrifying strength of 20,000 battle power, even the mechanical lord could not grit his teeth to hold on. He could only watch helplessly as Lin Fan's vast spiritual power engulfed his entire body. Buzzing. No. ZZZT. The mechanical lord let out his final roar, but it could not stop the change of fate, turning into a mechanical core and falling to the ground. Mechanical core, enhanced. Possessing even more powerful energy. Just as Lin Fan was about to collect it, the surface of the mechanical core suddenly became extremely hot, causing Lin Fan to give a startled cry and throw it away. With a loud bang, the energy core that originally belonged to the mechanical lord exploded, the powerful impact reducing the mechanical lord to a pile of scrap metal, parts scattered everywhere. However, after the smoke from the explosion cleared away, a humanoid figure appeared amidst the smoke. Intelligent mechanical combat puppet, unrecognized master. Level, B. Battle power, 17,000. Evaluation, as a combat puppet specifically designed for war, it can function both as a puppet and as an energy core. Once the owner's information is recorded, it will obey unconditionally and will never betray. Lin Fan, what is this? Little Meow curiously examined the robot clad in black metal armor before her. On its chest, there was a green screen. Lin Fan tried to input his information into it. The next second, the robot began to move directly. Its eyes glowing mechanical red, it looked at Lin Fan. "Master, my codename is 001, please tell me your needs and commands at any time." Lin Fan raised his eyebrows proudly at Little Meow. "Wow. With this robot, can you imagine the extra time we can save for gaming in the room tonight?" Wait, no, wait, huh? Lin Fan? The live streaming audience? No, we're still watching. Okay, now we are part of your play, right? Mom, I want to go home. The people here are too bad. I'm just a child, I don't understand what they are saying. Can someone explain it to me? Kids, don't ask random questions. Meanwhile, on the other side, the matchmaking participant from Little Ben Country, Suzuki. actually arrived right outside Lin Fan's home. Chapter 87, Prohibition of Supernatural Powers? Zombie Girl's Embodiment. Around the home. A black spatial crack twisted and spun, a deep vortex continuously rotating, finally slowly spitting out a figure. Baka. Suzuki stumbled out from the crack. And he saw, behind the familiar buildings, a smile shot up on his face. I'm here. I actually made it here. Ah ha 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 ha. Suzuki laughed madly. At the final edge of his life, he had no thoughts of anything else. What he had was simply pure killing intent toward Lin Fan. He originally thought he would never have this chance again in his life. But unexpectedly, after casually opening a door, he truly found himself in Lin Fan's home. Suzuki slowly stood up straight. His black robe was stained with dark red blood, the protruding black patterns in the fabric wriggling like living creatures, winding from his chest all the way to half his face, dyeing his right eye a strange dark color. Fingers deeply dug into the palm. Greedily scanned the luxurious home facilities before him. Another villa. Another city wall. And various kinds of defense facilities. Comparing this to his life about to end, the fire of jealousy burned fiercely once again in Suzuki's heart. Lin Fan the pig. How do you deserve to have such good things? Suzuki slowly approached. Buzz buzz buzz. At that moment, the defense tower in the home suddenly emitted a sharp alarm, piercing red light cutting through the sky. The villagers inside the city wall became aware that something was wrong. The goddess Lu, holding a long sword, jumped onto the city wall first. Sunlight cast a cold shadow on her tense chin as the sword pointed directly at Suzuki. Who dares to intrude here? With her shout, AI Air also frowned tightly, magic energy swirling, appearing lightly, with sharp teeth and claws gleaming with a faint blue light. All the women revealed themselves, frost forming on their pretty faces, their eyes reflecting a dangerous light. Their instincts told them. This person is not here with good intentions. Just the look in his eyes could tell. His gaze towards them was filled with murky. Ah, beautiful, beautiful, truly too beautiful. Much more beautiful than what I saw on the livestream. Suzuki slowly stood up, his neck making a sickening cracking sound, twisted desire bouncing in his murky eyeballs. Lin Fan's women, I now give you a choice, which is to submit to yourselves. The women now confirmed their thoughts. To call out Lin Fan's name clearly meant he was coming for Lin Fan. When the husband is in trouble, the wife must step up. Get lost. Don't make me say it a second time. Killing intent fully displayed in the goddess Lu's eyes, her cold gaze like a knife, piercing into Suzuki. Stubborn, huh? I like you in this way. Today, let you know that in front of me, your so-called strength is nothing but a joke. His bony hand suddenly opened, black mist surged out like boiling asphalt, erupting from his body and from his pupils. The women's pupils suddenly constricted, their instincts warning them that this power was not to be underestimated. Lu frowned, pointing her sword, a green aura shooting out. The chilling killing intent wrapped around a B-class powerful strength, but the moment it touched the mist, it made a sizzling sound, extinguished like flames meeting a puddle of water. How is this possible? Even Lu, seeing such a situation, couldn't help but be a little doubtful. At the same time, she could clearly feel the spiritual power vortex in her dantian rapidly collapsing, as if being forcibly pulled away by some evil force. Including AI Air and Hoshino were also among them. Magic energy. Magic. All at this moment made them feel a sense of unprecedented strangeness. It was as if they had become beings that didn't have any power at all. The defense facilities of the home began to flicker wildly, the energy shield rippling with waves, ultimately shattering like a soap bubble, leaving only the harsh sound of electricity echoing in the air. Ah ha 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 ha. Did you see that? In front of me, any power has no effect. Suzuki's laughter grew more unrestrained. He ripped open his collar, exposing a chest full of black patterns. Ha ha ha. The so-called hero of Dragon Country, Lin Fan, doesn't even have the ability to protect women. He's not even worth one hair of mine. You might as well surrender to me early, maybe I can spare you your lives. He deliberately prolonged his tone, his voice filled with malicious provocation, greedily roaming over the women. Daydreaming. Lu was so angry her whole body shook. Even without spiritual power, she still stood tall, her almond-shaped eyes wide open. Lin Fan alone can crush you into dust. You are nothing but a clown. The other women were the same, even facing such a predicament, they did not bow to Suzuki. AI Air's voice was filled with icy anger. People like you. Even the tips of Lin Fan's shoes are not worthy of licking. Amidst the rising tide of insults, Suzuki's face turned from blue to red, veins bulging on his forehead, his nails digging deep into his palm. Always Lin Fan. Lin Fan. Lin Fans. What on earth is this pig Lin Fan better at than me? You worthless, ungrateful wretch. I'll kill you and hang you at the door for Lin Fan to see. Suzuki completely lost his sanity, madly forming seals with his hands, murmuring incantations, and a massive fireball appeared in an instant. If this had happened before, that fireball would have been nothing to worry about. Anyone could smash it with a single slap. But under the influence of the divine punishment seal, everyone became ordinary people. Who could withstand such power? As the fireball fell, the air erupted with a scorching sound under the unbearable heat, the city walls burst apart, and the women stumbled back in disarray. Lucian was knocked to the ground by the shockwave, her hair disheveled, sticking to her dust-covered face as she gritted her teeth and got up, retreating to the great door with the others. Hoshino, you go back first, don't disturb the fetus. We've got this here. Ayer said urgently. Hoshino hesitated for a moment but understood that she was just a hindrance here. The moment the door closed, Hoshino looked at the approaching Suzuki, a feeling of unprecedented helplessness surged in her heart. This was the first time they desperately longed for that man's return. In the live broadcast room of Long Nation at that moment, countless viewers were filled with righteous indignation, utterly furious. What the heck is up with Suzuki? He actually ambushed them. Damn. This ability is too overpowered. How can anyone fight him now? Suzuki. If you dare interrupt my favorite dating show, I'll burn your ancestors' ashes. Ha 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 ha. Baka. Baka. A bunch of pigs from Long Nation, weren't you just mocking before? Can you still laugh now? Chapter 88, B-Class Hunter. Lin Fan is going to die. What means does this pig Lin Fan have left to survive? Come on, who can tell me? Ah ha 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 ha. So satisfying. Just as Suzuki was about to continue his attack, a door opened behind him. Lin Fan and Suzuki locked eyes directly. Upon seeing Suzuki's actions, Lin Fan squinted, coldly gazing at him. You, a participant from this little nation's marriage? If you want to find me, I'll make it happen for you. Surrounded by the still lingering mechanical energy, Lin Fan was about to dash forward and instantly eliminate Suzuki. But suddenly he staggered back a step. He couldn't believe the stagnant spiritual energy inside him and looked at his hands in confusion. Lin Fan, this person is strange. My power has been temporarily sealed. Xiao Miao said seriously. That was right. Lin Fan also felt it. Upon facing Suzuki directly, he found himself unable to use even half of his power. Seeing this, Suzuki's insane laughter pierced the ears painfully. Didn't expect it, huh? My ability can not only suppress spiritual energy, but also completely seal it within a certain range. You are now a useless piece of trash. What do you have to fight me? After speaking, Suzuki looked at Lin Fan with great interest, hoping to see a trace of panic on Lin Fan's face. Lin Fan merely smiled faintly and said, interesting, such a unique ability indeed piques my interest. To have all powers sealed is indeed an incredibly overpowered ability. If he could somehow take it for himself. Ahem. For now, Lin Fan was not worried at all. Sealing powers? Don't forget. Zombie girl Xiao Chang, does she need any supernatural powers? Isn't everything just based on physical strength? Why fear a waste like Suzuki? Sure enough. Baka. Baka. Facing death, what more are you pretending, pig Lin Fan? This calmness and composure completely enraged Suzuki. He howled as he swung the hero's sword, the sound breaking the air as sharp as a baby's cry. At the critical moment, a blue phantom flashed. Xiao Cheng expressionlessly stood in front of Lin Fan. The unique pale skin of the zombie glowed coldly under the moonlight. She slowly raised her arm, her nails instantaneously growing 3 inches, as a sonic boom echoed through the air. Boom! Suzuki was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. The immense impact carved a trench 10 feet long in the ground. Ugh. Phew. Suzuki struggled to spit out his bloodied teeth, looking in terror at the slowly approaching Xiaoqing. And Lin Fan leaned against the city wall, stroking his chin with interest, curiosity sparkling in his eyes. No, it's impossible. What are you? How can you hurt me? Is it possible that you have no other powers, only your own strength? Suzuki gasped in fear, stepping backward step by step. He realized that Xiaoqing's level was much higher than his. With one punch, she could almost leave him half dead. With such strength, he couldn't even fight back if he risked his life. No, don't. Don't. I was wrong, I won't, anymore. Bang. Speak. Bang. Speak. Please. Bang. Speak. Don't. Xiaoqing remained silent, only fiercely swinging her fists at his pig-like face. This scene made the people of the Dragon Country cheer with excitement. Damn. This is how we should beat our country's foolish pigs. Exactly. It feels so good to watch, haha. The fools from our country didn't expect the situation to reverse so quickly, right? Definitely, they must be crying somewhere in secret. Ah, look, no one dares to speak now. Just as the citizens of the dragon country said, right now. All the citizens of the small country could no longer keep up their laughing expressions. Baka. Why? Why is this happening? Why can this stupid woman beat our Suzuki-kun? Hacking, it must be hacking. Suzuki-kun. When he was almost beaten to the brink of death, Lin Fan called for Xiaoqing to stop her iron fists. Let him live for now, he might be useful to me later. At this moment, Suzuki had been reduced to such a miserable state. Not to mention influencing others' powers. Even breathing had become one of the greatest challenges. Naturally, he posed no threat whatsoever. Lin Fan directly threw him onto the city wall to hang there. If he could find a way to strip him of his powers later, then Suzuki could be of great use after all. Xiaoqing, you did very well. Lin Fan praised her. Xiaoqing still wore the same unsmiling expression, her gaze fixed on Lin Fan. You did well. Lin Fan? Why are we speeding up again? I haven't even gotten in the car yet. The women walked out from within the city wall. Seeing Suzuki like this, they all felt quite relieved. This is how trash should be treated. Xiaoqing, you're awesome. All right. Lin Fan understood. With new members joining, they would temporarily ignore him for a while. However, after marrying Xiaoqing, it seemed there was no marriage reward, but it did show that he had become a marriage partner. So, is it that a seized marriage partner cannot receive marriage rewards? After thinking about it, Lin Fan found it reasonable. When you take things for free, how can that make sense? Just then, the system's prompt sound rang out. Barrier disappeared. Hunters. Appearing from the dense fog. After a while, a strange white mist had already enveloped the surroundings of their home. The limitations of vision had been greatly reduced. For safety's sake, Lin Fan decided it was better for everyone to enter the home. Now, with Suzuki's influence gone, the alarm would ring normally. So now they just needed to quietly wait for the hunters to appear. Everything else was unnecessary to consider. In the live broadcast room, everyone felt puzzled by this sudden appearance. What's going on? Why did so much mist come up here? It feels like something is off. Could it be that after the barrier disappeared, some monster is going to show up again? Pa. Don't say such things. Hey! Everyone, hurry up and check out the live stream of Sangwa and Dahan Kingdom. There really is a monster appearing. Upon hearing this, everyone hurried to enter the Sangwa livestream room. In here, they saw. In the livestream, the matchmaking participants of Sangwa were living in small wooden huts. But even in these wooden huts, the sound of vengeful spirits could still be heard, constantly echoing around them. It was as though countless wronged souls were hovering around the wooden hut of the matchmaking participant, waiting to devour them. Chapter 89, One is not enough to kill, bring another. At this moment, the live stream of Sangwa began to shake violently. The matchmaking participant, Dasan, curled up in the corner of the wooden hut, veins bulging on his forehead, his hands tightly covering his ears. Outside the wooden hut, the vengeful voices grew even more mournful, like thousands of steel needles stabbing into his eardrums simultaneously. Ah! Stop it! Stop it! He suddenly screamed hysterically, his eyes bloodshot, his nails digging deep into his face, blood streaming down through his fingers. Black liquid began to seep from the walls, shimmering with a strange glow under the moonlight. One by one, blurry figures emerged from the liquid, extending their pale arms, slowly reaching toward Dasan. No! Don't come closer! Dasan struggled in terror, trying to escape this horrifying place, but found his legs nailed to the ground, unable to move. As the vengeful spirit's fingertips touched him, his body trembled violently, his eyes gradually becoming hollow and empty, as if his soul had been drained away, collapsing to the ground, completely broken mentally. Such a bizarre scene caused the viewers watching the livestream to feel an overwhelming chill. No! No! Why are we from Sangwa always targeted by this matchmaking game? That's right. What are they trying to do? Have we done something bad in Sangwa? Why are they treating us this way? We Sangwa also have our anger. We are really getting mad. Honestly, I don't even know how to solve the situation Dasan is in. Thinking carefully. Those blurry, untouchable vengeful spirits. Appearing in large numbers before their eyes. Who would be able to quickly think of a way to deal with these monsters? But no matter what, Sangwa still lived up to expectations. They became the first batch of participants to die in this matchmaking game. Meanwhile, in Dahan Kingdom's live stream room, the matchmaking participant was a mixed-race person. Yevgeny. He was swinging his long sword, the sword light flashing, continuously slashing the eerie humanoid creatures that crawled toward him. These monsters had bluish-gray skin, long and sharp nails, and let out chilling howls from their mouths. Sheba. Sheba. Why can't I kill them all? Why can't I kill them all? Yevgeny was covered in sweat, his body wounded in several places, but he still gritted his teeth and persisted. However, there were just too many monsters, endless like the tide. Yevgeny, careless for a moment, was ambushed by one of the monsters from the side, its sharp claws slicing through his arm. The smell of his blood excited the monsters, and they crazily pounced on him. Sheba. Get away from me. Yevgeny desperately swung his sword, trying to break through the siege, but he was overwhelmed by more and more monsters, losing all ability to resist. His screams grew weaker and eventually disappeared into the crowd of monsters, leaving behind only a field of corpses and a bloodied long sword. The people of Dahan Kingdom were completely enraged. Sheba. Why does it always have to be our Dahan Kingdom that dies, and not those Dragon Kingdom pigs who deserve to die? This is unfair. Really unfair. If you have the guts, give our Dahan Kingdom better equipment. How are we supposed to fight like this? The audience in the Dragon Country livestream felt a chill in their hearts as they witnessed the scene. So terrifying. These monsters can't be defended against at all. It's over, it's over. How are we supposed to play like this? The people from the Great Han and 3 countries are so miserable. Damn it. Wait, these monsters came without any warning. How can we deal with that? On Lin Fan's home front, the white mist grew thicker, nearly obscuring all visibility. The alarm rang sharply, echoing like it was foretelling an imminent disaster. Lin Fan's expression was serious as he led everyone to prepare for battle. Everyone, be careful and get ready to fight, he cautioned, while the alarm blared incessantly in his ears. Yet, Lin Fan stood at the door, as if waiting for something, not rushing out immediately. Instead, it was when Suzuki, hanging on the city wall, started screaming wildly that Lin Fan finally stepped out decisively. He. Suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed from the mist, like ice water splashed over everyone's hearts. Within the white fog, a figure in a black robe, holding a sickle, slowly emerged. His black robe fluttered in the wind, the sickle shimmering with ghostly blue light. Do. The alert for the defense systems blared madly, tightening everyone's hearts. Humans, elves, demons, this time, it'll be a feast, hee. The figure in the black robe spoke, his voice hoarse and cold, as if it came from the depths of hell. Hunter. Level, B. Combat power, 17,000. Upon seeing the attribute panel, Lin Fan's lips twitched. Suddenly, he lost all interest in it. He thought it was a powerful monster, but after all that, only 17,000 combat power? Such weak strength, yet they made such a big show. Lin Fan sighed and turned to leave disappointingly. However, in the live stream, everyone didn't think like that. Ha. Combat power of 17,000? Good. So great. The Dragon Country surely will die this time. Such a powerful monster, this is fantastic. I originally thought the matchmaking game was targeting us from the 3 countries, but when I saw this, I realized it couldn't stand that group of dead pigs in Dragon Country either, so it started targeting them, ha. It's no wonder these alien scum were so happy. After all, the monsters that their matchmakers faced were mostly in the thousands of combat power, level E, level D. They thought those were really strong. But compared to the monster Lin Fan was facing, the gap was simply too great. Heaven wants you, Lin Chen, to die, you must die. The people of Dragon Country felt their hearts leap into their throats. They gazed at the live stream with hope. This time, could Lin Fan really create a miracle? In the matchmaking game. Upon seeing Lin Fan's reaction, even the hunter was dumbfounded. Even the matchmaking companions behind Lin Fan showed a lack of interest upon seeing the hunter's level. Too weak, sigh. Weak? Am I too weak? The hunter was taken aback. Immediately, a surge of unnamed fury rose in his heart. A mere human, and a group of scum that submitted to humans. Dare to say he is weak? Die. He swung the sickle, and a wave of black energy surged towards everyone. In Chapter 90, cheating? How is he so powerful? The black-robed hunter's wave of black energy, carrying the wails of lost souls, crashed in. Little Meow's cat ears were pressed flat by the wind in an instant, and the small flames on El's tail shrunk in fear. But the next second, Lin Fan didn't even turn around, he just waved his hand casually. A barrier of spiritual energy, wrapped in fragments of capability, spread out from his feet. The energy wave collided with the barrier, instantly exploding with a dazzling blue light, like hot oil splashed into ice water. The hunter's pupils constricted sharply. Only then did he realize that the person before him was surrounded by a strange aura interwoven with mechanical gears and spiritual energy. The energy fluctuations contained within it were, startlingly, several times greater than his own. Did you just say, you want to eat us? Lin Fan turned around, his fingertips playing with a perpetual gear brought back from the mechanical maze, the edges still slick with unresolved energy waves. He stepped forward, and beneath his feet emerged a teleportation array made of spiritual energy and circuit patterns. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in front of the hunter. The hunter instinctively swung his scythe, but Lin Fan raised his hand lightly, two fingers directly pinching the edge of the scythe blade. The ghostly blue scythe shattered into powder at his fingertips, dissipating into the air like streams of data. This is impossible. The hunter retreated repeatedly, his body beneath the black robe beginning to tremble. You are clearly just a weak human, how can you be so powerful? Sorry, I forgot to tell you. The lightning that gathered at Lin Fan's fingertips suddenly exploded, transforming into 12 laser swords entwined with mechanical chains. While you were playing with loopholes, I had already graduated from the mechanical maze. Technology cultivation, at. This is Lin Fan, currently immersed in the mechanical maze instance. The greatest harvest obtained. It is built atop a fantastical power system, combined with enhancements from advanced technology. The consequences of the conclusion are unimaginably profound. At the moment the 12 laser swords pierced through the hunter's body, the livestream suddenly glitched. Global viewers stared as the once invincible shadow in a black robe shattered in the lightning, finally transforming into a rain of light. Among the exploding body, only a soul crystal glowing with blue light remained unharmed, slowly falling into Lin Fan's palm. System notification, B-class hunter killed. Obtained rare item, Sands of Time ×1. Soul crystal. Contains the mysterious power to awaken souls. Sands of Time. Possesses advanced ability to refine magical artifacts. Congratulations to Dragon Nation match participants for successfully killing the hunter. Lucky encounter mission initiated. Special notice, rewards will be automatically distributed in 3 days. The Dragon Nation livestream fell silent for 3 seconds, then erupted into cheers strong enough to make all others dare not act recklessly. The cup of tea in Xiaosu's hand clattered to the floor, and Wang Bingbing widened her eyes, trembling as she said, just now, that move. Lin Fan's combat power actually surpassed 20,000? That's already the peak level of B-class, right? That's right. Lin Fan has truly reached that level. Lin God is incredible. Wow, when did Lin God become this powerful? Is there a possibility that Lin God is still hiding? Linking to various scenes, countless citizens of the Dragon Nation felt that this statement made too much sense. However, all the other lesser beings could no longer hold themselves back. Countless small nation viewers smashed their TVs, unable to believe that the scene before them was actually happening. The man whom they had mocked as a fragile mage actually crushed a B-class monster's weapon with just 2 fingers? What kind of strength is this? Is he really still human? On the other side, in the Grand Han Nation, the viewers who had just been weeping for Yevgeny's death went silent, staring at the mechanical teleportation array beneath Lin Fan's feet. Someone suddenly realized a terrifying fact. Shaking as they typed, the gear in his hand, seems to be the core material of the lord inside the mechanical maze? Dragon Nation actually turned the instance into an arms factory? On the other side, in the live stream of the San Nation, the mentally shattered Desan was staring blankly at the ceiling. However, at this moment, the viewers in the livestream paid no attention to his life or death. Everyone was repeatedly watching the slow motion of Lin Fan defeating the hunter, trying to find evidence of cheating. However, in the footage, every movement of Lin Fan was smooth and natural. Those 12 light swords were clearly composed of a blend of spiritual energy and technological power, completely in accordance with the rules of the game. This made the group of alien scum even more frantic. Cheating. This is definitely cheating. How is it possible for someone to leap from C+ level to B level peak in just 3 days? The matchmaking games officials must give an explanation. Lin Fan from Long Country definitely used illegal items. The sour words from foreign netizens flooded into the Long Country livestream, only to be met with collective ridicule from the people of Long Country. Sour, his power comes from his brain and hands. If you can do it, why don't you go to Mechanical Mist City and move scrap metal? You're allowed to exchange your lifespan for loopholes, but we can't let Lin Fan use technology to cultivate? Double standard dogs, get out of the livestream. I suggest the Little Country's players collectively commit seppuku to apologize. After all, you don't even have the brain to cheat, right? A bunch of scum. In the matchmaking game, Lin Fan was playing with the soul crystal in his hand, feeling the precious energy contained within. Little Meow snuggled over, wrapping her tail around his wrist, pouting. That scythe monster's scream sounds like a broken gong. Lin Fan, can you let me scratch his face first next time? Al whispered, shaking the small flame on his tail, looking at the whiteness slowly dissipating in the distance. By the way, hasn't that scum named Suzuki died yet? Just thinking about him here is annoying enough. As if to respond to her doubts, Suzuki hung on the city wall, his body covered in black curse marks, with only 3 seconds left on his lifespan countdown. Baka! He looked up, fixing his hateful gaze on Lin Fan, but before he could speak, he turned to a pile of flying ashes, leaving only the wails of the little country's viewers in the livestream. It seems that the loophole in the rules has been reclaimed by the laws of nature. The goddess Lu stroked the strings of her instrument, a hint of pity in her ethereal melody. Those who attempt to use their lifespan to manipulate the rules will ultimately be consumed by those very rules. He. Lin Fan didn't feel anything, just felt a bit unfortunate. This guy really took away a piece of research material for himself. He was quite interested in his abilities. The midnight bell rang. The next day came as scheduled. Information 1, open door 1 to unlock the favorability system. The higher the favorability, the more likely to get pregnant and unlock more knowledge. Information 2, open door 2 to arrive in the matchmaking world of the little country, where you can gain some useful good stuff. Information 3, door 3, an elite fish demon, has the ability to guarantee pregnancy if consumed. Chapter 91, a reward adventure 3 days later? Continue opening doors. Once he woke up, Lin Fan couldn't wait to head out for exploration. Lin Fan stood up directly, scanning the girls and saying, I'm going to continue exploring the doors, so let Xiao Qing accompany me. You two stay home to keep watch. Go ahead. As expected, without me by your side, you still can't feel at ease, right? Xiao Qing said coolly, though her words were quite flirtatious. Humming, she came to Lin Fan's side. Right, you are absolutely right. Lin Fan was too lazy to waste breath on Xiao Qing. When it came to stubbornness, her mouth was the hardest. Yet during the matchmaking ritual, she was the one who called out the loudest. Xiao Qing. She seemed like a very serious zombie girl with a noble identity in her past life. But the contrast was huge. I'll take care of you at night. I'm not afraid of you. And so, the two went outside. Now, on the 4 doors, corresponding patterns had appeared. It was unclear if it was because the third phase had arrived or what it meant. In any case, it was now possible to roughly judge whether these doors could be entered based on the patterns on them. Without further hesitation, Lin Fan stepped forward to push open the black cloud door. In the Long Country livestream, everyone saw Lin Fan's latest action. Suddenly, some people couldn't sit still. It was simply worry. Worry. Hey! Why is Lin Shan opening the black cloud gate? Hiss, wait, I'm a little panicked now. You know, people from all over the world have opened this black cloud gate, but at least 99% of them died there. The random gate at least opens some resources, and the probability is about 5%. The black cloud gate. I've really seen a few people who entered the black cloud gate and survived. Don't panic, trust Lin Shan. Don't you still doubt Lin Shan? This is another live stream room. It's also from the small country. After the massacre of 1 million people by the horse girls, the hearts of the entire nation felt utterly defeated. However, because of this, it was even more necessary to conquer the matchmaking map. Perhaps it was the heaven's grace, or perhaps because participant Nishikawa Gon had sacrificed the country's fortune, they finally earned a successful matchmaking. Even though the attribute increase in national fortune rewards were not as good as Longwa's. But no one cared. At least there was a matchmaking gate, and there were rewards. Isn't that enough? They were truly scared after the continuous defeats these past 2 days. This is the first step for our great book empire to rise and unify the world. Just when the citizens of the small country were still immersed in the fantasy of the future, they looked again at the screen of their own matchmaking game. The confidence they had just gotten from their excitement disappeared instantly. Because the gates their country's participants encountered, all of them were black cloud gates. Baka. I originally thought that Longwa's Lin Fanju encountering 3 black cloud gates was already unlucky enough. I didn't expect us to be even more embarrassing. Kofuro Yalu. Why does our great book empire always encounter so many bad things? Black Cloud Gate. Yabai, we're done for, Black Cloud Gate, no one survives. Nishikawa. Nishikawa. Don't die. The flower of hope is on you. You are the only hope for our great book empire. In the center, surrounded by 4 black cloud doors, Nishikawa's steel plate face was ashen. His heart had already cooled down halfway. This was, of course, not because there was a pig-shaped girl standing beside him. It was because of these 4 black cloud gates. Even he knew, the black cloud gate was almost a certain death. Originally, he had to hold back his disgust and marry a pig girl, that was already bad enough. He thought a beautiful life was waiting just ahead. But never expected. Life always brought him shocks, not surprises. Darling, what's wrong? And a pig sister with a pig head and a terrible smell got closer. Nishikawa-gon was feeling terrible. But what choice did he have? If he didn't open the door within 24 hours, the national fortune punishment would still come. Wait? Just the national fortune punishment? Nishikawa-gon froze, his brain scrambled to search the detailed rules. Just the national fortune punishment. Just the national fortune punishment. It doesn't say the individual disaster will fall on the participant. In other words, I don't have to die. I just need to quietly wait for 72 hours, and wait for the door to refresh. Compared to the national fortune punishment, Nishikawa-gon felt his life was more important. With that thought, he directly sat on the ground, closed his eyes, and rested. This scene immediately stunned the citizens of the small country who were watching the live stream. As a participant, he didn't open the door, but just sat there? Everyone was baffled. At this moment, a bullet screen appeared, copying the rules. What? If you don't open the door within 24 hours, the national fortune punishment will come? What a joke! Nishikawa, go open the door. Don't be stupid. He must know this rule, and he knows that the Black Cloud Gate is 10 deaths with no life, so he plans to wait out the 24 hours, and let the Black Cloud Gate refresh. Save his life. But doing this, our great book empire will suffer the national fortune punishment. Baga, 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 baga. Richuan, you are such a selfish person. Isn't a single life less important than the lives of hundreds of thousands or even millions? Richuan, don't you know? Their voices couldn't reach the matchmaking game. So, Richuan still sat there, recuperating. Just when the citizens of the small country were anxiously at their wits' end. Right in front of Richuan, that Black Cloud Gate. It actually opened. The pig sister beside Richuan suddenly felt her hair stand on end, as if facing a life and death enemy, staring at that slowly opening Black Cloud Gate. Richuan's heart also began to race with tension. After all, in everyone's minds, the door could only be opened by the participants. That was the only right way. How could it just open by itself? What the heck? The door can open by itself? This is the Black Cloud Gate. It must not open. What do we do? What do we do? What do we do, damn it? Has the monster inside become strong enough to break the rules by itself? Wait, I just glanced at the Dragon Country livestream, and it seems that behind this Black Cloud Gate, Lin Fan. From the black curtain in the Black Cloud Gate, two figures stepped out, one after the other. The man was tall and strong. The woman had a graceful figure. The two appeared in front of Richuan. Lin Fan? Richuan's whole body shook. He never expected that a participant from Dragon Country would emerge from the Black Cloud Gate. Chapter 92, so you learned something again, didn't you? The pig sister was also on high alert, glaring fiercely at Lin Fan and Xiao Chang, ready for battle at any moment. What's going on? Why can players meet each other? It's over, now it really has become a good news and bad news situation. The good news is that the Black Cloud Gate is gone, but the bad news is a god-level player has come out behind it. Although I really don't want to admit it, Richuan definitely cannot defeat Lin Fan from Dragon Country right now. Lin Fan. I order you not to harm our noble citizens of the main country. Dragon Country demons. You better watch yourselves. We, the main country, have never done anything bad to your Dragon Country. You better behave and not cause trouble in the matchmaking map. Wait, following Lin Fan seems to be that useless, only knows how to eat, disgusting zombie. It really is. So that means she doesn't possess the strength of those matchmaking partners like Xiao Miao, just a flower vase? Very likely. Lin Fan stroked his chin and nodded. Looks like this built-in translation system is also useful for humans. To him, Richuan was jabbering in bird language. But in his ears, he could immediately understand what he meant. Speaking of which, wasn't it said that when entering the Black Cloud Gate, one would get the things they wanted most? What would you want with a person from the main country and a pig sister? Either way, it felt very heavy. At that moment, a prompt from the matchmaking game appeared before the two. Ding! New gameplay added in Stage 3. When players from different countries meet for the first time, participants can choose a friendly alliance. The rewards behind the open door will be tripled, and the national punishment will be the same, or they can fight each other, and the defeated will be forced to give all their items and matchmaking partner to the winner and sign a mandatory contract, preventing the matchmaking partner from betraying themselves. Hiss. After reading it, Lin Fan couldn't help but gasp. This rule. It clearly seems that the latter option is better. Although the former, triple rewards are great, the punishment is also tripled. Who can guarantee that together, they can definitely find a glimmer of hope behind every random door in the Black Cloud Gate? The risk is too great. And the latter, without any risk. Only benefits. It's obviously encouraging them. Self-inflicted slaughter. Seize the other's resources to survive. Can I take this Lin Fan pig's wife? Great. Wonderful. He doesn't deserve such a good woman at all. Nichuan Gangjing. You can do it. I believe in you. Based on my guess, the little Cheng next to this Lin Fan pig definitely has no aggression. I think so too. Otherwise, why when they met, Lin Fan was already pushed to that point but little Cheng remained still. She must be weak, unable to defeat even an ordinary person. The citizens of Benzi country thought more and more so, getting themselves excited. And upon seeing this, Nichuan Gangjing. He also instantly became excited. He hadn't forgotten that Lin Fan had 5 marriage candidates. Among them, 2 were B-level powerful marriage candidates. If he could possess them. What the hell is a matchmaking game? Just let them drain him dry, that's it. Imagining beautiful days ahead, Nichuan Gangjing was thrilled. Nichuan Gangjing. Marriage candidate, 1. Talent skill, charge like a pig. Precious items, 25 succubus fruits, consuming them will greatly increase all attributes of the eater. Thought, he really wants to kill you right now, see Xiao Miao, Lu God, Ai Er, Xiao Qing, and Hoshino. But because of your performance in the live stream, he plans to observe Xiao Qing's power as the zombie empress first and engage in pretense with you for a while. Please always pay attention to your back. Lin Fan sneered. Want to take my wives? You don't even know if you have the ability for that. With this thought in mind, the two stared at each other, each with different thoughts and hidden agendas. Nichuan Gangjing's face first showed a flattering smile. Lin Fan Kun. Why are you calling me dad? I don't want to hear your nonsense, little Ching. Lin Fan didn't want to waste more words with him. Suddenly, he attacked. Nichuan Gangjing was stunned but pleased instead. Ha ha ha. Damn dragon country pig, I was going to give you more time to live, but you're so eager, I won't be merciful anymore, I'll kill you right here. Alice. Go for it. Alice referred to the pig sister beside him. She looked completely like a pig all over. Yet she stood in a human-like form. Alice roared and charged towards little Ching, grunting. She was also a woman, who desired beauty. Why is she so ugly? While this snake woman was stunningly beautiful. Jealousy. Jealousy burns. Alice desperately wanted to kill little Ching to regain a sliver of her self-esteem. This scene made the audience watch attentively. In fact, in everyone's mind, little Ching seemed like a vase-like woman. But is the reality really so? Little Ching, the zombie empress. At this moment, she sounded the horn of battle. Her aura suddenly changed. In an instant, Nichuan Gangjing and Alice felt as if a mythical monster was manifesting before them. A burst of power erupted from little Ching. The momentum was even countless times stronger than theirs. Baka. How is this possible? Nichuan Gangjing's eyes were about to burst from shock. When beside Lin Fan, she seemed as ordinary as any common vase woman. Little Chang proudly raised her head, looking down at Nichuan Gangjing. The majesty of the empress was fully displayed before everyone at this moment. Humph humph humph. Pig sister Alice couldn't hold back for a second, charging forward fiercely. She thought, even if she's not as good-looking as little Ching, at least she could crush her with strength. But the aura just revealed by the zombie empress little Ching even made her shiver with fear. Die. Little Chang merely glanced coldly and then pointed a finger. A pale purple energy condensed at her fingertip. Whoosh. The figure turned into a beam of light, shooting out. Alice's face still bore a fierce expression, but her body had already been pierced with a hole the size of a face. Bang. Sister Pig dies. Everything happened too quickly. Whether it was the citizens of Honkland or the on-site Nishikawa Gaijin, none of them could react. Nishikawa Gaijin's mind went blank. Why is this happening? Chapter 93, Want a hug? What the hell are you doing throwing dog food around? Wasn't the situation always in my favor? At this moment of days, little Cheng continued her methodical attack. Nishikawa Gaijin's life rapidly slipped away. Honkland participant has died. As it was killed by a participant from another country, Honkland's fortune reward has transferred to Dragon Country. Physique +1. Strength +2. Lifespan +1. Charm +1. Agility +1. No. My dad just came back to life, and you take the fortune reward away. Don't you want to watch my dad die? Dragon Country. You must die. We finally got the fortune reward. Bastard. If I had known back then, the ancestors should have wiped out all of you Dragon Country pigs. But no matter how they were angry and frantic, the rules of the fortune matchmaking game were irreversible. The meager attribute rewards were paltry compared to what Lin Fan received. However, it was better than nothing. And this scene also left all the Dragon Country viewers watching the live broadcast dumbfounded. They also did not expect that the seemingly weak and even once severely suppressed Queen Little Chang, her essence was actually this powerful. Could it be that she was hiding her strength before? To not overshadow her husband? Realizing this, countless male viewers suddenly felt a pang in their hearts. Oh my god, Queen Little Chang is actually so virtuous. So cute, such a good zombie girl. She cares too much for Lin God. Is she that considerate? Damn it, Lin God, you should die. I'm so jealous. Sorry Lin God, you did nothing wrong. It's just that my pathetic self-esteem shattered the moment I saw your wife. But speaking of which, Lin God is not weak either, we already saw his strength when he fought goblins. Little Sa suddenly realized, giving a thumbs up, never would have thought Little Ching's thoughts were like this. I thought that as a queen of a clan, she'd be incredibly proud and absolutely wouldn't lower herself to a man. Little Sa, you wouldn't understand this, would you? Wang Bingbing earnestly explained, regardless of any woman, her fundamental personality traits can allow us to determine she is an emotional being, needing a man to rely on. Now many girls believe that having independent thoughts means not relying on men or making men their subordinates. But I think, the interaction mode between two people can be negotiated, it cannot simply be either black or white. Who does what? For example, if a man works outside and a woman takes care of the home, they both need to do their part and absolutely should not blame each other or do things beyond their own responsibilities. Queen Little Chang is impressive, right? But she never outshone Lin God in public, giving him enough respect, and in that interaction model, Queen Little Chang acts as a supportive role. Can such a Queen Little Chang not be considered an independent woman? Or should Lin God always obey Queen Little Chang? Is that a sign of a qualified independent woman? But isn't that an alternative form of dependency for men? Wang Bingbing's insights made Little Sa's head spin a bit. Bingbing, I'm a bit confused. It's fine, anyway my point is, the best way to get along is mutual understanding and support. When things go to extremes, it is undoubtedly wrong. For example, women should be the homemakers, doing all the chores, while maybe men can help out occasionally when they have free time after work? Or maybe women think men must give them gifts every holiday, can't women also give men gifts? When it comes to relationships, both sides need to compromise. Abba Abba. Little Sa opened his mouth slightly, looking at Ma Fanshu with wise eyes, looking dazed. Ha ha. Wang Bingbing was amused by him. The response from the bullet screen experts was quite good. Indeed, my Bingbing wife. It's all about perspective. I think so too, nothing can be definitely denied. Even a broken clock is right twice a day, everything shouldn't be completely dismissed. What's the use of saying so much? I don't even have a girlfriend. Little Chang Queen. I envy Lin Shan so much. At this time, on the matchmaking map. After defeating the participants of the Benzi Kingdom, Lin Fan picked up more than 20 charming demon fruits floating on the surface of Rikuchuan's sturdy body. Fortunately, they were floating. Otherwise, they would have fallen on his corpse? No way, that's too disgusting. Little Chang, I really didn't expect you to be this powerful. Lin Fan sincerely praised. Little Chang remained expressionless. With a haughty hum, she crossed her arms, but couldn't help but slightly raise the corner of her mouth, of course. Who do you think I am? I am the Little Chang Queen. I already said that if you let me accompany you, I will definitely keep you safe. Alright, Queen, come here. Lin Fan stretched out his arms, I miss you. Little Ching's heart instantly felt sweet, but she stubbornly did not want to show it. Haven't I always been in front of you? You still want me. What a handful, a big man, why are you so clingy? Despite saying this, Little Chang still obediently leaped into Lin Fan's embrace. Where's my knife? Where's my knife? This is just too sudden with the dog food. I'm so jealous. I can't watch this livestream anymore. Mom said I'm about to awaken my Sharingan. So shall we explore a bit more? Lin Fan intended to take Little Ching to deal with the fish demon in that dungeon. After all, that dungeon offered pregnancy rewards. Wasn't it perfect for him to go? Thinking this, Lin Fan decided to set off. When he arrived in front of the door that represented dangerous black clouds, Lin Fan still showed no sign of cowardice and was about to push the door open. But recalling the words of the matchmaking participant from the previous round, he suddenly realized a serious problem. In other words, right now, he was being watched by everyone in the world, right? Moreover, since he was so popular right now, the likelihood was even greater. A cold smile flickered at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth. If that's the case, he needed to play a good trick. With this in mind, Lin Fan felt much more at ease. Looking at little Ching, don't move here, I'll be back soon. Are you going alone? Will it be dangerous? Little Chang asked worriedly, her small face filled with concern. It's okay, I'm skilled. Chapter 94, Directly Trapped. Lin Fan smiled sinisterly and signaled to little Ching. He definitely planned to do something bad. Little Ching was very familiar with this look. When he wanted to have a matchmaking ceremony with her, that bad guy showed this kind of expression. If this were at home in the villa, the proud little Chang Queen would surely engage in an exhilarating melee battle with Lin Fan, but this was outside. She didn't know what Lin Fan was planning, so she obediently stayed in place, ready to help at any moment. Just as Lin Fan expected. All the viewers in front of the live stream. After hearing his words, everyone instantly became energized. They focused intently on the screen. Among them, the people from other countries were the most focused. After all, if they could learn Lin Fan's skills, wouldn't the rewards for their country's fortune come pouring in? Ha ha ha. This dragon country pig must have forgotten that he is currently live streaming. How dare he show off his skills in front of us from the Great Han country? Sorry, your skills will soon belong to the Great Han country. The Great Han country rises. Our Benzi country rises officially. We were puzzled about why Lin Fan could sail so smoothly and conducted extensive research on this, but today he actually said it himself? It's truly the heavens helping us curry country, wahaha. Lin Fan pig. Shiba. Why didn't you say it earlier? If you did, our Jean Shersian Appa wouldn't have died. This is simply inhumane. I declare, the award for the most shameless country recently goes to your curry country and the Great Han country. It's one thing to study the secret to Lin God's success, but do you really think you can use the master's ultimate moves to defeat the master? Are you joking? Curse away, curse away. I've already started recording, ha ha ha. On the screen. You can see Lin Fan pretentiously coming to the Black Cloud Gate, gripping the doorknob, pausing, as if listening to something. Numerous high-level specialized researchers from different countries opened their recording devices and took out paper and pens. All to take note of the techniques spoken by Lin Fan. Not a moment could be wasted. Regarding national fortune, there can be no sloppiness. Time slowly passed. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. 10 minutes passed. Lin Fan still maintained his pose, gripping the doorknob without any movement for a long time. Am I stuck? Long press the screen to speed up for Lin God. Techniques? What techniques is Lin God talking about? Damn Lin Fan. Hurry up and show us your techniques. I, the Brown Bear Country, command you Dragon Country to find a way to get Lin Fan to move. If the matchmaking game livestream wasn't created by the will of the Blue Star, the audience would suspect they lost their internet connection. But Lin Fan was indeed standing still, completely motionless. Ugly People Country. White Palace. Comrade Dong Wang suddenly widened his dead fish eyes. Oh. God. I understand now. I finally know his intention for doing this. My God. It's actually so simple, just this simple. I wondered why this guy always pauses for a while when opening the door, turns out it's for this reason. The entire conference room echoed with Comrade Old Pooh's wild laughter. The researchers exchanged strange looks, their expressions incredibly odd. You understood just by watching a motionless screen? Do you think others are fools, or do you think you're a fool? Oh. You guys still don't understand? Comrade Old Pooh laughed proudly when he saw everyone's bewildered expressions. Lin Fan's reason for doing this is actually so simple. Standing still is to seriously listen for any monster sounds inside the room. No matter if it's the Black Cloud Gate or the Random Gate, what is the biggest risk after opening? Isn't it the monsters targeting? If we can know through this method whether there are dangers inside the room, wouldn't that allow us to avoid countless dangers and perfectly obtain the rewards? Why didn't we discover such a simple principle earlier? The researchers suddenly found themselves speechless. Their first reaction was to think that Comrade Old Pooh was being too casual. Was he wrong? But after thinking carefully, based on Comrade Old Pooh's perfect analysis, it seemed to make sense. What they didn't know was, in fact, to prevent cheating, the soundproofing of those doors was almost at 100%, making it impossible to have such a low-level cheating method. But it wasn't just the ugly country that thought so, even other countries wanting to steal Lin Fan's secret to success thought the same way. So, they quickly dispatched this intelligence to every citizen's hands. This is so funny. This way, we just need to quietly wait for our matchmaking game participant to seize the national fortune reward. Lin Fan is such a fool. If he hadn't said anything, it would have been fine, but now that he has, isn't he giving us room to develop? Everyone, I've already qualified to participate in the matchmaking game. I'll test the waters for everyone to see if this idiot Lin Fan's skills are actually useful, ha ha ha. Seeing this arrogant comment streak across the Dragon Country's live broadcast, many citizens of Dragon Country could barely hold back their anger. At the same time, they wanted to see if people from other countries had truly figured out Lin Shan's matchmaking map skills. If it's true, then the huge gap between countries, like a chasm, might soon be flattened. As citizens of Dragon Country, they naturally didn't want other countries, especially unfriendly ones, to grow strong enough to take them down. At this moment, in the live broadcast room of the ugly country, a man with black skin stood between 4 gates, the Black Cloud Gate and Random Gate each taking up half, and there was no need to think about the matchmaking gate as that thing was extremely precious, with a very low chance of appearing. Hee, with my great intelligence, I'm not afraid of winning a mere matchmaking game. Lion, that is this black man. In real life, he was just a street thug, usually relying on gang involvement, fighting and causing trouble, collecting protection fees, living off his parents' pensions to get by. And now, such a rotten person was bearing the fate of a whole nation. Not only that, but he also believed he was the first to understand the skills spoken by Lin Shan from the live broadcast. Simple, too simple. I really don't understand how those fools could die in such a childish game. That Lin Shan from Dragon Country is also quite the fool, he actually bragged about such things. Dragon Country? Ha, just a dead dragon. Under my leadership, the ugly country will absolutely solidify its position as the #1 nation in the world. And I will become even stronger. Beautiful cars and ladies. Everything is available. The more Lion thought, the more excited he became, his dark face seemed to blaze with a surge of excitement. He kept waving around, not knowing where the camera was. Chapter 95, Cursing the Ugly Country. Dear viewers, you don't need to worry, I have watched many matchmaking game broadcasts, and I have thoroughly grasped the secrets. With me here, you can just wait for the good times to come. Lion. This guy isn't bad. So confident? It seems he really has some skill. Secrets? What are the secrets? Hurry up and say. Laughable Dragon Country Pig, do you think everyone is like your country's idiot Lin Shan, feeling the need to show off and reveal all their hidden skills? Today, we ugly country will teach you a lesson. So you know what true calmness is. Calmness? I just want to ask, why are all the participants from your ugly country black people? Didn't you say the black people in your country are the lowest in status? Is it because only black people exist as one race? To be honest, the aggression from Drago. What are you talking about? Exactly, stop attacking our foreign friends. It's not their fault there's a large number of black people. Anyway, the country I support the most is the ugly people nation. If we're talking about the term simp, you're the one who fits it the most. Leon flaunted in the livestream for quite a while, finally turning towards the Black Cloud Gates position. Just as he said, he truly imitated Lin Shan's actions, replicating every detail. He held the doorknob without moving, focusing intensely, and listening carefully. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Even the time was exactly the same. I have to admit, Leon really has some skill. He silently counted the time in his mind, until it was exactly the same as the pause Lin Shan made, down to the second. Then, he burst into laughter, haha. I dare say, this Black Cloud Gate is absolutely not dangerous. Everyone, just watch. In an instant, all eyes were on him. People from every country wanted to see what would happen after Leon opened the Black Cloud Gate. What would the result be? If this is real, then all the advantages Dragon Nation has accumulated are no longer unique. They are replicable. I don't believe Lin Shan can keep having this much luck. Oni-chan, you're absolutely right. Boom. Leon pushed open the Black Cloud Gate. Inside. Nothing happened. Leon's tense heart finally settled, and it was replaced with overwhelming joy. It's real. It's real. This technique will really make me invincible in the matchmaking game, haha. God. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I, Leon, will definitely become the #1 Superman of the ugly people nation. Seeing nothing happen to Leon, people from all nations erupted into strong excitement. Countless countries began urging their matchmaking game participants to hurry and enter the game, using this method to quickly marry the final goddess, Goddess Lu. Because only by doing so could they truly catch up with Dragon Nation's progress, or even surpass and crush Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, in Dragon Nation's livestream, the mood was somewhat low. After all, in this situation, if other countries improve, it's a slow death. You have to know, all of them are targeting Dragon Nation. At this moment, there's no need to talk about repaying kindness with kindness. Sigh, there's nothing we can do, this live broadcast has always been a real-time stream. Lin Shan probably just wanted to teach this method to Medusa, but didn't expect so many disgusting people to be lurking in our livestream, stealing the technique. We can't blame Lin Shan, he's already done so much for Dragon Nation. Right. It doesn't matter. After all, Dragon Nation is already 5 matchmaking targets ahead of them. This small gap can't be closed anytime soon. Roar, ha ha ha. The stinking pigs of Dragon Nation, don't comfort yourselves now. Can't you admit that you're not as smart as our ugly people nation? On the national fortune front, we've already crushed you. Now we're just giving you a little sweetness, and you're this happy? Watch as our Leon turns the tables. Although I really dislike Nige, this Nige can indeed prove that the technique theory is correct, and he will make a huge contribution to our ugly people nation. I can tolerate him. Why is it always your ugly people nation? Is our small country not worthy? Heh, I announce now, all countries in the world are prohibited from stealing our exclusive technique. I will soon suggest to King of Wisdom to set this technique as a copyright exclusive to the ugly people nation. Anyone who infringes, we will be enemies with them. Such big talk, did you forget? All of your moves were stolen from your father Lin Chen. Now in our ugly people nation's hands, your Dragon Nation's Lin Chen is nothing but a plagiarist. He's a thief. If it's just because nothing dangerous happened after opening the Black Cloud Gate. Such arrogant words are still far from enough. It turns out that after opening the Black Cloud Gate, Lion actually witnessed a wondrous spectacle of changing colors. The ultimate Black Cloud Gate, representing life and death with a single cut. Unexpectedly, under the astonished gaze of thousands of spectators, it slowly transformed into a wedding gate. Moreover, 3 hearts even appeared. As soon as the pink door emerged, all the spectators from the ugly country were first stunned, and then rushed into the Dragon Country's live broadcast room to show off. An incredible wedding gate? Is it really a wedding gate? In the live broadcast room, Xiaosa stared wide-eyed in disbelief, suspecting he was seeing things, but the truth was indeed so. Lion from the ugly country had incredible luck. He really changed his fate through the Black Cloud Gate. He obtained an amazing wedding gate. This. Xiaosa instinctively wanted to belittle it, but thinking of his current identity and position, he felt it was inappropriate to convey such ideas to the public. For a moment, he couldn't think of anything else to say, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Garbage. Our Dragon Country's Lin Chen is the strongest. So what if a wedding gate really came out of the Black Cloud Gate? Lin Chen has several powerful marriage partners. To put it bluntly, it's stepping on the neck of ugly country. What are you going to do? These words, full of overwhelming charisma, came out of Wang Bingbing's mouth. At that moment, her eyes were full of anger, bright and fierce as she stared at the live broadcast screen. She even felt that scolding just now was not enough. She slammed the table, stood up with a bang, and stretched her arm forward, as if reaching through the screen to point at the pig noses of those foreign pigs. Damn it, I know you're still watching. What? Are you not convinced? I'll say it directly, I'm scolding your narrow-minded ugly country right now. Do you really think that stealing our things will make you strong? Do you believe our Lin Chen can not only continue to crush you afterward? All the countries that bullied Dragon Country will still be unable to rise again. I want to make sure that your descendants, the first words they utter in generations to come, will be Dragon Country must not be bullied. Chapter 96, You Are That. Congratulations to the participant Lion from the ugly country for successfully pairing with the citizens of another world, Delezy. Please proceed with the wedding ceremony as soon as possible to receive the national fortune reward. The citizens of the ugly country really felt like crying. First, they suffered various catastrophic punishments. Then their national fortune player was beaten badly by Dragon Country's Lin Fan. After that, they could only continue to upgrade through the inheritance mechanism. Now, having accidentally found the trick to the wedding game, opening the Black Cloud Gate, it lucky turned into a reward wedding gate, only to not expect that the marriage partner was a man? Didn't the rules state that only females were allowed? They thought this was absolutely the wedding game targeting them. If before they only suspected, now they were completely convinced. Even Comrade Dong Wang issued an announcement, stating that Dragon Country absolutely has evil methods to control Blue Stars will against ugly country. This lost the fairness of the competition, making everyone definitely not learn Dragon Country's bad behavior. Of course, these empty words were just going in one ear and out the other for the citizens. They only wanted to know whether Lion could overcome the hurdle in his heart and receive the reward. In the live broadcast screen of the ugly country, Lion's stomach was churning, his face was ashen, worse than after eating feces. Being a man would be fine enough. But the key point is, why is he so tall? Why is he so strong? Normally, his height should only reach his hips. How on earth should he handle this? Lion wanted to leave countless times, but thinking of his fate of turning around. Perhaps if he left this time, he would never encounter S-level wedding gates again. He resolutely did not move a single step. Close your eyes, madly adjusting your emotions. After a while. Only then did I squeeze out a few words from my throat. Isn't the matchmaking game only for women to participate in? Woman? I can be. Big Lee Z said somewhat strangely. Are you telling me you are a woman? Lion's mental defenses were once again violently attacked. Wait a minute, seriously tell me, are you a man or a woman? What is your sexual orientation? Faced with Lion's angry shout, Big Lee Z was not angry, only slightly shy and said. Although my body is male, my psychological gender is actually female. As for sexual orientation, you might not know, I have split personality disorder. In my childhood, my alternate personality liked girls, so I can also be considered a lesbian. But according to my normal orientation, I should actually like boys. Given that I have a male body, that makes me part of the gay community. Sounds confusing, right? So I have a slight severe depression. Lion, you won't mind or discriminate against me, right? After all, the education that the citizens of Ugly Nation receive is very advanced, and we must respect everyone's personal freedom. WTF? After hearing Big Lee Z's explanation, Lion fell silent. It was the first time he hated the 97 genders officially announced by Ugly Nation so much. It turned out that the matchmaking game matched him with such a burly man. Simply because Big Lee Z considered himself a woman. You should know, if this situation were in Ugly Nation. If someone thought he was not a woman, they would be attacked like a rain of fists by a group of martial artists. So, the will of Blue Star also chose to comply with them, putting Big Lee Z into the matchmaking game. But unexpectedly, the evil fruit they planted, in the end, they still ate it themselves. Ha ha ha. This is killing me, didn't I hear someone say they were proud of their country's many genders? What about now? Are you still proud? The buff is stacked full, you understand? I'm really dumbfounded, I seriously suspect this Big Lee Z is a spy. It's too dramatic. You disgusting pigs from Dragon Nation, what are you being arrogant about now? Who says we don't like Big Lee Z? We just have a taste for it. Especially Lion. As for the national fortune reward for the matchmaking object, we are definitely going to get it. Ah, right, if you guys can really secure the national fortune reward, no one will envy you. The citizens of Ugly Nation now felt they were embarrassed beyond the nation. They no longer spoke with confidence. Look at Lin Fan's beautiful wife, then look at Lion's. The only consolation for them was their proud cultural tradition and the national fortune reward. Lion, you must succeed in matchmaking. And Lion also deeply understood these truths. Although Big Lee Z is a man. And quite disgusting. But thinking carefully, his heart is a woman. At least, there is still a bit of comfort, right? To change fate. Lion pinched his nose, ground his teeth, damn it. I'm all in. The scene slowly covered with mosaic. Some citizens of Ugly Nation who saw this even shed tears of sympathy. It has to be the black people from Ugly Nation, haha, if this happened to anyone else, I bet not many could do it. Just to clarify, I'm not discriminating against that, and I'm definitely not discriminating against people like Big Lee Z. Everyone has their freedom of choice, I don't interfere, haha. Wang Bingbing laughed so hard she doubled over, completely losing her demure image. Since receiving permission from the station director and the elder, the two hosts have completely let loose. Xiao Sa suddenly understood, indeed. It has to be that black people's acceptability is strong. No wonder blacks can be written into songs by our famous singers. Ha? Is there such a thing? Wang Bingbing was taken aback, not quite responding to what Xiao Sa was trying to express. Little Sa slowly narrated. Audience friends, do you still remember a particularly popular song? You are that, Sunshine Rainbow Little White Horse. Put. Wang Bingbing instantly couldn't hold back. The bullet comments became extremely lively because of Little Sa's hilarious words. Are you cursing? I'm not that. Oh, buddy, please tell me where that is, my sheriff in Florida will definitely catch him back. Sheriff. And you. My friend, you are the real hero. Aren't you going to thank the sheriff? So funny, I never thought that Xiao Jiangwei's song had this meaning. It has to be a pun. Oh no, we are very cultured, we didn't curse the black guy like that. This is just our unique accent from the Sichuan and Chongqing regions. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Ha 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 ha, I'm laughing back to life. The person above is purely a drama queen, but it's indeed a bit funny. In the matchmaking game. Estimating that someone had been observing his actions all along, now they most likely were following suit. Lin Fan nodded. It should be about time. Chapter 97, Fierce Battle with the Sea Demon. Lin Fan's gaze drifted over 3 doors, ultimately landing on door 3. The bronze door was etched with twisted water wave patterns, and faintly, one could hear the sound of flowing water from behind the door, with a hint of a fishy sweet scent. This scene well expressed the symbolism of the dungeons. Thinking of the usefulness of the fish demon, Lin Fan decisively called all the girls out and quietly told them the appearance of the monsters inside. Little Meow became excited again. Fish demon? Sounds delicious. Cats indeed love eating fish. Let alone a powerful fish demon. Ale was also rubbing his hands, just right to try out the newly learned fire spell. Wait, I need to tell you something first. Lin Fan smiled sinisterly, then informed the girls about the edible effect of the fish demon. Sure enough. The next moment, the girls' pretty faces instantly turned red. Extremely shy. So, what do you think? Still want to eat? If not, you can go back, I won't say anything. Even though Lin Fan indeed said so. But the girls. At this moment, all fell silent in unison. No one chose to leave, and such an action naturally represented their unspoken feelings. Seeing this, Lin Fan raised his eyebrows and laughed, exchanging glances with Lucian and others. Since that's the case, let's all go together. The moment he pressed his hand on the doorknob, the system's prompt sound suddenly rang out. The door burst open with a loud noise, and a fishy wind mixed with murky water vapor rushed toward them. The moment they stepped in, the scene suddenly changed. The ground was soft, rotten mud, surrounded by decayed water plants, and in the distance, a huge shadow was vaguely floating in the water. Moonlight penetrated the water surface, outlining greenish-gray scales on that shadow. The triangular head slowly turned toward them, with greedy glimmers in its crimson pupils. Humans. The fish demon spoke, its voice like nails scraping glass. How many years has it been since I've seen a living person? Your flesh and blood must be very delicious, right? It slapped its tail on the water's surface, stirring up waves as high as a meter, and its sharp dorsal fin sliced through the water, charging toward Lin Fan. In the live broadcast room, the mixed-race audience, seeing the sea-level monster, not only weren't afraid but instead started cursing loudly. What does it mean? What does it mean? Why is it that every time the monster level given to Dragon Kingdom is so much lower than Lin Fan's level? I really doubt that Dragon Kingdom is setting us up behind the scenes. We've been deceived by Dragon Kingdom cheating, leading to the matchmaking game having such dark secrets. No, Lin Fan can even instantly kill B-level monsters. What's the use of a C-level monster? Baka. Matchmaking game, dark secrets? Good, you won, you won. No, isn't this clearly a setup? Isn't this all created by Lin God with his own punches and kicks? If you really have so much free time to chatter here for half a day, you might as well go back to your room and practice. In the matchmaking game, the fish demon launched a fierce attack. The sea-level oppression swept the entire scene, but Little Meow just yawned, curling her tail around Lin Fan's wrist. This fish demon seems to not be awake. Indeed. Lucian said. That's right. AI Air said. Really? Xingyi said. Exactly. Xiao Qing said. Couldn't hold back anymore. The fish demon really couldn't hold back. No. Who is the real monster? Who is the challenger? These guys see me and feel no fear at all, even criticizing me? Is this appropriate? Is this really appropriate? Die. You all die for me. Lin Fan was too lazy to take another look, sidestepping the fish demon's huge mouth, as the lightning gathered at his fingertips shot out like a snake. With a soft pop, the lightning precisely hit the fish demon's forehead, its grayish-green scales instantly charred black, its massive body stiffened and fell into the water, splashing everyone with water. Dead. Very simple. The fish demon directly hung on the wall. Wang Bingbing was dumbfounded in the live broadcast room. Is it over? Lin Fan didn't even take out his weapon. Did you see? This is the terrifying combat power of B-level peak. The sea-level monster in his hands is no different from crushing an ant. Xiaosa excitedly slapped his thigh. Are there still any alien scum willing to talk? So damn amazing. Linshan, please accept my knee. Oh my god, others struggle for their lives to reach this level. But, they don't even have the qualification to see Linshan for a second? In other countries, with their inheritance mechanism, they too reached C+ level. Only they knew how much suffering was endured to reach this level. However, now you tell them. A stronger B level is still a waste that can't withstand even one attack in front of Lin Fan? This feeling of disparity is simply off the charts. At this moment, in the live broadcast screen, an unexpected change occurred. In the distant waters, dozens of dark shadows surged out of the water. These were ordinary fish monsters attracted by the fish demon's aura, only D level, merely a large number. Seeing this scene, the alien scum that initially wanted to cheer choked on their words, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Can't something S level come out? Can't let Lin Fan also experience what it feels like to be instant killed? Unfair. So unfair. Little Meow finally became interested, her cat pupils suddenly narrowed into slits, her demon power turning into blades as claw shadows appeared. Lin Fan. These little fish snacks are mine. Before her words fell, she transformed into a green shadow and leaped into the fish group, blood splattering where her claws passed. Air shook his tail and gathered ghostly blue flames in his palm. I'll refine fish oil, just in time to try my new recipe. Lucian lightly stroked the strings, the ethereal sound of the zither turning into invisible blades, cutting the attacking fish monsters in half. Lin Fan sat cross-legged on the shore, closing his eyes to sense the energy flow in this water area. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, gazing at the whirlpool deep in the pool. There's something down there. He stood up, stretching his wrist. You all keep watch on the shore, I'll go take a look. Before anyone could respond, he had jumped into the water. At the bottom of the pond, an ancient altar covered with barnacles came into view. In the center of the altar floated a crystal-clear egg, with purple lightning patterns swirling around the shell. System prompt, discovered rare item, lightning attribute mermaid egg. After hatching, can obtain contracted beast, thunder giant Kuan, juvenile phase. Kuan? Can it play basketball? If it can't play, I don't want it. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow, as his fingertip just touched the eggshell. Suddenly alarms blared. The water surface exploded into towering waves as a figure 3 times larger than the previous fish demon burst out of the water, its fish head covered in sharp spikes, its dorsal fin like a small mountain. Chapter 98, Little Meow successfully breaks through. Start the favorability system. Warning, hidden boss detected, Abyss Thunderfin Beast, B-level. The live stream instantly erupted. I knew it wasn't that simple. The hidden boss is here. B-level? Lin Fan just broke through to the peak of B-level, isn't this just perfect for leveling up? Calm down upstairs. There's a huge gap between B-level and peak B-level. What's the difference? It's all just experience packs anyway. Damn. You damn Dragon Kingdom pigs, stop flaunting here. Damn Dragon Kingdom pigs, our ugly nation will surpass you soon. In the next second on the screen, Lin Fan's actions left everyone breathless. He raised his hand and lightly waved. 12 lightsabers entwined with mechanical chains flew out from his palm, forming a precise matrix in the air. The lightsabers buzzed as they sliced through the water, and in the terrified eyes of the Thunderfin beast, they precisely pierced every weakness on its body. The massive beast didn't even have time to scream before it shattered under the lightning, turning into a rain of blood. Lin Fan leaped onto the altar, casually picked up the mermaid egg, and his fingertips were still dripping with the Thunderfin beast's blood. The livestream fell into an eerie silence, and 3 seconds later, the chat erupted like a volcano. Is this really a B-level boss? It can't even last 3 seconds in Lin Fan's hands? I suggest the officials directly give Lin Fan the title of the strongest in the server, let the others stop playing. Weren't the little scraps from our country hoping to see the Dragon Kingdom's myth crumble? Come on. Keep being jealous. Shout. Keep shouting. Baka. Lin Fan stored the mermaid egg in his backpack, looked up at the water's surface, and saw Little Meow swimming over with a fat fish monster, its tail tangled with a few smaller fish. Lin Fan, look. She spat out the fish from her mouth, her eyes sparkling. These little dried fish are enough for us to eat for 3 days. Eat for 3 days, how many do you want to have? A sudden comment from Lin Fan made Little Meow extremely shy. She could only glare at Air, who was silently planning to grill fish, and snapped to relieve her embarrassment. What does it have to do with me? You want to fight? Ah. The 2 girls started playing around again. Xingya rolled her eyes and filled a bottle with fish oil. Just to be clear, I am not responsible for grilling. The last time Air turned the fish into charcoal, the trauma still lingers. Okay, I'll handle it this time. After all, we should care a little more about the baby in your belly. The goddess Lu smiled as she used vaporized strings to lift the fish monster's corpse, turning it into fertilizer to nourish the plants by the shore. Yes. Goddess Lu is the most reliable. Lin Fan looked at the lively scene in front of him and suddenly thought of the favorability system that the system had hinted at, a smile forming at the corners of his mouth. You guys start grilling, I have something to do outside. He went to door 1, activated the favorability system, and then regretted coming back here. Now, as soon as Lin Fan concentrated, he could see the favorability displays hovering above the heads of all the girls. All at 100? Upon seeing this, Lin Fan was completely dumbfounded. The upper limit for favorability is 100. This means that the partner will never abandon him, always staying by his side. They would even be willing to sacrifice their lives for him. Even the little Chang has a maximum favorability of 100? Then what is the use of having this favorability system for myself? He originally thought everyone would have more or less favorability, at most around 90. There would still be a little bit left that he needed to make up for. But now, it seems like he started with maxed out favorability. Seeing this, Lin Fan couldn't help but chuckle, suddenly remembering the treasure he obtained yesterday that was specifically useful for the 9 Lives cat. Little Meow, come here for a moment. Hearing Lin Fan's call, Little Meow, who was just getting worked up with AI, immediately settled down, obediently running to Lin Fan's side. I have a big treasure, would you like to use it? Lin Fan said mysteriously. Little Meow's eyes lit up immediately, nodding her head. Okay, what big treasure is it? I can't show you here. I have to hide, or else everyone will come looking for me. Lin Fan said cautiously. After all, the thing I gave to Little Meow is naturally suited for the 9-lived cats upgrade. But I only found such a thing from behind the door. If everyone comes to ask me for it, I wouldn't know what to do. I'm not a fairy who can create many things anytime and anywhere, am I? So on this matter, Lin Fan thought it's better to be a bit careful. Ah. Little Meow's reaction was much greater than he imagined. She looked at Lin Fan in disbelief, then glanced around, looked at the girls, and finally turned back, her voice as tiny as a mosquito. Is it here? Is it really here? This is my first time, will it be a bit too exciting? Lin Chin felt a bit strange, but thought that Little Meow might also think that this might be unfair to the other match candidates. So he directly said, don't be afraid, this is all very normal. I just don't want them to see it, otherwise, it might delay fish time, don't you think? Indeed, if everyone wants it, the time will be delayed a lot. Little Meow nodded with a flushed face, then looked towards the dense grass nearby. So where do we go? Sure. Very soon. Little Meow said softly, where is very soon? The fast one is me. Lin Fan felt something was off the more he listened, but he didn't think too much about it. Until they entered the grass, Little Meow's proactive actions startled Lin Fan greatly. Little Meow, you actually like this kind of tune? It's not you who made me. I was talking about giving you this thing. In Lin Fan's hand, he revealed a piece of crystal. That was the most needed item for the 9-lived cat clan. Once used, the 9-layer limit of the 9-lived cat would break through once. For Little Meow, this was an extremely precious existence. Lin Fan, is this the big treasure you wanted to give me? Little Meow was simply enamored with this treasure. Lin Fan was speechless. How did you leap from here to there? I remember you were quite pure before, right? Lu Xun. Lin Fan. Little Meow. Eavesdropping Lu Xun. In the live broadcast room. After seeing this, they directly laughed out loud. I can't take it anymore, I really can't, I'm dying of laughter. Lucian, I didn't expect you to be this kind of Lucian. Okay, Little Meow has finally been corrupted, right? Oh my, this is too good. It's so delightful. Chapter 99, Lucky Fortune Falls. Found the Sky Island blueprint? Time passed quickly. 3 days slipped by unnoticed. During these days, not much happened in the matchmaking game. It was just a steady passing of each day. But the opening of the home barrier finally gave the villagers a chance. They cut down many trees in the outside forest and built small wooden houses. From a high vantage point, it looked very peaceful and tranquil, drawing countless envious exclamations from the children of the Dragon Nation. Wow, this is my dream house. Which person from the Dragon Nation doesn't have a dream of returning to the fields? Indeed, I really want to go back to my hometown. It's funny to think about, why are people from other countries still struggling to survive? Why is our Dragon Nation's Lin Chen living such a heavenly life now? It's really so troubling. Baka. On this day, Lin Fan was sitting in the workshop adjusting a newly modified energy cannon. In the study, he obtained this technology and was constantly experimenting. The lightning entwined around his fingers shone with blue light alongside the gears. He was modifying every detail and structure of the magic cannon. Suddenly, a series of ethereal bell tolls echoed in the sky, and a multitude of golden gift boxes suddenly appeared above the grass outside the home. Like golden rain clouds pressing down. Lucky adventure rewards have arrived. Please open as many gift boxes as possible within half an hour to receive rewards. Note, there are no penalties in the gift boxes, any reward may appear. People of the Dragon Kingdom, woohoo! So refreshing. Isn't this just free resources again? It really is. This reward is really on point, isn't it? Super awesome. Fuck. You Dragon Kingdom is cheating again. Get lost, you bunch of white-skinned dogs. In the matchmaking game, countless exquisite gift boxes of all sizes hang from balloons, slowly descending. Like a grand little rain of gift boxes. Here it comes. Little Meow's ears perked up, her tail curled and she leaped onto the wall, her eyes spinning around the pile of gift boxes, so many gift boxes. I want to open the biggest one. Air followed closely, flames happily dancing on her tail. My luck as a succubus has never been bad, just wait and see. Be careful, don't hurt yourselves, especially you two. Xingye supported her slightly bulging belly, assisted by Lucian, stepping out the door, her gaze falling on the diamond-shaped gift box floating in the air. Since having a baby, Xingye had increasingly taken on the image of a virtuous wife and mother. Little Chang stood expressionless next to Lin Fan, but the moment she saw the gift boxes, her fingertips unconsciously rubbed the bronze bell Lin Fan had given her, a spirit tool obtained from the last dungeon. No matter what, it can't compare to what Lin Fan gave me. What's wrong? Aren't you going? You still like that ring, don't you? Lin Fan laughed slyly beside her. Get lost. Little Chang snorted coldly. You're still acting tough, huh? I won't feed you tonight. Lin Fan pretended to be angry. Sure enough, Little Chang still couldn't resist human food. She immediately bit her lip and tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve, signaling that she was wrong. That's more like it. Little Meow and Air started to run and play wildly in the yard again. However, they still kept a close eye on Xingye's position. Lucian gently caressed the strings of her guqin, ethereal music turned into invisible hands, gently supporting several gift boxes drifting toward the water. Don't fight, take your time. Lin Fan smiled and shook his head, waving his hand to set up a protective barrier to prevent the energy waves from the falling gift boxes from harming everyone. With the first crisp sound of a gift box opening, Little Meow cheered, raising a collar inlaid with cat's eye stones. Look! It's the Moonlight Collar from the Nine Life Cat Clan. Wearing it doubles nighttime training speed. Humph. What's that worth? Air was unwilling to back down, her fingertips gathering dark fire to melt the lock of the gift box, and a ring covered in magic runes leapt out, magic energy overflowing, Ring of the Demon's Kiss. It can enhance the power of dark attribute magic. That's nothing impressive. Yours isn't impressive. Yours isn't impressive. Yours. Lin Chen. The girls. On the other side. The gift boxes slowly descend. Xingye walked over slowly, carefully opened one, and found a box of crystal-clear medicinal herbs for pregnancy, the lid engraved with the golden words safe for mother and child, causing her eyes to redden slightly. It's okay. Lin Fan hugged it tightly. The Elven clan can produce directly in just 3 months. According to normal standards, it has already been nearly half a month, which is roughly over a month for humans. During this time of birth, naturally, she needed her husband to comfort her properly. Lin Fan, with you here, I always feel very at ease. Little Ching opened a piece of black scale armor, the material surprisingly similar to the scales of the Abyss Thunderfin beast, which made her eyes light up as she immediately began to think about how to refine it into defensive equipment. The most open gift boxes belonged to Little Meow and Air. Competing to grab them, fearing that they were deprived of something. However, the good items were mostly in the first round of openings. Later on, it was mostly just a bunch of random junk. Even some of AI Air's favorite little toys. She slyly pulled Lin Fan to the side, proudly showing off her spoils. Lin Chen. For a moment, he didn't know what to say anymore. Wow. You guys are secretly having fun here. Little Meow glared at the two as if catching them in the act, her eyes fixed on AI Air's hands, and she immediately snatched them away. Great. I want to play too. Although Little Meow grabbed it. The simple Little Meow had no idea how to use it. After messing around for a long time, she felt too embarrassed to ask. AI Air suddenly revealed a devilish smile. She whispered in Little Meow's ear to explain its use. Immediately, Little Meow screamed, as if she had touched something hot, and flung it away. Why you. Little Meow's face turned red with embarrassment, a wisp of white smoke floating above her head. You're simply a pervert. I am a demon after all. AI Air whistled, seeming unfazed. Little Meow, feeling frustrated, stomped her foot, picked it up, and tugged on Lin Fan, growling, Lin Fan, I want to play the games she plays with you too. Ha! This is a PS5, can you play? Lin Fan said, holding the console with a confused look. Demons can play, I can play. Little Meow refused to back down. Chapter 100, Battle on the Floating Island. Especially after seeing AI Air sticking out her tongue proudly on the side, Little Meow became even more determined. I want to play. I want to play. I just want to play. Really now. Inchin watched the scene, shaking her head and laughing helplessly. Above her head, a beautifully crafted rectangular gift box slowly descended in front of her. The surface of the box was entwined with green vines, and one could faintly hear a sound like flowing water. At a glance, it was clear that this was not an ordinary item. She gently touched the vine patterns with her fingertip, and the box opened in response, a blue light shooting skyward, condensing into an ancient blueprint glowing with spiritual light in midair. Lin Fan's pupils narrowed, and a system panel immediately appeared before him. An opportunity unique to Inshin to restore her full strength. This was an opportunity containing the laws of the Heavenly Tao. Goodness. You have to know. During Yinxin's peak, she was an immortal emperor. Restoring the power of an immortal emperor? Could he eat soft rice to his heart's content? Although this opportunity was not enough to reach the sky in one leap, meals are eaten one bite at a time, no one would be left behind, take it slowly. A system notification quickly appeared. Congratulations on obtaining the blueprint for the floating island instance. This instance contains ancient opportunities that can help the holder break through bottlenecks in their realm. Yinxin gently stroked the cloud patterns on the edge of the blueprint, her eyes filled with nostalgia. This blueprint resembles the secret scripture of the sect I saw in my childhood. Perhaps this is my opportunity. Lin Fan took the blueprint, his fingertip gliding over the floating islands depicted within, and suddenly noticed that at the heart of the island stood an ancient temple entwined with vines. The runes on the temple door were exactly the same as the patterns on Yinxin's strings. Yinxin, this instance might be related to your inheritance. Lin Fan handed the blueprint to her. I'll accompany you. Little Meow immediately jumped onto his shoulder. I want to go too. Maybe there are great things unique to the floating island. Just make sure the perverted demon doesn't go. Humph. AI Air flicked her tail and followed. Count me in, I haven't seen a real ancient ruin in a long time. Although Hoshino wanted to join, she was gently held down by Yinxin's hand on her shoulder. You stay at home to rest, we will be back soon. Tearing the scroll, the fragments formed a teleportation formation on the ground. The teleportation array lit up beneath their feet, and Lin Fan quietly recited the incantation according to the tips on the blueprint. In the next second, everyone suddenly felt a flash of blue light before their eyes, and when they opened them again, they found themselves above a sea of clouds. A huge floating island hovered among the clouds, the edges of the island cascading down like a waterfall of stardust, while the ancient temple at its center shimmered in the sunlight, seeming hazy. Though the two characters Qin Shao on the gate have become modeled, they still exude an extraordinary and transcendent aura. Be careful, there are restrictions on this island. With her fingertip gathering spiritual energy, Lucian plucked the strings, producing a clear and melodious sound, as the clouds in front of her slowly parted like a curtain, revealing a path paved with stone steps. The crowd ascended the stone steps, and suddenly, ethereal figures of cranes made of spiritual energy appeared on both sides, stretching their wings as if to fly. Little Meow curiously reached out to touch, but the cranes transformed into dots of glowing light, diving into her brow, causing her to shiver. What a comforting power! In the square before the ancient hall, 7 stone platforms were arranged with a zither, chess, books, paintings, swords, alchemy, and formations. Lucian's gaze fell on the ancient zither in the center, and her feet moved forward uncontrollably. The zither was entwined with green vines, and its strings sparkled like crystal. Just as her fingertip touched the strings, countless fragments of memories suddenly surged into her mind. These were the memories belonging to the descendants of the ancient Qin sect. I remember. Lucian's voice trembled. The Qin sect uses the zither to enter the Tao, and this 9 clouds ringing is the sacred object of the sect. When the sect faced a great calamity, our ancestors sealed the heritage in this empty island, waiting for a fated person to unlock it. Before she could finish speaking, the ancient zither suddenly erupted with dazzling blue light, and the vines retreated, revealing the character Lu engraved beneath the strings. AI Air suddenly pointed into the distance, exclaiming, "Look! There are things in those clouds." Everyone turned to look, only to see countless monsters made of spiritual energy emerging in the sea of clouds, resembling zither and lutes but with grotesque faces. The leading Guzheng monster emitted a piercing string sound, and sound waves transformed into blades, rushing toward the crowd. Lin Fan raised his hand and unleashed a sword array. 12 beams of sword light pierced through the bodies of the monsters like lightning, but after they dissipated into spiritual energy, they reassembled in the clouds. Lucian lightly stroked the zither strings, and the ethereal music flowed out. Those monsters actually stopped moving, with some even beginning to dance to the melody. These are spiritual puppets guarding the restrictions. Their hostility can be resolved with zither music. It's a normal protective formation, so everyone need not be tense. With her eyes closed, the zither's sound grew clearer, like spring rain, and the monsters gradually turned into points of light, merging into the spiritual veins of the empty island. Suddenly, the central ancient zither flew up and hovered above Lucian's head, the strings vibrating automatically, playing a celestial sound that Lin Fan had never heard before. Lucian was enveloped in a blue halo, and mysterious patterns faintly appeared in her hair, as her originally B-level aura began to soar crazily. Lin Fan's pupils constricted. He could feel Lucian's realm crossing its bottleneck. From B-level to a direct breakthrough to B+ level. Her combat power soared directly to a terrifying 30,000. This is the recognition of the empty island's legacy. Lin Fan clenched his fists, feeling delighted for Lucian. Suddenly, the gates of the ancient hall crashed open, and a beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping Lucian. When the brilliance faded, there was a musical score glowing with spiritual light in her arms, with the 5 characters Qing Xiao Ling Chu shining brightly on the cover. Little Meow leaned in curiously to take a look but didn't dare to disturb it, cautiously poking the score. Isn't this very powerful? Lucian gently nodded, her fingertip brushing over the score, and a blue light dove into her brow. She looked up at Lin Fan, her eyes sparkling with an unprecedented brightness. This is the last legacy of the empty island and the Qing Shaosek's recognition of me. Now I can stand by your side even more powerfully. Lin Fan smiled and shook his head, reaching out to ruffle the top of her hair. You've always been very strong. But just then, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. Damn it, who the hell got here first and stole the treasure we were eyeing? Just as everyone was immersed in the wondrous opportunities of the empty island, a dense aura of evil spread from the depths of the island. A group of dark-cloaked demon cultivators walked in from outside, and both parties stared at each other, momentarily stunned. Then, their gazes turned toward Lin Fan and the others, filled with an astonishing killing intent. They radiated a disgusting black glow, with greedy and sinister glances. At the same time, when they saw the beauty of the girls, they couldn't help but reveal lewd smiles. Good, good, good. I didn't expect to come up looking for treasure secrets and find unexpected gains. Ladies, you are exceptionally pretty, why not follow me, the master, and enjoy a delicious life in the future? Ha 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 ha. Chapter 101, Transforming into Immortal. This is called Godly Creation of Lu. Get lost. A bunch of ugly ghosts. Bah! Little Meow was the most impatient, directly spitting insults at them and even making a face to mock them. But as the saying goes, if a woman is truly beautiful, her anger seems like a sulking charm to others. The demon cultivator's eyes lit up immediately, laughing lewdly. Good, this is good, this is good. Is she actually a transformed monster? Interesting, very interesting. I, Huang, have roamed the immortal realm for many years, but I never had such a beautiful demoness as my furnace. I didn't expect to have this chance to indulge today. Upon hearing this, all the demon cultivators burst into loud laughter. They were full of arrogance, completely not taking Lin Fan and the others seriously. Lin Fan smiled grimly. What great courage! Their husbands are right here, and you dare to talk so wildly? So let me ask you, have you thought about how you're going to die next? As he spoke, his fierce gaze actually startled the group of demon cultivators. Immediately, they realized. Did this pretty boy just scare them? So shameful. It was too shameful. Kid, you have successfully angered me. I will refine you into a conscious corpse puppet, so you can watch how I toy with them. You think you're worthy? Little Ching said. Trash. Ale said coldly. Lucian remained silent, simply looking at them as if they were dead people. Faced with such disdain, the group of demon cultivators finally couldn't suppress their inner excitement. Brothers, go for it. These trash not only are a bunch of meat pigs, but they also carry secret treasures. Everything belongs to us. Just you? You'll be dead in a minute. Little Meow said with a sneer. The leading demon cultivator also grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. A group of self-important fools, dare to come to this empty island to seize opportunities? Today, none of you will leave alive. Evil Demon Cultivator. Level, B level. Combat power, 210000. All these demon cultivators were of B-level power, quickly forming a formation, their demonic weapons flashing with eerie light. A black demonic flame surged toward the crowd like a tidal wave, scorching the air to sizzle upon contact. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, a powerful glow mixed with functional energy erupted around him, and he quickly formed a hand seal. A barrier of spiritual energy wrapped with functional fragments instantly spread from beneath his feet, firmly blocking the demonic flame. The demonic flame slammed into the barrier, bursting into piercing blue light, and the energy shockwave made the surrounding air shake. How is this possible? What kind of technique is this? The demon cultivators were greatly shocked. They had never seen such spiritual energy before. Little Meow jumped down from Lin Fan's shoulder, her cat eyes suddenly narrowed into vertical slits, her spiritual energy transforming into claw-like shadows of blades. Like a green lightning bolt, she charged into the group of demon cultivators, her sharp claws easily ripping through their black robes, blood splattering, and screams filling the air. However, the demon cultivators were not a bunch of weaklings who could only sit idle. They quickly reacted, swinging their demonic weapons toward Little Meow. Little Meow nimbly navigated between the demon cultivators, constantly dodging attacks while searching for counterattack opportunities. Ale formed hand seals, chanting a spell, as a ghostly blue flame gathered in her palm. She waved her hand, and the flame shot toward the demon cultivators like a shooting star. Block it for me. The demon cultivators quickly cast defensive spells. However, Ale's flame was extraordinarily strange. Easily penetrated their defenses, burning several demonic cultivators who screamed in agony. Little lady, you are finished. But the other demonic cultivators took the chance to swarm over, trying to trap AI air. They did not notice. Behind them, the goddess Lu lightly stroked the strings, and ethereal sounds transformed into invisible blades, slicing towards the demonic cultivators. Where the music traveled, the demonic cultivators felt their souls being pierced, and their movements became sluggish. However, one of the demonic cultivators suddenly cast a spell, condensing a black sound wave to counterattack the goddess Lu. Seeing this scene, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh. No. Competing in the Dao arts that she excels at? Do you know what kind of existence the goddess Lu is? The goddess Lu frowned slightly, her fingers quickly gliding across the strings, producing a series of crisp notes that neutralized the black sound wave. Xiao Qing held a shield made of black scales in front of Lin Fan, preventing the demonic cultivator's attacks from reaching her. Her expression was cold, and whenever a demonic cultivator got too close, she swiftly countered and pushed them back. Her movements were clean and decisive, without any hesitation. Lin Fan observed the battle situation and knew he could no longer delay, otherwise, it would all be meaningless. Alright, having witnessed your weakness, you can immediately go and die now. He raised both hands, and 12 shimmering light swords entwined with mechanical chains flew out from his palms, forming a precise matrix in the air. The light swords hummed as they sliced through the air, speeding towards the demonic cultivators. The demonic cultivators looked on in terror as the light swords approached, hastily casting spells to defend themselves. However, Lin Fan's light swords were incredibly powerful, easily breaking through their defenses and piercing through several demonic cultivators. No! Before dying, the faces of those demonic cultivators bore expressions of disbelief. As if they found it unbelievable that this pretty boy possessed such powerful strength. But Lin Fan's rain of swords would not stop there. Under Lin Fan's strong attack, the formation of the demonic cultivators began to break down. Xiao Miao, AI Air, and the goddess Lu seized the opportunity to launch even fiercer attacks, pushing the demonic cultivators into a retreat. Secret techniques and magical treasures emerged one after another, yet they were merely desperate resistance. Boss, how could these trash be so powerful? This is outrageous. Run! Seeing the situation turn dire, the leading demonic cultivator tried to escape. Want to leave? Did I agree? Speak! Lin Fan would not let him escape easily. He stepped forward, and a teleportation array formed beneath him, made of spiritual energy and circuit patterns, instantly appearing in front of the demonic cultivator. Lin Fan raised his hand and lightly pressed down, pinching the demonic cultivator's wrist with 2 fingers. What do you want? I was wrong, isn't that enough? I'm willing to give you everything. As long as you don't kill me. Otherwise, you will definitely face revenge from the demonic sect. The demonic cultivator stared at Lin Fan in terror, trying to struggle but finding his strength like that of an ant before Lin Fan. A glint of cold light flickered in Lin Fan's eyes as he squeezed hard, instantly shattering the demonic cultivator's wrist, causing his weapon to fall. You demonic cultivators dare to covet the opportunities of this Sky Island. Today, I will make you pay the price. Lin Fan shouted loudly, and the light sword in his hand swiftly sliced the leading demonic cultivator in half. He's dead. He's dead, really dead. Run. I don't want to fight anymore. Run away. When the other demonic cultivators saw their leader was dead, morale plummeted, and they all turned to flee. Lin Fan did not pursue them. He knew these demonic cultivators were no longer a threat. He turned to look at the edge of the Sky Island, where a teleportation array had appeared, with cloud patterns embedded in the center that matched the drawing. It's time to go back. Xingye is waiting for our good news. As everyone stepped onto the teleportation array, the Sky Island began to slowly dissolve, transforming into specks of green light merging into the clouds. But the musical score in the goddess Lu's arms and the Dao patterns on her brow remained clearly visible. After all, it belongs to her fate, so it naturally won't disappear with the floating island. In the live broadcast room, the people of Longwa watched the scene of God Lu's breakthrough, tears of excitement brimming in their eyes. Little Saw's hand holding the microphone trembled. Did you see that? This is the genius of our Longwa. Ancient inheritance or forbidden puppets, in the face of unity and strength, all difficulties are stepping stones. God Lu's breakthrough means our Longwa has gained another quasi-level powerhouse, and now our combat power has far surpassed most countries. Wang Bingbing's eyes were filled with tears, encouraging everyone, from now on, I won't need to worry about foreigners anymore. God Lin. Forever a god. Awesome. Meanwhile, in a small country's live broadcast room, countless viewers looked at the music score in God Lu's hands, their expressions utterly defeated, as if they had tasted something terrible. Why can the Longwei national pig move forward so smoothly? What is the reason? System prompt, floating island instance exploration completed. God Lu has obtained the ancient guitar inheritance, and his realm has been elevated to B+ level. Only a second passed after the prompt. The system prompt appeared again. Warning. Warning. Due to participant Lin Fan causing the anger of the demon sect, in 5 hours, the demon sect revenge war will begin. The warning sounded 3 times in a row. The faces of the girls from Xiao Mao changed. We're doomed. What if they come to take revenge? But Lin Fan had a calm expression, even feeling a bit amused. What can we do? It doesn't matter at all. Huh? The girls were stunned. It's nothing, just small matters, it will all pass in the end. Anyway, we still have 5 hours, come on, let's go play a game. Is now the time to play games? Don't worry about it. It's really nothing. The matchmaking screen closed. The audience in the live broadcast room was truly amazed this time. Wow. I shout wow. Wait, the demon sex revenge in Lin Fan's eyes doesn't seem to be a big deal at all? I'm shocked, this big heart, I just want to ask if you're impressed. Awesome. Little Sa and Wang Bingbing were speechless at this moment. They didn't know what words to use to describe Lin Fan's actions. After thinking for a moment, they still let go of their worries. Since Lin Fan isn't worried, we don't need to be overly concerned either. Lin Fan surely has his own ways to handle this. Indeed. So many times. Lin Fan has created miracles, hasn't he slapped faces enough already? As long as Lin Fan isn't flustered, they won't be flustered. But at this moment, there's an old saying that applies well here. What does it mean when the emperor is not anxious, but the eunuchs are? Seeing an opportunity, those foreign scum couldn't hold back. They rushed into the Longhua live broadcast room, jumping around madly. Ha 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 ha. Retribution. This is retribution. Damn Longhua yellow pigs, now it's your participants' turn to face disaster? Baka. 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 Lin Fan the pig finally gets to suffer. This is a treat to watch. I am a Longhua person, but I have long looked down on Lin Fan's pretentiousness, really disappointing. Why does he need so many wives? Isn't it disrespecting women's freedom? I support the demon sect to kill Lin Fan. That's right. That's right. That's right. Just like that. Let Lin Fan the pig die, ha 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 ha. As the saying goes, adversity reveals true feeling. A person, how can they not wet their shoes when they often stand by the river? To eliminate that slight possibility, they prefer to be a bit more cautious. 5 hours later. Lin Fan appeared on the screen again. And the revenge of the demon cultivators has thoroughly emerged. Outside the city walls, a dark mass of demon cultivators surged in. Demon cultivation sect disciple. Level B. Combat power 18,000. Have they become even weaker? Lin Fan sat at the workbench, raising an eyebrow. Sparks of lightning danced at his fingertips as he embedded them into the core of the energy cannon through mechanical gears. With this, the lethality of the magical cannon could increase exponentially. Little Meow lay beside the toolbox, its tail lazily sweeping across Lin Fan's hand, but its eyes were focused on the blue light swirling in his hand. Lin Fan, can this cannon really push back the demon sect? Lin Fan did not lift his head and smiled confidently. Don't worry, they can't even touch my defenses. As he spoke, he pressed a button on the edge of the console, and the entire wall slowly rose, revealing the giant magical cannon hidden underground. The cannon was made of mechanical gears and spiritual energy crystals, and the ghostly blue light swirling at the cannon's mouth faintly revealed flashing runes, exactly what he had obtained from the defensive blueprint in the arcade instance a while ago. Super. Modified. Ultimate. Energy cannon. With this thing, Lin Fan didn't believe this group could withstand a few hits. At the very least, those with mere B strength could go eat dirt. In the live stream room, the mixed bloods of other races couldn't help but jump on the table and clap wildly at this scene. Good. Good. This group of evil demons, with such a huge number, is still only B-level strength. No matter how strong Lin Fan is, can he withstand this many attacks? Ha 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 ha. Lin Fan is going to die, Lin Fan is really going to die. Ha 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 ha. Damn, Mom, can we celebrate with champagne tonight? Shut your damn mouth, a bunch of little dogs, just keep barking. Have you broken down? Ha 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 ha. Baka baka baka. You Dragon Nation pigs see Lin Fan about to die, and sure enough, you break down. So satisfying. I just love watching you Dragon Nation pigs make fools of yourselves. Chapter 103, Not Enough, Not Enough. Exactly, the men of Dragon Nation are just pathetic. At the same time, the sky outside the home gradually became shrouded in dark clouds, thick demonic energy surging like a tide. When the first curse pierced through the clouds, Lin Fan was embedding the last energy crystal into the cannon's chamber. Lin Fan. You turtle, come out. The leading demon cultivator rode on a giant wolf engulfed in black flames, slamming a spiked club heavily against the city wall, sending fragments flying. Dare to kill my demon sect disciples, today you will pay with blood. In the live stream room, Little Sa tightly gripped the microphone, looking nervous. Here they come. The forefront of the demon sect has reached the outskirts of the home. Their target is Lin Fan and his partners. The opposing force is powerful, but we don't know their exact strength. Wang Bingbing looked at the swarm of demon cultivators on the screen, her voice trembling slightly. There are at least 300 of them, and the few leading ones have powerful auras, probably all above B-level strength. However, before she could finish her sentence, Lin Fan's voice had already echoed through the loudspeakers. This many? Not even enough to warm up. He stood with his hands behind his back on the city wall, his gaze sweeping across the vanguard leaders among the demon cultivators. I will give you 3 seconds to roll away, or bear the consequences. Or what? The demon leader laughed out loud, interrupting Lin Fan. Do you think hiding in your turtle shell can save you? Let me tell you, this trash wall, I can smash it with a flip of my hand. Listen up. Not only will I make you sever an arm today, but I will also take all of your women. 3. Lin Fan's voice was eerily calm, but it inexplicably sent a chill down the spines of the demon cultivators. The vanguard leader was about to speak when he saw Lin Fan casually wave his hand. A blue light shot out from the city wall. In the next second, the giant wolf under him didn't even have time to scream before being blasted into powder by an energy cannon, the shockwave sending the surrounding magic cultivators flying dozens of meters. What? What is that thing? Despicable. How dare you ambush us, the vanguard roared. 2. The magical cannon on the city wall slowly turned its muzzle, the eerie blue glow becoming even more dazzling. Only then did the magic cultivators realize that the city wall was not just an ordinary fortification, but a defensive array made up of hundreds of small energy cannon platforms. That previous attack was merely an appetizer. It definitely wasn't an ambush. For this person, it was simply a normal probe. A surge of extreme danger suddenly rose from the depths of his heart. Go! The word hadn't even been yelled out. 1. As Lin Fan's voice fell, the entire city wall suddenly erupted with blinding light. 360 energy cannon platforms activated simultaneously, weaving into a massive web of firepower in the air. The magic cultivator leader's face turned pale, finally realizing the magnitude of his mistake. Retreat. Before he could finish his sentence, the overwhelming energy cannons began to rain down. Boom, 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 boom. The eerie blue beams tore through the magic energy, exploding into dazzling death flowers among the magic cultivators. The wails echoed one after another, and the once arrogant vanguard was now crushed like ants. The magic cultivators' defensive spells were utterly ineffective against the firepower driven by technology and cultivation, with no chance to escape before being blown to bits. In the live broadcast, the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom were first stunned, then burst into laughter. I can't believe this. Is this the thrill of hot weapons? My lord, the times have changed. This thing is way better than spiritual energy. Haha, can those trash even talk anymore? This is Lin Fan's confidence. The magical cannon is so cool. 300 magic cultivators? After one shot, not even a scrap is left. Where are those who said Lin Fan would be finished? Come out and keep jumping around. Little Saw was so excited his face turned red. Did you see that? This is the technological cultivation of the Dragon Kingdom. While other countries still rely on traditional spells, Lin Fan has already perfectly merged mechanical civilization with spiritual energy. This is truly a dimensionality reduction attack. Wang Bingbing looked at the dissipating magic energy on the screen, tears welling in her eyes. I have never felt prouder of the Dragon Kingdom than now. Among the vanguard, only a few survived. Now blood-soaked and battered, they screamed into their communication stones, "Help! Quickly, help us! We are about to be annihilated." Boom! Lin Fan sneered. Now that the entire army is wiped out, are you satisfied? He glanced at the system prompt. The demonic sex attack was not completely over. This indicated that the magic cultivator's revenge was not entirely finished. Not long after the vanguard was completely wiped out, numerous black dots appeared in the distant sky. Those were the main forces of the demonic sect. The 3 demon generals at the forefront rode giant bone dragons, with demonic energy coalescing into solid forms around them, every breath stirring up a gust of blood and wind. You little ones! Flatten this broken city for me, the central demon general, holding a giant axe, spoke with a voice like thunder rolling through the clouds. Lin Fan! You killed my vanguard, today I will make you watch your woman be. His words suddenly caught in his throat as he saw Lin Fan on the city wall smiling at him. That smile contained pity, as if looking at a group of dead people. Boom! This time, the magical cannon's light illuminated the entire sky. Lin Fan personally controlled the Ultra Modified Ultimate Energy Cannon. Finally activated. A 10-meter wide energy beam shot up into the sky, drawing a splendid trajectory in the air. The roar of the bone dragon and the demon general's rage seemed pitifully small before the energy beam. At the moment the beam struck its target, the 3 demon generals and their mounts were evaporated, not even their souls had time to dissipate. What the hell is that thing? The remaining demon cultivators looked on in terror, finally realizing that they were not facing an ordinary cultivator, but a killing god wielding the power to annihilate the world. They didn't know who turned to run first, but the entire demon army collapsed in an instant, defeated soldiers trampling each other, cries of despair echoing everywhere. Want to run? Lin Fan flicked his fingers, and dozens of mechanical arms extended from both sides of the city walls, each armed with small tracking missiles. Let me show you how it feels to offend someone you shouldn't have. At his command, the missiles soared into the sky, splitting into countless warheads that rained down like a violent storm upon the fleeing demon cultivators. In the livestream, the faces of the alien audience were as bitter as if they had eaten a bitter herb. Their eyes were nearly popping out of their sockets. The citizens of the small country once again broke their defenses, flooding the chat with frantic messages. This is impossible. This is cheating. How can there be such a weapon? Baka. This can't be happening. What the hell did Lin Fan from Dragon Country do? The viewers from the ugly country were howling, smashing their televisions. My demon army. This is not a matchmaking game, it's a massacre. Fact. Chapter 104, Taking Advantage of Chaos? The Vampires of Ugly Country. B-class power in front of Lin Fan, is it really like a mosquito? Shet, what kind of monster is this? Official notice, after severe testing by Comrade Understand King, it is confirmed that Lin Fan is actually a citizen of Ugly Country. Please return Lin Fan to Ugly Country, Dragon Country. Damn it, I've never seen something so shameless in my life. Weren't they asking Lin Fan to cut off an arm? Why did they run away first? Public furnace? How dare you think you deserve it? I suggest the demon sect bring some decent equipment next time, or they won't even touch Lin Fan's defenses. Just 5 hours ago, the banana people were still jumping up and down, now they had gone silent, leaving only a few still struggling in despair. This must be special effects. How could such a weapon exist in reality? Down with it. No respect for life at all. Too down with it. But soon, their overly exaggerated words were drowned out by the flood of praises for Lin God. After the battle ended, Lin Fan dusted off his hands and turned to the women with a smile. See, I told you it would be fine, right? Let's go back and eat grilled fish. Today's harvest is pretty good, it should be quite appetizing. Little Meow jumped up immediately, wrapping her tail around his wrist. I want spicy grilled fish. The group laughed as they walked back home, letting down their guard. System notification, successfully repelled the demon sect vanguard, main force. Reward received, 500 demon cores, 100 black flame crystals. Special notification, the strongest core force of the demon sect will arrive in 3 hours, please be prepared. This news made that group of alien trash feel as if they had seen hope again. Oh. So Lin Fan killed only the cannon fodder. Where's Sodies? Where's Sodies? This is great. This is really good. Once the core force arrives, they can absolutely shatter the damn Lin Fan pig's confidence, leaving none behind. Kill him. Take all his women away. God, I really admire you alien trash. Do you live every day just to watch Lin God? In the matchmaking game. An hour after dinner. The system's notification suddenly rang out. Warning. Warning. The 10 elders of the demon sect, along with their closed-door disciples, and the sect leader have all appeared. The sky suddenly turned as dark as ink, thick demon energy surged like a roaring tide, pressing toward Lin Fan's home. Demon Sect Elder. Level, B-Class. Combat Power, 23,000. Nether Demon Lord. Level, B+. Combat Power, 28,000. At the forefront of the demon energy, 10 silhouettes appeared faintly, the elder at the forefront dressed in a dark purple long robe, embroidered with strange demonic patterns. He was the demon sect leader, the Nether Demon Lord. Accompanied by the 10 elders, each exuding a heart-hammering aura. And the young man in the black robe was the demon sect leader's closed-door disciple, Bloodslaughter. His whole body was wrapped in dark red blood energy. The eyes were filled with malice and killing intent. Lin Fan, are you still well? The voice of the dark underworld demon lord came as if from the depths of the abyss, cold and laced with mockery. I've heard that you're having a great time in this deserted island ruins, not only killing my disciples but also defeating multiple teams of my demon sect. Today, I will let you know how foolish it is to be enemies with the demon sect. As soon as he finished speaking, the 10 elders let out a chilling, piercing laugh, their laughter echoing in the demonic atmosphere, making one's skin crawl. Bloodkill stepped forward, surveying Lin Fan and the others on the city wall, a cruel smile forming at the corner of his mouth. With just you lot, how dare you oppose my demon sect? Today, I will torture you to death one by one, especially these women. I will make them wish for life but be unable to live, and wish for death but be unable to die. He licked his lips, the desire in his eyes laid bare. Lin Fan's expression remained calm, his arms crossed over his chest as he coldly replied, with just you lot, do you think you understand the people around me? I advise you to leave while you can, otherwise, today will be your burial ground. The dark underworld demon lord laughed loudly, his laughter filled with disdain. Facing death, you still dare to talk tough? Do you think that so-called strange weapon of yours can still work? Saying this, he quickly formed seals with his hands, chanting incantations, and black runes flew from his fingertips, gathering in the air to form a gigantic black formation. The formation slowly rotated, emitting a powerful suction force. The magical cannons on the city wall instantly dimmed, the barrels buzzing under the strain. Ha ha ha. Do you see this? This is the demon sect's ultimate formation, the dark underworld locking spirit formation. Especially designed to counter various strange weapons. The dark underworld demon lord laughed triumphantly. Without this weird weapon, what do you have to fight me with? In the live broadcast room, the alien trash instantly erupted. Baka baka baka. This is amazing. Lin Fan's magical cannon is useless. I've said long ago he is nothing. Let's see how he acts so arrogantly now. Sordessen. The demon sect's leader is incredibly powerful. He directly neutralized Lin Fan's trump card. The internet users from the Ugly People Nation went crazy, flooding the chat. Ha, F asterisk 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 F asterisk 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 F asterisk asterisk asterisk. Lin Fan the pig, you are done for. Surrender quickly and acknowledge us as masters of the Ugly People Nation, maybe we will spare your worthless life. Meanwhile, the citizens of Long Nation were engulfed in worry. What to do? The magical cannon has failed. What else can Lin Fan do? The demon sect's lineup is too powerful, with the 10 elders plus the leader, and that mysterious blood kill. I hope Lin Fan has a hidden card, otherwise, this time it's really dangerous. Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing's faces were grave, their eyes glued to the screen, the microphones in their hands sweating from their grip. On the city wall, Xiao Miao nervously tugged at Lin Fan's clothes. Lin Fan, this formation is so powerful, can we really manage? Ale's flames on his tail flickered unsteadily as he forced a calm tone. What is there to fear? With so many of us, why should we be afraid of them? Lin Fan remained silent, attempting to gather his spiritual energy, only to find that under the formation's suppression, he could not gather it at all. His brows furrowed tightly, murmuring, this formation is indeed tricky, our spells will likely be greatly restricted. Then, his gaze remained firm as he patted Xiao Miao's head, reassuring her, don't worry. Since I dared to oppose the demon sect, I naturally have a way to respond. They think they can win just because they disabled the magical cannon, they are far too naive. As he spoke, he discreetly signaled to the god of Willow, Xiao Qing, and the two understood each other, quietly retreating to the back of the city wall. Seeing Lin Fan still appear confident, the dark underworld demon lord couldn't help but feel a flicker of doubt, but it was quickly buried under his arrogance. Lin Fan, if you kneel and beg for mercy now, destroy your own cultivation, and offer the women around you to me, I might consider sparing your life, otherwise. Before he could finish his sentence, Bloodkill impatiently shouted, Master. Why waste time talking to him, just kill them, steal the women, and take his opportunity. Chapter 105, One Punch Breaking 10,000 Laws, do you have any opinions? Ha ha, good. Let me show you all the true power of our demon sect. The Nether Demon Lord waved his hand, and the 10 elders attacked simultaneously. 10 black beams of light shot towards the city wall like sharp swords, tearing the air and leaving black streaks wherever they passed. Lin Fan's eyes sharpened, and he shouted loudly, Defense! A golden light shield instantly rose on the city wall, blocking the 10 elders' attack. But the shield shook violently under the attack, and its light began to dim. Seeing this, the Nether Demon Lord's eyes flashed with a trace of murderous intent. Give me all your strength, break his defense. The 10 elders attacked again, this time with even greater force. The black beams of light gathered into a huge black pillar, crashing towards the light shield. Boom! A loud explosion rang out, and the light shield shattered. The powerful shockwave sent everyone on the city wall flying backward. Lin Fan barely stabilized himself, a trace of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Damn! We're finished. The demon sect really is something, they've beaten Lin God this badly. It's mainly because of this formation's disgusting effect. Without this formation, it might have been easier to deal with them all together. That's true. Baka. We already said that Lin Fan from Dragon Country is definitely doomed. Quick, come and see what's happening on our ugly countryside. Ha 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 ha. This time, if your Dragon Country pig survives, we'll admit defeat. On the live broadcast side. Just as Lin Fan and the others were being battered by the Nether Demon Lord's attack, the scene suddenly switched, showing George from the ugly country. At this moment, George, wearing a black cloak and purposely exposing his thick chest hair, was dressed like a vampire consort, leaning on his tall, muscular vampire wife, with a sycophantic smile on his face. He unconsciously stroked the skeletal dagger at his waist, a treasure he had worked hard to obtain during his first marriage, full of flattery and effort, something he had earned through licking up to others. Darling, did you know? There's a guy called Lin Fan in the matchmaking game, and he's so arrogant. He killed many people and took a lot of treasures. I've got a treasure that can lock onto his position. I hope you can come with me to steal everything he has. Is that okay? George said in his heavy ugly country accent, his eyes glinting with greed. He lowered his voice and leaned close to his vampire wife's ear, his breath smelling of rotting flesh. Among his matchmaking targets, every one of them has extraordinary bloodlines. There are cultivators, 9-life cats, and succubi. These ancient bloods will definitely help you break through to the blood ancestor realm. If we can deal with him, all those treasures will be ours. Then, your status in the vampire clan will be unmatched. The vampire wife raised an eyebrow slightly, and her sharp nails scraped across George's cheek, leaving 5 bloody streaks on his skin. Her crimson pupils reflected George's sycophantic and greedy, evil face. She remained unmoved, her tone icy. The Lin Fan you're talking about must have some abilities to survive and thrive in such a dangerous place. What if we go and end up failing? Have you thought about that? If you go to die alone, fine, but don't drag me down with you. As soon as she finished speaking, 12 bloodline servants behind her simultaneously let out low growls, their bone wings glowing with eerie light under the moon. George grew anxious, quickly stepping forward, gripping her scaled hand, feeling the raised veins under her cold skin. Baby, did you forget those powerful vampire warriors under your command? Besides, my dear tells me that a group of people from the demon sect is emerging to deal with him. If we team up with the demon sect, we shouldn't have any problem with him, right? At that time, the rich spoils will be enough for us to dominate a region. And, Lin Chen's physique is extremely robust, he possesses an extraordinary talent. If we could make you... He quietly drew circles in the other's hand, the next words not spoken but the meaning was completely conveyed. Under George's flattering words, the vampire wife finally felt tempted. She raised her head and let out a sharp howl, the sound wave shattering rocks within 100 meters. With a wave of her large hand, hundreds of vampire warriors suddenly emerged from the ground, their bone wings embedded with the soul crystals of human cultivators, and their chests pulsated with foul, bloody hearts. Where this army passed, the ground left behind scorched, corroded marks, marching towards Lin Fan's homeland. When they arrived, they saw that the demon sect and Lin Fan were in the heat of battle. Good, good, good. Lin Fan, pig. Can you not die? With 2 major forces attacking you, even if you truly are a hero among the Dragon Kingdom, you must die. And next, I will become the hero of the whole world. Fuck. A sudden ecstatic smile appeared on George's face as he pulled out a battle flag covered with totems of the ugly nation from his cloak. The magical eye on the flag suddenly opened. Lord of the Underworld, we are here to help you. Let's kill Lin Fan together and divide everything he has. As the battle flag waved, a blood-red acidic rain fell from the sky, corroding the ground into countless deep pits. The Lord of the Underworld turned to look at George and his group, a flicker of doubt in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by greed. He waved the underworld chains in his hand, and the skull at the end spat out black poisonous mist. Good. The more power, the greater the chance of victory. Let's kill Lin Fan and split the spoils. Before the words faded, the 10 elders of the demon sect simultaneously formed seals, and a giant ghostly face appeared in the sky, opening its bloody maw to bite at Lin Fan and the others. The live broadcast room instantly exploded. The people of the Dragon Kingdom, upon seeing this scene, couldn't contain their anger and erupted in curses. These trash from the ugly nation are truly shameless. They actually teamed up with the demon sect. That bastard George, I hope he dies a horrible death. Damn it. This is just absurd. Hell, do you ugly nation only know how to take advantage of others? The screen was filled with red angry emojis. Meanwhile, the alien trash and the citizens of the ugly nation cheered wildly, photos of George being edited into a heroic figure, and the bullet comments kept filling the screen with "Oh God. Oh my God. Victory belongs to us, the ugly nation." Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing looked pale, staring tightly at the screen, their hands gripping the microphones tighter and tighter. It's over, now Lin Fan is under even greater pressure. He not only has to face the demon sect but also the vampire army brought by the ugly nation, Xiao Sa said with a trembling voice, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Chapter 106, First, eliminate the demon sect, then kill you ugly nation. Wang Bingbing bit her lip, her eyes filled with anxiety. I hope Lin Fan has other ways, otherwise, it really looks grim. In the matchmaking game. At this moment, Lin Fan looked at the suddenly joined vampire army on the battlefield but was not worried. He decisively stuffed a jade slip engraved with runes into his hand, which was the last key to activate the protective formation of the sect. Activate. Boom, 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 boom. The protective formation's halo shield rose directly around this homeland. Now, the Lord of the Underworld and the 10 elders launched another attack, while the vampires also pounced in, creating chaos in the scene. Even after activating the protective formation, the enemies were indeed overwhelming, gradually pushing back. No matter what, they were still an elite force. How could they possibly be held back so easily by this protective formation? Furthermore, that strange formation appeared, causing all spiritual energy to be ineffective. If it weren't for the fact that this protective formation was already firmly established, it wouldn't be able to operate at all. What are you still resisting for? Lin Fan, you are already worse than dead. Hurry up and come out to kneel before me. And those beautiful women. Aha, I want to be the first to come. At this critical moment, a powerful surge of aura suddenly came from behind the city wall. Lucian slowly walked out. Her figure was straight like a pine tree, surrounded by a green glow interwoven with strands of golden patterns, looking mysterious and powerful. Lucian's gaze was as calm as water, yet it held boundless authority. With every step she took, golden lotus flowers bloomed beneath her feet, purifying the corrosive traces on the ground. Spiritual energy? Wait, why can this woman still use spiritual energy? The underworld demon lord sensed Lucian's aura and was shocked, suddenly realizing something was wrong, shouting loudly, "Be careful! This woman is not simple." However, his warning came too late. Lucian gently waved her hands, and a green energy shield instantly rose, ancient heavenly symbols appearing on the surface of the shield. The black lights and blood-colored attacks struck the shield, only raising a ripple before dissipating into nothingness. Within the shield, Lucian's hair moved without wind, and the light points that fell from the tips of her hair landed on the damaged shield, healing the injuries rapidly. This is impossible. The underworld demon lord stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what was happening before him. My underworld locking spirit formation actually has no effect on her? He controlled the underworld ghost face to tear at the shield outside, but was pierced through the head by a beam of golden light shot from Lucian's fingertips. Lucian's mouth curled slightly, her voice cold and firm. With your little formation, you think you can trap me? Simply delusional. Saying this, she quickly moved her hands, and countless green branches burst forth from the ground, wrapped in golden lightning. These branches shot towards the demon sect members and the vampire army, creating a buzzing sound in the air as they passed. When the branches pierced through a vampire prince's heart, they erupted with dazzling golden light, completely purifying him. How could this be? How could this happen? Sect Master! Run! Everyone run! The Sect Master is dead. The situation turned around far too quickly. Many people didn't even have time to react, already being killed on the spot by Lucian. Those who reacted quickly were only marginally faster. How could they escape Lucian's attack range? An elder from the demon sect tried to resist with black runes, but those branches directly pierced through the runes, wrapping around his arm. Ah! How can this woman still be using it? Baka 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 baka. Is this not cheating? What is it? Dragon Kingdom pig, speak up. Fuck, damn it, my god. George was struck with fear at this scene, his heart sank, and he turned to run. But as soon as he turned, he saw Xiao Qing had somehow appeared behind him. Xiao Chang was surrounded by a bone-chilling aura, her eyes as cold as frost, with ghostly fire flickering in the void. Want to run? It's not that easy. Her voice carried the pressure of a zombie aristocrat, making George's legs tremble uncontrollably. Terrified, George's legs gave way, and he fell to his knees, pleading, "Spare me, Sister Xiao Chang. I was wrong. I shouldn't have teamed up with them. For the sake of the game world we once shared, please let me go." In his panic, he pulled out a beautiful crystal. "This is my treasure. I beg you, spare me. This thing can level you up." Xiao Chang sneered, not even looking at it. "Now you know to beg for mercy? It's too late. You betrayed humanity and colluded with the enemy. Today you must pay the price. And, are you an idiot? Even if I kill you, this thing will still belong to us." As she spoke, the green ghost fire in her hand shot towards George. The flames instantly enveloped George, and he let out a piercing scream, his body twisting in the fire. In no time, George was reduced to ashes, scattered by the wind, leaving only a slightly warm storage ring on the ground. The vampire wife, seeing George's fate, was filled with terror and shouted loudly, "Retreat! Hurry and retreat!" But Lucian and Xiao Chang would not let them go so easily. "Want to leave? Stay here, you've come all this way, right?" Lucian manipulated the branches, like green lightning, chasing after the fleeing vampires, the sharp tips easily piercing the hearts of the Blood Clan. Xiao Qing transformed into a ray of blue light, weaving through the vampire crowd. Wherever she went, flames blazed, and the vampires fell one after another, their bodies burned to ashes. Chapter 107, Pregnancy Reward, Every Country. This time, Xiao Qing didn't even need to use her powerful domineering force. In a corner of the battlefield, the supposedly pierced and exposed underworld demon lord was still alive. Seeing the one-sided situation in front of him, he was terrified and screamed in despair. "He's still alive? Kill!" Xiao Chang and Lucian decisively turned their weapons toward the underworld demon lord. Seeing the bad situation, the underworld demon lord wanted to cast a spell to escape. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, and he shouted, "Want to run? Stay here." He forcibly gathered the little spiritual energy left in his body, formed a seal with his hands, and a huge golden dragon shadow appeared behind him. In his hand, a golden long sword appeared, forged from the myriad swords technique, with ancient inscriptions flowing along its blade, the result of endless hard training. He threw it at the underworld demon lord. The golden sword sliced through the air rapidly, instantly piercing the demon lord's shoulder. Ah. Don't stop me, I don't want to die. The underworld demon lord cried out in pain, his body momentarily halted. However, it was just this brief moment of pause. He was firmly grabbed by Lu Shen. Seizing the opportunity, a massive green vine descended from the sky, tightly wrapping around the underworld demon lord. The vine was covered in barbs. For every minute it pierced into the demon lord's body, it absorbed a portion of his demonic energy. Ah. Bastard, you bastard. If you dare, face me one-on-one. The underworld demon lord struggled desperately, but the vine tightened more and more, and his bones creaked. Lin Fan. You won't have a good death, the underworld demon lord roared angrily, spitting out a mouthful of black blood. Lin Fan walked step by step to him, his gaze cold. "This is your fate for opposing me." As he spoke, a dagger appeared in his hand, forged from Lu Shen's branches into a divine weapon. The short blade stabbed fiercely into the heart of the ghostly demon lord, and his eyes widened in shock as his body twitched a few times before losing all breath. His corpse transformed into a cloud of black mist, absorbed completely by the vines of the willow god. "Run! Don't kill me, I beg you! Don't kill me!" The 10 elders, seeing their leader dead, were filled with utmost fear and tried to escape. But how could Little Chang and the willow god let them have their way? Together, Little Chang's flames blocked their escape, while the willow god's branches precisely pierced their vital points. Everything came to a close. There was no longer any possibility of reversal. In the live broadcast, the mixed-race audience fell into complete silence. They never expected that the seemingly unbeatable situation would be completely reversed. Fuck. This is impossible. There's no way we can lose. They said the dragon country cheated. Cheating dogs. Exactly. Weren't we fighting so well? Why did our huge advantage get overturned? Oh my god, please be sure to curse Lin Fan to death. In the matchmaking game. After taking down this group of people, the women happily squatted down, starting to search for treasures. Wow. The soul banner. Little Meow excitedly shook the chess piece she held, the black resentment on it swayed back and forth. Suddenly, Little Meow's expression changed, pointing directly at Lin Chen with a cold laugh. "Friend, since we hit it off, why not chat with me inside the soul banner?" "Lin Chen. Who taught you that?" Lin Chen pinched Little Meow's cheek, and this little one immediately pointed with teary eyes at AI Air. In less than a second, she sold out the laughing AI Air standing by. The speed of this face change left AI Air dumbfounded on the spot. Good. Now the smile wouldn't disappear but would shift to Little Meow's face. Lin Chen directly changed targets. "You taught her, right, bad little demon?" No. I just asked the butler to tell me a story when I was bored, and he told me this one." AI Air whined, admitting her mistake. Good. Now Lin Fan had nothing more to say. Put. The willow god laughed softly at the side. Before long, the group returned home with their bountiful harvest. No wonder killing and robbing earned so much. It's just too bad they didn't know the exact location of the demon sect, otherwise, they could have gone there to clear out the treasury. But as things stood, this time's harvest was still quite extravagant. First of all, there were various talismans, array plates, and pills. Then came some magical tools and the like. These things would be useless, so they could just be thrown in the warehouse to collect dust. After doing all this, Lin Fan stretched a big lazy stretch. On his left was the willow god. On his right was Little Ching. I'm a bit tired. My dear consorts, you performed well today. Would you like my grand reward? Little Ching, little rascal. Willow god. Oh, you're quite good with words, aren't you? Fine, soon I'll make you speechless. Lin Chen got angry. He lifted Little Ching and ran towards the villa. Viewers in the live broadcast. Xiao Sa's mouth twitched. He wanted to laugh but felt too embarrassed to laugh out loud. He could only clear his throat twice. Lin Chen's energy is still quite good, huh? They say once a man passes 25, he's no different from a 60-year-old. As it stands, 22-year-old Lin Chen is in the prime of youth. Bing bing, if you wouldn't meet someone like Lin Fan in real life, would you feel moved? Xiao Sa suddenly threw the sensitive topic at Wang Bingbing. It was such a delicate topic. Wang Bingbing was instantly flustered. Wang Bingbing's face turned slightly red. Right. Next up is advertisement time. No advertisements. I don't care. The audience in the live broadcast erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious, I'm dying of laughter. I just love seeing Bingbing's shy look. But this question is really a bit lacking in depth. What's wrong? How can you ask whether I am willing or not? Of course, I am willing. I didn't ask you. By the way, why are you a boy? During the time when the audience was discussing excitedly. 5 hours had quietly passed. Suddenly, a system message sounded, causing everyone to be instantly alert. Congratulations to the participant Lin Fan from Dragon Country, who has successfully made the succubus AI heir pregnant. Dragon Country gains a reward of 10 attribute points for all. Everyone's comprehension increases by 10 points. Strange landscape, city of demons. Note, some demons will descend to the human world, but they have a preference for humans. They are very curious about the human world. Some demons also have the chance to become companions of humans, following them into battle. Chapter 108, How did you know I have cultivation methods in Dragon Country? The system prompt rang out like thunder over Dragon Country, its sound spreading into everyone's ears. Countless phones and TV screens simultaneously displayed sparkling reward announcements, each line of text shining brightly. Everyone fell silent for a moment. Then, this young man Lin Fan is really capable. An old farmer, trembling as he wiped his eyes, rubbed his rough hand over the calloused corner of his eye, shouldering a hoe as he ran towards the village, oblivious to his straw hat being whisked away by the wind. Lin God, you are like a fragrant, soft little cake. White-collar workers in the office screamed and jumped up from their seats, keyboards scattering all over the floor, high heels tapping a chaotic rhythm on the ground. Even kindergarten children raised their little fists and cheered along with their teacher. Lin God is amazing. The entire Dragon Country was infused with boiling blood from this system prompt, the cheers on every street and lane soaring into the sky, even the leaves of the parasol trees by the roadside were shaking wildly in the sound waves. Countless residents spontaneously went out, beating drums and gongs, celebrating Lin Fan's fame. In the central command hall of Dragon Country, a huge holographic projection cast the reward information on the faces of every high-ranking official, the golden light swirling in their pupils. The white-haired elders suddenly slammed the table, causing cracks to spiderweb across the solid wood surface, splashing tea from the cup. Good. Good Lin Fan. This kid has once again brought tremendous opportunities to our Dragon Country. A flush rose on his wrinkled face, excitement gleaming in his cloudy eyes, his nails digging deep into his palm leaving crescent-shaped marks. Next to him, the defense minister was also so excited that his voice trembled, the metal strap of his military watch clanging against the desk with his shaking wrist. 10 points of attribute points for everyone. This is a major thing that can directly improve the physical fitness of our citizens. Plus an increase in comprehension, our Dragon Country's cultivators will surely spring up like mushrooms after the rain. The atmosphere in the meeting room instantly became heated, the generals and marshals all stood up to applaud, the sound of clapping was particularly loud, as if this was the only way to express their excitement. The Minister of Empty Affairs was the first to stand up and shout, I propose to form an inspection team to immediately go to the City of Demons. This is an opportunity that can change the future landscape of Dragon Country, we must grasp the situation right away. Right. Let's go. We should go take a look. It seems to be located in Modu, not far away. Everyone responded, discussions in the meeting room arose one after another, each one was an action-oriented person, choosing to set off together immediately. Meanwhile, far away in the matchmaking game world, Lin Fan was still in a daze. Holding the goddess Lu in his arms, he was being tugged by Xiao Qing's ear, and suddenly hearing the system prompt, he froze completely. I am becoming a dad, he stuttered, looking at AI Air, who was nestled beside him. The other party's pretty face turned red, gently hitting him once, it's all your fault, now the whole world knows. Her pointed, devilish ears slightly warmed, a strand of her silver hair dyed pink. Meanwhile, the Cultivation Association across the Dragon Kingdom was in an uproar. Young cultivators gathered together, jumping and bouncing in front of their phone screens, some even leaped into the air and smashed the hanging lights from the ceiling. Lin Fan is mighty. Follow Lin Fan, and there will be food to eat. What the heck? This time it's free attribute points. Hurry up and think about where to add them. It must be mental strength. I'm aiming for immortality. Maybe physique? My girlfriend likes it. Can we add length? They excitedly discussed where to allocate their attribute points. Some said to increase strength, showcasing the bulging muscles on their arms. Some claimed agility was better, performing several difficult flips on the spot. Others suggested increasing mental strength, and as they meditated with closed eyes, faint runes appeared above their heads, sparking hot debates among them. On the other side. 3 hours later. A research team led by the Grand Elder arrived at the edge of the Demon City. This giant castle, floating above the sea of clouds, radiated a mysterious purple light, with intricate demon patterns carved on its walls, shimmering like a galaxy under the sunlight, yet it was not as terrifying as imagined, instead exuding a strange beauty. As the research team cautiously approached, the city gates slowly opened, with heavy metal grinding sounds, and a group of uniquely shaped demons emerged. At the front stood a female demon holding a staff, with silky black hair adorned with star-like sparkles at the tips, her purple eyes sparkling with gentle light. "Friends of humanity, welcome to Demon City." Her voice was like divine music, yet carried an undeniable authority, the red gemstone atop the staff softly pulsing with light and rhythm with her words, "I am Lilith, the city lord. Elle is the daughter of our clan leader, and now she has happily married a human. We are very happy as well. Today, we are fortunate to come to the human world. We wonder if we can establish a friendly relationship with humans?" "Of course." The Grand Elder quickly cupped his fists and bowed, speaking with great excitement, "We humans absolutely welcome everyone's arrival. Coincidentally, we have come this time to express our gratitude and hope to cooperate with your esteemed city. Our dragon kingdom now has a giant spirit gathering array, with abundant cultivation resources, which we believe will also benefit demons." The members of the research team behind him stood in neat rows, slowly releasing their spiritual energy, which hummed gently, showcasing their foundation. Lilith smiled slightly, and the demons behind her dispersed, revealing the scene within the city. On the streets, demons and humans coexisted harmoniously, some demons teaching humans how to make magical tools, with magic circles shimmering brightly in their palms. Some humans were teaching demons cooking skills, with the aroma of sweet and sour ribs wafting through the air. "Actually, we have long desired to understand the human world," Lilith said, as a magical fountain behind her suddenly erupted in a rainbow. "Lin Fan has shown us the kindness and potential of humanity. We wish to join the human camp and together protect this land." "Thank you." The Grand Elder solemnly shook hands with Lilith. Under Lilith's lead, the research team ventured deeper into Demon City. They were astonished to discover that the demons here were not as evil as imagined. A little demon with bat wings was squatting on the ground, curiously watching human children fly kites, occasionally using its wings to gently support a kite that was about to fall. A burly demon blacksmith was discussing forging techniques with a human craftsman. In the sparks flying, a sword that blends magic and forging techniques gradually takes shape. Chapter 109, The Land of Benzi is not satisfied and comes looking for trouble. There are even magical academies run by demons, freely teaching magic knowledge to humans, with glowing magic books floating in the classrooms, their pages turning like a gentle stream. "See? We are not lying, my sincerity is absolutely enough," Lilith said with a smile. The Grand Elder excitedly held Lilith's hand, his old palm covered in scars from battles. "This is wonderful. Our dragon country has already unlocked the limits of human capabilities, and some practitioners have even grasped basic techniques, perfectly ready to exchange and merge with the magic of your city." As he spoke, he commanded someone to bring out a paper version documenting the techniques and handed it to Lilith. Lilith took the paper, closed her eyes to sense it for a moment, and suddenly burst forth with brilliant purple light, her eyes flashing with surprise. "This technique has so many connections to our magic system. If we can combine them, both humans and demons will see a huge boost in power." The jade slip in her hand resonated with her scepter, drawing a complex fusion array in the air, clearly revealing that in her eyes, this was true progress. The cooperation agreement between both sides was quickly and happily reached. At that moment, a phone call suddenly came in. "Grand Elder, the land of Benzi wants to enter our borders. Should we let them in?" The Grand Elder smiled cheerfully. "Let them in, of course, but we must be careful about what tricks they are trying to play. We can never be careless about that." "Yes." The reason the Grand Elder did this was because he saw through the intentions of the other side at a glance. After being at a disadvantage for so long, how could Dragon Country sit still now that they were getting rewards? It was likely that they had their own ulterior motives for coming this time. Regarding this, the Grand Elder was completely unafraid. "Let the soldiers come and face the battle, let the water come and cover the land." Meanwhile, on the other side. After entering the land of Benzi, their goal was very clear. They aimed for the heart of Dragon Country. The moment the strong from Benzi stepped onto Dragon Country's territory, they carried an extremely arrogant aura. At the forefront was a man who received the inheritance reward of the Moonlight Swordsman, dressed in a gorgeous kimono, with two shimmering samurai swords at his waist, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Among their ranks were several other strong individuals, clearly elite selections from the land of Benzi. Walking down the street, the people of Dragon Country cast strange looks at them. "What the hell, are they crazy? It really looks like it. Why are they dressed in funeral clothes in broad daylight? Quick, let's go, don't catch the stupid pig virus." Seeing that all the people of Dragon Country were avoiding them, several strong individuals from Benzi thought that they were frightened to see them and laughed loudly, completely unconcerned. "Baka! Baka! People of Dragon Country, how cowardly! A bunch of cowards. I really don't know what kind of luck they had, that Lin Fan pig hasn't died yet." Dragon Country is just like this. The so-called demon city should be managed by our great land of Benzi. The Moonlight Swordsman swaggered along, loudly mocking, "Look at you weaklings of Dragon Country, hiding in your little nests all day. Where's the courage of our warriors from Benzi?" Exactly. A bunch of stupid Dragon Country pigs, all should die. They cursed all the way, their words unbearable to hear, provoking many citizens of Dragon Country to glare angrily. But they didn't care at all, instead becoming even more reckless, even intentionally destroying roadside stalls and trampling on the goods made painstakingly by the citizens of Dragon Country. What the hell are you doing? The citizens of Dragon Country could hardly hold back, wanting to teach him a lesson, but was firmly stopped by his companions. What's the matter? I want to fight against Japan. Don't be in such a hurry. What are you rushing for? The elder has already sent out the notice, right? When they arrive at the center of Dragon Kingdom, there will be a live broadcast, so the audience around the world can see the good show. Thinking of this, that person then lost his temper. He could only glare at them fiercely. We can't mess up the big picture. When the real good show comes, we won't even have time to laugh. And the group from Benshire Country soon arrived at the center of Dragon Kingdom, where the elder, who had already set up the live broadcast equipment, had been waiting for a long time, still maintaining his politeness, and personally greeted them. "So it's the citizens of Benshire Country. It's a long journey, may I ask what brings you here?" "Humph. Stop pretending here." Moonlight Swordsman sneered, "We Benshire Country are the rulers of this land. Let's get straight to the point. The city of demons must be handed over to us." "What are you, Dragon Kingdom? Just a bunch of cowards who are scared of everything." The elder felt unhappy hearing this, but still maintained his composure. "The city of demons is the shared effort of our Dragon Kingdom and the demons, meant to protect this land and all living beings. It can never be handed over to you. I hope you understand, we are here for friendly exchanges, not to be bullied." "Friendly exchanges? Ha ha ha." Moonlight Swordsman laughed wildly. "What can you offer?" "Our 10 participating contenders from Benshire Country have brought us powerful ancient martial arts masters. What do you Dragon Kingdom have to fight us with? If you are sensible, hand over the city of demons quickly, otherwise, we won't hold back." "Hee, if that's the case, why don't you ask the opinion of Lady Lilith?" The elder looked towards Lilith beside him, inquiring about her opinion. Moonlight Swordsman's gaze shifted over. In an instant, he was stunned by Lilith's unparalleled beauty, his eyes widened in shock. The few Benshire Country strongmen behind him were even more unable to handle it, staring at Lilith with glazed eyes, as if they would drool at any moment. Beautiful lady. Flower girl. So pretty. Moonlight Swordsman had a lewd smile on his face. Flower girl is a demon? Come with us, Benshire Country strongmen. Only by following us can you have a better future. And I will be the most reliable husband to you. What kind of dog courage lets you be this confident? As soon as these words were spoken, Moonlight Swordsman and the others became furious. Baka. What do you mean by this? Don't think that just because you are a woman, we won't kill you. I advise your demon tribe to obediently become a subordinate nation of our Benshire Country. Otherwise, the destruction of Dragon Kingdom will also drag you down with it. Lilith's lips curled into a cold smile, and her eyes flickered with dangerous light. With you, Benshire Country? You are not even worth a single finger of Dragon Kingdom. In our eyes, you are just silly clowns, daring to speak such nonsense here? These words completely enraged the people from Benshire Country. Baka. Moonlight Swordsman exploded in rage. You ignorant fool demon, dare to insult us like this. I want to duel with you. If I lose, I will leave without a word, but if I win, you must become our Benshire Country's military mistress. Moreover, you have to bring all your demon tribe to submit to Benshire Country. Chapter 110, Moonlight Swordsman? Kneel down. Lilith elegantly smoothed her hair and said disdainfully, just you? Not qualified. But since you want to seek death, I will fulfill you. Just right, it's been a while since I moved, I almost forgot I am a bloodthirsty demon. Baka. Stop talking so much, seek death. As soon as he finished speaking, Moonlight Swordsman drew his katana and charged towards Lilith at lightning speed, the blade flashing with a sharp killing intent. However, Lilith stood still, as if she didn't care about his attack at all. Ha ha. This stupid woman. My knife must be too fast. She didn't even react. Idiot. Idiot. Just as the Moonlight Swordsman's blade was about to strike Lilith, she gently raised her hand, and a beam of purple light flashed. In the next second, the Moonlight Swordsman's body flew out like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting blood, unable to move. The entire process was so fast that people couldn't react, they all widened their eyes, unable to believe what they saw. Especially the strong warriors from the Banzu Nation. They were stunned for several seconds. Only then did they fearfully rush to the Moonlight Swordsman's side to check his injuries. Upon feeling his pulse, everyone's hands shook. You actually dared to kill. Do you know what kind of revenge you will face for killing a strong warrior from our Banzu nation? Other warriors from Banzu, shocked, shouted angrily, Dragon Nation, you must give us an explanation. Is this your way of treating guests? The elder said calmly, Lilith is our ally, and I cannot interfere with her actions. Moreover, it was you who initiated the conflict, you must bear the consequences. Seeing that threatening Lilith was futile, the anger in Banzu's heart grew even hotter. They thought to themselves, if they couldn't defeat a demon, could they not defeat the Dragon Nation? So they turned their gaze to a very small young man among the Dragon Nation. You, of all people. Get out here, a strong Banzu warrior shouted, pointing at the young man. We want to challenge you. If we win, the elder must take his own life. The people from the Dragon Nation were instantly furious, rushing forward, glaring angrily, what did you just say? This is outrageous. But the elder smiled and stopped everyone, let them make a fuss, there's no need to get angry. Since they want a challenge, let it be as they wish. Saying this, he looked at the young man, are you willing to accept the challenge? Although the young man was small in stature, his eyes were filled with determination, I am willing. I must not let them insult our Dragon Nation like this. After saying that, the young man's eyes were filled with hatred, as he stared nearly grinding his teeth at the people from Banzu. I never expected that I would really fulfill my wish in this lifetime. You little Banzu devils, you must die. The young man took a deep breath, assumed a stance, his eyes firmly fixed on his opponent. The Banzu strongman, however, had a dismissive look, drew his weapon, and said contemptuously, you little shrimp think you can fight me? This is ridiculous. Go home and drink milk. Take my sword. Idiot. Once the battle was about to begin, the Banzu strongman launched the first attack, his move swift and fierce, carrying immense power. The young man nimbly dodged, searching for a chance to counterattack. However, for some unknown reason, the young man didn't fight back even once, gradually falling behind under the opponent's relentless assault, suffering several injuries. Ha ha ha, so the Dragon Nation is indeed a bunch of trash. The people from Banzu began to laugh loudly, they can't even handle a small challenge, how can they talk about protecting the demon city? It's simply a joke. Xiao Gao, fight back. Though the Dragon Nation people were anxious, they believed the young man wouldn't easily give up. They shouted loudly in support, come on. You can do it. We believe in you. Hearing the encouragement from his compatriots, a mischievous light flashed in the young man's eyes. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from his small body, and taking advantage of his opponent's carelessness, he launched a fierce counterattack. His moves were simple, but full of explosive power, catching his opponent off guard and leaving them dizzy and disoriented. Idiot. However, the Banzu strongman was indeed extraordinary in strength. He quickly reacted and adjusted his state, fighting even more fiercely against his opponent. Both sides exchanged blows, fighting hard and not giving way, every move was deadly. Just as the battle reached its peak, the strong warrior from the other country suddenly unleashed a killer move, his weapon flashing with dazzling light, fiercely slashing towards the young man. Everyone's heart was in their throat, thinking the young man was doomed this time. Finally using the strongest move? Ha 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 ha. But the young man showed no fear at all, he concentrated all his strength, letting out a loud roar as he met the opponent's attack. With a thunderous boom, a powerful shockwave knocked the surrounding people back a few steps. As the smoke cleared, everyone was amazed to find the young man standing proudly in place, while the strong warrior from the other country was kneeling on one knee, his weapon broken in two. Impossible. How could this be? The warrior's face was filled with shock, you little runt, how could you have such great strength? The young man wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and coldly said, in our dragon country, there are no cowards. No matter how powerful the enemy, we will boldly move forward and defend our dignity. Originally, I wanted to kill you. But I will leave you a dog's life, making sure you remember this for the rest of your life. Dragon Country is not to be trifled with. Upon hearing this, the people of Dragon Country erupted in cheers, thunderous applause echoing. However, the people from the other country had pale faces, they did not expect that a seemingly insignificant young man could defeat their so-called strong warrior. This is impossible. You must have cheated. Other strong warriors from the other country shouted in anger, we refuse to accept this, we want another challenge. The elder stepped forward, looking at them with a stern gaze, enough. You lost, a loss is a loss, accept it. If you still wish to provoke us, do not blame us for being rude. The demon city belongs to our dragon country, no one is allowed to take it away. We have the ability to protect everything that belongs to us. Baka. Seeing the situation turning against them, the people from the other country, though unwilling, did not dare to provoke again easily. They glared fiercely at the people of Dragon Country and left in disgrace. Chapter 111, The Arrival of the Wolf Village. Kill. In the matchmaking game. One night passed. After making the baby, Lin Fan could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Rubbing his slightly sore lower back, Lin Fan was at a loss for words. Ire, how did you comprehend new skills after leveling up? To be fair, it really was a seductive demon. No matter how pure one is, this innate talent is not something others can easily compare to. Opening the information system. Information 1. Today, some werewolves will come from the world near the homeland. The danger level is low, but killing them will anger the villagers of the wolf village. Information 2. The number of villagers in the wolf village is vast, and killing them will trigger a series of monster attacks. Information 3. The wolf village is rich in resources, and monster drop rates are extremely high. Information 4. Gate 3 is the matchmaking gate, and the matchmaking partner is a dragon girl. Oh. It seems that this wolf village is another adventure event. When he saw this, Lin Fan couldn't help but start to think seriously. Now, the homeland's barrier has been opened. It is bound to lead to many sudden events, and his information system can solve all the problems that will arise from these sudden events. Aside from existences like the wolf village, Lin Fan boldly suspected that there would definitely be stronger monster forces. Right now, eliminating the wolf village is a good thing. Expanding the area of the homeland and further reinforcing the city walls is not a bad idea. With this thought in mind, Lin Fan finally felt calm. When looking back, AI Air had already formed a pregnant duo with Xingye, holding hands and strolling leisurely around the home. Little Meow watched from the side, feeling bored inside. What's wrong? Are you still thinking about messing around with AI Air? Lin Xin stepped forward and, seeing Little Meow's expression, couldn't help but chuckle. But unexpectedly, Little Meow did not say that. Instead, she sighed again languidly. It's not that, I was just thinking, if even AI Air is pregnant, why am I still not pregnant? Lin Fan. Little Meow, Lin Fan, how about you stay with me every day, don't go exploring anymore. Lin Fan. Little Chang, I agree, let me go first. Alright, I guess I asked this question out of turn. The viewers in the live broadcast room were already laughing together. Okay. Is this happiness for everyone? Gigu, this operation really shocked me. I also want to have so many wives surrounding me every day. Dream on. Go eat a big portion. When it was afternoon in the matchmaking game, an uninvited guest also quietly arrived. The ladies were outside the home, currently barbecuing. Lin Fan leaned against the city wall yawning, keenly sensing something unusual. Little Meow's ears twitched, and her tail flicked against Lin Fan's feet. Something stinky is coming. Lin Fan, is it enemies coming? Yes, look. Lin Fan glanced outside, and found that the first wolves to arrive only had sea-level strength. Instantly, he lost a lot of interest. At the same time, in the withered woods 100 meters away, a half-furry head cautiously poked out. It was a robust werewolf, its back hunched like a black bear, drool hanging from its nose, and hunger's green light flickering in its amber eyes. Behind it followed 7 or 8 similar creatures, some on one knee digging with their claws, while others licked their sharp teeth with foul tongues, rolling low growls in their throats. Humans, human buildings, the leading werewolf's throat rolled, as if its vocal cords were scraped with sandpaper, to actually cook in the forbidden land. It suddenly raised its head, revealing a mouth full of jagged teeth. The elder said, any two-legged beast that invades our territory should become a living sacrifice. Though it said this, their actions remained very cautious. Unbeknownst to them, while searching for cover, 7 werewolves had also formed a fan-shaped encirclement. When on all fours, they stood about 2 meters tall, their bulging muscles arched like bows. The sound of their paws breaking dry branches was pitifully small. Soon, they surrounded the women with an encircling tendency. However, the expressions of the women didn't change at all. They treated these monsters like little dogs. Damn. How dare they ignore us? Kill. The werewolves suddenly erupted, their bodies swift like arrows shot from a bow. Little Ching snorted coldly, the tips of her long nails erupted into green flames. Just a tiny sea-level monster dares to be arrogant? With a flick of her fingertip, a ghostly fire the size of a fingernail shot out, exploding in front of the leading werewolf's face. That werewolf didn't even have time to scream before turning to a pile of ash. The remaining werewolves were startled and skidded to a stop, their front paws scratching deep grooves in the ground. Only then did they realize that outside the seemingly weak human stronghold was actually cloaked in a faint golden spiritual energy barrier. Unfortunately, they didn't know this was the effect of the protective formation. And apart from this large formation, are there really humans so powerful? The companion that just fell didn't even touch the barrier, yet was killed in an instant. It's a high-level human. One werewolf's back legs trembled, turning to flee. We can't fight, we can't, go call for help. Before the words fell, its head was crushed by a paw from the leading werewolf. The great sacrifice said, human cities must have weaknesses. Bite their throats for me. offer their hearts as a sacrifice to the werewolf village. Lin Fan sighed, alas, what good is it to rush to death like this? He snapped his fingers, and the magic cannons on the city wall suddenly hummed and turned, the cannon mouths gathering a ghostly blue sphere of light. The roar of 10 cannons firing at once shook the ground until it cracked. In an instant, the 7 werewolves left nothing behind in the strong light, only a few sizzling pools of black blood on the scorched earth. The live stream audience. Isn't this like using an anti-aircraft gun to swat a mosquito? A case of overkill. Not at all, Lin Shan has plenty of resources now, he doesn't care about such a small waste of resources. It's true, just finish them off, anyway it won't disturb the partners having a barbecue. As expected. The women below remained steady as they barbecued, only choking on the smoke from the cannon fire. The system's prompt soon appeared in everyone's ears. 7 werewolves killed. Triggered the revenge mechanism of the werewolf village. First wave of attack, a combined assault by the werewolf priest and werewolf knights. The attack will arrive in 30 minutes. Warning, the werewolf priest masters dark sorcery and can summon corrosive acid rain. Werewolf knights excel in team combat and are equipped with bronze battle axes and steel armor. Seeing this scene, the live stream room instantly exploded with noise. Chapter 112, Provoking Anger, an attack arrives. Little Saw suddenly perked up, focusing intently on the live stream, leaning forward with the microphone. Dear audience. Lin Fan just easily dealt with the reconnaissance squad, but a graver challenge is coming. The first wave of revenge forces from the werewolf village is about to arrive, and they have a combination of priests and knights. This is much tougher than ordinary werewolves. Wang Bingbing calmly analyzed, according to system information, the acid rain from the werewolf priest may cause sustained damage to the defense barrier, while the charge formation of the werewolf knights, we still don't know what levels those werewolves are. How will Lin Fan respond? What's there to be afraid of? With Lin Shan around, my heart is at ease. Exactly. With Lin Shan here, no matter what monster it is, I believe Lin Shan can handle it 100%. Baka Yaru. This is the 9th wave of the werewolf village's attack. Why do you think Lin Fan Pig can come out unscathed? So arrogant, so confident, why is your dragon country pig so confident? What a bunch of fools, just wait to see the werewolf village get wiped out. Just the werewolf village alone shouldn't have 9 waves of attack. The only possibility is that among these 9 waves, there might be other monster forces closely related to the werewolf village. But generally speaking, information not provided by the system is mostly not lethal. Lin Fan tapped his fingertips on the bricks of the city wall, his gaze sweeping over the god of willows who was setting up traps. With a wave of the latter's hand, thickets of thorns shot up outside the city wall within 10 meters, each spike wrapped in ice crystals. This counts as a kind of trap technique, and it is quite conspicuous. It is a mixed defensive formation of ice-type spiritual plants. Theoretically, no one would be foolish enough to step directly into it, but this thorn bush seems capable of shooting ice crystal energy. This is equivalent to a small defensive structure that can attack in all directions. Little Chang munched on a chicken wing, mumbling, actually, if you ask me, why not just charge into their lair and wipe them out? Don't rush to show our cards. Lin Fan took the binoculars handed over by Xiao Miao, gazing into the distance. 30 minutes later, gray-black smoke arrived as scheduled. Walking in the front was a werewolf priest crowned with skulls, its bony limbs bound with chains made of living human spines. Each step it took emitted a grinding sound that made one's teeth ache. There were more than 100 wolf priests like this, each in different positions within the formation, with a massive number of wolf warriors stepping out in neat formation, their bronze battle axes gleaming coldly in the sunlight, and the wolf tooth totem on their chests rising and falling with their breaths. Wolf Priest. Level, C+. Combat Power, 8000. Wolf Warrior. Level, C+. Combat Power, 7500. Is it as expected? Lin Fan murmured, the first wave already has C+ level monsters, the monsters that follow might get even stronger. Pitiful humans. The wolf priest raised its withered right hand, the eyeballs on the bone chain suddenly opened wide. Use your blood to cleanse the sins that desecrate the Holy Land. It flicked 3 drops of black blood from its fingertips, transforming in midair into a fierce crow form, scattering fine black mist as it flapped its wings. Lin Fan's pupils constricted, its corrosive acid rain. Everyone pay attention, activate the second layer of the shield. Although the enemy was only C+, Lin Fan understood the importance of caution. Being careful prevents major losses. The golden light shield on the city wall instantly thickened 3 times. At the same time, the acid rain made from black mist struck the shield, producing a piercing sizzling sound. The audience through the livestream could clearly see countless tiny bubbles rising on the surface of the shield, like metal corroded by concentrated sulfuric acid. This scene inevitably made the hearts of the people in Lone Country sink. Are you kidding me? Isn't this just a C+ level monster? Why is it affecting the protective formation? I don't understand, I really don't understand. The first wave of attack is already so difficult? Ha 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 ha. We have said long ago, if the foolish people of Long Country continue to be arrogant, they will definitely be led to death by this damned Lin Fan pig. Shut your mouth. Spreading slander about Lin God again. In the matchmaking game, the wolf warriors let out wild howls, swinging their battle axes as they charged forward. The frontline shield bearers even used their bodies to crash into the thorn bushes, allowing the spikes and ice crystals to pierce their flesh to open a path for those behind. However, the power gap between both sides was still too obvious. The wolf warriors' reckless fearlessness did not affect even a tiny bit of their homeland. Clever tactics. The willow god waved his fingers lightly, the thorn bushes suddenly grew in reverse, and ice crystal spikes pierced into the wolf's paws, pinning them in place. The foremost wolf let out a wail but was split in half by a warrior behind it, blood splattering on the faces of its companions, igniting an even more intense killing intent. 100 wolf warriors formed a wedge formation, even using the bodies of their companions as stepping stones, forcefully carving a bloody path through the thorn bushes. The priest became even more frenzied upon witnessing this. It tore open the beast's skin on its chest, revealing a chest filled with runes, its nails digging deep into its heart, pulling out a mass of black-red flesh. In the name of the wolf ancestors, summon the fury of the abyss. The flesh exploded into blood mist in the air, coalescing into a giant wolf head phantom above the shield, opening its massive mouth to bite at the light shield. Now is the time. Lin Fan pointed with his sword, the golden runes of the 10,000 swords technique unfolding behind him. Willow god, control the trajectory of the acid rain. Little Ching, ignite the blood mist. The willow god's sleeves rolled, and a giant hand composed of vines suddenly emerged from the ground, gathering the falling acid rain into 3 streams of black torrents, splashing back at the priest. Little Ching's fingertip ghostfire instantly transformed into a fire dragon, sweeping along with the blood mist. Upon encountering fire, the blood mist erupted violently. The wolf phantom let out a roar of unwillingness, and the priest was blown away 10 meters by the shockwave, its skull crown rolling on the ground, revealing a decayed wound on its head. Kill them! Kill them! The priest's shriek came to an abrupt halt as a crossbow bolt precisely pierced its throat, and then countless arrows shot out continuously from the crossbow tower. The 100 priest followers were instantly wiped out entirely. From this point on, the first wave of offense from the wolf village was left with only a small number of wolf warriors. Glancing at the wolf warriors that had charged to the front of the shield, Lin Chen calmly said, "Only you are left." As soon as these words were spoken, 30 warriors suddenly stopped, looking at each other, and then knelt on one knee simultaneously. The warrior in the front removed his helmet, revealing a scar on his left eye. That was the mark of a warrior from Werewolf Village. His expression was serious. "Human warrior, we admit defeat. But according to the rules of the werewolves, we have the right to challenge you to an honor duel." Chapter 113, 9 Waves Assault, extremely dangerous. The system prompt appeared again. Honor duel begins. Do you accept? If you win, you can obtain 10 magic crystal stones. Magic crystal stone greatly enhances the damage and durability of magical items and equipment. The audience in the live stream was in an uproar. Little Saw was so excited that he almost knocked over his water cup. Wait. The werewolf warrior actually requests a one-on-one duel? Does this mean Lin Fan can avoid a large-scale battle? Wang Bingbing frowned as she reviewed the information, but avoiding that may not have much effect. The biggest benefit is that magic crystal stone. It can further strengthen the defenses of Lin Fan's home. That's what it means. The current defenses of the home are still very useful and can prevent many emergencies. Moreover, the craftsmanship of Lin Shen's home really has remarkable damage. In the matchmaking game. Upon learning about this good news, Lin Fan gazed into the eyes of the scarred warrior, suddenly smiling. "All right, I accept." The scarred warrior nodded and turned to select a werewolf the size of a small mountain from the team. That werewolf removed his armor, revealing muscles that coiled like a dragon, and the wolf head totem on his chest actually wriggled slowly. This was the mark of reaching B-class combat power. He was also the strongest among this batch of werewolf warriors. "I am Goro, the berserker of the Bloodfang tribe." The werewolf pounded his chest, each punch echoing like thunder. "Human, show me your weapon and let me see if you qualify to have your name left in the history books of Werewolf Village." "Come on, don't waste time." Lin Fan just wanted the reward. Very simple psychology. Goro roared as he charged, his feet cracking the ground like spider webs. Yet Lin Fan stood still, waiting until the werewolf's claws nearly touched his face, only then sidestepping with an almost imperceptible speed. Suddenly, 3 streams of spiritual energy transformed into sword energy exploded in a fan shape, leaving 3 deep wounds on Goro's chest that could see bone. The berserker's charge was forcefully halted, staring down at his wounds in disbelief, only to find the blood oozing out was being scorched and vaporized by the sword energy. "This is..." Goro coughed up blood. "Your human magic?" "No, this is celestial magic." Lin Fan advanced, delivering a heavy elbow strike to Goro's chin, and as Goro looked up, he flicked away the warrior's axe with his toes. The sword energy gathered again, with a sharp whistle, splitting Goro's axe in half. the residual energy plowing a half-meter deep trench into the ground. The berserker crashed to the ground, struggling to get up, but found all his meridians were shattered by the sword energy. The next second, a head rolled to the ground. Reward acquired, 10 magic crystal stones. The live stream erupted with deafening cheers. Lin Fan is awesome. Got good stuff again. Hee hee. Now the alien trash can't say anything, right? This is all expected, they are just a bunch of useless cowards. Baga Yaru. In the matchmaking game. Before Lin Fan and the others could catch their breath, the system prompt sounded again. The first wave assault from Werewolf Village has been successfully repelled, the second wave is about to arrive. When the system prompt sounded, Lin Fan was embedding the magic crystal stones into the wall rune array. As the 10 diamond-shaped crystals touched the grooves, the entire wall suddenly rippled like water, the surface sprouting fine dragon scale patterns. That was a sign of the defense barrier upgrading. Checking the attribute panel of this wall, it had completely upgraded. Iron wall. Durability, 100W/100W. Can withstand attacks from A+ level and below strong beings? Little Meow lay on his shoulder, nibbling on an apple, its tail playfully swaying by Lin Fan's leg. Lin Fan, are the next ones smarter than the silly wolves we faced earlier? Whether they are smart or not doesn't matter, it's the numbers that are troublesome. Lin Fan looked up at the sky, where black clouds of the second wave of attack were closing in on the horizon. According to the intelligence, this round of attack consisted of 4 types of werewolf units. There were dual-blade hunters skilled in ambush, bowmen providing ranged suppression, priests offering healing support, and the trickiest of all, suicide werewolves. Those madmen, under the influence of frenzy potions, would self-destruct to destroy any obstacles. If they managed to break through to this place, who knows what chaos might ensue. Although the city walls had upgraded levels, making the concerns less obvious, there were still things that needed to be considered. The Lu God finished setting new traps under the city wall, green vines mixed with flickering thunder-like thorns. Lin Fan recalled the intelligence system and opened the detailed page of intel, where the characteristics of this wave of werewolf forces were clearly recorded. The self-detonation power of the suicide werewolves was equivalent to a C+ level magical bomb. If over 100 of them exploded simultaneously, they could possibly break through the first layer of defenses. He reached into his pocket and pulled out the blood-stained soul banner, with new thoughts swirling in his mind. Since the death of the infernal demon lord, this treasure had absorbed hundreds of strands of demonic energy, now radiating a dark red ghostly glow under the sunlight. Soul banner. Perhaps it could be of some use at this moment. The recently deceased werewolves' souls had been quietly collected by Lin Fan into the soul banner. Now, Lin Fan could clearly sense the presence of those souls within the soul banner. This meant that with just a thought, he could summon those souls to fight for him. 30 minutes later, the werewolf army arrived as expected. The second wave of the werewolf attack has officially begun. Leading the front was a dual-blade hunter, resembling a cheetah, its limbs covered in slate-gray scales, with paired serrated daggers hanging from its waist. Behind them, more than 200 archers knelt on the ground, their bone bows humming as they drew them back, with arrows dipped in dark purple venom. The werewolf priests were cloaked in black robes, holding a bronze staff engraved with cursed inscriptions. The suicide werewolves were chained at the back of the group, their bodies entangled with blood-colored crystals of explosives, eyes vacant yet filled with madness. These monsters were completely different from the last wave, each of them had basically reached B-level strength. The difficulty, indeed, had skyrocketed. Tear their throats, the leader of the dual-blade hunters let out a sharp screech, and 30 figures suddenly disappeared in place. The next second, countless shadows suddenly materialized. It was a technique of shadow clones. Lin Fan's pupils shrank. With a swift motion, he slashed toward the right at an oncoming shadow, but found he only struck a cloud of mist. The real hunter broke through from underground, aiming its dagger straight for his ankle. Watch out! The Lu God's vines quickly wrapped around the hunter's wrist but were cut off in response. Lin Fan used the momentum to leap up, spinning in the air to unleash 3 sword energies, forcing 3 real bodies back at once. However, more shadows had already circled around to the backside of the city wall, directly targeting the casting priests. Leave the ranged combat to me. Little Ching's eyes narrowed into needles, and the next second, she spit out ghost flames. The eerie blue flames formed a fan-shaped firewall, enveloping 20 archers within. Amidst the werewolves' wails, a priest raised his staff, and green mist floated toward the fire scene. Group healing spell. In an instant, it surprisingly healed the burns on those werewolves. Lin Fan's gaze turned cold, and he flicked his wrist to throw out the soul banner. Little Meow, protect me. The banner suddenly opened with a roar. Countless black mists twisted into terrifying ghostly faces, forming a massive vortex of lost souls in the air. The werewolf archers, burned by flames, suddenly stopped struggling, their eyes dazed as they gazed at the vortex, and willingly walked into the fire, turning into black smoke absorbed by the banner of souls. The leader of the dual-life hunters stepped back in fear. This is necromancy. You dare to desecrate the laws of life and death. Laws? We are acquaintances, why not catch up inside the banner of souls? Lin Fan sneered, shaking the banner again, and the 7 werewolf corpses previously slain suddenly burst from the ground, glowing with ghostly green fire in their eyes. These revived werewolf soldiers moved slowly yet were incredibly strong, barehandedly grabbing the iron chains of the death warriors and dragging them away from the city wall. The death warriors let out unwilling roars, but were held by the souls, exploding in the distance, and amidst the flickering green light, half of the death warriors were prematurely detonated. Priest! Quickly dispel the undead! The leader roared and lunged at Lin Fan, only to see him form a seal with his fingertips, causing a phantom of the Nether Demon Lord to appear on the banner of souls. The phantom opened its massive mouth, swallowing the priests who were casting spells along with the healing light mist. The legs revealed under the black robe instantly turned to bones, screaming as they were sucked into the banner. The second wave of the attack crumbled in just 20 minutes. When the last dual knife hunter was torn to pieces by the souls, the banner of souls had swollen to the height of 2 people, with the number of ghostly faces on it tripling, each one roaring menacingly as if ready to burst out of the artifact and wreak havoc on the world. At this moment, the number of souls within the banner of souls surged again. What delighted Lin Fan was that he seemed to have truly found a special method. In this way, the advantage of snowballing could be fully realized. In the live broadcast room, the people of Long Country were completely stunned. Little Saw's hand holding the microphone trembled. Audience friends, Lin Fan actually turned the demonic sex artifact against the werewolves. This strategy of using war to sustain war is so astonishing. Wang Bingbing stared at the number of souls on the tactical screen. According to incomplete statistics, the banner of souls has currently absorbed over 200 monster souls. In other words, Lin Fan now essentially possesses 200 B-level undead minions. What an astonishing number! Indeed. Even if one couldn't hear the specific meaning of this. But the terrifying number of 200 already fully expresses everything. When others faced a B-level monster and felt that death was already a given. Yet on Lin Fan's side, had already begun such operations. How could this not shock people? Even the women who were potential matches were stunned. I never expected that the banner of souls had such a use. Lucian exclaimed in wonder. Lin Fan smiled and said, yes, in this way, our pressure will be greatly reduced. We just need to let the souls take action and let this group of werewolves tear each other apart. Little meow, it's wolves tearing each other apart. As they continued to explore more uses of the banner of souls, time passed second by second, and Lin Fan suddenly hissed, covering his temples. No! This artifact is still too sinister. Lin Fan gasped as he leaned against the city wall, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Controlling the banner of souls consumed mental strength far more than he had imagined. Little Meow hurriedly handed over a spirit fruit. The flesh melted in his mouth, turning into a cooling energy that relieved the burning sensation in his stomach. Lucian gently stroked the banner, her fingertips channeling a wave of greenwood spirit energy. The demonic energy and the souls are eroding each other. If this continues, the artifact will gradually corrode the user's mind. So? Lin Fan gazed at the rising smoke of the third wave in the distance, his lips curling into a fierce smile. Before they get close, we must let the banner of souls finish digesting. He raised his hand to unleash a sword chi, pinning the most agitated ghostly face on the banner to the city wall, and within the ghostly green fire appeared the face of a werewolf priest. That was one of the hundreds of priests killed by the crossbow arrows. He resisted the most fiercely. The first bird must be shot, let this restless soul lead the others. Do you want to continue to exist? Lin Fan grasped the ghost's horn and softly chanted a spell. The soul banner instantly activated with a brilliant electric current, and in an instant, the priest's soul quieted down. Hearing Lin Fan's words, the latter nodded in terror like a garlic chopper. It's very simple, listen to my command later, and make your kind kill each other. The priest trembled all over, and a grey mist of obedience appeared on his ghostly face. The wolf village's attack, the third wave is about to come. The third wave of the attack was even more bizarre. The front line was heavy armored werewolves carrying giant steel shields, with tribal totems carved on their shield faces. In the middle were shaman wizards riding bone wolves, shaking bells that emitted a soul-stirring sound. Behind them followed a group of twisted, deformed werewolves, moving on all fours, with vine-like tentacles protruding from the fleshy lumps on their backs, leaving corrosive slime with every step. Are these the polluters of the werewolf tribe? These guys have been eroded by abyss energy, losing their sanity, only instinctively destroying everything. Lin Fan frowned. The number of polluters was more than 50, and the souls probably couldn't resist them. The shaman wizards initiated their attack first, and with the ringing of bells, blood-colored raindrops suddenly fell from the sky. Lin Fan felt the spiritual energy in his body become chaotic and looked down to see black spots appearing on his arm. This was a sign of erosion by abyss energy. The willow god hurriedly threw out a purification orb to dispel the toxin for him. The sound of these bells is a mental attack. Just right to try out the new toy, everyone, charge. Lin Fan swung the soul banner, forcibly pulling the priest's ghost out, transforming into a translucent werewolf form in the air. Charge, he issued the cold command, and the priest's ghost immediately let out a mournful howl. The heavy armored werewolf team indeed showed signs of chaos. The steel shield soldiers looked at each other. When the tentacles of the polluters swept over their shields, they mistakenly thought it was an attack and roared in anger, turning to face the shaman wizards. The shamans were both furious and scared, increasing the ringing of the bells, which instead ignited the frenzy of the steel shield soldiers. They raised their shields to smash the bone wolves, and their claws tore apart the shamans' throats, throwing the scene into chaos in an instant. Now's the time. Lin Fan waved the banner, calling back all the souls, and 200 ghostly green figures surged into the crowd of polluters like a tide. The deformed werewolves let out muffled roars, their tentacles coiling around the souls to tear them apart, but were ignited by the ghostly flames. Even stranger, the bodies of the killed polluters did not rot. Instead, they turned into black mist absorbed by the soul banner, and the ghostly faces on the banner began to merge, forming stronger ghostly warriors. Chapter 115, Helping to Fight. Did the Dragon Kingdom cheat? Taking the opportunity, Xiaoqing initiated a sneak attack. She and Al had developed a new combined skill, mixing demon power with the flames of karma. The flames of karma ignited upon contact, and the polluters' tentacles sizzled in the fire, turning to ashes while letting out human-like wails. The willow god controlled the vines to entangle the escaping shamans, dragging them to the city wall to let the souls bite them. The third wave of the attack evolved into an absurd civil war among the races. Viewers in the live stream for a moment didn't know what to say. Oh my goodness, this is a complete flawless victory? No problem, the soul banner actually has this effect? It's really my first time hearing this. I've gained some knowledge. Great, great, great. Lin Fan is just awesome. As the last polluter was burnt to ashes by the flames of karma, the soul banner had been completely stabilized, and the ghostly warriors on the banner, holding broken battle axes, arranged in neat formation saluted Lin Fan. They were no longer chaotic souls, but a tamed undead army. In the live stream, the barrage from the viewers in the ugly nation suddenly surged. After seeing this scene, he was completely triggered. Fuck. Fuck. Cheating. This is against the rules. Why use necromancy that doesn't belong to you to violate the game rules? Losers only cry cheating. If you have the ability, go find a magic treasure to use. Wait, isn't that treasure something Lin God created? If you don't agree, you can go create something like that too. Little Sug glanced at the real-time data, a smile creeping on his lips. According to the statistics, Lin Fan's undead army currently has a combat power equivalent to 20 B-class warriors, and it doesn't consume food or energy. It's simply a mobile fortress. In the matchmaking game, the fourth wave of attack arrived at dusk, and this time the enemy was the headhunter troops of the werewolf tribe, all B-plus class werewolves, skilled in setting traps and assassination. They did not choose a frontal charge but instead dispersed into the surrounding woods, trying to break through the defense line from the flanks. However, Lin Fan had seen through it all. Prepared in advance, the ghost warriors of the soul banner turned into mist and seeped into the woods. Any trap touched by the headhunters would emit a sharp scream as a warning. 30 meters to the left, there's a bear trap in the tree hollow. Little Meow pricked up its ears, tail pointing to a certain direction. The ghost warriors quickly solidified to trigger the trap, and the steel teeth, along with ghost fire, melted into scrap iron. The headhunter leader realized too late that his position was exposed. Just as he wanted to retreat, he was ensnared by the vines of the willow god, dragged to the wall for judgment. Then, Lin Fan discovered things were not as simple as he thought. The fifth wave is the werewolf lord? Lin Fan looked at the system prompt, his pupils contracting. The werewolf lord mentioned in the intelligence was a half-step A-class powerhouse, who had personally ripped the throat of a giant dragon. When that shadow descended from the moonlight, Lin Fan finally understood why the intelligence described it as a natural disaster. The werewolf lord was as tall as 5 floors, with bat-like membranous wings, its claws scraped against the rocks, igniting blue sparks, which were a sign of highly concentrated magical power. Werewolf lord. Level, B+. Combat power, 27,000. Tiny humans. The Lord's voice sounded like muffled thunder, the wind generated by his wings scattering the ghost warriors to pieces. Do you think using the undead can desecrate the honor of werewolves? I will make your bones into a totem pole so that the entire floating island knows the fate of offending the wolf clan. Lin Fan gripped the soul banner tightly but found the ghost warriors before the Lord to be like children. With a simple wave, dozens of souls could be obliterated. The vines of the willow god barely entangled the Lord's ankle before being turned to ashes by the high-temperature magic. Little Ching's flame sprayed onto its scales, leaving only faint char marks. In the live stream room, the cheers of the Dragon Kingdom's crowd faded into a tense countdown. Think of a way. Lin Fan. Ha 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 ha. Baka. Baka, Lin Fan Pig is finally going to die. That's satisfying. That's satisfying. Once Lin Fan Pig dies, our ugly country can quickly rise up. There's no choice now, we can only use that. Lin Fan's expression turned fierce, carrying a desperate determination. His spirit power madly gathered. The soul banner suddenly emitted a reluctant wail, and the ghost warriors on the banner began to disintegrate, transforming into pure soul power that surged into his body. Using dragon blood as a guide, borrowing the power of 10,000 souls, Lin Fan crushed the dragon blood essence item he had obtained earlier, merging it into the soul banner. He shouted as he swung the banner at the Lord, countless ghostly faces forming a gigantic chain that bound the Lord's wings and claws. "What is this?" The Lord roared in rage, struggling so fiercely he shattered half the city wall. It was dragged to one knee by the chains. Little Ching seized the opportunity to splash the last flame onto its eyes, while the willow god controlled all the vines to entangle its tail, forcibly dragging the giant beast into the massive trap they had set up in advance. Boom! Amidst the explosion, Lin Fan watched the thick smoke rising from the trap. Finally, I breathed a sigh of relief. The Wanhun banner had become as thin as a cicada's wing, all the ghostly faces had vanished, leaving only a dim soul crystal in the center. In the live broadcast room, the audience in the live stream fell silent together. All were stunned into silence by Lin Fan's final strike, unsure of what to say next. Only 4 words echoed in their hearts, continuously resonating. Lin God, amazing. Wang Bingbing suddenly pointed at the screen. Wait. Look at the corpse of the werewolf lord. What are those black mists? In the dense smoke, the Lord's body was being broken down by some kind of black energy, the shredded flesh melting into the ground, surprisingly forming a new portal. The system alert sounded sharply. Warning! Werewolf Village has opened an abyss portal. Final wave attack, Abyssal Werewolf Lord plus 1,000 Abyss Wolves. Hint, destroying the portal core can stop the attack. Core location, Werewolf Village altar. Lin Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, watching the Lord stand up once again in the distance. This time, its pupils had turned pure black, filled with murderous intent and madness, purple pus oozing from under its scales, multiple writhing tentacles grew from its back. Overall, it looked especially terrifying and bizarre. What do we do now? Little Meow was surprisingly trembling a bit from fear. What else can we do? Lin Fan struggled to rise, picking up half a magic crystal from the ruins. Since they want to play rough, let them see that my Lin Fan's wall will never collapse. He pressed the magic crystal into the broken city wall, and suddenly, the dragon scale patterns emitted a dazzling golden light. As soon as the tentacles tainted by abyssal energy touched the wall, they hissed and sizzled and burned. No one would have thought that this attack had developed to this point at the very end. This was only the 5th wave. No, it wasn't the 5th wave. It was that through some kind of mutation, the remaining attack difficulties had been forcefully stacked together. It formed the final wave assault. Chapter 116, There is absolutely no humanitarianism. The monsters of Werewolf Village were determined to kill Lin Fan at all costs. Faced with this perilous situation, the people of Dragon Country fell silent. But in the livestream, someone was the first to shout, "Dragon Country will never fall. Lin God will never lose." These words seemed to contain countless types of magic, instantly filling the entire livestream chat. At this moment, all the viewers across Dragon Country stood up, bowing to the screen. Little Sa's voice trembled with tears. Yes, Dragon Country will never fall, because we have guardians like Lin Fan, we will always have hope. Everyone, don't be afraid. Lin God definitely has a way. Lin Fan held tightly onto Liuxin's hand, feeling the spirit energy of greenwood flowing into him. Even Hoshino stood up, knocking the last flame arrow onto the bowstring, while Little Meow summoned the remaining piece of the Wanhun banner again. In the distance, the roars of the Abyss Lord cracked the sky like bloodstreaks. 1,000 Abyss Wolves surged in like a black tide. But behind them was the reconstructed city wall, symbolizing the glory of the participants from Dragon Country. It was billions of trusting eyes. Come on. Lin Fan revealed a bloodstained smile. Lucian, it's time to show them your power. You take care of your wounds, the next part is up to me. Liuxin's eyes were filled with deep compassion, her fingertips gently brushing over Lin Fan's bloodstained brow bone. The spirit energy flowed into his meridians like a gentle stream. However, in the next moment, as she turned to face the Abyss Lord, her entire aura suddenly shifted. No longer was she the gentle and dependable wood fairy, but an empress commanding the world, her inky black hair moving without wind, green dragon scales glimmering faintly within. A towering 100-foot-tall greenwood Dharma body appeared behind her, with each leaf engraved with ancient heavenly symbols. Lucian, indeed you are my ultimate trump card. Lin Fan said softly, unable to help but reveal a relaxed smile. All right, it's time to let these monsters know what true heavenly power is. Die. The Abyss Lord had completely turned to darkness, with no sense of fear left. As soon as he saw the appearance of the God of Willow, he immediately launched a terrifying attack. Countless disgusting tentacles rushed forward first, and purple pus splashed onto the ground, corroding it with hissing white smoke. Damn it! The god of willow waved his hand lightly, and a beam of blue light flashed, cutting the 3-meter-wide tentacles as if they were paper. The black mist overflowing from the cut was instantly purified into glimmering lights by the spirit energy of the blue wood. Ah! The Lord let out a reluctant roar, the wings stirring up a black hurricane that hurled debris at the city wall, but at a distance of 10 meters from the god of willow, it was deflected by a transparent barrier. The debris suspended in midair transformed into sparkling points of light, resembling a dazzling meteor shower. Do you think that devouring the energy of the abyss can allow you to surpass heavenly principles? The voice of the god of willow was like spring thunder shattering ice, as a giant hand of Dharma reached out into the air and crushed the abyss lord's wings with invisible force. Before the true power of the law, you are merely a child stealing forbidden fruit. In the live broadcast room, all the viewers held their breath. Is the god of willow really that powerful? Oh my, even through the screen, I can almost feel a choking sensation. I never expected the god of willow to be this terrifying. Goddess. The god of willow will be my goddess from now on. Little Saw watched the god of willow's Dharma appearance on the screen. His throat moved but he couldn't speak a word. And the god of willow saving the homeland was deeply engraved in the hearts of the people of Long Country. In various places of Long Country, elderly people who were eating put down their bowls, children who were doing homework straightened their backs, everyone stared intently at the screen, as if witnessing some sacred moment. The Abyss Lord struggled to kneel on one knee, the Abyss core on his chest flickering with dying red light. The god of willow walked forward step by step, each step blooming blue lotus flowers on the ground. The dew on the petals fell on the injured ghostly warriors, causing their injured bodies to gather again. When she approached the Lord, the giant hand of Dharma had already grasped his throat, and the blue wood spirit energy seeping from her fingertips drilled into the Lord's body like a living thing, shredding every strand of abyss energy. I beg for mercy. The Lord's voice was no longer the rumbling thunder, but like a deflating windbag. I am willing to become your servant. Servant? The god of willow sneered. The palm of the Dharma suddenly erupted with dazzling blue light. Under the heavenly way, how can the remnants of the abyss survive? The blue light flashed, and the Lord's body along with the abyss core was completely purified, turning into a rain of blue that fell over the battlefield. 1,000 abyss wolves let out a heartbreaking wail in the rain, their bodies quickly withering, the black patterns on their fur washed out to pure gray, eventually curling up into harmless young wolf forms, trembling and hiding in the ruins. The live broadcast room erupted with a tsunami of cheers. Little Saw suddenly jumped up, not even noticing the microphone falling to the ground. An A-level powerhouse. This is real A-level combat strength. The god of willow has been hiding her strength until the most critical moment to strike. Wang Bingbing wiped her tears and laughed. Now who can still doubt the foundation of Long Country? We have Lin Fan, we have the god of willow, we have guardians like them. Why would Long Country worry about not rising? The god of willow turned to walk towards Lin Fan, the Dharma gradually shrinking and merging into her body. Her face was slightly pale, yet still carried the majesty of an empress. It is still a bit forced, my strength is too weak now. Lin Fan shook his head and reached out to brush the glow off her hair. Thank you, god of willow, you really protected all of us. Little Meow jumped onto the god of willow's shoulder, wrapping her tail around her wrist. Sister god of willow was so cool just now. Even cooler than Sister Xiaoqing when she breathes fire. Sister Xiaoqing snorted but remained silent. Before the absolute power of the law, her wildfire truly resembled a child playing with flames. A system notification appeared. The attack on Wolf Village has been completely shattered. All rewards are placed in Wolf Village. The specific coordinates have been displayed. In the distance, the purified young wolves cautiously approached the city wall. Little Cat squatted down, extending her paw to gently touch the nose of the boldest young wolf. From now on, you will follow us, no biting people, okay? The young wolf whimpered and licked her palm, while its companions wagged their tails. The god of willow nodded in satisfaction, her gaze sweeping across the devastated battlefield. She raised her hand and waved gently. The greenwood spirit energy spread like ripples, the broken city wall healed automatically, and fresh green sprouts emerged from the charred soil. Even the remains of the fallen ghost warriors turned into fertile nourishment. The viewers in the live broadcast watched this scene, suddenly reminded of the divine touch. At this moment, the god of willow appeared even more merciful and majestic than the legendary deities. This made countless Dragon Kingdom citizens bow in reverence. As for the alien scum, they shouted in disbelief, there is no humanitarianism. There is absolutely no humanitarianism. Fuck. This group of werewolves also has their own lives. Why treat them like this? Chapter 117, Blood Red Casino. Layers of Crisis. No, are you guys out of your mind? Why are you still here defending these monsters? I seriously suspect that you ugly people from the ugly country are actually in cahoots with the monsters. Don't say, there really is such a possibility. Yes, it's likely that you ugly people are the real monster scum. What are you talking about? At that moment, a new system notification appeared. Matchmaking game participant Lin Chen has achieved the achievement of Newbie King. Reward, unique medal. Furthermore, Lin Chen can actively start the latest Blood Red Casino event. In the matchmaking game, a silver medal fell unexpectedly into Lin Fan's hand. This is. Lin Chen rubbed the surface of the medal, and the attribute panel suddenly appeared in front of Lin Fan. Newbie King. All three-dimensional attributes increased by 100%. Moreover, when attacked by other matchmaking participants, it will reduce damage by 20%. Goodness! Lin Fan was overjoyed. This thing can truly be called a real treasure. Not to mention the 100% power increase. Just the fact that it can reduce 20% of damage from other participants is already enough to be astonishing. Great! 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 Now Lin Chen's strength surged terrifyingly again, reaching an astonishing A+ level. Combat power shot straight to 50,000. This is the effect of 100% power doubling. Of course, such an increase can only be seen by Lin Fan himself. Otherwise, if that group of alien scum saw it, they might jump even higher. Speaking of which, he then looked at the event of the Blood Red Casino. Participating in the event to clear levels brings dangers and opportunities. You may ascend in one step, or you may die on the spot. The player who survives till the end will receive the loyalty of the Vampire Clan and the Vampire Queen as a matchmaking partner. Wow! Lin Fan's eyes lit up. Such an event can be enjoyed not only by him. Even that group of alien scum can enter it. But this is not a favor for the alien scum. Rather, it can be seen as a tremendous weakening. After all, Lin Fan knows what the later levels contain and can directly avoid dangers. But for them? They can really only trust their fate, right? Trusting fate is too mystical. Lin Fan doesn't believe in it, he only believes in the system in his hands. No worries, let's first go make some babies. Lin Fan called out boldly. The women. The viewers in the live broadcast. The next day, after the information system refreshed, Lin Fan decisively chose to open the event entrance. In his hand, a blood-red invitation letter suddenly appeared. As for the Dragon Daughter's marriage partner? Anyway, it will reset the day after tomorrow, it's fine to break through the levels first. Once Lin Fan chose to open the event portal, the entire marriage game changed. At first, no one knew what was happening when the rules of the Blood Red Casino slowly appeared before everyone's eyes. Sad Essie. The Vampire Queen is from our great empire. Baka. Ha ha ha. The warriors of the great empire will conquer the event dungeon. I can't believe it. This Lin Fan pig is so lucky in the marriage game. Could it be that he will still be lucky after entering this independent dungeon? Lin Fan pig is truly foolish. But since you dare to give us from the ugly country a second chance, don't blame us for being ruthless and not killing you. At the moment Lin Fan crushed the invitation letter in his hand, the scene before him spun wildly. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a hall with Gothic decorations, with a black and white checkered floor beneath his feet and the crisp sound of dice hitting a wooden tray coming from afar. The little cat tightly grasped his sleeve, her small nose sniffing the surrounding smells, wrinkling her brow and saying, so many strange smells, there are blood clans, werewolves, and also. And the breath of the abyss pollution. The willow goddess looked similarly displeased. As she gently stroked the wall, her fingertips brushed over a crack, and the black blood seeping out actually congealed into a rose shape. Every brick here is soaked with the blood of gamblers. Their souls are trapped here, unable to transcend for eternity. Lin Fan, this place is exceptionally dangerous, do not underestimate it. Lin Fan laughed lightly, no problem, it's all small issues. The event, since he had opened it, then he would definitely have confidence. In the live broadcast room, the screen switched to show the entrance scenes of participants from various countries simultaneously. George II from the ugly country, sporting an explosive hairstyle, was showing off his platinum chips to himself. Fuck. I really want to bring such treasure back to the real world, then I could become the richest. The samurai Yamamoto from the cherry blossom country drew his katana, the blade reflecting the blood-red candlelight. He had inherited Musashi Miyamoto's legacy. His combat power surged rapidly. Although the live broadcast showed that everyone was in a waiting hall, they could not see anyone else's presence. Perhaps in the waiting hall, it was also considered each person's independent space. And in the next moment, a voice identical to the others echoed in every space. Welcome to the Blood Casino. A hoarse female voice came from above, and everyone looked up. They saw the Blood Clan girl in the ceiling mural open her eyes, red light flashing, a cruel smile forming at the corner of her mouth. The rules are simple, pass through 40 rooms, collect 100 blood crystals, and the vampire prince at the finish line will offer the loyalty contract. But she flicked her fingertip, and the nearest archway suddenly opened, the sound of bones cracking painfully echoing from within. Those who choose the wrong room will remain here forever as chips. Kick. A sharp and eerie laughter erupted abruptly. Lin Fan, I always feel this place is so eerie. The little cat was indeed a bit scared. Her instincts told her that in this dungeon of the casino, there were terrifying existences that could put her in deadly danger. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Lin Fan comforted the little cat, which finally calmed her heart down. And next, Lin Fan knew he had to move forward. Otherwise, if other countries' marriage participants accidentally have a stroke of luck and suddenly reach the finish line, it would be a real problem. So, even if he kept a huge advantage, he still could not let his guard down. Lin Fan was the first to step into the first room, the doorplate reading 02, emitting a cold light from the stone wall. The little cat was about to follow closely when she was suddenly pulled back by the willow goddess. Boom, 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 boom. The ground suddenly cracked. 3 poisonous spikes brushed past the tips of Little Meow's toes. Lin Fan. Chapter 118, Obtain Blood Crystals. Foolish alien. Little Meow's first reaction was to care for Lin Fan's safety. It's fine. But Lin Fan reacted quickly, interrupting her with a slap. At this difficulty, there was no need to use the information system yet. After all, the information system has a bug. That is, if you don't look, the information system won't freeze information. In other words, as long as you keep not looking, the information of the information system will keep changing. This way, it won't lead to useful information being pushed out by information that was previously unhelpful. It's a mirrored room. Lin Fan stared at the wall reflection, finding 4 arms in his image. Everything here is reversed, and the room number corresponds to the exit location. He turned and walked towards the wall marked 20, pressing his palm on the brick seam, and indeed, a slight sound of a mechanism turning came. Meanwhile, on the other side, Little Ben's Yamamoto was wildly swinging a knife at door 02, but the blade kept bouncing back from an invisible barrier, making him jump in anger. Baka Yoru. What do you want me to do? This stupid quest activity. He was like an ant on a hot pan, constantly moving around in this mirrored room. But as time passed, even the audience noticed something strange. Look! Behind this guy, there's another Yamamoto? After a keen-eyed audience member pointed it out, sure enough, everyone turned their attention to see. They discovered that behind that Yamamoto, there was indeed another figure that looked exactly like Yamamoto. And before the real Yamamoto had realized this, the fake Yamamoto had already raised the butcher's knife. With a mighty swing downward, but not to attack Yamamoto, rather to cut open his own throat. In an instant, blood gushed out like a fountain. Blood sprayed out, and Yamamoto's expression turned instantly to terror, his hands instinctively trying to cover the bleeding wound, but it couldn't be stopped no matter how hard he tried. Baka! Yamamoto! What the hell are you doing? I'm so mad. What the hell is this bastard doing? You haven't even made it out of the first room, and you've already died. This is simply embarrassing for our country. It was as if to prevent the dead Yamamoto from being sprayed and embarrassed any longer. On the other side, the King George II of the ugly nation was even more of an oddity. At this moment, he was actually making faces at the mirror, admiring his own looks, completely unaware that the spikes below him were closing in. Little Sa shook his head inside. These alien scum, poets like me have eaten it. As soon as these words were spoken, the alien scum fell apart instantly. Look at Lin Fan. He found the hidden passage. Wang Bingbing suddenly pointed at the screen. Lin Fan's team passed through a hidden door, arriving in a secret room piled high with treasure chests. Little Meow was about to open the closest chest when Lin Fan stopped her. Wait. Lu God, you try first. Okay. Lu God casually threw a leaf, and the moment the leaf touched the chest suddenly cracked open, and countless spiked vines reached out. The vines were covered with countless tiny spikes. This stance seemed to want to tear the incoming person apart with numerous wounds before being satisfied. Indeed. Lin Fan summoned a long sword to cut through the vines, the runes of the 10,000 swords formula glowing on the sword body, illuminating the dark recesses of the secret room. The real reward is here. In the dark recess lay 3 blood crystals, bright in color but appearing extremely strange. Obtained 3 blood crystals. Hidden reward, Eye of Insight, can uncover the traps in the next room. With this skill, Lin Fan saved time on the information system. At least in this mysterious quest activity, he had a better chance of winning. Let's go to the next room. I'll go scout ahead. The stench of rotting flesh in the 9th room was thick like a solid, mixed with a nauseating burnt smell, like the remnants of a corpse being burned, making people feel utterly sick. How disgusting, it stinks to death. A few people covered their mouths and noses, cautiously moving forward while observing their surroundings. The broken dome loomed like a ripped sky by a giant beast. Cold moonlight poured through the gap, illuminating the ground covered in white bones, glowing eerily. Suddenly, Xiao Miao's pupils constricted sharply. He pointed to a dark corner, his voice tinged with undeniable tension. There are wolf paw prints, at least 30. On the ground, overlapping wolf paw prints were deeply embedded in the decayed wooden planks. Each paw print was the size of an adult's palm, with dried mud stains still lingering on the edges. When Lucian bent down, her delicate fingers easily crushed a finger bone, producing a clear snap sound. She picked up a wolf tooth by her feet and examined it carefully in the moonlight. The finely polished surface of the tooth was clearly visible in the light. These wolves have been tamed by humans. The possibility of traps here is much greater than being attacked. But why do the marks on these wolf teeth appear so clearly? It's as if they were not produced in recent years at all. Lin Fan activated his inside eye. Danger level, B, core trap, hourglass. The appearance of this room is very strange. Lin Fan began to ponder. Connecting it to the core trap point. Hourglass? Is this the final point to solve this level? Realizing this, Lin Chen immediately made a decisive decision. Split up and look for the hourglass. Lin Fan issued a brief command. Before his voice even faded, Xiao Miao had already nimbly burrowed into the pile of bones. Suddenly, a sharp scream broke the deadly silence. Her paw touched a body that was still warm. The corpse's kimono was stained with blood, firmly grasping a broken hourglass, with glass shards deeply embedded in the palm, and a frozen expression of extreme terror on the face. Lucian crouched down, her long fingers gently tracing the dark red brand on the corpse's forehead, which was a unique mark of a yin-yang master from the Sakura country. Time-space disturbance is vividly expressed in this person, but what exactly is the reason? As soon as she finished speaking, the brand suddenly emitted a strange purple light, and the corpse transformed into a wisp of green smoke that vanished into the air. At this moment, on the big screen in the livestream room, the situation of the team from the Benzi country was clearly visible. They swung their samurai swords wildly at the empty air. The captain's face was filled with a grimace, and he kept muttering, "Baka! Baka! Damn ghost! Die!" Unaware that they had already fallen into a time-space trap, each attack was just futilely striking at the remnants of the past. If they continued like this, they would soon be exhausted to death in these dungeons. Found it! Ayer's voice suddenly rang out. He forcefully lifted the massive Wolf King's skull, revealing a golden hourglass hidden inside. Lin Fan was about to reach out to touch it when the information system suddenly popped up, and a sharp alarm rang in his head. Warning! Touching will trigger the trap. Correct solution, use blood to water the wolf totem. Without any hesitation, Lin Fan let his dagger glide across his palm, and blood dripped onto the wolf head relief on the ground the moment the whole room began to shake violently. The golden hourglass slowly floated upwards, and among the inverted grains of sand, 3 blood crystals faintly appeared. At the same time, the captain of the Benzi country finally struck a target with his samurai sword. That was his own reflection. At the moment the blade pierced his heart, the entire team was enveloped by a mysterious force, and the next second, their figures appeared in the center of the hall, transforming into blood-red smoke, slowly merging into the cold floor tiles. On Lin Fan's side, the stench in the 15th room was like a miasma that seeped into the marrow. The ghost fire lamps embedded in the stone wall emitted a ghostly green phosphorescence, casting the rusty mining cart in the center into flickering light and shadow. The scattered pickaxe blades were stained with dark red crystals, unsure if they were iron rust or dried bloodstains. A system prompt suddenly popped up in crimson font. Task: dig out 2 pieces of gold ore with a purity above 20 within 10 minutes. Failure means becoming a mining slave forever. Little Meow's eyelashes trembled violently in the eerie light, her pale fingertips gripping the hem of her clothes tightly. But Lin Fan, we have no mining experience. Her voice suddenly caught in her throat. A sharp sound of iron chains scraping against rocks echoed from the depths of darkness, like countless rusty nails scraping against eardrums. Dozens of hunched figures emerged from the shadows, their tattered hemp garments revealing rugged white bones, and where their eyes should be, black bugs swarmed, each bug shell engraved with twisted curse runes. Death Miners. Level, B+. Combat power, 28,000. It's the cursed souls of miners. The greenwood staff held by Lucian glimmered softly, the jade cicada at the top made a clear sound. According to normal logic, their souls are trapped in this world, and only finding a scapegoat can set them free. Little Qing was the most decisive, her eyes glinting coldly. Then shall we just kill them? No, wait a moment. Lin Fan noticed a miner had half of a waist badge hanging from his waist with golden characters engraved on it. Can utilize blood crystal to awaken the rational part of the death miners for a limited time. He took out the blood crystal obtained from the second room and slowly approached that miner. As soon as the blood crystal touched the miner's palm, the bugs collectively let out a sharp wail like a crying baby. The next second, the movements of this death miner suddenly froze, thick tar-like blood tears flowed from his hollow eye sockets, staring at the blood crystal with a hint of pity. Northeast where the old mine chief hides gold, hidden among the suppressed souls of the mining disaster. Before he finished speaking, a deafening rumble of rocks collapsing came from above. A giant iron cage, wrapped in a foul wind, fell down, and inside, the overseers of these death miners lurked. It was a mutated centipede covered in barbed spikes. So huge. At this moment, it was using compound eyes to scan its prey. Just kill it. Lucian's vines first entangled the centipede's poisonous claws, and then, spiritual energy erupted, instantly blowing the centipede into pieces. Lin Fan caught a glimpse of the blood-red symbols faintly visible on the stone wall, and the Eye of Insight revealed the information. Warning, striking 7 times will trigger a landslide, but can directly reach the gold ore layer. Cover your ears. Lin Fan protected Little Meow behind him, and the pickaxe swung with a whooshing sound towards the stone wall. Each strike made his tiger's mouth tingle. By the 6th strike, spider web-like cracks appeared on the rock wall, and at the moment of the 7th strike, the wails of countless resentful spirits broke through the soil. Golden light surged from the landslide, illuminating everyone's pupils. Little Meow's fingertips quickly skimmed over the ore vein, finally grasping 2 pieces of gold ore radiating a rainbow hue. Wow, so beautiful. Lin Fan held it in his hand, and the system panel displayed a purity of 25.3%. Great, this way there's no problem. Fortunately, he had the Eye of Insight and the intelligence system. Otherwise, given these levels with increasingly hidden true secrets, it would truly be a ghost if an average person could find a way to solve them. The system prompt sounded at the right time. Task complete. Received 5 blood crystals. Hidden reward, gratitude of the miners, can summon miner souls to assist in subsequent rooms. Phew. This place is really scary. Little Meow couldn't help but pat her chest. Lucian looked at Lin Fan with admiration, smiling, thanks to our husband, otherwise, we would never have found these ways to break through. Yes, yes. Air and Little Meow both looked at Lin Fan with the same admiration. Lin Fan, how do you know these details? Your reasoning ability is so strong. Reasoning ability? Lin Fan held back a laugh. This is not reasoning ability at all. It's purely because of external godly power. Let's go, continue to the next level. Lin Fan forced himself not to laugh out loud, not planning to reveal this secret. In the live broadcast room, the people of the Dragon Country were extremely proud. Ahem. Are there any mixed breed scum hoping to mock our Lin Fan here? Look, what it means to sail smoothly. Look at you mixed breed scum, still have the nerve to show up? Dog luck. F******. All your Dragon Country's Lin Fan pigs are full of dog luck. The luxurious atmosphere of the 27th room hit him as soon as he pushed the door open. In the center, the crystal coffin was incredibly bright. It resembled an ice sculpture altar. And inside that crystal coffin lies a girl with skin like cream, a stunning beauty. This Blood Clan girl wore a wedding dress made of silver threads and bloodlines. The thin veil was embroidered with roses that seemed to be nourished with blood, every petal vivid and lifelike. On her fingertips rested a ring embedded with a blood diamond. The blood diamond shimmered with a strange light, as if greedily devouring the surrounding light. Highest danger level. Room core, bride's ring. The Eye of Insight once again provided relevant information. Lin Fan did not intend to act rashly, only because, after entering the room, an inexplicable power subtly influenced his reason. Air. Little Meow suddenly screamed. The crowd turned to look. Only then did they realize that Air's expression had become extremely abnormal. Her pupils dilated slightly out of greed, her body involuntarily moved towards the Blood Clan girl. She reached out to touch that ring radiating deadly temptation. Just as her fingertip was about to reach the ring, Lin Shen swiftly slapped Air's hand away. With a loud smack, Air finally woke up. She looked at herself in disbelief. What did I just do? Lin Fan frowned. That is a soul prison, it will irresistibly attract those with weak willpower to come forward. Wearing it will trap you here forever, becoming one of her collected grooms. Me? Am I weak in willpower? Air was shocked. Little Meow scoffed. I've told you many times not to entice Lin Fan, you just wouldn't listen. Stop it. Damn. Lin Fan's brows knitted tightly, his gaze sharp, carefully surveying the surroundings. Dozens of portraits hung on the walls gleamed with an indescribable eeriness under the candlelight. Every figure in the paintings wore attire from different eras, from the primitive simple clothing of ancient times to the armor of the medieval age. Styles varied, yet they all bore the same face. It was the girl in the crystal coffin. Her smile was sweet yet eerie, as if silently narrating tragic stories. She is collecting grooms from different eras. Little Meow shuddered, her tail unconsciously wrapped around Lin Fan's wrist, her voice filled with fear. Lin Fan, you must not fall for it. The people in these portraits have become living dead, forever repeating wedding ceremonies in the room. Their souls are trapped in this endless cycle, unable to escape. Lu thought quickly and realized this point. Before her words fell, the ancient bell tolled thunderously, its deep and long chime echoed in the room, seemingly a call from hell. The figures in the portrait stepped down from the wall, the zombies in tailcoats moved stiffly, slowly approaching with glasses in hand. Red liquid flowed from their hollow eye sockets, dripping onto the ground, corroding it with small pits. Zombie groom. Level? Combat power? Seeing this scene, even Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. It was the first time he had seen a monster with such an attribute panel. So that means this group of monsters has no physical form and cannot be killed? Get lost. Seeing this, Xiaoqing quickly shot out flames to block, but the ghost fire passed straight through the zombie's body, causing no harm, only leaving fleeting sparks. Their weakness is the bride's ring. Lin Fan's gaze was sharp as he quickly determined the specific way to break through. As expected, the information in the Eye of Insight revealed itself. Correct solution: use the blood of an unmarried person to break the cage. He turned to look at Lu God, who immediately understood, her gaze firm. Without hesitation, she bit her fingertip. Blood dripped from her fingertip as she gritted her teeth and traced an ancient and mysterious blood symbol on the ground. In an instant, the appearance of this formation directly boosted Lin Fan's strength in a short time. A long sword condensed from his fingertip, and Lin Fan shouted loudly. The moment the long sword slashed out, it carried unstoppable momentum and struck the ring heavily. In an instant, the crystal coffin exploded with a bang, and countless crystal shards scattered and flew like shooting stars. The Blood Clan girl suddenly let out a piercing scream, her voice sharp enough to pierce eardrums. Her body turned into thousands of bats, densely swarming toward everyone, blocking out the sky. Gather! Lu God shouted, and the greenwood Dharma form instantly opened its enormous mouth, like a bottomless tower, sucking in the bat swarm. The surface of the greenwood Dharma form gleamed with green light, constantly purifying these evil beings. As expected, this is also a type of rule-like room. Lin Fan murmured. If they did not attack this Blood Clan girl, they would never break the level. When the last bat vanished, a portal radiating a mysterious glow appeared in the center of the room, behind which lay 10 transparent blood crystals, each sparkling with alluring luster. Moreover, in addition, an ancient book fell to the ground. 10 blood crystals obtained. Hidden reward: Blood Clan Secret Manual, can interpret the Blood Clan runes in subsequent rooms. Unlike Lin Fan's smooth progress on this side. In the foreign live broadcast room, a chaotic and tragic scene unfolded. The last remaining ninja from the land of the book thought this Blood Clan girl was the final bride. Immediately, his beastly nature surged. He tried to approach the Blood Clan bride with seductive means, but he underestimated the bride's power. The bride revealed her sharp fangs, lunged forward in an instant, biting his neck. He stifled a scream as his body rapidly stiffened, turning into one of her most loyal zombies at her feet. As for the survivor from the land of the ugly, facing the piles of jewels, his eyes were filled with greed, and he frantically swept through the jewel heap. However, the longer the time went on, the more terrifying the crisis became. He saw the Blood Clan girl's eyes move slightly. A powerful suction force appeared out of nowhere, pulling him into the portrait. His terrified expression forever froze at that moment, becoming the next groom. Now the foreign live broadcast room had truly broken down the defenses. Baka! Baka! Why are our warriors from the land of the book still so unlucky in this dungeon event? Why can Lin Fan just sail through so smoothly? Fuck! This is impossible. It absolutely cannot be. With so many rule-like traps, why does Lin Fan know everything? He must have known the rules of this event dungeon in advance. So what? Knowing is knowing, right? Do you want to come up and bite my Lin God? But remember, it's best not to catch rabies. Fuck ah! You dragon country pigs. Lin Fan pig. You all deserve to die. All glory should belong to the warriors of our land of the book. Baka Yoru. It's over, brothers. These fools are driving themselves crazy. At this moment, Lin Fan's team had a total of 67 blood crystals. Participants far surpassing other countries. The only remaining person from the ugly country is George III, the brother of George II, while the entire army of the honorable country has been wiped out, and the participants from the 3-3 country and the Great Cold country, among others. Most stopped at the 10th room. Only Lin Fan continues to move forward unyieldingly. As Lin Fan pushed open the 28th door, the audience in the live broadcast room suddenly discovered that a line of small text had appeared next to the door number. Warning, the area ahead has been contaminated by abyss energy, ordinary attacks are ineffective. What does this mean? So strange. Wait, could it be an attack aimed at Lin Fan and the others? Healing herbs. Upon entering the 28th room, a damp, rotten stench assaulted Lin Fan and his companions. Dark purple slime flowed across the floor, and the walls twisted with vein-like patterns, bubbles bubbling up from the patterns making strange noises, the entire space soaked in abyss energy resembling the insides of a giant living creature. Be careful, the air here is corrosive. Lucian waved his hands, turning the green with spiritual energy into a transparent shield that enveloped everyone. The purple slime that came into contact with the spiritual energy instantly hissed and dissipated like wisps of white smoke. For some reason, in this room, Lin Fan's eye of insight seemed to lose its use. Left with no choice, he activated the information system to check. However, unexpectedly, the text on the information system was flashing wildly. It was as if it was warning about some important crisis. Chapter 121, Eye of Truth. Breaking through. Danger level, A, core trap, abyss illusion, key to breaking, find the Eye of Truth. Before he could take a closer look, Little Meow suddenly pointed ahead and exclaimed, Lin Fan. Look, it's a human. Everyone raised their eyes and saw George III from the ugly country cautiously exploring ahead with a few attendants, while the spies from the great cold country moved along the walls like ghosts. Something is wrong. Lucian frowned, instinctively sensing the oddity. They don't have any fluctuations of breath, like false projections. As soon as the words left his mouth, George III suddenly turned his head, his skin melting like wax to reveal the gaping, sharpened teeth of an abyss monster beneath, letting out a piercing shriek, leading his attendants to charge forward. Lin Fan swung a strike, but more abyss tentacles burst forth from the walls. Condensed the sword energy again. Lin Fan drew his sword, the runes of the 10,000 swords formula shining bright. The sword energy struck the tentacles, only to spark black embers. No, these are all illusions, attacks won't work. Lin Fan yelled out, simultaneously looking for the Eye of Truth in the room based on the information system's prompts. Hold on. Little Meow nimbly weaves between monsters and tentacles, and her tail suddenly swept across a protruding purple crystal in the corner. The surface of the crystal reflected the distorted figures of everyone, and with just one glance, Little Meow's eyes lost their sparkle. In the next moment, the crystal suddenly erupted with intense purple light. Countless fragments of memory surged into her mind like a tidal wave. Countless images instantly filled Little Meow's brain. There were scenes of her playing carefree in the forest, along with terrifying images of Lin Fan covered in blood lying before her. Ah! It hurts! Little Meow cried out in pain, clutching her head as she curled up on the ground. Seeing this, Lucian immediately withdrew a strand of spiritual energy into Little Meow's consciousness to help her dispel the illusion. The moment the Eye of Truth appeared, all illusions and abyssal tentacles began to twist and dissipate, and the blood vessels on the walls of the room gradually withered. Lin Fan removed the Eye of Truth, and the system notification sounded. Gained 8 blood crystals, hidden reward, illusion-breaking talisman, which can immunity to 1 illusion attack. This place really is fraught with danger, but... Lin Fan finally took a breath, helping Little Meow nourish consciousness. Although the danger is indeed real. However, every time they break through a level, they can receive rewards of varying degrees, and this is indeed generous. Let's take a break, and we'll continue exploring later. For Little Meow's safety, Lin Fan decided to pause his steps before proceeding. After a while, Little Meow slowly woke up, shaking her head. It's okay now, Lin Fan, let's continue. Really okay? Don't push yourself. After receiving repeated assurances from Little Meow, Lin Fan finally prepared to get up and set off. Opening the door to the 29th room, everyone felt as if they had entered a world shrouded in a blood moon. A huge altar stood in the center. On the altar lay 7 bronze cauldrons emitting ghostly blue flames, with black smoke continually rising from them, gathering in the air to form various hideous faces. Around the altar stood 12 Blood Clan warrior statues, their spears glinting with a cold light. No need to think too much, this is still a rule-based level room. Danger level, A, mission, ignite 7 bronze cauldrons, but the wrong order will trigger the altar self-detonation, clues hidden in the Blood Clan warrior statues. Statues? Related to the statues? You guys stay here, I'll be back soon. Be careful. The girls all grew worried, and Lucian was ready to support Lin Fan at any moment, observing everything around. Lin Fan walked around the altar, carefully observing each statue. He noticed that the armor of the statues was engraved with tiny Blood Clan runes, which flickered in the light of the blood moon. No, this thing can't be understood at all. Not right. Lin Fan suddenly thought of something. Fortunately, he had obtained the Blood Clan secret tome, and Lin Fan took it out to interpret and compare it. It turns out that these runes recorded the ancient battle poems of the Blood Clan, with each line corresponding to a bronze cauldron. Just as he was focused on deciphering, the black smoke on the altar suddenly transformed into a huge bat and lunged at Little Meow. Al reacted quickly, condensing a hellfire in his hand and throwing it, hitting the bat and scattering it into smoke. Everyone be careful, this smoke will attack us, we need to find the correct order before it gathers again. Lin Fan shouted. I will assist you. Lucian chanted spells, granting Lin Fan the greatest mental support. This way, Lin Fan could speed up his interpretation. At the same time, Lucian also manipulated the greenwood spirit energy to create a barrier around them to resist the occasional smoke attacks. After a long chase of interpreting against time, Lin Fan finally determined the order to ignite the bronze cauldrons. He took a deep breath, igniting golden flames in his hand, moving closer to the bronze cauldrons one by one. When the flames touched the first bronze cauldron, the ghostly blue flames instantly turned golden, accompanied by a deep rumbling sound. Following the order, Lin Fan successfully ignited the first 6 bronze cauldrons. When the flames approached the last bronze cauldron, the altar suddenly shook violently, and the 12 Blood Clan warrior statues came to life, their spears pointing directly at Lin Fan. "Protect Lin Fan," Lu Shen commanded. Little Miao, El, and Little Cheng immediately charged forward without backing down. Die. Little Miao's tail wrapped around a warrior's spear, yanking it hard, tearing it into countless writhing pieces. After dealing with the monster in front of her, she quickly turned to Yell, "Be careful." Little Miao was incredibly fast, quickly taking care of the monster, looking at Yell, "Do you have Lin Fan's baby? Don't act rashly." You. Al didn't expect that this little cat, who always loved to argue with him, was actually thinking of him in her heart. Lin Fan, under the cover of everyone, gritted his teeth and sent the flames into the last copper cauldron. Boom! At the moment the copper cauldron was ignited, all the Blood Clan warrior statues shattered, and a huge blood crystal appeared above the altar, as big as Kunkin's basketball. Mission completed. Obtain 12 blood crystals. Hidden reward, Blood Moon power, can temporarily increase the whole team's attack power by 30%, disappears after leaving the instance. Chapter 122, Die Well? Get lost. In the live broadcast room, the cheers of the Dragon Kingdom people were deafening. Woohoo! We cleared the level again. Lin Fan is so impressive. Damn! This is what our college students are like. After counting, Lin Fan discovered that he had already obtained a total of 87 blood crystals, and the goal of 100 blood crystals was getting closer and closer. Just hang in there. We'll soon be able to hold on until the end. Next came room 31's door. As soon as the door opened, a damp, rancid smell rushed over. The poisonous mist swamp in front glowed with an eerie purple light, and the surface of the thick mud continuously bubbled up. The gurgling sound mixed with the muffled sound of bubbles bursting, like countless restless spirits wailing underground. The white bones scattered along the shore gleamed with a dark green hue, and some were entangled with broken adventurer gear, vaguely telling the cruel past of this place in the poisonous mist. Danger level, mission, cross the poisonous mist swamp, reach the altar on the other side, key to solving, find the purifying lotus, avoid mutated creatures in the swamp. Everyone be careful, this poisonous mist is mixed with bone-corrosive poison and paralyzing spores, if it touches your skin, it will rot instantly. Lin Fan warned loudly. The little cat shrank her neck. I don't want to ruin my looks, otherwise, Lin Fan won't like me anymore. Al huffed, isn't Lin Fan's favorite person me? Get lost. Lustful demon. I'll protect everyone, Lin Fan can just save his power. The goddess of Willow's brow displayed a greenwood mark, an emerald aura turned into a dome covering everyone. However, the edges of the protective shield that touched the poisonous mist still made hissing corrosive sounds. In the depths of the swamp, faint blue light points flickered in and out. Boom! The ground suddenly shook violently, and the mud stirred fiercely, as a dark purple mutated crocodile burst out of the ground. Mutated crocodile. Level, B+. Combat power, 32,000. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened as he approached the door to the room. The monster's level was also getting higher and higher. At present, only he could match this monster's power. It was as tall as a 3-story building, its scales glinting with metallic sheen, and the poison dripping from its spikes corroded the ground into bottomless pits. I'll try its level. The ghost fire shot by Little Chung hit the crocodile's skin, actually sparking and angering the beast instead. What, it didn't damage it at all? How is that possible? The mutated crocodile opened its huge mouth, and dense poisonous mist surged like a tide. The goddess of Willow quickly reinforced the protective shield, and the vines wildly grew and wove in the poison mist, yet several wisps of toxic gas still seeped in, causing stinging pain on everyone's skin. Don't panic. Lin Fan quickly healed everyone's injuries while thinking about how to completely kill this monster while keeping the girls safe. On the side of the little cat, she and Little Ching attacked closely, but due to the gap in combat power, they could not damage the crocodile at all and were instead knocked down by the poisonous mist wave from its tail. If it weren't for the goddess of Willow's protection, it might have met a very unfortunate end right then and there. Lin Fan's eyes were like lightning as he instantly gave orders, Goddess of Willow. Reinforce the defense again. Little cat, you all go pretend to attack. After being knocked away, dodge with the momentum. I'll take it down. The girls had almost unconditional trust in Lin Fan's words. They immediately acted. The little cat's figure turned into an afterimage, her sharp claws accurately grabbing at the crocodile's bulging eyeball. The vine of the willow god twisted like a giant python, wrapping around the crocodile's joints and squeezing it violently. This was all done to distract the crocodile's attention. And Lin Fan, holding a spirit energy sword, searched for a deadly flaw in the poison mist. At this moment, Little Meow and the others mainly needed to anger the crocodile to make it lower its guard. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to kill the crocodile in one strike, and it would also be extremely dangerous for them. In the midst of the fierce battle, the crocodile suddenly sank into the swamp, and the next moment, it burst out from behind the willow god. What? Unexpectedly, this crocodile's intelligence far exceeded everyone's expectations. That massive mouth nearly tore the willow god apart in its jaws. The audience in the live broadcast room was completely shocked upon seeing this scene. Their hearts were instantly raised to their throats. Willow god! No! Damn it, how can there be such a powerful monster? Ha ha ha! Good riddance! Good riddance! Women who refuse to bow to our ugly empire should die. That's right! That's right! Our great Han Empire agrees very much. At this moment. At the critical moment, Lin Fan moved like a ghost, standing in front of the willow god, his sword clashing against the crocodile's fangs, producing dazzling sparks. Run! Okay. The willow god quickly retreated, and when she reached a safe distance, she again attracted the crocodile's attention. Although everyone's damage couldn't deal any substantial harm to the crocodile. But it could make the crocodile increasingly agitated. With everyone's cooperation, Lin Fan, as the main output, continued to increase the wounds on the crocodile, turning the mud into purple blood. Roar! The crocodile roared angrily at the sky. Lin Fan seized the moment it took a breath, infusing holy power into the sword, delivering a critical blow that pierced the crocodile's heart. The dying giant beast struggled wildly, the toxic mist it stirred up almost tipping over the protective shield, until it finally convulsed and sank into the swamp, leaving the water surface calm again. Finally over. Huff huff huff. Everyone breathed heavily. Clearly. No one expected that this room was not a rule-based instance room, but was instead based on sheer, overwhelming power. If Lin Fan hadn't already become a strong warrior with 50,000 battle power, he might have faced serious danger. After resting for a moment, they continued to search, finally seeing the purifying lotus emitting gentle light on the lonely island in the center of the swamp. But before they could be happy, poisonous frogs suddenly sprang out from around the lotus, their crimson skin covered in black patterns, each eye emitting a bloodthirsty red light. Swamp Poison Frog. Level, B Class. Battle Power, 10,000. Evaluation, not strong in power, but its poison can resist even A-class warriors. Instantly. Lin Fan, time is running out. The poison mist is getting thicker, the willow god anxiously reminded. Don't worry. I've got this. Lin Fan bit his fingertip, plucking a leaf that surprisingly turned into an image of himself. This was a technique he obtained from the library, the transformation technique. Sure enough, when Lin Fan made this move, that group of poisonous frogs fell for it and hurriedly chased after the illusion. The willow god took the opportunity to turn her spirit energy into a vine bridge, but as soon as the vines touched the swamp, they began to rot. Hurry! Everyone didn't dare to delay, leaping onto the lonely island before the vine completely broke. As Lin Fan plucked the purifying lotus, the lotus heart blossomed, and 3 blood crystals floated in midair, while a jade bottle emitted a warm white light. Chapter 123, Time Prison. The Kingdom of the Book rejoices. Obtained blood crystals, hidden reward, detoxification potion, capable of neutralizing all poisons. As the prompt sound from the information system rang, the door to the altar on the opposite bank slowly opened. Do you need to take a break? Lin Fan looked at the girls with concern. No need. In this activity instance map, there were only 40 rooms. It's not a lot. After all, Lin Chen had already come this far. The distance to the final room wasn't considered difficult at all. But for other countries' participants in matchmaking, that is very far away. The difficulty is too great, almost no one can persevere. And at this moment, Lin Chen's performance is attracting everyone's attention in the live broadcast room. Not just the people of Long Nation are keeping a close watch. People from foreign nations are also staring intently at Lin Chen's side. Oh my god, damn it, this awful Lin Fan pig can't really be going to the end of the copy, right? Impossible. It's impossible. Lin Fan pig will definitely die. Everyone can be assured of this. Long Nation cannot keep having good luck. Exactly. Luck is just temporary, only strength is the real hard truth. Lin Fan pig, hurry up and die. At this moment in the blood-colored casino. After receiving the affirmative answers from the women, Lin Chen nodded. Alright, since that's the case, let's continue moving forward. As the 30-second intricately carved iron door slowly creaked open. Upon entering the room, everyone felt as if, in an instant, their bodies became unbalanced, the world was spinning, and everything in front of them lost its weight and quality. It felt extraordinarily strange and bizarre, as if they had fallen into a whirlpool of time. The result was almost visible to the naked eye. The laws of time and space in the room twisted like a broken mirror. The left wall was covered with wildly growing vines, swiftly aging from tender shoots to decayed branches in an instant. In the right corner, dust hung in the air, frozen in place, even the refracted light spots turned into cold silver lines. The information system's text was jumping wildly. Core trap, time prison. Key to unlocking, obtain the time key for this room, and after reshaping the timeline, it can be cleared. Little Meow just extended her paw, and her snow-colored fur grew at a visible speed, dragging on the ground, and in a blink, it faded into sparse flakes. What is this? As she hurriedly retreated in panic, Godlu's green wooden staff began to glow faintly, blocking all the strange scenes happening to Little Meow, and she focused, saying, "The flow of time here is over 3,000 times faster, even breathing might fall into a time paradox." Lin Fan stroked the constantly flickering ancient runes on the wall. In those flowing marks, their different ages were reflected. This felt extremely strange. Lin Chen looked at those runes as if he were watching himself in a bizarre way. Suddenly, a sticky stillness suddenly rose in the air, and 7 shadowy figures emerged from the void. Countless familiar shadows appeared. Among that group of shadows, Lin Fan's sword-wielding arm twisted at a strange angle, the flames burning around Little Meow flowed backward, and all the battle scenes were played in a weird montage style, reversed. As the shadow solidified, the sword-wielding shadow of Lin Fan already had the sword's edge against his own throat. And amidst all these changes, Lin Fan himself was completely unaware of what was happening. Clearly, the change in the flow of time made every inch of space exist in different worlds. Although this explanation might be somewhat ambiguous, generally speaking, it is about this meaning. Lin Fan, what should we do? Little Meow's expression was visibly panicked. What exactly should we do? In the chaotic time and space, this incorrect flow of time not only increases the enemy's threat of death exponentially, but also inflicts corresponding pain on those within this space. This is a different space of time chaos, but even more so, it feels like a hallucinatory illusion. In everyone's eyes, their bodies showed corresponding bizarre reactions. No, Lin Fan, I can sense some strange points ahead, but the premise is that we must persist and keep moving forward. The Willow God is indeed the Willow God. At that moment, he spotted the flaws in this room, or rather, a certain amount of ways to crack it. Let's go. We cannot stay here any longer. Only by moving forward can we have a glimmer of hope. Lin Fan roared hoarsely, desperately pushing forward. As for those phantoms, none could tangibly harm Lin Fan. At most, it was just the anomalies caused by time distortion affecting his body and mind. For example, Lin Fan now had white hair and deep wrinkles on his face. But his body still functioned like that of a normal young person. Everyone moved forward on the constantly changing lights, each step subjected to the time flow of the ground. According to the hints from the Eye of Insight, during the continuous advance, Lin Fan quickly saw the biggest clue about this room. In the corner, a huge ancient hourglass stood, and to his astonishment, the sand inside was rising mysteriously. If viewed from reality's logic, this was definitely something that defied common sense. Yet, this was the only strange item in the room, and it directly allowed Lin Fan to see a glimmer of hope. That's it. We just need to hold on a little longer. In this room, although there were no powerful monsters or hidden rules, it was still much more difficult than the previous one. In the live broadcast room, the audience was now completely on edge. Nervous beyond belief, their palms were sweating profusely. Their eyes fixed intensely on every slight change in the scene. Lin Fan, Little Meow and Elle had completely lost all their strength. They helplessly collapsed to the ground. Even more terrifying was Little Chang. Under the influence of time distortion, Little Chang's appearance had become unbearable to look at. Even the usually powerful Willow God had lost all her strength at this moment, her body giving off the faint impression of turning into branches. She struggled to speak, painfully managing to squeeze out a few words. It's up to you. Hold on. Lin Fan's face was pale, the pain in his internal organs disorienting him to the point he nearly lost consciousness. He only knew that if he fell, everyone would be finished. The audience from Long Country in the live room held their breath. Their eyes filled with hope as they gazed at the screen. Even the indifferent ones were emotionally infected at this moment, unable to help but murmur, "Go for it. Lin God, go for it. It's the last step. You must persevere." Chapter 124, The Power of a Battle. Rule Bazaar. In the scene, Lin Fan's steps were unsteady, as the chaotic time and space had turned one of his legs into a white bone, looking terrifying. Yet Lin Fan never gave up, leaving footprints one step at a time. As he got closer to the goal, the cheers from the alien crew in the live room came to a complete halt. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they stared at the livestream. To be precise, they were staring at Lin Fan. Fuck. Is this human? Is this still human? Oh my god, no way. This is absolutely impossible. Where could a human achieve this step? Baka. 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 Lin Fan, stop, stop. I'm telling you to stop, Baka. Almost all the alien crew were completely panicking at this moment. It was clear that they originally thought Lin Fan would definitely fall during this challenge. But Lin Fan's strong will completely changed everyone's perception of him. To be honest, this level required the participants' willpower, there were no shortcuts to take. If it were them, any self-aware person would know they could never achieve what Lin Fan had done. And over on Lin Fan's side, he had already reached the last step. Open. When Lin Fan's fingertips touched the corner of the bronze hourglass, the entire world suddenly began to spin in reverse. Moreover, the things in the room began to change violently, like a transition in a movie. Air's white hair suddenly disappeared, and the little cat returned to its kitten form. Even the weapons of everyone began to decompose into raw minerals. Restore. Fortunately, Lucian used up all remaining power and finally managed to pause the chaotic flow of time and space. The huge greenwood barrier surged over everyone like a green tide, reconstituting their fading forms. Lin Fan bit his fingertip, using his blood as a conduit to inject it into the hourglass, with runes swirling madly around the blood droplets. As the hourglass reversed, the dust flowing upwards suddenly paused. Then, the decaying vines bloomed again, and the phantoms let out unwilling howls, turning into points of light that vanished into the void. Behind that hourglass, a secret compartment suddenly popped open. 7 crystals shimmering with a blood-red halo quietly arranged, and the topmost time ring glimmered with a mercury sheen. The system timely displayed a message. Acquired, 7 blood crystals. Hidden reward, time ring, can partially control the flow of time, cooldown 24 hours. What a huge profit! Lin Fan's expression changed to one of joy. How powerful the ability to control the flow of time could be, he had just witnessed it all. If it were used in the midst of battle, Lin Fan couldn't even imagine how much his combat ability could grow. Forget about being an A-class warrior. Even in a battle against a higher level, Lin Fan had confidence to give it a try. And after the secret of this room was completely unraveled, everyone's bodies returned to their original forms. The most distressed little cat in air could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Thinking back to the recent experience, they were all drenched in cold sweat that wouldn't stop falling. Thankfully, we got through this level. Little cat patted her chest, still shaken, thanks to Lin Fan, otherwise I truly felt I would die in this room. Not just little cat thinking this. Even Air and little Ching felt the same way. This time, even Lucian didn't hold out until the end. One can imagine how difficult this level was. In the live stream, a crowd of citizens from Long Country began to cheer vigorously. Lin God is amazing. Lin God is the god of our Long Country. Yeah, Lin God's strong willpower is worth learning for all of us. Baka. Impossible. Impossible. Someone can achieve this, no way, it's still human. Exactly, how could this be something humans can do? You group of foreign pig-like creatures, not getting the grapes, and saying they're sour, right? Your own cown. But what on earth is this bizarre rules horror? Lin Fan's inside eye instantly lit up, a faint golden light swept across the rules text, and the last rule flickered with a subtle distortion at its end. This rule has a problem. Before he could think further, Xiao Miao suddenly pointed to the left and exclaimed, "What is that?" Everyone turned to look, and they saw 7 carved bronze mirrors floating in the mist, their surfaces coated with thick dust, yet they could vaguely see shadows moving inside. Ale instinctively took a step back. These mirrors seemed to be staring at us. Before she finished speaking, the mirror on the far right suddenly emitted a faint cracking sound, dust falling away, revealing an identical reflection of her inside. Don't look! Lucian suddenly raised her hand to block Ale's view, but it was already too late. Ale let out a cry of pain, a wound suddenly erupted on Lin Fan's body, bursting open in a dazzling splash of blood. Damn it! Lin Fan was furious, his spiritual energy transformed into a long sword. He gripped the sword hilt tightly, his inside eye working furiously as those rules text continually reorganized before his eyes, but the missing part of the 7th rule seemed to be obscured by frosted glass, always remaining unclear. What on earth is going on? How could there be things even the inside I cannot see through? Tick-tock. The sudden sound of dripping water erupted in the silence. Xiao Qing instinctively turned her head, facing her own eyes reflected in the mirror ahead. In the mirror, her mouth twisted into an unnatural arc, revealing her white teeth. Xiao Qing was frozen in place, her body moving like a puppet controlled by invisible strings, slowly raising her hand to touch her neck. Bang! Lin Fan suddenly shot out a beam of light, instantly shattering the mirror. As the mirror shards flew apart, Xiao Qing collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. Thank you. Her voice trembled, her forehead drenched in cold sweat. Lucian checked her condition and looked grave, shaking her head at Lin Fan. The situation isn't good, even Xiao Qing's consciousness has inexplicably been planted with some elusive strange thing. Now the mirror world is eroding reality, and if we drag this out, we'll all become its puppets. I never expected. The next rooms were indeed more difficult than the last. The final 10 rooms could be described as truly impossible to navigate. Just then, the entire room shook violently, the remaining 6 mirrors emitting a piercing hum simultaneously. Lin Fan noticed the ground's rules text began to reorganize, the period at the end of the 5th rule turning into a constantly flashing ellipsis. His pupils shrank, and the inside eye finally revealed corresponding information. 1. The 5th rule denies the existence of the 7th rule but uses ellipses to hint at some fact. 2. Staring directly into the mirror will cause the loss of something important, but shattering the mirror will also trigger danger. 3. The relationship between the dripping sound and the smiling figure in the mirror is absolutely essential. Tick-tock, tick-tock. In this rule horror room, even the inside eye could not directly reveal the key information to break the level, at most just providing a hint of reasoning. The dripping sound grew increasingly dense, as if thousands of raindrops were falling simultaneously. Xiao Miao covered her ears and curled up. No. That sound is echoing in my head. Lin Fan suddenly recalled the rule distortion captured by the inside eye, abruptly looking up at the ceiling. Countless water droplets seeped through non-existent gaps, coalescing in mid-air into a mirror-like water curtain. In the water curtain, their reflections appeared, each person grinning eerily at their real selves. Lucian's vines instinctively swung towards the water curtain, but they passed through harmlessly. Physical attacks are ineffective, she shouted, these reflections are the embodiment of the rules. Lin Fan's nails dug deep into his palm, the pain keeping him awake. He stared at the constantly reorganizing rules text and suddenly noticed that the word partner in the first rule was shimmering with a strange glow under the blood crystal light. A bold idea flashed through his mind. Since the mirror is a partner, does hurting the mirror violate the rules? This thought sprang up like bamboo shoots after rain, instantly emerging. Everyone, listen to me. Don't panic. He shouted suddenly, looking calmly at the women, these rules contradict each other, the conflict between the 5th and 7th rules is the breakthrough point. But we need to verify a hypothesis. Before he finished speaking, Lin Fan suddenly passed through the barrier in the right water curtain, thrusting his sword straight ahead. In a moment of crisis, Xiao Miao threw out a flaming chain to bind the opponent, only to have it cut apart by the mirror's reflection. The greenwood barrier supported by the goddess quickly decayed upon contact with the mirror image, and everyone fell into despair. If the mirror is a partner, then hurting the mirror is actually not us. Lin Fan suddenly stabbed the dagger into his own arm, and as blood splattered on the ground, all the water curtains let out a wail. The written rules began to collapse wildly, and the true content of the 7th rule finally appeared. 7. When you discover the lies of the rules, please prove the truth with your most precious thing. At this moment, the Eye of Insight finally had a true purpose. Please place the blood crystal upon the rules. Lin Fan clenched his bleeding hand and pressed the blood crystal onto the remaining written rules on the ground. A crimson light shot up into the sky, and all mirrors and water curtains exploded simultaneously, revealing a bronze key covered in runes among countless shards. Acquired, Mirror Abyss Key. Hidden reward, Eye of Insight, permanently enhances the Eye of Insight effect, can see through false rules. The livestream audience finally breathed a sigh of relief after witnessing this scene. Lin Fan is truly amazing, he can see through even the rule ghost stories. Really? This intelligence is unparalleled. I worship him, I can only say I worship the Great One. Don't say that, if it were me up there, I would have been knocked down in no time. Baka. On the side of the little book country. The Prime Minister was completely furious. This is impossible. This is impossible. Baka. How can Lin Fan be so smart? The pig from Dragon Country should be very stupid. The defense was broken. This was truly broken. After all, it should be noted that, aside from Lin Fan from Dragon Country, all matchmaking participants from other countries had died. And the matchmaking participants from their little book country were the first to die completely. They lost all face. How can the people of Little Book Country still hold their heads high? Moreover, seeing Lin Fan stealing the spotlight. As the system notification sounded, the room returned to normal. Xiao Miao hurriedly helped Lin Fan bandage his wound, saying with lingering fear, that was too dangerous if you hadn't discovered the wordplay in the rules. She suddenly stopped, pointing in horror at Lin Fan's back. Everyone turned around and saw a complete bronze mirror appearing from the void. In the mirror, Lin Fan showed a chilling smile, holding a bloodstained dagger. The goddess's face changed drastically, be careful. This is the true final mirror image. Lin Fan tightly held the key activated by the Eye of Insight, golden light surging in his eyes. As the blinding golden light spread throughout the entire room, the movements of the reflection in the mirror suddenly slowed for a moment. There's a flaw. Seize it. Lin Fan keenly captured the slight pause before the mirror image's attack, turning the Mirror Abyss key back towards the mirror. The bronze key traced a trail of light in the air, colliding with the runes in the mirror, erupting with a deafening roar. At this moment, Lin Fan finally realized what this key really meant for him. The smile of the mirrored Lin Fan froze, the dagger in his hand shattered inch by inch. But in the next second, the entire bronze mirror actually began to melt, turning into a sticky liquid metal that wrapped around the key, forming a humanoid liquid metal monster. The monster's features continuously twisted and reformed, ultimately settling into Lin Fan's appearance, except that strange dark purple patterns coiled around its body. The loophole in the rules can only take you this far. The liquid monster spoke. The sound was like a mix of countless people speaking at the same time, both male and female, extremely eerie. Do you really think that after breaking the rules, you can escape? Naive. Truly too naive. Foolish outsiders. Listen to me. The true rule of the Mirror Abyss Pavilion is to keep you trapped in your own reflection forever. Chapter 126, The Three Kingdoms Plan to Cause Trouble. Perhaps you are right, but... Lin Fan tightly gripped the Mirror Abyss key, golden light burst forth, flowing continuously in his palm, clashing fiercely with the dark purple patterns surrounding the liquid metal monster. Ah! It seemed this golden strange light was like blazing sunlight. It shone on the monster, instantly making a sizzling sound. Seeing this scene, everyone immediately became energized. This thing is its nemesis? Little Meow exclaimed. But unexpectedly. Once these words came out, the monster seemed to have its weak point stepped on in an instant. Its tone became furious. Bullshit. Stupid outsiders. How could you understand my power? Ah! The monster swung its massive claws formed from liquid metal, creating a sound that cut through the air, smashing down hard at Lin Fan. Lin Fan. This thing works on it. Lucian quickly reminded. Damn it, shoot. Lin Fan dodged to the side, the giant claw crashed heavily onto the ground, instantly creating a huge pit. Then, he raised the Mirror Abyss key, attempting to strike the monster again. But this time, the Mirror Abyss key just fell off the chain. Not only did it not shine at all, but there was also no noise. It was like an ordinary object. Are you going to destroy me? Lin Fan could not care too much, shouting immediately, everyone, work together. We'll buy you time, Lin Fan, it's up to you now. Little Meow transformed into its 9 lives cat form, its white fur standing on end, turning into a laser heading toward the monster. Al and Little Ching were continuously attacking with flames, obstructing the monster's movements. Although the attacks did not cause any substantial damage to the monster. This does not mean the monster itself would not be affected. It just didn't take damage. Under the siege of everyone, the monster's movements gradually slowed. Damn it! Damn outsiders! No matter what kind of tricks you use against me, it still has no effect on me. Really? Lin Fan suddenly smiled mysteriously. I finally understand, this item needs to be charged up. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Fan seized the moment. The key in his hand had gathered its energy over time, bursting forth with bright light. He shouted, directly inserting the key into the monster's chest. No, 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 impossible, how could you know? The monster let out a thunderous roar, its body began to shake violently, dark purple patterns flashing constantly. Finally, with a boom, it transformed into a puddle of liquid metal, collapsing to the ground, no longer making a sound. Finally solved. Everyone looked exhausted. Lucian looked at Lin Fan with great pain. There are still 6 doors left, each time will drain all our strength. Lin Fan, I'm really afraid you won't be able to hold on. It's fine, if we don't fight hard, how could we have any chance of victory? Lin Fan smiled. What about you all, following me? It's tough for you, can you still hold on? Of course. Little Meow was the first to jump up, absolutely okay. Al and Little Ching also said they could hang in there. Since we have become your matching partners, wherever you go from now on, we will definitely follow you forever. This scene made the single dogs in the live stream exclaim in jealousy. My god, I was just watching a live stream, how did this sudden dog food end up in my mouth? They are killing us. Again killing us single dogs. With such a partner, what more could life ask for? If I could have such a partner, even if it meant giving up luxury cars and big houses, I would be willing. You little rascal, still eating and taking, huh? Hey, have you guys noticed, the favorability, seems like we can see it directly. Is that true? Once the news reached the San San Nation, they immediately became energized. Favorability. This thing cannot lie. Who said that someone like Lin Chen, with so many matchmaking candidates, could possibly have high favorability from each of them? Thinking of this, the host of the San San Nation's live stream, Desan, could not remain calm. Everyone, I, Desan, dare to beat my chest and guarantee. Among the matchmaking candidates of Dragon Country's Zhu Lin Fan, there must be some disloyal ones. This statement instantly ignited the whole world. After all, when the favorability system was activated, everyone knew this represented the loyalty of the matchmaking candidates to the player. As we all know, matchmaking candidates in this matchmaking game have immense value in helping. And the higher the favorability. This means that the matchmaking candidate will absolutely not betray you. Otherwise, it could lead to situations like those in Little Notebook country, where matchmaking participants were killed by their own candidates. To avoid this, everyone began to focus on the favorability levels of their country's matchmaking candidates. And since Lin Fan entered the matchmaking game, he had been riding high without any troubles. Every move he made, every possible flaw that could be dug up, became the focus of countless people worldwide. Now, with Desan of the San Nation's live stream boldly saying this, it instantly resonated with many foreign folks. That's for sure. Actually, I have long suspected this, just had no evidence. Yeah. How could Lin Fan have so many beautiful and perfect matchmaking candidates? Anyone would feel something is off, right? Only those idiots from Dragon Country would think this is natural for Lin Fan. What the hell are you all shouting about? Isn't Lin Fan's ability the real deal? If it's luck, then why don't you all have some luck too? Are you all just a bunch of unlucky ones? You idiots! How dare you speak to our folks from the ugly country this way, you mere Dragon Country pigs? Is it real or fake? Can't we just have Desan click on the favorability to check? Desan, what are you hesitating for? Hurry up and open the favorability, and give these Dragon Country pigs a hard slap in the face. In the San Nation's live stream. Seeing that his words attracted worldwide attention, Desan instantly became overwhelmed with pride. That's right. Exactly. Everyone, now look towards my live channel. Let's see how I reveal the true face of Lin Fan, that green-haired turtle, to everyone. Amidst the cheers of countless foreign folks, Desan slowly clicked to open Lucian's favorability. Chapter 127, Does it feel good to slap faces? Continue exploring. Everyone, look closely, Lucian is after all a true goddess, while Lin Fan is just a mere mortal. How could there be real feelings between a fairy and a human? If Lucian hadn't lost her powers, she would have crushed Lin Fan to the ground right there. Very fair analysis. Support. Mother Dao. So motherly. I have long been disgusted by this underachiever Lin Fan, giving zero emotional value. Exactly. And he insults our fairy sister. It's ridiculous that these underachiever boys really think Lucian likes Lin Fan. If it weren't for these underachieving matchmaking rules, Sister Lucian would have wanted to kill this fool Lin Fan ages ago. Then, the favorability of the Willow God appeared on the live broadcast screen. Favorability, max. In an instant, the once noisy live stream room gradually quieted down. What is going on? Is there a display error? Did it display wrong? Everyone could not believe it. In their eyes, the one who disliked Lin Fan the most turned out to have a favorability of max? What does this represent? I believe everyone understood clearly. That is, for Lin Fan, the Willow God doesn't mind even throwing away her life. Thinking of this, everyone suddenly became speechless. The evidence was right in front of them. This is something no one can deny. Dason and the group of mixed-race scum felt a burning pain on their faces. But why can the mixed-race scum become mixed-race scum? The biggest reason is that their faces are just too thick. Faced with such a scene, they still chose to be stubborn. I don't believe it. I won't admit it. This is definitely just an exception. How could anyone pull their partner's favorability to the top? Even the warriors of our Benzi country can only reach a favorability of 70 at most. Why does your Dragon Country's Lin Fan have this ability? Die. Just die. A bunch of rotten things. Rotten Dragon Country pigs. Only know how to fake data to fool us. Dason, hurry up and show us the favorability of other marriage partners. I don't believe it. This useless Lin Fan really has such great charm that he can pull everyone's favorability to the top. Dason's face changed from green to white, also silenced by this silent slap to the face. To regain some face. He even wanted to lower the requirement. That is, as long as he can find a marriage partner with a favorability of 99. He would blow up on the spot. After all, 99 and max, there is still a gap. Although for them, that is already an unreachable existence. But for Lin Fan, their demands would become so high. Dragon Country's Lin Fan pig, don't let me catch your weakness. Dason, seeming mad, began to click repeatedly on the favorability displays of Lin Fan's marriage partners on the screen. As a result, the numbers shown made everyone voluntarily close their mouths. Only because on those favorability displays, there were simply number 99 displayed. The only thing visible was a screen full of uniformity. Max. This value had almost deeply imprinted itself in the minds of every mixed-race scum. No matter how hard they tried to think, they could not figure out why. This damned Lin Fan pig, where did he get the ability to make all his marriage partners so devoted to him? In the marriage game. All of this was unknown to them. At this moment, Lin Fan and the others had only one thought in their minds. That is, clear the level. After everyone finished resting, they headed towards the next room again. The room was filled with thick mist, hands could not see 5 fingers. Lin Fan opened the Eye of Insight, but found that the mist seemed to interfere with the Eye of Insight's detection, only vaguely seeing some indistinct outlines ahead. Everyone be careful, this mist is a bit strange. Lin Fan whispered. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly huddled together, cautiously feeling their way forward. Suddenly, a creepy laughter came from all directions, the sound sharp and piercing, like nails scraping against glass, sending shivers down their spines. Welcome to the mist illusion, foolish humans. A hoarse voice echoed, here, you will forever be lost, becoming the nourishment of the mist. Lin Fan remained silent, just waiting quietly. Taking a stance of unchanging to meet the change. As a result, as soon as that voice fell, suddenly, countless black tentacles leaped out of the mist, pouncing towards everyone. Be careful. Lin Chen. Little Meow exclaimed without hesitation, swiftly rushing in front of Lin Fan, ready to block the attack. These tentacles were incredibly slippery, exuding a nauseating fishy smell. Lucian gave a soft shout, and green wooden vines quickly shot out, entangling with the black tentacles, creating an unsettling stalemate. Very strange. Lucian frowned and said, don't worry, I'll help you. Little Ching gathered ghost fire, igniting part of the tentacles, but the tentacles quickly grew back from where they were burned off. With just a single vine, they were firmly rooted in place? This isn't a solution, we need to find the source of these tentacles, AI Air declared loudly. Lucian, hold on and protect us as we move forward. We need to explore to find the root cause. Lin Chen's brows were tightly knitted. Currently, the situation was completely out of his control. Earlier, he could instantly spot loopholes and traps in a room. But now, he couldn't even sense the slightest movement. The last few rooms would indeed rely on brute strength. However, Lin Chen wasn't without shortcuts. You see, there were still 3 pieces of information yet to be revealed. Opening it up to have a look. Information 2, shadow creatures are the key to breaking through. At the moment the truth of the information system was revealed, Lin Fan suddenly felt his vision widen. Immediately, he noticed a faint black shadow in the distance, seemingly the source of these tentacles. Follow me. Lin Fan led everyone toward the direction of the black shadow. This action proved that Lin Fan's decision was absolutely correct. All the way, the black tentacles wildly obstructed them, and everyone fought while advancing, sustaining injuries to varying degrees. Chapter 128, Little Meow dead? Nationwide fury. When they finally approached the black shadow, they could see it was a giant black sphere, its surface covered with countless holes from which tentacles extended. I see, as long as we destroy this sphere, we can put an end to these tentacles. Spirit energy wrapped around, and a spiritual longsword visibly manifested, the sword tip pointing directly at the gigantic black sphere before them. Lin Chen shouted, let's all attack and destroy it. Okay. Motivated to break through, everyone spared no effort to deal with the disgusting monster before them. However, this black sphere was not easy to deal with. Just as everyone planned to surround it, the black sphere suddenly shot out countless terrifying and bizarre tentacles. A veritable storm. Like a gigantic net, it covered everyone directly. Scatter! Lin Fan slashed open a gap with his sword, being the first to escape. The torn opening quickly stitched itself back together. This meant their chance to escape safely was only a fleeting moment. Seeing this scene, the girls quickly imitated Lin Fan's actions, and Little Ching directly struck out, burning a hole through the tentacles. You all go ahead. Little Cheng shouted, and Little Meow did not hesitate, quickly escaping the area of coverage. And the moment she escaped, she immediately began to launch a fierce assault on the black sphere. But with each attack from Little Cheng, only one person could get out. In order to let everyone escape, Little Cheng stayed behind, just as the terrifying net was almost completely closing in. 10,000 sword technique. Lin Chen suddenly unleashed a spell. Countless spiritual swords pierced toward the tentacles, producing a series of sharp, ear-piercing shrieks. The range of the 10,000 sword technique was vast, and if everyone was caught in it, it was likely to cause injuries, but only with Little Ching did Lin Fan dare to strike. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Little Ching finally escaped, looking gratefully at Lin Chen, then she moved towards the black sphere again. At present, they already understood the attacks of the black sphere. If they could defeat it, it wouldn't be difficult. Boom, 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 boom. Under everyone's coordinated full-force attack, cracks began to appear on the surface of the black sphere, visibly expanding. Boom! With a loud noise, the sphere exploded, countless black tentacles instantly lost power, collapsing onto the ground, turning into a pool of black sludge. Seeing this scene, Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, just about to smile and say some celebratory words. But unexpectedly, before they could catch their breath, the pool of black sludge suddenly began to boil and surge, the black liquid reassembling. In the blink of an eye, the huge black sphere reappeared before them, now emitting an even more eerie glow. The system's prompt sound rang coldly. Warning! The room monster boss can be resurrected 10 times, and each time it revives, it gains 20% stronger. Black entity. Level? Combat power? Another 3 questions about its attributes? Lin Fan's pupils shrank. So that means they had to kill it 9 times to see its true form? Now, this wasn't even all its strength? Watching the black sphere reform its body again, Lin Fan immediately shouted, "Be careful, it will resurrect and become stronger." Before his words fell, tentacles shot out densely from the holes on the surface of the black sphere, thicker and faster than before, like black lightning, rushing towards everyone. The speed was simply too fast. So fast that even Little Meow and Little Ching couldn't react. "With me here." Lucian reacted quickly, hurriedly controlling the greenwood vines to weave into a huge shield, blocking in front of everyone. The tentacles smashed heavily against the shield, producing a series of ear-piercing thuds, as the vines twisted and deformed, some even directly broken by the impact of the tentacles. They wanted to squeeze through and attack everyone. No way. Get lost. Little Ching's ghost fire ignited the tentacles again, but this time the severed parts grew back covered in a layer of hard shell, greatly reducing the effectiveness of the flames. What? Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect this tricky monster would revive, and after reviving, it looked so powerful? How would they fight like this? At this moment, in the live stream room, the citizens looked at this new crisis in exaggerated amazement. Wait, resurrect 10 times? Bro, 3 question attributes, this counts as a rule-type monster, right? Yeah, like the previous zombie monsters, isn't it the same? They can't be killed. Could this monster be the same? Please don't. If that's the case, it really puts Lin Shan at a disadvantage. From the looks of it, if this monster can be killed 9 times and still be useless, after all the 10th time, it will have 180% of its combat power. At that time, I can't even imagine how powerful it will be. Clearly, this is what most citizens thought in their hearts. The monster's strength completely exceeded their imagination. How should they deal with this monster now? It was still an unsolved mystery. Lin Fan gritted his teeth, starting to hesitate. Should he open the information system again, using one of the remaining 2 pieces of information to find out where the black sphere's weakness lies? Just as he hesitated, the battle was still fiercely ongoing. Little Meow's countless attacks struck at the tentacles, only leaving shallow marks on the shell. Even Little Ching's ghost fire surprisingly couldn't harm the tentacles of that black sphere, it being deflected under everyone's watch. Lin Fan waved his sword she soaring. But they could only temporarily repel the approaching tentacles, and the instances of causing substantial damage to the black sphere were extremely few and far between. Fortunately, the Willow God was restraining most of the tentacles, so they couldn't exhaust this black sphere to death. But it still had several lives left. Moreover, it would become stronger gradually. So, the intelligence system. Should we use it? Should we use it or not? Should we or shouldn't we? The battle had fallen into a stalemate, and everyone's wounds were increasing while their stamina was rapidly depleting. Suddenly, a tentacle took advantage of everyone's unpreparedness, darting towards Elle like a venomous snake. No! Elle couldn't dodge in time, and she saw the tentacle piercing towards her chest. At a critical moment, Xiao Miao shouted, "Elle, be careful." Then without hesitation, she rushed forward, blocking Elle with her own body. The tentacle viciously pierced through Xiao Miao's chest, blood gushing out like a fountain. Chapter 129, The 9-Lived Cat Revives. Level cleared. Xiao Miao. Everyone cried out in heart-wrenching anguish. Lin Fan's eyes instantly turned red, and he didn't have time to care about the black sphere's attack. Every step was determined, and he moved with incredible speed, lifting Xiao Miao's body and desperately calling her name. "Don't cry, Lin Fan, don't cry." Xiao Miao's voice was extremely weak, her gaze unfocused, her eyelids uncontrollably drooping, her voice barely a whisper. Especially when Lin Chen touched Xiao Miao's body. The icy coldness made Lin Chen's heart ache even more. "Xiao Miao, don't sleep, it's all my fault, all my fault." Lin Fan was in profound pain. If he could have called out the intelligence system earlier, without hesitation, he could have killed the damn monster much sooner. If that had happened, Xiao Miao wouldn't have died. Xiao Miao. The other women were equally filled with anguish. Tears streamed down. Elle cried, repeatedly saying, "Xiao Miao, I won't bully you anymore, I won't fight you for anything, please don't die." The Willow God bit her lip, her eyes brimming with tears, continually channeling spiritual energy into Xiao Miao's already cold body. Nearby, Xiao Chang, though having spent little time with Xiao Miao, was still silently shedding tears. At this moment, Xiao Miao's death ignited an overwhelming wave of emotion in the livestream. Damn! What the hell is this dungeon world? Why did Xiao Miao have to die? Why did she have to die? I can't bear to see this scene, I absolutely cannot bear to see this. Countless people from the Dragon Kingdom felt their hearts twist in pain upon seeing this scene. Not for any other reason. Simply because they had been watching this livestream for so long. They had already invested their emotions into it. And it's important to note that Xiao Miao was the first matchmaking partner to appear beside Lin Fan. Just based on Xiao Miao's identity and her charming personality, the audience simply couldn't watch Xiao Miao's current plight with wide eyes. However, the alien scum could not remain calm after witnessing the scene. Always wanting to see Lin Fan fail, they finally found a suitable outlet for their emotions. Ha 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 ha. Baka. Baka. I told you. The Lin Fan pig from your Dragon Kingdom is useless, completely useless. Can't even protect a woman, he's nothing but a sick pig of the Dragon Kingdom. Oh wait, a sick pig. Ha 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 ha. Fuck. Fuck. God, did you see this? It's simply amazing. Who told that foolish woman not to submit to our little country? This is her fate. Screw you all. Is that what you're calling it, huh? So what? Huh? So what? This time, even the two hosts, Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing, started to tremble all over. You people, no, can you really still be called humans? We are all humans. When you see Lin Fan in trouble, do you really feel this happy just because he is human? In the matchmaking game instance room. Chirp chirp chirp. The black sphere seemed to sense the anger of the crowd, making strange sounds as if it were human, and it grew even more violent, wanting to take the chance to kill Lin Chan and the others on the spot. More tentacles shot out from the holes, forming black waves that engulfed everyone. Get away! Lin Fan howled to the sky, the pain and anger in his heart erupting like a volcano. With one punch, the powerful wind shattered the countless tentacles shot from the black sphere. This scene left both the women and the black sphere stunned. Lin Fan's strength. How did it suddenly become so powerful? At that moment, a mysterious power surged among the crowd. A dazzling light radiated from them. The system prompt sound then appeared. Favorability max hidden function activated. Potential successfully activated, each person's level rises by one small level. As the voice fell, everyone felt the power within them rapidly increasing, the previously blocked meridians became unobstructed, and every cell in their bodies was filled with vitality. The greenwood spirit energy of the green god became even more pure, her aura soared directly to a plus level strength, and the greenwood law image behind her became more solid, towering over 100 feet, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Like a true celestial being. Lin Fan's aura also became more domineering, his spirit energy perfectly sublimating, reaching a plus level in one fell swoop, and the long sword in his hand gleamed with golden light, as if holding the power to destroy heaven and earth. Moreover, it added a hint of sacredness. Al and Xiao Chang also broke through, all reaching B+ level, the overall strength achieving a qualitative leap. The black sphere seemed to sense danger, flailing countless tentacles and issuing strange cries, as if celebrating Xiao Miao's death, while also provoking everyone. Lin Fan's gaze was incredibly cold, gripping his long sword, he said slowly, Xiao Miao, don't worry, we will avenge you. Kill them for me. Kill. Everyone roared in unison, their voices echoing throughout the misty illusion, surging towards the black sphere with all their anger and sorrow. This time, everyone's power was far stronger than before, easily more than double. Wherever the green god's greenwood vines went, tentacles broke apart. Xiao Qing's ghost fire became even hotter, easily turning the tentacles to ash. In an instant, the black sphere could only passively defend. And Lin Fan was even more fierce. His sword energy was like a golden dragon, directly crashing towards the black sphere. The black sphere crazily resisted, but against everyone's powerful offensive, its defenses seemed like paper, gradually collapsing. Boom! With a deafening roar, the black sphere was once again destroyed. However, it quickly revived. This time, although its aura was stronger, the crowd didn't give it a chance to breathe and continued their fierce assault. With everyone's combined efforts, the black sphere was destroyed time and time again, its number of revivals steadily decreasing. This scene stirred the viewers in the live broadcast room to a boiling excitement. Scream! Just scream for me. You alien scum, this is your Lin God that you can't even touch. Who said our Lin God was no good? Chapter 130, The Battle Power After Revival, Explosive Kill. The alien scum, though pale-faced, still stubbornly retorted. So what? A bunch of idiots. No matter how great. I will take revenge for you. He jumped high, his long sword gathering the strongest power, and struck down fiercely towards the black sphere. Just as everyone believed victory was in their hands, the ghostly light on the surface of the black sphere suddenly surged, and a chilling, powerful aura shot into the sky. It turned out that after 9 revivals, with a combined strength of 180%, it finally revealed its final form. The holes on the surface of the black sphere resembled countless ferocious mouths, wildly devouring the surrounding mist. The tentacles had become thicker, covered in sharp backward spikes, and entwined with black lightning. Boom! The black sphere launched the first attack, a column of black energy shooting out from the sphere at high speed, instantly targeting Lin Fan. Lin Fan's expression changed. He hurriedly waved his long sword, the sword aura colliding with the energy column, creating dazzling light and immense shockwaves. Lin Fan was pushed back repeatedly, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. Be careful, this guy is no longer hiding its power. I'll give it a try. Seeing this, the Willow God manipulated the Qingmu vines to surge forward like a tide, attempting to entangle the black sphere to restrict its movement. However, the tentacles on the black sphere gently swept, and the sturdy Qingmu vines were all severed. What? The Willow God's face changed. He never expected that even after his strength increased, attacking this beast would still yield little effect. Let's all attack together and give it a try. Xiao Cheng and AI Air also launched their attacks at the same time. The Willow God followed suit, but it only created a splash of sparks on the surface of the black sphere, like an ant trying to shake a tree, unable to inflict substantial damage. How can this be? I didn't expect this guy was actually accumulating power all along. At this moment, everyone's situation became dangerous again. This black sphere was definitely the most powerful monster they had ever faced. The situation kept swinging back and forth, never solidifying into a final victory. And at this moment, the black sphere seemed not to want to give them a chance to catch their breath. Thus, a familiar scene reappeared before everyone's eyes. The black sphere seemed to sense AI Air's difficulty in movement and locked its target onto her. Suddenly, several tentacles shot toward AI Air like arrows released from a bow. AI Air reacted, but the black sphere was determined to kill her. She wanted to dodge, but being pregnant slowed her down, and she could not avoid this deadly attack, watching helplessly as the tentacles came piercing toward her. Lin Fan's pupils constricted, panic rose in his heart. He dashed toward AI Air without hesitation, shouting, "No!" He could not bear to see another tragedy unfold. Even if it cost him his life, he must save AI Air. In this critical moment, a familiar figure was faster than Lin Fan, like a flash of white lightning, standing in front of AI Air. Facing the extremely fierce attack from the black sphere, that figure merely reached out to grab it. With a tore sound, the tentacle was actually ripped apart right on the spot by the owner of that figure. Not only did the black sphere not expect this scene, but even everyone else was stunned. But when they moved their gaze upward, Lin Fan's body shook in shock. Little Meow! Everyone exclaimed in astonishment, their eyes filled with disbelief and emotion. They saw Little Meow grinning playfully, saying, "Oh, I'm sorry to have worried everyone for so long, hee, but I am the 9-lived cat. I can also come back to life 9 times, just unable to revive continuously and needing to accumulate energy for a long time to do so. Seeing everyone cry for me makes Little Meow very happy. So, let me deal with this bastard." After saying that, Little Meow's eyes turned sharp as she looked toward the black sphere. Lin Fan saw this and quickly said, "Little Meow, be very careful. This guy has become very strong." Little Meow's expression didn't change. Her intention was firm, and she coldly said, "First get rid of this guy, then let's have a good chat with everyone." As soon as she finished speaking, a terrifying aura surged around Little Meow. Her body began to transform, and her originally cute appearance gradually turned heroic. Her tail became longer, shimmering with mysterious light, and 9 huge cattail phantoms appeared behind her. Little Meow leapt into the air. The 9 cattail phantoms lashed out like giant whips towards the black sphere. The black sphere was not to be outdone. Its tentacles danced wildly in response to Little Meow's attack. The cattails collided with the tentacles, producing a deafening sound, and powerful energy waves swept through the area, blowing away the surrounding mist. But it was very obvious. That black sphere was simply not a match for Little Meow anymore. In the live streaming room, whether it was the people from Dragon Country or the foreign trash, all were left speechless by the terrifying power displayed by Little Meow. Little Meow's attacks became increasingly fierce. Her strength had actually reached a terrifying S rank during this revival transformation. Every attack of hers contained immense power, and the black sphere gradually became increasingly battered under her onslaught. If the black sphere could talk, it would surely scream, "Impossible, impossible. Harming everyone, you must die." Finally, Little Meow gathered all her strength. The 9 cattail phantoms merged together, transforming into a gigantic light sword, and swung towards the black sphere. Boom, 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 boom. Crack! The black sphere finally shattered completely, turning into a cloud of black smoke, dissipating in the fog. Inside the room instance, it finally returned to calm. The system notification beep rang at the right moment. Successfully defeated the Black Sphere, gained 10 blood crystals, hidden reward, Fog Conqueror title, 30% all attribute increase in fog environments. In the live streaming room, upon seeing this scene, the people of Dragon Country were all moved to tears. Little Meow is still alive, it's good to be alive. Yes, we momentarily forgot that Little Meow can be revived. She is the 9-lived cat. Though that's true, we can't overlook that there is a limit to Little Meow's number of revivals. No matter what, Little Meow is awesome. She truly saved everyone. But the foreign trash were shocked into silence by the rapid advancements of everyone's strength. They had initially mocked Lin Fan and others, now they could only watch as they grew stronger step by step. Chapter 131, The Ghost Ship begins its journey. Especially the host in the San live room. Does San? His face turned from green to pale. He couldn't understand why Lin Fan had such charm, causing these marriage candidates to fight so hard for him, even risking their lives. Why? What on earth is the reason? Cheating. Cheating, how could there possibly be a revival as an outrageous ability? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Dragon Country pigs, how many times do you plan to violate the game rules before you are satisfied? In the matchmaking game. Lin Chen and the others continued to explore the next room. They were getting closer to the final room. The generous rewards were their motivation to keep moving forward. They pushed open the 35th door. The environment suddenly underwent a strange change. The surroundings were still a thick mist where one couldn't see their fingers. A strong smell of sea came rushing in. And after entering this space, everyone felt the temperature had suddenly dropped by several degrees. It's a bit cold. Little Meow rubbed her arms and took the chance to run over to lean against Lin Fan. God Yen closed her eyes to observe for a moment and reminded, this place is a bit strange. Based on the wobbling feeling coming from their feet, it's not hard to guess that this is not just the inside of a room, but some kind of strange space on a ship. Standing silently for 3 minutes, the surrounding fog finally started to dissipate a little. Revealing a worn-out deck, entwined with dark green seaweed, these seaweeds were like grotesque tentacles, spreading wildly. The ship's sails were tattered and hanging down, swaying as if they might be torn apart by the sea breeze at any moment. The ship's body let out eerie creaking sounds from time to time, the noise especially chilling in this silent and eerie environment, as if telling the tragic stories of the long years it had endured. Each sound seemed to strike at everyone's tense nerves. Lin Fan took 2 steps forward and then saw the terrifying scene at the bottom of the ship. Even Elle couldn't help but gasp in shock. It turned out, the reason the ship was rocking wasn't because it was sailing on a normal sea, but because beneath the ship was a sea of blood. In that sea of blood, countless pale arms were attempting to grab onto the ship's bottom. This was why the ship was rocking. So disgusting. The women had never seen such a bizarre scene, covering their mouths with their hands as their stomachs churned violently. Let's go inside the ship, I really don't want to see this anymore, it's just so gross. They pushed open the cabin door, which reeked of decay, and stepped into the ghost ship. Who would have thought? The damp sea breeze carried a salty, rotten smell, and that stench seemed to seep into every pore, making them want to vomit. Look! At that moment, Elle noticed strange characters appearing on the floor. Everyone focused their attention, and on the floor, numerous blood-colored, rule-like characters slowly emerged. 1. The ghost ship will sail for 3 hours. Endure until the time is up to clear the level. 2. Every half hour, a wave of monsters will appear, with their levels progressively increasing. 3. Everything on the ship can become a deadly trap. 4. Leaving the ship's body is prohibited, or unknown beings in the sea will devour you. Lin Fan's inside vision flickered slightly in this eerie environment, the light barely visible in the darkness. However, he could only see blurry black shadows wandering deep within the cabin. These shadows flickered in and out of sight like unpredictable ghosts, making it impossible to accurately judge their positions and weaknesses, which caused a sense of unease in Lin Fan. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The clock in the cabin made a strange sound, its ticking echoing through the dead silence, as if counting down the time for everyone. Each tick felt like a heavy hammer smashing into their hearts. In this unfamiliar environment, Lin Fan did not plan to act recklessly. Half an hour passed, and the first wave of monsters appeared. In the dim light, over a dozen B-class skeleton soldiers crawled out from the gaps in the deck, as if the gaps were the entrance to hell, continuously spitting out these evil creatures. They wielded rusted scimitars, the rust on the blades looked like coagulated blood, emitting an old, decayed smell. Ghostly green flames flickered in their eye sockets, casting eerie light. The bones on their bodies made clicking sounds with every movement, each sound announcing their arrival as they slowly advanced towards the group. The first wave is B-class? Then this level shouldn't be too difficult. If it was before, it might have been a bit tough. But now, there were only 2 A+ level warriors, Lin Fan and the Goddess of the Willow. And Xiao Miao, who was even at S-class. Could they really be afraid of these monsters? Xiao Miao launched the first attack, flames erupting from her tail. The flames instantly lit up the surrounding darkness, like a massive burning dragon. The fire turned into a fiery whip, lashing out at the skeleton soldiers. The whip of fire arched through the air, with a crackling sound as if the very air was being scorched. In an instant, when it touched the skeleton soldiers, it burned several of them to a pile of ash. However, more skeleton soldiers wielding curved blades charged forward, their blades emitting a chilling aura. With no intelligence or awareness, they simply kept advancing. The god of willow shouted softly, and the greenwood vines sprang out like spirited snakes, wrapping around the limbs of the skeleton soldiers. Then, with a powerful fling, it hurled them harshly against the ship's side, creating a dull thud as the skeleton soldiers shattered into several piles of bones scattered on the ground. Lin Fan swung his long sword, the sword energy surging. Each strike carried immense power. Wherever the sword energy passed, the air was torn apart, capable of cutting through the bones of the skeleton soldiers, which fell with a crisp clattering sound on the deck. After all, they were B-level monsters, everyone's levels had long surpassed them. To deal with them was truly an easy task. The first wave of monsters was quickly shattered. There were still more than 20 minutes until the next wave of monsters would appear. It feels like this time's dungeon is giving us a break, Al said with a smile. Lin Chen chuckled, speechless. Fool, if we don't level up, it would still be a bit tough. It's not as easy as it is now. Plus, Little Meow is now our top combat force, and her speed has certainly increased a lot. Upon hearing this, Little Meow couldn't remain calm at all. Her lips curled up high. No matter how much pressure was applied, she couldn't hold it down. He. This is Little Meow's true power. Chapter 132, 6 Waves of Monsters? Kill. Half an hour later. This time, it was B-level ghost sailors, dressed in tattered sailor uniforms, their clothes bearing holes that seemed to be marks of time's gnawing. Their bodies were semi-transparent, as if made of mist, holding sharp harpoons that gleamed with cold light, their eyes filled with resentment and murderous intent, harboring unknown grievances within. The ghost sailors moved swiftly, like ghosts, suddenly vanishing into the air, then reappearing from different directions to launch attacks that were hard to defend against. Sure enough, the situation wasn't that simple. Be careful. They can become invisible. Lin Fan shouted loudly, his voice standing out amidst the chaos of the battlefield. He focused his mind, always on alert for any unusual movements around him. Suddenly, a flash of cold light rushed at him from behind, and Lin Fan quickly dodged to the side, feeling the harpoon whisk past his shoulder, leaving a deep mark on the deck. Before the dodge, Lin Chen had long been prepared. He struck out with his sword, instantly killing the ghost sailor. Little Meow's 9 phantom tails waved wildly in the air, covering a wide range while avoiding harming her allies. Indeed, this tactic was very effective. Many ghost sailor monsters fell under Little Meow's assault, and even in their invisible state, they could hardly escape death. Well done. The god of willow imitated Little Meow, commanding the greenwood vines to weave around into a large net. The vines intertwined like a massive green net, ensnaring any ghost sailors that appeared. These monsters were not particularly powerful. In their coordinated efforts, they could hardly last long before falling to the attacks. In the live stream room, the people of Dragon Country felt very reassured about Lin Fan and the others' strength. Ah, our god of Lin is amazing. Unlike some countries that can only talk big garbage, right? They just shout, yet their strength is a pile of trash. Every day they just belittle others without reflecting on their own worth. Baka! You bunch of Dragon Country pigs. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Whoever jumps out, just say who. Ha, grab the bamboo shoot. As time went by, the third wave of B+ level sea monsters appeared. The sea monsters had beautiful faces, their skin as fair as jade, their eyes like deep oceans, radiating charming light. Their fishtails, shimmering with colorful scales, were incredibly enchanting. At some point, they formed rows standing on the ship's edge, using sweet singing to attract everyone. That singing was like heavenly music, making people involuntarily intoxicated. Across different worlds, the citizens of the country gradually became dazed. Their steps unconsciously moved towards the sea monsters on the screen, if it weren't just a live broadcast. I'm afraid they would have already reached the sea monsters and willingly walked to their doom. This was true for ordinary people, and over on Lin Fan's side, some influence affected him as well. Although not as exaggerated as the citizens of this country, he still couldn't help but feel dizzy. Don't listen to their singing. Lucian reminded, casting a cyan halo that split into several groups, merging into each person's body. I thought it was some powerful monster, it turns out this is all it can do? Welfare Bureau? Lin Fan received the boost and quickly charged towards the sea monsters, his figure like lightning, raising his sword and slashing off a sea monster's head. Hisses. Seeing their singing had failed, the sea monsters revealed their sharp teeth, their teeth like daggers, swinging their tails and shooting water arrows at Lin Fan, the water arrows cutting a sparkling trajectory in the air, carrying immense power. Lin Fan swung his long sword, cleaving the water arrows one by one as the sword clashed against the arrows. Clang 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 clang. The clash of power produced numerous sounds. But this could not stop Lin Fan's footsteps at all. Charging in front of the sea monster, he thrusts his sword into the sea monster's heart, and the sea monster let out a scream, its voice like the cry of an owl, mournful and terrifying. Its body actually turned into a puff of foam and vanished into the air. However, more sea monsters leaped out from below the ship, their singing even more alluring, as if their voices had magic, even making Xiao Chang and Iyer momentarily find it hard to resist, a hint of confusion appearing in their eyes. Wake up! Lucian's voice also carried some kind of magical power, completely isolating the group of sea monsters singing. At the same time, pulling the dazed Xiao Chang and Iyer from their confusion. When they came to their senses, they felt a bit scared. Never would they have thought that, with B+ level power, the enemy could control their minds without them even noticing. Don't be afraid, I won't attack, mainly focusing on dealing with these monsters' mental attacks. Okay. With these words, Xiao Chang and Iyer felt at ease. They each began an indiscriminate slaughter of the sea monsters. The main core capability of the sea monsters was to influence people's minds and spirits. But as long as the monsters got close, their close combat ability was even weaker than B-. Soon, after slaying them all, the fourth wave of A-level deep-sea giant pythons also appeared. Have we wasted so much time? Before the words fell, the giant python directly emerged from the sea of blood. Its body was over 10 meters long, its scales shimmering with a ghostly blue light, that light seeming like the mysterious light of the deep sea. It exhaled mist containing poison, the mist enveloping the surroundings, releasing an acrid smell. The giant python coiled around the ship, pressing the ship so hard that it creaked, fissures appearing in the planks, seawater continuously rushing in, and the ship began to rock, as if it might sink at any moment. Attack its 7-inch first! Lin Fan shouted, as it is said, to hit a snake, one must target its weak point. It is estimated that this giant python is no exception. He leaped into the air, thrusting his sword towards the python's 7-inch mark, his figure tracing an arc as he flew forward to stab. However, the scales of the giant python were incredibly hard, and the sword only left a shallow wound on the scales. Damn, so tough. Lin Fan cursed under his breath. Although he hadn't used all his strength just now, it truly shouldn't be something an ordinary A-class monster could withstand. This shows that this giant python is not simple. After receiving Lin Fan's sword strike, the giant python was enraged and swept its tail fiercely, as if it could destroy everything. Lin Fan didn't dare to take it head-on and hurriedly dodged. Where the tail swept, a huge hole was smashed into the boat's deck, and blood instantly surged in from the hole, while countless wrong souls squeezed in through it into the ghost ship's interior. Lin Fan, I'm coming. Little Meow's 9 cattails wrapped around the giant python's body, trying to limit its movements, with the tail shimmering with light, tightly binding the giant python. Chapter 133, Obtaining the Ghost Ship. Future Explorations. The giant python struggled desperately, its snake body twisting wildly, making the already turbulent sea of blood even more choppy. However, no matter how it resisted, Little Meow's hard strength remained undeniable. The 9 tails continued to constrict with force. Slowly, the giant python lost its will to fight. Its strength was clearly evident. Finally, the giant python's body slumped onto the ship, turning into a puddle of foul-smelling blood, which spread across the deck, releasing a nauseating odor. Who would have thought that this python, skilled in strangling, would ultimately die from its own tail's wrapping? Little Meow is awesome. Indeed, the S-class level is powerful. This A-class is like a toy before Little Meow, instantly taken down. The overall strength of our Dragon Kingdom's marriage game participants is now the #1 in the world, who can refute that? The foreign trash. Although they put up a tough front, such ironclad facts leave them no room to argue. The 5th wave of monsters. An A-class ghost captain appeared. The ghost captain wore a black captain's uniform, adorned with faded golden patterns. He wore a triangular hat and held a handgun emitting a black glow, with eerie light flickering on it. His gaze was cold and fierce, radiating a powerful aura that seemed to freeze the surrounding air, as if he could control everything on this ghost ship, making people feel an immense oppression. Ship, my ship, kill. The ghost captain raised his hand and fired a shot, the black bullet sped like lightning towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan hurriedly dodged, the bullet brushing past his hair and leaving a charred hole on the deck, which resembled a black abyss. Clearly, this was not just an ordinary handgun, but a handgun imbued with some kind of magical power. Bang! 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 The ghost captain's handgun fired continuously, bullets raining down on everyone. Quick, dodge! We don't know what abilities these bullets have. Everyone scrambled to evade, seeking opportunities to counterattack, their figures weaving through the storm of bullets amidst dangerous situations. Lucian controlled the greenwood vines, attempting a direct fatal strike on the ghost captain, however. To everyone's surprise, The vines passed directly through the ghost captain's body. How is that possible? Lucian raised an eyebrow, astonished by the result he witnessed. Lin Fan frowned, realizing something was off. He immediately said, "Little Ching, try to see if you can use fire attacks on him." Okay. Who would have thought that even Little Ching's fire had minimal effect on the ghost captain? He simply waved his sleeve, and the flames were extinguished as if they had sunk into the ocean. Not a ripple was stirred. Something's not right, very not right. Thinking about something like a ghost ship. Could it be that this guy is a mechanical monster? Lin Fan murmured, on the ghost ship, this guy is invincible? Otherwise, with this A-level ranking, it wouldn't be possible to be invincible. Lin Fan realized that directly attacking would be hard to defeat the ghost captain. He must find his weakness. He carefully observed the ghost captain's movements, his eyes glued to every action of the ghost captain, not missing a single detail. The eye of insight suddenly surged. Lin Fan clearly noticed that every time the ghost captain fired his gun, there was a faint glimmer of light flickering at the muzzle. There must be something strange. Attack his gun. Lin Fan decisively began to try. Seizing the opportunity, he rose and swept a sword energy. Everyone also turned their attack targets towards the ghost captain's pistol. Sword energy danced, the ghost captain sidestepped to dodge, but Lin Fan took the chance to rush forward, his sword slashing down at the pistol, his figure as swift as a tiger pouncing at its prey. The ghost captain hurriedly raised his gun to block, the sword clashed with the pistol, producing a huge sound. That noise echoed in the air like thunder. At the moment of collision, Lin Fan felt a powerful force resisting on the pistol. This is it, it's not wrong. At the moment the ghost captain was resisting, the women also began to attack. In an instant, they cut the pistol in half. At the moment the pistol was severed, a strange brightness flashed on the ghost captain. The ghost captain lost his pistol and became even more frenzied. He attacked everyone with bare hands. His powerful force made the surrounding air hum, as if it were being ripped apart by his strength. However, at this time, the ghost captain had become vulnerable to the crowd. With this A-level strength, he simply could not withstand everyone's attacks. Let alone the S-level attack from Little Meow. Just talking about the A+ level attack, this is not something this ghost captain could contend with. Especially after the pistol mechanism disappeared. The ghost captain could not defend at all, his body gradually became transparent, then disappeared into the air. Next is the final big boss. Yes, A+, it shouldn't pose much threat to Lin Fan and them, right? This is true, it probably won't stir up much trouble. Soon. The final wave of A+ level Sea Overlord also appeared. The so-called Sea Overlord was a huge octopus monster, its body as big as half of the ship, 8 tentacles waving on the sea surface, the tentacles like giant pythons, each covered in suckers and spikes, the suckers like black holes, the spikes gleaming with a cold light. The eyes of the octopus monster were as big as lanterns, emitting a cold light, as if it would swallow everyone's souls. It opened its huge mouth, revealing sharp teeth, the teeth like giant daggers, seemingly able to swallow the whole ship in one bite. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The octopus monster's tentacles rolled towards everyone, and the greenwood god quickly raised a greenwood barrier, the huge vine shield protecting everyone inside, the greenwood barrier flashing with a green light, like a solid city wall. However, the strength of this octopus monster was a bit excessive. The tentacles had only attacked a few dozen times before shattering the greenwood barrier. The vines broke, falling on the ground like severed arms. This guy's strength is extraordinary, even as an A+, I think he is a very troublesome opponent. The greenwood god frowned. But Lin Fan waved his hand. It's okay, just right, Little Meow, you go first, it will be easier to fight that way. All right. Little Meow was worried she couldn't show her skills. Now that there was a chance to perform, she immediately revealed her true form. 9 cattails were just as powerful as that octopus monster's strength. Like a meteor streaking through the sky, the powerful strikes landed on the octopus monster, causing wounds to sprout everywhere, blood flowing endlessly. Lin Fan leaped high into the air, his long sword like a bolt of golden lightning, fiercely slicing down towards the back of the octopus monster's eye. Chapter 134, Call? Can you do it? Boom! With a loud bang, the octopus monster let out a deafening roar, the sound seeming to shatter human eardrums. Seeing the opportunity, Lucian also unleashed a powerful strike. Pooch! In an instant, the combined attack of the two tore open a huge wound behind its eye, blood gushing out like a fountain, staining the sea of blood, making it appear even more eerie. Hey, don't steal my kill. Seeing this, Xiaomia got anxious and increased her power, whipping the octopus monster until it wailed in agony. The octopus monster struggled in pain, its tentacles thrashing wildly, destroying everything around it, the ship suffering countless injuries from its blows. Shout, 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 haven't you shouted enough? Shut up. With one final blow, Xiaomia smashed the octopus monster's head into pieces. Its powerless body slowly sank to the seabed, transforming into a pool of blood, slowly dissipating in the sea, tightly gripped by countless pale hands. The system notification sound suddenly rang out. Successfully held out for 3 hours, defeated all monsters, received 30 blood crystals, hidden reward, ghost ship helm, can temporarily control the ghost ship. Ghost ship? Lin Fan's eyes lit up, good heavens. He was quite interested in this eerie thing, and unexpectedly, it really fell into his hands. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, Lin God is amazing. Cleared it so quickly, how easy. Ha, got the ghost ship, then won't we conquer the seas in the future? Are you kidding? The sea? Conquer the starry sky. Ha 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 ha. Baka. Baka. You foolish pigs of the dragon country, this dungeon is so simple, what's there to be happy about? What's worth boasting about? Exactly. If it were us from the ugly country, we would finish it even faster. Get more rewards. I seriously suspect that the monsters Lin Fan faced are completely a bunch of E-level ones. They only showed it as a plus to deceive us. 666, 6666, I could never think of this reason as a person from the dragon country for my entire life. As the system notification sound faded, the deck of the ghost ship suddenly shimmered with a spectral blue light, ancient runes twisting like living creatures on the planks. Lin Fan tightly gripped the newly acquired ghost ship helm, feeling a mysterious power surging within it. At that moment, the system notification sound erupted. Special task for the ghost ship has begun. It will randomly draw personnel from other worlds into different dimensional dungeons to experience the complete task process. When they saw this, the live stream rooms of other countries exploded with excitement. Desan, whose face was originally pale, suddenly turned crimson, grabbing the microphone and shouting, just in time. Let these dragon country pigs see how easily our warriors from the ugly country can clear this dungeon. That's right. The difficulty of this ghost ship is completely misleading. The warriors of the Great Book Empire will show the ghost ship real power. Countless countries clicked the participation button. Lin Fan stared at the flickering runes, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He turned to Lucian, who nodded lightly in understanding. These guys probably still don't know, the terror of the ghost ship is far beyond what they see on the surface. Xiao Miao, swaying her 9 tails, playfully stuck out her tongue. I really want to see those scraps crying for their mothers. As the light brightened, dozens of figures appeared out of thin air on the other side of the ghost ship deck in another time and space. At the forefront was the fighting champion of the ugly country, Brown, swinging his exaggerated muscles, flaunting, see that? This is the aura of a strong man. Lin Fan the pig from the dragon country. Learn how to really fight. The Onmyoji of Sakura country, Abe Toshio, formed hand seals with both hands. 3 Shikigami emerged behind, arrogantly scanning the surroundings, a mere ghost, just a stepping stone for our training. In their view, Lin Fan and the others were fighting too easily. How could an A+ monster be so weak? It must be fake. Baka. Teach those smelly pigs from the Dragon Kingdom a lesson. Ha ha ha. That's right, charge. Our great Benzi Empire is the strongest. However, their arrogance didn't last long. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of a clock echoed in the cabin, and bloody rule text slowly appeared. Brown glanced casually and immediately sneered, is that it? Only 3 hours? I could last longer in a boxing match. Before his words fell, the first wave of B-class skeleton soldiers crawled out from the deck gaps. Minor tricks. Brown swung his fist, covered in iron spikes, towards the skeleton soldiers, but the moment his fist touched the bones, a bone-chilling cold surged up his arm, and frost quickly spread across his skin. Aha! Brown clutched his arm, his expression changing dramatically, crying out in pain, F*******. Why is it so hard? Heh, worthless trash, let me show you what the gap in strength looks like. Abe Jun laughed coldly and commanded his Shikigami to pounce on the skeleton soldiers. However, the next second, several Shikigami were easily cut down like paper by the curved blades in the enemy's hands, turning into points of light and dissipating. A participant from the 3 Kingdoms screamed, raised his blade to strike, but the blade got stuck between the ribs of a skeleton soldier, and he was instead headbutt, breaking his nose. Ah! My nose! In the live broadcast room, the Dragon Kingdom audience burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha, why isn't Brown's muscle shaking anymore? Abe Jun's Shikigami is not even as strong as a little Meow's breath. Can you still talk? Alien scum? Weren't you strong? Go on, attack. Hurry up. You can only hide behind the screen and shout, I thought you were tough. Meanwhile, in the alien live room, it was deafening silence. Desan's face turned pale, his fingers gripping the edge of the table tightly, impossible. They must be careless. How can these monsters be so strong? At this moment, inside the screen, the group of arrogant strong ones were being chased in circles. If it weren't for the slow speed of the skeleton soldiers, they would have probably killed them already. After grinding for a full half hour, the skeleton soldiers finally began to slowly disappear. After half an hour, the ghostly sailors appeared. A gunman from the ugly nation fired crazily, but the bullets passed through the ghost's body, ineffective. A witch from the Benzi nation attempted to subdue with a talisman. As soon as the talisman attached to the ghostly sailor, it was yanked off, and she found herself grabbed by the neck. With a swift motion, her head was ripped off. Blood sprayed out like a fountain. Aha! Abe June's forehead dripped with cold sweat, his expression terrified. He found his yin-yang technique had little effect on these transparent figures. And the opponent. Killing him was like killing a chicken. Chapter 135, Temple Attack and Defense Battle. Lin Fan and the others were sitting on the mast, watching the task screen, which showed the appearance of those alien scum. They even leisurely snacked on sunflower seeds taken from their bags. Little Meow commented while watching, that hairy-faced person moved slower than a snail. The god of willows shook his head lightly. They don't even have the most basic foresight, they have no idea about the ghost sailors' attack patterns. Too weak, I really don't know how they qualify as humans. Exactly. On the screen. When the siren song rang out, the alien team fell into complete chaos. Two female members from the ugly nation had dazed eyes and walked slowly towards the side of the ship. No matter how their teammates pulled them back, it was useless. They eventually fell into the sea, dragged away by hidden tentacles below the water. Abe June bit his tongue to stay awake, but found his Shikigami began to dance to the song, turning against him. At this point, Desan was rendered speechless. He watched the dwindling number of strange beings on the screen, his lips trembling. Impossible, impossible, how could these challenges be so difficult? Then why can the Dragon Country pigs clear the levels so easily? Could it be that we really are worse than those Dragon Country pigs? At this moment, the bullet comments in the Dragon Country live room were almost overwhelming the screen. Godlin's predictions are amazing. Strange beings should go home and find their mothers. Is there anyone still doubting Godlin here? It's really funny. Do you really think our Dragon Country is weak? That Godlin is weak? Come on, can the haters still keep talking? When the deep-sea giant python appeared, only Brown and Abe Toshio were left in the strange beings team. Brown's skin was corroded and riddled with wounds. He swung his deformed fists but couldn't even shake the python's scales. All of Abe Toshio's spirit beasts had perished. He trembled as he formed seals, casting his strongest lightning strike, yet the lightning only made the python pause slightly. This scene completely filled the two with despair. Help, help! Brown cried out in desperation to Abe Toshio. At the last moment he was entangled by the python. Abe Toshio was so frightened that his legs went weak. He slipped and fell directly to the ground. No, 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 don't kill me. Lin Fan just coldly watched all of this, playing with the ghost ship's helm in his hand. A bunch of fools, really think this is just a game? Dare to step in only to die. I don't know whether to admire your courage. When the ghost captain's black bullet pierced through Abe Toshio's chest, the strange beings team was wiped out. The system notification sound rang out. Other world participants wiped out. This special mission has ended. In the Three Kingdoms live room, Desan had a face like he had eaten something disgusting. In other strange beings live rooms, everyone instantly broke down. Baka! Baka! This is impossible. Baka Yoru. This is simply not possible. Cheating. The Dragon Country pigs are cheating again. He must have adjusted these monsters' stats to normal levels. So despicable. Do you Dragon Country pigs only know how to use these despicable methods? Damn, you guys are really invincible. What kind of brain can come up with this stuff? I'm genuinely curious. Of course. All of this was something Lin Fan and the others did not know. As the ghost ship slowly sailed to its end, a strange door appeared before everyone. Is this the next level? God Lu examined the area around the door. All was shrouded in black mist. Only this door appeared before everyone intact. This must be the 36th door. Lin Chen encouraged everyone. There aren't many doors left. Let's hang in there. Don't worry, Lin Fan, I know what you're thinking. Sticking with you through the challenges isn't a loss. Exactly. Seeing the wonderful understanding of the girls. A flicker of emotion passed through Lin Fan's eyes. Then, he strode boldly into the door. Just like in the ghost ship instance, the environment instantly began to change. What appeared before Lin Fan was an altar emitting a strange halo. On this altar, there was also a purple, strange glowing orb, constantly rising and falling. Divine Fire Temple Altar. Durability, 1W/1W. Evaluation, protect the altar from demonic interference, enduring a total of 9 waves of A+ level monsters. Before each wave of monsters appears, the altar will bestow a limited-time divine artifact to fend off the monsters. This time's limited-time divine artifact is Mind Thorns. Place it around the altar, able to resist the advance of 10 A+ level monsters, and can instantly kill them. After each monster wave is defeated, the altar will receive a certain amount of divine power. Accumulating enough divine power can exchange for a limited time divine artifact. 10 A+ level monsters? Lin Fan's heart stirred. It is clear that there is an ominous premonition. He began to doubt seriously that these monsters were not only high in level, but their numbers could be much greater. If not, this time's rules wouldn't be so complicated. Thinking of this, Lin Fan couldn't help but focus his gaze on AI Air. AI Air, you are pregnant now. When we start fighting later, you should focus on support. The main damage output should still be left to us. This time, the monsters are very strong. Lin Fan reminded her, causing AI Air, who was about to retort, to immediately shut her mouth. She understood that Lin Fan was serious, and he was definitely not joking. AI Air nodded heavily. Then, Lin Fan simply explained the rules of this time to everyone. Upon learning that they would face A+ monsters and must protect the altar, everyone's expressions became tense. After all, A+ level monsters are not easy to deal with. Standing here, they were like live targets. The enemy was hidden while they were exposed, making the situation very unfavorable. As soon as Lin Fan's voice fell, the black mist around the altar suddenly surged violently, and the ground trembled as if some terrifying entity was about to break through the surface. They're coming! Lucian's expression changed, and he slightly raised his hands, with greenwood spirit energy swirling at his fingertips, ready to unleash at any moment. Little Meow's 9 tails stood high, fur bristling, eyes full of vigilance. Boom! A huge explosion suddenly shattered the entire space. Cinder Demon Wolf. Level, A+. Combat power, 35,000. 20 Cinder Demon Wolves, their bodies wrapped in black flames, burst from the ground, their massive forms resembling adult elephants, with dagger-like fangs dripping saliva onto the ground. These Cinder Demon Wolves had fierce eyes, staring at the people on the altar, as if sizing up their prey about to enter their mouths. In the altar's panel, Lin Fan learned that the limited-time artifact can only be used during one wave of monsters. Thinking of this, he immediately made a decisive decision. Activate the Mind Earth Spike. Lin Fan shouted, activating the limited-time artifact. Golden light instantly illuminated the surroundings of the altar, and 8 gigantic earth spikes burst from the ground, like golden swords, piercing into the sky. The first 10 Cinder Demon Wolves, unable to evade, were pierced through by the earth spikes. They let out a piercing cry, black flames raging on their bodies, and then dissipated into strands of black smoke in the air. However, the remaining 10 Cinder Demon Wolves not only did not show fear, but were angered by the death of their companions, their eyes filled with fierceness. They howled in unison, their voices echoing painfully in everyone's ears, and then fanned out, lunging towards the altar from different directions. One Cinder Demon Wolf leaped high, opening its big mouth, aiming straight for Little Meow. Little Meow reacted quickly, wrapping its 9 tails around, spraying flames that collided with the black flames from the Cinder Demon Wolf's mouth, creating a violent explosion. The powerful shockwave sent Little Meow flying back. It did a flip in midair and landed steadily, though it couldn't help coughing a few times. Lin Fan, these little wolves are a bit strange. It's best not to touch them directly. Is that so? Then Lucian, why don't you give it a try? Lin Fan immediately said. Okay. Lucian manipulated the greenwood vines, wrapping around 2 Cinder Demon Wolves like a green giant python. The spikes on the vines pierced into the bodies of the Cinder Demon Wolves, but the black flames on the wolves quickly ignited the vines. Lucian's brow furrowed as he poured spirit energy into the vines, causing them to suddenly swell, smashing the 2 Cinder Demon Wolves harshly to the ground, creating 2 huge deep pits. Indeed, they are a bit strange. The flames on them possess an extremely strange power. Ayer waved his hands, and hellfire transformed into a web of light, trying to trap a wraithwolf. But even the god of willows could only inflict a small amount of damage on this pack of wolves, let alone the weaker Ayer. This wraithwolf merely paused for a moment, then broke free from the restraints with its powerful, eerie flames, turning to pounce on Ayer. Swish! At that moment, Lin Fan gripped his longsword tightly, a domineering aura erupted, golden light enveloped him. With a single swing of his sword, the effect was unexpectedly excellent. The magic wolf was instantly decapitated by Lin Fan's sword. Seeing a chance, Lin Fan quickly pressed the attack. His figure darted like lightning, charging towards a wraithwolf, the longsword swinging, a streak of golden sword energy slashing towards it. The wraithwolf dodged to the side, but its sharp claws left 3 bloody marks on Lin Fan's arm. Lin Fan gritted his teeth against the pain, countering with another stab, the sword tip piercing the wraithwolf's neck, black blood gushing out. Spirit energy is effective against these monsters. Seeing this, the willow god did not use the form of greenwood spirit energy. Instead, he shot out directly in spirit form. With their cooperation, 10 magic wolves quickly fell to the ground. When the last Wraithwolf collapsed, the altar emitted a dazzling glow, and the purple energy orb trembled violently. A system notification sounded. Successfully repelled the first wave of monsters, altar divine power accumulated to 15%, can exchange for basic level time divine item, Flame Shield. Is this it? Lin Fan's heart couldn't help but cloud over with a layer of shadow. Although the number of monsters this time was not large, their strength was indeed incredibly fierce, making it hard for them to cope for a while. If the numbers increased, then it would truly be unimaginable. Fortunately, this time divine item is a shield type. It can give Lin Fan and his group more margin for error. Second wave of monsters, the attack begins. Before Lin Fan and the others could catch their breath, the next system notification rang out again. This left Lin Fan and the girls stunned. Clearly, even the previous stages had never seen a dungeon with such a fast rhythm. And now, these monsters are not only troublesome, powerful, but also appearing so quickly. They didn't give them any time to react or think. The system notification sounded like a death warrant as chains dragged from the dark mist around the altar. 50 figures slowly emerged. Those were death dolls wrapped in decaying bandages, their eye sockets empty yet emanating a ghostly green light, holding rusty blood-red battle axes, daggers embedded with venomous fangs, and even a few dolls had purple magical flames flickering at their fingertips. So many. Lin Fan's face tightened as he gripped his longsword. I will block the front, AI or assist me. God of Willows, Vines guard the left side. Little Meow, provide agile support. Remember, do not let them attack the altar. Just as the orders fell, the death dolls suddenly let out a sharp shriek in unison. This eerie sound was as grating as nails scraping against metal, and then they surged forward in a bizarre manner. Lin Fan focused his spirit energy. The 10,000 swords technique fell like a rain of swords. Countless golden swords formed from spirit energy kept falling upon the death dolls, causing them to wail in agony. However, their movements did not halt in the slightest. On the contrary, because of Lin Fan's attack, their movements became even quicker. Ayer waved his hands, dark red hellfire transformed into a wall of fire, sweeping towards the doll crowd. Under the high temperature, the bandages of the front row of dolls ignited instantly, but the dolls behind actually pushed their companions forward, using the burning bodies of their fellow dolls to extinguish the flames, throwing their battle axes in the process. The battle axes traced a bizarre arc in the air. With the sound of breaking air, they rushed straight for the altar. Their target had always been the altar behind Lin Fan. After all, as long as the altar's durability dropped, they would gain one more victory. Be careful, Lucian exclaimed, as the greenwood vines shot out like giant pythons, wrapping around two battle axes, but the third battle axe still grazed the edge of the altar, leaving a charred mark on the purple light ball. Durability, 9,000/10,000. So much durability was knocked off in one hit? Lin Fan was greatly shocked, realizing that these people not only knew how to use weapons but also understood how to coordinate tactics. From now on, he absolutely could not afford to make a mistake. Otherwise, it would be a situation of no return. In the group of death puppets, several puppet figures holding daggers suddenly disappeared, and the next second appeared behind Xiao Miao. Xiao Miao's 9 tails instantly burst into flames, but she only had time to force back 2, while the third puppet's dagger viciously stabbed towards her lower back. Get lost. Chapter 137, a reward so good, is it a divine weapon? Xiao Miao was truly an S-class powerhouse, her 9 tails condensed into a huge fiery vortex, trapping the attackers inside, not giving them any chance. As the strongest, she could not take the initiative to attack. Her main duty was still to ensure the security around the altar. But this was just the beginning. More death puppets launched their attacks. Boom! 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 The magic-using puppets gathered purple flames at their fingertips into fireballs, throwing them madly at the altar. Ayer continuously manipulated the hellfire, attempting to intercept the fireballs, but the flames clashed with the puppets' purple magic, causing violent explosions that sent her staggering backward. They have a high magic level. Ayer barely managed to remind them. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan did not dare to delay, and golden sword energy crossed through, barely splitting a few fireballs, only to find that the sword energy did minimal damage to the puppets. Their bodies seemed to be patched together from stone and rotten fabric. Ordinary attacks could only shatter the surface and could not cause real lethal damage. This won't do. Lucian's greenwood vines were continuously cut down by the puppet's weapons, her forehead covered in cold sweat. They are distracting us. Before her words fell, Lin Fan saw 10 puppets suddenly break away from the main battlefield, circling towards the back of the altar. Not good, they want to sneak in. Lin Fan's heart raced, but the frontal attacks made it impossible for him to break free. In a critical moment, Xiao Miao's role was fully displayed. The power of the demon beast surged like a volcanic eruption, creating a massive oppressive aura that temporarily blocked most of the puppets. Lin Fan seized the opportunity, darting back like lightning, only to see a puppet already lifting a dagger, about to stab at the altar. Damn! The distance was too far, Lin Fan could not reach in time. At the moment the dagger was about to fall, Lin Fan did not hesitate, decisively activating the fiery shield he had just exchanged for. A crimson light shield rose from the altar's surface, sending all the puppets flying away. The puppets that touched the light shield let out piercing screams, their bandages igniting in an instant. But these crazy monsters did not retreat. Instead, they used the bodies of their puppet companions to smash into the light shield, trying to break through the defense line. Madmen! They were absolute madmen. To be able to break this altar, they were willing to pay any price. They've gone insane. Xiaomiao rushed over, clutching her wound, her eyes filled with shock. Lin Fan looked at the puppets constantly crashing into the light shield, a chill rising within him. These monsters not only understood tactics but were also completely unafraid of death. Such monsters were even more terrifying than simple powerful individuals. In contrast, their current strength, constrained by the altar's offensive and defensive setup, was severely hampered. They simply could not exert their maximum potential. Do. Fiery shield red alert. It is about to shatter. The light shield started to flicker under continuous attacks. The signs of imminent shattering appeared. Lin Fan knew he had to find a breakthrough before the shield failed. He fixed his gaze on the weapons in the puppets' hands, and the eye of insight emerged, revealing the weaknesses of this group of puppets. Lin Fan's face lit up with joy as he immediately said, "Their joints are the weak points. Attack there." Everyone awoke from their daze. The spirit of Willow controlled the vines, transforming them into countless sharp spikes that targeted the joints of the puppets. Little Meow was even more violent, using her 9 tails like agile whips, sweeping all of them away. Then, together with Lin Fan, they broke through the puppets' weak points in one fell swoop. But such efficiency was still not enough. The brilliance of the flame shield grew weaker, while the number of death puppets remained astonishing. Lin Fan watched the cracks on the light shield and silently calculated the time. Once the shield shattered, everything would be doomed. Boom! 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 As his thoughts shifted, the flame shield suddenly let out a cry of sorrow, and the surface cracks spread like a spider web. At the moment the last shard disappeared, the freed death puppets let out piercing shrieks, as if receiving an order, and all lined up, stopping their attacks. What's going on? Lin Fan's pupils shrank suddenly, his palm gripping the sword began to sweat. These eerie monsters were gathering in a frighteningly organized line 100 meters away from the altar. In their hollow eye sockets, eerie green light flickered wildly, as if conducting some kind of evil ceremony. What is happening? I feel. Little Meow covered her wound, her voice carrying a hint of fear. The spirit of Willow's green vines trembled slightly behind her, seemingly stunned by this strange aura. Her expression was serious. They are brewing a more terrifying attack, everyone be careful. Just as everyone stood ready, an astonishing scene unfolded. A puppet wielding a blood-colored axe slowly stepped out of the line. Its movements were stiff and mechanical, yet carried a suffocating sense of oppression. Suddenly, it swung the axe violently, striking down at a nearby puppet. Crack! With the sound of rotting bandages tearing, that puppet was split in two. Even more disgusting was that the attacking puppet bent down and stuffed its companion's severed limbs into its mouth, making a nauseating, grating crunch as it chewed, black liquid dripping from the corners of its mouth, corroding the ground into deep pits. What is it doing? Ayer's face turned pale, the bizarre scene overwhelmed her with shock. The other death puppets seemed to be frozen in place, staring at this bloody scene, the eerie green light in their eyes growing more intense. As one puppet was devoured after another, the attacking puppet's body began to swell wildly. It's originally H. Little Cat's 9 tails unleashed their power simultaneously, flames surged like 9 fire dragons toward the giant puppet's knees. However, the moment the flames touched the puppet's skin, only a wisp of blue smoke appeared, quickly extinguished by the strange power radiating from its surface. The giant puppet lifted its leg and kicked, sending a powerful shockwave that hurled Little Cat away, crashing heavily against the altar's edge. The greenwood vine of the willow god pierced toward the joint of the giant puppet like a torrential rain, but was all severed by the blades on its arms. Worse still, those severed vines rotted rapidly upon contact with the giant puppet's blood, emitting a terrible stench. Its blood is toxic. The willow god's face changed dramatically as he urgently severed the connection with the vines formed from greenwood spirit energy. At this moment, the giant puppet was already striding closer, shaking the ground with each step. It raised its massive battle axe high, bringing it down violently toward the altar, ripping the very fabric of space where the axe passed. If this blow landed, the altar would surely suffer a great hit. Durability could not be restored, so it was essential not to be struck by this giant puppet. There were still several waves of monsters behind. Conserving strength is the most important thing in an attack and defense battle. Lin Fan pushed his power to the limit, golden light soaring into the sky. He leaped into the air, channeling all his strength into his sword, slashing at the giant puppet's wrist. Clang! Sparks flew. Lin Fan only felt a tingling in his palm, yet his attack merely left a shallow white mark on the puppet's skin. The giant puppet let out a mocking laugh, reaching out with its other hand towards Lin Fan. At this crucial moment, AI Air suddenly dashed forward, dark red hellfire burning around her to the fullest. Lin Fan, I will hold it off. You look for an opportunity to attack. She waved her hands, countless fire snakes coiling around the giant puppet's arms, temporarily restraining its movements. However, the giant puppet merely paused for a moment before swinging its hand back, a purple magical beam shooting toward AI Air's direction. But at that very moment, Little Cat suddenly erupted with power. Ninetails danced wildly in the air, fierce winds swirling, gradually forming a massive vortex of wind. Die! With a delicate shout, Little Cat's 9 tails struck down on the giant puppet like iron whips that could shatter the heavens. Boom! 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 With a deafening sound, the true power of an S-class being erupted, creating a huge hole in the giant puppet's body. It swayed a few times before finally crashing down, turning into a pile of black debris. The system prompt chimed in timely. Successfully defeated the second wave of monsters, altered divine power accumulated to 80%, can exchange for the ultimate limited map divine object, Chain Fire Talisman. Ha! Lin Fan was taken aback. Goodness! This massive puppet monster actually provided so much divine power to the altar? This is great. However, Lin Fan did not immediately check the attributes of the Chain Fire Talisman but instead looked concerned at the women. How are you all? Are you okay? The women shook their heads. I'm fine. Just a bit worried. This second wave of monsters is already so powerful, I really can't imagine what the next ones will be like. Hearing this, Lin Fan nodded in agreement. But everyone shouldn't worry too much. We have made it through 2 waves of monster attacks. The divine power is enough to redeem a good item for me. Perhaps setting this level up, along with the attack and defense mechanism, doesn't actually require us to fight from start to finish. After saying that, Lin Fan was filled with hope as he opened the attribute panel for the Chain Fire Talisman. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, the people of the Dragon Kingdom saw that Lin Fan was finally safe and let out a sigh of relief. Can Lin God hold on next? It's rare to see Lin God win in such a desperate manner. The main reason is that this dungeon is just too insane. It's filled with A+ level monsters. Only Lin can hold his ground here. Indeed, if that group of strange aliens came over, they wouldn't last 3 seconds against the first wave of monsters before kneeling down. Baka! Are you guys from the Dragon Kingdom so arrogant? Who says we, the ugly nation, can't fight? How can you make such wild guesses? And looking at your Lin Fan now, it probably isn't that great either, right? If it comes to the final monster phase, this Lin Fan is definitely doomed. It's been so difficult even against the first 2 waves. Once the last wave of monsters arrives, your Dragon Kingdom's Lin Fan will definitely be dead. Indeed. The situation Lin Fan faced was something everyone could see. Chain Fire Talisman. Can be used unlimited times within this temple dungeon. Can instantly kill any A+ level monster. Lin Fan. What? No, what is this? I can't be seeing this wrong, right? Instantly kill any A+ level monster? Alright. So this attack and defense battle has turned into a complete cheat code? No wonder these monsters are so strong. It turns out only the first 2 waves of monsters were tests for the participants' strength. As long as they can take down that gigantic puppet, the participants' current strength could almost be considered absolutely invincible. Looking at the altar, after the halo disappeared, a series of altars appeared out of nowhere. Lin Fan almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Lin Fan, what's wrong? Little Meow and others looked at Lin Fan, curious about his suppressed laughter. It's nothing. Lin Fan didn't plan to reveal the truth just yet. Instead, he wanted to give them a surprise. Anyway, you just need to know that the upcoming monsters won't require everyone to take action. Ha! The ladies all looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. Not needing to take action? What does this mean? Confusion swirled in their hearts, but seeing Lin Fan's relaxed expression, they didn't intend to ask. Instead, they obediently waited for Lin Fan's next demonstration. For the strange aliens in the livestream, Lin Fan's actions were clearly being completely dumbfounded. Look! This stupid Dragon Kingdom pig has already been scared silly? Ha 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 ha. Facing so many strong monsters next, this Dragon Kingdom pig must feel like it cannot resist, right? Quickly hand over all the pairing candidates for this Dragon Kingdom pig to our ugly nation. That's right. The Dragon Kingdom pig doesn't deserve to have these. At this moment, The third wave of monsters surged in. Countless ghost monsters appeared around, their bodies in a semi-transparent state, faintly visible. Even the traces of their movements were nowhere to be found. Little Meow tentatively whipped her tail at them but found that it went right through those ghosts. Chapter 139, F******. The Dragon Kingdom pig is cheating again. Seeing this scene, the strange aliens became even more excited. Good. 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 Excellent. Just like this. Even S-level strength can't harm this group of monsters, this is the best. Lin Fan pig, now tell me. What method do you have to survive this monster's attack? Tell me. Ha 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 ha. Dragon Kingdom pigs, can you still speak? Facing the strange aliens' blatant taunts, how could the people of the Dragon Kingdom tolerate it? After all, every time these strange aliens didn't spare any effort in mocking them. But every time, they would never succeed. This time, the Dragon Kingdom's trust in Lin Fan had reached its peak. They immediately engaged in a furious retort against those strange aliens. However, as hosts, Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing still looked at the screen with worry. In the footage, the next scene showed Lin Fan and Little Meow launching their attacks. But it didn't harm the monster's fur at all. Even, one might say, all kinds of means have been exhausted. The ghost monsters remain unmoved. Can Lin Fan and the others really win against such monsters? Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing exchanged glances, each seeing the worry in the other's eyes. At this moment in the instance, Lin Fan and the ladies had tested the monsters once, and facing the monsters' attacks, they were calm without any signs of panic, fully trusting Lin Fan. Instead, they began to discuss the ghost monsters. It's so strange, why can these monsters not be attacked? Could it be that they really have no physical form? AI Air pondered, if they have no physical form, then in other places, how can we eliminate this group of monsters? This question is quite thought-provoking. At this time, Lucian said, it's not that there is absolutely no way, among us cultivators, there is a form of magic that can directly attack the existence of others' souls. However, I can't be sure if these monsters really belong to the category of souls. If I try recklessly, it might even harm me. Hearing this, the ladies immediately expressed, forget it, forget it. Speaking of which, Lin Fan, do you really have a way to deal with these monsters? It feels so eerie. Xiao Miao curled up on Lin Chen's thigh, acting cute. Eerie? Alright, then we won't let these monsters stay too long. Lin Fan's mouth curled into a slight smile. His thoughts summoned the existence of the altar. Chain fire talismans, activate. The air around the altar suddenly became scorching hot, and dense red runes floated up from the ground, like burning fire snakes, crawling towards the ghost monsters. These runes intertwined and formed a huge fiery net, enveloping all the ghost monsters within. In an instant, all the ladies were invigorated. They opened their eyes wide, looking at the altar that emitted a deathly threat. From this, everyone felt a strong intensity. This is a beauty of intensity. Even the S-class Xiao Miao was a bit wary of it. What is this? Lucian's eyes flashed with surprise. She had never seen such a bizarre and powerful magical technique. I even feel that if this series of attacks hit me, I would definitely be severely injured. Even dead. Xiao Miao also stopped acting cute, her eyes wide open, and her 9 tails instinctively standing up, sensing the increasingly intense flame aura in the air. AI Air's hands trembled slightly, she could clearly feel that the power contained in these fire talismans far exceeded her hellfire. Lin Fan, this is... She had just opened her mouth when Lin Fan raised his hand to interrupt her. Watch closely. Lin Fan's gaze was firm, and his hands quickly formed seals, muttering incantations. As he moved, the fire talismans on the ground glowed brightly, the flames on the runes burning fiercely, and the fire net began to contract. Those ghost monsters, which were originally invulnerable and unable to be harmed, suddenly stopped their actions in unison. They seemed to sense danger and let out sharp howls. But it was all in vain. When the fire talismans completely enveloped them, they instantly suffered heavy damage. They struggled wildly in the fiery net, trying to break free from this bind, letting out a series of piercing and mournful screams. However, the power of the fire talismans was far stronger than they imagined. When the fire net reached its limit, all the fire talismans suddenly converged together, forming a huge fireball that completely swallowed the ghost monsters. Boom! 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 With a loud bang, the fireball exploded, and flames surged outward like a tidal wave, enveloping the entire altar in red light. Under the high temperature, the air twisted and deformed, everyone had to use their spiritual energy to protect their bodies. The ghost monsters let out horrible screams in the flames. Their bodies quickly dissipated in the flames, turning into wisps of black smoke. Originally incredibly strange and unafraid of ordinary attacks, they had no power to fight back against the terrifying might of the chain fire symbols. How is this possible? On the other side. In the live broadcast room, the alien creatures widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. Just moments ago, they had been mocking without restraint, now, their faces were all pale, and their voices trembled. Those monsters are immune even to S-level attacks, how could they be defeated by this strange thing? Fuck. Can your dragon country still claim you aren't cheating? Aren't they invulnerable monsters? How could they be killed outright by this pig named Lin Fan? By the way, when did this strange thing even show up? You participants from Dragon Country aren't even trying to act, just cheating directly, huh? Resist. Firmly resist. What we want is fairness, damn it. In the live broadcast room of the Three Kingdoms, Desan slumped in his chair, not even noticing when the microphone slipped from his hand. Comrade Dong Wang from the Ugly People country and Comrade Shou Xiang from the Benzi country. At this moment, staring at the screen where flames raged, their minds went blank. No. This mechanism is so strange, and you could kill it in one hit. What the hell is going on? Lin God forever. I said Lin God would find a way. The faces of those alien creatures must be swollen now, right? This chain fire symbol is so cool. It directly obliterated the monsters. Lin God, you are a really amazing little cake. Xiao Sa and Wang Bingbing's worried faces were now filled with delighted smiles. Chapter 140, The Final Wave. Huge rewards. Xiao Sa excitedly waved his arms. Dear viewers, Lin Fan has once again created a miracle. He used incredible means to completely eliminate the seemingly invincible ghost monster. What does the power of the Dragon Country mean? This is it. Wang Bingbing nodded repeatedly, her eyes full of admiration. Lin Fan always brings us surprises. Teacher Xiao Sa, do you think if Lin Fan continues on this path, he will directly break through this matchmaking game world? It's not impossible. Xiao Sa said firmly, if that day really comes, I guarantee I will write a blood letter asking Lin God to wipe out those alien monsters for the Dragon Country, especially the ones from Benzi Country and Ugly People Country. Oh? Why is that? Wang Bingbing asked with a knowing smile, feigning ignorance. Xiao Sa declared with righteous indignation, because those alien creatures have always been shouting in our live broadcast room. As soon as these words were spoken, it really worked. In the live broadcast room, suddenly, many voices of the alien creatures quieted down. In the instance, the flames gradually dissipated, and the air was filled with a burnt smell. And those ghost monsters were completely turned to ashes by this chain fire symbol. Not just the audience was shocked. Even the ladies, seeing this scene, were completely caught off guard. After all, they had been struggling to handle the last wave of monster attacks. Now, they directly wiped out all the monsters? What the hell is going on? Lin Fan, is this the surprise you brought us? How did you do it? Lu God exclaimed with delight. Lin Fan smiled mysteriously, looking at the women with a gentle smile, and said, it's a limited divine object exchanged from the altar. But it's different from the divine objects used before, this one lasts until the instant's time ends. The effect is also ridiculously powerful, a plus-level monsters can be directly killed on the spot. Wow! All the ladies exclaimed in unison. Their shock and joy were unreserved. A plus-level monsters, killed on the spot? This power is truly amazing. No wonder, all the ladies felt a deep threat from death when the altar opened. Even the S-ranked little cat is no exception. It turns out to have such a powerful effect. So does that mean we can really relax and wait for the dungeon to end without taking any risks? Little cat blinked her bright eyes and said. That's right. Lin Fan smiled and nodded. Yay! Little cat was very happy and kept celebrating while hanging around Lin Fan's neck. Since entering this dungeon, it feels like a really long time has passed. I haven't had the chance to spend time with you. Now, we finally have the opportunity. Little cat's words made Lin Fan feel both amused and touched. Silly girl. Then Lucian said cautiously. Lin Fan happily nodded. Of course we can. Let's take this rare opportunity to relax and enjoy together, just like watching a show, why not? Yay! Next, the monster waves continued to invade. One wave after another. The numbers were always much more than the previous round of monsters. And the mechanics kept changing. There were monsters immune to physical damage. Instantly killed. There were monsters immune to magic. Still instantly killed. Not a single wave of monsters could last even 1 second against this Gatling fire talisman that shimmered with blue light. And all of this, in the eyes of the alien beings, had become numb. Numb. Not joking. This was truly numb. If magic immunity and physical immunity are the strongest mechanic monsters, then the existence of the chain fire talisman is like crushing the mechanic monsters underfoot, rubbing them wantonly. No matter what your mechanics are, once the fire talisman is unleashed, will you live or die? If you don't die, you still must die. That's how overbearing it is. Soon, when the last wave of thousands of A+ level monsters was defeated, a system notification sounded. Temple Defense Battle Dungeon successfully cleared. There are 3 minutes remaining until the next dungeon transition. During this time, the divine power values from the monsters can be exchanged for certain items at the altar. Hearing this, Lin Fan immediately became interested. Wow! Can we even take it with us? Looking at the altar's divine power value, it had already reached a terrifying limit of 1000%. Lin Fan immediately began searching the altar's exchange page for the chain fire talisman. But unfortunately, even though the dungeon is over, the chain fire talisman can still only be used within the Temple Defense Battle Dungeon. If taken outside, the chain fire talisman would lose its original effect. Without this heaven-defying power and the absolute kill mechanism, then the chain fire talisman itself would have no use at all. Thinking of this, Lin Fan turned his focus to other options. For example, magical crystal stones. Magical crystal stone. After use, it allows the user to leap over one minor realm in level. Lin Fan calculated the divine power value, and he could exchange for exactly 5. So what are we waiting for? Lin Fan immediately chose to exchange. With this, even the weakest Ire and Little Ching in their team would be A level strong now. And S level strong could be raised by 3 levels. What a terrifying picture that would be. Lin Fan couldn't even imagine it anymore. Distributing the magical crystal stones to the girls and informing them of the effect, they all showed surprised expressions. For instance, Little Cat, who was originally S level, after using the magical crystal stone, could reach the true S level. And Lin Fan and Lucian could directly reach a terrifying S level. Not to mention anything else. Just this lineup, stepping out, what dungeon would they be afraid of? The confidence to push straight through to the finish line grew even stronger. Suddenly, the system notification rang again. Congratulations to the matchmaking participant Lin Fan for successfully entering the countdown room, where all who come here can learn what the final reward is. Reward 1, the country of this participant will witness the arrival of a vampire fortress that looks favorably upon humans. Reward 2, the country of this participant will see the arrival of a vampire cultivation secret realm, where humans can practice blood laws. Reward 3, in the matchmaking game, one can gain the favor and admiration of the vampire clan. Reward 4, one can meet a blood clan princess/empress with an absolute favorability of 100% as a matchmaking partner, with the princess/empress ranked at S+ level. Chapter 141, Everyone is Strong, Are You Afraid? As the 3 minutes came to an end, Lin Fan and the others quickly felt a wave of weightlessness rising from their feet. In the next second, they found themselves in front of a completely black door. Outside this door, there was a sign filled with bold black letters. Upon entering, you will face the greatest fear of your life. Let's go! Everyone took this sign lightly. As they pushed the door open, the surrounding space twisted into a vortex, and dazzling white light engulfed them. When their vision cleared, they found themselves suspended in a chaotic void, with rolling black mist below and shattered light above, as if caught in the crack of memory. What is this? Air began to speak but was interrupted by a wave of intense dizziness. Countless images suddenly surged into their minds, as if they were forcefully stuffed with many movie scenes. Locked memories came flooding back like a tidal wave. Lin Fan saw himself struggling when he first entered the matchmaking game, witnessing scenes of life and death battles with other races. In Lucian's memory, images of drinking and chatting with old friends appeared, immediately followed by a gruesome moment of being ambushed by enemies, his body torn apart. In Xiaoqing's view, thousands of soldiers surrounded her with weapons raised, and cold blades mercilessly pierced her body. In countless scenes, all the major events of their lives were included. Happy ones, sad ones, painful ones, and the ones they least wanted to see. All appeared in their minds. Chaotic and disordered, countless memory fragments echoed endlessly in their minds. In an instant, such a strong and unreasonable violent impact froze everyone in place. Time passed second by second. On each person's face, varying shades of different expressions emerged. No! Xiaoqing let out a piercing scream, and the usually expressionless and calm Xiaoqing suddenly knelt half on the ground, fully exposing her inner fear. Everyone's hearts carried their own past that they did not want to remember. And Xiaoqing in life. The reason for her death, and the brutal way she died. Even now, as a zombie, it still lingers on. Beside her, Xiao Miao was also having a tough time. Her body trembled constantly. Although her heart was pure, seeing the faces of her parents and siblings made her eyes moist, and her nine tails trembled slightly. Just as everyone was immersed in the waves of memories, a chilling laughter echoed from the void, and numerous figures slowly emerged from the black mist. These specters looked exactly like the people in their memories, but their eyes sparkled with cold ghostly light. Lin Fan suddenly opened his eyes wide. He found that he was in a lonely space. Around him, Xiaomiao, Lucian, and others had vanished without a trace. But before him, dense figures of other races, armed with weapons, were the participants from the Ugly Nation, the Book Nation, and the three nations that he had killed in the matchmaking game. Recalling the notice before entering the room, Lin Fan seriously suspected that he was now deep in an illusion. Baka! Lin Fan, I want you to pay with your blood. In front of Lin Fan, those specters all charged at him. And at the same time, on the other side, the environment of the girls at this moment was not much better. The enemy of the Willow Goddess wore a sinister smile, and the artifact in their hand glimmered with an eerie light, while her former ally looked heartbroken, as if she were the traitor. In front of El, the Hell Demon King opened its bloody jaws, and the members of the Succubus clan looked at her with disdain. Xiao Qing faced an army just like the one from her memories. The sound of war drums echoed through the sky. Lin Fan was the first to react. He tightened his grip on his weapon, his aura surging within him. Just illusions, a bunch of private minions think they can stop me? He shouted loudly and charged at the foreign undead, golden sword energy slicing through the air, instantly killing several undead from the Ugly Nation. However, as these undead fell, they immediately resurrected from the black mist, as if they were endless. It was at this moment that the illusions began to connect with one another. Willow Goddess, Little Miao, Xiao Qing, Lin Fan. In front of them, they all faced countless fears emerging from the deepest parts of their hearts. The Willow Goddess looked at her enemy's face, with anger and fear intertwining in her heart. She took a deep breath, greenwood aura swirling around her, and her vine shot toward the enemy like a dragon. But when the vines touched the enemy's body, a scene of their past training together flashed in her mind, causing her actions to freeze. The enemy took the chance to attack. A black beam hit the Willow Goddess, causing her to spit blood and fly backward. Willow Goddess! Lin Fan shouted, wanting to rush over to help, but was entangled by a group of undead from the Paper Nation. These undead wielded their katanas in a dense formation, the blades coated with poison. Any slight mistake would lead to disaster. In the illusion, these originally weak foreign minions became ferocious. El faced the Hell Demon King and members of the Succubus clan, the hellfire in her hands flickering uncertainly. Yet when she turned her gaze towards Lin Fan, her firm belief coalesced into determination. I am no longer the little succubus who could be bullied, she gritted her teeth and said, her hands dancing, dark red flames transforming into a massive fire python, lunging at the Hell Demon King. However, the mocking laughter of the Succubus clan pierced her heart like sharp blades, weakening her attack. Xiao Qing's situation was the most difficult. Countless undead soldiers surged towards her like a tidal wave. Though her ghost flames could burn the undead, their sheer numbers quickly overwhelmed her. No. I can't be killed by them again. Xiao Qing's voice broke with sobs, yet she still fought desperately, her ghost flames exploding among the ranks of soldiers. Little Miao looked at the figures of her parents and siblings, tears blurring her vision. I'm sorry, but you are indeed fake. She said softly, her nine tails slowly raising, but the force was no longer as fierce as before. Her parents' eyes were filled with disappointment, and her siblings began to criticize her weakness, slowing her movements even more. Everyone, pull yourselves together. None of this is real. Lin Fan shouted as he continued to fight. This is all an illusion. We fought our way through the first level to get here, not to be defeated by the psychological shadows of those we once defeated. Lin Fan's voice bloomed in their hearts like the brightest flowers of spring. In an instant, it blossomed within everyone. Yes. The Willow Goddess heard Lin Fan's words, summoning her courage once more. She recalled the hardships she had faced, the days fighting alongside Lin Fan and others, and her fear gradually transformed into determination. Chapter 142, Countdown to the Second Level, The Undead Mage. No matter who it is, they cannot disturb me now. She shouted loudly, and the green wooden vines coalesced into a sharp spear, piercing towards her enemy's heart. The spear penetrated the undead's body, and in that moment, the enemy let out a terrible scream, dissipating into a wisp of green smoke. And her former ally. Under her determined gaze, it slowly vanished. On the side of Ire. At the critical moment when her hellfire was about to be extinguished by the Hell Demon King, Lin Fan suddenly came to her mind. Now, Lin Fan is everything to her. If she were to succumb to memories again, how disappointed Lin Fan would be. I will no longer be afraid of you, she murmured, and suddenly her eyes turned cold. The hellfire surged violently, forming a huge vortex of flames that engulfed the Hell Demon King and the demons of the Enchantress clan. The undead struggled in the flames, suffering greatly, until they were finally burned to ashes. Little Qing looked at the densely packed undead soldiers around her. The ghostly flames suddenly turned an eerie blue. She remembered the little bits and pieces with her companions after her rebirth, the warmth and strength that everyone had given her. I am no longer the little child who could be slaughtered at will, she said, tears welling up in her eyes. Her voice was filled with determination, and the ghostly flames transformed into countless tiny flames, drilling into the soldiers' bodies, burning them from the inside out. Little Meow looked at the gradually fading figures of her parents and siblings, wiping away her tears. I must become stronger to protect Lin Fan. I won't always be the one who is protected. Her 9 tails shone brightly, slashing towards the undead that resembled her family. The sword of light flashed, and the undead dissipated one by one. Little Meow's gaze became even more resolute. Well done. Then next, let's kill you all again. Confronted with the fragments of memories deep within her heart, only these scraps appeared. Those memories had absolutely no effect on Lin Fan. Facing the endlessly reborn alien undead, every time Lin Fan swung his sword, he could instantly slay large groups of undead. With each dissipation of the undead, their figures faded a little more. As the last undead dissipated, the black fog in the void gradually retreated. Everyone also slowly returned to the real world. Everyone, are you okay? Lin Fan breathed a sigh of relief, looking worriedly at the girls. Unexpectedly, the expressions of the girls were surprisingly relaxed. It feels good, resolving a knot that has troubled me for many years. Lu God smiled again, and this time, there was a bit more determination between her brows. Like Lu God. The others felt the same way. Memories are indeed a terrifying demon. But the beauty of now is the best weapon. In the live broadcast room, Little Sa and Wang Bingbing couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. I have to say, this time the challenge, aside from the danger aspect, has significant educational value. Wang Bingbing nodded in agreement. In the face of the torment of memories, would we still bravely reach out our hands as we do now? I don't know if I can do it, but Lin Fan and the others have truly done it. Perhaps, this is why Lin Fan and his group can continuously climb to the peak in this matchmaking game. Wow, I really benefited a lot this time. Indeed, I've been caught up in internal struggles for the past few years. Really, this breakthrough by Lin God has actually convinced my heart. Even Lin Fan himself didn't expect it. He simply went through the quest. Yet inadvertently, he had given immense encouragement to the young people of Long Country. At this moment, after the illusion quest ended, not giving everyone a moment to rest at all, the scene switched once more. The 38th door. Undead room. At the instant of the 38th door's quest today, a bone-chilling cold pierced through everyone's bones as if their souls were about to freeze. Hiss. Almost in an instant, everyone sensed a strong feeling of strangeness. Especially in such a bizarre environment, it felt even more abrupt. Thick black mist surged within the room, and the cold air was mixed with a nauseating stench of corpse poison. On the ground, layers upon layers of eerie white bones piled up like a mountain, and the ghostly green flames on the walls flickered uncertainly, rendering the entire space like a gloomy and eerie purgatory. Each bone emitted a strange ghostly light, and one could faintly see the black corpse wax condensed in the gaps between the bones, remnants of countless lives drained of vitality. The Room of Souls. Lin Fan was not surprised. Instead, he looked around at the environment and nodded. The atmosphere here is quite nice. Is this really the time to say such things? Lu Xin was speechless. The other women were also speechless. Lin Fan's nerves of steel left everyone momentarily unsure of what to say. Boom. 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 At this moment, in the center of the room, a blood-red throne slowly rose up. The cloaked necromancer held a staff embedded with a skull, its hollow eye sockets flickering with red light, like 2 balls of dancing ghostly fire. Standing on a pedestal made of countless small skulls, the surface of the bone dais pulsed with dark purple runes, lighting up and extinguishing in a rhythmic breathing pattern. Weekends, this will be your burial ground. His voice was deep and hoarse, filled with endless mockery and killing intent, echoing throughout the room, each word seemingly carrying a curse that sent chills down the spine. In the air, the black mist he exhaled while speaking lingered, as he continually moved his steps. Boom. 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 Strangely, wherever the necromancer went, the bones on the ground began to slowly writhe, as if responding to their master's call. Awaken, my most loyal servants. As soon as he finished speaking, the necromancer struck the ground heavily with his staff. With a thunderous sound, the entire room trembled violently, the ground undulating like waves. At this moment, Lin Fan and the others realized that the floor of this room was actually made up of layers upon layers of broken bones. It was important to note that this room's environment spanned at least 100 meters long. And the bone floor was so well disguised that it was hard for anyone to notice at first glance. Such a thing was too astonishing. Just imagine, how many skeletons would it take to piece together such a massive scale? Fall back. Lin Fan swiftly pulled the girls back and retreated. Just a second after they moved away, right where they had just stood, suddenly, an arm of bone shot out, bursting forth from the ground. Indeed, countless bones emerged from beneath the earth, drawn by some mysterious force, rapidly assembling in the air. In the blink of an eye, a group of skeletal warriors appeared before everyone, wielding rusted weapons and with ghostly green flames flickering in their eyes. Necromancer. Level, S-. Combat power, 60,000. Skeleton warrior. Level, A+. Combat power, 40,000. Chapter 143, Skeleton Giant Dragon. Leader of all souls. The joints of these skeleton warriors were entwined with black chains, each movement producing a harsh clanking sound. And at a glance, there were bronze bells inscribed with spells hanging from the ends of the chains, ringing softly enough to slightly disturb everyone's focus. Then, a deafening roar tore through the air as a gigantic skeletal dragon slowly emerged from the black mist. Looking up towards the sky above, a massive figure soared quickly through the sky. Its gaze upon everyone was no different from looking at the dead. A dragon. But it was an empty shell of bone. Even so, the intense pressure it emitted was enough to intimidate many. And it obediently landed beside the necromancer, its size nearly blocking out the sky. Its bones shimmered with a cold light, and each piece seemed to contain the power of destruction. The enormous wings spread open, measuring dozens of meters long, with sharp bone spikes lining the edges. As the wings flapped, a fierce wind swept through, rustling everyone's clothes, while black flames spewed from the dragon's mouth like a raging tide. Wherever it went, the ground was instantly corroded, leaving deep bottomless pits, and black poisonous smoke rose into the air. On the dragon's skull was embedded a dark purple crystal, within which distorted struggling souls could be faintly seen. This made everyone gasp in shock for a moment. Is this a dragon? Lucian asked curiously, Lin Fan, why is this dragon so different from the ones I've seen? Of course, this is a Western dragon, the ones you know are Eastern dragons. Although they are both dragons, the difference is huge. Oh, I see. The two harmonized back and forth, completely ignoring the necromancer. The necromancer watched helplessly as his years of hard work turned into nothing in front of Lin Fan. He suddenly felt a wave of embarrassment. You group of damn invaders, damn. 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 Shut the hell up. I'm going to kill you right now. Lin Fan shouted loudly, first, let's deal with these minions. Power erupted instantly, and with the release of spiritual energy, the myriad swords technique almost formed in an instant, wrapping him in a golden glow like a dazzling sun. He swung his long sword, with sword energy soaring through the air, creating piercing explosive sounds, as several skeletal warriors were instantly cut into pieces. But the severed skeletal fragments fell to the ground but began to quickly reassemble, with black slime oozing from the broken edges, speeding up the regeneration process. The little cat's 9 tails surged with power simultaneously, moving at incredible speed and with unimaginable force. As they glided at high speed, sparks began to flicker along the tails. In the end, the flames generated by speed and power grew larger and larger. They even ignited fiercely, transforming into 9 blazing fire dragons that rushed towards the skeletal warriors. Once the skeletal warriors were struck, they were reduced to mere bone frames, engulfed in flames. Gaga gaga. The tower guards screamed in agony amidst the flames, quickly turning to ashes. However, unexpectedly, new skeletal warriors surged up from the ground like an endless tide, rushing towards everyone one after another. From deep below the ground came the clanking sounds of dragging chains, as if a more powerful presence was about to awaken. It's fine, we just need to keep killing. If we can't kill them all, it just means this damn thing can be summoned without any conditions, and we will think of another way then. Okay. Watch what I do here. Lucian controlled the greenwood vines, trying to wrap around the wings of the skeletal dragon to restrict its movement. The vine shot out like a green python, tightly wrapping around the dragon's wings. Just as the saying goes, a python swallows a dragon. Even though they were just vines resembling pythons, they possessed the strength to bring the dragon down from the sky. But surprisingly, in the face of Lioshan's attack, the dragon did not dodge or evade, but instead emitted a strong aura of death that swiftly corroded the vines like deadly poison. The originally green vines instantaneously turned yellow, and then with a snap, they broke apart. The broken vine fragments fell to the ground, only to sprout strange black mushrooms, which released hallucinogenic spores when they burst. The power of this dragon exceeds imagination, ordinary attacks can't harm it at all. Moreover, I don't know if it is due to its power or because of the necromancer, but their aura and power are quite strange. Lucian shouted loudly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, calmly relaying all the intelligence she had gathered. Her vines still retained the dragon's aura of death, slowly corroding her spiritual energy pathways. Ire waved his hands. The dark red hellfire burned fiercely, transforming into a giant wall of flames, trying to block the attack of the skeletal warriors. Then, it's fine as long as we don't touch them. Foolish, truly foolish. Seeing this, the necromancer curled his lips into a cold smile, lightly waving his staff. A black spell light shot towards the firewall like black lightning. Boom! 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 Unexpectedly, the necromancer's attack caused the firewall to instantly collapse, and the hellfire dimmed under the powerful force. Air's face turned pale as paper, staggering back repeatedly. A skeletal warrior's longsword brushed past her shoulder, leaving a long cut on her clothes, blood seeping out. The blood at the wound was surprisingly a strange black color, a sign eroded by corpse poison. Air instinctively punched the skeletal soldier's head, causing it to explode, but her fist also showed a corresponding sign. Little Qing's ghost fire flickered around her. She tried to attack the skeletal dragon's eyes with the ghost fire but was forced back repeatedly by the black flames it spewed. I don't believe it. Under her control, the ghost fire constantly fought fiercely against the skeletal warriors and the black flames, but each collision consumed her greatly. Her ghost fire produced whimpering sounds upon contact with the black flames, as if intimidated by the evil force. There was still a bit of distance between A level and A+ level. If she wanted to solve this quickly, it was not a simple task. This won't work, we must take down that necromancer first. Lin Fan shouted immediately, Little Qing, go help Air, protect Air. I'll manage. Get out. Just as Lin Fan was about to launch a close-range attack on the necromancer. However, the necromancer seemed able to see through his thoughts, and once again waved his staff, causing countless bone spears to appear in the air, showering down like raindrops towards everyone. The bone spears flew extremely fast, their piercing sounds sharp and ear-piercing. Everyone hurriedly used their movement techniques to dodge, creating a chaotic scene. When the bone spears hit the ground, they transformed into bone spiders, crawling towards everyone, their leg joints spraying sticky webs. Once stuck, movement would become sluggish. The spell was strange and also very sticky. This gave Lin Fan a terrible headache. Chapter 144, Countdown Last Stage, Blood God Phantom. Lin Fan, I'll hold off the dragon, you look for a chance to attack the mage. Little Meow shouted, her 9 tails swirling into a massive whirlpool of flames, charging towards the skeletal dragon. The whirlpool of flames violently collided with the dragon's black flames, resulting in a tremendous explosion. The skeletal dragon truly couldn't withstand such power. It let out a wail on the spot. Even a few massive bones from the big skeleton fell directly to the ground. I'll help you clear the way. The tree goddess launched an attack again, transforming wood vines into countless sharp thorns, shooting towards the necromancer like a downpour. The necromancer remained unfazed, lightly waving his staff. A black barrier rose instantly, blocking all the sharp thorns. Immediately after, he muttered incantations, casting a vicious necromantic spell, and countless black tentacles suddenly emerged from the ground, entwining the tree goddess's body like spirit snakes. The deathly aura from the tentacles constantly eroded the tree goddess's body like a poisonous snake. Her face turned deathly pale, and it became increasingly difficult for her to channel her aura, each breath tearing at her insides. The black tentacles were covered with suckers, each one greedily draining her life force, and strange cyan patterns began to appear on her skin. Tree goddess. Lin Fan was frantic, wielding his sword and fiercely cutting off several tentacles, trying to rush over to rescue her. But at that moment, the skeletal warriors were being controlled by the necromancer. They surged forward like a tide, attacking wildly. Wrap him tightly. Don't worry, I'm here. When Al saw this, he used all his strength to unleash the strongest hellfire. The flames surged forward like a roaring tide towards the skeleton warrior, buying Lin Fan some time. As the fire collided with the skeleton warrior, corrosive black sparks flew everywhere, burning small holes into the ground. Lin Fan seized the opportunity, moving like lightning towards the undead mage. However, the undead mage was already prepared. He waved his staff again and a huge skeletal spider appeared out of thin air. The spider's 8 long legs were covered in sharp bone spurs, and it gathered energy in its mouth to spit out spider silk that was not only incredibly tough but also poisonous. The skeletal spider swung its long legs, launching a fierce attack on Lin Fan. Lin Fan dodged left and right, continuously slashing with his long sword, but the spider silk was very tricky. Once it wrapped around the blade, it slowed his attacks, and the poison was constantly eroding his weapon and body. Cracks began to appear all over his sword, and after being corroded by the poison, even his arms started to lose feeling. Damn it! Lin Fan gritted his teeth in frustration. To be honest, that undead mage wasn't very powerful. But the only problem, and it was quite obvious, these summon creatures alone posed little threat, but the undead mage seemed to be able to summon them without limit, endless enemies rapidly draining their stamina and energy. Lin Fan decided to take a risk and get close for a direct attack on the undead mage. He gathered all his strength and rushed towards the undead mage like a phantom. Too naive, human. The undead mage revealed a strange smile at the corner of his mouth, quickly waving his staff and casting a mysterious spell. A powerful force flung Lin Fan away, and a beam of black light struck him, leaving a wound deep enough to see the bone, blood gushing out. The blood from the wound mixed with the air, turning into black mist that spread around him, blurring his vision. Worse still, the undead mage's body suddenly split into 10 identical shadows. Even with his Eye of Insight activated, he couldn't tell which one was the real body. At that moment, they simultaneously waved their staffs, summoning even more powerful creatures, and various strange spells rained down on everyone. In an instant, the room was filled with rampaging monsters, spells flashing everywhere, and everyone fell into an unprecedented crisis. These shadows were surrounded by phantoms, and within the phantoms were the faces of the beings they had tormented, letting out mournful wails that disturbed everyone's minds. Weep. Wail. Feel despair for the existence of the Lord of the Undead. Humans, this is your fate. No. The undead mage was not as invincible as he claimed. Lin Fan suddenly realized that although the undead mage had many clones, one of the figures had a red light on its staff that shone brighter than the others while casting spells. Could it be that one is the real undead mage? Realizing this, he thought quickly and shouted, "Attack the clone with the brightest red light, it could be the key." Hearing this, everyone observed closely and finally spotted the oddity. The runes beneath the feet of the clone Lin Fan mentioned were particularly bright, creating a sharp contrast with the faint runes under the other clones. Upon hearing this, everyone focused their attacks on that clone. Lin Fan condensed his energy into a gigantic light sword and slashed towards the clone. To enhance the power of Lin Fan's strike, the forest goddess manipulated greenwood energy, transforming it into a massive spear, striking at incredible speed. It quickly sped towards that clone. Sure enough, the speed of the attack was too fast, and the necromancer's main body was incredibly weak. Even if they saw everything, there was simply no way to evade it. The spear first revealed a flaw. Then, the sword sang like a dragon. It plunged into the fray. Ah! The necromancer let out a cry more piercing than a wail. That avatar was finally shattered. The shattered avatar turned into black smoke, and amidst it came the necromancer's furious roar. After the smoke dissipated, a strange black rune was left on the ground, slowly rotating and emanating an ominous aura. Did we win? In front of the live stream, countless viewers watched the scene. Many people found their takeout cold in their hands. Yet, they still couldn't react. Simply because, this battle was truly too exciting and intense. So much so that they couldn't help but ask for Lin Fan and the others, did we win? F***CK. What on earth is this necromancer? Why is it so weak? I wanted you to take down Lin Fan. Not to be taken down. Embarrassing. Truly embarrassing. Is this even worthy of being called a necromancer? If I were there, I could be even stronger than this necromancer. Seeing that the necromancer was dead, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not good. God Lu suddenly raised her voice to remind them. These summoned beasts show no signs of losing their instincts. I can feel that there's still power from the necromancer inside them. Realizing this, everyone was shocked. They suddenly discovered that the necromancer's other avatars were still unharmed. Moreover, they were continuously summoning new monsters. Chapter 145, A Battle Until the End. Ha 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 ha. Foolish humans. Do you really think you can find out where my true body is? At this moment, the necromancer's voice echoed throughout the entire environment. It was clear to hear. The necromancer's voice was coming from inside each summoned creature's body. Lin Fan frowned. This guy's spells were also bizarre and changeable. Now, the necromancer's true self could actually switch freely, hiding within infinite summoned creatures, ensuring that his soul would never perish. No matter which target they attacked, they could not truly harm the necromancer's main body. When those summoned creatures were attacked, the ghostly green flames in their eyes would briefly dim, while the flames in one of the necromancer's avatars would instantly brighten, revealing the trajectory of the true body's switch. Although they had understood the pattern. However, because this necromancer's speed was simply too fast, they could not capture it in time. Ha 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 ha. Humans, out of options? The necromancer's arrogant laughter echoed continuously in the environment. At this moment, in the live stream, the hearts of the people from Long Country couldn't help but tighten. This necromancer's spells are really hard to deal with. Yeah, it can't be caught, and it keeps summoning these monsters. Simply put, if there's no way to kill this necromancer and all the summoned creatures at once, then he will always have the strength to resist. Wait, isn't Xiao Miao already S rank? Shouldn't it be very easy to take down this monster? Right. I almost forgot. Baka. No wonder they say your Long Country pigs are all a bunch of pigs. Is S rank really that powerful? Does it really mean you can defeat this necromancer? And take it out immediately? The name isn't wrong, a bunch of Long Country pigs. Where do you get such big confidence from? In the environment of the instance. Sure enough, Lin Fan showed not a hint of panic on his face. Instead, he directly looked at Xiao Miao. If that's the case, then. Little Meow, then let's finish quickly. Okay, I still wanted to play a little longer. Little Meow pouted, then smiled again. Lucian was startled, looking at the two curiously. You two, what ideas are you discussing again? Lin Fan revealed a mysterious smile. Wait a minute, you will know. He. Look at me. Little Meow's eyes sharpened, and her 9 tails burst with radiant light, her aura instantly skyrocketing. The immense and suffocating demonic power unfolded at this moment, revealing itself. Ancient cat god totems appeared around her, each totem represented one of the 9 lives of a cat, all igniting now, releasing world-destroying power. In an instant, Little Meow's 9 tails transformed into 9 colossal fire dragons, each dragon exuding a world-destroying aura. The fire dragons roared as they charged in all directions, and wherever they went, no matter if it was skeleton warriors, skeleton dragons, skeleton spiders, or avatars of the necromancer. Upon seeing this scene, they all nearly gave rise to a deep-seated fear extending from the depths of their souls. They screamed in wretched cries, and the flames instantly turned to ashes. What is this? The necromancer's voice was no longer calm but filled with terror. The room's temperature sharply rose, black smoke spread, and the whole space seemed about to be devoured by flames. The scales of the fire dragons burned with golden flames, and as they passed, the space began to distort and transform. Even the necromancer's black spells were instantly annihilated upon contact with the flames. Under the rampage of the flames, the necromancer could no longer hide, forced to become a phantom and detach from the summoned creature's body. His figure flickered in the flames, his face revealing a look of terror. But as soon as he appeared, he realized he was going to die. You came out, didn't you? Lin Fan seized the opportunity, gathering his last strength. The golden light fused perfectly with spiritual energy, and the sword in his hand struck like a golden lightning bolt towards the necromancer. The necromancer let out a desperate scream, his body gradually dissipating under the dual attack of flames and sword energy, finally turning into a wisp of black smoke, disappearing in the air. With the necromancer's disappearance, all summoned creatures in the room stopped moving, turning into white bones scattered all over the ground. In the live broadcast room, the comments from the alien scum disappeared completely. Little Meow's immense power silenced all doubts. S rank isn't powerful? Who said S rank isn't powerful? Instantly killing A+ is easy, right? I see now, Lin Fan, and their height of power is simply too high, so high that people have no clear concept of their strength. Yeah, 1 by 1 can't even kill B+ monsters, yet still look down on S rank. Can you say that's not laughable? It's just foolish. If Lin Fan were put back into the real world, who knows if this group of alien scum would be scared to pee their pants. Baka. After breaking through to the realm of the dead, the reward items provided by the dungeon also appeared before everyone's eyes. Reward, an S-level skill, Fury God Thunder. Using spiritual energy to summon thunder, unleashing the anger of the heavens, thousands of thunderbolts upon him, can instantly kill opponents. S-level skill. Goodness. Lin Fan's eyes instantly lit up. Especially when he saw that the damage to undead, evil, and necromancer-type monsters would increase threefold. Lin Fan completely couldn't hold back. Good. You have to know. He himself carries sacred power, which gives a certain damage bonus to these kinds of monsters. And now, he had been given such a divine skill. It could be said that Lin Fan's current strength had been increased several times. The curious girl stepped forward to take a look, but unfortunately, besides Lu Shen, no one else could understand. I wonder if this can be shared with many people for learning. This skill is quite powerful. Lucian, why don't you come over and learn with me for a while? Lin Fan suggested. Lucian smiled and shook her head. Forget it, I'm not really suited for this type of cultivation. Everyone has their own style of abilities. Hearing Lucian's words, Lin Fan did not plan to insist too much. Nodding, he immediately chose to learn. Chapter 146, Start the Thrilling Battle. Fierce Fight Against the Blood God Shadow. The skill instantly connected with Lin Fan. Lin Fan curiously summoned the power of thunder, and electric sparks crackled at his fingertips, flashing uncontrollably. There was no doubt that if this power were unleashed, it would be incredibly powerful. Especially for Xiao Cheng. At this moment, she and AI Air had unknowingly curled up together. With a scared expression, they stared at the electricity in Lin Fan's hand. It suddenly dawned on Lin Fan. Evil types, undead types. It seemed like AI Air and Xiao Qing were such existences. One was a pure-hearted demoness. The other was a zombie girl. It's okay, don't be afraid. Lin Fan withdrew his power and patted their heads. This made them much more accustomed to it. After saying that, Lin Fan's gaze turned towards the next door. Behind the door was the 40th door in this event instance. In other words, the last door. After passing this level, the rewards he was looking forward to would be within reach. How could Lin Fan not be excited about this? Everyone, the next is the last door of the instance. After this is finished, I will definitely take time to spend with you all. To be honest, having a group willing to share life and death with him made Lin Fan feel very moved. Lu Xin and the others were stunned, looking at each other and smiling. Lin Fan, you mustn't feel pressured. Exactly. Xiaomiao said excitedly, wherever you are, that's where I want to be. Soon. The group arrived at the last room of the instance. Along the way, they had fought through thorns. The dangers contained in this final door instance were definitely beyond imagination. Therefore, Lin Fan had to be cautious. Cautious. More cautious. Whether for himself, for the rewards, or for the group behind him. The 40th instance level. Blood God Chamber. However, at the next moment of the scene transition, a strong smell of blood almost choked them. When they opened their eyes, they realized why there was such a strong odor. It turned out that this entire room seemed to be made of blood. The ground was surging with crimson waves of blood, and the blood seemed to have life, constantly crashing against the walls, leaving behind ghastly bloodstains. From the ceiling, thick drops of blood dripped down, eerily clinging to the surface, and the occasional drop would splatter on the ground, creating foul-smelling blood flowers. The air was thick with a rust smell, mixed with a hint of rot that made one want to gag. Surrounding walls were densely embedded with countless bones, as if they had their own thoughts. As the group got closer, these bones suddenly twisted violently, struggling as if to narrate the pain they were enduring at that moment. In this bloody atmosphere, low growls echoed faintly, filled with violence. With every step, the blood underfoot gurgled, as if countless wronged souls were wailing beneath. As they delved deeper, a huge pit of flesh and blood appeared ahead, emitting a strange red light, its glow flickering and illuminating the surroundings in a dance of shadows. At the deepest part of the flesh and blood pit, a massive figure slowly emerged. The figure stood dozens of meters tall, completely made of flesh and blood, with bulging veins pulsating and writhing all over its surface. It had a gigantic head, and amidst the blood-red tumors, dark red currents swirled relentlessly. Overall, it looked terribly disgusting and oddly fascinating. Two enormous, crimson-black eyes filled with contempt looked down on everyone below. Tiny ants, you actually made it this far. The voice of the blood god's phantom boomed like a mighty bell, carrying an endless oppressive force, each word striking like a hammer against their hearts. Good, it has been a long time since anyone has come to meet me. Who are you? Lin Fan asked after a moment of silence. The blood god's phantom let out a wild laugh, shaking the entire room as the blood surged violently. I am the blood god's phantom, the ancestor of the blood clan. But now, I no longer exist in this world. I have left only a phantom here to guard, serving as a test for the strength of outsiders. If you wish to pass, you need not defeat me, you merely need to make me take a step back. The blood god's phantom raised a gigantic finger and slowly said. His tone was filled with boundless confidence and arrogance. But at that moment, no one could laugh. This was because, on Lin Fan's displayed attribute panel, the blood god's phantom was also an unobservable entity with 4 question marks. Even the terrifying, S-class little cat could not see it. She gently tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve. Lin Fan, this guy is very strong, strong enough to bring despair. Are we really going to face such a being? The pressure of the strong is something that other strong beings can sense instantly. The blood god's phantom was undoubtedly an exceedingly powerful opponent. It was the strongest enemy Lin Fan and the others had ever encountered until now. The blood god's phantom smirked, and his voice was extraordinarily grand. Of course. What I can offer you are only 3 chances. Within 3 moves, I will not fight back. If you can do it, I will let you pass. If you cannot. The blood god's phantom burst into a wildly arrogant laugh. Then you will remain here forever, becoming nourishment for this blood god realm. At these words, everyone was taken aback. To make such a powerful being take a step back was no easy task, especially with only 3 moves allowed. In the current live broadcast room, the foreign miscreants seemed to see hope and immediately became restless. Blood god's phantom? Cannot see the attribute panel? Ha 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 ha. May the heavens bless our country's rise. As long as this dragon country's pig dies, everything that originally belonged to our country can be reclaimed. What does this mean? That's right. That's right. As long as Lin Fan dies, we will all be happy. Fuck. Damn Lin Fan pig, hurry up and die. This is the command of our ugly country. What are you still struggling with? Anyway, you can't defeat such an opponent, it would be better to die sooner. Chapter 147, Treachery. Hearing the blood god's phantom's words, Lin Fan took a deep breath and began to think of a strategy. He could sense the terrifying power of the blood god's phantom. Ordinary attacks would undoubtedly be ineffective. Whenever he had to strike, it must be the strongest. 3 moves, every single one is incredibly precious. Lin Fan's gaze initially fell on the god of Willow. Perhaps, the energy of the god of Willow could have a certain miraculous effect against this blood god's phantom. Good. The god of Willow understood Lin Fan's meaning, her expression serious as she stepped forward, staring directly into the blood god's phantom. In the next moment, the willow god struck first. Countless greenwood vines twisted like a gigantic green python towards the blood god's phantom. The vines sparkled with a ghostly green light, and amidst the stirring spiritual energy, the seemingly weak countless vines directly condensed into a sharp spear shape. With powerful momentum, it crushed ahead. And this move also exhausted all of the willow god's strength. A strike with all her might. If it were an ordinary S-class powerhouse, they would probably retreat in fear. However, the blood god's phantom, upon seeing this, merely snorted disdainfully, allowing the vines to stab into its body. However, as soon as the willow god's vine spear made contact with its body, it began to corrode under the bloody aura emanating from the blood god's phantom. In an instant, it actually became a part of the blood water on the ground. What? Even the willow god's full power strike doesn't have the qualification to get close to this thing? Not to mention taking a step back, not even a superficial injury. Isn't this level a bit too abnormal? It's obvious that it doesn't want anyone to win? The people of Dragon Country were suspicious and uncertain. Everyone's expressions were extremely grim. Too weak, isn't there a stronger power that can excite me a bit more? The blood god's phantom said with indifference. I'm sorry, Lin Fan. The willow god was both angry and hateful. If she were to restore her strength to her peak, she wouldn't be so weak and powerless, like an ant now. And she wouldn't be unable to help Lin Fan. Don't be discouraged, no one will blame you, willow god. Lin Fan hurriedly comforted. Lin Fan, what should we do next? Lin Chen pondered for a moment and summoned Little Meow to whisper something. Little Meow's eyes brightened, nodding repeatedly. Next, who will come? This cat demon, the blood god's phantom said lightly. The bloodline is quite nice, but unfortunately, still too weak right now. If you were given another 1,000 years, you might have the qualification to shake me. Little Meow said nothing, only observing the blood god's phantom with sharp eyes, focused on every move. Time passed second by second. But Little Meow still showed no signs of wanting to attack. Her gaze fixed tightly on every action of the blood god's phantom. Finally, the blood god's phantom, feeling extremely bored from waiting, stretched and yawned wide. Now is the time. Little Meow seized the opportunity, unleashing her demonic power. 9 tails shone brightly, flames roared like 9 fire dragons rushing towards the blood god's phantom. The flames burned fiercely, igniting the air, crackling with noise. The flesh on the blood god's phantom began emitting black smoke under the scorching flames, giving off a terrible burnt smell. Countless blood filaments and tumors were blasted apart, directly bursting forth a rain of scarlet blood. Not bad, for this current level, you can already be considered outstanding. The blood god's phantom not only stood firm, but even started to criticize Little Meow. At this moment, there was only one chance to attack the blood god's phantom. If this strike had no effect, the next would definitely lead to a complete annihilation. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the Dragon Country people fell. Come on now, if you don't show me some dazzling strength, I won't hold back anymore. The blood god. Good. The phantom of the blood god brightened before him. Wrath of the god. Lin Fan shouted loudly, and the Thunder Battle Soul Phantom swung a giant axe, creating a thunder pillar with a diameter of 10 meters that shot into the sky, carrying a devastating momentum toward the blood god phantom. Boom! 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 In an instant, the entire blood god chamber shook violently, blood surged like boiling water, and the white bones on the walls let out piercing screams, shattered by the aftermath of the thunder. A trace of surprise finally flashed in the eyes of the blood god phantom, its massive body showing a grave expression for the first time. Facing this terrifying blow, it no longer looked down on Lin Fan as before, its flesh twisted wildly, forming a layer of blood-red shield. However, the power of the thunder pillar far exceeded expectations. The shield began to crack inch by inch upon contact, making a series of cracking sounds. Good. 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 What a powerful force, the blood god phantom couldn't help but exclaim, its voice laced with excitement and shock. The blood-red shield was soon broken, and the thunder pillar solidly struck its body, erupting with blinding light. Under the enormous impact, the blood god phantom was forced to take 2 steps back. The ground was deeply gouged where it stepped, and blood surged wildly through the crevices. We did it! Little Meow jumped up in excitement, and with a big kiss, she pressed her face against Lin Fan's. The goddess Lu, Ai Air, and little Chang all breathed a sigh of relief, their faces showing smiles of surviving a catastrophe. In the live broadcast room, the people of Dragon Country erupted instantly, cheers and shouts nearly overwhelming the live platform's servers. Lin God is mighty. I knew Lin God could do it. Those alien scum, come and see. Your beautiful dreams have been shattered. I really don't know what this group of scum is shouting about. This is the strength of our dragon country. Lin Fan's expression turned serious. 3 moves completed, and you've taken a step back. Does this mean we've passed? The blood god phantom hesitated, then suddenly burst into laughter. Interesting, interesting. You are indeed an interesting human. I will not go back on my word. I said I would let you leave, and I will let you go, so don't worry. Saying this, the blood god phantom waved its hand. It opened the other side of the room. You go first. Lin Fan still had concerns and let the women go ahead. Then you. I'll come right after. Only then did the women feel relieved and hurriedly exited the room instance. Lin Fan fixed his gaze on the blood god phantom, planning to leave slowly. Just as all the bridal candidates had left one after another. Lin Fan intended to follow closely behind. Unexpectedly, a blood-red barrier suddenly separated the distance between the women and Lin Fan. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the women turned to shock as they frantically pounded the barrier. Lin Fan. Lin Fan didn't expect the blood god phantom to pull this stunt. With a furious glare, he said, "What happened to the promise? Are you really going back on your word?" Sure enough, this blood god phantom really did go back on its word. Lin Fan glared at the blood god phantom fiercely, but saw the phantom merely smile faintly. I changed my mind, and as for the promise, only the weak are bound by promises. The strong always set the rules. Human, you are the first to make me retreat. How could I easily let you go? Before the words were finished, the door of the blood god chamber slammed shut, and a blood-red light curtain once again firmly separated Lin Fan from everyone. It seemed that to ensure this light curtain was even more secure, preventing them from seeing each other, the blood god phantom indeed covered it with dozens of layers of blood-red light curtain. In this way, no matter how hard the women outside tried, they would surely be unable to break this curtain. Blood god, what do you mean? Goddess Lu's face changed drastically, and she anxiously pounded on the barrier, only causing ripples of blood red. Little Meow was even more anxious, tears welling up in her eyes. Lin Fan. They all knew just how powerful this blood god phantom was as an enemy. If Lin Fan faced it alone, the chances of winning could only be described as pitifully small. In the live streaming room, the people of Dragon Country were in shock. Unfaithful and treacherous, this blood god phantom is truly a beast. He doesn't deserve to be called a god. So despicable. He probably never intended for Lin Fan and the others to leave from the very beginning. Exactly, because Lin God's strength was so powerful that it astonished him. That's why he got angry and insisted on keeping Lin God behind. So vile, so disgusting, this tactic. Ha 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 ha. Dragon Country pigs, this is the fate of the despicable. How do you feel? Are you satisfied with the taste of betrayal? This is the treatment you idiots from Dragon Country deserve. Well done. So well done. Blood God Phantom, I am willing to call you the most humane monster. Oh my, if only I could personally meet this Blood God Phantom, I would strongly suggest making him the guardian god of our ugly nation. The sudden change of heart from the Blood God Phantom made the live stream and all the women's emotions instantly chaotic. Everyone could see that the power of this Blood God Phantom was so strong that it felt hopeless. And now, he actually disregarded a fair duel, and insisted on battling Lin Fan this way. It was clearly aimed at killing and bullying Lin Fan. The Blood God Phantom looked down at Lin Fan, excitement shining in its eyes. Human, I haven't encountered a worthy opponent to enjoy fighting for a long time. Come spar with me, and I will definitely let you go afterward. After saying that, its flesh swelled again, countless blood-colored tentacles bursting forth from its body, sweeping towards Lin Fan. Of course. Lin Fan did not believe a single word the Blood God Phantom said now. Anger flashed in his eyes. Lin Fan's gaze sharpened, gripping his weapon tightly. The thunder power once again surged within him. He moved like lightning, weaving through the blood-colored tentacles, his long sword slashing out waves of golden sword energy, crashing into the tentacles and bursting forth with dazzling sparks. Good. 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 So great. Human, I love seeing you look so determined. This is so interesting. The Blood God Phantom was clearly just toying with Lin Fan, even mocking him while fighting. Ah! It was Lin Fan's first time facing such humiliation. Even if the opponent was the Blood God Phantom. It should be said, no matter who the opponent was, Lin Fan's killing intent would not diminish in the slightest. Just right, he could take advantage of the Blood God Phantom's moment of carelessness to unleash his strongest power. Originally, Lin Fan had planned this way. But as the battle progressed, reality did not unfold as Lin Fan had expected. The strength of the Blood God Phantom was simply too powerful. Each tentacle contained terrifying power. Even treating it like child's play, it could gradually plunge Lin Fan into a tough battle, leaving him injured in many places, blood staining his clothes. Cough cough cough. Struck by a tentacle, Lin Fan flew out like a torn sack, crashing heavily to the ground, uncontrollably spitting out a large amount of blood. Witnessing this scene, the hearts of the women nearly shattered. Lin Fan! Let me in! Let me in! You big fool, if you have the ability, let me in. I want to help Lin Fan, I can't be without him by my side. Hearing the angry shouts of the women, the determination in his gaze was unshakable. Being stared at with such eyes, the heart of the blood god's phantom even felt a hint of fear. But when he reacted, the blood god's phantom instantly became furious and ashamed. How could he be scared by such an ant? Human, I am getting a bit angry, it's time for you to exit the stage. Swish, swish, swish. The blood god's phantom suddenly launched a tentacle attack. Lin Fan struggled to adjust his breath and once again unleashed the wrath of the thunder god. This time, the wrath of the thunder god was surprisingly even stronger. As thunder flashed, several tentacles were instantly shattered. The blood god's phantom let out a furious roar, its body being pushed back again. This power of thunder actually has a restraining effect on me? No, not only that, there are other powers too. The blood god's phantom revealed surprise and greed in its eyes. Human, how many secrets are there about you that I do not know? If I eat you, I will also gain your mysterious powers, right? You have successfully captured my attention, I now intend to not let you live, but must make sure you die. Chapter 149, The World Collapses, Escape from the Devil's Grasp. The greed in the blood god's phantom's eyes burned like a fire. Lin Chen panted lightly, want to kill me? It won't be that simple. Upon hearing this, the blood god's phantom's crimson pupils fiercely contracted, its blood and flesh wildly surged, countless blood vessels bulged like earthworms, bursting and splattering a large area of corrosive blood mist. Do you think this little power can contend with me? You must be dreaming. Its voice sounded like it came from the deep abyss, carrying a chilling pressure, warping the space of the blood god realm. Then the blood god's phantom opened its huge mouth full of fangs and howled at the sky. In an instant, a blood-red crack opened in the sky, and an extremely terrifying aura spread out from it. I will draw part of my body's power, let you experience what true divine pressure is. The blood god's phantom sneered, and vast amounts of dark red energy surged into its body like a tidal wave. Its body began to swell continuously, transforming from a height of several dozen meters to nearly 100 meters in the blink of an eye, every inch of flesh exuding a chilling aura of death. Lin Fan felt an invisible pressure weighing down on him like Mount Tai, making it extremely difficult to breathe. His clothes were soaked with blood, wounds still oozing fresh blood, but his eyes remained as steadfast as iron. Facing the blood god's phantom, which had skyrocketed in power, he showed no signs of retreat, once again channeling the power of thunder within. Golden spiritual energy and blue thunderbolts surged through his veins, coalescing behind him into a gigantic phantom of a thunder soul, with the sword in his hand flashing with dazzling light. Only battle. No matter the outcome. Lin Fan was not the type to sit back and wait for death. Still stubbornly resisting, the blood god's phantom swung its giant arm, countless blood-colored tentacles like massive pythons sweeping towards Lin Fan. Each tentacle contained enough power to destroy a city. Wherever they passed, the space was torn apart, creating black fissures. Lin Fan moved like lightning, weaving through the tentacles, constantly swinging his sword, with sword chi crisscrossing. However, the blood god's phantom's attacks were simply too dense. Lin Fan made a slight error and was hit on the shoulder by a tentacle, sending him flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily against the wall. The white bones embedded in the wall shattered under the enormous impact, scattering a cloud of white bone dust. Ha ha ha! Ants, your resistance is meaningless before absolute power. The blood god's phantom's mocking voice echoed in the blood god realm. Look at your wretched state, it really makes me sick. Its attacks became increasingly fierce. The blood in the blood god hall churned like boiling water, constantly rising dozens of meters high in blood waves, crashing towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan endured the excruciating pain and unleashed the rage god's thunderstrike again. A thick column of thunder surged into the sky, roaring towards the blood god's phantom. The clash between the thunder and the blood god's phantom erupted with a thunderous sound, illuminating the entire blood god hall with a strong light. The blood god phantom's tentacles instantly turned to ashes under the thunder strike, but for it, that was hardly a loss. Earlier, when the blood god phantom had not yet drawn on its own power, Lin Fan's attacks, combined with a restraining attribute, could barely injure the phantom. But now, that was no longer possible. The blood god phantom's power surged, something that Lin Fan could not contend with. This level of attack is not even enough to tickle me, the blood god phantom laughed, launching another frenzied attack. Under the blood god phantom's attack, Lin Fan found it hard to find an opportunity to fight back, almost using all his time and chances to escape. Step by step, he retreated, more and more wounds appeared on his body, blood flowed continuously, dyeing the ground into a sea of blood. However, even so, Lin Fan still had no thought of surrendering. I really can't understand how you humans think. You continue to struggle in this life and death situation. I admit, I have a terrible temper, and you have truly angered me. Seeing Lin Fan so stubborn, the blood god phantom's fury grew even stronger. It waved its hands, and the sea of blood actually surged into the sky. It further increased the degree of drawing power from its body. The wind and clouds changed again. The fierce wind pressing down. Boom! 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 Suddenly, the entire blood god hall began to shake violently, the blood drops from the ceiling fell like heavy rain, and the white bones on the walls let out a mournful scream. The blood god phantom's power had surpassed the limits that the dungeon could bear, and large cracks began to appear in the space, holding the danger of collapse at any moment. Humans, meet your doom. The blood god phantom roared, condensing a huge blood-red orb of light, throwing it at Lin Fan. Wherever the orb passed, the space began to vanish, and the terrifying power made Lin Fan's skin start to crack. Lin Fan. The women watched in horror, their hearts aching. It was a pain that could almost be felt as if it were grasping them. At this critical moment, Lin Fan summoned his last strength, gathering the power of thunder and all his spiritual energy together, forming a huge golden shield. The blood-red orb collided with the golden shield, causing a violent explosion. The massive shockwave sent Lin Fan flying, blood continuously spilling from the corner of his mouth, his vision starting to blur. Meanwhile, the blood god phantom, overloaded with power, was bound by the dungeon's rules and temporarily unable to move. Its body was wrapped in golden chains, letting out an enraged roar. Lin Fan! Come here! Lucian and the others outside the barrier shouted anxiously, tears blurring their eyes. Little Meow cried like a weeping pear blossom, its 9 tails drooping helplessly behind it. The women called Lin Fan's name while struggling to lift their heads to see Lin Fan, their faces filled with concern and kindness. A warm current surged in his heart. He held on, staggering towards the broken barrier. Just as Lin Fan crossed through the barrier, a deafening roar echoed through the blood god hall. The entire space began to collapse rapidly, the blood god phantom gradually disappearing amidst the ruins. No! I refuse to accept this, the blood god phantom's roar echoed in the void, then completely vanished. The blood god hall transformed into nothingness, as if it had never existed. Lin Fan and the others looked at the void before them, unable to speak for a long time. Lin Fan, I'm here to heal your wounds. Lin Fan, I was really worried about you just now. Fortunately, that bastard is dead. If only. No ifs, don't curse Lin Fan. The girls tightly hugged Lin Fan. Filled with feelings of reluctance. In the live broadcast room. Seeing this scene, the people of Long Country finally let out a sigh of relief. Chapter 150, Blood Clan Castle, the Princess of Marriage. Great, great. God Lin has passed the level. Finally no more risks, we can claim the ultimate reward. Speaking of which, this final level was really too dangerous, right? Exactly. The danger level is just too exaggerated. If it weren't for God Lin's strength being on point, making the monster furious, it might have really ended badly. Who says it isn't? But next, it's God Lin's reward time. Hee, the queen and the princess. Hee. This time, the bloody casino dungeon lasted far too long. Lin Fan and the others finally made it this far. Believing. The rewards will definitely be beyond everyone's imagination. But some people are happy and some are unhappy. The alien scum wished they could smash the computer screen to vent their anger. After all, their marriage participants couldn't even enter the marriage game until the dungeon ended. They could only watch Lin Fan receive countless rewards with wide eyes. Who could bear this feeling? Especially seeing their most hated Lin Fan receive the rewards. It made this group of alien scum want to tear their own heads off in frustration. But no matter how angry they were, they still couldn't change this outcome. In the dungeon. Through the efforts of the girls, Lin Fan's condition had returned to its peak. Next. They were about to enter the final place. The system's prompt sounded one after another. Congratulations to the marriage participant Lin Fan, successfully obtaining the qualification to enter the Blood City Castle. You have been targeted by the Blood God. Received debuff, peeping. Your existence will be forever monitored by the Blood God. Regarding the second prompt, Lin Fan couldn't be bothered to look at it even once, directly choosing to ignore it. What's most important now is this time's reward. For this, Lin Fan had been looking forward to it for a long time. Not for any other reason. Simply because his group had fought through this long time, suffering so much. Isn't it all just for this ultimate reward? Even if the reward was just a bait, that still wouldn't dampen Lin Fan's enthusiasm. At the moment the system prompt fell, Lin Fan and the others felt a bright light before them, a powerful sucking force enveloping them. When the light dissipated, they found themselves outside a magnificent castle. The castle was built entirely of dark red rock, reaching high into the clouds, emitting a mysterious and majestic aura in the night. The grand gate was adorned with exquisite blood clan patterns, and the two huge doors slowly opened, revealing a golden and resplendent scene inside. A butler in a black tail suit, with white hair, bowed respectfully, his voice low and gentle. "Honorable Lord Lin Fan, welcome to the Blood Clan Castle. I am the steward here, sent by the princess to welcome you all." The butler's attitude was extremely respectful, his eyes filled with awe, as if Lin Fan and the others were incredibly noble beings. Lin Fan and the others exchanged glances, involuntarily clicking their tongues. It must be said, the Blood Clan Castle truly had a high standard. The group followed the butler into the castle. The luxury inside the castle far exceeded their imagination, with sparkling gems embedded in the walls, and candlesticks burning with eerie blue flames, illuminating the entire hall like a dream. The Blood Clan members paused their actions upon seeing them. With a respectful bow, his eyes held not a trace of hostility, but rather filled with admiration and awe. It was clear. This is one of the rewards from the system. Loyalty from the Blood Clan. The old servant led them through the long corridor. Along the way, Lin Fan could feel the eyes around him. In the gazes of the Blood Clan, there was not just respect, but also a hint of curiosity. Finally, they arrived in front of a door carved with rose patterns. "This is Princess's room, and she has been waiting for quite a while," the old servant said with a smile, then turned to Lin Fan. "Please, Lord Lin Fan, enter alone. Other honored guests will be guided to their respective guest rooms for rest by my companions." The ladies looked at Lin Fan with some worry. Little Meow tugged at Lin Fan's sleeve and whispered, "Lin Fan, be careful." Lin Fan patted Little Meow's hand and reassured, "Don't worry, I will be fine." "Just kidding. What could possibly happen to him?" Watching the ladies being led away, Lin Fan took a deep breath and pushed the door open. The room was filled with a faint scent of roses. Under the soft light, a woman in a magnificent red dress was sitting in a chair by the window. She had long hair that was as bright as blood, skin as white as snow, and a pair of purple eyes like deep jewels, sparkling with mysterious light. "You finally came, Lin Fan." The Blood Clan princess slowly stood up, a charming smile curling her lips. Her voice was like heavenly music, yet carried a touch of allure. "I have been waiting for you for a long time. I saw your stunning performance during our Blood Clan's marriage trial. Your strength is recognized by me, and I am willing to become your marriage partner." Saying this, she stepped lightly, slowly moving towards Lin Fan, gently leaning against Lin Fan's chest. "After saying so much, I still don't know your name?" "It was my rudeness." The Blood Clan girl pursed her lips in apology. "My name is Nanami, and from now on, I will be your wife. Both my soul and body are under your absolute control." Hiss. Can't stand it, Lin Fan truly couldn't take it anymore. This girl spoke even more enticingly than that succubus. Every expression, every gaze, every word was overflowing with endless charm, stirring up the countless hot blood within Lin Fan's body, boiling at this moment. The attribute panel also appeared. Nanami. Level, S+. Combat power, 700,000. Evaluation, as the most perceptive princess among the Blood Clan branches, she clearly understands her own value. Wow, this marriage partner is truly invincible. She even comes with an S+ level right away? This strength is even more powerful than anyone in their team. While Lin Fan was astonished, the snow-white skin kept rubbing against Lin Fan's chest. Nanami chuckled softly, tugging at Lin Fan's collar, leading him back. "Master, you can completely relax. This battle must have tired you out, right? You don't need to worry, I will take care of everything." The scene was blocked by a black curtain. Everyone watching in the live stream was stunned. Holy! Is the Blood Clan princess really this beautiful? My god, she is so understanding. I'm so jealous. No wonder this dungeon has so many levels. Turns out the rewards are this good. Chapter 151, Marriage Success. Gigantic rewards. Ha ha ha, now that group of foreign scum must be so angry they could explode. After all that, they got nothing, while Lord Lin sighed, just being married to a princess puts them miles behind. They keep screaming, but dare not speak. It's them. I'm dying of laughter. Can this affect the strength of our country? The pigs of the dragon country are just pigs, narrow-minded. Just a princess, we have them in our flying nation too. Our great cold nation has encountered matching doors too. After all the trials in the bloody casino were over. In the matchmaking world, a full 3 days had passed. And in the world of matchmaking, participants from other countries could continue to enter. Lin Fan was already quite displeased. He was eager to enter the matchmaking world and see if he could find some opportunity. As a result, there really was a situation. In front of many countries' live broadcasts, matchmaking doors appeared. Could this be a gift from nature? Ha 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 ha. It seems that for us, the matchmaking world has rebooted. Those who have played games know that the drop rate is highest after a reboot. Don't even talk about an S+ princess, even an S+ god can be obtained by our ugly people country. At this moment, the people of the Great Cold Nation were filled with anticipation, looking at the matchmaking door in front of their participant. As long as it's opened. Matchmaking success. They could get huge rewards. Then they could really tease Lin Fan from the Dragon Country. Watch closely, Dragon Country pigs. Do we in the Great Cold Nation need to risk life and death to get those non-human matchmaking partners? Look well. Once we open that door, our Great Cold Nation can rise up right on the spot. How about that? Envious? Jealous? Ha 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 ha. Hurry up and open the matchmaking door. Watch out. Dragon Country's Lin Fan, just wait. Our Great Cold Nation is about to make a comeback. This time, we will definitely draw an ultra-god level partner, hitting Lin Fan's face hard. Open the door. Open the door. Our Great Cold Nation's rise is here and now. In front of the camera, the matcher from the Great Cold Nation was blushing, trembling with excitement. He rubbed the sweat in his palms, took a deep breath, and slowly grasped the handle of the matchmaking door. Under the watchful eyes of the entire nation, he suddenly pulled hard, and with a creaking sound, the door slowly opened. However, it was not the fragrant smell he had imagined. Instead, as soon as the door opened, a strong stench rushed in, like rotten meat mixed with strong sweat and pungent body odor. The audience in the live room couldn't help but cover their mouths and noses through the screen. And when the scene in the frame was fully displayed, the entire Great Cold Nation fell into eerie silence. A 2-meter-tall black muscular man appeared before everyone's eyes, his skin dark and shiny, muscles bulging all over, with sweat dripping down his strong body, soaking the ground beneath him. This was a race called Transformation Ghosts. In this instance, he had transformed into a strong black man. But in sharp contrast to his rugged appearance, he was now pinching his fingers delicately, twisting his waist, and sweetly saying, "Oh, I've finally waited for you, dear." That voice was sharp and thin, with a hint of pretentious coquetry that made people's skin crawl. The matcher from the Great Cold Nation widened his eyes, his face instantly pale, his throat making a gurgling sound as if he was about to vomit. He stumbled back a few steps, nearly sitting on the ground, stuttering, What is this thing?" In the live room, the audience was also completely dumbfounded. The previously crazy barrage of comments suddenly vanished, leaving only a dead silence. After a while, someone finally reacted and began to spam the screen crazily. "What the hell is this? Why is it a black muscular man? Are you kidding? Over there, Lin Fan has a blood princess, and here we have this? This is unfair. Am I blind? I need to wash my eyes. This scene I will never forget for the rest of my life. Why is this the marriage partner?" However, after a brief shock and anger, the high-ranking officials of the Great Han Kingdom quickly calmed down. They understood very well that in the world of marriage, no matter what kind of partner one gets, it means huge resources and opportunities for advancement. Even if this partner seems so outrageous, they absolutely cannot give up. "Everyone be quiet," shouted an official of the Great Han Kingdom loudly in the live broadcast. "No matter who the other side is, we must seize this opportunity. This is the key to the country's rise." But this is just too disgusting," a viewer cried out. "Having our partners paired with this kind of thing, isn't that embarrassing?" "Embarrassing?" the official yelled angrily. "Is this the time to care about face? Think about how long it's been since our country received a marriage reward. If it continues like this, we will forever be trampled underfoot by the Dragon Kingdom. I tell you, even if we have to fight, our partners must go today." The partner in front of the camera, of course, did not know what was being said outside. But he knew. He had become the laughingstock of the whole country, even the whole world. He gritted his teeth, his face alternating between pale and flush. He was even more aware that if he refused this marriage, what awaited him would be the spitting of the entire nation and punishment from the state. But to actually have to marry this black giant who reeked and behaved oddly, he felt like his soul was going to be tormented mad. I really have to." His voice trembled, his eyes filled with despair. The black giant seemed to sense the partner's reluctance, wiggling toward him, the smell even stronger. "Dear, don't be afraid," he said sweetly, reaching out to pull the partner. The partner suddenly dodged, almost falling, but soon he clenched his fists, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "I'll go for it. I like this type," he shouted, as if cheering himself on. He forced down the churn in his stomach and walked toward the black giant, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. In the live broadcast room of the Great Han Kingdom, some viewers covered their faces in disbelief, some yelled angrily, but more were silent, their eyes filled with reluctance and helplessness. Chapter 152, Is This Your Marriage Partner? 3 seconds later. The reward appeared. Congratulations to the Great Han Kingdom for successful matchmaking. Reward length -4. Lifespan +1. Physique +1. The reward was obtained. But this reward was harder to bear than having no reward at all. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in the live broadcast room of the Ugly Nation, it was filled with arrogant shouts. Lin Fan of Dragon Country is just lucky, our warriors of Ugly Nation are about to marry a true deity, let you all see what true strength is. This time we will definitely draw an S+ level super divine being, when the time comes, Dragon Country just wait to be stepped upon by us. Ha ha ha. Amidst wild cheers, the partner of Ugly Nation walked confidently toward the marriage door, head held high. His face was filled with pride, as if he could already see himself holding hands with a powerful deity, leading Ugly Nation into glory. At the moment he forcefully pushed open the marriage door, a dazzling light flashed, and when the light dissipated, the sight that appeared before everyone fell the entire live broadcast room into an eerie silence. A creature covered in green slime, resembling a slug, wriggled into view. It had no obvious facial features, just two flesh balls protruding on its head, occasionally squeezing out some liquid that emitted a fishy smell. Even more bizarre, its body was densely covered with tiny tentacles that were waving incessantly. Just as everyone was dumbfounded, this monster suddenly let out a sharp, piercing sound. I am the supreme god of slime, you mortals, quickly kneel and submit. If you can be my servant, I will let you go. The voice was like nails scraping against a blackboard, sending shivers down one's spine. The suitor from the Ugly Country widened his eyes, his face instantly turning whiter than paper. He staggered back a few steps, yelling in terror, "Well, what is this thing? You tell me this isn't real. How can this possibly be a god?" In the live stream, the previously arrogant comments vanished in an instant, replaced by a torrent of curses. F***ck. What is this garbage? Our Ugly Country is actually supposed to marry such a disgusting thing? This must be the system's conspiracy. It's Dragon Country causing trouble. We can't be this unlucky. Return it. We want to return it. This is not a god at all, it's a monster. However, the high-ranking officials of the Ugly Country were unwilling to give up easily. A minister shouted hoarsely in the livestream, "Shut up. No matter what it is, as long as it can bring power, it is the god of our Ugly Country. Suitor, step forward. This is the mission bestowed upon you by the nation." Upon hearing this, even some viewers couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. But they remained silent. They only looked at the suitor, who was suffering immeasurably, with pity. The suitor from the Ugly Country looked utterly hopeless, tears welling up in his eyes, but he understood he was now facing the threats of officials and the pressure of the entire nation. If he didn't act, what would happen to his family? F***ck. Why is God doing this to me? He could only grit his teeth and slowly walk towards that disgusting slime monster, each step feeling excruciatingly slow. The patience of the slime bug was being worn down little by little. Finally unable to contain itself, it swallowed the suitor from the Ugly Country into its body. On the side of the Fan Country, things were not going much better there either. The live stream in Fan Country was filled with crazed anticipation. What is Lin Fan compared to our warriors? Our Fan Country's warriors will definitely shine in the world of marriage. This time we will get the most beautiful and strongest partner. The glory of the great Fan Empire depends on this marriage. Charge. Kawamoto, whether our Fan Country can rise depends on you. The suitor from Fan Country wore traditional samurai clothes, holding a long sword, walking towards the marriage door with a serious expression. He took a deep breath, suddenly flung the door open, and in the next second, he was so scared by the sight before him that he could barely hold the sword. It fell to the ground with a clang. Inside the marriage room, there was only a thin, long black shadow. And this thin, eerie figure remained silent, yet emanated waves of intense killing intent, aimed straight at Kawamoto. Almost simultaneously, the suitor from Fan Country felt an overwhelming sense of death, his face turning red and pale, nearly fainting. He tremblingly said, You are my marriage partner? Baka. I must be dreaming, right? Yes, that's it, I must be dreaming, haha. Clearly, the existence of this marriage partner had frightened him to the brink of madness. He was a fool. But he also understood. If he dared to defy the partner's will, the outcome would definitely be being killed on the spot. The live stream room instantly erupted. Baka. What is happening? How can our warrior marry such a being? This is an insult to the great Fan Empire. We demand a reselection. Return it. Must return. This does not meet our expectations at all. Why? Why is the marriage partner of Dragon Country always so much better than ours? Quiet. Everyone be quiet. The host in the Fan Country livestream felt the same way, but his job was to distract the citizens from causing chaos. Everyone needs to know. The warriors of Fan Country will not crawl under any circumstance. Do not forget your duty as citizens. No matter who becomes the participant of the marriage, no matter who the other party is, the marriage must be completed, for the future of the great Benzi Empire. Do not be deceived by appearances, perhaps he has great inner strength. The citizens fell into a moment of silence. But they still couldn't help but ask. Then why is their marriage partner something that appears only in a terrifying story? Not to mention that the marriage partner is as beautiful as a fairy. But at least it should be a female. Now their marriage partner isn't even a human anymore. How can they even get married like this? The little Benzi's marriage participant had a face full of pain, tears spinning in their eyes. However, in response, the slender ghostly figure showed no mercy at all. From the black shadow, two large hands abruptly emerged, fiercely attacking Chuanben. Unable to hold it in anymore. Really unable to hold it in anymore. The citizens of Longwei completely lost control after seeing all this. They all went crazy with laughter. This group of alien mixed breeds screamed the loudest. And now, their marriage partner turns out to be such a thing? How can people not want to laugh at them? Chapter 153, Marriage Success. Rewards arrive. Look at this group of alien mixed breeds getting embarrassed, then look at our Lin God's invincible stance, who dares to say it doesn't look good. So refreshing. Every time it's this group of alien mixed breeds being the loudest, and every time they end up the most unlucky, what else is there to say? It's simply embarrassing. Baka. Who said our little Benzi country's people are embarrassed? Everyone stand up. I want to see who dares to insult our little Benzi country citizens. All who insult little Benzi country are just envious and jealous. Longwa pigs, I advise you to behave, otherwise, our little Benzi country will blow up. Just as the citizens of Longwa were still thinking of playfully arguing with this group of alien mixed breeds, they then discovered the National Destiny Rewards had arrived. Marriage successful. Rewards start being distributed. Reward 1, Longwa will gain the favor and help of the blood race. Reward 2, Longwa can obtain the bloodline power of the blood race. Reward 3, Longwa citizens power +5, physique +8, spirit +10, agility +3. As the National Destiny Reward prompt sounded in every corner of Longwa, the entire nation instantly became excited. In the capital square, the crowd that was playing first froze, then erupted with thunderous cheers. An elderly man with white hair trembled his hands, tears filling his murky eyes. Good, good. Our Longwa has finally raised its head. Young friend Lin Fan is truly our Longwa's great contributor. Beside him, a young man excitedly threw his hat into the air, shouting at the top of his lungs, Long God is invincible. From now on, let's see if those aliens dare to be arrogant. On the bund of Demon City, under the brilliant lights, couples who were originally strolling by the river embraced tightly. One girl excitedly hugged her boyfriend. Baby, our child will also have the bloodline of the blood race in the future. This is something we couldn't even dream of before. The boy looked puzzled. Bloodline of the blood race, what's so exciting about it? Of course. In this era, we are slowly entering the age of supernatural abilities. If our child can become a great hero in the future. The boy immediately understood the girl's meaning. His expression became extremely excited. In the office building, white-collar workers who were working overtime pushed open their windows, calling out to the night sky, their documents flying in the air. On the large screen in the financial district, reward information was scrolling in real time. Passers-by stopped to watch, their faces glowing with proud smiles. I originally planned to check the progress of Lin God in the marriage copy after work, but I didn't expect to receive the reward so soon. Lin God is indeed Lin God. In terms of efficiency, Lin God is truly invincible. I can't hold back, I have to record a video. Give those alien scum a good look. This is called a gap. In the mountain city, the lights and cheers intertwined. Countless hot pot restaurant owners were so excited that they announced on the spot, today, I will pay for everyone's meal. This is to celebrate our dragon country's great joy. Dining guests raised their beer bottles, clinking glasses, cheers echoing back and forth. Lin God is so awesome this time. I will eat hot pot with even more enthusiasm from now on. Boss. Bring me another serving of tripe. This plate of tripe is for Lin God. What does that count for? Boss. Bring me a shrimp ball that can be kept for a lifetime. I want it to look like Lin God, I will take it home to worship forever. Someone shouted with laughter, causing a burst of chuckles. After the generous national fortune rewards appeared, the online world was in a frenzy. All major social media platforms crashed instantly, countless posts surged like a tide. Weibo's trending topics were completely occupied by hashtag Lin Fan, hashtag National Fortune Rewards, hashtag Dragon Country Rising, and other popular terms. A video titled Lin God's Layered Tricks quickly went viral. In this video, the creator edited exciting moments of Lin Fan on the National Fortune battlefield, set to stirring music, and within just a few minutes, the views exceeded 100 million. In the comments section, netizens left messages, "Lin God is forever. This reward directly enables our dragon country to soar. We used to be mocked by aliens, now let's see what they can say. What can they say now? Could it be that their country's matchmaking is a bunch of South Tones? Wow, just thinking about it is pretty scary, isn't it? What's so scary about it? Those alien scum just love to divide a person's gender into dozens of types. Now it's their turn, and they can't accept it? Isn't this just their own spit that they have to swallow back? Just thinking about it is disgusting, but the argument is solid. This time, Lin Fan passed through 40 layers of dungeons. The hardships during this time were observed by the Dragon Country's people. This further highlights how precious the rewards Lin Fan ultimately received truly are. His fame spread widely, from 80-year-old grandmothers to 3-year-old children. Everyone knew about Lin Fan's deeds, and many kids regarded Lin Fan as their hero. In a remote mountainous primary school, children gathered around the teacher's phone, listening to the news of the rewards. A little girl with horn braids had shining eyes. "Teacher, if I have blood clan bloodline, can I protect everyone like a superhero?" The teacher smiled, patting her head. "Of course, as long as you all work hard, you can all become the pride of Dragon Country in the future." Yay! I'm going to be Superman. I want to be the slow failure. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Country's military base, soldiers stood in neat rows, watching the reward information on the big screen, their eyes gleaming with fervent light. The commander clenched his fist. "With these rewards, our Dragon Country's national defense strength will reach new heights. Comrade Lin Fan has opened a new era for us." Various media outlets in Dragon Country also sprang into action. In the news broadcast studio, the host excitedly reported the details of the rewards. The promotional banners on the streets quickly changed to display Lin Fan's photo and reward information, attracting passers-by to stop and take pictures. On the networking battle platform with the aliens, Dragon Country netizens shed their previous low profile, flooding the alien forums with comments. "Look at you, and now look at our Lin God. This is the difference. The favor of the Blood Clan, you can't envy. Hey! How do you know that the Blood Clan princess is beautiful and has a sweet voice?" Facing the bragging of Dragon Country netizens, the alien scum were left speechless and unable to say a single word. Even the occasional cries of anger were quickly drowned out by the roar of Dragon Country netizens. And at the same time on the other side. That is, in the capital. While the entire Dragon Kingdom was still immersed in the celebration, a golden private plane broke through the clouds, speeding towards the territory of the Blood Clan. Inside the cabin, various high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom and the Grand Elder wore serious expressions, tinged with a hint of expectation. The Grand Elder stroked his beard, his gaze profound. "This cooperation with the Blood Clan concerns the future of the Dragon Kingdom. Everyone must act cautiously and showcase our kingdom's dignity." "Yes, Grand Elder." The crowd nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with determination. The private plane slowly descended, the territory of the Blood Clan shrouded in a mysterious crimson fog. As the cabin door opened, a faintly bloody breeze rushed in. Several elders of the Blood Clan had been waiting here, led by an elderly man with silver hair and blood-red eyes. He wore a black robe with dark patterns, exuding a powerful presence and elegance in his every gesture. "Welcome, esteemed guests from the Dragon Kingdom." The silver-haired elder nodded slightly, his voice deep and magnetic. The Grand Elder from the Dragon Kingdom stepped forward with a smile and performed a standard Dragon Kingdom greeting. "We are honored by the noble's favor. We come here hoping to establish a long-term friendly cooperative relationship." Both parties took their seats in the Blood Clan's magnificent conference hall, the crimson crystal chandeliers illuminating the entire hall like a dream. Then, Blood Clan attendants served crimson beverages in special cups, as a ritual to welcome distinguished guests. "Grand Elder, please rest assured, this is not blood. Considering the different dietary habits between humans and us, this is specially replaced with fruit juice. Thank you for your thoughtfulness." Although the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom were a bit surprised by the appearance of the beverage, they politely accepted it, expressing their gratitude. Who would have thought that this Blood Clan elder had considered everything so thoroughly? The Grand Elder raised the drink, took a gentle sip, and said with a smile, "The taste is unique, with a distinct flavor, and I feel a warm sensation within my body." "Ha, that's natural. This fruit is absolutely valuable in nutritional terms for the body." This action sparked a hint of appreciation in the eyes of the Blood Clan members, and the atmosphere became a little more relaxed. After a round of pleasantries, the Grand Elder introduced the culture, history, and current development of the Dragon Kingdom in detail. "Our Dragon Kingdom has a rich heritage spanning 1,000 years, with profound roots and unique insights and achievements in various fields. We hope to achieve mutual benefit and win-win through the assistance of the nobility." This well-articulated speech, combined with the fact that the Blood Clan already intended to form a good relationship with the Dragon Kingdom, This made the silver-haired elder of the Blood Clan nod in agreement. The fact that the Dragon Kingdom stands out proves its strength. We Blood Clan excel in bloodline inheritance and power training, but when we are in your noble land, there are still many things we do not understand. We hope the Grand Elder can be forgiving and help us integrate into the happy nation of the Dragon Kingdom as soon as possible. Of course. The Grand Elder felt a surge of joy in his heart. Now, each country has its own races arriving. Without further thought, it was clear that in the future, it would be necessary to rely on these supernatural powers to construct a new social system. In the face of the Blood Clan, the Grand Elder would naturally not be negligent. Mutual benefit and win-win, that is the principle of the Dragon Kingdom. As it stands now, it seems the Blood Clan also shares this idea of harmonious co-creation. Then, the Blood Clan members led the Dragon Kingdom delegation to visit their sacred site. It was an ancient altar built from crimson crystals. With the arrival of the anomaly, it had also been relocated here. On that altar, mysterious runes flickered, emitting powerful energy fluctuations. The elder of the Blood Clan explained, "This is the core place for our Blood Clan to inherit bloodline power. In the future, if people from the Dragon Kingdom train here, they will definitely achieve results with half the effort." The Grand Elder excitedly grasped the hand of the Blood Clan elder. "That would be perfect. At that time, I hope the Blood Clan can send some experts to our capital." Mutual communication and learning. The Blood Clan elder smiled lightly, happily agreeing, "Of course, I've heard that humans seem to use some ancient formations and alchemy techniques, is that true?" "Yes, although we haven't practiced for long, there are already talented individuals who can refine second-grade elixirs." The Grand Elder said this with immense pride. After all, it should be known that, from the spirit gathering array to now in the Dragon Kingdom, it has been less than half a month. The Dragon Kingdom has a large population, so the chance of geniuses appearing is also very high. Good. Just when the Blood Clan elder was about to discuss further, at that moment, the Grand Elder's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up, and his expression instantly became serious. The Blood Clan elder noticed, "You continue with your own matters." "Sorry, my bad." Then, the Grand Elder answered the call. "Grand Elder, not good. The half-beast monster clan in Phaejo is supporting an attack on our border." "What?" "I understand, I will handle it shortly, hold on for a moment." "Yes." After hanging up, the Grand Elder's face did not look particularly good. He did not expect that war was about to begin. Moreover, this war was not started by them. How could it be that a small fringe nation dares to provoke them? This is intolerable. It is like a little child with a dagger stabbing an adult's thigh. Although adults need not bicker with a child. But if the nature of the matter has escalated, then the Grand Elder will absolutely not choose to tolerate it. "Grand Elder, what happened?" The Grand Elder briefly explained, and upon hearing, the Blood Clan elder's face darkened. "Dared to attack our Dragon Kingdom. A mere small nation, they are simply courting death. Grand Elder, let's go. This time, we Blood Clan will express our feelings and stance, vent our anger." The two sides hit it off instantly. Soon, they boarded over 10 private planes. They arrived at the border of the Dragon Kingdom. Sure enough, here, under the city walls, countless half-beast people were barbarically trying to break through the city gate. Meanwhile, those armed with firearms were engaging in fierce gun battles with the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. It is bearable, but this is unbearable. The Blood Clan elder's eyes blazed with killing intent. Just as he was about to rush down, the Grand Elder kindly warned, "Be careful. Those firearms may pose a threat to you." "No problem." Saying this, the Blood Clan elder commanded all the warriors of the clan. They followed him to exterminate the invaders. The city walls at the Dragon Kingdom's border trembled violently under the cannon fire, smoke obscuring the sky. The sharp howls of the half-beast people and the frenzied shouts of the Phaejo invaders intertwined. The sounds of killing shook the heavens. The leading half-beast chief was covered in pitch-black scales as strong as iron, with a pair of huge bat-like wings beating in the foul wind. He swung a club filled with barbed spikes, and with one blow, he smashed a Dragon Kingdom soldier into a bloody mess. Chapter 155, The Wedding Procession, and a Test? The ants of the Dragon Kingdom, this land will soon become our territory. This will be the latest territory of our half-beast clan. The Phaejo invaders, armed with machine guns, were madly shooting at the citizens behind the city walls, bullets pouring down like rain. They laughed wantonly, their faces full of madness and malice. The Dragon Kingdom is nothing but pigs. Ha ha ha. Even if they have national fortune rewards, so what? Will they withstand our guns? Kill, kill, kill. I want the beautiful women of the Dragon Kingdom. Absolutely no survivors. Remember to take pictures. Let the Dragon Kingdom know what happens when they do not submit to us from Phaejo. Some Phaejo soldiers even set fire to the homes of Dragon Kingdom citizens, the flames reflecting their distorted faces. What is even more outrageous is that the half-beasts have captured children from the Dragon Kingdom, holding them high, while a nearby half-beast brandishes a wolf-tooth club, getting ready to threaten the guards on the city wall. Dragon Kingdom pigs, I demand your surrender. I want everyone under you to surrender. Otherwise, watch these little kids bleed out right in front of you. The soldier from Feijo roared madly. The child in his hands cried pitifully, tears rolling down his cheeks. The child's cries pierced the hearts of every person from the Dragon Kingdom. The guards on the city wall stared with red eyes, tightly gripping their weapons, yet they were afraid to act hastily due to the risk to the child. What to do? What to do? This unexpected ambush has left everyone caught off guard. As they were about to sound the horn for a counterattack, they are now being threatened with the lives of children? Damn it! This is simply outrageous. Just as the Dragon Kingdom's borders were on the verge of crisis, over 10 specialized aircraft sliced through the sky, rushing in like golden swords. The Blood Clan jumped down from the aircraft, their movements graceful, but exuding a chilling aura. The elder of the Blood Clan, with silver hair flying, had fiery anger burning in his blood-red eyes. Dare to act wildly in the Dragon Kingdom, a bunch of scum, today you will know what true power is. The half-beast leader, seeing this, scoffed in disdain. So it's just a bunch of clueless Blood Clan members, you think you can stop us? Attack, tear them apart. Roar, roar, roar. The half-beast army waved their weapons and roared as they charged towards the Blood Clan, the air filled with a strong smell of blood. Be careful. Don't let the children be sacrificed, a soldier from the Dragon Kingdom shouted in alarm. However, in the next moment, the situation underwent a shocking reversal. The speed of the Blood Clan members is simply too fast. So fast that no one could see them clearly as they rescued the children one by one. Wherever they passed, the enemies held their throats in terror, collapsing helplessly. A young member of the Blood Clan flickered and instantly appeared among the half-beasts, his nails transforming into sharp claws, weaving through like a ghost, and wherever he went, half-beasts fell one after another, blood gushing everywhere. Poo poo poo. What the hell? What is happening? Are these guys demons? Shut up. Everyone open fire. Da 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 da. Countless guns instantly unleashed a torrential storm of bullets. However. Another Blood Clan elder lightly waved his sleeve, raising a blood-colored barrier that blocked all bullets from the Feijo invaders. The bullet struck the barrier, making clanging sounds, yet failing to inflict any harm. But what? What? How is this possible? The Blood Clan elder displayed terrifying strength, chanting incantations with both hands raised, causing a massive blood-red vortex to form in the sky. Judgment of blood. With a furious roar, countless blood chains fell from the vortex, wrapping around the half-beast army like giant pythons. The half-beasts struggled painfully under the binding of the chains, their strength rapidly drained, their bodies becoming increasingly shriveled. The Feijo invaders looked at this scene in horror, crazily turning their guns back towards the Blood Clan, shooting wildly. Yet, the Blood Clan members did not dodge, their bodies turning into a mist of blood at the moment the bullets struck, and the next second coalescing into form elsewhere. Some Blood Clan members even deliberately approached the machine guns, grabbing the barrels. The hot metal became as pliable as clay in their hands, and they bared their sharp fangs, grinning at the soldier. Is this all you've got? Do you dare to bully us, the people of the Dragon Kingdom? Now it's too late to regret. I will make you struggle in pain forever. Seeing the situation turn dire, the half-beast leader attempted to flee, but he was ensnared by a blood whip from the Blood Clan elder, dragged back hard. Want to leave? It's too late. The Blood Clan elder's gaze was icy as he brutally flicked the blood whip, sending the half-beast leader crashing down lick. But they were surrounded by the Blood Clan members. Spare us. Spare us. We were wrong. We are sorry. It was these damned black humans who led us astray. No. It was those damned half-beasts. The half-beast leader and the African invaders all knelt down, their faces filled with fear and despair. But the Blood Clan members remained unmoved, their attacks becoming increasingly fierce, each strike carrying deadly power. With just a dozen elite members of the Blood Clan, they completely neutralized this crisis. It even transformed into a revenge feast unique to the Blood Clan. The elder watched the scene, filled with excitement. After tonight, he would surely tell all the countries with ill intentions towards Long Country about this event. Wanting to harm Long Country? This is the consequence. On the other side. Inside the Blood Clan castle. Lin Fan had just awakened, and Nanami, who had just finished her work, poked her cute little head out from under the blanket and smiled brightly at Lin Fan. Master, you are so amazing. Nanami really likes you. Gently touching Nanami's soft hair, Lin Fan couldn't help but ask, by the way, where is the Blood Queen? I haven't seen her. When this name was mentioned, Nanami's expression changed. After pausing for a moment, she explained. In fact, the Queen doesn't really accept humans as her match. So, before she learned this news, she parted ways with me and went to the other side of this place, taking her most trusted subordinates with her. If you want the queen, it might be extremely difficult. Nanami doesn't recommend you do that. Lin Fan was taken aback. Wow. Not accepting humans as a match? That's quite a strong personality. He smiled and looked at Nanami. No worries. She is just a queen, what's the big deal about capturing her? But you, little girl, are you jealous? Chapter 156, Show of Strength. Treading on Ghost Fire. Just as the two were about to continue their sweet talk, there was a sudden rapid knocking at the door. Princess, the queen's bridal party has arrived. The queen ordered to bring this human back as her pet male. Hearing these words, Lin Fan was instantly stunned, while Nanami's face turned black with anger. Pet male? Lin Fan was now her husband. How could they dare say such a thing? Not only was it humiliating Lin Fan, but it was also like a resounding slap in Nanami's face in front of everyone. How could Nanami tolerate this? Her 5 fingers clenched tightly, gripping the bed sheet. Lin Fan couldn't help but ask, Nanami, does this queen have many pet males? No, she never raises pet males and never feeds on males. But the deeper meaning behind this statement. I believe you understand. All right. I understand. It means that Nanami and the queen are at odds. Just right, I can use my presence to get the two to compete a bit, right? Lin Fan sighed. We are all part of the same harem. Why cause such conflicts? Can't we just get along? All right, let's go. Lin Fan stood up actively. This surprised Nanami. Go? Where to? Didn't she come to take a bride? Then let's see what she's up to. Seeing Lin Fan's carefree expression, for some reason, Nanami's own mood became much more relaxed. Okay, then let's go. The two of them walked out of the room and coincidentally bumped into the worried faces of the other girls. As they descended the stairs, Xiaomiao suddenly pinched the soft flesh at Lin Fan's waist. You did well, after we go back, you better maintain this level. Lin Fan. Is this Blood Clan castle not soundproof? When they reached outside the castle, a group of festive figures dressed in red arrived. 8 bearers carried the grand sedan chair. The band played cheerful music. The leading man, upon seeing someone come out, immediately set off to advance. Amid the numerous women, Lin Fan was the one who faintly stood at the forefront. Seeing this scene, he naturally understood. This person must be Lin Fan. Thinking of this, he curled his lips into a smile and approached Lin Fan, slightly bowing. You must be Lin Fan, right? The Empress is very interested in you and specially sent us to escort you back to her. Lin Fan smiled. If someone is to escort a person, it should be me bringing her over. You want me to leave? That's not very likely. At this response, the man felt no surprise whatsoever. Instead, he chuckled, no problem. But the Empress has set a condition: if you can pass the tests from our escorting team, you will have the chance to be with the Empress. Hearing this, Nanami knew it was already expected. After all, she knew that this treacherous woman definitely had no good intentions. She couldn't help but tug at Lin Fan's sleeve anxiously. How about we forget it? This woman is always full of tricks and probably has already thought of ways to harm you. No worries. Lin Fan patted her shoulder and then turned to the man. Why don't you tell me, what tests are there? The man smiled broadly. He waved to his subordinates behind him. Soon, several lackeys dragged over a 3-meter-long carpet. But saying it was a carpet wasn't entirely accurate. This was because countless sharp stones were embedded in this carpet. On the stones, numerous ghostly flames flickered about. Good at using ghostly fire, Little Ching immediately sensed something was wrong. The fire and the stones have issues. They are specifically designed to target humans, able to burn with karmic fire, aimed at breaking inner defenses, while having no effect on the body at all. Ah, very good. The man laughed heartily. This karmic fire binds the person. It is the flame that targets humanity. Once you step on it, all kinds of greed and desires within your heart will surge forth. They will all contribute to this karmic fire. Only those with a completely pure heart can perfectly pass this karmic fire. Saying this, the man smiled slightly. But, if you are truly pure at heart, as a human, you will undoubtedly become a true god-level power in the future. Do you really think you can reach such heights? Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but click their tongues. Pure at heart? Don't even mention humans, not even beings from other races could completely achieve that. Isn't this just a way to make things difficult for people? Just as the women were about to erupt in anger, they noticed Lin Fan smiled casually. What's so difficult about this? Lin Fan stepped forward, his aura steady as a mountain. He calmly gazed at the sharp carpet burning with karmic fire, a faint smile curling at his lips, filled with confidence and a hint of anticipation for the challenge. He truly wanted to see how powerful this karmic fire really was. How could it make this group of people so serious? As soon as his foot touched the carpet, the surrounding karmic fire surged wildly, like a beast smelling prey, rushing toward his body. In an instant, Lin Fan was engulfed in raging flames, the crimson fire revealing a strange ghostly blue, casting his figure in a flickering light. "Be careful!" Nanami, Little Meow, and the other women cried out together, with Lucian gripping her hands tightly, her eyes filled with worry. They all knew how terrifying this karmic fire was. It was a flame that struck at the heart. If one wasn't careful, they would be devoured by their own greed and desires, falling into an abyss of no return. But, as a living being, how could one not have greed in their heart? Now, they only hoped. "Look!" Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone looked up. Suddenly, Lin Fan seemed to be an outsider. His eyes were still clear and determined, and his steps moved forward steadily. The infernal flames burned on his body, yet he showed no signs of pain. As he advanced, the flames not only failed to break him but began to grow weaker. The crowd was astonished to see a faint golden glow slowly appearing around Lin Fan, a glow that clashed with the infernal flames, making crackling sounds. Holy power? How is this possible? The leader of the wedding procession widened his eyes, his face full of disbelief. In his understanding, no one had ever been so calm in front of infernal flames, let alone moving forward without a scratch. He had been certain that Lin Fan would struggle in pain and might even collapse, but the scene before him was completely beyond his expectations. Moreover, there was an even more unbelievable fact unfolding. Why would this holy power appear on a human being? Among their blood tribe, there was a prophecy. That is, Chapter 157, the second test. Real combat. A human with holy power will surely lead the blood tribe to true greatness. Originally, everyone did not believe this matter. But now this scene left all the blood tribe members stunned. Including Nanami. She also did not expect it. Lin Fan. He is actually the one from the prophecy. Nanami's eyes couldn't help but sparkle. In the live broadcast room, the audience from the Dragon Kingdom was also excited. Lin God is amazing. The infernal flames can't do anything to him. I knew Lin God could do it. This is a true powerhouse. Those alien races better watch out. Lin God will show you what despair really is. Meanwhile, audiences from other countries, especially the alien races that had mocked Lin Fan before, now stared wide-eyed, mouths agape, speechless. They watched Lin Fan steadily moving forward through the infernal flames, a surge of inexplicable fear and jealousy rising in their hearts. As Lin Fan took step after step, the power of the infernal flames grew even weaker. When he reached the middle of the carpet, the infernal flames even started to be absorbed by the golden light around him. Those once arrogant flames now appeared as gentle sheep, slowly being devoured by the light. The sharp stones beneath Lin Fan's feet seemed to have lost their power, causing him no harm at all. Finally, Lin Fan stepped out onto the other end of the carpet securely. The golden light on his body gradually faded, yet he still looked radiant, as if he had just gone for a leisurely stroll, rather than facing a severe trial. Lin Fan smacked his lips and looked back. It doesn't feel that amazing, not as powerful as they said. This is impossible. The members of the wedding procession exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with shock and fear. They could not comprehend what kind of monster this human before them was, able to pass such a seemingly impossible test so easily. Nanami looked at Lin Fan, her eyes filled with admiration and love. She had never imagined Lin Fan could be so powerful enough to break the norm and conquer these seemingly unbeatable infernal flames. Little Meow jumped up excitedly, her 9 tails held high. Lin Fan, you're incredible. I knew you could do it. Goddess Lu, AI Air, Little Ching, and others also gathered around, their eyes full of pride and relief. But there was also a hint of worry in their expressions. Lin Fan, are you really okay? Really no problem, I don't feel anything at all, Lin Fan said with a wry smile. The leading man stood frozen in place, unable to recover for a long time. All the insults and tricky remarks he had prepared were now stuck in his throat, unable to come out. He knew he had underestimated this human before him. And this trial had completely shown him the terrifying side of Lin Fan. Humans with divine power. The words of this prophecy still echoed in his mind. Lin Fan clapped his hands and smiled at him. If there are any more tests, just bring them on. So powerful. Incredibly powerful. The man returned to his senses, and his gaze towards Lin Fan was no longer dismissive. Instead, it became a bit more serious. The next test will be quite simple and brutal. The man calmed his tone, that is, if you can defeat me, then you pass the test. Lin Fan's eyes moved. He looked at his attribute panel. Blood Clan member. Level, A+. Combat power, 65,000. Evaluation: as a renowned warrior among the Blood Clan, his power is definitely not something an ordinary human can withstand. Come on. The man no longer mocked Lin Fan, but instead stood ready, seriously observing the human in front of him. As soon as he finished speaking, the Blood Warrior's blood energy suddenly surged, crimson energy swirling like a vortex around his body. His form flashed, turning into a blood-colored shadow, reappearing in front of Lin Fan in the blink of an eye, his right fist wrapped in a howling wind, heading straight for Lin Fan's face. This punch contained the powerful strength of an A+ level warrior, tearing the air apart with a sharp scream. Lin Fan's expression remained calm, and he slowly raised his palm, a golden light gathering in his hand. As the Blood Warrior's fist was about to hit him, he gently pushed forward, and the golden light spread like ripples. Boom! A loud explosion erupted. The Blood Warrior's fist was stopped by this seemingly soft light. The powerful impact made him take a few steps back, his eyes flashing with amazement. How is that possible? The Blood Warrior looked at Lin Fan in disbelief. He originally thought this punch would be enough to send Lin Fan flying, but the human before him was like a towering mountain, standing firm. His contempt for Lin Fan instantly faded a bit, realizing that this human was far from what he appeared to be. But, as the strongest warrior among the Blood Clan, he couldn't possibly admit defeat now. The Blood Warrior snorted coldly, quickly forming hand seals, murmuring incantations. In an instant, countless blood-red chains surged from the ground, wrapping around Lin Fan like spirit snakes. These chains shone with an eerie light, leaving behind black traces in the air as they passed. Try the power of this blood spirit lock. The Blood Warrior sneered, his eyes filled with pride. Lin Fan's mouth curled up slightly, thunderous power erupted around him, blue lightning danced like silver snakes, enveloping him. As soon as those blood chains touched the lightning, they let out a sizzling sound, instantly evaporating into nothingness. Lin Fan's toes tapped the ground, his figure ghosting through the chains, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the Blood Warrior. My turn. Lin Fan whispered, swinging his long sword, a golden sword aura cutting through the air, slicing towards the Blood Warrior. Where the sword aura passed, ripples spread through the space. The powerful pressure made the Blood Warrior's breath catch. He quickly condensed a blood-red shield, trying to block this fierce attack. Boom 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 boom. The sword aura collided with the shield, erupting in a deafening roar. The Blood Warrior's shield shattered like glass under the impact of the golden sword aura. The powerful aftermath sent him flying, crashing heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. He struggled to get up, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with shock and fear. How is this possible? How could you be so strong? The Blood Warrior spoke with a trembling voice. He had never expected that a human could gain such a huge advantage over him. His impression of Lin Fan completely changed. The human before him was absolutely the strongest being he had ever encountered. Lin Fan, holding the long sword, walked slowly towards the Blood Warrior. A chilling pressure radiated from the surroundings. Chapter 158, The Sea Ghost Clan. Do they still want to force a marriage? What other tricks do you have? Go ahead and use them. His voice was calm and firm, yet it made the Blood Clan warrior tremble in fear. All right. Since that's the case, the next move might be something I can't withstand myself. The Blood Clan warrior gritted his teeth, a hint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. He raised his hands high, howling to the heavens, as the blood energy around him surged wildly, forming a massive blood-colored wolf illusion. The giant wolf illusion opened its enormous mouth and let out a thunderous roar, lunging toward Lin Fan. Blood wolf devours the sky. The Blood Clan warrior roared. This was his strongest move, and countless enemies had perished beneath it. Anyone who had made him use this move had already fallen before him. Originally, he didn't want to use this killing move. But it seemed that this human would resist his attack. Lin Fan's eyes narrowed, his hands forming seals. He shouted, "Wrath God's thunder!" In an instant, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and a thick pillar of lightning descended from above, colliding with the blood-colored wolf illusion. A blinding light illuminated the entire battlefield, and a tremendous explosion caused everyone's eardrums to throb painfully. When the light dissipated, everyone was astonished to find that the blood-colored wolf illusion had vanished, and the Blood Clan warrior lay collapsed on the ground, devoid of fighting ability. Lin Fan sheathed his long sword, clapped his hands, and said casually, "Is it over?" It didn't seem that difficult. In the live broadcast room, the audience from Long Country erupted in excitement. Lin God is invincible. This is too easy. An A+ level powerhouse is just like paper in front of Lin God. Wow wow wow. This is amazing. Can the alien trash still talk? Open your eyes and see, this is the pride of our Long Country. Meanwhile, the audiences from other countries, especially those from the alien races, stared in shock, their expressions darkened with dread. They watched Lin Fan easily defeat the formidable Blood Clan warrior, and their hearts swelled with fear and jealousy. The leading Blood Clan warrior struggled to stand, his eyes filled with awe as he looked at Lin Fan. Your strength far exceeds my imagination, I concede this round. He cupped his fists in salute, his attitude drastically different from before. Lin Fan smiled and nodded, since I've passed the test, can I go to take the Empress now? His words carried an undeniable dominance, as if he had everything under control. The Blood Clan warrior was slightly taken aback but then smiled wryly and nodded, of course, you can. Lead the way. Lin Fan's gaze swept over the procession coming to fetch the bride. Now, return and bring me the Blood Clan Empress. Everyone trembled in fear. But they could only follow Lin Fan's orders. Soon, a mighty procession began to move forward. This time, the women did not accompany Lin Fan. Only Nanami was with him. After all, Lin Fan was dealing with his own life event. However, due to the special situation, it was necessary for Nanami to be with him. This was no child's play. When they arrived at the location, Nanami frowned slightly, instinctively looking outside the palanquin. Lin Fan, something feels off outside. What is it? Lin Fan asked. The Sea Ghost Clan has come. Outside. In front of a building identical to the Blood Clan castle. Countless misshapen monsters were shouting at the gate, waving their weapons. Blood Clan Empress, hurry up and come out. Our boss wants to marry you, why are you still reluctant? You want to die, huh? The castle gate was tightly closed. But Lin Fan could see from afar that at the castle's window, a beautiful woman coldly scanned the countless sea ghosts below. Although the distance was great, Lin Fan could still see clearly. The collagen on her face was extremely alluring, her skin fair, with exquisite features. Once again, it faintly exudes the cold, aloof aura of a queen, radiating a chilling allure. Her eyebrows arc gently like distant mountains, the tips of her eyes slightly raised, and within her sparkling purple pupils lies an irresistible temptation for humans. Not to mention, this queen has another enticing point. That is her soft, flowing silver hair. It cascades down to her waist, with a ruby-red gem nestled among her hair, shining ominously. They say all our people are obsessed with white hair. Lin Fan previously did not believe this. But until he met the Blood Clan Queen, he finally understood what true obsession with white hair really means. Don't be captivated by her, this poisonous woman thinks the most. Nanami said this for reasons unknown. Lin Chen chuckled, easing the awkwardness. Outside the castle, the Sea Ghost Clan had not yet realized the arrival of the wedding procession. They were still shouting loudly. Hurry up and come down. Our boss named you to be his wife. What are you doing up there like a shrinking turtle? Shut up. Suddenly, a booming shout interrupted the sea ghost's arrogance. It was none other than a Blood Clan warrior who was fiercely loyal to the queen. He, filled with rage, stepped up in front of the sea ghosts. If you disrespect Her Majesty the Queen again, be careful, I will tear you to shreds. Hearing this, the sea ghosts not only were not afraid but rather burst into loud laughter. Tear us to shreds? Can you even do that? You probably don't know, our Sea Ghost Clan has allied with the 8 Fish Clan and the Kappa Clan. We came here today specifically to turn this so-called queen into a tool for our 3 clans. As a mere little lapdog, what right do you have to speak? Get lost? Upon hearing this, Nanami couldn't help but change her expression. This group of scoundrels have actually all united. At this moment, Lin Fan did not need to ask, Nanami had already begun to explain. It turned out that in this space, the 4 great races had always been in a state of balance. That is, the Sea Ghosts, 8 Fish, Kappa, and the Blood Clan. However, they had always balanced each other, maintaining a very fair equilibrium. Now, unexpectedly, the 3 races had actually united together. Specifically to fight against the Blood Clan. Although Nanami had never liked the queen, she was still of the Blood Clan, and to put it mildly, if the Blood Clan queen was captured, the remaining Blood Clan remnants would also be in grave danger. At this point, Lin Fan also understood the significance. At the same time, he roughly grasped the queen's reason for sending the wedding procession. She planned to test whether Lin Fan was truly capable. It wasn't as imagined, to humiliate and shame them. Chapter 159, Kill. Kill them all. While he was thinking this, the Blood Clan warrior could no longer contain his inner fury. You are brazenly boasting, I will make it so you can never speak again. The Blood Clan warrior's blood energy surged, like an enraged trapped beast. He suddenly tore open his blood-stained clothing, revealing a chest covered in horrific scars. Sea Ghost scum, today you shall learn the cost of offending the Blood Clan Queen. He shouted angrily, and with a sudden movement, he had gripped a blood-colored spear, its tip shimmering ominously red. The Sea Ghost clan members instantly understood, with solemn expressions, that this guy was planning to fight to the death. Before his words fell, he had already shot toward the Sea Ghost group like a flying arrow. As the spear danced, its CR. A sense of terror intensified. Kill. The leader of the Sea Demon tribe saw this and waved the trident in his hand, issuing a sharp command. In an instant, countless sea demons surged from all directions, their figures twisted and bizarre, some with octopus-like tentacles, others covered in hard scales, letting out chilling roars. What was even more terrifying was that the weapons in their hands shimmered with a ghostly blue light, clearly filled with deadly poison. No matter how many come, it's useless. I will kill them all. The blood race warrior fought with increasing courage, the blood-red spear in his hand becoming a dance of death, continuously tossing several sea demons into the air. But for every sea demon he killed, more sea demons filled the gap. As time passed, his movements gradually slowed, his breathing became more rapid, and the old wounds on his body burst open during the fierce battle, soaking his armor in blood. In the end, it was still because of the sheer number of enemies that it was incredibly difficult to cope with them at once. Taking advantage of his momentary distraction, a sea demon sneaked up from behind, its sharp claws leaving 5 deep and bone-exposing wounds on his back. The blood race warrior grunted, staggering forward a few steps, yet still forcing himself to turn around, pinning the attacker to the ground with his spear. However, more sea demons seized this opportunity and pounced on him. All of you attack. Several sea demon tentacles wrapped around his arms, preventing him from wielding the spear. Other sea demons seized the chance to grab his legs and forcefully pulled him down to the ground. Damn it! Damn it! Let me go! The blood race warrior struggled to get up, but was stomped on the chest by the sea demon leader, the sharp blade of the trident pressed against his throat. Is that all? Still wanting to protect that bitch of a blood race queen? Look at you like this. Has she ever shown up? The sea demon leader let out a shrill, mocking laugh. Look at how you are now, like a lost dog. The glory of the blood race? Just a joke. The surrounding sea demons joined in the laughter, the sound of mockery rising and falling, while the blood race warrior's eyes widened in anger, blood continuously pouring from his mouth, yet he still gritted his teeth and cursed, "You will never succeed." What success? The sea demon leader increased the pressure on his foot, the blood race warrior's ribs making a chilling cracking sound. Today, I am going to humiliate you and your blood race in front of everyone. He raised the trident high, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Stop it. Nanami couldn't help but clench her fists, even though she usually disagreed with the queen. Witnessing the humiliation of her kin filled her heart with an indescribable fury. What? Even the princess of the blood race is here? This is perfect, I can capture all of you blood race at once. The sea demon leader laughed excitedly, almost shrieking. However, just as he intended to walk toward the blood race princess Nanami, a towering figure stood directly in front of her. It was Lin Fan. You want to hurt my woman? You haven't asked for my permission, have you? Seeing a human appear. At the same time, looking at Nanami's obedient appearance. The sea demon leader instantly understood. This human had successfully captured Nanami's heart. Blood race princess, your blood race has truly fallen, even needing a human as your husband? Can't find a more suitable candidate? As a demon, I truly feel ashamed for you. The sea demon leader mocked freely. Meanwhile, on the castle's upper levels, the queen of the blood race, Ellie, also looked at Lin Fan with curious eyes, vibrant colors in her gaze. To make Nanami behave human, will you really be as said in the prophecy? These were all things that the queen of the blood race did not know. She now just wanted to see if this human was truly someone she could entrust her life to as a partner. Facing the mockery of the sea demon leader, Lin Fan remained indifferent. Just smiled faintly. It was exactly this appearance that made these guys feel completely unsettled inside. Smile, smile, smile. I command you to smile. The sea demon leader felt a chill in his heart, furious and ashamed. Leading his tribesmen, he charged fiercely towards Lin Fan. The sea demon leader led a group of sea demons rushing towards Lin Fan like a tidal wave, their dark blue weapons flashing with deadly cold light. Lin Fan's expression remained calm, golden radiance suddenly appeared around him, and the power of thunder surrounded him like a god of thunder descending to the world. Facing the sea demon charging in the front, he casually waved his hand, and a golden sword aura burst forth, instantly slicing that sea demon in half, its dark green blood drawing a strange arc in the air. What? What kind of power is this? Seeing this terrifying battle power, many sea demons suddenly halted, looking at Lin Fan in horror. After all, they had never seen a human with such immense strength before. Don't think so much. It's just a human, how can he scare us away? Die for me. Seeing this, the sea demon leader roared, and a dark energy gathered in his trident, fiercely thrown at Lin Fan. Wherever the energy passed, the air let out a piercing ripping sound, carrying the momentum to destroy everything. However, Lin Fan did not dodge, palm facing up, a dazzling lightning light gathered in his hand, then he suddenly pushed it out. Boom, 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 boom. The lightning light violently collided with the dark energy, a powerful shockwave expanding around the two, the ground instantly overturned, and dust filled the air. As the dust settled, everyone was shocked to discover that the sea demon leader's trident was covered in cracks, and he himself was spitting blood, desperately flying backward, heavily crashing to the ground, plowing a long mark on the earth. Chapter 160, Reinforcements? Useless too. He struggled to get up but felt as if all the strength in his body had been drained, gazing at Lin Fan in terror, disbelief filling his eyes. How is this possible? As a human, how can you have such terrifying power? Nanami's eyes sparkled, her cheeks flushed with excitement, hands tightly clenched, her heart filled with pride and joy. Lin Fan, unexpectedly so strong. She looked at Lin Fan's tall figure, as if seeing the rise of hope for the blood clan. Her previous worries for Lin Fan completely vanished, replaced by admiration. The onlooking sea demons were in shock, their weapons unintentionally dropping from their hands. They never imagined this seemingly ordinary human could defeat their invincible leader with such ease. Whispers of fear began to arise among the crowd, the emotion of terror quickly spreading among the sea demons. Above the castle, the Blood Clan Queen, Elim, had her eyes wide open, a complex light flashing in her gaze. She leaned slightly forward against the windowsill, murmuring to herself, this kind of strength, could it be that he really is the one from the prophecy? At this moment, her emotions were incredibly complex. She felt joy for Lin Fan's powerful strength, but couldn't help but worry for him. The sea demon leader, vowing revenge, had suffered a huge loss and would surely not let it go easily. With his temperament, he would definitely call for more reinforcements, and Lin Fan would face even stronger enemies then. Just as Elim predicted, the sea demon leader struggled to take out a black conch, showing a sinister smile to Lin Fan. Human, if you have the ability, just stand here and don't leave. I will call for reinforcements right away. Go ahead and call, what of it? Lin Fan remained unafraid. Like an unmoving mountain, coldly observing the sea demon leader's actions. All right. That's what you said. Then the consequences that follow will be yours to bear alone. The sea demon leader grinned widely. Then, he put the black conch to his mouth and blew it forcefully. The piercing sound of the conch sliced through the air, echoing across the entire battlefield. The sound was incredibly long. Reinforcements will arrive soon, you all wait for me. I will make you know the consequence of offending the Sea Ghost clan. The Sea Ghost leader gasped for breath and threatened viciously, his eyes flashing with incredibly poisonous light. Lin Fan crossed his arms and smirked disdainfully, his cold gaze fixed on the Sea Ghost leader. Just you? If there are more like you, even if 10 times more reinforcements come, it would only mean you are bringing me experience. These words could be considered as killing both people and hearts. It made the Sea Ghost leader so furious that he spurted blood crazily and coughed incessantly. Nanami said with some worry, Lin Fan, you must be careful. The combined strength of their 3 clans is definitely extraordinary. It's all small issues, aren't you worried about me? Seeing Lin Fan's confident smile, Nanami, who was originally cloaked in gloom, immediately brightened up. She obediently leaned against Lin Fan's chest and cooed, no, I trust you the most. The Sea Ghost leader, already half dead from being beaten, was burning with anger inside, and seeing this only hit him harder in his small heart. Put. The Sea Ghost leader began to spout blood for no reason. And above the castle, Ai Li, witnessing this scene, felt inexplicably unhappy for some reason. Soon, the ground trembled slightly. A large group of troops rushed toward this side. The trembling of the ground grew more intense, and as dust flew around, the reinforcements from the 8 Fish Clan and the Kappa Clan came like dark clouds. The warriors of the 8 Fish Clan are half human, half fish, their scales shimmering with an eerie blue light under the sun, and 8 flexible limbs swayed behind them, each one capable of becoming a deadly weapon in an instant. The Kappa Clan, with lotus leaves on their heads, were short but muscular, wielding shields made of hard turtle shells and bone-tipped spears, exuding a nauseating fishy smell. Seeing the reinforcements from the 2 clans arrive, the Sea Ghost leader became so anxious that he stumbled, unable to hide the smile on his face, stumbling toward them. After a few tumbles, the Sea Ghost leader struggled to get up, blood still at the corner of his mouth, but he could not wait to rush in front of the 2 clan leaders. The leader of the 8 Fish Clan was a tall woman, her eyes as deep blue as the sea, with several writhing tentacles wrapped around her head. The leader of the Kappa Clan was a strong man with a face full of bumps, sharp bone spurs hidden under the lotus leaves atop his head. You too. This human is ruining our good deeds. The Sea Ghost leader shouted hoarsely, he's just a lucky ant, as long as we join forces, we can tear him to pieces. At that time, not only will we vent our anger. Even the Blood Clan will only become our slaves. Human? The leader of the 8 Fish Clan glanced coldly at Lin Fan and sneered, human? Does he dare to be our enemy? He's just a clown hired by the Blood Clan. But then again, just such a weak human can make you look like the Sea Ghost, you really need to practice more. The Sea Ghost leader's face turned red from anger. It's not my problem. This human is just too strange. How strange? No matter how strange, he's still just a human. Have you forgotten? Humans have always been our rare food. You need to understand what food really means. Do you understand me? Food cannot fight back against the eater. This made the Sea Ghost leader's face turn red. He couldn't utter a single word. Before fighting Lin Fan, he had thought the same way. But soon, his brutal reality crushed his fantasy. In the end, he could only barely squeeze out a sentence, "This human is really different, you must believe me." He. The two great leaders scoffed at this. From their perspective, it was clear that the Sea Ghost leader was just too weak and was looking for a pathetic excuse for his defeat at Lin Fan's hands. What's there to fear from mere humans? The Kappa tribe leader brandished his spear and then looked at Lin Fan, his ugly face bursting into a raspy laugh. "Human, I hear you can fight very well? Today, you will know that the wrath of the three great races is not something you can bear. The Sea Ghost is a waste, but that doesn't mean we are easy targets." Lin Fan crossed his arms and leaned against a broken wall, a playful smile on his lips. "Are you done talking? If you're done, hurry up and make your move, I'm in a rush to see the queen." His words ignited a fire that completely sparked the fury of the three leaders. The Sea Ghost leader bellowed, "Charge! First, wear him out, let's see how long he can remain arrogant." Chapter 161, Completely Surrender, Marriage Reward. In an instant, a sea of alien warriors surged forward like a tidal wave. Boom! 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 The 8 fish tribe warriors swung their limbs, cracking like steel whips at Lin Fan. Each had dug deep craters in the ground. Faced with such attacks, Lin Fan chose not to endure them head-on. Instead, he quickly created distance, seizing the opportunity to counterattack and kill them. Charge! The Kappa tribe warriors raised their shields, forming a phalanx, their spears like a forest, stabbing towards Lin Fan. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes, thunderous power surging around him again, transforming into a golden streak of light weaving through the enemy ranks. Wherever his sword passed, the scales and shells of the alien warriors shattered, dark green and deep purple blood splattering everywhere. This won't do. Why isn't his power weakening? The Sea Ghost leader looked at the fallen tribe members with rising unease. However, the 8 fish tribe leader remained calm. "Don't panic, a human's stamina has its limits. Continue to wear him down." The Kappa tribe leader also shouted, "That's right. Once he is exhausted, it will be our time to reap the benefits." More than half of their people had fallen. Sea Ghost leader, what to do? Should we attack? Suddenly, the 8 fish leader laughed loudly. Sea Ghost leader, what are you laughing about? The 8 fish leader sneered, "I laugh at how this human is brave but foolish. Our people have suffered so much damage, yet this guy hasn't realized the importance of the situation. If this continues, he won't just be killed by us. He will die from exhaustion." "Wow, you are so smart," the Kappa leader exclaimed, full of shock. Sea Ghost leader. Though feeling it was a bit strange, he ultimately said nothing. However, as time passed, the battle did not develop as the three leaders had anticipated. Lin Fan grew stronger as he fought, the thunderous power in his hands changing into various forms, at times coiling like a giant python to crush enemies, at times condensing into blades of light sweeping across thousands. As the bodies of alien warriors piled up like mountains, the three leaders finally panicked. The Sea Ghost leader looked at the less than 1/10 of his tribe members left, his voice trembling. "What is he, really? What should we do now?" With these words, the other two leaders could no longer smile. The 8 fish leader's face turned as dark as ink, but his eyes revealed a hint of fear as he stared at Lin Fan. "Let's all attack together. No matter how strong he is, he cannot face us three at the same time." The Kappa tribe leader could no longer hold back, brandishing his spear and roaring, "It should have been this way. Let him know the consequences of angering the three great races." The three leaders launched their attacks simultaneously, the Sea Ghost leader's trident conjuring a black vortex, while the 8 fish leader's whipped limbs were covered in poisonous spikes. Lin Fan waved his hand, directly throwing it aside. The Kappa leader's spear, enveloped by murky waves, left the ground barren where it passed. A cold glint flashed in Lin Fan's eyes as he also slapped the Kappa leader's face fiercely. Even the body of the Kappa leader was knocked flying several times. Then, with a dazed look, he turned to Lin Fan. "Just now. What happened?" When he finally reacted, an immense humiliation spread from his heart. The Kappa leader shouted, "Ah! Human, how dare you treat me like this? Absolutely unforgivable. Go die." The three great leaders were completely enraged. They launched a thunderous attack towards Lin Fan. For a moment, Lin Fan lost the chance to fight back. Seeing this, the three leaders became even more enthusiastic in their assault. But as time passed, they gradually realized that something was becoming a bit off. Something's wrong. Very wrong. Why isn't this guy fighting back? Clearly he had many chances. A terrifying thought slowly emerged in their hearts. Could it be that Lin Fan was intentionally toying with them? They looked up in terror and were shocked to see Lin Fan's seemingly amused expression. "So, how is it? Have you had enough fun?" This sentence sounded like the call of death. It made the three of them tremble. Could it be that this human is truly powerful enough to toy with them at will and they don't even realize it? If that's really the case. They began to gasp in fright. Surprisingly, they all unconsciously stopped their attacks. They looked at Lin Fan with fear. You. Now have you finally had enough fun? Then I will not be polite. Lin Fan smiled indifferently. In the next second, bright light surged around him, countless bolts of lightning gathered above his head, forming a gigantic lightning ball. Wrath of the gods, world obliteration. With a loud roar, the lightning ball smashed down like a meteor. In the midst of the resounding rumble, the heavens and earth seemed to tremble, and the dazzling lightning instantly engulfed the three great leaders and the alien warriors around them. When the light dissipated, the battlefield was left in ruins. The three great leaders lay on the ground, their bodies charred, barely alive, their eyes no longer filled with arrogance but replaced with endless fear and despair. Don't kill me. Now, the other two leaders besides the Sea Ghost leader finally understood. They comprehended why the Sea Ghost leader had looked that way earlier. Not to mention the Sea Ghost leader. Together, they were not enough to defeat Lin Fan. Lin Fan walked slowly to the three leaders, placing his sword against the Sea Ghost leader's throat. Is there anyone else? Anyone else who is not honest like them? As he spoke, Lin Fan's gaze swept across the people from the three races. His voice was extremely calm, yet carried a chilling pressure. In fact, one could say it left a profoundly deep shadow in their hearts. The leader of the 8 fish tribe struggled to lift his head, his expression no longer relaxed. Who, exactly are you? Are you really a human? Lin Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. Remember, I am an existence you can never defeat. With that, he swung his sword, and the three great leaders were utterly lifeless. On the observation deck of the distant castle, the Blood Queen, Ailey, tightly gripped the railing, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and infatuation. She had never imagined that a human could unleash such terrifying power. The prophecy was actually true. It had really come true. This great hero had truly arrived in her world, carrying boundless dominance and power. At that moment, Ailey's heart was completely captured by Lin Fan. Looking at Nanami beside Lin Fan, Ailey felt a surge of competitiveness. Human, I must have you. I want you to belong to me. Chapter 162, Competing for Love, I want Lin Fan. In the center of the battlefield, Lin Fan stood proudly, calmly scanning the surroundings. None of the members of the three great races could stand upright any longer. All the Blood Clan members looked at him with eyes as if they had seen a ghost. Staring intently at Lin Fan. Not for any other reason. In a world like this, powerful strength is the fundamental reason that commands respect. Not to mention, this is a human that all their clan members see as a weak little chick. At this moment, he actually saved the safety of the Blood Clan. In a neglected corner, a severely wounded blood warrior slowly stood up and limped towards Lin Fan. When he reached in front of Lin Fan, the blood warrior suddenly fell to his knees with a thud. Human, you saved our Blood Clan. I. Stammering for a long time. The blood warrior still couldn't say a complete sentence. But actually, what he wanted to express meant so much. Lin Fan naturally understood it clearly in his heart. It's just that this clumsy blood warrior didn't know how to express it. Finally, the blood warrior clenched his fists and shouted, as a human, you are now qualified to marry our Blood Queen. And, from now on, I will strongly advise the Queen to bring the Blood Clan into submission to you. Before his words finished, in the castle above, the voice of Queen Ellie echoed softly. No need to advise. Ellie said with a hint of an ambiguous smile, her eyes fixed on Lin Fan, human, I will lead the Blood Clan to completely pledge allegiance to you, all the people of the Blood Clan will offer everything to you, and I am no exception. Just as Ellie finished speaking, Nanami looked at her with disgust. And she quietly stood in front of Lin Fan. But thinking about it, Lin Fan came this time to be able to marry Queen Ellie. She didn't say much, just glared at Ellie with jealousy. Let's go, Lin Fan, this old hag is bad, but this promise is no joke, now the Blood Clan has completely submitted to you, including her. Lin Fan nodded slightly, and then, under Nanami's lead, they walked into the Blood Castle and entered Ellie's room. When Lin Fan truly saw the beauty of this Blood Queen, he knew he had to marry Ellie. Ellie turned her stunningly beautiful face, resting by the window, silently admiring Lin Fan. Being in the position of queen for so long, Ellie's aura naturally emanated an indescribable charm. It had a strong allure of conquest. Even Lin Fan, after seeing Ellie's true form, couldn't help but praise. She is truly a beauty. Lin Fan. Although Nanami wanted to say more, in the end, she still held back her words. She could only sulk angrily aside. She lazily approached, leaning on the throne embedded with blood-red gems, twirling a strand of silver hair with her fingers, her gaze full of enticing charm. Lin Fan, now that the Blood Clan belongs to you, we should celebrate tonight. Before her words faded, she gently clapped her hands, and Blood Clan servants filed in, bringing cups filled with crimson liquid. Nanami frowned and stood in front of Lin Fan, her beautiful eyes filled with alertness. Ellie, don't use your cunning tricks to enchant. Lin Fan is not one of those fools who are spellbound by you. She reached out to knock the cup Ellie offered Lin Fan away, and the dark red liquid splashed onto the carpet. If you like Lin Fan, then be honest and stay with him, don't play these tricks. Ellie giggled softly, and as she stood, her skirt grazed the floor, releasing a faint scent of roses. She paced around Lin Fan slowly, each step full of grace. Nanami, jealousy isn't really your style. She suddenly leaned close to Lin Fan's ear, her warm breath brushing his neck. Human, tell me, which is more charming, my hands that can control thousands of blood clan, or someone's fists that only know how to fight? Nanami's face instantly turned bright red. That's completely slander. Eri. Stop using those devious tricks to fool Lin Fan. She turned to Lin Fan, her gaze softening again. Lin Fan, don't be deceived by her. She just wants to use you to solidify her position. Lin Fan looked at the two women facing off against each other, sighing helplessly. What is this called? This is what is known as the legendary battlefield of love, right? Lin Fan never expected that such a thing would happen to him. Just as he was about to speak, Eri suddenly raised her hand and pressed it on his shoulder, the coolness of her fingertips seeping through his clothes. Nanami, you always think too badly of people. Eri gathered a drop of her essence blood at her fingertip, which transformed into a heart shape in the air. I swear with my blood, I pledge loyalty to him, without a hint of falsehood. She then turned to Lin Fan, a blush rising in her eyes. But there are many ways to express loyalty. You can like Lin Fan, but you silly woman, don't try to seduce Lin Fan in front of me. What can you do about it? Wah-ah. Eri and Nanami's faces were almost touching. They looked completely at odds. Lin Fan felt embarrassed. Alright, what's all this fuss about? Only children would make a choice here. Adults say I want both. The two women, Then, their adorable exclamations rang out at the same time. In the live broadcast room, a group of single men watched this live scene, tears of heartbreak flowing down their cheeks. I'm so jealous I could cry, bro, I'm really jealous to tears. When will I have so many girls swirling around me? Hey, bro, I have an extra girlfriend here, interested? Wait, is the girlfriend you're talking about a serious girlfriend? Absolutely serious. By the way, Lin Shan seems to be continuously marrying this time? If that's the case, doesn't that mean Lin Shan could get 2 marriage rewards? Oh my, what a genius. I never thought of that. According to normal logic, it seems indeed possible. 2 marriage rewards also mean having the upper hand. Baka. Why do you all from Long Country get to have so many marriage partners? And these rewards should all belong to our country instead. Using your Long Country pigs language, isn't that called 6666, being trapped by Long Country pigs? Fuck. As fellow humans, you don't know how to help each other. Long Country pigs are truly disgusting. Chapter 163, Bring Home, Find an Invader? 6 hours later. The marriage rewards indeed arrived as promised. The system's voice rang out loud and clear. Congratulations to Lin Fan, a participant from Long Country, for successfully gaining the affection of a marriage partner. The entire population of Long Country gains agility +6, stamina +6, strength +6, mentality +6, lifespan +6. The live broadcast room erupted into a flurry of excitement once again. Hooray! The rewards are here again. Absolutely amazing. Every time I can scrape together a bit of rewards, it's simply delightful. To be honest, I feel like my physical quality could easily rival Superman. Of course. Lin Shan fought for so many benefits for us, we surely know in our own hearts. Baka. Why are there really more marriage rewards? You can get 2 marriage rewards all at once. This move from Long Country pigs is too shady. Report cheating. In the dungeon. In a room filled with an intense atmosphere. Under Lin Fan's immense pressure of strength, Eri and Nanami finally lowered their flags and ceased fire. Though they still occasionally glared at each other, the previous tension was no longer there. Both of their faces flushed, pouting slightly. Eri's gaze was full of attachment to Lin Fan as she gently tugged at his sleeve, her voice soft. Lin Fan, you're so amazing. From now on, wherever you go, I will follow you, even to the ends of the earth. Nanami saw this and, although feeling a bit jealous, accepted this fact, only mumbling softly, good for you to be sensible. The two started to bicker back and forth again. Lin Fan smiled helplessly, waved his hand, and interrupted. All right, stop arguing. I plan to take you back to my camp, where we can plan our next steps more safely. The two women looked at each other and saw a hint of curiosity in each other's eyes. Then, they both nodded at the same time, showing no opposition. As they walked out of the castle, the Blood Clan members were already waiting there. Their eyes were filled with awe and admiration as they looked at Lin Fan. Previously, Lin Fan's feat of fighting against the three major races completely conquered these proud blood clan members. Every blood clan member voluntarily bowed and paid their highest respects as they watched Lin Fan and the others leave. Lin Fan met up with Aili, Nanami, and the other women. Then, he turned to Nanami. Now that everyone is here, let's get ready to leave. Nanami nodded obediently. I will lead the way. But before she finished speaking, Lin Fan interrupted her. No need, let's take my vehicle to leave. Immediately, with a thought, a huge ghost ship slowly appeared from the void. The whole ship emitted a sinister aura, its body as black as ink, with torn sails that rustled in the wind, and several glowing skulls hung at the bow. The faces of the blood clan members instantly turned pale, and whispers of fear surged through the crowd. This is a ghost ship. The legendary ship of disaster. Anyone who sees it will be cursed and will undoubtedly die. Why is a ghost ship really appearing here? What on earth is happening? Lin Fan? We should leave. Seeing this thing is definitely not a good sign. Nanami and Aili also turned pale, tightly gripping Lin Fan's arm, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. However, Lin Fan remained calm, patted the hands of the two women, and comforted them. Don't be afraid, this is just my vehicle. As he spoke, he took steps toward the ghost ship, and with each step, the ghostly crew members on the ship respectfully bowed. When Lin Fan stepped onto the ship, the blood clan members widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were witnessing, their fear and shock intertwined. Just as the crowd began to believe that Lin Fan had an extraordinary connection with the ghost ship, a tall figure silently appeared behind Lin Fan. It was the captain of the ghost ship, a towering figure radiating a cold aura, with ghostly blue flames flickering in his eye sockets. Seeing this, the blood clan members let out terrified screams and retreated in panic. However, the next scene left everyone dumbfounded. Lin Fan did not turn back but smacked the ghost ship captain's face with a loud slap that echoed clearly in the silent air. The ghost ship captain staggered from the blow, looking at Lin Fan with a wronged expression, making whimpering sounds. Then, like a child who made a mistake, he obediently walked to the helm and began to control the ghost ship. The blood clan members were completely stunned, their worldview shattered. In their understanding, the ghost ship was a terrifying existence, and the ghost ship captain was a fierce and evil figure, but now, he was so docile in front of Lin Fan. How is this possible? What other secrets does this human have that we do not know? He is simply a god descending to the world. Shut up. Who said he's human? He is clearly our blood clan's leader. The blood clan members discussed animatedly, their gazes toward Lin Fan filled with even more respect. Standing at the bow of the ship, Lin Fan looked at the shocked blood clan members below and said loudly, there is no need to be afraid, with me here, the ghost ship will not harm you in the slightest. In the future, it will also become our powerful ally in battle. His voice was firm and powerful, echoing in the hearts of every blood clan member. Even those who had been influenced by the terrifying ghost ship stories completely believed in Lin Fan's words at that moment. The ghost ship soon began to sail. After a long while, when the ghost ship stopped, it was already hovering right above the homeland. Here, Lin Chen obviously felt something was wrong. Simply because there were many more goblins peering sneakily at the homeland from all around. After stepping off the ship, Xingye seemed to be connected by a kindred spirit, and rushed out to greet him immediately. Lin Fan, you finally returned. Xingye rushed to Lin Fan's side like she had found her anchor. Seeing Xingye like this, Lin Fan frowned and realized something might have happened. What's wrong? Take your time and tell me. Under Xingye's narration, Lin Fan learned the truth. It turned out that after Lin Fan left, many monsters suddenly surrounded the area. There were all kinds of monsters. At first, they violently attacked the homeland. But after all, the homeland's defenses were quite well established. So, after facing a setback, the monsters had no plan to attack again. However, they seemed to have no intention of leaving. Instead, they were increasing in number. From the initial B+ monsters to the later A-class monsters, and now to the current A+ monsters. They still showed no intent to attack. From this, it could be inferred. This group of monsters probably had an even bigger leader. Xingye was pregnant after all, and her level also hadn't risen as fast as Lin Fan and the others. Feeling insecure was completely normal. Lin Fan squatted down, gently holding Xingye's trembling hands, his gaze gentle yet firm. Don't be afraid, I'm here. I won't let anyone hurt you and the baby. Little Meow also jumped to Xingye's side, rubbing her fluffy tail against her cheek, Nine-Tail swaying gently. That's right, Sister Xingye, relax. Lin Fan is amazing, those monsters are just little snacks. Lucian, Ayer, and others gathered around, softly comforting, and in an instant, warm breaths dispelled the fear in Xingye's eyes. Xingye's eyes reddened, holding back tears as she nodded. I know, but seeing so many monsters eyeing us, I just can't feel at ease. She touched her slightly bulging belly, her voice filled with worry. Pregnant women are always sentimental. After all, there was another little life. No matter what, she could no longer be as carefree as before. For the safety of the child, Xingye certainly could not relax her mind. Of course. Now that Lin Fan had appeared, her heart would feel a little more at ease. Lin Fan stood up, his gaze instantly dark like a cold pond, his aura began to stir. But within the cold gaze, a hint of contemplation was revealed. He had a feeling that the appearance of this group of monsters was not a coincidental invasion. It seemed more like a planned scheme. Who exactly was it? Who was behind the scenes giving these guys strategic advice? But now it had made his partner so sad, Lin Fan would absolutely not let it go. He tightened his fist, bones cracking, a powerful pressure spreading out, causing those around him to slow their breathing. At this moment, the scene shifted. Arriving in a dark, damp underground cave hundreds of miles away. This was the stronghold of the goblin tribe, filled with crude tents and weapon racks, the air thick with a stinging foul smell. The goblins were short in stature, with gray-green skin, pointed ears, and small eyes, grinning to reveal sharp fangs, looking very frightening. The goblin chief sat on a throne made of huge beast bones, playing with a blood-stained ring in his hand, his eyes shining with greed. Below him knelt a frantic participant from the 3-3 Kingdom matchmaking. This person was covered in wounds, clothes ragged, with a face full of fear. Is what you said true? Are there really a group of humans there, along with plenty of resources? The goblin leader's voice was sharp, filled with doubt. The participant from the 3 Kingdoms marriage quickly bowed his head, blood dripping from his forehead. Absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. Their home defenses are indeed strong, but as long as you send enough troops, you can break through. And that human named Lin Fan is not there. This is a great opportunity. He thought of Lin Fan's strength, fear washing over him, but to save his own life, he had to reveal everything about Lin Fan. His marriage partners are all top-tier goddesses. This is the most important point. Upon hearing this, the goblin leader let out a harsh, eerie laugh. Ha ha ha. The flesh and blood of humans is the most delicious food. And their resources, their women, will all belong to us. After these past few days of scouting, this so-called home is nothing but a pile of scrap metal. Now, everything is ready. He stood up, vigorously waving his bone staff, and loudly ordered, spread the word, gather all our kin, prepare to attack. I want those humans to know, this land belongs to us goblins. Cake. The cave erupted into a cacophony of responses, the goblins picking up weapons, cracking their knuckles, and getting ready to depart. The participant from the 3 Kingdoms marriage watched the scene, a sly smile creeping onto his lips, his mind beginning to plot. Lin Fan, let the goblins wear you down first. Once you are severely weakened, I will strike, and then everything you have will be mine. Meanwhile, outside Lin Fan's home, monsters were gathering more and more, densely surrounding the home, not allowing a drop of water to pass through. A plus-level monster stood at the front, radiating a powerful aura that seemed to freeze the air around it. They did not rush to attack, but waited for something, their eyes revealing a hint of fear, as if wary of some impending presence. Inside the home, Lin Fan quickly gathered everyone, starting to prepare defenses. He scanned the crowd, his voice steady and powerful. Listen up, although we have faced such things many times before, today is different. This time, I want these monsters to die cleanly. Not one shall escape. Hearing Lin Fan's words, everyone realized the gravity of the situation. Ailey and Nanami exchanged glances and stepped forward to request support. Ailey's eyes were resolute. Lin Fan, our blood clan is not to be trifled with, let these monsters experience the might of the blood clan this time. Nanami nodded in agreement. That's right. Those who dare invade our home shall not return. Soon, the goblin army arrived to join the other monsters. The goblin leader stood on a high point, looking at the solid home, his gaze immediately locking onto the group of women from the Willow Goddess. He licked his lips, revealing a cruel smile. Charge. First break down the city gates, kill all the humans inside. Capture those women. With his command, countless goblins and monsters surged toward the home like a tide. On the city wall, the Willow Goddess and her companions were already on high alert. With a wave of her willow branch, countless willow strips turned into blades, shooting towards the monsters charging at the front, instantly nailing several monsters to the ground. However, these low IQ monsters did not know what it meant to be afraid. The A+ level goblin monsters were immensely strong, easily knocking their companions aside as they surged towards the city gates alone. To this, Lin Fan showed no signs of holding back. His eyes narrowed, he leaped high, landing atop the city gate, the power of thunder echoing around him. With a single strike, he unleashed his most powerful move. Wrath of the Thunder God. In an instant, dark clouds filled the sky, countless bolts of lightning descended, forming a massive thunder prison that enveloped all the monsters near the city gate. The monsters struggled in the thunder prison, letting out sharp cries of agony, and soon were struck to char by lightning. What? What kind of power is this? The goblin leader's eyes flashed with surprise, but it quickly turned into anger. Don't be scared of him. Keep attacking. Use the human wave tactic to wear him down. More goblins and monsters crazily rushed forward, some setting up ladders, trying to climb the city walls. Others wielded huge battering rams, desperately pounding on the city gate. Chapter 165, Annihilate. Annihilate. All annihilate. The goblin clan's attack surged like a tidal wave, one wave after another, completely disregarding casualties. The monster corpses piled up at the foot of the wall, but that did not stop the subsequent goblins' mad charge at all. Those goblins wielding bone-long spears let out sharp shrieks, stepping on their companions' corpses like they had lost their minds, climbing toward the walls. With such an attack, who could remain unconfused? In the live broadcast room. Upon seeing this scene, the people of the Dragon Country couldn't help but click their tongues. Goodness, what in the world are these goblins? With this kind of momentum, are they determined to kill the forest god? But the forest god never provoked these guys at all. This is truly an unwarranted disaster. There's no way, these monsters have been lurking near their home for a long time, it's probably in their nature, no one can do anything about it. Baka. Do you Dragon Country pigs know why Lin Fan pig is being targeted? Because what Lin Fan did is truly inhumane. This is a mess, where's the inhumanity come from? Because Lin Fan didn't even share the rewards he got with us. Isn't that inhumane? Why don't you take a look at what you are really saying? In the matchmaking game. Creak. The huge battering ram struck the city gate repeatedly, the heavy gate groaning under the strain, cracks spreading like a spider web on its surface. Lin Fan stood on the city wall, his eyes cold as frost, lightning power swirling wildly around him. He thrust out both palms, and dozens of purple lightning bolts surged forth like ethereal snakes, precisely striking the battering ram. Boom! The battering ram instantly exploded into fragments, with chips flying, as several goblins were directly turned to ashes by the lightning. However, the goblins seemed to feel no pain, immediately bringing in new battering rams and continuing their assault. These guys are simply insane. Nanami gritted her teeth, her blood sword darting like a spirit snake from the wall, piercing those climbing the ladders and sending them crashing to the ground. But the number of goblins was too great. Just as one batch was cleared, another batch rushed up. Ailey stood on the city wall, her hands dancing elegantly, crimson mist spreading from her fingertips. Wherever the mist spread, goblins began to show signs of corrosion, letting out painful screams. Yet even so, the goblins behind continued charging into the mist without hesitation, as if driven by some mad will. The goblin leader stood high at the back, his eyes flickering with a mad light. He waved his bone staff, chanting incantations, and suddenly, a group of larger, dark green-skinned elite goblins stepped out from the ranks. These elite goblins held weapons embedded with black gems, and their bodies were wrapped in strange runes, evidently far stronger than regular goblins. Goblin Clan. Level, B, B+, A+. Combat power, 40,000, 60,000. Although they were also a plus level, their combat power was a full 5,000 higher than that of ordinary goblins. Go! Tear those humans apart, the goblin leader screeched. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The elite goblins shot toward the city wall like arrows released from bows. They moved incredibly fast, easily dodging Nanami's rain of swords and Ailey's blood mist, reaching the base of the wall in an instant. One of the elite goblins leaped fiercely, thrusting the black gem spear directly at Lin Fan's throat. Is the speed really this fast? The speed of the Goblin Clan is indeed extraordinary. Lin Fan's pupils suddenly shrank, his right foot stomped fiercely on the city wall, his body moved like a ghost to the side. The spear grazed his shoulder, leaving a trail of blood. He endured the pain, gathering all the thunder power in his body to strike out with his right fist, facing another elite goblin's attack. Thunder collided with the runes, exploding with blinding lightning, and the elite goblin was knocked back by the powerful shock, crashing into three of its companions behind it. Boom, boom, boom. However, Lin Fan's S+ level was certainly not a joke. After all, it was a full level higher than this bunch of filthy beasts, so it wouldn't be so easy to feel challenged by them. But the remaining elite goblins immediately formed a battle formation, their rune light shining brightly, and surprisingly, they conjured a massive black net in mid-air, aiming to cover Lin Fan. Seeing this, the willow god hurriedly waved the willow branches in his hands, turning countless willow tendrils into green blades shooting toward the giant net. The blades collided with the giant net, producing an endless series of explosions. Amid the billowing smoke and dust, Lin Fan took the opportunity to jump down from the city wall. At the moment he landed, Lin Fan slammed both palms heavily against the ground, Thunder Prison. Countless pillars of thunder shot up into the sky from his center, trapping 7 elite goblins inside. Thunder continuously struck down, the rune armor of the elite goblins crackled under the lightning. In just moments, 2 goblins were charred black and collapsed to the ground. Wah! The remaining goblins counterattacked wildly, the rune light and thunder eroded each other, making the prison's lightning grow unstable. Although this group of goblins lacked the fighting power of Lin Fan's side, they were terrifyingly skilled in alchemy. The equipment they produced was bizarre, capable of disrupting the power system of Lin Fan's side from the inside. Don't worry, one force breaks 10,000 laws, no matter how they struggle, it is useless, Lin Fan encouraged everyone. At that moment, the goblin leader swung the bone staff again, and a deafening roar echoed from the depths of the cave. A gigantic monster slowly emerged, standing 3 stories high, with skin as rough as rock, sharp tusks in its mouth, and wielding a huge stone pillar. This was also an S+ level monster, radiating a heart-pounding pressure, making the ground tremble as it walked. Be careful! It's a stone demon! The willow god exclaimed, changing color and calling out loudly. The stone demon howled and charged towards the city wall, swinging its stone pillar, sending several Blood Clan warriors flying. Lin Fan took a deep breath, the thunder power surged wildly around him, and he moved like lightning towards the stone demon. When he was 10 yards away from the stone demon, he jumped high, and the thunder light surged from both palms. 2 dragon-like shapes formed from the gathered thunder erupted from his palms, roaring as they crashed into the stone demon. The stone demon swung its pillar, shattering one thunder dragon, but the other thunder dragon seized the chance to wrap around its arm. Lin Fan used the power of the thunder dragon to land on the stone demon's shoulder and punched fiercely at its neck. Boom, 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 boom. The melee mage also possessed astonishing strength. The stone demon roared in pain, shaking its body violently, trying to throw Lin Fan off. Lin Fan held on tightly to the stone demon's scales, channeling all his power. The thunder poured into the stone demon like a waterfall. The stone demon struggled painfully, wildly swinging its stone pillar, creating deep pits in the ground. Lin Fan seized the opportunity, once again gathering thunder and striking fiercely at the stone demon's head. Boom! The enormous body of the stone demon crashed to the ground, struggling a few times before falling still. Chapter 166, Successfully Annihilating the Clan, Rewarding the City Domain. After dealing with the stone demon, Lin Fan coldly looked at the goblin leader. Now, it's your turn. What? The goblin leader's face changed drastically. He never expected his trump card to be defeated so quickly, nor did he anticipate that this human could be so powerful. The battle force he had carefully nurtured. In front of Lin Fan, they were as fragile as paper. They had no fighting power at all. In front of Lin Fan, no matter how many of them there were, they were just food to be delivered. Of course. When realizing this, it was already too late. In a panic, he turned to escape, only to find that his retreat had been blocked by Ailey and Nanami. Want to run? It's not that easy. Ailey shouted, and a blood-red chain shot out from her fingertips, wrapping around the goblin leader. Lin Fan took one step at a time toward the goblin leader, his eyes filled with killing intent. Who gave you the guts to provoke me? The goblin leader struggled to breathe under the tight chain but still said defiantly, You better not get too pleased. If you kill me, the Beast King will not let you go. I'm waiting. Lin Fan smiled coldly, and powerful electricity burst forth from his body, instantly turning the goblin leader into powder. From this moment on, the entire goblin race was annihilated. But in the end, the goblin leader's words still made Lin Fan feel somewhat concerned. What Beast King? Since the barrier of the homeland was completely opened, the outside world seemed like a brand new land. It had its own power distribution and world system. This meant that apart from the dangers outside the 4 doors, the unknown dangers in this new world were equally difficult. After successfully wiping out the goblin race, the system prompt sounded. Successfully killed the goblin race. The territory of the goblin race has been devoured by you. You can expand your territory map for free once. Confirm? Lin Fan did not hesitate and decisively clicked confirm. Expand the territory map? This was something Lin Fan hadn't thought of before. He was curious to see what would happen after the expansion. Soon. After Lin Fan pressed the confirm button, the black stone city wall emitted a series of booming sounds. Then, it was enveloped by a huge halo. About 10 minutes later. Just as the system prompt finished, the ground suddenly shook violently. The low stone walls surrounding the homeland made a harsh grinding sound, as huge stones black as ink slowly rose from the ground, stacking themselves automatically. The surface of the black stone city wall gleamed like metal, with runes faintly visible. The city wall rose rapidly, until it became a towering barrier reaching the clouds. Every 100 meters on the wall, a watchtower rose, and on top of the watchtowers were embedded transparent crystals that emitted a ghostly blue light, illuminating the entire territory brightly. Strengthen watchtower. Strengthen Blackstone City wall. Although the expansion was not yet complete, Lin Fan could clearly see that these homeland buildings were constantly evolving and becoming stronger. The system prompt sounded again. Territory expansion completed. The Blackstone City wall has automatically spread across the territory. This is... Nanami's pink pupils widened, the vines involuntarily curling and unfurling, our homeland. When they had just arrived near the homeland, they were already very shocked. Let alone now. The scale had expanded again. One can imagine. From now on, my homeland can be even safer. Lin Fan smiled, reaching out to touch the cool black stone, feeling the fine runic patterns under his fingertips. He scanned the cheering villagers and blood tribe warriors with a surge of feelings in his heart. What men love most, without a doubt, are three things: women, money, and the throne. If before, in his homeland, Lin Fan's existence could only be seen as the leader of a gathering place, then now, with the appearance of the city, it allowed Lin Fan to transform, gradually having the power to establish his own force in this strange world. A king. How could this not make Lin Fan feel happy? Moreover, all he needed to do was keep getting stronger, just like conquering the blood tribe. Gather different races under your banner. Everything is taken care of. Xingye, now, there are no monsters that can make you uneasy anymore, Lin Fan said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Xingye's delicate body trembled, and her eyes instantly turned red. Thank you, Lin Fan. In Xingye's view, Lin Fan clearly did this just to make her feel safer. Although it was a bit self-serving, at least the direction was right. Lin Fan's gaze blazed, and the corners of his mouth curled slightly. He looked at the world before him, unable to help but say, from now on, we will strive to develop our own power on this land, starting from this city. Now, I name it, Dragon City. On the other side. Clearly, the audience in the livestream room was also deeply surprised by Lin Fan's current change. In fact, many viewers trembled upon hearing this name and immediately sensed Lin Fan's ambition. Wow! I'm just blown away. Is Lin God going to become a lord in another world? Awesome, awesome. Lin God is about to create a mighty dragon country in another world. I can't believe it, just thinking about it makes me excited. What is going on? After all, this is the world of a matchmaking game. If Dragon City keeps expanding in the future, will it be called Dragon Country? Seeing this scene, how could those mixed foreign races remain seated? Other matchmaking participants have already started building their own cities. And what about them? Some participants from their countries were living in a dilapidated castle, feeling pleased with themselves. They all jumped up in anger. Fack! 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 You Dragon Country pigs should stop daydreaming. How is that possible? Starting this campaign without success will only lead to loss. Lin Fan Pig won't even manage to develop Dragon City before dying. That's for sure. Baka. On the matchmaking game side. Seeing the emptiness inside Dragon City, Lin Fan smacked his lips. He opened the information system. Due to high luck value, this door changes according to demand. Information 1, Smithy Blueprint, can build a top-notch forging workshop, improving equipment quality. Information 2, Colorful Garment Pavilion Blueprint, create a workshop for exclusive attire, endowing equipment with unique attributes. Information 3, Royal Cuisine Hall Blueprint, establish a cooking workshop, tripling recovery effects. Information 4, Heavenly Secrets Pavilion Blueprint, unlock information and research functions, gaining insight into world affairs. Chapter 167, The Arrival of the Goblin Monster in the Three Kingdoms. This time, even Lin Fan could not hold back. 6666, not even pretending to act anymore. Directly giving himself the blueprints. However, Lin Fan did not think this was something he shouldn't have. How many opponents did he defeat on his smooth journey? Isn't this luck power supposed to be high? Lin Fan felt he absolutely deserved such a reward. Immediately, he took the 4 blueprints directly out from the door. The mixed foreign races naturally couldn't resist upon seeing this scene. They immediately shouted that this is cheating. Where else would a city just be established, needing buildings to fill in, and then immediately get building blueprints? Of course. This time, even the people of Dragon Country found it hard to hold back their laughter. Indeed. Well, it does seem a bit like that, cheating. After obtaining the building blueprints, Lin Fan wasted no time. With a thought, the 4 blueprints turned into streams of light and merged into the ground, preparing to place the buildings properly in various locations for zoning. In an instant, the east, south, west, and north of the city shone brightly. In the east, red flames shot up to the sky, the sound of a giant bellows roared, a smithy built from lava rose up. In the south, colorful silk cascaded down like a waterfall, the flying eaves of the garment pavilion adorned with pearls, glimmering in the sunlight. In the west, waves of tempting fragrance wafted in, the roof of the royal cuisine hall carved with dragons and phoenixes, fire blazing brightly. In the north, amidst swirling clouds and mist, the tower of the Heavenly Secrets Pavilion shot straight into the sky. The bronze compass slowly turned at the top of the tower. A special home building appears, allowing the residents of Dragon City to reset their talents. Just when Lin Fan was still unclear about what this news meant. Earlier, the group of villagers rescued from the dungeon rushed to Lin Fan's side one after another. My lord! My lord! An old villager trembled as he knelt at Lin Fan's feet, tears filling his murky eyes. I awakened the craftsmaster's eye talent. I can see through metal flaws and forge perfect weapons. Immediately following, the village tailor, a chow, screamed, her fingertips entwined with golden thread. My hands can weave fabric with protective runes now. More and more villagers cheered as they flooded towards Lin Fan, their bodies emitting different colors of light. Some had forging hammer phantoms floating above their heads, some had sewing scissors drifting behind them, while children held mini versions of kitchen utensils in their hands. These villagers who once only knew how to farm had at least half of them activated their own talents. Lin Fan was very pleased with this. Very good, everyone who has awakened their talents, come to me to register. Go report to your respective positions. The villagers were incredibly excited, nodding eagerly to accept this responsibility. As for the Blood Warriors, you are strong and will be responsible for safeguarding the safety of our dragon nation. No problem. The Blood Warriors raised their arms and shouted loudly. Watching this scene, Lin Fan couldn't help but nod slightly. Very good. The initial scale had already begun to take shape. The echoes of celebration in the dragon nation had not yet faded. On the other side, at the moment the goblin leader was turned to ashes, deep in the distant beast domain, the Beast King Valley, always shrouded in black miasma, suddenly trembled. The huge basalt altar exploded with a loud bang, countless rune fragments turned into ghostly blue sparks shooting up into the sky. At the same time, mixed with a roar from the primal age, a pair of giant eyes, glowing with ghostly green light, slowly opened from the lava pool, the boiling magma freezing into ice under the reflection of the pupils. The earth-shaking roar caused the mountains and forests to tremble, frightening countless birds into a panicked flight, and entire sections of primordial forest snapped in half under the shockwave. Who is it? Who destroyed my meticulously laid piece? The Beast King's roar was like rolling thunder, shaking all beastfolk within 100 miles to kneel in fear, not daring to touch the bad luck when this big boss was angry. Otherwise, the only outcome waiting for them would certainly be death. Its claws struck the ground, instantly causing the hard basalt to cave in, forming spiderweb cracks. Its eyes burned with fiery rage. Those foolish goblins dared to expose this king's plans in human territory. Find out for me. Who was behind the goblins' attack on my plans? Soon. The news came from below. When learning that it was the participants of the Trination marriage who incited the goblins to attack Lin Fan's home, ultimately leading to their extermination. The murderous intent in the Beast King's eyes could no longer be suppressed. Useless trash, dare to involve this king. It swept its claw and shattered the nearby bronze war drum, the splintered pieces pinning 3 close bodyguards against the rock wall. Where are the people? Bring them here. I command you to bring them here. In an instant, the steel gate in the northern beast domain crashed open. In a moment, because of those Trination marriage participants, the Beast King actually mobilized the entire army. The Wolf Beastmen army clad in dark iron scale armor surged out like a black torrent, their bone collars clashing with eerie sounds. The Bear Beastman wielding a giant wolf fawn club followed closely, each step leaving huge pits in the frozen ground. The watchtower at the border had just raised the signal smoke, and the leading Wolf Beastman commander couldn't wait to leap out from the Beast King's territory. The sharp claws tore through the thick city walls, and the bricks mixed with the guards' blood fell like rain. Those who once flaunted their power in the matchmaking event of the Three Kingdoms were now powerless under the claws of the beastly tribe. No. We are allies, the participants of the Three Kingdoms cried out in horror. Yet. He had completely angered the Beast King. No words could change the fate that awaited him. The Wolf Beastman bared his sharp, white fangs, the stench of his breath spraying onto the man's face. Allies? Merely pawns. Before the words fell, the claws pierced through his chest, warm blood splattering onto the Wolf Beastman's totem tattoo on his forehead, strangely seeping into the skin and disappearing. And at the moment the participant of the Three Kingdoms died. A system notification sounded loudly. Due to the death of the participant from the Three Kingdoms, and their tragic curse, the National Fortune Punishment Reward has appeared. The citizens of the Three Kingdoms fell silent for a moment before voicing their disbelief. National Fortune Punishment? No. Even if there's a punishment, why is the word reward included? Are they treating us like fools? Damn. Why must we, the Three Kingdoms, face the National Fortune Punishment again? This is simply unfair. Inside the palace of the Three Kingdoms. The king of the Three Kingdoms looked at the urgent battle report with a pale face like paper, his lips trembling violently. No, please, I don't want to die. Before he could organize an effective resistance, the sky suddenly turned pitch black, and countless green-glowing goblin wraiths surged from the ground. These wraiths were the goblins who died at Lin Fan's hands, their broken bodies bound by black chains, their eyes burning with the flames of hatred, and their wailing sounded like 1,000 sharp blades scraping against metal. Give me back my life. Give me back my life. Where the wraiths passed, rivers dried up instantly, leaving only the Ganges still flowing. Chapter 168, New version of Immortal Cultivation opens, Hero List public. The sudden arrival of this disaster caught everyone off guard. But soon, the latest system notification appeared. New version activated. Announcing the hero list for matchmaking. The one who ranks first on the list will receive a once-in-a-lifetime unique opportunity in the new version. Furthermore, they can bring a massive national fortune reward to their country. This commotion directly caused a sensation all over the world. After such a long time, the new version of the matchmaking game had finally reappeared. And the upcoming hero list was undoubtedly going to be the center of everyone's attention. Viewers from around the world set aside their tasks, their eyes fixated on the screen, their breaths becoming quickened without realization. National fortune, the fates of the people and their country were already intertwined from the very start. For such a long time, everyone had almost gotten used to this fact. But this was a matter that concerned national glory. Naturally, it wouldn't give anyone room for complacency. In the livestream room of the Great Benzi Empire, the host held the microphone, excitedly waving his arms. Citizens, the first place on this hero list is surely ours. Our matchmaking participant, with unyielding warrior spirit, has carved a path through the matchmaking world. Though currently his strength may not seem top tier, his courage and wisdom absolutely deserve the top position. Long live the Great Benzi Empire. First place is ours alone. Lin Fan the pig. Dragon country pigs, go eat shit. Exactly. Frantic comments flooded the screen, and many viewers from the Benzi country were even wearing traditional clothes, waving the national flag, raising their arms in victory as if victory was already assured. The livestream room of the ugly nation was equally buzzing with excitement. The bearded host pounded the table, shouting with all his might, "Fuck! Those who doubt us, listen well. The warriors of our ugly nation face the challenges of the matchmaking world with fearless stances, and each of their battles showcases the strength of the ugly nation. First place can only belong to our ugly nation. Whoever dares to argue is opposing the entire ugly nation. Absolutely. F***K. Who else dares to question our ugly nation's supremacy? Our ugly nation is the strongest." In the live broadcast room, viewers echoed loudly, cursing and shouting, as if the top spot had already been claimed by them. Other countries were not to be outdone, joining the debate with their own clamor. The viewers from the cold country listed the heroic deeds of their matchmaking participants in the comments, trying to prove their strength to compete for the top spot. The spokesperson of the flying country presented a carefully crafted data analysis report at a press conference, claiming that their matchmakers have a comprehensive score far ahead. For a moment, countries held their own positions, and the debate roared, almost breaking through the screen of the live broadcast room. Amidst this fierce debate, the moment to announce the matchmaking hero leaderboard finally arrived. The screens of all live streams around the world switched simultaneously, revealing a leaderboard glowing with mysterious light. When everyone saw the last place on the leaderboard, the entire book country fell into silence. There it was, written boldly at the bottom, the matchmaking participant from book country, followed by a wave of laughter erupted from live streams across the globe. Ha ha ha. You said we would definitely be number one, but we ended up last. The Empire of Japan has lost all face. In the Dragon Country livestream, viewers laughed uproariously, comments flooding in with sarcastic remarks. The host of Book Country turned pale, nearly dropping the microphone in shock, stuttering in defense, This has to be a system error. Our warrior cannot be in last place. Baka. Didn't we say that our warriors from Book Country are the greatest heroes in the world? Lies. The country is deceiving us. But his voice was quickly drowned out by a tide of mocking and cursing, as viewers from Book Country angrily smashed their TVs, some collapsed to the ground in despair, while others flooded social media with furious messages, cursing the matchmaking game officials for targeting their country. However, the tragedy of Book Country had not ended. The performance from Ugly Nation was about to unfold. When Ugly Nation's name appeared in second to last place on the leaderboard, the viewers from various countries who had been mocking Book Country instantly turned their attention towards Ugly Nation. The Ugly Nation's host widened his eyes, his expression shifting from shock to anger as he screamed, "This is a conspiracy. Someone must be jealous of our Ugly Nation's strength and deliberately altered the rankings. Our warrior should not be in this position." But his fury only made him appear more like he was embarrassed with anger. Laughter surged like a tidal wave in the live streams of various countries, as viewers from Ugly Nation were furious. Some even started blaming each other, plunging the entire nation into chaos. As the leaderboard rankings were gradually revealed, when the second place of Bear Country's matchmaking participant was announced, a new round of skepticism began. This leaderboard must have a hidden agenda. How could Bear Country possibly be second? Exactly. There must be something fishy going on. Is it because they are closely associated with the Dragon Country's pigs that they got bumped up? Viewers from different countries voiced their dissatisfaction, believing the rankings were far from their expectations. Just as everyone was arguing endlessly, someone suddenly realized a very serious issue. Wait. Why hasn't Dragon Country's Lin Fan pig appeared yet? Based on the strength he previously showed, it is impossible not to be in first place. This sentence hit like a heavy hammer, instantly silencing the entire live stream, with countless eyes glued to the screen, waiting for the final answer to be revealed. Finally, the name of the number one on the list appeared in a dazzling way: Lin Fan, the participant from Dragon Country. At this moment, the Dragon Country live stream erupted in total madness, cheers and shouts ringing deafeningly, fireworks blooming in the night sky of the city, and the celebrating crowd flooded the streets. I knew it. Lin God is invincible. Lin Fan is the eternal God. Who dares to doubt our Lin God from Dragon Country again? I want them to kneel down right now. This is power. Meanwhile, viewers from other countries, especially those from foreign lands who had previously looked down on Lin Fan, now widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. The news of Lin Fan topping the matchmaking hero list was like a bombshell, creating shockwaves around the world.